sudden apocalypse of the undead erupted across the globe. 7 days after the cataclysm, in the male dormitory room 406 of Qingqing University, Yunzhou sat within, eyes fixated on the barricaded windows and doors, a look of trepidation etched upon his face. Outside, shadows danced erratically, accompanied by guttural growls devoid of meaning. Ravenous, perched by the bathroom door, the once vigilant Yunzhou now slumped in exhaustion, his last bottle of clean water resting beside him. A resolute determination stirred within his heart. During the outbreak, he had fortuitously taken a leave to rest in his dormitory, narrowly escaping the initial wave of the zombie crisis that struck without warning. Upon witnessing the chaos outside, he had promptly secured the doors and windows. Grateful that his dormitory was situated at the end of the corridor, away from the frenzied escapees and predators who overlooked the shadowy corner where he observed in silence. These zombies bore no resemblance to the sluggish creatures depicted in foreign dramas or films. They moved with the agility and ferocity reminiscent of those found in Japanese and Korean horror, their self-preservation instincts extinguished. Once they had a target in sight, nothing short of severe brain damage could impede their relentless pursuit. Thankfully, Yunzhou had yet to perceive any semblance of intelligence or thought among them. Though he had miraculously survived the 7 days post-apocalypse, he had now exhausted all edible and drinkable supplies within the dormitory. To sustain his life, he needed to venture out in search of provisions from the uninhabited dormitories or the convenience store on the first floor. A roar listening to the low growls of the zombies prowling the corridor, Yunzhou grasped the makeshift spear he had crafted when he still had strength. The sturdy wooden pole was fashioned from a mop handle, topped with a sharp blade from a kitchen knife. Summoning his last reserves of energy, he tightened the cord securing the spear and cautiously ascended the bunk bed near the door. Lifting the newspaper that had blocked the window, he peered outside at the zombie he had unwittingly attracted earlier, while moving objects to barricade the door. After ensuring that this was the only threat in sight, he silently mocked the creature's patience. Then, without drawing its attention, he gently opened the ventilation window. Rising carefully from the bed, he steadied himself and readied his spear. The decaying, foul-smelling zombie seemed to sense something, turning its head slightly, yet it did not detect Yunzhou's presence. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fear and aimed. Thud! The spear penetrated the zombie's temple with ease. Thud! As he withdrew the spear, the zombie collapsed, limbs twitching uncontrollably. Yunzhou, observing the creature's reaction, marveled at how even in such a state of decay, it retained some reflexes. He wiped the dark blood from the spear with a nearby towel, anxious to avoid any contamination. As he carefully lowered the weapon from the bed, he glanced back at the fallen zombie, only to discover 2 white cards hovering just above its lifeless body. What are these? Cards. Despite his hunger-induced dizziness, the inexplicable phenomenon rejuvenated his alertness. Impossible though terrifying, zombies had been slain before. He recalled witnessing a group of athletic students from various dormitories banding together, clad in protective gear, employing makeshift weapons to combat the undead. They had charged towards the cafeteria, leaving several corpses in their wake. Yet he had not seen any cards drop, nor had he observed anyone attempting to retrieve them. After this reflection, he cautiously leaned out the window to survey the corridor for any additional threats. Satisfied that it was clear, he resolved to retrieve the cards. Carefully descending from the bed, he moved aside the clutter obstructing the dormitory door. He climbed onto the lower bunk and patiently awaited 2.5 minutes, ensuring that no other zombies were drawn to the noise before stealthily approaching the door. One hand pressed against the iron door, the other on the lock, he inhaled deeply and resolutely turned the deadbolt. Listening intently to the sounds outside, one might wonder why he did not simply fling the door open and seize the cards. The answer lay in the door's edge. It creaked ominously, a sound reminiscent of a ghostly wail in the dead of night. In times of peace, they might have jested that it served as an effective alarm clock. Now, however, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of any remaining zombies within the dormitory. After taking a couple more steadying breaths, Yunzhou forcefully pulled open the creaking door, the noise echoing sharply. Creak slam! With lightning reflexes, he darted out to snatch the 2 white cards from the ground. Just as he was about to inspect them, he heard a roar emanating from the stairwell just a few meters away, followed by the sudden appearance of a clawing zombie at the end of the corridor. Damn it! Realizing the danger, Yunzhou had no time to examine the cards. He swiftly retreated back into the dormitory, slamming the door shut behind him. He hurriedly piled everything he could find against it. Roar, roar, bang, bang, bang. Already weakened by hunger, Lin Xian, sitting on his bed, barely had time to catch his breath before the door began to rattle violently. A commotion erupted throughout the dormitory building. Oh shit, this is just damn ridiculous. Watching the ensuing chaos, Yunzhou cursed inwardly. Although the zombies of this era lacked sight and smell, becoming dormant after losing their target for some time, the commotion could attract a multitude of them, making any further forays perilous. He could only place his hope in those two mysterious cards that seemed to belong in the realm of novels or comics. However, to his astonishment, the cards that he had expected to hold in his grasp had vanished entirely. In his moment of anxiety, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully slain your first zombie and acquired a card, thereby unlocking the Apocalypse card system. The data panel has been activated. Would you like to view it? View it immediately. In response, a translucent blue screen materialized before Yunzhou's eyes. Host, Yunzhou, Stamina, 415 Strength, 816 Speed, 412 Mentality, 918 Status, Hungry Weak. System Inventory, Food Card White X1, Attribute Card White X1. Detection indicates that the host is currently in a state of hunger and weakness. Please replenish your energy promptly to restore your vitality. Gazing at the absurd virtual panel before him and listening to the voice resonating in his mind, even in his weakened state, Yunzhou felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. The joy on his face was akin to a vivid display of emotions. System? I never expected that I would actually activate the system. Is there anyone else? I simply wish to inquire. Is there anyone else? Those minor apocalyptic zombies are but a trifling matter. Once he confirmed that the scene before him was not a mere illusion conjured by his hunger. The seasoned bookworm, Yunzhou, understood the implications of this system. It signified that he was destined to become the savior of this world. The allure of beautiful women and the notion that his fate was self-determined rather than dictated by the heavens was nothing but a simple reality. Chapter 2. The blue card exploded. Cuckoo. Just as he was lost in thoughts about the future, his stomach protested audibly. Yunzhou rubbed his belly and, without hesitation, clicked on the food card. In an instant, a bag of grape toast, usually priced at 6 yuan, materialized in his hands. So, the images on the card signify what would appear upon usage? Yunzhou gazed at the toast, murmured something, and eagerly tore open the packaging, devouring it ravenously. Even when he choked, he endured the discomfort to swallow it down. After all, he had just finished the last bottle of water. He certainly did not wish to drink from the restroom tap, as he had no desire to risk an upset stomach in his current predicament. As the sounds of the zombies hammering at the door began to wane, Yunzhou, having finished his bread behind the iron door of the second line of defense, the restroom, let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, he had survived. Upon reopening the panel, he observed that his stamina and strength had both increased by 2 points. Yunzhou speculated that the numbers in parentheses likely represented his stats at full capacity. After studying the interface for a while, he found no issues and turned his attention to the attribute card depicting muscular arms in the warehouse. After clicking to use it, the system's mechanical voice resounded once more. Attribute card used, Strength 1. Strength, 10, 17. It appeared that the attribute card enhanced the maximum attribute value rather than directly boosting strength. Although he had yet to fully recuperate, Yunzhou felt a surge in his strength. An equation formed in his mind. Zombies cards food, attribute points. Zombies food, attribute points. With newfound confidence, Yunzhou gazed at the wandering zombies outside the dormitory door, his eyes sparkling. These were not terrifying zombies. They resembled his beloved little sweethearts. However, he had not completely recovered yet. He must proceed with utmost caution. He could not afford to falter at this critical moment. After opening the restroom's iron door, he grasped his makeshift spear and cautiously approached the now quiet dormitory entrance. Climbing onto the bed frame, he peered out the window. Outside, a throng of at least 5 or 6 zombies milled about. After silently assessing the disparity in strength, Yunzhou resolved to rest and restore himself to peak condition before confronting them. Meanwhile, other survivors within the dormitory were discussing the recent commotion. Someone had attempted to escape, unable to endure any longer, right? Alas, it seemed that way. Who knows if they were fortunate enough to break free. The number of zombies outside shouldn't be overwhelming. With some luck, they might even reach a place with food. Our supplies are dwindling. We must contemplate whether to remain in the dormitory and await rescue. Rescue? You still cling to the hope of being rescued? How many days have passed? There has been a whisper of news, and you still wish to wait. You're courting death. I concur with Gongzi. Self-rescue is far more crucial than waiting for aid. Remaining in the dormitory will only lead to starvation. Precisely. Just look at those athletes. On the second day of the outbreak, they boldly charged out in search of survival. If we linger in the dormitory, we might as well be waiting for death. Yet, we lack even a single dumbbell for exercise. Use whatever you can. Don't fear the heat. Wrapping ourselves in blankets can provide some degree of protection. I still possess a folding knife for peeling apples that might come in handy. Fortunately, I have a passion for fitness. This strength bar should be of decent quality. Let us rally, brothers. We must inventory our equipment and devise a solid plan. Even if we can't find a safe haven, we must at least secure some food to fill our stomachs. 2 days ago, when the signal was completely lost, I saw someone in the school group mention that a safe zone had been established near the comprehensive building. We should head that way. Such scenes unfolded in several dormitories. Unbeknownst to Yunzhou, who was resting to regain his strength, his actions had sparked a significant chain reaction. However, once he dealt with the zombies surrounding him, he would need to open the door again, which would likely attract more zombies. Perhaps he was inadvertently aiding them. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 13, 15, strength, 16, 17, speed, 10, 12, mental, 18 status, none system warehouse, none. After resting adequately, Lin Xian's hunger and weakness dissipated. Though not entirely restored, he felt sufficiently revitalized. He then climbed onto the top bunk near the window with his makeshift spear, once more lifted the newspaper, and observed the situation outside, followed by a series of thrusts. He drew the more distant zombies closer, and with a swift shot to the head, he finally eliminated the 6 zombies outside the door. Glancing at the cards that had dropped, he noted 5 white and 1 blue. It seemed not every zombie dropped 2 white cards, but at least one was guaranteed. Remarkably, this time, there was even a blue card. Though the design was somewhat unclear, Lin Xian was certain it was something valuable. Retrieving his spear, he noticed the blade had begun to curl, indicating its durability was waning. With a sigh, he picked up a towel and meticulously cleaned the knife. He hoped to obtain a weapon this time, relying solely on this homemade spear wouldn't last long. Carefully placing the spear back on the ground, he cautiously peered outside once more before descending to remove the barricade blocking the door. Before opening the door, he once again climbed to the window to assess the situation outside, waiting silently for 2.5 minutes. Once he deemed the moment ripe, he secured the window and pressed himself against the now somewhat deformed dormitory iron door. Drawing from his previous experience, he quickly prepared himself mentally, turned the lock, and opened the door with a resounding noise, swiftly darting out to collect the scattered cards. Hearing a commotion nearby, he wasted no time in retreating back into the dormitory. He closed the door, locked it, and barricaded it in one fluid motion. Subsequently, he carefully climbed to the window to look outside. No zombies had detected his precise location, but 2 had been lured into the corridor, with the stairwell around the corner remaining unclear. With a thorough understanding of the situation, he descended quietly to examine his haul. Food cards X3, attribute cards X2, function card X1. The food cards consisted of toast, roasted duck legs, and a serving of pig trotter rice. One attribute card was for strength, and the other depicted a thigh for speed. The function card was particularly intriguing, featuring an image resembling a syringe. Upon clicking for details, he discovered the information. Function card, adrenaline, blue. Upon use, all attributes except intelligence X2, duration, 120 seconds. Note, after use, a 1-hour state of weakness ensues. What a treasure! This card could very well be a lifesaver. Recognizing its value, Yunzhou proceeded to use all the attribute cards and then utilized the food card depicting pig trotter rice. Leaning against the wash basin beside the toilet, I gazed through the stainless steel-barred window at the setting sun, indulging in my meal with great appetite. After satiating my hunger, I casually discarded my refuse outside, reflecting with a sense of profound insight. How unpredictable life is. One moment, I was famished at noon, contemplating my struggles. By evening, I found myself relishing a warm bowl of pig trotter rice. To whom can I voice my grievances? Wiping my mouth, I returned to my dormitory. After meticulously checking the door and windows once more, I observed the dinted iron door and the black, oozing filth seeping through the cracks, murmuring to myself, "This door cannot withstand much longer, and the accumulation of zombies outside is insurmountable. The stench is already beginning to permeate the air." Reflecting on the current predicament, Yunzhou realized that remaining dormant in the dormitory, slowly evolving, was not a prudent strategy. He resolved to endure this last day, planning meticulously for a change of location that very night. Chapter 3. The importance of planned action on the 8th day after the calamity. Yunzhou awoke in the innermost corner of his dormitory, stretching languidly. Rubbing his still dreamy eyes, he glanced towards the door. Reassured that the obstacles remained intact and that no footsteps were stirring outside as he peered through the crack, he then rose and hurried to the restroom to freshen up. The previous night, he had formulated a rough plan. Today's objectives were twofold. First, he intended to venture outside in search of solitary zombies or advantageous positions to eliminate them, thereby acquiring more cards to enhance his strength. Second, he aimed to seize an opportunity to visit the convenience store on the ground floor of the dormitory to ascertain whether the food within could be stored in the system space. Although cards could yield food cards, alleviating concerns about sustenance, the true terror of the apocalypse lay not in the mindless zombies, but in the desperate remnants of humanity. After all, in times of peace, individuals engaged in deceitful schemes. With the collapse of order, one should never underestimate the darkness inherent in human nature. He possessed a system and resources, allowing him to bide his time until he could control everything before extending help to others. As Yunzhou brushed his teeth, he began to mentally sketch the layout of the dormitory building. The boys' dormitory in the East District was structured in a circular manner, with a design resembling a character missing a vertical stroke. Each floor was a continuous loop, with entrances on the north and south sides. There were 6 emergency staircases, with the 2 side staircases typically locked, while the 2 horizontal ones were positioned centrally. The convenience store was conveniently located just around the corner from the staircase closest to him. With this thought, Yunzhou's mind began to wander again. He wondered how many individuals still survived within the dormitory, if there were any survivors on the 2nd floor. Escaping through the anti-theft window after exiting the restroom should be relatively easy. Perhaps if they were situated above the convenience store, they could occasionally descend to replenish their supplies. After completing his hygiene routine, he began to inspect his makeshift long spear, tearing away the blackened, dried cloth and replacing it with a clean one, tightening it securely. He chuckled to himself, imagining how comical it would be if this instrument were to accidentally tear apart, launching the front blade away. After all, he had yet to master the art of wielding a weapon without a spearhead, as one might see in films. Perhaps, once his strength was sufficient, such a feat could become a reality. The thought amused him greatly. Meanwhile, in the East District boys' dormitory, diagonally opposite Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's room on the 5th floor, 2 adjacent dormitories were similarly fortified using whatever materials were available. Lacking the heavy yet practical gear of martial arts students, and with summer's warmth precluding thick clothing, they had fashioned makeshift armor by tearing bed sheets to wrap around their arms and bodies, protecting the most vulnerable areas from potential scratches or bites. 8 individuals from the 2 dormitories were gathered in the rear restroom, conversing through a thin wall. "Brother, is your dormitory ready?" "Almost done well. When you hear us open the door, let us head out together." We surveyed the area, and it's safe outside. There are no zombies. All right. Having discussed the specific course of action the night before, the group refrained from further dialogue, opting instead to double-check their protective gear. Upon returning to their dormitory, they addressed their 3 armed companions. "Brothers, our objectives are twofold. First, we must rush out to find a secure gathering point. After all, safety in numbers ensures our protection. Second, we must avoid being scratched by zombies. We'll all exit together." "Understood," echoed 6 voices in unison. Although they had considered bringing along some food, the convenience store was not on their most direct route, and the risk of detours was deemed too great, as they could not guarantee the absence of lurking zombies. Thus, they decided to head towards the comprehensive building, planning to search the central cafeteria along the way. After checking their watches, the dormitory leaders exchanged nods with their companions. The sound of locks disengaging echoed in tandem as the designated door openers acknowledged the noise from next door, nodded to the others, and slowly pulled the door open. 2 cautious heads emerged, scanning their surroundings before making eye contact. They nodded to each other and continued to widen the door, allowing for an orderly exit for those behind them. The iron doors of their dormitory were of decent quality, aside from the cumbersome nature of opening them. The sound was minimal as they pulled the door back. Once in the corridor outside the dormitory, they exchanged knowing glances before dashing towards the stairs. Their group of 8 drew the attention of several survivors who had risen early to observe the unfolding events. "Quick, come see, someone is rushing out of the dormitory." In the dormitory, Yunzhou, preparing to assess the situation outside, caught sight of the commotion diagonally across the hall. He observed a group adorned with rudimentary helmets fashioned from plastic buckets, their bodies wrapped in makeshift armor, wielding a variety of improvised weapons. It was evident that the apocalypse had compelled everyone to become resourceful, regardless of the moral implications. Survival was the only priority. Fortunately, their luck held, as they reached the corridor leading to the stairs without encountering any zombies, hoping they could escape successfully. Peering from the window, Yunzhou silently watched as the group emerged from the stairwell. Just as they were about to cross a nearby landscaped area to take a shortcut, 3 grotesque zombies lunged from the shadows. At that moment, the adrenaline surged through the group, eclipsing any fear. Their singular thought was to survive. Attack. The zombies' weakness lies in their heads. The 2 leading boys immediately raised their weapons, striking at the zombies' heads. The others quickly followed suit, delivering finishing blows. In less than 5 seconds, the 3 zombies were dispatched, but they did not linger. They surged past the fallen corpses, continuing along their predetermined route. Their actions ignited hope among the remaining survivors within the dormitory, who witnessed the scene unfold. If these 8 could escape, perhaps they too could find a way out. Some individuals, emboldened by this realization, resolved to seize the moment. Without considering their own protective measures, they grabbed any available weaponry and flung open their dormitory doors, rushing outside. In an instant, the once quiet dormitory was filled with the sounds of iron doors swinging open. However, the difference between a planned action and a spontaneous decision became apparent. The absence of a well-thought-out route and a lack of situational awareness led to dire consequences. Individuals were ambushed by hidden zombies or collided directly with a horde. The once silent dormitory erupted into cries of despair and pleas for help, transforming into a nightmarish scene. Lin Xian, still hidden at the window, could only watch in silence as chaos ensued outside. Silently, he kept a mental tally of the visible threats posed by the zombies, discerning which areas were ripe for exploration and which, due to his current lack of strength, were perilous zones to be avoided. He understood that he needed to bide his time and develop his abilities for a short while longer, within a maximum of 2 days. He would possess the requisite strength to venture beyond the confines of the dormitory. Chapter 4, Skill Card, Blade of 8 strikes at this moment. Yunzhou seized the opportunity to clear away the obstacles, and after opening the iron door of the dormitory, he slipped outside. His dormitory was located at the innermost part of an L-shaped corridor, so his first task was to survey at least 5 dormitories ahead and to the left for any other survivors. Unfortunately, the nearby residents were all students from their major, and before the apocalypse erupted, they had already gone to class, leaving the dormitory utterly deserted. He pushed against the iron doors of each dormitory, only to find them all locked. The only option was to shatter a nearby window and crawl inside. However, Yunzhou was not in need of food at the moment. He was in search of zombies. Having established a temporary safe zone, he took a deep breath and proceeded towards the stairwell. He recalled the considerable noise that had emanated from the stairwell during the outbreak. It was likely filled with numerous zombies. If he positioned himself correctly, he might be able to eliminate a few more. Hiding behind the heavy, sliding door of the stairwell, he gently cracked it open and peered inside. The sight was utterly gruesome. Dark bloodstains and several bloody handprints smeared across the formerly pristine white walls. After scanning the area to the best of his ability, he slowly pushed the door open. The sound of the door creaking attracted a zombie standing at the corner of the upper floor. It suddenly turned its head, and their gazes locked. The creature let out a roar and charged towards him. Although caught off guard, Yunzhou quickly gripped the makeshift spear in his hand, braced one foot against the doorway, and aimed the spear at the oncoming zombie. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust forward with force. With a sickening sound, he swiftly dispatched the zombie. Exhaling deeply, he pushed the now leaning corpse down, placing his foot on its chest while he forcefully extracted the spear. Simultaneously, he picked up a white attribute card that had fallen to the ground and activated it. Strength 1. Yunzhou stretched his limbs, satisfied. Although the previous 2 encounters had relied on the terrain, now he could take them down directly. The tension that had gripped him dissipated entirely. replaced by a surge of exhilaration. The stairwell door typically closed automatically. During the outbreak, everyone had rushed downward. So his immediate task was to eliminate the zombies in the stairwell before moving downwards. With sufficient preparation, he dealt with the last 3 solitary zombies on the upper 2 floors and promptly utilized their dropped attribute cards. Strength 1, Speed 1, Spirit 1. The card that enhanced his spirit depicted a stylized brain, and upon usage, Yunzhou immediately felt a refreshing clarity wash over his mind, akin to the invigorating first bite of mint candy. However, that sensation was fleeting. The door that led to the rooftop of the dormitory building was locked. Once he confirmed his safety, he sat down behind the door to briefly assess his current attributes. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 15 strength, 20 speed, 14 spirit, 19 status, none. System repository, functional cards, adrenaline, blue, X1. With only a maximum of 20 points in strength, he mused to himself that there was still work to be done. After glancing at his stats, Yunzhou chuckled softly, dusted himself off, and picked up the makeshift spear that lay nearby. He intended to check dormitory 601 for any equipment left behind by a senior he had met during a cosplay club gathering. This senior, a finance major with some means, had a penchant for collecting military-themed gear. If memory served him right, prior to the apocalypse, the senior had mentioned preparing a set of military cosplay to showcase at their next club meeting. While it was cosplay gear, it should at least offer some protection. And importantly, it had ample pockets perfect for demonstrating his card system. Standing behind the 6th floor stairwell door, he inhaled deeply and silently prayed. He hoped that the senior had not returned to the dormitory and taken the gear with him. After creating a narrow gap to slip through, he quickly crouched behind the wall, then stealthily peeked around the corner to assess the situation. Gur, roar. To his relief, he had not recklessly stepped out. The corridor in front of dormitories 602 and 603 was teeming with zombies. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that they were his fellow dorm mates or classmates from when he had come to visit the senior. Under the cover of stealth, he glanced towards the windows of the 2 dormitories. If there were any survivors, the windows would typically be barricaded. Unfortunately, there were no obstructions, and it appeared that the door to dormitory 601 was slightly ajar. Not seeing any familiar faces among the zombies, he sighed internally. Alas, the senior had always looked out for him during club activities. He hoped he was safe. With newfound courage, Yunzhou employed a tactic commonly utilized in stealth games, fishing for zombies. He picked up a few small stones and threw them one by one to draw the zombies closer. Then, taking advantage of their distraction, he swiftly struck, piercing their skulls and granting them a quick end. After dispatching each one, he dragged their bodies down the corridor to clear the area, mindful to avoid slipping on any corpses. Once they were all dealt with, he had no time to examine the card drops thoroughly. He hastily collected everything into his system backpack and headed straight for the unlocked door of dormitory 601. Leaning against the window, he peered inside to ensure it was vacant of both people and zombies before swiftly slipping in. He took his time to close the door carefully, locking it securely after ensuring there were no issues. He quickly covered the windows and barricaded the entrance with furniture to create a barrier, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Unconcerned about the stains on his clothes, he seated himself on the lower bunk in the center and began tallying his recent haul. White, food card X3, attribute card X4. Blue, skill card X1. Without hesitation, he activated all the attribute cards. Stamina 1, Strength 2, Speed 1. After using the attribute cards, Yunzhou couldn't and amp, Oppos, T-help but let out a contented sigh. He stood up and assumed a standard fighting stance, throwing a few punches into the air to acclimate himself before turning his attention to the blue skill card. Skill card, Blade Technique, 8 strikes, blue, a technique characterized by its precision, capable of striking at the enemy and amp, Oppos, S vital points with each blow. Blade Technique? Moreover, given the depiction, it seemed to be a style suited for a large sword. Yet the only weapon he possessed that could be considered a blade was the makeshift spear with a watermelon knife affixed at its tip. Yunzhou glanced at the skill card description, scoffed lightly, and, despite his reservations, activated it. As he confirmed the usage, the blue blade technique card shattered into shards of light and floated towards his forehead. In an instant, he felt as if time had come to a standstill. Upon opening his eyes, his gaze was piercingly intense, as if he had honed his skills in a mere 8 moves of swordplay for decades. Each transition ingrained in his memory. Glancing around, he noticed a solid black alloy baseball bat resting atop the adjacent desk. This must have been a purchase by a senior for amusement, but now it served his purpose well. He stepped onto the desk and seized the bat. Standing in the center of the dormitory, he refrained from making excessive noise, as he had yet to thoroughly assess his surroundings. Instead, he opted for a simple demonstration of his technique and Oppo's potency. With his body angled to the left, he positioned himself in a high stance, feet apart. Left foot forward and right foot back. His left arm extended horizontally, palm facing downward and fingers pointed ahead, while his right hand gripped the bat at his side. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a slicing motion into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Yunzhou took a step forward, and with each sweeping arc of the bat, a gust of wind followed, creating a resonant whooshing sound. The display was undeniably impressive. With this newfound skill, his confidence soared. After a few brief trials of his technique, Yunzhou excitedly swung the black alloy bat in his hand. Chapter 5. Attempting new skills and clearing the west stairway after demonstrating a flourish with the baton. I placed it on the table. With the mastery of this new combat technique, my melee capabilities have significantly improved, yet wielding this long spear feels somewhat cumbersome. Gazing at the makeshift spear that had accompanied me through several battles, I decided to remove the cloth wrapped around the handle, repurposing it as a close combat weapon. It seems the system does not recognize my handcrafted weapons. Otherwise, it would be rather convenient to store them directly in the system and Oppo's inventory. With a sigh at the system's lack of intelligence, I wiped the blade clean with the removed cloth. Observing the somewhat chipped and blunt watermelon knife with a resigned breath, it appears my old friend's durability has waned. Having previously discarded the knife sheath in my old dormitory, I tore a strip from a senior and Oppo's bedsheet to wrap around the blade for safety. After securing my weapons, I began rummaging through the belongings of that senior to uncover their military cosplay gear. As I laid the brown camouflage SEAL's tactical outfit across the bed, I nodded in satisfaction. Disdainfully tossing aside a toy M4 rifle onto another bed, I inspected the quality of the tactical helmets, vests, and belts. After a thorough examination, I confirmed their excellent quality. The senior must have invested a considerable sum in these items. Aside from the tactical goggles on the helmet, which were merely decorative, the materials and craftsmanship were commendable. Given that my physique closely resembled that of the senior, I cheerfully accepted this additional gear. After checking the windows and door locks once more, I seized the opportunity presented by the midday heat and the absence of zombie contamination in the water source. I quickly stripped off my blood-stained garments, donned a black tactical undershirt and khaki tactical pants, and proceeded to the bathroom to wash and change. In no time, I had adorned myself in the SEAL's tactical ensemble. Standing before the mirror, I adjusted the black mask, twisted my body to examine my reflection, and weighed the black high-top tactical boots. My tactical backpack rested on my back, secured with a black alloy steel baseball bat, while the band that was meant for a tactical dagger now held my watermelon knife. Everything felt just right, prompting me to silently express gratitude to the senior. Thank you. Senior, your choice of attire is undeniably stylish. Gazing at my revitalized self in the mirror filled me with exhilaration as if I were about to take flight. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, it was time to resume my tasks. I shook the empty tactical backpack, retrieved the bat from its straps, moved aside the obstacles at the door, and stepped outside with purpose. Confidence surged through me. My lovely zombies, come forth. Under the blazing midday sun, I felt like a tiger unleashed, brimming with bravado. Yet, beneath this facade, my mind remained vigilant, carefully observing my surroundings without becoming complacent due to my newfound strength. Upon exiting the dormitory, I cautiously scanned the area from the corner, confirming that no new zombies had appeared in the corridors before retreating back into the stairwell. Contemplating, I ultimately decided against barricading the entrance with the wooden stick. I descended to the 4th floor, taking a brief respite before continuing my exploration downward. The newly acquired swordsmanship was primarily designed for a broadsword, involving mostly two-handed maneuvers. With the watermelon knife held in one hand, I realized it would be impractical to employ those techniques. However, I was still adept at basic movement and breathing patterns, even wielding the baseball bat or watermelon knife. I easily dispatched the zombies on the 3 lower floors. This time, I did not acquire any blue cards, only white ones. After transferring the food cards into the system space, I utilized all the attribute cards: Stamina 5, Strength 6, Speed 3, Spirit 1. The stairway I chose was the one on the west side, which would be locked on the 1st floor, so the number of zombies here was relatively few. Once I cleared this area, I felt as though I had been doused with blood, my appearance now grotesque and terrifying. After ripping off the black mask splattered with zombie blood and carelessly discarding it, I twirled the baseball bat, humming a tune as I ascended the stairs. I had no intention of returning to my dormitory. The creaky door was too bothersome, causing me anxiety every time I entered or exited, fearing I might attract too many zombies. After some contemplation, I decided to return to the Senior and Amp, Oppo's, dormitory at room 601. Its elevated location and fewer remaining zombies offered a semblance of safety. After stuffing my underwear into my backpack, I cautiously squeezed through the door back to the stairwell. Upon reaching the 6th floor, I conducted a thorough inspection of the L-shaped area, confirming the absence of both humans and zombies. I discovered several dorms with unlocked doors. A cursory search revealed no valuable items. I had grown indifferent to cookies and instant noodles. Now that I had a system, why settle for dry, choking snacks when I could enjoy hot meals? Upon returning to room 601, I locked the door and secured the obstacles. Facing the blood-red sunset, I entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and began washing away the grime. The materials of this tactical outfit were quick-drying. After a brief scrub, I hung it on the bathroom rail to dry. Subsequently, I used a food card for authentic snail and duck foot stew, leaning by the window to enjoy the view while I ate. I had thoroughly surveyed the conditions on the 6th and 4th floors, and the westward staircase had been mostly cleared. Now, I needed to consider my next steps. Should I continue with the original plan to scavenge supplies from the 1st floor convenience store while awaiting rescue? Or should I boldly venture toward the comprehensive building or the 2nd floor cafeteria in the East District, as suggested by the messages before the signal was lost? Before the signal cut off, they mentioned that during the outbreak, they had taken refuge in the civil engineering equipment room, where they obtained the ultimate initial artifact, the alloy rod of the prism tripod, originally designed to stabilize prisms in the ground. This item had transformed into a fine alloy spear in the wake of the apocalypse. After the initial chaos subsided, they were compelled to venture outside classrooms in search of food, and this sharp spike and sturdy alloy rod became their finest weapon. Within a mere day, they had pushed to the top of the comprehensive building, completely sealing off the seldom-used stairway, leaving only one staircase guarded by personnel, systematically exploring and rescuing survivors, thereby creating a safe zone. However, the comprehensive building lacked food supplies, having only a vending machine on the 1st floor with minimal stock. Yet, my friends, including a beautiful class monitor who had always looked out for me, awaited rescue there. I pondered whether to take the risk of venturing over. Yunzhou is certainly not an emotional simpleton. He is acutely aware of the special care that the beautiful class leader has shown him. After being single for 19 years, must he truly face solitude once more in the aftermath of the apocalypse? It has been 6 days since the signal was lost. And if the number of people in that area is substantial, the food supply is undoubtedly running low. Yunzhou finds himself once again grappling with the question in his mind. Should he venture forth? Chapter 6. A surge in power and unexpected events as Yunzhou's strength gradually swelled. The heart of a hero yearning to rescue the vulnerable could no longer be contained. Once merely an ordinary university student, he now possessed the capability to act, despite having consumed countless apocalyptic novels and series, which incessantly cautioned him against the folly of becoming a savior without the requisite strength to transcend the perils surrounding him. The truth remained undeniable. The true horror of the apocalypse was not merely the mindless zombies or monstrous beasts, but potentially the very humans he once aided. Now, capable of self-sufficiency, he could ensure his own safety. Leaning against the sink, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, exhaling clouds of smoke as darkness enveloped the sky outside. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the half-smoked cigarette out the window. Damn it. It all boils down to my insufficient strength. Just give me 2 more days. Once I am adequately powerful, I will return with 2 backpacks filled with provisions. As night fell, the zombies grew increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied. The dim emergency lights in the dormitory offered little assurance against lurking dangers in the shadows, compelling him to rest for the night and resume his quest at dawn. After a rejuvenating slumber, Yunzhou arose early, donned his gear, and resolved to replenish his dwindling water supply from the convenience store. Despite possessing a food card, he had not encountered any water resource cards in the past 2 days. Thus, he planned to commence his descent from the central staircase on the 6th floor, avoiding the west staircase, which had been secured with a heavy lock. Although the glass door could be shattered, the noise would be too conspicuous, a risk he was unwilling to take at this stage. Upon entering the staircase, he embarked on his card-collecting expedition. The zombies in the northern staircase were indeed more numerous than those to the west. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered 5 or 6 zombies congested at the corner. These creatures, having mutated from bites, bore horrific wounds across their skin, their clothing stained with dark, congealed blood. They remained stationary, devoid of targets. Come, little zombies. Grant me some valuable cards. He retrieved a baseball bat from his tactical backpack, twirling it in his grip. With his strength now at an impressive 30. He knew that even with this blunt weapon, a single strike could cave in a zombie's skull. As the zombies noticed his approach, they roared and lunged toward him. Yunzhou steadied his stance, preparing to swing the bat at the first zombie. With a swift motion, he struck. The sound that followed resembled a cork being extracted from a wine bottle, and the zombie's head seemed to meld into the bat, its body convulsing briefly before falling still. With practiced ease, he dispatched the subsequent zombies, finishing them off within mere minutes. After collecting the scattered white cards, he continued his descent. The closer he drew to the ground floor, the more zombies he encountered, yet he remained undaunted, wielding his bat with precision and power. After a grueling 2.5 hours, Yunzhou emerged from the blood-soaked melee, his eyes catching sight of a vending machine at the corner of the first floor. In a moment of clarity amidst his bloodlust, he paused to take deep breaths, regaining his composure. Before venturing out, he checked his backpack. System warehouse, food card, white, X23. Attribute card, white, X60, function card, blue adrenaline X1. After a few more deep breaths, he consumed all the attribute cards to avoid any mishaps in the convenience store. Stamina, 1747. Strength, 3060. The dramatic increase in stamina and strength left Yunzhou feeling as though he had consumed several bottles of energy drink. Brimming with inexhaustible vigor. Though he was not an athlete, he sensed that his physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level. He understood that with a full-force swing of the bat, he could potentially shatter a watermelon. With his enhanced stamina complementing his increased strength, he felt his breath stabilize after a few moments of exertion. Now, it was time to explore the convenience store for useful supplies. With his newfound strength, Yunzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. The bat's grip had become slippery from the numerous zombies he had dispatched. So he tightly wrapped a cloth strip around his wrist and the bat. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly pushed through the plastic curtain of the convenience store. Fortunately, the day was bright, and the interior was adequately lit. He immediately retreated to a corner to survey the chaotic scene within. The store lay in disarray, shelves toppled, and products strewn across the floor. Bloodstains and claw marks marred the walls, and several mangled corpses lay in one corner. Remnants of the violent chaos that had unfolded during the outbreak. Cautiously avoiding the bodies, he searched for usable supplies. 9 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and besides the destruction wrought by the initial chaos, most items remained untouched. Yunzhou was likely the first human to return to this convenience store after the outbreak. After a vigilant sweep of the compact space, he confirmed the absence of lurking zombies and began to inspect the available resources. Checking the refrigerator, he yearned for a popsicle to combat the summer heat, but alas, the power outage had rendered it inoperative, and a foul odor of decaying food wafted from within. Resigned, he closed the refrigerator and continued his search. He managed to haul a case of water to the door curtain before stuffing his backpack with high-calorie, portable food items such as energy chocolate and sausages, valued resources in this post-apocalyptic era, potentially serving as currency in the future. With his tactical backpack now bulging with supplies, he prepared to return to the safety of his dormitory room 601. Just then, he heard a low, dense growl emanating from outside, the sound growing increasingly nearer. Chapter 7. Forced to begin the transfer at noon, under the blazing sun, the fervent rays poured over the silent campus as a gentle breeze caressed the lush green lawn, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. However, Yunzhou was nervously hiding behind the plastic curtain of the small shop, peering through the gap, his gaze fixated on the scene outside. In the distance, a horde of at least several hundred zombies staggered forward, their faces grotesque and emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Leading the pack was an exceptionally tall, mutated zombie, towering at 2 meters, its physique robust like that of the tyrant from a horror video game. Unlike the emaciated forms of ordinary zombies, it boldly traversed from the north gate of their dormitory, marching through the entire dormitory building, and continued its relentless advance towards the south gate. Upon witnessing the seemingly endless tide of the undead, Yunzhou felt his pupils constrict sharply, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to flee. Fortunately, he noticed that they had not detected his presence, allowing his racing heart to gradually settle. Observing the orderly movement of this zombie troop, an incredulous thought crossed his mind. How many days had it been? Could it be that a zombie king, endowed with intelligence capable of summoning such hordes, had already emerged? His suspicions were soon confirmed. The imposing zombie, upon reaching the center of their dormitory building, let out a furious roar and halted in place. The horde behind it, though somewhat restless, remained relatively subdued. In stark contrast, the zombies within the male dormitory of the East District were anything but calm. Those hiding in every corner, even those within the dorm rooms, became agitated, howling and roaring as they recklessly converged towards the position of the zombie king in the center of the teaching building. The higher floors, now devoid of a sense of direction, saw zombies tumbling over the railing, crashing to the grassy ground below, with some fortunate enough to remain intact as they joined the chaotic assembly of the undead. Those unfortunate enough to suffer head injuries or fractures met a grim fate, either perishing outright or crawling towards the beckoning horde. The East District dormitory primarily housed students from the civil engineering, bridge engineering, and automotive repair majors. When the apocalypse erupted, it was precisely during class hours, leading to a relatively small number of individuals remaining in the dormitory. Yunzhou, positioned in the northwestern corner, had largely cleared the zombies in his vicinity. Consequently, only about 250 zombies converged at the intersection of the dormitory building. The commotion naturally captured the attention of all survivors within the East District male dormitory. Thanks to the semi-enclosed design of the dormitory, nearly everyone still awaiting rescue could peer out from their upper bunks through the windows to observe the unfolding situation below. Oh no, this is disastrous. How could it be only the second day and we already have a zombie king emerging? Had I known, I would have charged out yesterday. Now there must be at least 1,000 zombies down there. And if they take this place as their stronghold, we won't even have a chance to escape. Where did so many zombies come from? I recall it can't be indeed. You guessed correctly. It's the new 4-person bunk dormitory established for the bridge engineering freshmen. How tantalizing it was when we went to clean their rooms. Who would have thought they'd barely enjoy a few days of the apocalypse before it arrived? Stop gloating. Our supplies are dwindling too. If those zombies really settle in down there, we need to think about what to do next. Now that most of the zombies in the dormitory have been summoned by the zombie king, it might actually be our opportunity. We should observe a bit longer. Exactly. We can take this chance to gather all the supplies from the small shop and fortify the East District as a safe point. All those quick-witted individuals recognized this opportunity. If the intelligence of this zombie king was not as formidable as they feared and was merely driven by instinct, gathering the remaining zombies around it and advancing mindlessly, the dormitory with its 2 exits could quickly transform into an excellent safe haven. With ample rooms and beds, combined with supplies from the small shop, they could sustain themselves for at least a month, surely until the National Rescue Forces arrived. In that moment, hope filled every heart, their eager gazes fixed intently on the towering zombie king at the intersection. They yearned for it to leave the East District dormitory as they wished. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as they had envisioned. The zombie king merely raised its head to sniff the air, followed by several low growls of anger. The horde surrounding it suddenly scattered like disturbed hornets, rushing towards the open stairwell. Everyone witnessed this scene with pupils constricted, limbs stiffened. And when unintentionally locking eyes with the zombie king, they could almost discern its disdainful smirk. Damn it! Quickly reinforce the entrance. This creature possesses considerable intelligence. On the upper floors, those tasked with observation immediately urged others to spring into action, fortifying the dormitory's defenses while equipping themselves with protective gear and weapons. This was no longer the mindless horde they had faced at the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, concealed behind the plastic curtain of the small shop, felt his pupils dilate sharply. Observing the swarm of zombies charging in his direction, he quickly tore open the box of mineral water he had prepared for transport, stuffing 3 bottles into his backpack. He then retreated a few steps into the shop, drawing out a baseball bat from his bag. Upon inspecting the small shop earlier, he had discovered a small back door leading to the road of the new cafeteria. The shop's owner had likely intended to wait for the cafeteria's opening to attract more students. Now, this provided him with an advantageous escape route. With his entire fortune strapped to his back, he felt little compulsion to defend the dormitory. Now, with an exit and a horde of zombies, his impressive stamina of 47 and speed of 15 allowed him to accumulate more cards while preparing for an immediate retreat. The zombies charging towards the small shop in the northwestern corner, where Yunzhou had taken refuge, numbered at least 100. If not for the large patches of black blood staining their tattered clothing, the gaping maws with jagged teeth, and their grotesque visages, Yunzhou might have mistaken them for a group of students hurrying back to their dormitories after class. They moved with an uncanny precision, colliding directly against the heavy glass door of the stairwell. However, Given the limited size of the entrance and the overwhelming number of zombies, a few inevitably lost their target, instinctively veering towards the plastic curtain of the small shop. The small shop had a downward staircase, and Yunzhou, maintaining a safe distance, prepared himself to strike. He dispatched each intruder with ease, taking down 7 or 8 before glancing outside at the stillness beyond the translucent curtain, wary of attracting the zombie king's attention. He swiftly collected the scattered attribute cards on the ground and pushed open the back door of the small shop, making his escape. Although that individual may not be a boss, he certainly qualifies as a minor elite. If only he could be defeated, one could be assured of acquiring cards of blue grade or higher. However, given the multitude of subordinates surrounding him, it would be unwise to engage in direct confrontation. Thus, it is best to retreat for the time being. This leaves no choice but to rendezvous at the complex building. Chapter 8. Humanity in the Apocalypse. After escaping from the convenience store, I turned right and sprinted straight to the main avenue of the East District dormitory, not daring to pause for even a moment as I continued my flight towards the Central District. My figure, clad in gear, caught the attention of several survivors hiding in the restroom of the dormitory to the southwest. Ignoring the potential danger of attracting the zombies lurking outside, they cried out in desperation, "Brother, brother, please save us. Our sheets aren't and amp, oppos, T long enough. Can you catch us from below? We beg you. Don't run away. Come back and help us. Damn it. Are you even human? The zombies are in the dormitory. What's wrong with you turning back to save us? In TMD, you little brat. I'm a member of the Student Union's dormitory management. Get back here right now. I don't want to die. I've just started college. I'm still young." As the life-threatening situation intensified, perhaps due to the strain of their nerves finally snapping, they watched helplessly as Yunzhou ran further away. When their pleas proved futile, they resorted to shouting curses and hurling objects at the stainless steel security bars, hoping to catch Yunzhou's attention. However, he was solely focused on escaping this perilous place, and their insults were indeed harsh, prompting him to respond with a raised middle finger without looking back. Once he reached the basketball court next to the Central District cafeteria, he quickly ensured there was no danger before using the attribute cards in his backpack. Every additional point of strength represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Stamina 3, Strength 1, Speed 3, Spirit 1. After utilizing the cards, he took 2.5 seconds to acclimate to his slightly enhanced physique. Glancing at the makeshift shelter of the Central District cafeteria, he deliberated but ultimately decided against entering. With food cards in hand, he had no need to worry about provisions, and there appeared to be nothing useful within the cafeteria. So he opted to avoid the risk. He planned to ascend from the basketball court, taking the quickest route through the female dormitory area in the Central District, crossing over to the complex building on the opposite side of the training bridge. As Yunzhou traversed the Central District dormitory, he inevitably encountered a few oblivious zombies, which he swiftly dispatched, collecting the dropped cards. His splendid attire and agile movements drew the attention of the girls hiding inside the dormitory. Typically, girls possess low mental resilience unless in extraordinary circumstances, and even stern warnings often fail to deter them from their impulses. Therefore, upon spotting the formidable figure of Yunzhou, they immediately leaned out from the stainless steel security window in the restroom and called down to him, handsome, please save us. We're here. Do you have any food in your backpack? We've been starving for days. Senior, please come help us. I'm all alone in the dorm. You can do anything you want as long as you bring me food. Senior, don't listen to the ones upstairs. We're closer to you. Come save us. There are 3 of us in our dorm, sisters. Having been without water or food for several days, the girls no longer retained their previous bravado. The constant gnawing hunger in their bellies reminded them that they needed to find sustenance quickly, lest they perish from starvation. They were willing to exchange their bodies for something to eat. However, Yunzhou remained indifferent, continuing to eliminate the zombies blocking his path, picking up the cards scattered on the ground as he ran towards the complex building. The direct distance between the Central District dormitory and the East District dormitory was less than 800 meters, and over there lurked a formidable zombie king watching over its horde. Relying solely on himself, Yunzhou knew he could not contend with so many zombies. He needed to find allies at the complex building to confront the zombie king. Otherwise, saving any number of people now would merely convert them into fodder for the enemy. Stamina 1, Strength 1, Speed 6, Spirit 3. He utilized all the recently acquired attribute cards and sprinted towards the corner ahead, where the training bridge to the complex building awaited. Although hope lay ahead, he slowed his pace as he approached the turn. The last thing he desired was to encounter a romantic scenario at the corner of the apocalypse. As one of the two primary routes to the complex building, the training bridge usually hosted many pedestrians. If he ran too fast, he might inadvertently collide with a horde of zombies congested on the bridge, an utterly ridiculous predicament. Peeking cautiously around the corner, he noted the absence of a zombie horde. Only a few stragglers wandering on the bridge. The dormitories on either side of the corner housed both freshmen and sophomores. Upon spotting Yunzhou walking along the path, they immediately signaled for help. "Hey there, please come save us. Senior, look over here. Do you have any food to share with us? Be careful. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Your backpack looks full. Why not come sit with us in our dorm for a while?" Ignoring the various screams from the girls' dormitory, who attempted to lure him to stop and assist them, Yunzhou merely cast a fleeting glance at the fluttering pink fabric before continuing towards the bridge, twirling his baseball bat to loosen his wrist. He noticed several female zombies rushing towards him and smiled slightly. They were clad in the typical oversized white t-shirts and gray shorts worn by college girls, with scattered cardboard boxes indicating they had likely been ambushed while returning from picking up packages. Despite their transformation, their figures remained undeniably appealing. The long, slender legs rushed towards Yunzhou in a few strides. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the tattered white fabric barely concealed their bodies. Murmuring a silent prayer, Yunzhou assumed a batting stance and delivered a powerful swing. The air hummed with the force of his strike. With a resounding crack, the baseball bat made contact with the zombie and Oppo's head, producing a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting open. The fastest of the female zombies fell without uttering a cry, collapsing to the ground and twitching briefly before falling still. With his weight shifting forward onto his left foot, Yunzhou executed a second, sweeping blow, sending another zombie reeling. In less than half a minute, he dispatched the approaching zombies. He wiped the blood from his bat and gazed down at the bewildered little zombies sprawled across the ground, marveling at the sheer brutality of his actions. Afterward, he bent down to gather the cards that had fallen, discovering an unexpected delight, a blue card among his spoils. Last time, a perfectly functional skill card was inadvertently transformed from a sword technique into a blunt weapon. I hope this time I may acquire something worthwhile. Subsequently, I utilized all the attribute cards that dropped: Stamina 2, Speed 1, Spirit 2. While Yunzhou busied himself with collecting and using the attribute cards, the onlooking girls and survivors grew increasingly animated. Perched by the window, their eyes gleaming, they extended their delicate hands, waving and calling out, "Handsome, handsome, you're so impressive. Truly magnificent. Come save us. We will heed your every word. Young man, please rescue me. My side job is voice acting, and I possess cosplay outfits, whatever you fancy. I can don for you. Just protect me and share your provisions. Please, don't advance any further. It's perilous up ahead. You're so formidable. Why not come to our aid? You scoundrel, halt your progress and save us. If not, at least leave us some food. We're on the brink of starvation." Ignoring the pleas of your classmates is akin to murder. Once the troops arrive, I shall certainly report you. Some individuals mistook the uniform Yunzhou wore for that of military personnel, misinterpreting it as a signal of rescue. They attempted to morally compel him into saving them from the dormitory. However, as their voices diminished amidst the greenery lining the school path, Yunzhou, now positioned in the middle of the bridge, could scarcely discern their shouts. His attention was solely captivated by the recently revealed blue card. Item card, blue sprinting shoes. Upon use, speed increases by 200, allowing you to experience the sensation of flight. Duration, 120 seconds. Yunzhou gazed at the image of the winged running shoes on the card, smacking his lips in approval. Excellent, an additional life-saving trump card. Chapter 9, Teacher Lin. You do not wish for this. After a brief inventory of the supplies in the system warehouse, Yunzhou steeled himself and hurriedly crossed the training bridge towards the comprehensive building. The comprehensive building is designed in a T-shape, consisting of one main building and two auxiliary buildings, connected by a skybridge between the second and third floors, allowing students to easily attend classes in either section. Beside the comprehensive building stands a standard training facility. Both structures are positioned on a small hillside, so when Yunzhou approached the training building, he could already see crowds of people densely packed along the two pathways leading to the auxiliary building. These individuals could have once been affluent heirs, ordinary students, esteemed educators, or industry experts. Yet now, without exception, they had all assumed a singular identity, that of zombies. The throngs of people were as packed as during a typical 8 a.m. class, leaving no opportunity to approach. with so many zombies present. It was unthinkable to enter the comprehensive building. Even crossing the skybridge to the auxiliary building seemed perilous. Furthermore, it appeared that their safe zone was located in the top-floor library, with zombies congesting the lower levels, significantly raising the risk of a breakout attempt from below. Was it necessary to continue northward to the cafeteria on the second floor of the northern district? The current predicament was that gaining access to the comprehensive building was impossible. While in the eastern district, a zombie king was actively recruiting, posing a constant threat to the safety of both zones. Glancing at his wristwatch, Yunzhou noted that dusk was approaching. It would be wise to find a secure location to hide for a while, as the night would only bring greater dangers. His gaze drifted to the training building, which typically saw few visitors, and now had only a handful of zombies wandering nearby. If his memory served him correctly, the training building housed a classroom equipped with surveying instruments, containing numerous high-quality alignment rods and various distance measuring devices. The alignment rods could serve as makeshift spears against the zombies, while the measuring instruments could be repurposed for observational use, akin to a tripod telescope. Although these items might seem useless initially, they would prove invaluable in later stages for monitoring the movements of zombies outside the safe zone. Hiding behind a small slope, Yunzhou cautiously observed the entrance to the training building, deciding to take a step back and approach through the side entrance by descending the slope to the right of the training bridge. Upon reaching the side entrance, he noted the door was marred by numerous black splatters and dents, clear evidence of zombie assaults. Yunzhou approached and attempted to push the door open, but it did not budge. Observing the slightly warped doorknob, he made another attempt. With a click, the door revealed itself to be merely closed and not locked. He slowly pushed the door open, peering inside to find it devoid of both people and zombies. Once the opening was wide enough for him to slip through sideways, he quickly darted inside. Upon entering, he swiftly turned to close the side door and locked it securely. He then explored the passageway quietly, reaching the glass door of the training building without encountering any zombies. After quickly checking the training classrooms on the first floor, he ascended the staircase. The training building comprises 5 floors. The first floor hosts classrooms for bridge and tunnel engineering and geology. The second is dedicated to automotive repair. The third houses the party committee offices. The fourth contains the surveying equipment storage room along with a computer lab for e-commerce training. And the fifth floor features a multimedia conference room and several offices for school leaders. Having ensured that the 3 main doors on the first floor were securely locked, Yunzhou resolved to explore each level methodically before darkness engulfed the surroundings, aiming to establish a safe zone. It seemed that the zombie outbreak had occurred during class hours. As the training building was largely unoccupied, he ascended to the 5th floor without encountering any signs of activity. The door to the surveying equipment room on the 4th floor was also locked, standing atop a nearby table. He peered through the ventilation fan above to confirm the absence of anyone inside before temporarily abandoning that route and proceeding to the 5th floor. As he stepped into the corridor on the 5th floor, a flash of light caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the door to an office was ajar, with light spilling into the corridor. Cautiously advancing, he could faintly hear voices within. Shaolin, Yudon, and Appos, do you want your daughter to become a zombie? Only to succumb to fever and die, do you? Look at the hordes of zombies outside. Can you really take her out there? With food supplies dwindling, you might as well submit to us. Without our protection, how can you hope to survive in this world? The voice belonged to an older man, one Yunzhou recognized from frequent appearances at major meetings, an affluent, bald school leader named Zhao Daqing. To Yunzhou and Appos' astonishment on the 9th day of the apocalypse, he was still hearing such familiar threats. Indeed, in the aftermath of societal collapse, anyone could become a demon. Before he could react, a second voice emerged. That and Appos, right. Teacher Lin, Don and Appos, think we Don and Appos, know how you secured your position as an esteemed educator. Stop pretending to be pure. Either you please us 3, or we will turn your delicate daughter into our reserve food. Think carefully. Following this, a woman and Appos' pleading voice broke through. No, please Don and Appos, harm my daughter. I haven't and Appos, done anything you claim. If you dare to touch us, I swear that even as a zombie, I will not let you go. It was evident that this was Teacher Lin, threatened and cornered. Yunzhou and Appos' mind conjured the image of a gentle teacher, desperately facing off against 3 vile men to protect her daughter. You filthy woman, stop wasting our time. Either submit to us, or we will toss you both into the horde of zombies below. With food running low, we must seize the moment. Perhaps if you satisfy us, we might even find some cold medicine for your daughter. Ah ha ha. The laughter of the men echoed, growing increasingly boisterous. Yunzhou and Apos' blood boiled with indignation. These once privileged school leaders had sunk to a new low, prioritizing their vile desires over the safety of students during a crisis. Preying upon a defenseless young teacher was a cowardly act, and Yunzhou felt that such individuals had no right to live. Cracking his knuckles around the baseball bat, he prepared to burst through the door when the desperate teacher and Apos' voice rang out once more. "No. Please, Don and Apos, touch my daughter. I promise you. Just don't harm her. But you can only approach one at a time. I can and Apos, handle all of you at once." Her voice was laden with fear and despair. A mother forced to compromise for the sake of her child. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that is the reality we face. Who knows when we shall receive salvation? In this place, the one with the mightiest fist reigns supreme. They can act with impunity. Obey and hurry. Strip off all your clothes. Perhaps the submission of women only serves to heighten their frenzied desires, as the man within raves madly. Upon hearing this, Yunzhou finally perceives the depths of human nature in this apocalyptic world. With the absence of former laws and moral constraints, the facade of hypocrisy is torn asunder, revealing that all have descended to a state more bestial than that of animals, and have succumbed to madness. Amidst the tumult, Yunzhou feels an intense heartbeat. Yet he finds solace in the fact that he can still maintain the thoughts of a rational being, with a heart still brimming with passion and fervor. Chapter 10. Mere beasts, you are not human. You are scum. You are perverts. You are worse than the zombies outside. Teacher Lin and Apos' anguished cries echoed, as if she sought to rouse their last vestige of reason through her vehement reproach. In response, their laughter grew more twisted, accompanied by taunting shouts. Outside the door, Yunzhou realized there was no longer time to wait. He stepped back, grounded his stance, and lifted his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the office and Apos' metallic door. Bang! Clang! The force of his kick sent the door crashing against the wall. Before it rebounded slightly, quaking violently, the resounding noise instantly drew the attention of those inside. Turning back, they beheld a tall figure outside, clad in what appeared to be desert-colored military gear, right hand spinning a baseball bat smeared with dark stains, a bulging backpack slung over his shoulder. Moving in with an unsettling swagger. The original hue of his attire was marred by an unknown black liquid, enhancing his menacing presence. As they appraised Yunzhou, he too scrutinized them. Within the room, there were only 4 of them visible. 3 men comprised an elderly teacher, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, with a bulging belly and a bald head, dressed in an old-fashioned white tank top and loose, square-cut shorts, alongside 2 younger male teachers in their 30s or 40s. The elderly man wielded a fruit knife of around 10 centimeters, while the 2 younger teachers clutched wooden sticks unearthed from who knows where. Armed, the 3 encircled the frail female teacher, intent on nefarious deeds. The woman, appearing quite young and seemingly untouched by motherhood, wore a white blouse and a black work skirt, her patterned black stockings accentuating her legs as she helplessly leaned against the wall. Her hair was disheveled, and her complexion lacked vitality, yet her pale skin still bore a certain delicate allure, despite her disarray. Her clothing and stockings bore several tears, whether by chance or design, creating an image that undeniably stirred a fierce desire for conquest in the men. Who are you? How did you get here? Are you a student? How dare you disrupt our order? Get out immediately. Or do you believe we want to expel you from school? One of the middle-aged male teachers, after a moment of confusion, deduced that Yunzhou was not part of a rescue mission, but merely one of those students enamored with cosplay. His audacity returned, and he bellowed, seeking to chastise this insolent student. Damn it! To be seen in such a disgraceful situation by a student, I have lost all face. Yet upon noticing Yunzhou and Apos' imposing gear and bulging backpack, a cunning thought struck him. He immediately resorted to the tried-and-true intimidation of expulsion, hoping to subdue the student and compel him to heed their commands. However, Yunzhou was far from intimidated by such hollow threats. With an impassive gaze, he regarded them before striking the desk with his bat as he advanced. Don't jest, teachers. What are you doing? I could hear everything from outside. You shameless beasts. What right do you have to utter such words? I offer you 2 choices. Either vacate to the first floor immediately and do not return, or I shall send you down to feed the zombies outside. Consider your own abilities before deciding. After stating his terms, Yunzhou halted 2 meters away, brandishing his bat with a sweeping motion. The 3 men, once complacent, now trembled at the ominous hum of the bat slicing through the air. The one who had recoiled earlier stammered, attempting to feign composure. Young student, Temper your arrogance. Do not think that, in this apocalypse, school rules no longer apply. Once order is restored, I can assure you, you will be unable to continue your studies and will end up toiling in a factory day and night. Meanwhile, the elderly man, clutching his stainless steel fruit knife, greedily eyed Yunzhou's gear and bulging backpack. Ensuring no one was watching, he regained his bravado, emboldened by their numbers, and pointed at Yunzhou with a shout. What is the meaning of this? The school has repeatedly emphasized the prohibition of carrying weapons or dangerous items within its premises. Look at yourself. Do you even resemble a student? Now, drop the bat and knife, place your backpack down, and guard the stairs for the teachers to prevent any zombies from approaching. We shall surely reward you with an excellent student award. The old man, with a veneer of authority, brazenly commanded Yunzhou, dismissing his earlier conditions as mere bluster. After all, he was merely a student. Surely he would obey the teachers and oppos' orders? Following his command, he pushed aside the two middle-aged teachers, signaling them to seize the backpack and inspect its contents for anything of value. Yet, as the two teachers moved, Yunzhou and oppos' began to spin once more, nearly colliding with one teacher and oppos' nose. The stench of decay wafted towards them, prompting him to retreat a step. I ask you, you three beasts, why can you not comprehend simple human speech? This bat has shattered countless zombie skulls, and its quality remains unrivaled. I wonder if striking your heads will feel akin to striking those of the undead? Yunzhou and oppos' taunting voice reverberated through the office as he took another step forward. Bat in hand, the once arrogant elderly man and the two middle-aged teachers instinctively stepped back, recognizing the lethal determination in Yunzhou's demeanor. Despite their weapons, they were meant for use against their own, not against a figure who had undoubtedly felled innumerable zombies. Faced with the specter of death, they clung to verbal tactics, attempting to calm the situation. Calm down, young student. This is a time of crisis. We cannot afford internal strife. The government will surely resolve this zombie crisis and rescue us soon. You must not make a mistake. Indeed, your actions are perilously reckless. You have your whole life ahead of you. Do not squander it. The three men, desperate for their lives, clamored to impart their wisdom. Observing their frantic expressions, Yunzhou smirked coldly, raising his bat to point at each of them. You speak so eloquently, yet do not forget the vile intentions you harbored in this very office. I'm curious to see if merely educating a few beasts will lead to a reckoning afterward. Upon finishing his words, Yunzhou abruptly swung the baseball bat towards one of the male teachers holding a wooden stick. This individual, notorious for his incessant chatter, had gone from being aggressively confrontational to using lofty rhetoric to pressure others, oblivious to his own insignificance. Cursed be that insolent brat. Ah, how arrogant he is. If it's a fight he wants, then so be it. As the bat whistled through the air, aimed directly at his head, the middle-aged teacher, startled, hastily raised his wooden stick in defense, repeatedly shouting in alarm. However, after just 2 strikes, a sharp crack echoed as the teacher's stick shattered into 2 pieces. He felt a numbing sensation in the hand that held the stick. Before he could react, Yunzhou executed a swift kick, forcefully striking his abdomen. Thud. The sound resonated, followed by a cacophony of chaos as the teacher found himself airborne, colliding violently with a multitude of desks and papers. Chapter 11. A good show. As he regained his senses, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his abdomen and throughout his body. He desperately opened his mouth to cry out in agony, yet no sound escaped his lips. The once imposing demeanor had vanished. Yunzhou also shifted his gaze to the 2 remaining individuals still standing. The middle-aged teacher clutched a wooden stick tightly in his hand, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. He was no longer the vigorous young man he once was. A blow from Yunzhou could very well cost him half his life. Behind him, the elderly man wielding a fruit knife felt the piercing glare of Yunzhou locked onto him, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. Nevertheless, he had no intention of relinquishing his weapon, as it was his sole means of defense. Immediately, he began to grovel, attempting to negotiate for his safety. Ahem. Young student, you've already vented your anger. Why don't we calm down and have a proper discussion? As survivors, we must unite and strive to live together. That is the only truth that matters. You possess such formidable strength. As your teachers, we could certainly be of assistance to you. When the time comes to form a team, you will undoubtedly need someone to manage it. We, as educators, are here for our students, ready to help you manage the team and alleviate any unnecessary troubles, right? Seeing a flicker of hope in the young man's eyes, the elderly leader became increasingly animated, envisioning a scenario where he could gather all the teachers under his influence, subsequently controlling the students and ultimately forcing Yunzhou out. leaving him to survive alone amidst the zombie horde. He imagined himself nestled safely at the center of the group, indulging in food in the company of female students he had previously dared not even glance at. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Losing sight of his current predicament, he spread his arms wide, reminiscent of an orator addressing thousands of students in peaceful times, passionately discussing grand visions. Bang! Yunzhou, witnessing the man's escalating enthusiasm, raised his baseball bat and struck the desk beside him. What makes you think I would even consider collaborating with you? Do you believe you are worthy? Initially, he had intended to shove these scoundrels into the arms of their superiors, transforming them into higher-ups who would then owe him a favor. However, he had since changed his mind. It became imperative for these rotund, foolish leaders to truly understand the meaning of apocalypse. If you refuse to listen, I shall break a leg for each of you and send you outside. What? Young man, must it come to this? The elderly man, clad in a loose tank top and baggy shorts, cast a glance outside, his body quaking with fear, as a chill crept up his spine, disregarding the threat of broken legs at his age. Being cast out would undoubtedly lead to one outcome: joining the ranks of the mindless, ravenous undead, forever severed from the pleasures of life. Dear student, we are your teachers. How could you bear to do this to us? As the elderly man spoke, the middle-aged teacher, realizing the earlier threats had failed, sought to persuade the obstinate youth through gentler means. Bang! I shall say this once more, leave. Clatter. Thud. The frail old man, recognizing the unwavering resolve of the youth, cast aside all pretense of dignity and respect, dropping his fruit knife onto the floor and kneeling, disregarding the gazes of others. Please, please, I am but an old man. For the sake of my age, do not cast me out. If you send me out, I shall surely perish. Please, spare me. Recalling the events that led to this confrontation, he began to slap his own face in remorse. It was my folly, my fault. Noticing that the student was defending Lin Wanru, he assumed the youth was her protege and turned to Lin Wanru, bowing several times in hopes she would intercede on his behalf. Teacher Lin, it was our folly. We should not have threatened you. Please, have mercy on this old man and plead with the student. He longed for survival, terrified of facing the gruesome, terrifying, and mindless zombies outside. Ugh, my back. You little brat, you truly dare to strike hard. As the elderly man knelt in supplication, another middle-aged teacher who had been kicked aside managed to sit up, clutching his abdomen and groaning in pain. Yunzhou merely chuckled coldly. Scoundrels are scoundrels. Their pitiful pleas are merely to enable them to harm more in the future. As a part of the new generation filled with a sense of justice, amidst the apocalypse, all he could do was eradicate evil. Now, he had lost interest in their pitiful, fluctuating display of humility and arrogance. He strode forward, his voice icy as he declared, if you find the stairs too slow, I can offer you a complimentary ride out the window. Faced with the formidable Yunzhou, both the middle-aged teacher who struggled to sit up and the two kneeling before him were rendered speechless with fear. Bang! Yunzhou wasted no time. He delivered a swift kick to the face of the kneeling male teacher. Oh, wah! As the man clutched his nose in agony, Yunzhou forcefully pressed his bat, stained with zombie blood, against his mouth. Simultaneously, he raised a finger to his lips, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Teachers, we mustn't raise our voices in the office, otherwise the students outside may become restless. Watching Yunzhou's unpredictable demeanor, even Lin Wanru, who had been saved, trembled involuntarily. The three male teachers were left with a singular thought. Madman. This fellow is utterly insane. Seeing them still unmoving, Yunzhou began to slowly rotate the baseball bat in his hands. Crack, crack. Seeing his behavior, they dared not provoke this living nightmare. The unfortunate soul whose mouth was pressed against the bat shook his head in fear, signaling his intent to leave. Bang! After kicking him aside, Yunzhou cast a glance at the wall adorned with certificates and accolades celebrating their excellence as educators. Look at this wall of accolades. How many days has it been since the apocalypse began? Where are your principles of being a teacher, your sense of morality and integrity? Before the end, all of it was fed to the dogs, wasn't it? Enough of this charade. My patience is wearing thin. I shall ask one final time, do you wish to leave on your own accord, or shall I assist you? As Yunzhou spoke, his eyes gleamed with a cold delight, the bat swaying ominously as he approached them. Do not act rashly. We will leave on our own. Teacher Lin. Say something. Damn it. You wretched woman, help us out. Teacher Lin, do not forget how I have looked after you. It was merely a moment of folly on my part. You must plead with him. As the specter of death inexorably approached, each individual placed their dwindling hopes upon Lin Wanru, who had remained silent from the very beginning. Little did they know that Lin Wanru was utterly unfamiliar with Gu Yunzhou. Her mind still clouded in confusion. It was only upon witnessing Gu Yunzhou's stick descend upon the wretches that her gaze began to regain its focus. As she heard their cries of anguish, "Stop. Please, stop. We shall leave. We can walk on our own." Chapter 12. The reckoning of good and evil. Faced with the threat of impending violence, several elderly men disregarded their dignity and scrambled towards the exit, shielding themselves with one hand. Gu Yunzhou observed their snail-like progress and, with a swift kick aimed at their ample posteriors, sent them sprawling like bowling pins. The trio tumbled together, hastily rising to quicken their escape. Trailing behind them, Gu Yunzhou watched with amusement as they exchanged furtive, resentful glances and muttered curses. Their thoughts revolved around reclaiming their factory at a later date, prioritizing their survival for now. However, Gu Yunzhou had no intention of allowing them to escape so easily. As they were driven towards the staircase, he delivered a series of kicks and blows, denying them a moment to regain their footing. The stairwell echoed with their anguished cries, punctuated by the sickening sounds of bones fracturing, transforming the once tidy stairs into a gruesome tableau of blood. Yet, in their struggle for life, they gritted their teeth, their hatred intensifying. After years of privilege and status, these men yearned to rid themselves of the young intruder. Everything they did was merely a means to survive. Minutes later, bruised and battered, they were herded by Gu Yunzhou to the glass doors of the training building. As they glimpsed the horde of zombies on the slope below, their anxiety peaked. Their injuries had rendered them incapable of escaping, and they were acutely aware that venturing outside would surely lead to their demise at the hands of the undead. Scum like you deserve to be devoured by the damned zombies. If you had simply kept your mouth shut, you might have slipped away unnoticed. But if you choose to shout for revenge, so be it. The first to fall will not be me. Think carefully. Gu Yunzhou taunted as he forcefully pushed them through the door, locking it behind him. He turned away from the trio, wounded, yet too terrified to raise their voices, departing under the weight of their despair and malice. Damn it, even if I perish, I shan't allow you two vile creatures to enjoy your freedom. The old man muttered darkly, recognizing his last shred of hope had vanished. His injuries too severe for him to manage alone. You two, quickly, help me to safety. I must devise a plan to lure our superior here and barricade the entrance. One middle-aged teacher, who had managed to protect himself somewhat during the descent, grasped the old man and Appos, as face with a fierce grip. You think you and Appos, still a lofty school leader? Get lost. It and Appos. It's your fault we have nowhere safe to turn, facing this brutal world outside. Do you expect us to continue serving you like before? I could easily push you into that horde of zombies right now. The old man, caught off guard, stared blankly at his subordinate, who seemed to have transformed before his eyes. The man, sensing the old man and Appos' submission, rifled through his pocket for keys and addressed another colleague of value. We're not far from the parking lot on the slope. My car is parked there, and I have the keys. We must find a way to escape this cursed school. What do you say? The other middle-aged teacher glanced at the old man and then back at his colleague, nodding in agreement. The old man, seeing them prepared to leave him behind, struggled to his feet, limping and pleading softly, "Take me with you, please." As dusk settled and their injuries hindered their movements, the elderly man stumbled while trying to navigate the greenery, inadvertently tripping. In that moment before falling, one thought consumed him. These two must save him. With all his strength, he grasped at their clothing and cried out in terror, "Help me. Please, my foot is trapped." A piercing scream erupted from him, catching the attention of nearby zombies. Whether they were drawn by sight, sound, or scent, a throng of the undead surged towards them like a tide of students rushing to the cafeteria. "Damn it, old man, let go. Let go," they shouted in panic. No. No. Xiao Wang, save me. If you help me escape, I promise to promote you." Their cries were drowned out by the first zombie lunging at them, sealing their fate. Back in his fifth-floor office, Gu Yunzhou peered out the window and beheld a horde of zombies surrounding the three elderly men, who were swiftly devoured, their screams and curses echoing in the air. The chilling sound sent shivers down Lin Wanru and Appos' spine as she huddled in the corner, trembling. "Classmate, may I see my daughter? I feel quite frightened." In her eyes, the fully armed student was terrifying, despite being her savior. She dared not speak louder, fearing Gu Yunzhou and Appos, as focus was elsewhere, and remained frozen in her corner, anxiously thinking of her daughter suffering from a high fever in the adjacent office. Gu Yunzhou rested his hands on the windowsill, shifting his gaze from the gruesome scene below. The view here was broader than from the dormitory, but darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the moonlight that offered a glimmer of illumination. The school was situated on the outskirts of the city, and if it weren't and Oppos, T for the military rescue routes nearby, and the ominous presence of a powerful zombie king lurking behind, he knew that remaining stationary would be tantamount to awaiting death. Yet, reaching the city would require a trek of at least 20 to 30 kilometers. Absent a vehicle, relying solely on his legs would take 5 to 6 days. Outside, conditions were unlikely to be more favorable than within the school. It could take weeks for help to arrive. Relying on mountains is futile. Mountains may crumble. Relying on people is equally dangerous. They may flee. In this apocalypse, survival depends on oneself, Yunzhou mused. Opening a system panel visible only to him to assess his current attributes. Host, Yunzhou stamina, 52 strength, 61 speed, 19 mental, 23 status, none skills, blade of the breaking edge system inventory, food card, white, X33, function card, blue adrenaline X1. Item card, blue sprinting shoes X1. With a stamina of 52 and strength of 61. Yunzhou found himself more than capable of dispatching ordinary zombies with the ease of slicing through fruit. He could confidently proclaim that as long as they did not form a horde, endlessly charging at him, he would not fear even if a few stragglers came at him together. The feedback from his speed and spirit was not particularly pronounced due to the current limited range of activities. One could only say that if there were enhancements, they were minimal, and if there were none, it could be disregarded. Compared to various skills and food cards, the attribute points that directly affected his own capabilities were his true capital for survival in this apocalyptic world. After tallying the attribute points he had accrued for the day, he felt a pang of hunger, only then realizing he had yet to have dinner. He casually removed his heavy backpack and tossed it onto the nearby desk, producing a dull thud that startled Lin Wanru, who was huddled in the corner. Upon seeing him fling the backpack onto the desk, she began to remove her helmet and the various heavy gear she wore, revealing a fitted black short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her muscular build. As she peeled away the black mask from her head, her delicate features were unveiled. Observing the young man clad in a snug black shirt paired with loose camouflage combat trousers and black high-top combat boots, she noticed him standing before her with an air of gallantry, brushing away the sweat-soaked strands of hair. Her striking peach blossom eyes shimmered with tears as she cautiously regarded him, her hands instinctively clutching the last button of her white shirt. Her body pressed firmly against the wall in the corner, her gaze filled with both fear and wariness, fixated on Yunzhou, whose hands rested on his belt. Despite having just saved her life, she could not bring herself to fully trust him, especially considering. Oh heavens! She could hardly fathom why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand. A tear, laden with complex emotions, traced down by Jing and Amp, Oppos' cheek. Yet, Yunzhou seemed oblivious to her presence, merely loosening his tightened belt before rummaging through his backpack for a pack of cooked chicken legs and a few loaves of bread. He unwrapped the food and began to devour it hungrily. The day and Oppos' events had left him ravenous. Early in the morning, he had intended to gather some supplies from the convenience store before returning to dorm 601, but unexpectedly encountered a zombie king and a horde. Becoming trapped in the store for several hours, he had been too anxious to even eat lunch, hastily making his way to the central district afterward, only to encounter a group of scoundrels. He had truly not had a moment to rest today. After wolfing down his food for a while, he found himself choking on a piece of bread, stretching his neck and swallowing repeatedly without success. Just then, he caught sight of the beautiful, commanding teacher still crouched in the corner, and he waved at her, gesturing towards his backpack. He mumbled incoherently for water. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wanru stood up and walked over to the backpack, unzipping it in an effort to find him some water. However, when she opened the zipper, her mouth fell agape in astonishment at the sight of the backpack brimming with various foods and several bottles of water. It was well known that there was hardly any food available in this training building for the past few days. Everyone had been surviving on minimal water from the office and Oppos' dispenser. Swallowing hard, she recalled her daughter lying in the adjacent bed. After stealthily stowing away a chocolate bar the size of her palm, she retrieved a bottle of water and placed it on the desk before Yunzhou from a distance. She then backed away, hands clasped behind her back, retreating to her original corner with an expression of utmost caution, keeping a watchful eye on him. Chapter 13 Little Ant. After forcing down the toasted bread with great difficulty, Yunzhou stood up and uncapped the bottle of water on the table, gulping down nearly half of it. As he tightened the cap while observing her timid demeanor, a sudden recollection of the chaotic moment when he was threatened by 3 scoundrels flooded his mind. After placing the water bottle back on the desk, he perched himself on it, tilting his head with a mischievous grin as he gazed at the beautiful teacher before him. Lin Laosher, I hope I'm not mistaken. Why are you so afraid of me? I've just rescued you from those 3 rascals, after all. Lin Wanru, noticing his delinquent appearance, clutched the buttons of her white shirt a bit more tightly. Then, disregarding the quality of her stockings, she knelt down on the floor. Biting her lip, she stammered, Classmate, the teacher knows you're a good person. The teacher is very grateful to you. But Gu Yunzhou listened to her incoherent words, clearly still shaken, and silently finished the last morsel of meat from the chicken leg in his hand before tossing the bone out the window. He casually brushed his hands together and said, All right, Lin Laosher, you need not fear me. I won't coerce you into anything like those scoundrels. Earlier, he had overheard her mention a daughter. I don't seem to have noticed her. Where is she? Lin Wanru's hand trembled as she grasped the collar of her shirt, the other hand clutching her skirt. Thoughts of her severely ill daughter and the red cross-marked first aid kit she had glimpsed in the scoundrel's backpack flooded her mind. Remembering how those ruffians had tormented her spirit by allowing her only a few sips of water daily, while falsely promising ample supplies for her daughter, she felt desperate. Her poor daughter could hardly hold on much longer. She needed medication and treatment immediately. Finally, she admitted, she's next door. She's suffering from a severe fever. I beg you, can you save her? I'm willing to do anything you ask. As she spoke, her trembling hands fell to her sides, portraying a sense of resignation. Gu Yuzhou rolled his eyes at her display. While he was indeed a bit lecherous, he was not depraved enough to threaten a mother with her daughter's life. He picked up the remaining half bottle of mineral water, walked over to his backpack, and pulled out 2 unopened bottles of water, a few pieces of bread, and the small first aid kit he had received from the shop. He approached her and placed the items into her arms. Observing the disbelief in her beautiful eyes, he shrugged and remarked, Though there are many ruffians in this world, there must be someone who upholds basic human morals, don't you think? At that moment, Lin Wanru, who had been numbed by torment over the past few days, could no longer hold back her tears. Experiencing kindness for the first time since the apocalypse, all her pent-up grievances finally found release, and she wept profusely, resembling a delicate flower drenched in rain, evoking sympathy. Gu Yunzhou, a pure-hearted young man, watched as this elegant teacher cried, flustered, and hurriedly grabbed a pack of sanitary napkins from the desk, offering them to her. Lin Wanru, seeing his flustered demeanor, felt he was no longer as intimidating and found him somewhat endearing, which made her smile again. Gu Yuzhou scratched his head, unsure of what to say, and could only chuckle foolishly alongside her. Once Lin Wanru had released her emotions, she raised a hand to wipe away her tear stains. Classmate, I truly appreciate your noble act of saving the teacher today. Thank you. As she struggled to recall his name, she hesitated but ultimately addressed him as classmate in gratitude. Just call me Yunzhou. My full name is Gu Yunzhou, he responded, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Wanru, holding the food and the small first aid kit, nodded with a smile. Ahem, how about we go take a look? Gu Yuzhou, sensing the awkwardness as she nodded without further comment, cleared his throat and suggested, yes, let us hurry and check. Subsequently, they made their way to the adjacent office. The room was styled like a private office, and on a single bed lay a pale-faced young girl dressed in a white princess dress. She appeared to be around 11 or 12, likely of primary school age. Prompting Gu Yuzhou to glance curiously between the girl and her teacher, Lin Wanru, who was carefully feeding the girl small sips of water, noticed his gaze and smiled as she explained, You're not wondering how young I was when I had her, are you? No. It's just that you look so youthful, Gu Yunzhou replied, then quickly added, Lin Laosher, you maintain yourself remarkably well. It's hard to discern your actual age. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly shifted his reasoning. Lin Wanru chuckled, shaking her head as she gently stroked the girl's hair, which was as delicate as a Barbie doll's. She isn't my biological child. I'm merely her aunt. Gu Yunzhou was taken aback, exclaiming softly in surprise. The situation was somewhat complex, but now she was her only remaining relative, and she treated her as if she were her own daughter. Lin Wanru, recalling some unfortunate memories, closed her eyes in sadness, adding, as an outsider, it's difficult for you to empathize. Gu Yunzhou silently nodded, understanding the truth of the saying. One cannot persuade another to do good without experiencing their suffering. He was not particularly adept at offering comfort, so he quietly began to open the small medical kit beside him to check for medications suitable for colds and fevers. Unfortunately, upon inspection, he found only some bandages. Adhesive bandages, iodine, and alcohol. He handed Lin Wanru a small bottle of alcohol, the only one resembling a bottle of Yunzhou solution, saying, "There are no cold medicines. Use the alcohol to wipe her forehead and palms to reduce her temperature." How could this happen? Lin Wanru looked utterly lost, collapsing into a plastic chair beside the bed. Gripping the tiny bottle of alcohol tightly, staring blankly at the small medical kit. First, eat something to regain your strength, then apply some alcohol to lower her temperature. And think of other solutions afterward. Yunzhou glanced at the feverish girl, who seemed somewhat dazed, gently patted Lin Wanru on the shoulder, sighed, and left the office, returning to the adjacent one to test his physical limits. After Yunzhou departed, Lin Wanru sat silently in her chair, tearing open the bread packaging beside her. She took large bites, yet tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. After such tumultuous ups and downs, she found herself at a loss for words. In the chaotic apocalypse, women's adaptability was inherently lower than men's, and now, burdened with a sick niece, she felt utterly helpless. With no food source and lacking the ability to protect herself, she thought to herself, merely surviving was already a significant achievement. Yet she was reluctant to abandon her unfortunate niece, unwilling to betray the trust of her late sister. She was aware that on the first floor of the northwest side of the comprehensive building, there existed a medical room, undoubtedly stocked with medications capable of treating high fevers. However, the comprehensive building was now completely surrounded by the relentless horde of zombies. Thus, the only recourse that remained was a singular option. Chapter 14. Testing physical limits. Returning to the adjacent room, Yunzhou cleared away the obstructed desks, creating a spacious area. After stretching his limbs, he noticed the lack of usable equipment and decided to assess his endurance through the simplest exercise, push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Initially, he could only manage around 20 push-ups, yet now he effortlessly completed over 200 without feeling any strain in his arms. After catching his breath, he intended to discover his limits. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru, who had consumed nearly half of her meal, hesitated outside the door, pacing back and forth. She had hoped to find an opportunity to converse with him, but each time she approached, she merely witnessed him immersed in push-ups. Glancing at the clock, she realized he had been exercising for over 10 minutes, continuously rising and falling in rhythm. Sweat drenched his tousled hair and the black fitted shirt he wore, revealing the powerful musculature of his arms and back through the door and Oppo's slight opening. How many had he done? Surely, it must be over 1,000 by now. Such discipline. It was no wonder he was so formidable. Observing him still engrossed in his workout, she concluded it would be a while before he finished. Biting her lip, she resolved to indulge herself with a refreshing shower. On the other side, Yunzhou was exhilarated, counting aloud, 2,121, 2,122, among recorded push-up feats. The highest was a staggering 2,540 completed within 2 hours, and he was confident he could reach 2,000 in less than an hour. In military physical training, performing over 1,000 push-ups in 2 hours signified an elite level of fitness. Regarding push-ups alone, Yunzhou had surpassed the standard of an average soldier. However, these were merely his conjectures. Numerous variables could arise. Well, in any case, I am undoubtedly far stronger than I was before. I shall seek to measure my true strength again, he murmured to himself, standing up and shedding his drenched clothing. Passing a desk with a mirror, he caught sight of his once faintly defined muscles, now distinctly sculpted, and paused to admire the transformation. My, look at these contours, these abs. It has only been a few days. I imagine those gym enthusiasts would be envious. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he proceeded to his next exercise. Half an hour later, a small puddle of sweat marked the floor, and Yunzhou, soaked from head to toe, grabbed a bottle of water and gulped it down. He then retrieved a towel and a change of underwear from his backpack, preparing to take a quick cold shower at the end of the corridor. As he stepped barefoot out the door, he unexpectedly collided with Lin Wanru, who had just emerged from the neighboring office, her hair wrapped in a towel, drying it off. The young man found himself captivated by her figure, the towel accentuating her smooth shoulders and S-shaped silhouette, complemented by her long, toned legs. Ah, Lin Wanru exclaimed, startled by their serendipitous encounter. Instinctively, she paused her actions, one hand shielding her modesty while the other covered her chest, her legs shyly crossed. The strands of hair cascading down obscured her delicate features. Yet, through the gaps, her sparkling eyes remained fixed on Yunzhou. At that moment, Yunzhou stood bare-chested. Clad only in military trousers, his physique resembling a finely chiseled marble statue, glistening with perspiration and emanating a potent aura of masculinity. Previously, Lin Wanru had devoted her time and energy to her niece and work, never having observed a male body so closely. Now, this encounter made her heart race uncontrollably, leaving her feeling awkward and unsure. Ahem, I'm just going to take a quick cold shower over there. Please close the door, Yunzhou managed to say. Snapping back to reality, his gaze reluctantly shifting towards the restroom at the corridor's end. Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away. Just as he passed her, he heard her voice call out, "Hey, Yunzhou, wait a moment." Curiosity piqued, he turned to look back at her. Lin Wanru quickly averted her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, hiding her eyes behind her hair. This is the dean's office, and he has installed a solar water heater in the bathroom. There should still be some hot water available. You can wash up here. Is that appropriate? He hesitated. It and Oppos. That's fine. Really. I just wanted to let you know, she insisted, stepping aside to offer him passage. Recognizing that she, a young woman, had no qualms, Yunzhou decided against being overly modest. After expressing his gratitude, he sidled past her into the office. Lin Wanru inhaled the lingering scent of masculinity, her mind flashing back to the sight of his sculpted abs as he brushed past, feeling her cheeks warm further. She covered her face with her hands and muttered to herself, "Oh dear. Lin Wanru, what nonsense are you thinking about? You're of an age now." Suddenly, as she heard the bathroom door close, a thought struck her. "Oh no, my clothes." The sound of running water echoed from within, leaving her feeling helpless. With no other option, she resolved to search the offices of other school leaders for any spare women and Oppos as clothing. Despite their outwardly respectable demeanor, she knew their true nature was far from virtuous. Before long, she managed to find a set of undergarments and a dress. However, staring at the nearly useless lingerie and the exceedingly short sleepwear, she felt exasperated. Glancing at the towel draped over her body and then at the clothing in her hands, her mind was still filled with the distant howls of zombies outside, coupled with thoughts of her feverish niece. Biting her lip, she decided to wear the outfit. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, unconcerned with such matters, enjoyed a soothing hot shower. After wrapping a towel around his waist and drying his hair, he stepped outside. As he passed a single bed, he noticed Lin Wanru sitting in a chair, draped in a thin blanket, tending to her niece with alcohol wipes. "Ahem, I and Oppos am heading next door to rest. We can discuss anything tomorrow," he said, not waiting for her reply as he exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Returning to the adjacent room, he rearranged the desks into a makeshift bed, changed into sportswear he had found in the office, and donned shoes for any unforeseen circumstances. He placed a baseball bat and a trusty watermelon knife within easy reach, then reclined on the makeshift bed to rest. In a post-apocalyptic world, caution was paramount. Enjoying oneself could wait. As tranquility returned, the campus outside remained eerily silent, occasionally pierced by the chilling cries of agony and the growls of zombies echoing through the air. Reaching Yunzhou and Oppos' ears. Today marked the 9th day since the world had succumbed to chaos. Even with an abundance of food and bottled water, it is likely that they have been nearly exhausted by now. Despite the awareness that zombies are more active at night, one might still contemplate stealthily venturing out in search of sustenance under the cover of darkness. Yunzhou turned his gaze to the stars, which had re-emerged in the night sky due to the diminished human activity, and murmured to himself, "I wonder how things are faring back home." Yunzhou and Oppos' residence is situated in a county, a good 40 kilometers away from the city center. Typically, it would take over an hour by car to reach home. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, any vehicle that dares to start would inevitably attract hordes of zombies, drawn in by the cacophony. Moreover, if his assumptions are correct, the roads must be choked with vehicles that have collided in the chaos. It is now utterly implausible to expect a seamless journey back home in just over an hour. Relying solely on his own 2 feet to make the trek back is nothing short of ludicrous. Oh dear, in films and television shows, it is always a small group of companions embarking on such journeys. Perhaps I should consider finding some allies. Chapter 15. Youthful passion. As the night deepened, Yunzhou, resting with his eyes half closed on his desk, was suddenly stirred by the sound of footsteps in the corridor. He discreetly opened his eyes, his hand instinctively reaching for the baseball bat beside him. "Yunzhou, are you asleep?" A timid and shy voice drifted in from outside the door. Recognizing it as Lin Wanru's, Yunzhou opened the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of her clad in a silk nightgown that barely covered her thighs, her dark hair cascading down her back, head lowered in shyness. and her delicate hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. This sight ignited a fiery indignation within Yunzhou, dispelling the lingering drowsiness and replacing it with a surge of resolve. Ahem. It's quite late. What brings you here? His gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. And as a young man, it was impossible to suppress the flames of passion within him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure, hoping that neither would make a regrettable mistake. Lin Wanru, gripping her skirt, remained silent, intently studying the tall young man before her, recalling how he had saved her from peril earlier that day, for the sake of her ailing niece and their shared future amid this apocalypse. Perhaps this was indeed the most prudent choice. Quietly, she stepped forward and collapsed into his embrace. What followed was inevitable. Their reason ultimately succumbed to desire. When they next opened their eyes, it was bright daylight, and Yunzhou, suppressing a sense of discomfort, nudged the beautiful woman beside him, who had donned her OL uniform, her perfect figure once again encapsulated. Yunzhou, wake up. All right. Sitting up while yawning, Yunzhou admired the sight of her in professional attire. You must be hungry. I'll prepare something to eat. There is nothing worthwhile in my backpack. Since she had surrendered both her body and spirit to him, he felt it unnecessary to offer her meager emergency rations. Instead, he produced 2 food cards and conjured 2 steaming bowls of beef brisket noodles. Lin Wanru, astonished at how quickly he had produced the dishes, covered her mouth in disbelief. Here, eat up. Your niece has a high fever, and I have no porridge to offer her. I'll boil some compressed biscuits and a bottle of water for her later. Having not tasted warm food in 10 days, Lin Wanru accepted the bowl of aromatic noodles, her mouth watering at the rich scent. Watching Yunzhou devour his noodles, a gentle smile graced her lips. After finishing his meal in a few swift bites, he rose, found a clean cup in the office, added the compressed biscuits, and poured water over them to allow them to soak. Once they had both finished breakfast, they returned to the adjacent room with the cup of soaking biscuits. Yunzhou touched the girl's forehead, relieved to find her temperature had decreased since yesterday, yet she still required medication. Lin Wanru, sitting beside her, placed the freshly dampened towel on the girl's forehead to cool her down, her gaze towards Yunzhou filled with a pleading intensity. Having witnessed his miraculous production of hot noodles, she understood he was not an ordinary man. Whether her frail niece could pull through this ordeal depended on his willingness to intervene. Yunzhou, noticing her beseeching look, felt a pang of sympathy. Unfortunately, aside from food, I possess no medical supplies for high fevers. Observing her eyes brimming with tears, he embraced her gently, soothing her back. Don't cry, we'll think of another way. At that moment, the little girl stirred awake, her voice hoarse as she observed her aunt and the newly arrived brother in an embrace. Aunt, you don't have to worry about Qin felt her body growing lighter, and she believed she would soon reunite with her parents. Lin Wanru, hearing her niece's voice, hastily turned to her, pinching her cheek softly. Qin, don't say such things. Your aunt promises you'll be fine. Trust me. The little girl nodded obediently, her weakening gaze shifting to Yunzhou, her tone slightly fierce. Okay, big brother, you must take good care of my aunt. Rest assured, little one, as long as I am here, you will be safe. Yunzhou assured her, concern etched across his face as he fed her the softened biscuits, frequently changing the water and refreshing the towel. After another brief rest, the girl's eyes fluttered shut once more. Stepping out of the office, Lin Wanru could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into Yunzhou's arms, quietly sobbing. He patted her back gently, whispering words of comfort. It's all right. I remember there's a medical room in the main building. I'll go get the medicine today. A couple of days on the medication, and she'll be fine. While Lin Wanru desperately wished for her niece's recovery, she knew the main building was fraught with danger, filled with zombies. Gripping his shirt tightly, her eyes reddened as she gazed up at him. Isn't it too dangerous? Yunzhou stroked her silky hair and flexed his muscular arm with a smile. You should worry more about those zombies. If one comes, I'll take care of it. If a pair comes, I'll handle both. I promise I'll bring back the medicine. With that, Lin Wanru could only silently embrace him, her heart unexpectedly heavy. What began as a mere transaction had morphed into an emotional entanglement, and she was torn between fear for his safety and concern for her ailing niece. After patting her back to signal her to release him, Yunzhou donned his freshly cleaned clothes, filled his backpack, and took Lin Wanru's hand back to the adjacent office. He emptied the contents of his backpack onto the desk and organized it, then secured the empty backpack. Now that my bag is clear, it'll be used for the medicine. If you're hungry, feel free to take from it. He instructed Lin Wanru, whose eyes brimmed with affection as she helped adjust his attire. Don't worry, I want to open the door for anyone but you. As her eyes glistened with unshed tears, she threw herself into his arms once more, reminding him softly, "Please be safe. Don't take risks, remember. Qingyin and I are waiting for you." Yunzhou, gazing at the tender beauty before him, gently patted her on the back of her head, grinning mischievously. "Have faith. You've already seen my capabilities, haven't you? No problem. Why must you be so bothersome?" Lin Wanru, with flushed cheeks, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I lightly tapped my small fist twice, feeling quite unrefined. However, before my fist could reach the other party, my wrist was seized, and upon lifting my gaze, I was met with an intense, affectionate stare. "Take care of yourself. I will return." Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Gu Yunzhou stealthily planted a kiss on their lips, then laughed heartily as he turned to leave, reminding her to lock the door securely behind him. As he reached the staircase, he took a couple of deep breaths to bolster his resolve, rotating his wrist that gripped the baseball bat. Before retrieving the key to the fourth-floor surveying instrument room he had found in the office, upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of instruments and walked directly to the corner where the collimator was situated. He casually picked up two relatively new and sharp collimators, secured the baseball bat back in his backpack, and exited with both collimators in hand, concerned that survivors might sneak in through the side or main entrance. He decided to leap down from the back of the second floor of the training building, planning to climb back from a nearby tree afterward. Chapter 16. Survivors of the complex's Gu Yunzhou crawled through the small escape window on the second floor and onto the ledge. He caught sight of two wandering zombies behind him. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he weighed the two javelins in his hands. National server Ma Chao requests to engage. After testing their heft, he assumed a throwing stance and launched one with all his might. Thud. Alas, his aim was not precise. The javelin merely pierced the chest of the superior, pinning him to the ground. The zombie, wearing a bewildered expression, stared at the sudden appearance of the silver spear lodged in its chest, struggling to move. Thud. The second javelin, perhaps by sheer luck, struck true, penetrating the zombie and Oppo's skull and anchoring it firmly to the small mound of earth. Gu Yunzhou leaned over the edge of the second floor to ensure no other zombies were lurking nearby before bravely leaping into the nearby sandpit. This was a designated area for conducting collapse tests by the road bridge, a perfect soft landing spot. Upon safely touching down, he noticed the still struggling zombie. With a swift motion, he retrieved a baseball bat from his backpack and efficiently dispatched the creature. He then picked up two food cards from the ground, muttering to himself, "Food card 2. After wiping the bat clean on the zombie and Oppo's clothing, he secured it back in his backpack, pulling out the javelins to wield one in each hand. The front of the complex was teeming with zombies, making it impossible to circumvent them without triggering a chain reaction that could lead to a frantic chase. Although he could methodically eliminate them one by one to carve a safe path, he was acutely aware of the looming presence of a zombie king behind him. The only viable option was to circumvent the complex via a narrow path leading to the infirmary. Thus, he jumped onto the campus road behind the training building, cautiously progressing along the back route. This path led to the Rookie Express station, where foot traffic during class hours was minimal, yet some still passed through. Fortunately, Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's prowess rendered him more than capable. Each encounter with zombies ended with a swift strike. As he approached the corner of the express station, he glanced in that direction and counted approximately 30 to 40 zombies wandering within. Originally a cramped space, the station had become a chaotic refuge post-apocalypse, with no safe corners to hide. The makeshift structure, previously a metal shed, now bore the scars of battle, its rolling shutters smeared with dark blood and dented from impacts. This campus road also provided access to the northern district, with the express station situated conveniently in the middle. After some consideration, Gu Yunzhou resolved to clear this area. One could never tell when he might need to make a quick escape. Killing zombies was hardly a challenge for him. He tapped on the green railing beside him, immediately attracting 6 zombies' attention. Lacking any skills in wielding two-handed spears, his javelins were only effective for medium-range throwing. In close quarters, they paled in comparison to the trusty baseball bat. Resting the javelins against the railing, he brandished his beloved bat, adopting a stance reminiscent of a powerful strike, waiting for the right moment. As the approaching zombies charged, their mouths agape, revealing darkened teeth and remnants of flesh, their bodies dripped with sinister black liquid. Leaning forward, they lunged, their claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. It was another splendid day, and Gu Yunzhou found himself in high spirits, serenading the charging zombies with whimsical lyrics about tapping their skulls. "Behold my might, sweep away the masses." As the first zombie lunged at him, He was already poised for a home run, channeling power through his legs as he executed a swift horizontal strike. Thud, crack. The sound echoed like a well-hit melon. And in the next moment, its head shattered. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the zombies fell victim to his relentless assault, collapsing to the ground in a confused slumber. Who could deny their excellent sleep quality? The last zombie charged forward, its grotesque face contorted in a snarl, sharp claws ready to strike. With a deft spin, Yunzhou evaded the attack, swiftly retaliating with a crushing blow that sent the creature tumbling alongside its fallen companions. As the echoes of the final blow faded, the ground was littered with bewildered zombie corpses, and several shimmering blue cards emerged. Remarkable, another blue card, he exclaimed, as it seemed fortune favored the cheerful. He swiftly gathered the cards, depositing the food card into storage, while activating the attribute cards Strength 4, Speed 3. Each zombie had yielded 2 cards, culminating in 7 attribute cards, all enhancing either strength or speed. Just as he began to examine the newly acquired blue cards, sounds from above drew his attention. Wow, impressive. Brother, have you trained for this? What an amazing outfit. Were you in the military, or did you cosplay? So handsome. From the heights of the teaching building, the survivors observed his every move, witnessing his recent display of skill. The students, already engaged in a counterattack organized by their teacher on the 5th floor, found themselves cheering in excitement. Yunzhou glanced back at the group of zombies, relieved to see they remained undisturbed, but furrowed his brow at the raucous spectators peering from the classroom windows above. He pondered the consequences of their reckless shouting. If they attracted a horde of zombies, he would be in a precarious situation. Fortunately, he noticed several teachers ushering the students away from the windows. As he prepared to draw a few zombies toward him, several paper airplanes suddenly soared from below. Curiosity piqued, he looked up to see a teacher gesturing with an unlaunched airplane, indicating his direction. Picking up a nearby paper airplane, Yunzhou unfolded it to find a message inquiring if he needed assistance and whether there were any weak points in the zombie horde below. After reading the note, he folded it back, contemplating how to respond when he heard faint tapping on the glass above. Looking up, he saw a figure in a 6th-floor classroom waving at him. Upon noticing he had been seen, the person made a pause gesture before retreating back inside. Yunzhou, contemplating his next move, decided to demonstrate his abilities while accumulating more cards. He resumed his previous tactics, dispatching 2 or 3 more waves of zombies, leaving the observers above in stunned silence. In the library of the 6th floor, the leaders of the survivor team exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration as they witnessed the unfolding scene below. Then I turned my gaze towards the burly man with the crew cut. When did our school acquire such a formidable figure? His bag appeared more securely packed than that of a robber. How am I supposed to regard him? The man clad in a dark green fitted t-shirt shook his head and spread his hands in exasperation. Subsequently, the crowd glanced over to a nearby table where some individuals were busily engaged in some activity. Hurry up, hurry up. If that muscular guy leaves, we won't end oppos. To have another chance, someone urged. It remains a mystery why this muscular fellow is so intent on clearing out zombies, as if he were desperately trying to retrieve a package from the courier station that he cannot afford to be seen with. Ha ha ha. Perhaps that Endopos, as the case. Look. Look. Goodness, there must be over 10 zombies this time. Do you think the muscular guy can handle it? Chapter 17. The equipment card is jammed. Our valiant brother, Yunzhou, realized he had inadvertently attracted a horde of zombies from the station. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly seized the pole resting nearby, carefully aimed, and hurled it with great force. With a satisfying thud, it pierced the skull of the foremost zombie, sending the unfortunate ones behind tumbling in a tangled heap. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped another free pole, striking a defensive stance before aiming once more. Another resounding thud echoed as chaos erupted among the approaching zombies. Capitalizing on this moment, he lunged forward with his baseball bat, executing a series of precise strikes through the mass of undead, his prowess rivaling that of the seasoned masters who had developed this technique. Although those predecessors had faced well-fed foes, the current adversaries were mindless creatures devoid of reason. Thus one could hardly blame him. Meanwhile, the onlookers on the 6th floor of the complex, teachers and students alike, fell into a stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon the returning soldier with a buzz cut. The unspoken sentiment was clear. This was truly remarkable. Yunzhou was valiantly clearing the station of zombies. Surely, he was motivated by an important gift for his girlfriend. How fortunate she must be. I envy her so much. If, by chance, she is unavailable, I wouldn't mind stepping in. Disdainfully, another voice interjected, Get lost, you pathetic coward. Humph. Do you not realize that when men unleash their fervor, it has nothing to do with women? Yunzhou, oblivious to the discussions above, felt a surge of relief as he eradicated the remaining zombies. Retrieving the pole from the tangled corpses, he positioned himself strategically, adhering to his routine of stashing food in the warehouse and utilizing attribute cards. Luck was on his side. Several zombies had yielded double attribute cards, significantly enhancing his gains. Stamina 3, Strength 5, Speed 5, Spirit 6. Strength 65-70. He marveled at his augmented attributes. Clenching his fists in determination, his strength now rivaled that of a supermodel, surpassing others by 20 or 30 points. He realized he was irrevocably on the path of becoming a true warrior. Casting a glance at the few spectators still observing from above, he resolved to check the blue card that had been interrupted earlier. If no further developments occurred, he would proceed toward the infirmary to procure supplies. The first blue card revealed an image of a slingshot. Upon inspection, it was an alloy slingshot, ergonomically designed with a recommended range of 10 to 60 meters. Accompanied by 12 spare rubber bands and 600 steel balls. How delightful, he mused, reminiscing about his childhood fascination with this balloon-popping device. With his skill, he would not miss his mark, at least not on himself. Though 600 steel balls were somewhat limited, he could easily substitute them with stones if necessary. The beauty of the System S equipment was that both slingshot and ammunition could be readily accessed, so he decided to store it in the warehouse for now. Eagerly anticipating the next blue card, his excitement escalated upon seeing the familiar image of a red cloth saber. The military saber, measuring 85 centimeters in length and weighing 3.5 pounds, came equipped with a shoulder sheath and featured dual blood grooves along the blade. Its wide, thick edge was designed for chopping, cleaving, and executing. And when paired with the appropriate techniques, its power was unmatched. Seeing the long-desired equipment finally materialize brought Yunzhou immense joy. Akin to quenching his thirst on a sweltering day, he had long possessed the skills but lacked the means. Now, at last, he could revive the glory of his saber techniques. The baseball bat, slightly warped yet still functional, had accompanied him for many battles. Out of respect for their shared experiences, he decided against discarding it outright, instead contemplating finding it a worthy successor to carry on its fighting spirit. Although both pieces of equipment were easily accessible, Yunzhou opted to conceal his unique abilities from the multitude above. After all, in a world plagued by chaos, one could never be too cautious. If everyone was merely struggling for survival, there would be no issues. However, if an anomaly emerged, it was only natural for the masses to ostracize it. The sentiments of envy and resentment would inevitably fester. Why do you possess what I do not? What makes you superior? Thus, unless one aspired to be a lone wolf, discretion was prudent. After cataloging the acquired cards, Yunzhou rotated the baseball bat in his hands, tearing a clean piece of cloth from a nearby zombie to wipe it down before securing it back in his pack. He then glanced up toward the building, signaling his intent to depart if no one had further business with him. As he prepared to leave, the observers noticed his readiness and called out to those busy in the library, "Are you done yet? Why the delay?" "Almost. Some fool just brought back the battery that was charging, and it's been replaced. The walkie-talkie is set up, and will be airborne shortly. Be cautious. We only have this one drone left, and we'll need it for reconnaissance. Rest assured soon." A group of bespectacled boys clambered up to the rooftop, leaving behind a few team leaders signaling below. Yunzhou curiously watched them gesturing and pointing upward. Moments later, he heard the faint whirring of a helicopter blade, followed by the emergence of a small black dot descending from the building's rooftop. "Well, their reconnaissance equipment is impressive," Yunzhou remarked in awe as the drone landed on the ground behind him, an area devoid of zombies. He wondered if the drone had a microphone as he approached, waving at the small rotating camera. "Hello, valiant brother. Ha ha ha, you truly are remarkable, having single-handedly cleared the station of zombies." Yunzhou rolled his eyes at the unflattering nickname, incredulous at who had dubbed him thus. "What is the situation?" he inquired, still intrigued. "Ha ha ha, well, we've been trapped in the complex for nearly 10 days now, and our food supplies are dwindling. We've only managed to progress to the 3rd floor, so we're hoping you can provide some assistance from outside." "Certainly. We do not impose any obligations, we merely encourage you to do your utmost. When our main force transforms the comprehensive building into a stronghold, we will be immensely grateful to you and will reserve a position for you as a squad leader. You must understand." Before the speaker could finish, a cacophony of scuffles erupted, followed by the voice of a girl. "Classmate, your abilities are remarkable. How about joining our squad? We have a plethora of girls in our team, all of whom are quite capable." Amidst the sounds of scuffling, do not heed his incessant chatter. Observing your attire, it is evident that, even if you are not a veteran, you possess a keen interest in the military. Am I right? We have formed a team composed entirely of veterans from the city, and each member and Oppo's prowess speaks for itself. By joining our ranks, you will undoubtedly find a greater platform to showcase your talents. Listening to the chaotic exchanges from the drone, Yunzhou felt somewhat bewildered, scratching his head. It seemed that those above were, well, rather content with their situation. Chapter 18. External assistance for the island complex. Listening attentively to the chatter across from him, Yunzhou began to piece together the situation atop the complex. The first concern was food. Prior to the apocalypse, the library had organized an event, stockpiling a considerable amount of food and various beverages in the management office, but now those supplies were nearly depleted. Then there was the mention of the teams. The group was essentially divided into 4 factions, one formed by veteran students possessing basic military training, another composed of teachers who, unclouded by the chaos of the apocalypse, organized students to establish a defensive line. A third was a coalition of wealthy second-generation individuals driven by self-interest, and finally, a scattered assembly of ordinary students, among whom emerged a standout who suggested venturing to other classrooms to seek weapons. Remarkably, this was merely the 10th day since the apocalypse began, and already a semblance of survival teams had emerged. It seemed that the times had indeed changed. The concept of an apocalypse had been portrayed countless times in films, television, and literature, and they had envisioned such scenarios in their minds repeatedly. Perhaps this was why, despite the nation and Oppo's strict gun control laws, everyone suddenly became sharpshooters. After detaching the intercom from the drone and watching it return, he grasped the device and began conversing with those on the other side. I am certain I did not misinterpret. That was undoubtedly a mutated zombie capable of commanding others. Therefore, if we cannot find a way to confront it, I do not advocate for holding our position in any building within the school. After all, the threat posed by organized zombies is vastly different from that of mindless ones. While communicating, Yunzhou also relayed the situation in the boys and Oppo's dormitory of the East District. Initially, they found it hard to believe, but after his repeated insistence, they began to take it seriously. However, the number of zombies below was exponentially greater than what they had seen on the 3rd and 4th floors, and relying solely on the current survivors upstairs would not suffice for a successful escape. Moreover, this information must remain confidential. Each person bears varying levels of stress. Currently, because they had organization, food, and the capability to methodically tackle the zombies below, they were not on the brink of psychological collapse. We could have the strong brother observe down below. We've already removed the curtains from the classrooms on our 2 floors and tied them into ropes to lower ourselves gradually. Are you foolish? Do you not see how many of us there are? Hundreds of people waiting for you to descend slowly would have already been overwhelmed by the horde. What else can we do? We cannot just wait here to die. The voices escalated into a quarrel, while Yunzhou, listening from below, found himself devoid of better options. Ultimately, an elderly professor, well-liked by the students, intervened to quell the discord and picked up the intercom on the table, inquiring, "Students, we appreciate your warning, but we currently lack the means to eliminate the horde downstairs in a short time. However, the most pressing danger is not the unseen mutated zombie, but the dwindling food supplies above. Could you possibly devise a way to procure some food for us?" Having reached the 1st floor of the relay station, Yunzhou silently gazed at the throngs of zombies gathered outside the glass doors of the northern entrance of the complex. Reminiscent of students exiting class, he had already given the food in his backpack to Lin Wanru and the others, leaving himself with an empty pack. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "The central cafeteria is teeming with zombies, so we should not consider that option. You could inquire among the survivors to see if anyone has received physical packages that have arrived. Moreover, at the side of the complex, near the bathroom window, if you can manage to break the protective mesh and fashion a rope to lower down, I can place the packages into that blue basket for you to retrieve." Upon hearing Yunzhou's proposal, the inhabitants of the makeshift island above sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, crucial information was relayed. Indeed, many students had ordered food online, including not only compressed biscuits but also self-heating hot pots. Furthermore, among the wealthy second-generation individuals, a few had ordered drones intended for capturing scenic campus views, but they had yet to unbox them before being trapped by the zombies upstairs. If possible, they requested that the drones be retrieved as well. Some drones above had already been damaged due to improper handling. After responding with an okay, Yunzhou commenced his side quest. This provided an opportunity to conceal the military knife that had inexplicably appeared, though it might seem implausible. He would simply claim it was found among the packages. And with the box missing, what could anyone say? Stowing the intercom, he stealthily descended, extracting an old watermelon knife that had not seen use in quite some time. He rummaged through the disordered shelves, ensuring no dangers lurked before he fully engaged in searching for packages containing various food items. The collapse of the shelves had caused the packages to become a jumbled mess, and after over an hour of searching, he finally gathered a basket full of supplies. When he emerged, dragging a large blue basket measuring 1 meter by 1 meter, the onlookers above erupted with excitement, entirely oblivious to the additional weapon. Concealed within a scabbard and adorned with a red cloth that now accompanied him. With a strength value of 70, Yunzhou effortlessly dragged the basket. Yet to maintain a low profile, he placed it onto a flatbed cart. After a brief communication via the intercom, he quietly maneuvered the noisy cart along the campus path towards the slope between the practical training building and the complex. The individuals above had already extracted the fire hoses from the fire cabinets between the floors, and the ropes were sufficiently long to reach the ground. You may wonder why no one attempted to slide down the ropes? Until one is truly cornered, who would engage in such a reckless act? Yunzhou observed the substantial fabric of the fire hose and the round ring that should have connected to the fire hydrant, then glanced at the packages and the fine holes in the basket. Tilting his head in contemplation, he pierced through the basket near its long edge with his 2 rods, creating a lever mechanism. He feared that a single plastic basket might not suffice, so he securely tied the 4 corners with the fire hose. After confirming that it would not slip, he informed them via intercom that they could begin to raise it. As for whether they could lift it to the required height without a pulley system, that was not his concern. His task had been accomplished. It was now time to focus on the main quest, proceeding to the infirmary to gather medical supplies. Thinking of hastening one duck, he asked over the intercom if they had any specific medical supply needs, naturally hoping for abundance. A group of team leaders observed as the multitude in the corridor vigorously pulled upwards, glancing at the now silent intercom in their hands, unable to refrain from expressing their admiration. Ah, indeed, our formidable brother is quite impressive. Here we are, reminded of the mutated zombies, the sustenance, and the medical supplies. This is undoubtedly a form of external support. Where there are optimists, there are bound to be burdensome pressures. As soon as the opposing side finished speaking, they immediately imposed their anxiety. I must say, you appear to be living far too comfortably if you can still find amusement in this situation. The superior below has yet to resolve issues, and in the Eastern District, mutated zombies are lurking, watching us closely. We cannot consider ourselves safe just yet. As tensions rise between these 2 distinct groups, it is only natural for a peacemaker to step in. All right, let us not quarrel. The situation has not yet reached its most dire point. Since we are no longer worried about food for the time being, we must now contemplate how to arm more individuals and initiate a breakout, perhaps even extending beyond the campus. To venture beyond the campus, where shall we go? What if we encounter a horde of the undead? Our immediate priority should be to extricate everyone from this isolated complex, and then acquire radio equipment to ascertain any military communications. At that juncture, we can converge towards the military's location. I believe this is a feasible plan. 1. Chapter 19. Skill Card. Basic Pharmacy below. Yunzhou observed as the blue basket ascended, puffing its way to the 4th floor, and chose to disregard it. Uniquely rare. He drew forth the large blade that had been slanted behind him, practicing the techniques for a considerable time before sheathing it once more, tightening the straps on his attire. He cautiously made his way back to the station, continuing along the school path. The road behind was largely devoid of zombies. However, as he turned up the small slope, preparing to approach the infirmary beside the teaching building, he was greeted by the sight of a throng of wandering zombies gathered before the infirmary. The door appeared ajar, indicating a lack of survivors within. There was no need for Yunzhou to elaborate on how to engage the situation. Extracting his slingshot, he pulled the rubber band taut. And with a mere thought, a steel pellet of 5 millimeters in diameter materialized in the pouch. Snap! Thud! A faint sound of the rubber band snapping echoed, barely garnering the attention of the nearby horde. In the next moment, a zombie that had moments before displayed a translucent glow collapsed to the ground, spewing dark blood. Yunzhou glanced at his hands and then at the slingshot, unable to suppress a gasp of amazement. By heavens, there's a reason slingshots are forbidden. In the hands of a man of my strength, with a power level of 70, the impact is on par with wielding a firearm. With the initial success behind him, the subsequent actions were self-evident. The rubber band was stretched again, and he aimed according to the engraved markings on the slingshot. Snap! Headshot! The steel pellet struck its target with remarkable precision, completing a flawless headshot. Silently, he added a line reminiscent of a long-neglected gunfight game, then once more drew back the rubber band. With the favorable convergence of circumstances, it was indeed a rare opportunity to practice with the slingshot. As the steel pellets in his inventory dwindled, the number of fallen zombies increased. Accuracy aside, he was hitting every mark. Yet, fate was not entirely in his favor. Among the multitude of cards that shimmered with white light, not a single blue card emerged. It was rather disheartening. After replacing the slingshot back into the inventory, he observed the few zombies within the infirmary that were out of his shooting angle, deciding to test his luck with close combat. He unsheathed the hefty blade, gauging its substantial weight, and proceeded down the slope to the infirmary door, where several startled zombies awaited. A smirk crept across his lips as he raised his left hand, beckoning with an impudent gesture, and called out in a carefree tone, "You, come here." Meanwhile, the girl stationed above, hiding by the restroom window, leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of his valiant figure. Watching him dispatch the multitude of zombies before the infirmary and then challenge the remaining one single-handedly, they could not help but sigh, whispering among themselves, "This handsome warrior is truly impressive. He is so dashing. If only a man would bravely confront a horde of zombies for me, I would undoubtedly fall head over heels. Look at you, infatuated. If I were him, I would have fled long ago. What a pretense." Among those crowded in the corridor, a frail bespectacled boy, witnessing the girl he wished to protect gaze adoringly at Yunzhou, could not help but murmur, "It's well known that in a stable apocalypse, girls are the most unstable element." His comment provoked the ire of the girls, who swiftly rallied against him. "Ha! Ugly boys stir trouble. I bet you're just envious. He is out there slaying zombies while you cower with us girls in logistics. What a coward. How do you speak so? Just sour grapes." Let us not pay him any heed. The bespectacled boy, unable to endure their collective scorn, turned away with tears welling in his eyes. In contrast to the boy above, Yunzhou had efficiently dispatched the zombies as if slicing through vegetables. On his way, he collected the fallen cards and dashed into the infirmary. Inside, the once pristine tiles and walls were marred by splattered dark blood. Nearby, two female zombies in white coats wandered about. Though Yunzhou had never set foot in the infirmary since the start of school, their attire indicated they were likely the medical staff. Upon hearing footsteps and catching a whiff of the scent, the two zombies turned towards him, heedless of anything else, and charged directly at Yunzhou. Crash! Bang! The glass of the infirmary held remarkably well under the force of their reckless assault, merely vibrating slightly. Observing the zombies behind the glass, their mouths agape and revealing jagged black teeth, with dark blood pooling around them, Yunzhou twirled the blade in his hand. He pushed through a side door, swiftly locked it behind him, and before the zombies could realign, he lunged forward and struck fiercely. Thud! Thud! With a clean swing, Yunzhou severed their heads, then proceeded to search the pharmacy, confirming no other zombies lurked within before retreating. He gathered a white and a blue card from the ground. The white card represented a food item, a spicy snail noodle card, while the blue card was particularly intriguing. It depicted a red cross and was labeled as a skill card. Basic pharmacy, encompassing the foundational disciplines of pharmacology, pharmaceutical analysis, medicinal chemistry, and biochemistry. It enables one to treat minor injuries and ailments with the right medications and instruments at hand. Without hesitation, he activated the skill card. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge that would leave any medical student astounded flooded into Yunzhou's mind. The intricate and vast array of information was overwhelming. While it would not elevate him to the status of a department head or attending physician, opening a small pharmacy to dispense minor medications was well within his grasp. What were once unfamiliar medications in the pharmacy now appeared clear to him in terms of their uses and the ailments they treated. Now, Mother will no longer have to worry about me taking medication haphazardly. He then utilized all the attribute cards he had collected outside. Stamina 8, Strength 6, Spirit 7. Yunzhou felt a refreshing wave wash over him, as if he had been doused in cool water. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the clock on the wall. Time was of the essence. He quickly began to gather the medications. First, he stowed away the high-value, compact items like pain relievers into his backpack. Other medications, such as those for colds and injuries, he piled onto a white sheet he found in the infirmary, intending to carry them away later. After gathering a substantial portion of the pharmacy's supplies, he suddenly remembered something and picked up the intercom to inquire if there was a doctor available to prescribe medications. The response was a disheartening no. This posed a dilemma. Without a physician to prescribe, the consequences of indiscriminate medication could be dire. Reluctantly, he began to reorganize the medications he had intended to take. First, he packed a selection of special medicines for high fevers into his backpack, then proceeded to categorize the remaining items. Using the found marker I inscribed the words treatment for internal and external injuries, urgent and non-urgent upon the sheets. For now, this will suffice. I shall await the arrival of the troops or the pharmacist to delegate the distribution, were it not for my system's inability to accommodate items beyond the system cards. Even in this modest infirmary, I would undoubtedly have packed everything to take along. With my left hand grasping a white sheet the size of a quilt and my right hand wielding a large knife, while a bulging backpack rested on my back. Yunzhou cast one last glance. No longer harboring any fondness for the basic medical supplies left in the pharmacy, such as the bandage and granules, I turned and departed. I returned to the usual spot and communicated via intercom, instructing the other party to continue lowering the fire hose. While I secured the substantial bundle of medical supplies wrapped in the white sheets, allowing them to hoist it up themselves. As I observed the large package of white sheets gradually ascending, even I could not refrain from a moment of self-congratulation. Truly, I'm a benevolent savior in this apocalyptic scenario. Where has my reputed ruthlessness and decisiveness gone? Alas, it seems our mother has instilled in us values far too commendable. Chapter 20. A grave situation, though there remains some time before dusk. The thought of little girl Chinine suffering from a high fever compelled him to act without delay, hastening his return to the training building. Utilizing the cover of the trees below to evade the gaze of those atop the comprehensive building, he swiftly made his way to the nearest tree beside the training facility. For reasons unknown, Yunzhou was struck by an impulse to toss his backpack upward toward the balcony extending from the second floor. He then stored away his surplus items, such as the large knife and slingshot, and after a long absence, opened his attributes panel to assess his current status. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 63 strength, 76 speed, 27 spirit, 36 condition. None. Skills, breakthrough 8 blades, basic pharmacology. System inventory, food card, white, X38, function card, blue adrenaline X1. Item card, blue sprinting shoes X1. The values of strength and speed were rather vague, yet they likely encompassed explosive power as well. He pondered testing his current explosive capability. Gazing at his system attributes, he murmured the data to himself before stretching his limbs and preparing for a short-distance sprinting jump. Alas, the known height of educational buildings in the country generally ranges from 3 to 4 meters. The world record for a reach jump stands at a mere 4 meters and 88 centimeters, achieved through the extraordinary efforts of athletes. Yunzhou had never measured the height of the training building's first floor. He merely knew that his attempt had allowed his entire forearm to surpass the edge of the second floor. After a brief moment of disorientation, he managed to grasp the edge with both hands upon landing. His rugged skin saved him from any serious abrasions. Now hanging from the edge like a gymnast on a bar, he effortlessly pulled his upper body up, executing a side flip to roll onto the floor. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the moss and dust from his clothes, contentedly retrieved his backpack from the ground, and made his way to the small escape window, which he opened before slipping inside. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, creak. As the door swung open, Yunzhou was about to display the assortment of medicinal supplies in his backpack when a shadow darted past, and suddenly, a delicate figure was cradled in his arms. Gazing at Lin Wanru, he chuckled and shook his head, gently patting her back while speaking in a soft tone. What's the matter? One day apart feels like an eternity, yet we've hardly been separated a day. His playful banter alleviated Lin Wanru's initial tension. She looked at this rogue who risked himself for his niece, mockingly raising a fist to strike his chest. Letting you tease me. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Feeling her light-hearted blows, Yunzhou grabbed her wrist, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack as she rolled her eyes at him. Ugh. MMM. After 2.5 minutes of exertion, the lovely maiden had to lean against Yunzhou, her strength dissipated. Observing the earnest Lin Wanru, he smiled as he guided her into the office, placing the backpack filled with supplies on the table. The clinking of bottles and jars resonated, igniting excitement as she grasped his arm, gazing at him eagerly. Rest assured, I've brought back alcohol and several special medicines. They'll surely cure Chinine, he reassured her. As Lin Wanru watched him retrieve several bottles of alcohol and various packaged medications from the backpack, her initial excitement gave way to concern. Cold medicine shouldn't be taken haphazardly, especially since we don't have a doctor here. What if we make a mistake? Unsure of how to explain his knowledge of concocting medicines, Yunzhou quickly wove a tale. Don't worry. I once had a high fever and received treatment at the infirmary. I brought back the same medications, and if we have the dosage, it should be suitable. Though still hesitant, Lin Wanru recognized the lack of alternatives. Yunzhou swiftly prepared the antipyretic medication and took a bottle of Waha from the side of his backpack. Approaching the single bed, Gently nudging the little girl's shoulder, he roused her, carefully administering the medicine. He encouraged her to drink more water, ensuring she consumed nearly half the bottle before allowing her to lie back down to rest. Watching the girl slip back into a deep slumber, Yunzhou felt her forehead and turned to Lin Wanru, shrugging. The little one still feels quite warm. Let us take turns applying alcohol to help lower her temperature. Lin Wanru nodded and retrieved a bottle of medical alcohol and gauze. The two settled beside the bed, periodically applying alcohol to Lin Qingyin while engaging in light-hearted conversation. He relayed information about encountering a group of people in the comprehensive building while fetching medicine. Upon learning of the survivors next door, Lin Wanru expressed joy, recognizing that sometimes a larger group increases the chances of survival. However, their joy was short-lived as they received troubling news regarding the Corpse King in the Eastern District. We can't linger here for too long. If that Corpse King gathers too many zombies, we'll be severely outnumbered without firearms. After speaking, he noticed the worried expression on Lin Wanru's face and affectionately patted her head. Rest assured, we have a day or two to spare. By then, Qingyin should have recovered. If necessary, I'll carry you both to safety. Hearing Gu Yunzhou's words, Lin Wanru felt her previously anxious heart ease slightly. Looking at the boy with a bright smile, she couldn't help but smile in return. You, what are you saying? I'm 3 years older than you. A woman 3 years older is akin to gold bricks. Having such a beautiful counselor as a girlfriend, how could I not be fortunate? Enough of your nonsense. You only know how to jest. Meanwhile, as their bond blossomed in the training building, the comprehensive building was busy addressing food shortages and newly acquired high-tech equipment. The drone batteries had been charged and 3 steady pilots were selected for the newly arrived drones. Instead of searching for more survivors within the comprehensive building, they swiftly verified the truth of Gu Yunzhou's claims. If true, their greatest threat was not the swarm of zombies below, but the unknown arrival of the Corpse King leading a horde. On the rooftop, 3 drones, illuminated by navigation lights, took flight with a buzzing sound, heading eastward. As they passed through the central district, they conducted a brief reconnaissance. The girls' dormitory, 10 days into the apocalypse, was in disarray. Chaos reigned as screams, curses, and wails echoed from the building. Splotches of dark, dried blood stained the surroundings, and tendrils of black smoke curled from the windows, bearing witness to the cruelty of the apocalypse. The 3 drone operators and the onlooking squad leaders were immensely grateful for their swift establishment of a stronghold in this post-apocalyptic world, while still managing to retain the semblance of humanity and reason. In several high-rise dormitories, survivors spotted drones approaching and eagerly waved brightly colored garments out of their windows, fervently attempting to capture the drone's attention. The air was filled with desperate cries for help. To their astonishment, there were still numerous survivors in the central district. They could not simply abandon them. However, it was premature to discuss the notion of giving up. Let us not forget that they too were trapped in this complex. Were it not for the assistance of their robust companion today, it was conceivable that in a few days, they might find themselves in a situation akin to that of the female dormitory in the central district. Though such sentiments were expressed, they were all students of the same institution, and it would be unconscionable to stand idly by in the face of death. Whoever wishes to help may do so. I neither endorse nor oppose. My sole condition is that we first resolve our own safety concerns. Just as tensions began to rise, a peacemaker emerged to defuse the situation. All right, let us postpone this discussion for now and first investigate the Eastern District. If a mutated corpse capable of commanding zombies appears within the school, it would be no laughing matter. Upon hearing this, the debate gradually subsided, and the 3 drone operators discreetly shifted their focus away from the female dormitory, ascending to greater heights as they headed toward the Eastern District. Exiting the Central District and flying toward the east, an eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of even a single wandering zombie. The individuals within the complex exchanged incredulous glances. After all, regardless of the scarcity of zombies, it was implausible for the path to be as pristine as depicted in the footage. The drone continued its advance until it reached the circular dormitory building in the Eastern District, which appeared normal from the outside. Strangely, there were no survivors visible at the windows, unlike the desperate pleas witnessed in the Central District's female dormitory. Upon elevating the drone's altitude and shifting the camera's perspective to the center of the dormitory, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers as an indescribable fear surged from their spines to their minds. Chapter 21. No longer can we remain idle. In summary, based on our reconnaissance, we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, once they commence their movement, we shall inevitably become part of their ranks. Classmate Gu, we earnestly request your assistance in procuring additional implements, such as the central rods, from the training building adjacent to the comprehensive building. Our intention is to forcibly breach the horde of zombies below and make our way to the outside of the campus within the next couple of days. Furthermore, we must devise a strategy to reassure the other survivors among us. This request is one we plead for your help with, please. As Yunzhou placed the intercom down by the window, he sighed deeply, only to turn and find Lin Wanru covering her mouth, her expression fraught with panic. With a wry smile, he softly inquired, "Did you hear everything?" Lin Wanru nodded, although she had only gleaned the situation through their words. Her imagination vividly painted the scene of the Boys and Oppos dormitory in the East District, now transformed into a grisly slaughterhouse teeming with zombies. Yunzhou stepped closer, enveloping her in an embrace, feeling her slight tremors, and gently patted her back. He had not anticipated that there was not only a commanding corpse king in the East District, but also two formidable generals that had emerged in the span of 2 days. A colossal zombie with a severely mutated right arm and a rotund zombie capable of spewing corrosive fluid from a distance. Combined with the already exaggerated corpse king, who could command the undead, they represented an insurmountable challenge without military support or his card system. Initially, the appearance of a single corpse king beside the dormitory was alarming, but now the stakes had escalated. How could the protagonist possibly survive such an onslaught? It was a scenario too extreme for even a film to portray. As the daylight waned once more, Yunzhou recognized that no matter how anxious they felt, their situation remained unchanged. He continued to comfort Lin Wanru, guiding her back into the office. He retrieved the previously overlooked thermometer, checking Lin Qingyin's temperature once more. After observing the reading, he handed it to Lin Wanru while reassuring her. Her temperature has dropped. She is likely resting. Tonight will be much better. There is still time. So try not to worry. All right. The world is vast, but eating is paramount. We must nourish ourselves to have the strength to think of other matters. I will prepare some food while you stay here and look after Qingyin. Lin Wanru nodded obediently, never questioning how Yunzhou managed to procure the steaming meal. She only needed to know that he harbored no ill intentions towards them, providing a safe environment, food, and medicine. She understood her role without needing further explanation. Meanwhile, she resolved that if they could overcome this crisis, she too would strengthen her body to assist Yunzhou. Soon, Yunzhou returned with a large basin of steaming spicy hot pot. The aroma wafted through the air, and as Lin Wanru beheld the once delectable dish now rendered almost indescribable in this post-apocalyptic world, she could not help but remark, "You certainly have a knack for choosing the right time for a meal." "Huh. Well, I couldn't decide what to eat, so I just went with it," Yunzhou replied, setting the hot pot down and blowing on his fingers to cool them before producing 2 steaming containers of rice from his backpack, which was filled with medicine boxes. Lin Wanru rolled her eyes at his increasingly transparent actions but felt a warmth in her heart. After all, this indicated that he was beginning to trust and accept her. The potent scent of the hot pot could potentially disturb Lin Qinyin, who had been subsisting on compressed biscuits for days. So the two chose a table by the window to dine. The ailing Lin Qinyin, lying nearby, seemed to catch a whiff of her favorite dish. She attempted to open her eyes, but the fever medicine left her too weak, merely smacking her lips in a feeble acknowledgement of her desire to partake. That night, the two adults refrained from intimacy as Lin Qingyin's frequent struggles to rise for the restroom, influenced by her fever and excessive hydration, kept them preoccupied. Yunzhou, being a gentleman, allowed Lin Wanru to remain at her bedside, occasionally dozing off. Despite the disruptions, Lin Qingyin's condition improved. By midnight, she possessed enough strength to rise and attend to her needs unaided, although Yunzhou was unsure why she blushed at him each time she emerged. He thoughtfully prepared a light supper for the recovering girl. After checking her temperature and asking a few questions, he left a medication dose on the table for her to administer to Qingyin before retreating to the adjacent office to rest, leaving space for the two of them to converse comfortably. Tomorrow, they would rise early to transport the central rods from the 4th floor to the comprehensive building, facilitating the escape of the large group of survivors. Having outlined the tasks for the following day, Yunzhou felt his eyelids grow heavy and soon drifted into a deep slumber. While Yunzhou slept soundly, the survivors gathered in the library's outer hall were engaged in animated discussions. Except for the team stationed at various stairwells, almost everyone had arrived. They crowded together, murmuring about an important announcement. What could possibly require such urgency? Hadn't they just received food supplies and reconnaissance drones? Perhaps a commendation ceremony was in order? Why was there a screen set up? Were they to watch a film for relaxation? The team responsible for frontline operations had just returned from a self-heating hot pot meal when they were summoned. Indeed, it appeared that the teams tasked with advancing fared better than those on logistics, who received only compressed biscuits and water. Hey, we've cleared the 3rd floor and begun establishing a defensive line at the staircase. We should be able to exit the comprehensive building soon. Exactly. As long as we secure the crucial stairways, we can transform this comprehensive building into our stronghold. Suddenly, several team leaders made their entrance. As 3 men and 1 woman, accompanied by several strategists, emerged from the library, the crowd fell silent. Though the world had descended into chaos, a semblance of order remained within the comprehensive building. After an exchange of glances, the male teacher responsible for the faculty stepped forward to address the assembly. Dear colleagues and classmates, we have all worked diligently today. So let us dispense with idle chatter and focus on our main agenda. The teacher proceeded to elucidate the events that transpired with Yunzhou at the forefront, detailing the food acquired and the intelligence regarding the Corpse King in the East District. Upon hearing such explosive news, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions, and a palpable sense of panic began to permeate the atmosphere. Fortunately, some teachers and brave students stepped forward to offer reassurance. However, the cacophony could not be quelled until a harrowing video was played. Initially, the girls' dormitory appeared unremarkable, but as the drones elevated their perspective, a shocking scene unfolded within the East District boys' dormitory. A multitude of zombies, stacked upon one another like ants in a frenzy, incessantly circled the intersection at the heart of the East District dormitory in a clockwise motion. At the center of this chaotic swarm stood 3 distinctive zombies. The central figure, resembling a king, sat regally upon a makeshift throne of iron. To its left was a grotesquely deformed zombie with an enormous arm, while to its right loomed a corpulent figure. As the drones appeared, the zombie king lifted its gaze momentarily. The rotating horde came to an eerie halt, and in unison, the multitude of blood-red eyes turned to fixate on the hovering drones. The footage captured by the drones was a disconcerting sight, enough to send shivers down the spines of those with a fear of the densely packed. Some timid girls clutched their friends and oppos, arms tightly in terror. The unsettling silence was short-lived, as the obese zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, and expelled a plume of steaming, dark green liquid that struck one of the drones with precision. The sound of the drone's demise echoed ominously, indicating the corrosive nature of the substance. The footage shook violently before the camera ascended again, revealing another stream of dark green liquid hurtling toward the remaining drone. Witnessing yet another drone's destruction, the last one hastily retreated. The video concluded, leaving the crowd outside the library on the 6th floor of the complex in stunned silence. The situation had undeniably surpassed their capacity to respond, despite their abilities. They were merely ordinary students and teachers without firearms. The mutated zombies depicted in the footage were beyond the capabilities of these common individuals, and only the military could possibly eradicate such a threat. The East District dormitory was not far, and the footage had also revealed a significant number of zombies in the Central District. There was no feasible way for them to break through the throngs of the undead on the 1st and 2nd floors of the complex in the near term. Despair began to seep into the hearts of the assembled crowd. Chapter 22. The Decision of 2 Maidens the following day. Yunzhou awoke from the desk of his colleague, stretching lazily as he prepared to don his camouflage attire and rouse Lin Wanru and the others for breakfast. After their meal, he intended to assist by relocating the central rod from the 4th floor to the office on the 2nd floor that had an exit. Alone, no matter how skilled he was, he could not eliminate the overwhelming horde of zombies on the 1st floor. His only feasible task was to deliver weapons to the comprehensive building. Whether they could escape before the zombie king made its move was uncertain. If necessary, they could secure the fire escape rope more firmly and descend one by one from the 2nd floor. The height of the upper floors posed risks, but with the zombie king looming so close, such fears were trivial. Dressed and equipped, he stepped out and knocked on the door of the adjacent office. Upon hearing a sweet voice inviting him in, he pushed the door open. Inside, he found 2 lovely young women, one tall and one petite, brushing their teeth and washing their faces. A little girl, clad in somewhat ill-fitting sportswear, shyly greeted him upon noticing his presence. Yunzhou waved back with a smile, then retrieved 3 food cards from the system. With a flourish of his hands, he produced 2 steaming bowls of beef brisket noodles and carefully placed them on the table, followed by a 3rd bowl. By the time the 2 girls emerged, Yunzhou had already devoured a significant portion of the beef noodles. He looked up with a smile and said, "Have you finished washing your faces? Come and enjoy breakfast. I won't wait for you." The girls, now dressed in sports attire, nodded with cheerful smiles. He turned to the spirited little girl, Lin Qingyin, and asked, "How are you feeling now? Does your head still hurt?" The little girl shook her head, her delicate voice chiming. "After taking the medicine last night, I feel much better today. Remembering her aunt's words from the previous night, she clenched her fist, displaying her not-so-obvious arm muscles, and declared, "Don't worry. I'm very strong and can definitely help you. I won't hold you back." Yunzhou raised an eyebrow at Lin Wanru, who nodded and gently patted the little girl's head. "I've informed her about everything that has transpired lately. Don't be fooled by her petite appearance. Her intelligence is quite remarkable, and she is not as fragile as her peers." Proud of her aunt's praise, the little girl lifted her chin, eager for more compliments. "All right, let us hasten our breakfast. You two will need to help me move the central rod from the 4th floor to the 2nd floor. Doing a good deed by delivering supplies to the people in the comprehensive building." Lin Wanru, who had been quietly eating her noodles, hesitated for a moment before asking, "There won't be any problems, will there?" "What problems could arise?" Yunzhou replied. "I'm merely extending a gesture of goodwill to my fellow schoolmates by providing them with supplies, even if I don't deliver them. They'll come here as soon as they break through." He paused, contemplating, then added, "After we get through this ordeal, we may part ways. I have other matters to attend to, and won't linger waiting for military rescue or heading to a safe zone." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru was momentarily taken aback, then silently returned to her noodles, her mood dampening. Yunzhou noticed her somberness and quickly added, "I was referring to them, not you two. My plan is to return home, and if you wish to accompany me, you are most welcome." Lin Wanru felt somewhat relieved by his words and curiously inquired, "Where is your home?" Instead of answering, Yunzhou countered, "What about you two? Do you wish to return home?" The two girls exchanged glances before responding. "Our hometown is in the north. Even by plane, it would take quite some time to reach. Given the current situation, it seems impossible to go back now." Yunzhou had expected such a response. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled, "No worries, as long as we're alive. There will eventually come a day when we can return. My home is in the nearby county, just a few dozen kilometers away. If we can't find a vehicle, the journey will still be quite long. You might want to think it over." Finishing the last sip of beef soup, he stood up and remarked, "I'll head down first and see about packing the rod." With that, he exited the office. "Aunt, should we follow Brother Yunzhou?" Lin Qinin asked, slurping her noodles while casting a curious glance at her conflicted aunt. Lin Wanru observed her spirited niece, memories of the apocalyptic events flooding her mind. From the initial chaos of hiding with her niece to the feverish state of the girl, and then the moment of despair when that boy kicked down the door to rescue them, all these images were etched in her memory. While the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be cliché, Yunzhou's figure had left a profound impression on her. She recalled her own sacrifices made in exchange for protection. Yet his generosity in providing not just food but also risking his safety for her niece's medicine was something she would always remember. Returning to the present, she noticed her niece's inquisitive and teasing gaze and playfully pinched her cheek. "So, do you think we should follow him?" Lin Qinin shook her head, breaking free from her aunt's grip, her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. "You're the one who should answer that. Why are you turning the question back on me?" Before Lin Wanru could respond, Lin Qinin continued, "But honestly, I don't dislike Brother Yunzhou. I think he has someone we can rely on." Despite being feverish when Yunzhou arrived, her experiences during the apocalypse and the sense of safety she felt around him made it clear to her that following him would not lead them astray. In a world where human nature was hard to decipher, encountering someone willing to risk themselves for others was indeed a rare find. Regardless of his motives, he ultimately aided them, did he not? Moreover, she sensed a change within herself after the fever. Her mind felt clearer, and her strength seemed to have increased slightly. Whether this was a result of her prolonged weakness or something else entirely, she could not tell. Lin Wanru added the last morsel of beef to her niece's bowl and playfully tapped her nose. "Look at you, so capable. Hey, hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we need to go help out." "Okay." Meanwhile, in the 4th floor measurement room, Yunzhou took the opportunity to set up a total station and observe the situation at the training bridge's central area. Within the limited view, he could only catch glimpses of a few female zombies passing by, thankfully noting no significant gatherings in any direction. This indicated that the zombie king remained in the eastern district, yet to move into the central area. However, this is difficult to articulate, especially considering that the adversary had already noticed the drones monitoring them last evening and succeeded in downing 2 of them. If their intellect remains intact, they must have discerned the anomaly. Their movements likely transpired within the past couple of days, rendering the timeline quite pressing. In the measurement room, he glanced at the centering rods, noting that their quantity was rather limited, totaling fewer than 200. Among these, fewer than 30 were brand new, the rest being frequently utilized. This is to be expected, as such measuring instruments are typically shared among 2 to 3 shifts. Hence, it is improbable for the numbers to be significantly higher. He picked up an older centering rod, observing its worn tip with a sigh. Well, having something is certainly better than having nothing, right? I can always find a concrete surface to sharpen it later. Setting it aside, he resumed his search for usable centering rods. After he piled them all near the door, he contemplated the possibility of utilizing the other equipment in the storeroom when 2 girls, one tall and one petite, arrived on the 4th floor. Brother Yunzhou, Shagu and I are here. Is there anything we can assist you with? Lin Qingyin inquired with a smile, peering in at Gu Yunzhou, who was rummaging through the items. Oh, Qingyin, you both have arrived. There's a pile by the door. I noticed it just now, but didn't have the chance to move it downstairs to office 203. I'll take it over to the adjacent comprehensive building later. All right. Chapter 23. Survivors of the Northern District in the office on the 2nd floor. Over 200 pointed rods, including RTK poles, were stacked. The straps from the total station cases were cut and divided into several bundles. After placing them by the office window, Gu Yunzhou climbed out through a small window. All right. You all stay hidden in that office and remember to lock the door. If you know how to set up the total station, take one upstairs. I recall it can observe the situation in the central area. If there are any changes, remember to respond swiftly. I will likely be at the station behind the comprehensive building. Lin Wanru observed his earnestness and nodded. Then we'll head up. But you, be careful. Well, be careful. Andy, you sound so cheesy. Lin Qingyin, who had regained her spirit, mischievously teased them. Naturally, her beautiful aunt, blushing, seized her for a playful scolding. After winking at her, Gu Yunzhou took a bundle of over 10 rods and made his way toward the sandpit. To ensure safety, he did not simply drop the items but instead lowered them with a makeshift rope before leaping into the sandpit, hoisting a large bundle of rods onto his shoulder. He greeted the team at the comprehensive building via walkie-talkie and proceeded in their direction. Upon receiving the news, the group began organizing to transport the newly arrived equipment to the 4th floor. The discussions of the previous night had concluded, and everyone was prepared, resolute in their determination to clear the zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors within the next couple of days. If the 1st floor proved insurmountable, Gu Yunzhou would have to assist others descending from the 2nd floor. Today's operations were progressing according to plan. After 2 trips, most of the rods had been delivered. However, life is filled with surprises. During the last trip, Gu Yunzhou encountered a fully armed group. Observing the motley crew adorned with various makeshift helmets and wielding an assortment of weapons, he surmised they had come from the Northern District cafeteria. The North Campus, part of the old school, featured a row of teaching buildings adjacent to dormitories, with the cafeteria situated slightly behind. During the zombie outbreak, while the comprehensive building and dormitories erupted in chaos, the cafeteria, not yet at mealtime, was relatively quieter. Those who reacted quickly gravitated towards the cafeteria. The North Campus also housed practical training facilities for shipbuilding and automotive repair, and the senior students there had developed good fitness habits, resulting in a surplus of weapons. By the 4th day post-apocalypse, they had regained control of the 1st floor of the cafeteria, establishing it as one of the more secure camps. This led to their operational model differing from the meticulous approach of the comprehensive building, as they preferred high-risk, high-reward actions. The various measuring instruments and prism rods from the training building had long piqued their interest, but they never anticipated such a fortuitous encounter. Well, who would have thought we'd be so lucky? Not only is there help clearing zombies from the bustling station, but we don't even have to go up to the training building. The VE brought the rods down for us. Haha. Who says otherwise? Thanks, brother. Your hard work is appreciated. Just hand over the items to us and follow our lead. Brother, you are indeed fortunate. Our team is based at the North Campus cafeteria, a place of note. Join us, and your safety will be assured. The group of survivors from the North District approached Gu Yunzhou, their intentions unclear. As they neared, a robust man clad in kitchen-style iron protection stepped forward, regarding Gu Yunzhou with an ambiguous expression. Thank you for your hard work. Do you have other survivor companions? Are they male or female? Should we go fetch them? Before Gu Yunzhou could respond, a scrawny youth beside him, with a shifty demeanor, shouted loudly. Hey, Dapio. Why are you blabbering so much? Kid, if you know what's good for you, best come clean, or you'll regret it. Shushao, you're right. What do you want to do? The speaker, seemingly a wealthy second-generation student from the North Campus, appeared to have an equal standing with the burly man, rather than being a subordinate. The scrawny youth, emboldened by the attention, kicked a bundle of rods at Gu Yunzhou's feet. poking him with a stick resembling a bone-cutting knife. "Hey, are you listening? What are you staring at? Do you understand what manners are?" Yunzhou, feeling irritated, looked down at the scrawny youth. "Who do you think you are?" As soon as he spoke, the onlookers anticipated the unfolding drama, although the youth appeared ineffectual. His father was a well-known businessman, and even their academy's leaders would grant him some respect. Yunzhou's impoliteness was seen as a direct affront, despite Yunzhou's formidable appearance. He was merely one person. Just like a horde of zombies, numbers alone without intelligence do not equate to strength. The wealthy youth, feeling humiliated, darkened in countenance. Since the outbreak, he had never encountered anyone who dared to disregard him. Did they think his gang was merely for show? This kid was courting disaster. He signaled to Dapio, who stepped forward, hand resting on a pig-killing knife handle at his waist. A weapon he had acquired during their first daring foray into the first floor. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. I'll give you one more chance to gather your thoughts before speaking with us. After all, in these chaotic times, it's not uncommon to be bitten by a zombie, is it?" Originally an ordinary fitness enthusiast reluctant to stir trouble, he reveled in the power the apocalypse had granted him, glaring menacingly at Yunzhou. Meanwhile, the scrawny youth, accustomed to bullying, exchanged knowing glances with his followers, preparing to teach this insolent boy a lesson about the importance of strength in this world. Cut it out. They're nothing but trash, Yunzhou thought, understanding their mindset. In the post-apocalyptic world, honest individuals often proved more terrifying than rogues. Once they unleashed their pent-up frustrations, their mental state was not much better than that of lunatics. But it was all right. He would ensure they were awakened to reality. Observing the scrawny youth, who was but a mere step away and still flaunting his bravado, I delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The once smug figure, resembling a thin bamboo pole, felt as if he had been struck by the heavy rod used to toll the temple bell. His already fragile body bent into a C shape as he was propelled backwards, soaring 2 to 3 meters before crashing into the crowd, gasping for breath in pain. Subsequently, he shakily raised his hand, pointing at Yunzhou, prompting several burly individuals from the crowd to charge forth. "How dare you, you brat? You are courting death. Come here and kneel," one of them declared, "rest assured. Young Master Chu, I will ensure this brat's legs are broken, and he will kneel before you, begging for mercy." The moment the subordinates witnessed their leader's humiliation, they surged towards Yunzhou in a frenzy. Chapter 24. The Corpse King begins to move. Yunzhou cast a glance at the motionless giant and dismissed the approaching ruffians with indifference. With his left hand casually tucked into his pocket and his left foot taking a slight step back to steady his stance, he swung his right hand with a powerful slap. The sharp crack of the sound echoed, followed by a heavy thud as another body hit the ground. One after another, loud slaps resonated, accompanied by the sound of more bodies falling, until the ground was strewn with college students who had succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left dumbfounded as the battle unfolded without even the faintest hint of their usual dramatic background music. Hidden among the crowd, Chu Xiao, upon seeing Yunzhou approach, hastily shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Don't think that just because you have a bit of skill, you can act recklessly. I've shown you enough courtesy, haven't I? Do you believe I can call over 100 of my subordinates with just one phone call? I'll make you kneel and lick my shoes clean." Despite the dire situation, this foolish rich heir remained defiant, consumed by thoughts of how to torment the man who had disrespected him. When Yunzhou expressionlessly drew the large blade strapped to his back, the cold glint reflecting in Chu Xiao's eyes jolted him back to reality, causing him to shudder. "So, who do you think will arrive first? Your 100 subordinates or your head?" Yunzhou taunted, pointing the blade at the group. "I wonder if your necks can withstand more than the heads of zombies." With no intention of prolonging the engagement, Yunzhou swiftly swung his blade to the side, severing a small tree trunk as thick as a cup with remarkable ease. The onlookers felt a chill surge from their feet to the top of their heads, a sensation more terrifying than their first encounter with zombies. Then, they heard Yunzhou's icy voice once more. "You all need to return to the cafeteria in the North District immediately. I don't have time for your apocalyptic games. Don't say I didn't warn you that a Corpse King commanding zombies is lurking in the East District." At that moment, Yunzhou was solely focused on rescuing the class leaders trapped in the complex and then hastening away with Lin Wanru and her companion, all while accumulating experience points. Once he had gained sufficient strength, he would venture out freely. Meanwhile, the survivors in the complex whispered among themselves, marveling at how their strong companion had left the North District cafeteria crowd stunned. It's about time those North District brutes faced some hardship. When we sent a drone over to establish contact, hoping for their assistance, what happened? The girls were all dispersed, and the boys had to obey their commands. How ridiculous. They're merely a bunch of wasteland scavengers, rushing in for benefits but turning a blind eye when there's none. Should we cheer for our strong companion? One suggested. If you wanted to die faster, you're welcome to shout. The zombies would be grateful. We just can't descend in large numbers. But those retired soldiers should be able to go down and bolster our companion's morale. Aren't they just bullying us because we're alone? Indeed. Our strong companion has been busy moving supplies and delivering weapons. Yet, why do those team leaders seem so indifferent? Perhaps they fear the North District gang might retaliate. They certainly don't appear to be making any moves. After a moment's hesitation, the survivors from the North District cafeteria lifted their fallen comrade, dragging the now urinated Chu Xiao back in the direction they had come. Although they fled in a state of panic, Chu Xiao's eyes burned with malice. His fists clenched in frustration. Yunzhou, however, paid them no mind. With so much happening recently, he was too fatigued to dwell on such matters. Even if he had his own schemes, he could easily sweep them aside, a confidence born of his strength, setting aside the troubles of the North District. He regarded the survivors in the complex as ungrateful wretches. They expected his assistance with smiles but fell silent when he needed something. Had it not been for his desire to help the one-class leader who had treated him kindly, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. After delivering the final batch of weapons, Yunzhou turned his back on them, heading towards the station to find a box and lure scattered zombies from the infirmary to gain experience points. He aimed to boost his attributes and see if he could obtain an elite monster near a corpse king to acquire a different colored card. As Yunzhou endeavored to enhance his strength by clearing zombies, Chu Xiao had returned to the North District cafeteria, where he faced the other team leaders. Isn't this our Chu Xiao? Why the long face? Have you been stuck in the complex? Did you fail to rescue some campus beauty? With our North District being a monk's temple, there are hardly any girls. We should ventured into the Central District to rescue a few dormitory girls for some real excitement. One jested. You'll die at the hands of a woman one day, Chu Xiao. Did you manage to bring back anything from the training building in the Central District? Chu Xiao, clutching his stomach, looked at the other leaders, who had lost their sanity in this apocalypse, and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Remembering how they treated their subordinates made him shiver. He feared that if he spoke the truth, he wouldn't fare any better, regardless of his status. After contemplating for a moment, he stammered. I cleared out the zombies from the station, but there were some unforeseen incidents. Blast it. What unforeseen incidents could there be? Those cowards in the complex are still holed up inside. Did they jump down from the building to stop you? One burly man slammed the table, glaring at the terrified Chu Xiao. Hey, why so rough? You scared him. Another, elegantly dressed, interjected, urging Chu Xiao to continue. With a shiver, Chu Xiao lowered his gaze, too intimidated to meet their eyes, and continued. The group in the complex either let someone go or found someone. They sent the central pole to their base. I had no choice. My subordinates took quite a beating as well. He trailed off, his voice laced with indignation. It is simply unacceptable to feel wronged. As the self-proclaimed last normal person in the Northern District, he must exaggerate his plight. Otherwise, he would be confronted with horrors more terrifying than even the undead. As Chu Xiao recounted the details of the events to those present, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly somber. Ultimately, it was the somewhat effeminate man who spoke up. Regardless of the circumstances, before the military rescue arrives, it is imperative that we maintain control over all resources. Let us mobilize everyone below and prepare accordingly. Tomorrow, we shall engage them in earnest discussion, shall we? Excellent, excellent. I believe it is a splendid idea. He. How amusing, how delightful. As the Northern District became agitated, new developments were also observed at the Central District's complex. The individual responsible for operating the drone surveillance from the rooftop, Non-Guardian, entered the conference room with alarming news. His first words were, "This is bad. There are signs that the zombies in the Eastern District have begun to move." Chapter 25. A new commission from the complex building. A single remark from the scout, face show, brought all activity to a halt, drawing everyone's attention towards him. What are you all staring at? I'm not jesting. The vanguard of the zombies should have already reached the cafeteria in the Central District. The drones can't penetrate, so we lack a clear view of the situation inside. Unceasingly, the scout began to relay the observations made from above. Upon hearing the report, the four commanders fell silent, their gazes toward the Central District rife with concern. It seems our previous reconnaissance has alerted them. I never anticipated these creatures possessed such intelligence. Distinctly different from the mindless zombies we are currently facing. We must hasten our efforts. Where have we advanced to now? The staircases on both sides of the third floor have been secured, and we are now converging towards the center for a thorough sweep. Inform Brother Ming to see if he can create a diversion outside to lure away most of the zombies on the first floor. This seems rather unwise. The mention of this strategy caused anxiety to grip the hearts of the group. It was well known that there were no fewer than 1,000 zombies on the first floor, with hundreds more roaming outside. To draw them away with mere legs seemed impractical. To the Central District? That would merely deliver the zombies to the Zombie King. Do they not perish quickly enough? What about the Northern District? We cannot guarantee that the savages there 1T finish off Brother Ming first. Ultimately, the only option left was the corridor leading from the Central Medical Room to the stadium. Though the stadium had fewer people, it housed a considerable number of zombies. Were they to lead a horde of zombies on a marathon through it? Sighing, they realized that the unfortunate one in this scenario would be Brother Ming. Even amidst the apocalypse, some university students still wrestled with their sense of justice and valor, making such decisions exceedingly difficult. Of course, the Northern District was an exception. Those individuals were nothing but frenzied savages. Eventually, someone asserted, in any case, let us inform Brother Ming. Everyone understood that whether or not to assist depended on his own inclinations. After the small meeting on the upper floors of the complex building, the situation was immediately relayed to Yunzhou. While he was busy collecting the cards that had fallen to the ground after clearing a batch of zombies, he paused upon hearing the information transmitted through the walkie-talkie. Gazing at the corner of the medical room, nearly emptied by his efforts, he sighed as he looked towards the Central District. This is quite troublesome. After acknowledging the transmission, he turned off the walkie-talkie and collected the 3 new green cards that had appeared. Following his usual routine, he stored the food cards and utilized the attribute cards, saving the green cards for last. Stamina 11, Strength 5, Speed 11, Spirit 14. The number of attribute cards reported this time was rather substantial, significantly enhancing his 4-dimensional attributes. Though the Strength attribute card proved elusive. Originally, he hoped to surpass a strength of 100 in this round and discover any potential bonuses, yet he barely reached 81. Once his spirit hit 50, Yunzhou felt his senses sharpened and his mind cleared considerably. Resource card, green 150 steel balls, X2. Resource card, green 100 standard arrows. Yunzhou smiled and nodded at the information on the newly acquired green cards. Green signifies resource cards? Quite promising. It seems I need not be overly frugal with ammunition henceforth. He then organized the card information accumulated over this period. So far, 3 colors of cards had appeared. White for basic attribute and food cards, green likely representing various ammunition resources, and blue encompassing a wider variety of skills and equipment. He pondered what color cards might yield special abilities or cultivation techniques, eagerly anticipating the possibilities. Contemplating his attributes, all exceeding 50. He couldn't and oppose. Help but envision himself clad in white, suspended in midair, wielding a sword that could sweep through the cities, vanquishing hordes of zombies. Or perhaps transforming into a fiery sovereign, reducing a tide of corpses to ashes with a mere snap of his fingers. Suddenly, the voice from the walkie-talkie interrupted his daydreaming. Creak. Gu, are you still there? Yunzhou immediately recognized that they had encountered yet another predicament and were seeking his assistance. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Were it not for the fact that they couldn't and oppose, locate a walkie-talkie on the training building side and had promised to leave 2 for him after their rescue, he would have disregarded them entirely. Yes, I hear you. What is the matter? Gu, we have successfully secured the 3rd floor. But due to the Zombie King taking over the cafeteria in the Central District, we are faced with 2 options. One is to proceed steadily, taking control of the 2nd floor staircase, establishing a defense line while you provide support from the side. Then we can descend from the 2nd floor. The second option involves recalling that there are scaffolds left over from renovations on the 1st floor of the girls and oppose dormitory in the Central District. If we can transport them, we could potentially construct a bridge to the 3rd floor window. If we act swiftly and secure the 2nd floor staircase, we might not even require the scaffolding, simply descending down it. Listening to the barrage of information on the other end, Yunzhou couldn't help but scoff. Are you truly treating me as the main character in a game? Assigning me quests like an NPC? Central District girls and oppose dormitory? Scaffolding? Combining these terms, it appears to be an impossible task, doesn't it? Do you think I have family up there or possess a golden card as a reward? Setting aside the difficulties of moving the scaffolding, did they not understand the current situation in the Central District? To nonchalantly expect him to risk his life was absurd. He then retorted, it's feasible. But on what grounds? Thank you, Gu. What did you just say? Yunzhou let out a cold laugh, reiterating. I asked what grounds I have to heed your commands and venture into the central district to assist in moving scaffolding. What benefit is there for me? Previously, he had agreed to help them transport weapons like the central rod solely for the sake of trading for a special solar-powered charger and 2 walkie-talkies. Now, it seemed they had forgotten he was not one of their obedient teammates. After all, in the perilous world of survival, trading remained the most reliable method. When he encountered the team at the Northern District cafeteria, he merely observed from the sidelines, realizing that the fervor of youth was ultimately but a fleeting impulse. The other side appeared to be caught off guard by his response, and after a moment of silence, the teacher attempted to persuade him with a softer approach. Gu, as some of the few survivors from our school, we should unite and not be so mercenary. Please, teacher, let us stick to trade. Discussing camaraderie only sows discord. Gu Yunzhou was unconcerned with such matters. Originally, exchanging so many weapons for a power bank and 2 walkie-talkies was hardly a lucrative transaction. Now that the Corpse King had arrived in the central district, it would not be problematic for him to flee with Lin Wanru. Emotionally, he felt inclined to assist. Yet reason cautioned him that in a world on the brink of collapse, aimless benevolence could jeopardize his own safety. When goodwill assistance becomes an expectation, it often transforms into a cycle of gratitude and resentment. Thus, he preferred to articulate his reservations up front rather than offer unreciprocated aid. After a brief silence from the walkie-talkie, the other party spoke. We have nothing else to offer. We truly need your help. Their building and Oppo's first floor was teeming with zombies, effectively rendering it an isolated environment. The acquisition of various weapons and drones had been a serendipitous fortune. Not to mention, the food and subsequent weapons had been provided by Gu Yunzhou. At present, they genuinely lacked any leverage to reciprocate his assistance. Understanding this, Gu Yunzhou decided to extend a friendly price, considering it his final contribution to the school before departing. Let it be known that you owe me a favor. In the future, any request I make must be fulfilled without refusal. Upon hearing such a straightforward demand, the other party readily acquiesced. Of course, no problem. With their agreement, Gu Yunzhou set the matter aside. Never anticipating that this seemingly trivial verbal contract would prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 26 Encounter with a Madwoman. It was still just before 1 in the afternoon when Gu Yunzhou put away the walkie-talkie and returned to the training building. He took out some food and shared a simple lunch with 2 girls. After explaining the situation to them, he prepared to set off once more. Before leaving, he earnestly instructed them, stay here and keep an eye on the training bridge and the school path below with the total station. If you see a large number of zombies, do not hesitate, immediately relocate. Lin Wanru, somewhat anxious, grasped his hand and asked, what about you? Perhaps you shouldn't take such risks? Gu Yunzhou chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully, and replied in a teasing tone, with great power comes great responsibility. If I don't take on this task, who will? Wow, brother Yunzhou is so amazing. Lin Xinin, with wide eyes sparkling like stars, tugged at Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's other hand. Little girl, don't be a nuisance, Lin Wanru scolded lightly, pinching her cheek. You really don't understand the situation, do you? This isn't the time for heroics. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is in the central district? As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears, her expression one of impending sorrow. Gu Yunzhou quickly soothed her emotions, reassuring her to take care of herself and to flee at the first sign of danger before he left. Lin Wanru knew she couldn't change his mind, but after wiping her tears, she looked at him and said, no matter what, I'll be here waiting for your return. If you need to go, let us go together. Such tender words felt like a hero's grave in a gentle land. Hearing her words, Gu Yunzhou felt his resolve waver, almost reluctant to undertake this perilous venture. However, after much contemplation, he turned and waved his hand behind him, signaling her to remain calm. Once he stepped back onto the training bridge, he managed to suppress the turmoil within him. As of today, the Central District dormitories had been without water and food for over 10 days. Although his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary person, capable of facing 10 or even 100 adversaries, he remained unaware of the current situation there. Thus, caution was paramount. Crossing the bridge and the adjoining fence, he found no trace of zombies on the school path or nearby. After moving forward a short distance, he finally discovered the reason. Many zombies that had previously roamed the streets were now congregated at the entrances of dormitories and adjacent security windows. It was clear that someone, unable to withstand the pressure or having exhausted their food supply, sought to break out of the dormitory in search of sustenance or shelter. This, unfortunately, triggered a chain reaction that drew the zombies in. Observing the bloodstains on the glass door of the girls and Oppo's dormitory in the distance, he realized that those searching for food had instead become prey themselves. Currently, he was positioned behind the 7th girls and Oppo's dormitory. After stealthily dispatching a few scattered zombies with his slingshot, he picked up a card and turned towards the entrance of the 7th dormitory, where they had previously mentioned storing the tripods. At the entrance, a multitude of zombies had gathered, and the dismantled tripods lay against the wall between him and the horde. Just as he pondered how to stealthily move the tripods without drawing attention, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence from the bathroom behind the 6th girls and Oppo's dormitory. "Hey, the soldier down there. Help me. Hurry. I'm really going to lose it. Outside, it's all zombies. I have no food, only tap water to drink. My stomach hurts so badly. Come save me right now." The girl, already deprived of food and water for over 10 days, after 2 shattered hopes, saw Yunzhou and disregarded everything else. She simply wanted to escape this hellish place. She longed to return to the days when only girls had the say, and boys eagerly fought to treat her to meals, vying to present her with gifts. As she yelled, a throng of zombies below went berserk, surging towards the source of the sound. Countless zombies, resembling vengeful spirits from hell, raised their decaying faces, their twisted and jagged arms reaching upward. Blood-red eyes fixated on the flailing arm protruding from the security window. In the crowd, the zombies, originally pushing from the front, suddenly found themselves at the first-floor security net and Oppo's highest point. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that some zombies had been trampled underfoot, serving as stepping stones for others. What was once a group of zombies merely banging against the door suddenly became agile, mimicking climbing motions. Other survivors, witnessing this scene, gazed in terror, covering their mouths in fear of attracting the zombies. Meanwhile, the disheveled girl at the 3rd-floor window, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to scream at Yunzhou. "You filthy little brat! Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and save me! Come save me!" Her earth-shattering scream further incited the horde below, and zombies from other areas perked up, twisting their heads as if seeking the source of the sound. The zombies that had reached the 2nd-floor security net were frantically pushing one another, climbing over their fallen companions. Initially, Yunzhou had no intention of intervening, but seeing the madwoman persistently making noise to attract his attention, he cast a cold glance in her direction, then at the other survivors peering out from the building. Considering the number of tripods available and how long it would take to move them all alone, he decided to take action. He drew out a slingshot, stretching the rubber band to its limit, automatically loading a steel ball into the pouch, and aimed at the highest zombie. With a swift motion, he released the projectile. Thud. From a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meters, he struck true, shattering the zombie's skull. The madwoman, noticing Yunzhou finally spring into action and aim in her direction, ceased her noise and nervously retreated to the sink. She ran her fingers through her tangled, disheveled hair, gazing into the mirror at her unkempt reflection, having lost several pounds and no longer resembling her former self. She mumbled to herself, caught in a moment of narcissism. Disappointed by the sudden disappearance of her target, Yunzhou adjusted his aim slightly downward. After dispatching another zombie, he paused to assess the surroundings for any other zombies drawn by the madwoman and Oppo's screams, confirming that only about 30 to 40 zombies below required elimination. He readied himself once more, aiming to shoot. With a rapid succession of shots, the pyramid of zombies collapsed like fallen birds, yet devoid of reason. They continued to clamber upwards, driven by an insatiable hunger for the flesh they had long been deprived of. Yunzhou would undoubtedly seize this exceptional opportunity to eliminate the monsters. The elastic bands of his slingshot were repeatedly stretched and released, propelling steel balls from his pouch with remarkable precision. Almost every shot found its mark, and with each pull of his arm, a zombie met its demise. In a short span of time, a considerable pile of incapacitated zombies accumulated against the wall. Approximately 80 steel balls were expended in this endeavor, after all. The zombies were not stationary targets. Despite his careful aim, there were instances when other unfortunate souls emerged to shield their companions from harm. Consequently, more ammunition was necessary to ensure the kill. Splendid work. I acknowledge your prowess, soldier. Now, come rescue me and bring some food and drink while you're at it. If you can get me out, I shall permit you to hold my hand for a while. Just as Yunzhou pondered how to collect the glowing cards radiating white and green light, the deranged woman once again extended her arm, which was thicker than Yunzhou's calf, and shouted at him, "Damn it! That lunatic from 304, could you please be quiet? Are you trying to get us all killed? Indeed, handsome. Do not pay her any mind. She is merely a repugnant, overweight woman. She is not worth this trouble. Fat hag, stop your incessant shouting. You'll attract more zombies, and then you can await your doom. The madwoman's antics finally incited the ire of the survivors within the dormitory. As the zombies downstairs were nearly eliminated, her madness continued, prompting a chorus of curses directed at her. Chapter 27. Exterminating the zombies and gathering the survivors. Yunzhou observed the madwoman on the third floor being rebuked by others once again. After cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming that no other zombies had been drawn to her, he silently assessed the female survivors emerging from Building 6. The scaffolding had been dismantled into parts, and moving them quietly to the main building would require numerous trips, at least 30 or 40 people if they were to transport them collectively. The dormitory in the central district stood 7 stories tall, with 12 dorm rooms per floor, following the construction of 2 additional dormitory buildings in the eastern district. The occupancy was typically calculated based on 8 individuals per room. A single dormitory could accommodate over 600 people, and with the infected excluded, he estimated that there were fewer than 40 survivors remaining. Determined to rescue this group as a form of gratitude, he realized he would need their assistance in moving the scaffolding. With that resolve, Yunzhou addressed the female survivors before him in a voice low, yet audible enough to reach those at the windows. Those wishing to survive, do not rush to create chaos when I open the door. Without allowing them time to comprehend his words, he secured his slingshot, tightened the knife strapped to his back, and moved his body in preparation. He dashed towards the mass of zombies, intending to use them as a stepping stone to leap upwards. The survivors in both Building 6 and those peering cautiously from the 7th floor were left in astonishment. What was he planning to do? In a few swift strides, Yunzhou reached the heap of corpses, noticing a zombie trapped beneath others, struggling to rise but unable to escape the weight of its fallen companions. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered scattered cards and leapt upwards. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he bent down to inspect something and, using the corpses as a human ladder, ascended the pile. Then, with the grace akin to that found in martial arts novels, he leaped onto the security net of room 403, hanging on with one hand. Wow, am I dreaming? How can someone be so cool? Exclaimed a voice. Look, he has opened the escape window. Is this handsome guy really trying to rescue the girls from Building 6? Fool. With such skill, why not save us instead? Damn it. Are we not women too? The survivors in Building 7 harbored a mix of envy towards the girls in Building 6 and disdain for Yunzhou, believing he should have come to their aid first. Amidst this cacophony of emotions, the woman in room 304 below leaned out of the window, calling out excitedly, "Hey, remember to clear the zombies in front of my dorm once you get in. Take me out first. On our escape, I allow you to hold my little hand." Yunzhou, having ensured there was no danger in the dormitory, had just begun to enter when he caught sight of the plump woman below throwing flirtatious glances and waving. He nearly retched. Disgusted, he unsheathed his knife, pointing its cold tip at her, and warned, "If you keep babbling, I swear I'll come down and chop you first." To his surprise, rather than flinching, she gazed at him adoringly, her hands cupping her chin in a shy manner, her body swaying as she coyly responded, "I'll stop it. You know I just adore decisive men like you. I might give you a chance to sweep me off my feet and escape the horde." With a final, playful gesture, she extended her chubby finger towards him. "Ugh," echoed Yunzhou and Appo's thoughts, as the other observing women shared his sentiments of revulsion. Madwoman, truly driven insane by the apocalypse. He chose not to engage further and, with a determined heart, entered the dormitory. Inside, it was empty. Ignoring the colorful clothing scattered about, he inspected the doors and windows, confirming they were locked. A glance out the window revealed no zombies, although he noted a few female zombies clad in loose garments at the far end of the corridor. Realizing time was of the essence, he swiftly emerged. At once, he spotted a group of zombies on his right, while the ones on his left, alerted by the noise, began to lunge towards him. Without hesitation, he wielded his knife with precision, swiftly dispatching the 5 zombies before turning to face another group of roughly 10 approaching his way. As he chanted the incantation for his blade technique, Yunzhou sliced through the oncoming zombies with the same ease one would cut through vegetables. The corridor soon fell silent, the echoes of battle fading away. He gathered the scattered cards and proceeded to check each room for any remaining zombies. Only 5 female survivors remained on the 4th floor. Reassuring them to stay inside for the time being, he continued his journey upwards. Clearing the zombies now took significantly less time than before. In no time, He had eradicated the scattered zombies on the 5th and 6th floors. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he encountered the last 3 zombies. With a swift flash of his blade, they collapsed without comprehension. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yunzhou wiped his knife clean on a pair of jeans and leaned against the corridor wall. Feeling the warmth coursing through his body, he utilized all his attribute cards, boosting his stamina, strength, speed, and spirit. Now, his attributes had surpassed 50 points, with strength reaching an impressive 90, just shy of the 100 mark. Feeling invigorated, he clenched his powerful fists, savoring the moment. He then searched the 7th floor, discovering a single dormitory housing 5 survivors. As he stepped inside, he was immediately surrounded by a group of frightened young women. "Handsome, are you here to take us away?" they clamored. "Did you really clear the outside all by yourself? Is there any food? We haven't and amp, oppos, tea eaten in ages. Are you a veteran or part of a rescue team? When will reinforcements arrive?" After a flurry of questions, Yunzhou raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Everyone, dear classmates, allow me to clarify that I am not a veteran. I am merely an ordinary freshman like yourselves. I do not possess any food, as I have been entrusted by the complex to transport the pile of scaffolding from the vicinity of Building 7 to the complex for their use. However, as you can see, it is beyond my capacity to move all this scaffolding alone, and I am now seeking assistance to carry it over." Just as Yunzhou finished speaking, a pampered girl, accustomed to being catered to, interrupted, exclaiming, "What? You're not here to rescue us, and you expect us to take the risk of moving those rusty iron frames? Are you out of your mind, or are we? We are girls. Xiaomei, please do not speak that way. After all, they are not. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Do you still think this is just a bunch of smelly boys surrounding you?" A group of girls inexplicably divided into 2 factions, arguing amongst themselves, leaving Yunzhou momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, Yunzhou grew weary of their bickering, unsheathing the large blade from her back, which sent the girls recoiling in fear like startled quails. They had previously witnessed her wielding this very blade to cleave through several zombies with the ease of slicing through melons. "I am not making a request. Those willing to assist me, please follow. The complex will provide you with food later. Those who choose to remain, do so at your own peril. I must remind you that 3 mutated zombies are currently lurking in the central cafeteria, one of which can control ordinary zombies. It is uncertain how much time you have before the military can reach you to provide assistance." With that, she added, "Those willing to join me, quickly change your clothes and follow me," and she stepped out through the dormitory door. Chapter 28. Silence, please. Upon stepping outside, Yunzhou accessed the system interface to inspect the supplies in the warehouse. Despite the significant depletion of steel balls, over 1,000 remained. In addition, he had acquired 200 arrows and 10 liters of 92-octane gasoline. Perhaps it was merely Yunzhou's misfortune. The supply card yielded only ammunition and gasoline, leaving him uncertain if he could obtain precious freshwater resources or medical supplies. In the meantime, including the girl who had interrupted him, the others had changed into comfortable clothing and suitable footwear for movement. It seemed they were the dorm leaders who approached Yunzhou, stating, "We are ready and intend to leave the dormitory building with you to the comprehensive building." Yunzhou nodded and replied, "You will follow me at a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Do not get too close. I fear that the zombies below might inadvertently be drawn to us. I will lead the way, and when we encounter others, you will be responsible for communicating with them. Those willing to come will join us. Those unwilling should remain behind. I am not a saint here to waste time. I am here to rescue you, not out of obligation, but as part of a transaction. I will guide you to the comprehensive building where more survivors gather. Do you understand?" "Understood," they responded in unison, confirming there were no further questions. Yunzhou unsheathed his large blade, leading them back downstairs. As they descended, they encountered the dismembered zombies he had previously dealt with. The girls were filled with terror, yet they stifled their cries, covering their mouths to suppress any sounds. Upon locating the survivors on each floor and explaining the situation, those willing to follow joined him, while others opted to remain in the dormitory awaiting rescue. By the time they returned to the 4th floor, around 20 girls trailed behind him, most wielding makeshift weapons fashioned from mops or dismantled furniture. The 4th floor remained uncleared, and Yunzhou did not expect these girls to assist much. So he instructed them to take cover in the dormitory. He would clear the lower levels first before they moved as a group. Unlike the Eastern District, the dormitory buildings in the Central District were typically long and narrow, with only the central doors providing entry and exit. as long as Yunzhou cleared a path to the first floor and confirmed the main door was locked. They could escape through the emergency exit without the risk of backtracking through the front entrance. Descending to the third floor, just as he dispatched the zombie at the stairwell, the iron door of room 304 swung open with a loud creak. A repugnant voice echoed in Yunzhou and Appo's ears. "Darling, what are you doing? You were supposed to save me first. Have those vixens up there captivated you? And where is the food you promised to bring me? Did you give it all to them? I don't and Appo's, take care. You better get it all back for me. It and Appo's, mine, and you can and Appo's, share it with them." Watching her waddle towards him with an attitude of entitlement and unreasonable demands was nauseating enough, but her shrill voice attracted the attention of the nearby zombies. "Get lost. You disgusting creature. If I had the chance, I would slap you twice," Yunzhou exclaimed, using the flat of his blade to shove the woman aside. Then preparing to confront the oncoming zombies. Hearing the cacophony of footsteps and chilling growls behind him, the plump woman was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Yet, instead of hiding, she shakily pointed a finger at Yunzhou. You dare hit me? Wah! I came out to greet you, and you hit me with a knife. Ouch! It hurts." As AT0, level and amp, Appo's, little fairy, and amp, Appo's, she immediately adopted a victimized demeanor, akin to a petulant tank throwing a tantrum. Oblivious to the dark bloodstains beneath her as she rolled around in distress, Yunzhou had previously thought he had witnessed the pinnacle of tantrums in a video of a tank-themed JK girl, but this was an entirely new level of absurdity. With a resounding slap, Yunzhou could no longer contain his exasperation. "If you keep screeching, I and Appo's, let those zombies savor your flavor first. Be quiet and get out of my way." He disdainfully wiped his hand, as if he had touched something repulsive, paying no mind to her reaction, which was a testament to how deeply his slap had wounded her fragile psyche. Once again, he directed her to leave, feeling a sense of relief despite his disgust. The advancing zombies appeared less grotesque in comparison. "Attack," he commanded, disregarding the woman who was now scrambling away. As he assessed the distance, he bellowed, swinging his large blade with ferocity. The sound of slicing air accompanied a distinct, cleaving noise as a silvery flash reflected in the eyes of the woman hiding behind. She watched in horror as the three zombies at the forefront had their heads severed, their bodies spinning in the air before rolling to a stop at her feet. Confronted with the sight of lifeless, wide-eyed heads, she was so startled that she lost control, a yellow stain quickly spreading down her inner thighs, the stench permeating the air. Panting heavily, her heart raced. She could only watch in disbelief as Yunzhou decapitated or bisected at least 7 to 8 zombies. Overwhelmed, her mind went blank, rendering her motionless. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, unfazed, switched to a two-handed grip on his blade, embodying a relentless killing machine as he stood in the corridor, furiously swinging his weapon. No matter how fierce or grotesque the zombies appeared, none could evade the forceful strikes he delivered. What had once been a familiar technique became increasingly fluid and precise. Perhaps the woman and Appo's voice truly attracted the zombies, for as he cleared the corridor, more surged up the stairs from the second floor. Yet Yunzhou remained focused, kicking aside the accumulated corpses and dispatching the newcomers with deadly accuracy. Zombie blood splattered across him, yet he paid it no mind, as if accustomed to the gruesome scene. With the last zombie falling, he gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his forehead. The corridor was littered with the bodies of countless zombies, dark blood pooling on the floor, flowing towards the rainwater drainage. The air was thick with a nauseating odor. From Yunzhou and Appo's perspective, the ground was scattered with cards emitting white and green hues, floating up and down. Observing the card-strewn corridor, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the system and Appo's lack of intelligence. The absence of an automatic pickup feature forced him to bend down and collect them manually, a rather undignified endeavor. It made him appear as though he held a peculiar fascination for the corpses of female zombies, who were of an age similar to his own. He swiftly gathered the scattered cards, utilizing the attribute cards and the green resource cards. Stamina increased by 6, strength by 4, speed by 7, and mental fortitude by 8. He acquired 150 steel bullets, 3 liters of diesel, and 1 liter of fresh water. Once again, his attributes were enhanced, with the prospect of surpassing a strength threshold of 100 now within reach. At last, he had obtained resources beyond mere ammunition and fuel, with the anticipation of acquiring medicinal supplies soon on the horizon. After temporarily sealing the stairway door, Yunzhou finally found a moment to catch his breath and called down the girls from above. A group of young women, already timid by nature, could not help but retch upon witnessing the gruesome scene in the corridor on the third floor, which was even more harrowing than what lay above. Chapter 29 Encounter with the Zombie Cat. Now was certainly not the time for tenderness. Once the girls had expelled enough, they were instructed to dispose of the corpses downstairs. After all, in a world on the brink of collapse, equality was paramount. Zombies did not discriminate between men and women. Once they had cleared the remains, he observed their pale faces and slight tremors, nodding in acknowledgement. Fortunately, not all were delicate princesses incapable of handling themselves. Even the deranged woman who initially sought to provoke him was diligently assisting the others in the cleanup. When she caught a glimpse of Yunzhou's unabashed, disdainful gaze, she trembled, her body quaking with a mix of fear and indignation. She touched her still swollen cheek, thinking viciously, "I am the most beautiful in the world. If you, blind fool, cannot appreciate my beauty, I shall seek out the strongest man in the survivor camp to reclaim my dignity. This patience is but temporary. Soon you shall kneel before me in submission, and I will relish every moment of tormenting you." On the other hand, Yunzhou merely cast a curious glance in her direction before losing interest. Though her words were indeed repulsive, her physicality had not been in vain. Her presence expedited the zombie cleanup. After clearing the stairs of the undead, only a handful remained on the first and second floors, which he would need to address. He instructed the girls to find a safe place to hide and descended the stairs with his large knife in hand. Observing from the stairwell, Yunzhou noted that the situation on the second floor mirrored the first, albeit with a greater number of zombies. What puzzled him were the scattered bodies in the corridor, which bore signs of being torn apart by some unknown force, seemingly not inflicted by human hands. According to the narratives of novels and films, dangers in a post-apocalyptic world extended beyond zombies and internecine conflict among humans. There existed a more perilous entity, the zombified beasts. However, large predators were unlikely to inhabit the dormitory. The only plausible creatures were the pets students kept clandestinely. Yet he could not ascertain whether the cause was indeed a zombie cat. Originally intending to engage in a vigorous melee, he opted for a more cautious approach with ranged weaponry, wary of attracting the creature and Oppo's attention. The confined space at the stairwell, with the watermelon knife securely fastened to his waist, should suffice for any unforeseen circumstances. With careful precision, he cleared a portion of the zombies at the stairwell. After waiting a moment, he surmised that the creature was either absent from this level or had already departed, prompting him to step out from the stairwell. Retrieving the slingshot to stow away, he drew the large knife slung across his back, eyeing the remaining dozen zombies in the corridor. He lightly tapped the stainless steel railing overhead, eliciting a sound that redirected their attention. Upon detecting the presence of a living target, the horde of zombies transformed from aimless wanderers into frenzied predators, rushing towards Yunzhou with wild howls. Watching the once female zombies surge towards him, his spirits lifted at the absurdity of the situation. How wonderful it would have been had such a throng of girls charged at him before the apocalypse. Alas, the figures racing towards him were not delicate maidens, but rather grotesque beings with darkened fingertips and gaping maws. As they entered his attack range, Yunzhou raised his knife and executed a sweeping strike, cleaving the foremost zombie in two, its foul brain matter splattering the ground. Since his strength had reached 94 points, the once heavy knife now felt almost weightless in his grasp. Swinging it felt as effortless as hacking at underbrush with a straight branch. The narrow corridor, however, limited his potential for grand sweeping motions, lest he transform into a whirling dervish of death. Yunzhou continued to dispatch the relentless tide of zombies surging from the opposite end of the corridor with remarkable efficiency. After a fierce skirmish lasting 5 or 6 minutes, the remaining undead were vanquished. While he bent to collect the cards dropped by the fallen, a flicker at the edge of his vision caught his attention, prompting an instinctive reaction as he swiftly drew his smaller knife, pointing it toward the source. The advantages of enhanced attributes allowed him to discern the fleeting movement. Confirming his suspicion, the zombie cat had indeed made its presence known. By eliminating the zombies on the second floor, he had inadvertently encroached upon its territory, thereby attracting its ire. Gripping the dagger in his left hand, he stowed the large knife away, preparing to confront the lurking zombie cat. As Yunzhou stealthily approached the dormitory, a shadow suddenly darted from beneath the door, lunging toward him. He instinctively raised his arm in defense. Hearing the clash of metal as a half-headed black cat, its tongue lolling grotesquely, crouched nearby. The jolt of pain radiating from his wrist made him gasp. His previously sharp watermelon knife had sustained several chips. What an abomination! The once adorable cat, now a nightmarish creature, licked its paws with an unsettling grace. Its crimson gaze fixed on him. Unlike the soulless stares of regular zombies, this one was imbued with a fierce hatred. Likely born from past torment at the hands of some cruel student. As it lay dying, it had succumbed to the virus, transforming into this abominable form. Though Yunzhou felt genuine sympathy for the once-beloved feline reduced to such a state, time was of the essence. He needed to eliminate the threat and relocate the remains to the central building. He cautiously stepped forward, and the zombie cat immediately bristled, launching into another attack. Its speed was almost imperceptible, darting past him in a blur. He swung his knife but struck nothing but air, receiving several scratches on his right arm from its claws, thankfully. They did not breach the skin, leaving him uncertain of the potential for infection. Observing the cat, which seemed to toy with him as if he were prey, Yunzhou frowned. Its velocity was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. The watermelon knife's damage and reach were limited, while the large knife felt cumbersome in this agile combat scenario. Maintaining a defensive stance, he retreated into the dormitory, the zombie cat elegantly trailing him, its twisted tail held high in pursuit. Realizing the predicament, Yunzhou knew he had to devise a strategy to restrict its speed or movement, lest he become a mere plaything in its predatory game. The moment Yunzhou entered the dormitory, he cast a quick glance around, his gaze settling on a basketball lying by the bed not far away. An idea sparked within him. He resolved to use the basketball to attract the attention of the zombie cat. He continued to retreat, positioning himself next to the ball, feigning an attack to draw its focus toward himself. Seizing the fleeting moment when the zombie cat was distracted, Yunzhou swiftly kicked the basketball towards it. As the creature leapt high, its movements grew sluggish, causing it to overlook the incoming ball. In that instant, Yunzhou drew a large knife from the storage and executed a precise downward slash. Meow. Although the zombie cat attempted to evade, it was nonetheless grazed by the blade. Letting out a pained cry, Yunzhou, emboldened by his success, swiftly swung the knife again, this time striking the creature's back directly. The zombie cat emitted a wretched scream and collapsed onto the ground. Yunzhou, cautious not to underestimate his opponent, stepped forward to pin the creature down with his foot, ensuring it could no longer move before delivering the final blow with his knife. After dispatching the zombie cat, Yunzhou retreated to the nearby bed, sitting down with a long, relieved breath. Indeed, one could not afford to be overly complacent. The perils of the apocalypse were numerous, and he was still far from invincible. He needed to adopt a more cunning approach to further his development. After resting for half a minute, he picked up the blue card dropped by the zombie cat and examined it. Skill card, Blue Danger Perception, significantly enhances your reaction capabilities and dynamic vision. Without hesitation, he activated the card. In an instant, Yunzhou felt a refreshing clarity in his eyes, quickly closing them to fully absorb the sensation. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that his previously slight myopia had vanished, his vision sharper than in his youth, and his reaction speed had notably increased. Focusing his mind, he could even perceive the rapid fluttering of a fly and ant, Oppo's wings that had just zipped past. This skill was remarkable. Its utility was on par with the breaking blade technique. Chapter 30. Stay calm. We shall return. After several attempts to use a slingshot to shoot down flies, I clapped my hands and stepped outside to collect the scattered cards in the corridor. TSK. How wonderful it would be if I could draw a card for a bow or another ranged weapon, with skills that allow for precise strikes. It would be a waste not to exploit them. After utilizing all the attribute cards, I opened the attribute panel to take a glance. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 93 strength, 98 speed, 60 spirit, 68 status, none. Skills, breaking blade technique, basic pharmacology, danger perception. System warehouse, food card, white, X43, steel balls, 1,365 pieces, arrows, 450. Gasoline number 92. Function card, blue adrenaline X1. Item card, blue sprinting shoes X1. With both stamina and strength exceeding 90, speed and spirit trailing slightly behind, and ample ammunition at hand, it seemed that if I could clear out the zombies on the first floor, I might just break the 100 mark in attributes today. After a brief search of the second floor and confirming the absence of survivors, I prepared to tackle the zombies on the first floor head-on. I took out 2 chocolate bars from the warehouse to replenish my stamina, then made my way to the stairwell with my large blade in hand. Perhaps due to the presence of the zombie cat, while there were many zombies on the first and second floors. Their numbers were not overwhelming, at least not as many as I had encountered in the Eastern District. It might also be because I had grown stronger, and facing a group of over 10 zombies no longer felt daunting. Cautiously clearing away the ordinary zombies in the corridor, while remaining vigilant for the appearance of a second zombie cat, I advanced towards the main entrance. I picked up a broom nearby and secured the door. After dispatching the remaining scattered zombies, I conducted a thorough inspection to ensure no second zombie cat posed a threat. It was time for the most exhilarating moment of the day. Stamina 5, Strength 2, Speed 7, Spirit 8. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, and you have earned the title of Strong. When equipped, strength increases by 20. Seeing this notification from the system, Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback. What? Although I had mentally prepared for this, the cheap gaming vibe was overwhelming. Looking at the title equipped, with 3 green characters appearing before my name, I felt a surge of frustration, unsure where to vent it. At least, not everyone could see it. Let the green light hover above my head. Just like Popeye, who becomes powerful from eating spinach. What an amp. Oppos. The harm in a little green glow above my head. It's not like I've been truly and amp. Oppos. Green and amp. Oppos. Despite the poor experience of the title, its percentage increase was substantial. Now, with a strength value of 100, I could gain an additional 20 points. What would happen when my strength attribute surpasses 1,000 or even 10,000? The potential increase would be terrifying. As I used up the resource cards while heading upstairs, I couldn't help but contemplate if I could earn a title for simply breaking the 100 mark in strength. Would I receive a new title once my stamina exceeded 100 as well? Would these titles stack like in an online game, soaring to the heavens? If not, it might seem somewhat lackluster. Upon returning to the 3rd floor, I called out to all the girls and earnestly instructed them. I have nearly cleared the zombies downstairs, and soon we will exit from room 108. Once we climb out, move quietly, directly to the scaffolding, and be careful not to make any noise as we cross the practical training bridge towards the comprehensive building. I have also cleared the zombies along that route. All you need to do is be extremely cautious while transferring the items to the small path between the comprehensive building and the practical training building. It is crucial to pass from the back of the practical training building, not the front. After detailing the series of instructions, I looked at them and continued, asking, "Are there any questions? Speak up quickly if you have any." The group of girls shook their heads. While I was downstairs clearing zombies, they had already prepared themselves mentally. In this apocalyptic world, having someone like me to help clear the dangers was significant. All they had to do was assist a little. It would be unreasonable to demand more, as pushing for too much might lead to being abandoned by the other girls. All right, we will set off in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the girls had donned minimal protective gear, and I carried 2 neatly folded sheets as I beckoned them to head downstairs. As we moved through the 1st floor, the dark splatters of blood and the remnants of zombies piled alongside the path met our eyes. The girls covered their mouths tightly, suppressing their fear as they followed closely behind. Arriving at dormitory 108, I stood behind the iron bars to observe the situation outside. After confirming that there were no nearby zombies, I climbed out through a small window. Suddenly, a zombie, having wandered into the vicinity, noticed me climbing out and let out a confused groan before catching a whiff of the alluring scent of a living being, charging towards me with a roar. With no fear left for such ordinary zombies, I swiftly drew my blade and delivered a horizontal slash, cleaving the zombie in 2 as if it were a piece of pork sliced in a blacksmith and Oppos, as competition. Even with just the upper half remaining, instinct drove it to claw its way towards me. With one hand gripping the blade, I pointed its tip downward and swiftly stabbed, effortlessly obliterating its head and ending its suffering. After dragging the corpse aside, I called for the girls inside to climb out one by one. As the girls emerged from the window, chaos erupted in the 7 dormitories behind us. A cacophony of whispers buzzed like a swarm of bees, filled with excitement. "Sisters, come quickly. The military-clad young man from today is back." Others are coming out behind him. "Look, he really rescued the girls from Building 6. What? How long has he been inside? He is already bringing them out? Move aside, let me see. Damn it, why does he only save the girls from Building 6? Are we not worthy of rescue? Who cares? Maybe his girlfriend lives in Building 6. But that is not fair. Why should we be left here, trapped by zombies and starving, while the girls from Building 6 get to escape with him? Exactly. If we Haven T had it easy, they shouldn't think they can just walk out. We and Oppos, all classmates, Isn't this unnecessary? Now that they thought of us as classmates. Why hadn't they considered this before? Calm down, everyone, calm down. Hearing the commotion, I had anticipated such a reaction but still furrowed my brow. Glancing at the heads peeking out from the small window of the 7 dormitories, I turned and waved at a girl inside the dormitory, instructing her to bring out a sheet. I called 4 girls over, asking them to hold up 2 sheets in a visible spot for everyone in the dormitory to see. Since I was using a severed arm for my direct material, it was difficult to control, and thus I had to write it larger. Stay calm. We shall return. 4 individuals pulled 2 bed sheets closer together and then spread them apart, calming the previously chaotic atmosphere. Yunzhou immediately urged the girls behind to hasten their pace, instructing those who were ready to swiftly move their belongings to the footbridge in preparation for departure. Having lost some time with the zombie cat, it was already past 4:00 and amp, Oppo's clock. Although dusk lingered, they needed to proceed with urgency. Once he noticed that the others had nearly emerged, he signaled for the 4 girls to secure the bed sheets to the iron railing of the dormitory behind them. Feeling the weight of many hopeful gazes, Yunzhou cast a final glance at the girls peering through the small windows of the 7th dormitory. Silently, he wished, "May you endure the night, provided the zombie king remains dormant." Chapter 31. The insatiable nature of humanity. After withdrawing his gaze, he turned to observe the girls in the corner, some of whom had already managed to move the components of the hand and foot framework. With a casual greeting, he made his way towards the comprehensive building. Once again, let me emphasize, these items are made of iron. It is preferable to tread slowly and avoid making excessive noise while traversing the path. Otherwise, attracting too many zombies would lead to trouble. Did you hear that? A group of girls, who had caught a glimpse of hope for salvation, nodded earnestly and replied in hushed tones, "We heard you." Thus, Yunzhou took the lead, guiding a group of girls toward the training bridge. Meanwhile, the girls from Building 7 had spotted their group gradually ascending the training bridge, heading towards the comprehensive building. Between Buildings 6 and 7 lay a heap of zombie corpses, and 2 sheets hung on the railings of rooms 106 and 107. The handsome young man leading so many girls to fetch the hand and foot framework must be preparing to rescue those trapped in the comprehensive building. I suspect that is indeed the case. When I was still able to use my phone, I received a message from a friend stating that a large number of recently discharged students were gathering in the comprehensive building for an event. This young man is likely a veteran as well. The survivors in the comprehensive building are truly fortunate. Not only are there many of them, but they are also protected by so many veterans. Some girls, convinced they would soon be rescued, reverted to their old, spoiled selves, snorting disdainfully, "Humph." They claim to be veterans, but they are merely inept. It has been days, yet they have not emerged from that dilapidated comprehensive building to rescue us. Exactly. Haven and Oppos, they trained for this? They should have descended from the upper floors and rushed to save us trapped girls by now. People are so weak from hunger. When the time comes, I want 2 handsome young men to carry me down. Otherwise, I would rather starve or perish in this dormitory than accompany them. At least we have endured. These past few days have deprived me of proper sleep, and my skin has suffered considerably. Oh, do you think the brand stores in this post-apocalyptic world are deserted? Previously, when those useless boys were asked to fetch something, it would break their hearts. Now, can we? On the other side, the girls cautiously moved the hand and foot framework onto the training bridge. Some had not eaten for a day or 2. So upon reaching the other side of the bridge, they paused to rest for a moment. As they gazed at the path leading to the comprehensive building, now swarming with zombies, they nervously looked toward Yunzhou, who was at the front. Wasn and Oppos, had said that most of the zombies had been cleared? Why does it appear that the comprehensive building remains besieged by them? Yunzhou, fearing the noise might attract the zombies, took out the previously turned-off intercom and contacted the comprehensive building. The survivors there expressed profound appreciation for Yunzhou not only retrieving the hand and foot framework, but also rescuing over 20 girls. They informed him that they had cleared the area near the second-floor restroom and were now awaiting the assembly of the hand and foot framework to orderly lower the trapped survivors. After a brief conversation and explaining the situation of the girls, he directed them to turn down the path leading to the express station, passing by the training building he had previously cleared. Now, only this final step remained to rescue the numerous survivors from the comprehensive building. We must all exercise caution to avoid attracting the surrounding zombies. Yes, indeed. The girls, filled with newfound motivation, felt their strength returning as they quickened their pace. A group of them safely traversed the narrow path behind the training building, placing their belongings at the side of the training building where they had previously transported items using fire hoses. The sight of familiar faces waving to them from above filled the girls with excitement, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This was merely the natural exuberance of a heartfelt reunion after a long separation, a resurgence from desperation. Once their emotions stabilized, Yunzhou instructed a few of the calmer girls, still possessing some strength, to assist in assembling the hand and foot framework. Although none had prior experience with such assembly, they successfully constructed the first framework to be placed on the first floor after a little over 10 minutes. Later that evening, with experience gained, their speed increased significantly, and soon they could make eye contact with the survivors on the second floor. The only remaining issue was that the security bars on the restroom window did not feature small openings like those in the dormitory. Forcibly dismantling them would undoubtedly create considerable noise, yet without doing so, entry and exit would be impossible. After struggling for a while with the security bars, a student inside scratched his head and looked out at Yunzhou, asking, "This is impossible. These bars are too sturdy to budge. To open them, we and amp, oppos, D need a hammer or something similar. The third floor doesn't and amp, oppos, T have any bars. Do you think the hand and foot framework is tall enough?" Observing that only one person could stand on the shaky framework, he shook his head. "I don't think it will work. Once it's raised, it becomes unstable. There's a slight slope here, and it can't even reach the wall. If we attempt to go higher, I fear no one will be able to maintain their balance." Upon hearing Yunzhou's words, the strategists inside gathered to peer down, contemplating alternative solutions. Ideas such as using fire hoses to secure the ladder to the window for added stability and placing stones below for support, or even employing physics to utilize leverage to slowly pry open the security bars, were proposed. However, all suggestions were ultimately dismissed. The reason was simple: darkness was quickly approaching, and there was insufficient time to undertake so many tasks. Consequently, a group of individuals remained inside the building, while Yunzhou squatted on the hand and foot framework, troubled. As the girls below clustered together, gazing up with concern, unable to devise a viable plan in the short term, Yunzhou instructed them to secure the framework with fire hoses near the window, suggesting they first take refuge in the adjacent training building for the night. After all, even if he could construct a pathway to the third floor within minutes, not every girl possessed the courage to climb such a precarious structure. The people inside the comprehensive building provided several self-heating hot pot meals and bottled water as supplies. Once descending from the framework, the girls' eyes remained fixated on the backpack behind Yunzhou, filled with food and water, their gazes brimming with longing. With a smile, Yunzhou adjusted the shoulder strap of the backpack and reassured them, "All right, stop staring. These provisions will certainly be shared among you. The sky is beginning to darken. Let us seek refuge in the adjacent training building for the night." Naturally, the girls complied with his instructions, following him towards the training building. Upon reaching the crooked tree nearest to the second floor, Yunzhou paused, patting the trunk of the tree, and said, "The front door has been securely locked. You all wait at the side door for a moment while I go up this way to let you in." The girls were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged astonished glances. Is there really such a method? A group of young women initially gazed upward along the trunk of a tree, silently bestowing a thumbs up upon Yunzhou. Indeed, he was exceptional at dealing with zombies. His ingenuity in devising such methods was remarkable. The once secure integrated building now seemed less appealing. Having witnessed his ability to clear an entire dormitory within a single afternoon, coupled with the anti-zombie measures he employed, they unanimously concluded that this training building was currently the safest place in the school. Observing him effortlessly ascend the tree and reach the second floor edge, where he soon vanished from sight, they promptly made their way to the side entrance of the training building. As they stepped inside, the environment was indistinguishable from that of the pre-apocalypse. They reminisced about the carefree days just over 10 days ago when they were merely university students, attending classes, engaging in practical training, and exploring with friends, without a thought for whether they could sleep soundly that night or survive another day. Overwhelmed by emotion, some could not help but shed tears softly. The upper floors, aside from the one occupied by the school's leadership offices, were either equipped with training apparatus or designated classrooms for e-commerce practical sessions. Only the second floor housed a slightly larger party committee office, capable of accommodating the students. Once inside, they immediately emptied their backpacks. All provisions were available here, with the restroom located at the end of the hallway. This building had already been cleared of zombies. They could move about freely. A teacher remained upstairs, typically observing the movements of the zombies in the vicinity. As long as they refrained from recklessly unfastening the chains on the side or main doors, the building would remain secure. After providing these simple instructions, Yunzhou zipped up his emptied backpack and turned to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, the girls, driven by hunger, were no longer concerned with anything else. They nodded in understanding and eagerly began to divide the food laid out on the table. Chapter 32. Ordinary people prefer to be together upon ascending the stairs. Yunzhou immediately apprised Lin Wanru of the situation. What? Are you implying that over 20 girls have arrived on the second floor and are currently residing there? Indeed, that is correct. By the time we emerged, it was already dusk. We had, and Oppos, T anticipated the security window on the second floor. And we certainly couldn't, and Oppos, T just abandoned them after rescuing them. Hence, we brought them over to the comprehensive building. As a teacher, Lin Wanru, setting aside various conspiracy theories, felt it was necessary to meet these young ladies. After all, she was now associated with Yunzhou and had a responsibility to ensure stability within their ranks, preventing the emergence of self-serving individuals or ingrates. She left Lin Qingyin and Yunzhou and Oppos' care and descended alone to meet the group of girls. Meanwhile, Yunzhou picked up the freshly charged walkie-talkie and began communicating with the opposite side regarding the current situation. The circumstances at the comprehensive building were dire. The front and rear entrances were congested with zombies, leaving only the restroom window with protective grating as a relatively safe position. Moving any equipment to another location proved futile. Pushing further down to the first floor was impossible, as they had expended considerable effort to secure the second-floor staircase, completely blocking it with desks and chairs to prevent the zombies from ascending. In the end, they had no choice but to focus on dismantling the security grating. Ahem. Yes, we must indeed remove the security grating. Otherwise, we have no alternative, he concluded. Our optimal plan involves using ropes to pull down the grating, he stated. Let us minimize noise as much as possible. This is truly unavoidable, came the reply. All right, just try to attract as few zombies as you can. If all else fails, I can clean up tomorrow. Thank you so much, Gu. Once the military arrives, I shall certainly report your contributions and recommend you for a commendation. Let us not kid ourselves. Given the current situation, what kind of commendation can we expect? Model student? Outstanding youth. Surviving is reward enough. Yunzhou rolled his eyes at the awkward laughter coming from the other end before concluding the conversation. Ah, another fruitful day. He tucked the walkie-talkie away and strolled to the window, gazing at the crimson sunset, stretching his limbs in contentment. Turning around, he noticed Lin Qingyin, who was idly seated at a nearby chair, scribbling in a notebook. Approaching her with a mischievous grin, he attempted to sneak a peek, only to be met with her vigilant hand covering the pages, her bright eyes fixed on him suspiciously. What are you writing, little Qingyin? Let your brother have a look. No. The girl promptly closed her notebook, pouting and shaking her head vigorously. Chuckling, Yunzhou ruffled her hair and said, I'm off to prepare some food. Before departing the office, having once been that age himself, he understood that children often cherished their secrets, and diaries were simply a means of personal expression, much to the delight of adults. After stepping into the adjacent office, he retrieved a steaming plate of tomato beef stew and a pot of rice. Returning with food in hand, though somewhat superfluous, it was merely an instinctive gesture. Lin Qingyin, upon seeing him return with 2 large, steaming dishes, was unfazed. Her aunt had told her that everyone has their secrets and that there was no need for others to divulge theirs, as long as they meant no harm. Yunzhou placed the food on the table and called for Lin Qingyin to wash her hands and join him for dinner. After a quick dash to the restroom, she sat at the table and curiously asked, Brother Yunzhou, isn't my aunt coming to eat with us? If you're hungry, you can start eating. Your aunt is probably downstairs chatting with the sisters we rescued. I'll go call her, he replied. After pondering for a moment, the little girl covered the food again and said, Then hurry back, Brother Yunzhou. I'll wait for you both to eat together. Ha ha ha. You can start without us, little Qingyin. There's no need to wait. Yunzhou chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully, eliciting a playful pout from her before he stepped outside. Feeling much lighter after teasing the girl, Yunzhou hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way toward the staircase. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, he caught the enticing aroma of hot pot wafting from the nearby conference room, accompanied by the lively chatter of the girls within. As soon as the girls caught sight of Yunzhou leaning against the doorframe, they instinctively quieted down, smiling and nodding at him. After a day fraught with more excitement than he had experienced in his entire life, coupled with Lin Wanru's subtle brainwashing during their earlier conversation. They understood that the current order was entirely different from before. In this building, the true leader was not Lin Wanru, the teacher, but Gu Yunzhou, who had single-handedly rescued them from the zombie-infested dormitory and brought them safely to the training building, with a secure shelter and ample food at their disposal. All owed to Gu Yunzhou's efforts, it was imperative that everyone showed him the respect he deserved. The girls, having turned to see him, greeted him warmly. Gu, you've come down too? There's still space for you to join us. Brother Gu, I have a seat here. Come sit with us. Don't listen to them. Gu, come sit with me. Truth be told, Gu Yunzhou felt quite pleased to be greeted by a throng of girls, all smiling and waving at him. Despite his fierce demeanor when confronting zombies, he had merely been an unassuming bookworm and gaming enthusiast until now. Returning to the safe zone, he relaxed, scratching his head with a smile, and after seating everyone, he signaled to Lin Wanru, who sat a short distance away, inquiring whether she would like to join Lin Qingyin for a meal. Upon hearing his question, Lin Wanru realized he had yet to reveal his ability to provide food in front of the girls. After contemplating various thoughts for a brief moment, she gently shook her head. I shall abstain from joining and settle for some compressed biscuits. Let that little girl come down and enjoy some warm dishes with us. Although we previously had reservations about high-calorie food, now is not the time for such concerns. She was acutely aware of the greatest fear in a stable environment during the apocalypse, the risk of favoritism and neglecting others. If everyone were treated equally, there would be no issue. However, if the majority discovered that only a select few enjoyed privileges beyond their reach, it might lead to silent discord, ultimately planting the seeds of future discord. Her thought was that during group activities, it is preferable not to stand out too much, as it may create a sense of incongruity. Gu Yunzhou naturally understood her intent, smiling as he nodded and prepared to call Lin Qingyin down to join them for a meal. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Northern District, several prominent figures had gathered. One young man, adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, tossed a message received via drone from the Central District and Oppos's comprehensive building onto the table and addressed the others. This is all the information from the Central District. Should we extend our assistance to them? Assist? How do we assist? What exactly can we do? Come on. We are exerting so much effort to aid them. What benefits do we gain from it? The dormitory buildings have already been thoroughly scavenged, leaving scarcely any food. The cafeteria supplies have also dwindled considerably. Are you certain we can withstand the arrival of those 100 or so people? What can we do then? None of us are adept with radios, our phones have no signal, and we cannot receive any information. We can end Oppos, to even ascertain where military aid might be available. So they can? He. I believe we could help. After all, those retired soldiers over there are still quite robust. Stop being such a sissy. Don't speak with that high-pitched voice. Do you think you're a delicate flower? Bah. Scoundrel. Do you dare to say that again? Chapter 33. A night of restlessness. The Corpse King was now so close at hand. After a meal, Gu Yunzhou decided to set up a total station on the rooftop, taking advantage of the bright moonlight to survey the situation in the Central District. As he positioned the equipment, he heard Lin Qingyin, who had been idly wandering behind him, calling out, Brother Yunzhou, come quickly. What are the people at the comprehensive building doing? Curiosity piqued, Gu Yunzhou walked over for a glance. To his astonishment, the group at the comprehensive building had installed all the modified emergency lights in the classrooms on the 3rd floor, casting beams of light down below. The support pole they had repurposed now resembled a sci-fi weapon, akin to a spear with a rope attached to its end. They were precariously positioned on a small platform outside the window, strapped with fire hoses. Attempting to eliminate the zombies attracted by the noise of dismantling the anti-theft windows on the 2nd floor. Even from the rooftop, Gu Yunzhou could see the anti-theft window on the 2nd floor slowly caving in, accompanied by the creaking sound of its strain. Moreover, on the unseen end of the comprehensive building, others were also creating noise in the classrooms to lure the zombies, diligently working to breach the 2nd floor window in preparation for a safe exit the following day. Indeed, in this apocalypse, the ingenuity of humanity remained evident. After observing for a while, Gu Yunzhou affectionately ruffled Lin Qingyin's hair before turning back to his total station. Despite the apocalypse leading to a decline in population and an increase in danger, it paradoxically benefited the planet. The once obscured starlit sky, hidden by light pollution, was now vividly visible, and the air had improved significantly. This catastrophe, while detrimental to humanity, posed no harm to nature. Gu Yunzhou murmured this thought before peering through the total station's eyepiece to adjust the focus, attempting to discern the conditions of the training bridge and the campus paths below. After all, the total station was not a professional telescope, and its ability to provide a general view of the road in the dark was commendable. However, discerning the status of the girls' dormitory was utterly impossible. After a brief observation, he noticed a drone flashing red and blue lights returning from the direction of the central district. As it passed the training building, it acknowledged Gu Yunzhou with a nod before whizzing towards the roof of the comprehensive building. Brother Yunzhou, was that drone from the comprehensive building? Lin Qingyin, intrigued by the new excitement, inquired as she pointed in the drone's direction. Isn't that obvious? It should be the one I scavenged from the station for them. You don't play with drones, do you? Gu Yunzhou replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin straightened her back with pride, her chin lifting defiantly. Don't underestimate me, Brother Yunzhou. I have 2 modified drones at home. Perhaps that person over there isn't as skilled as I am. Intrigued by her claim, Gu Yunzhou knew that drones were currently the safest and most effective reconnaissance tools. Yet most people's operation of them was merely a hobby without professional knowledge or intricate modifications. Few dared to fly them like the cinematic drones at the comprehensive building. They typically only managed to launch and circle for reconnaissance, risking a crash with every flight. Pinching her cheek playfully, he asked, Is that really true? If you exaggerate, I won't hesitate to laugh at you. Lin Qingyin swatted his hand away, pouting with her hands on her hips. I am not boasting. Before this, someone wanted to hire me to film a scene. If it weren't for my aunt's disapproval, I would have already earned some pocket money. Seeing her earnestness, Gu Yunzhou decided not to tease her further and smiled. Then once we rescue the older brothers and sisters from that building, we can go to your house to fetch the drone. How does that sound? Really? Really? Can we first swing by my house to grab my things? Lin Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement, tugging at his hand eagerly. Okay, calm down. If you keep shaking my hand like that, it might get dislocated. Gu Yunzhou chuckled, trying to maintain his composure. Lin Qingyin, undeterred, clung tightly to his arm, resting her head against it and playfully demanding, no matter what. You have to take me home to get my things after we get out. All right, no problem. Once we retrieve your drone, the reconnaissance task on our way will be yours, Gu Yunzhou assured her. Great. I promise to complete the mission, Lin Qingyin declared earnestly, saluting him like a young pioneer. Time is slipping away. Let us head down to rest. There's no need to rush now. Okay, Brother Yunzhou, let me tell you, I'm not exaggerating. Lin Qingyin nodded enthusiastically, then began to lead Gu Yunzhou down the stairs, excitedly recounting her impressive feats with drones and how many people had sought her assistance. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance pilot from the training building, having concluded their surveillance, landed the drone and promptly removed the head-mounted display. They needed to report the reconnaissance findings to the others. Surveillance was essential. Ever since the Corpse King entered the Central District canteen, it had been eerily quiet, akin to lying in bed with a tiger lurking nearby. Without real-time monitoring, there could be no peace of mind. The good news was that despite nighttime being the most tumultuous for zombies, the canteen remained relatively quiet, and there were no signs of the Corpse King reappearing after entering. The bad news was that the zombies lurking outside the dormitory seemed to sense something and began to converge towards the canteen. Furthermore, the surviving girls in the dormitory had noticed the unusual situation outside, causing anxiety to spread among them. Within the comprehensive building, opinions were divided. One faction argued that since they could leave the building in the morning, and with the zombies gathering towards the canteen, it was a perfect opportunity for some to follow Gu Yunzhou to rescue the survivors from the girls' dormitory. Reports from the Drone Society indicated that several senior sisters in the Central District might still have drones or similar resources that could be collected. The opposing faction believed such actions could lead to unforeseen consequences and insisted on careful planning before proceeding after their escape. They reminded others that they were merely ordinary students and teachers. Even with a few veterans among them, their numbers were limited. Although the zombies outside the dormitory had diminished, the exact number of zombies inside remained uncertain. As the only capable fighting group, they were currently occupied on the second and third floors dismantling windows and eliminating zombies, making a nighttime rescue somewhat imprudent. As for the thoughts of the retired students, they can only inform you that they are currently paying tribute to the Great Wall on the third floor. Fortunately, they need not master the artful and perilous technique of a suicidal leap attack, else they would surely refuse to engage in such endeavors. They have merely retired. They have not ascended to divinity, and they certainly would not dare to emulate the cinematic spectacle of launching themselves into a horde of zombies with reckless abandon. This night promises to be one of restless slumber for the female dormitory in the Central District and the comprehensive building. In contrast, Yunzhou and the young women he rescued in the practical training building harbor no such anxieties. Casting aside the worries that have plagued them for over 10 days, they indulged in a delightful feast this evening before retreating to their respective corners, surrendering themselves to a deep sleep. Prior to their rescue, they were perpetually burdened by concerns over food and safety for the morrow. Although complete safety remains elusive, they are at least free from the dread that a midnight encounter with a zombie would disturb their rest. Chapter 34. People only see what they wish to see. The following day, Yunzhou was awakened early in the morning by the incessant crackling of the intercom beside him. Buzz. Classmate, are you there? Please respond if you receive this. Click. Hello? Ahem. Yes, what is going on? On the other end of the intercom, a sleepless individual, upon hearing Yunzhou's slightly hoarse voice, immediately realized that he must have just been roused and was now utterly bewildered. Glancing at the brightening sky outside, the speaker decided it was best to finish conveying the message since Yunzhou was already awake. Well, I just wanted to inform you that we dismantled the security bars on the second floor last night, so now we can exit the training building through the scaffolding. Yunzhou sat up, rubbed his eyes, and pressed the talk button to respond. Isn't that great? What is the matter? Are you reluctant to leave? Yunzhou found it puzzling why they had woken him up so early for this. Since the security bars on the second floor had already been removed, it was only logical that they could directly access the scaffolding from inside. Even if there were zombies near the scaffolding, they wouldn't be able to climb up, and they could easily deal with them from a height. Surely, it wasn't necessary for him to assist with the cleanup? No, of course. We're not reluctant to leave, the person quickly clarified. It's just, remember last night we sent the drone to scout the Central District? We discovered that the zombies between the dormitories and the campus roads have all been summoned to the central cafeteria by that zombie king. This significantly reduces the difficulty of rescuing the female survivors in the Central District. Therefore, we've decided to send a few teams over there to bring them back. And since you are familiar with the situation in the Central District, we would like you to lead our team. This was the result of their discussion the previous night. After the security bars on the second floor were breached, the decision-making body presented two options to the group and conducted a simple democratic vote. Although most were physically and mentally exhausted, they still chose to attempt to rescue other survivors in the Central District. Once the decision was made, they took advantage of the remaining time before dawn to rest in shifts. Initially, they had planned to leave around 10 in the morning, but they wanted to inform Yunzhou for safety reasons. After all, they were all aware of his capabilities. Not only did they witness his formidable prowess when he single-handedly vanquished foes at the station during their first meeting, but they also noted how he managed to transport numerous scaffolds back in a single afternoon while rescuing several girls along the way. His strength was undoubtedly exceptional, and his presence in the rescue team would surely enhance their efficiency. Hence, they eagerly contacted him as soon as dawn broke. Although Yunzhou initially felt inclined to agree, he chose to approach the matter with a sense of respect for the apocalypse and human nature, prompting a discussion of terms. I can lead the team without issue, but what will you offer in return this time? Classmate. The person on the other end seemed taken aback by Yunzhou's straightforwardness, momentarily at a loss for words. You all discuss it among yourselves, and let me know once you've made up your minds. Favor for favor, he stated. Previously, he had already assisted them in moving the scaffolds back with merely a single favor, which he deemed quite generous. If he casually offered to help them again without any significant terms, they might start to perceive him as a hero they could summon at will. He had no desire to be a hero. In this apocalyptic world, he preferred to be a self-serving rogue. Despite the zombies in the Central District having congregated in the cafeteria, the approach they proposed was far too perilous. He could not afford to assist them for free. What if this was a trap set by the zombie king? Thus, for whatever reason, he was resolute in not blindly leading them into danger. Meanwhile, the group responsible for logistics in the comprehensive building was buzzing with gossip. What is he thinking? He wants compensation for such a straightforward task. Does he even consider himself human? Exactly. We're risking our lives fighting zombies to escape, while he's just leisurely delivering supplies and a few weapons. What's the big deal about accompanying us to save someone? This man is utterly selfish. Our people fought valiantly through the night, and now, after just a brief rest, we're ready to go to the Central District to save lives. Meanwhile, he did nothing but slept soundly through the night, and he won't to even guide us. Humph. Just a treacherous ingrate. If he doesn't want to go, then so be it. I refuse to believe that, with so many of us, we can't manage to rescue anyone. The air was thick with disdain, scorn, and disbelief, as if Yunzhou had committed some grave offense, leaving them to trample on his reputation while casting judgment from their lofty perspectives. Now that they realized they could escape from this isolated comprehensive building at any moment, their attitudes shifted. Isn't he supposed to be impressive? He saved so many people just yesterday. Uft. I bet those girls probably escaped on their own and just happened to run into him. Thus he took credit for their rescue. If he is truly that capable, he should go to the central district first and bring some survivors back himself. Then, after we've rested, we can assist him. Haraha. Do you think all those girls who went to the training building with him will? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the classroom as the door was forcefully kicked open, startling them into instinctively ducking beneath the tables. A few individuals, who had previously been engaged in light-hearted banter, quickly shielded others with their bodies. Standing in the doorway was a furious young woman. Who are you? Seeing that she was a girl, the group felt emboldened, and one of them was about to unleash a tirade when he was pulled back. Hey, hold your tongue. Don't say I didn't warn you. Her name is Yunzhou. Upon hearing this name, the boys broke into a cold sweat. They looked up at the girl standing in the doorway, her single ponytail swaying, an attractive figure with striking features, but her eyes ablaze with fury. In the days of the apocalypse, her reputation had soared far beyond that of Yunzhou, whom they had only heard whispers about. When the apocalypse erupted, she was the first to organize her classmates to gather in the library above. It was there, as the number of survivors swelled, that she was the first to consider whether any classrooms were occupied by students in measurement classes, bringing measurement tools back to the comprehensive building. Moreover, as a girl, she was no less capable than the burly boys when it came to fighting zombies. She frequently led others into battle. It was rumored that Yunzhou was willing to assist them primarily because of her. Yunzhou surveyed the quaking group of boys and, with a huff, posed a question. Why the silence? Has your tongue withered away? Just a moment ago, you were all too happy to speak ill of him behind his back. Seeing them remain silent, she rolled her eyes in utter disinterest before ascending the stairs. This was merely a group of individuals, powerless against the zombies, who could only gossip behind each other's backs. They were hardly worth her ire. She believed that Yunzhou's actions were not misguided. Her previous endeavors were merely for self-preservation, yet the situation had spiraled beyond her control, exacerbated by others. Before the signal was lost, she had messaged Yunzhou with the hope of finding someone to rely on, and the unfolding events had indeed corroborated that need. Although he did not enter the training building, the higher-ups had acknowledged that it was due to her efforts that they were provided with food, medicine, and weapons, even risking journeys to the central district to retrieve supplies. Yet, they conveniently chose to forget these contributions. Utterly pathetic. It was truly despicable. In the comprehensive building, she had consistently opted to fight on the front lines, determined to avoid witnessing those who merely lingered in the background, enjoying the fruits of her labor, while presuming to critique from their elevated positions. Regardless, once she could reunite with Yunzhou after their escape, she would follow him away from this dismal place. Chapter 35. The allure of beauty. As the murmurs from the crowd intensified, the 4 leaders, 3 men and 1 woman, who first reached out to Yunzhou were engaged in their own discussions. Initially trapped within the comprehensive building, they found themselves unable to offer anything substantial as a bargaining chip. However, now that they could leave the building at any moment, their options had considerably expanded. After all, not all members of their group were students. There were also teachers who drove to the school for work. Over the course of several days, they had come to understand that Yunzhou was not the type to remain in one place awaiting rescue. His frequent conversations hinted at his intention to leave the school soon to check on his family, which implied he would surely need transportation. After deliberation, they decided that their offer should be a fully fueled car. Whether Yunzhou could drive was hardly a concern. After all, they were university students, who among them did not possess a driver's license. At that moment, Yunzhou arrived and, upon entering, directly inquired about their plans. Shouting, I won't ask much else. The chatter below is growing increasingly fervent. What are you all planning? Should he be obliged to comply with our every demand? Seeing her fierce demeanor, the female team leader, who had a close relationship with Yunzhou, approached her with a smile to offer some reassurance. Oh, Yunzhou, Why pay attention to their words? Do you not trust us? Rest assured, we are not the type to impose demands on others while holding none for ourselves. One of the older teachers, who had served as a counselor for several years, also noticed the way this fierce woman seemed to harbor feelings for the boy outside. He chuckled and added, "Indeed, we are currently discussing what would constitute an appropriate reward for him." Xie Jingjie felt somewhat calmed by their words, and then asked, "So, what do you plan to give him? What else could it be?" "A car, of course. Although we are in the apocalypse and vehicles are plentiful, let us not forget we have students from the automotive repair department. Surely he would not refuse a modified vehicle, right? Do you think that is feasible?" Xie Jingjie inquired, though she suspected Gu Yunzhou would likely accept their offer. However, she pondered whether the automotive training facility still had power for their operations. "Do not worry. It should only delay us a day or two at most. They have a diesel generator that can be used to add some basic armor to the vehicle." "Exactly. This shows our sincerity, does it not?" They laughed heartily. Ultimately, they conveyed this information to Gu Yunzhou in the adjacent building. Gu Yunzhou found their proposal quite appealing. After assisting in rescuing the majority of the remaining female students in the central district, he planned to leave. While any vehicle could be driven as long as one had the keys, having a specially modified car would undoubtedly make travel more convenient. Thus, he accepted their terms. As the clock approached 10, volunteers from the comprehensive building began to descend from the scaffolding, gathering outside the side door, at the school path beneath the training bridge, where the zombies were least prevalent. Approximately 300 survivors resided in the comprehensive building. However, only about 100 dared to confront the zombies. The number of those volunteering for the rescue effort was fewer than 40, predominantly male students armed with rods, with only a few females scattered among them. Among the group was a familiar face to Gu Yunzhou. As he walked down from the comprehensive building, he spotted her engaged in conversation with a tall, rugged-looking boy. "Ah, Yunzhou," she exclaimed, raising her hand in greeting. Gu Yunzhou approached with a smile, taking in the sight of the class leader, Xie Jingjie, who seemed to exude a newfound determination. "Why are you heading to the central district? I recall that neither our class nor your friends have anyone over there. It's quite dangerous with so many zombies around." With a playful grin, Xie Jingjie playfully punched his chest, spinning her fist. "What? You think I can't handle it? How could I dare?" Gu Yunzhou feigned pain, clutching his chest. Observing their cheerful exchange, some in the group were less than pleased. One individual, Zhao Chun, who often collaborated with Xie Jingjie, harbored resentment towards Gu Yunzhou, believing that her physique, appearance, and personality were a perfect match for him. "Brother Zhao, why is that guy so chummy with our sister? Should we go teach him a lesson?" This group, known for their stature as basketball athletes, had always been a rowdy bunch. In the post-apocalyptic world, they thrived, not only excelling at slaying zombies but also being ruthless towards anyone who dared to oppose them. During their fights in the comprehensive building, they had already dealt with numerous individuals who displeased them. Patience, patience. There are too many eyes on us right now. We'll find our chance in the central district," Zhao Chun replied, his expression dark as he watched the two converse merrily. Once enough people had gathered, the task delegation team from the comprehensive building sketched a simple map depicting the layout of the female dormitories in the central district. 8 dormitory buildings were arranged in 2 rows of 4, with the 7th and 6th buildings closest to the training bridge. Gu Yunzhou had already rescued the girls from the 6th building, leaving the remaining dorms to be divided into 7 groups to rescue the remaining girls. While the plan seemed straightforward, the challenge lay in determining which group would tackle the 1st and 2nd buildings, the closest to the cafeteria and the most perilous. As this issue arose, all eyes naturally turned to Gu Yunzhou. Seeing the collective gaze directed at him, Xie Jingjie, standing beside him, began to speak but was interrupted when he grasped her wrist. Confused, she turned to him, only to see him shake his head. He then stated, "I can handle the dormitory closest to the cafeteria on my own, but you must send someone to provide backup at the rear of the building." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingjie, who had just been taken aback by his grip, felt her cheeks flush and quickly protested, "No, how could you possibly manage? The dormitory is filled with zombies. Although the reconnaissance team confirmed that the numbers have diminished, it remains exceedingly dangerous for you to go alone." In Zhao Chen's group, someone muttered, "Isn't that macho guy supposed to be tough? He rescued a whole bunch of girls by himself yesterday. Why can't he do it again? Who dares to speak so boldly? I want to see who has the audacity to claim they can save an entire dormitory alone." Xie Jingjie exclaimed, standing protectively in front of Gu Yunzhou, her hands on her hips like a fierce lioness. These individuals certainly speak without the burden of reality, boldly uttering words that are evidently a call to peril. Where were they when the question arose of who would volunteer to rescue the girl from the first and second buildings? Now they seemed to revel in their sardonic remarks. Those standing below instinctively began to avert their gazes when confronted by Yunzhou. Although they had willingly engaged in the rescue mission, none wished to place themselves in jeopardy for another's sake. Thus, it would indeed be most fortunate if someone could shoulder such a hazardous task. While Yunzhou felt a surge of gratitude for the way this enchanting class leader shielded him, he remained uncertain whether she would be willing to accompany him afterward. He did not wish for her to face isolation or exclusion from others because of this matter. Grasping her wrist, he gently pulled her back once more. Enough of the pretense. I shall take responsibility for the first building, while the rest of you handle the second building and the evacuation. Time is of the essence. To safely extract the individuals and retreat, we must act with alacrity. None can predict the intentions of the zombies in the cafeteria, who may surge forth at any moment, forming a tide of the undead toward the administrative building. Resolute in his decision to depart, Yunzhou chose not to prolong the discussion, stating with unambiguous clarity. Despite the inherent dangers of the first building, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 36. An unexpected turn of events. After Yunzhou accepted the mission to rescue the first dormitory, the comparatively safer second dormitory was entrusted to the retired students, whose cooperative skills and combat abilities far surpassed those of the average student teams. Upon hearing that Yunzhou chose to venture alone to the first dormitory, some voiced their willingness to send a few individuals to assist him. Yunzhou, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded in agreement, yet Yunzhou politely declined with a smile. After all, he preferred to keep his secrets from too many people. Following this, the situation became considerably simpler. The group quickly divided into teams and assigned tasks. To avoid attracting the attention of the zombies in front of the complex due to their numbers, they proceeded in batches across the training bridge towards their designated female dormitories. Initially, Yunzhou intended to accompany Yunzhou to the first female dormitory, but he firmly refused, citing the extreme danger of the location. This infuriated her, leading her to believe he thought she would hinder him. Only after Yunzhou repeatedly assured her did she reluctantly let him go. Though unable to fight alongside him, she opted for the second dormitory, allowing her to provide support whenever necessary. Coincidentally, the rescue team assigned to the second dormitory included Zhao Chun and several others. As they approached their destination, watching a man and woman ahead systematically eliminate wandering zombies, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement. If the opposing party truly sought death, they would not hold back. Upon reaching the corridor between the first and second dormitories, they hid behind the corner of the second dormitory, peering at the cafeteria door, hoping to discern the situation inside. Unfortunately, the entrance was obscured by a layer of yellowed plastic curtains, and with no light penetrating the interior, it was impossible to ascertain what lay within. All right, you should catch up with them. I'll make my way in through the small window on the first floor, Yunzhou remarked, glancing at the hesitant Yunzhou, gently nudging her with his shoulder, urging her to join the team. Be careful. If anything feels off, run quickly, understood? Yunzhou said, pinching his arm with concern. Don't worry. With my abilities, escaping is a breeze. You too, prioritize your safety if anything goes awry, he reassured her. Okay, all right. After a brief fist bump, Yunzhou dashed towards the first dormitory, swiftly opening the escape window of room 101 and climbing inside. According to the reconnaissance conducted by the scouts, approximately 10 survivors remained within the first dormitory, primarily concentrated on the 5th and 6th floors. The zombies inside were either summoned and had fallen over the walls or lingered in the dormitory corners, requiring caution. Knowing the specific location of the survivors, Yunzhou decided against searching each room individually. He would clear the right-side staircase corridor and barricade it with furniture from the dormitory. There was no need to eliminate all the zombies, especially with the looming threat of an explosive situation in the cafeteria. A swift resolution was imperative. Entering the female dormitory through the back restroom, he was greeted by the familiar sight of scattered cosmetics and various belongings, with colorful garments draped beside the beds. Ignoring the clutter, he retrieved his large knife from the system, climbed onto the bed frame, and cautiously peered out through the small window. He spotted approximately 40 to 50 visible zombies in the corridor, with 2 or 3 blocking the entrance. With the first dormitory less than 10 meters from the cafeteria, Yunzhou took out his spiked watermelon knife. Finding a stick within the dormitory, he assembled a makeshift spear, regretting not having a sturdy central pole on hand. Once prepared, he carefully pushed open the ventilation window and targeted the nearest zombie below with a swift thrust. The closest female zombie hadn't the time to react before he neatly pierced her temple, causing her head to explode. He swiftly dispatched the remaining two in under a minute, eliminating the immediate threat at the entrance. After cleaning his knife and reassembling it, he retrieved his trusty slingshot from the system, carefully pushed open the door, and picked up a card that had fallen on the ground before commencing his stealthy attack. The staircase led to room 103, so Yunzhou focused on clearing the zombies within the staircase area, making a point to avoid disturbing those further away. Once the nearby zombies were dealt with, he effortlessly moved a large table from the dormitory to barricade the corridor. His strength of 120 allowed him to do so quietly. Otherwise, he would have had to demonstrate what stealth truly meant with his large knife. After constructing a barrier over a meter high, he continued his ascent. Having simply dealt with the zombies in the stairwell, he inserted a stick into the doorways on each floor, preventing any outside zombies from pushing their way in. Meanwhile, the survivors hiding within the first dormitory noticed the rescue team from the second dormitory clearing zombies in the corridor. Yeah, I can't see without my glasses. Come look. Is someone out there clearing zombies and rescuing people? One girl named Yaya approached the security window. It really seems that way. Confirming that there were indeed people in the second dormitory actively eliminating zombies and rescuing trapped survivors, Yaya exclaimed excitedly. She then glanced towards the opposite corner, where the fourth dormitory stood. Though visibility was limited, she could surmise that there were likely others taking action there as well. We're saved. We're truly saved. Two girls, trapped in the dormitory for over 10 days, could not contain their tears of joy upon seeing the rescuers. The previous night had brought a wave of zombies, ceaselessly advancing towards their dormitory, causing the residents within to feel utterly despondent as the sounds of howling and the crashing against iron doors echoed around them. After an emotional moment, the two suddenly remembered something and urged each other, "Quick, let us prepare by the door for our rescuers. I can't bear to stay in this cursed dormitory for another moment. Yes, I wonder if they've brought food. We've almost finished our last bit of chocolate. If we don't eat, we won't have the strength to escape. All right, let us hurry." Thanks to the reconnaissance provided by the drones, all rescue teams had clear objectives, heading towards the locations of the trapped survivors. A wave of excitement swept through the entire female dormitory in the central district as they realized help had finally arrived. As the doors opened to reveal the bloodied rescuers wielding makeshift weapons, the girls rushed forward, embracing them, tears streaming down their faces. The boys, caught off guard by the sudden affection, found themselves blushing with embarrassment. As more and more girls were rescued, the collective mood soared ever higher. Observing the awe and admiration emanating from those trailing behind, one might feel as though they had truly become the saviors of the apocalypse. The strength in their hands intensified, leading to exuberant cheers erupting from the distant female dormitories of buildings 4 and 8, expressions of unrestrained joy that would typically only be uttered before the end of days. Upon hearing these sounds, the expressions of the students from Building 1, Yunzhou, and the retired soldier squads from Building 2 darkened with anxiety. They cautiously maneuvered their bodies, urging the recently rescued girls to cover their mouths and remain silent, while some leaned over the stairway edges, vigilantly assessing the situation in the cafeteria. Gripping the handles of their weapons, be it the pole or the bloodied saber, they yearned to silence the foolish chatter of those oblivious souls at once. Meanwhile, the rescue teams from Building 2 and 4 wore equally grim visages, swiftly dispatching their fastest members to quell the reckless behavior from behind. However, as soon as those sent ran to the first floor, another wave of emotional outcry surged from the back. Damn it, which fool is leading that group? Are they intent on endangering us all? Inside Building 2, Zhao Chun, feeling a chill in his limbs, gazed towards the source of the noise, sensing a slight tremor beneath his feet emanating from the cafeteria, and could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Zhao, we have already rescued the people. We cannot delay any longer. We must evacuate immediately towards the training bridge. Run now, regardless of what was unfolding behind them. The only thought occupying the minds of both rescuers and survivors nearest to the cafeteria in Building 4 was the urgent need to flee. Chapter 37. Hurry. All rescue teams, regardless of whether they have successfully saved anyone or if their actions might attract the attention of the remaining zombies in the dormitory building. Immediately rushed downstairs with the survivors. Yunzhou, who was about to confront the first wave of zombies, swiftly cleared the way on the 6th floor and called out all the survivors after opening the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he led them down the stairs. As for the urgent need to escape right after being rescued, Yao, who had just saved a girl named Yia, explained while they ran. Upon hearing the circumstances, the other girls understood that their survival took precedence over anything else. They desperately followed closely behind Yunzhou, forcing themselves to ignore the corpses and gruesome scenes along the way, as they raced to the corner of the stairs between the 2nd and 1st floors. I'll check if the tables are still blocking the door. Wait for me a moment, Yunzhou instructed, pausing to explain the situation before swiftly removing the wooden stick lodged in the doorknob. He pushed the door open just enough to peek outside. Indeed, the stacked tables and chairs had been toppled, but fortunately, most were wedged about a meter away from the stairway door. He quickly opened the other side of the large door and gestured for the girls to hurry down. Quickly, the escape window behind dormitory 101 can be opened. Hurry and crawl out from there. The girls glanced at Yunzhou with a mix of fear and uncertainty. I'll cover you from behind. You must leave quickly. The rescuers from Building 2 should be outside waiting for you. With a swift slice, Yunzhou decapitated a zombie that had climbed over its fallen companions and chairs. Without looking back, it was Yia who finally spoke up. We should hurry. If we take any longer, we might be surrounded by the zombies in the cafeteria. All right, let us go, let us go. Handsome, you better keep up with us. The girls didn't indulge in any dramatic theatrics like in a film. Instead, they rationally followed Yunzhou's lead, running orderly towards the corner of dormitory 101. Without losing a moment, they climbed the protective window and jumped out through the escape window. Meanwhile, Xie Jingjia, who insisted on staying behind to assist Yunzhou despite Zhao Chun and others' protests, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing people jumping out from 101. She quickly waved for them to come over. After 10 girls had emerged, they looked at Xie Jingjia and her team of 7 or 8, feeling a collective sense of relief. After calming them, Xie Jingjia anxiously looked back and asked, "Where's the guy who was supposed to rescue you? Why hasn't he come out yet?" The calmest among the rescued, Yia, stepped forward. He's still behind. Covering us. He should be out soon. Look. Before she could finish, Yunzhou, covered in zombie blood, leaped through the window with a leap and roll, springing to his feet and running towards Xie Jingjia. To be honest, his impressive feat left them all in awe. If you asked him how he could perform such a display, he would simply show you the blue card he had just acquired. Skill card, Blue Parkour Mastery. If you possess strong physical coordination and explosive power, you can master any known or unknown environmental athletic art. After using this card, he realized that his previous method of jumping up to the 2nd floor was far too basic. With enhanced attributes, he now had over 10 ways to ascend more effortlessly and elegantly, executing movements that surpassed human athletic limits with ease. Damn, this little brat is so showy. Zhao Chun, hiding in the back, muttered in dissatisfaction. With this new skill, Yunzhou felt as though his body had developed muscle memory. Running felt lighter than ever. Upon reaching Xie Jingjia, he momentarily forgot their dire situation and couldn't help but show off with a backflip, landing in a crouch with a superhero flair. Startled, Xie Jingjia gasped, and Yunzhou, grinning, lifted his chin at her. What do you think? Handsome, right? Xie Jingjia rolled her eyes exasperatedly and punched him lightly. We're escaping, dude. Why waste energy showing off? The team chuckled at their antics, their previously tense nerves and bodies relaxing slightly. Only Zhao Chun, who viewed Yunzhou as a rival, secretly scoffed, muttering, why is he so full of himself? At this moment, the team responsible for assisting those in Building 5 arrived at the corner near the central campus path, spotting Yunzhou and Xie Jingjia. They hurried over to inquire about the situation in Building 5. Brothers, did you see anyone from Building 5 come down? Xie Jingjia and the others shook their heads, their expressions growing concerned as they glanced toward the cafeteria door, which seemed ready to unleash a tide of zombies at any moment. Thankfully, after half a minute, they finally saw someone crawling out from the escape window. While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the cafeteria door. Observing the door, which emitted low growls but showed no signs of movement, someone in the group couldn't help but murmur, "This is quite strange. With all that noise and so many zombies inside, why hasn't a single one come out? Why don't you go check? Forget it. There are safer ways to get killed." The team quickly jogged over to assist the others. Just as they thought everything was under control, a sudden howl echoed from the direction of Building 8, followed by the panicked shouts of a crowd. Wait, did I just hear a wolf howl? My ears must be playing tricks on me. Though we are on the outskirts of the city, this isn't a village or a small town. Where would a wolf come from? Everyone, be quiet. It seems the zombies in the cafeteria have been disturbed. Yunzhou, who was keeping watch at the corner, noticed the commotion inside and saw zombies emerging from behind the plastic door curtain. Fortunately, they were merely drawn towards the noise, their bodies instinctively moving in that direction, not in a frenzied rush to attack. Still, Yunzhou quickly turned and whispered, "Hurry, the zombies are preparing to charge out. Those who don't want to die, move quickly." Fortunately, all the girls from Building 5 had already crawled out, and the retired students were hastening their exit. Jinjia and the others had already started retreating as soon as they spotted the zombies emerging. Watching the approaching horde, Yunzhou drew his large knife and quietly asked, "How many are still inside?" 3 brothers are still inside. They are in dormitory 109, only 3 dormitories away from the zombies' path. However, the zombies had already advanced to the rear of Building 5. The superior in front raised his head and sniffed the air, then turned to gaze at Yunzhou, who stood firmly in a horse stance, brandishing a knife with unwavering resolve. Roar. I'll hold them off for a moment. You need to hasten your pace." Yunzhou, eyes fixed on the approaching zombies, spoke without turning around, lifting his large blade to deliver a sweeping strike. Whoosh. With a sharp cut, the fragile neck of the zombie could not withstand the might of Yunzhou's heavy blade, propelled by an impressive force of 120 points. Black blood splattered forth, and before a roar could escape its throat, the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its severed head rolling away, mouth agape. Meanwhile, the zombies behind showed no regard as they trampled over their fallen comrades, pushing forward. Some of the zombies in front were even knocked down by those behind them, only to be trampled under the relentless tide of their fellow undead. Chapter 38, We Can't Do This. Standing at the forefront, Yunzhou wielded his mighty blade with an unparalleled ferocity, cleaving through flesh and bone with a cacophony of cracking sounds. One by one, the zombies fell before him. The retired squad members who crawled out from the dormitory were utterly astonished, gazing at Yunzhou as though he were a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity and bewilderment as they beheld his formidable presence, while they had heard tales of his singular prowess at the post station. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, far more impactful than mere hearsay. The rescued young women, having encountered such a multitude of zombies, were paralyzed with fear, their limbs trembling. Had it not been for the support of those beside them, they would have collapsed to the ground in terror. Is he truly that strong? His arm strength must surpass even our squad leaders. They murmured in awe. How can one man face so many zombies while we stand here, mere spectators? It's utterly disgraceful. Indeed, why aren't we helping that handsome fellow? Are we too frightened? Meanwhile, Yunzhou, caught in a frenzy of combat, glanced back at the dazed group and bellowed, "Stop dawdling and move. Do you think I am some sort of superhero?" Despite having dispatched dozens of zombies, their numbers were overwhelming, a relentless tide of the undead. The eastern dormitories, coupled with those in the central area, likely boasted a couple of thousand zombies. There was even a zombie king in the cafeteria that attracted more of the undead. Even with his blade smoking from relentless use, he could not hope to slay them all alone. Did they intend to wait for him to single-handedly clear a path? Let us move. Come on. With fervor, the squad leader, a spirited former student soldier, rallied his comrades, brandishing his weapon to alleviate some of Yunzhou's burden. The others, seizing the opportunity while the zombies had yet to completely encircle them, hastily maneuvered towards Jinjia. As they fought off the zombies, the group formed a protective line, aiding Yunzhou in his relentless assault. They advanced like a singular entity, covering each other as they retreated to safety. This isn't sustainable. There are too many zombies. If we don't escape soon, we'll be exhausted. Given the unexpected developments from behind, their rescue efforts had drained them. Engaged in the dual tasks of vanquishing zombies and rescuing survivors, their current strategy of fighting while retreating was hardly viable. They risked drawing the horde toward the training bridge or the comprehensive building. There are too many zombies behind us. We cannot escape like this, the squad leader exclaimed, using his weapon to dispatch or push back the advancing zombies. As I mentioned before, the dormitories in the central area are arranged in an 8-tube pattern, with a circular path outside. This path leads beneath the training bridge, So I plan to lure these zombies through the campus. What is happening with the sounds from buildings 4 and 8? We need to head towards the side door near building 3 to reach the campus path, replied another student. Who cares about that now? They're just making a racket and probably attracting the attention of special zombies. All the combat teams positioned before the horde harbored grievances about the commotion from behind. This unforeseen chaos was unwelcome, prompting them to vent their frustrations while dispatching the undead before them. Enough of them for now. If we all retreat to the training bridge and attract the remaining zombies in the comprehensive building, we're doomed. Follow Yunzhou's lead and head towards the side door of building 3. Xie, maintaining her composure amid the chaos, assessed the situation and decisively directed her team towards the side door, guiding the recently rescued women down the slope. Damn it. Zhao, are we really following? Shouldn't we just head back now? Zhao Chun and Appos, S subordinate, responsible for dispatching straggling zombies from the path, wiped blood from his face and whispered his concern. How do you plan to escape with wolves in front and tigers behind? Do you even know the situation back there? It's better to stick with the main group. With so many of us, it's easier to find cover, Zhao Chun retorted, extracting his weapon from a zombie and Appos' SI socket and delivering a decisive kick. Huh, Zhao, you're brilliant. A group of approximately 60 individuals faced the relentless tide of zombies pouring from the cafeteria, fighting while withdrawing. After passing building 3, they turned right, descending towards the side door and circumventing the horde. Yunzhou, at the forefront, noticed a flickering blue and white light emanating from the mass of zombies behind him and sighed in disappointment before following his comrades down the slope. Upon reaching the iron gate, he struck it a few times to divert a portion of the zombies. The horde within the central dormitory, like a branching river, redirected towards the side door. Quickly, pull the iron gate shut. We must kill as many as we can before it collapses. Together, they strained to close the rusted side door, managing to eliminate a few more zombies before it gave way. Yunzhou sheathed his blade and took the weapon Xie offered, continuing to fight off the zombies pressing against the gate. Occasionally, he picked up fallen cards, only to realize that they could only be obtained from zombies he had defeated. Others could not see these cards at all. The pile of zombies had nearly filled the iron gate, and the pressure from behind was mounting. The old door was on the verge of failing. Back up. The door can't hold much longer. With a crash, they retreated to safety, continuing to follow Xie as they fought their way back. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated from above. Looking up, they saw a drone hovering, broadcasting a male voice. Wonderful. You're all safe. As Xie retreated, she grabbed the walkie-talkie hanging from her waist. Shaowen, are you there? What is the situation over by the comprehensive building or the bridge? In addition to the portion of zombies that have now diverged, another group has surged towards the iron gates outside the training bridge dormitory. Currently, Lu's team is organizing efforts to seal off the other end of the training bridge. Is it possible for you to lure this portion of zombies towards the vehicles across from the central district, near the management building? I cannot guarantee this. I must consult with others. Upon hearing the request from the opposite side, Xie responded without hesitation. There is only a narrow bridge that accommodates 3 people walking side by side from the central district to the vehicles near the management building. They have already scouted that area, and the number of zombies there is no less than here. Releasing the communication button momentarily, Xie called out to Yunzhou, who was fiercely battling the zombies ahead. You heard what they just said, right? Should we attempt to head over to the vehicles near the management building? As they took a breath in between rotations, Yunzhou exchanged glances with the retired team leader. In unison, they declared, to hell with all that. The team leader spat on the ground and wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, saying, we risk our lives to save others, only to be ordered around by them to lead the zombies elsewhere. Do they truly view us as mere beasts to be exploited? Reply to them. We can no longer undertake this task. Chapter 39. The Fiery Demise of Zombies. Resounding crunch. Last night, the retired squad tirelessly battled zombies throughout the night in a desperate bid to vacate the complex, only managing a few hours of rest before hastening to the central district to rescue others. They were assigned the perilous task at the dormitory closest to the cafeteria. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, exacerbated by the chaos stirred up by their incompetent teammates. As previously mentioned, this outbreak of the undead was not akin to the sluggish zombies portrayed in classic films. Rather, they faced a horde of frenzied, fearless, and highly agile adversaries, leaving them fearful of sustaining injuries from any inadvertent encounters. The toll of their ordeal was evident, as they began to feel mentally disoriented. Gu Yunzhou, having rested little, immediately took over, brandishing a large blade with vigor. After reporting their situation to the complex, he turned to the stalwart member of his team, inquiring gravely about their next course of action. Gu Yunzhou, the complex refuses to send reinforcements. What should we do? Which way should we go? They had retreated to the 12 o'clock position of the circular campus road, with a short descent remaining before reaching the intersection. A decision needed to be made swiftly. Proceeding straight would lead them to the designated bridge and vehicles, but a left turn was out of the question. It would only lead them back to the cafeteria entrance after a brief ascent. A right turn would take them to the campus road beneath the complex. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou, dispatching several zombies with his blade, was mentally racing. What to do? What to do? Gazing at the seemingly endless wave of undead, he yearned to inject himself with adrenaline and leap into the fray, unleashing a whirlwind of havoc. However, that substance was meant for survival, not for reckless abandon in such dire circumstances. Beside him, the team captain, having just taken over, deflected an attacking zombie with a long pole and muttered, "If only we had a barrel of gasoline, we could incinerate these wretched creatures." Gasoline? Gu Yunzhou's mind sparked with an idea. Suddenly, a realization struck him with force. Indeed, he had a 10-liter canister of gasoline stowed away in his warehouse. If they doused the zombies and set them ablaze, they could eradicate the threat. How had he overlooked such a straightforward solution? Fire would be the most effective weapon against the horde filling the dual-lane campus road. Yet, a dilemma loomed. How could he retrieve the gasoline without arousing suspicion regarding his potential spatial abilities? Was it worth the risk? Just as Gu Yunzhou hesitated, a teammate interjected. "Captain, isn't that small path behind us leading to the fishing pond we often visit? I remember there were 2 barrels of gasoline stored at the shop. Should we send someone to check?" Upon hearing this, the captain turned to Gu Yunzhou, the unspoken message clear. The decision lay with him. Truth be told, the suggestion was serendipitous. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yunzhou declared, "Regardless of which path we take, danger lurks in every direction. Instead, let us gamble that there is gasoline within. Even if we cannot incinerate every last zombie, it should buy us some time to catch our breath and gain some distance. Shall we send a few swift runners to scout?" With no superior alternatives at hand, the group resolved to take the chance. "Not necessary. I'm fast and strong. I'll be back in under 30 seconds. Gu Yunzhou asserted. They were not in a position to be hindered by anyone else dawdling inside. With urgency, he sprinted down the narrow path adjacent to the girls. Upon traversing a gravel-strewn route, he arrived at a small fishing pond and a raised cabin by the water. Bursting through the makeshift wooden door, he was met by a throng of zombies, likely the owner of the fishing grounds. Time was of the essence, so Gu Yunzhou swiftly dispatched the owner with a single strike. Just as he prepared to retrieve the gasoline from his system, the owner unexpectedly dropped a blue skill card. Skill card, Blue Master Angler, encompassing knowledge on baiting, location selection, and rod choices, aiding you in swiftly becoming a proficient angler. What an absurd skill. Did he truly need to learn fishing now? Was there even time for such a pursuit? While it was true that anglers could potentially reel in all sorts of things, no one was keen on fishing up a lurking zombie. Despite rolling his eyes and muttering in frustration, Gu Yunzhou resolved to seize every opportunity to enhance his skills. He glanced around the cabin, but found no sign of the anticipated gasoline barrels. Consequently, he extracted a 10-liter green portable canister of gasoline from his warehouse without hesitation. Without further ado, he grabbed the canister and dashed back outside, but a large box of lighters on a nearby table caught his eye, halting him in his tracks. With a swift motion, he tossed his backpack aside, unzipped it, and emptied the contents into it. The entire endeavor took less than a minute and a half. When Gu Yunzhou reappeared at the intersection, his comrades had just retreated to this point, although several lives had been sacrificed to stall the zombies. The sight of the green canister in Gu Yunzhou's grasp ignited excitement among the group. Only the teammate who had suggested checking the fishing pond appeared perplexed. Recalling a different style of barrel from his memory, Gu Yunzhou rushed to the center of the formation, urging everyone to keep their distance as he prepared to pour the gasoline. Since the next stretch led downwards, they allowed the girls to sprint ahead before Gu Yunzhou began dousing the zombies with gasoline. Having emptied a substantial portion of the canister, he managed to cover only about a dozen zombies, some of which were dispatched by others in a moment of desperation. While the amount seemed insufficient, he held on a hope that it would provide some delay. Estimating the remaining gasoline, Gu Yunzhou signaled for everyone to retreat, leaving only the capable team captain by his side. "No fire? What do we do?" The captain, realizing he had forgotten his lighter, looked dumbfounded. Check the side pocket of my backpack. There's a lighter there, Yunzhou suggested, already predicting this scenario. Got it. The captain retrieved the lighter, adjusting the flame to its maximum. After a couple of attempts, he shouted while sprinting forward. Are you ready? I'm about to light it. Go ahead, Yunzhou urged. Two individuals seized the makeshift torches crafted from cloth, each igniting their own before hurling them toward the horde of zombies behind them. With a whoosh, as the flames met the gasoline-soaked corpses, a roaring inferno erupted instantaneously. Even the two leading the charge could feel the scorching waves of heat emanating from behind. Stealing a glance over their shoulders, they witnessed the flames swiftly spreading, mercilessly consuming the undead throng. Thick black smoke billowed into the air, permeating it with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The zombies, devoid of pain, continued to surge forward, their bodies ablaze. Yet, as the fire scorched their muscles and tendons, their movements grew sluggish, ultimately toppling over as they were pressed by the relentless tide behind them. The flames from the stubborn gasoline ignited the clothing and hair of those at the rear, igniting a small-scale conflagration. Consequently, the entire horde's advance began to falter. Well done. Nice, exclaimed the onlookers, positioned 20 meters ahead, as they leaned against their knees, panting while offering hushed cheers. They were determined not to repeat the foolishness that had led them into such dire straits. With the zombies' momentum temporarily hindered, there was no reason for them to be abandoned. They seized the opportunity to hasten toward the training building, planning to ascend from the pathway beneath the training bridge. Although Yunzhou felt a twinge of regret for the scattered cards left uncollected, the aroma of roasting meat and the scent of burning fabric compelled him to pull up his collar to shield his nose, muttering in a subdued tone. Chapter 40. A ray of hope amidst darkness as Yunzhou and his companions hastened towards the training building. A military-controlled area lay 8 kilometers to the west of the school. This location, formerly the driving examination site in the Gutong district, had now become a makeshift sanctuary, dotted with tents of various sizes. These tents housed survivors rescued by the military. Soldiers clad in uniforms, armed with Type 95 rifles, patrolled the encampment diligently. High walls surrounding the examination grounds had ladders erected against them, where armed personnel stood guard to ensure the safety of the camp. Inside the comprehensive examination building, a drone operator, facing numerous camera feeds, suddenly spotted a plume of black smoke rising from the Gutang branch of Qingqing University. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the drone towards the source, eager to ascertain the situation. It is important to note that the military could not have rushed to the aid of the students immediately, as they had only recently arrived to establish the camp and were busy rescuing nearby residents. Only in the past few days had they managed to allocate some personnel for distant rescues. In a short while, the drone, hovering 500 meters above the ground, arrived over the school. The operator intended to fly directly to the site of the smoke, but was taken aback to discover a large group of survivors at the end of a bridge, constructing a makeshift barricade from tables and chairs. They were fiercely combating a horde of zombies that had swarmed the bridge, their heads appearing as darkened silhouettes below. Thanks to the military-grade drone, the operator could zoom in and clearly identify the survivors, who were evidently students and teachers from the school. A cursory glance revealed at least 100 survivors among them. Being predominantly young adults, their available rescue resources were limited, placing them among the priority targets for extraction. After hovering the drone in place, the operator promptly reported the situation to his commanding officer. Below, ordinary individuals gazed upward, perceiving only a small black in the sky. However, Yunzhou, having undergone physical enhancement during the apocalypse, immediately recognized the drone's presence. He shook his sore arms and turned to the team leader overseeing the drone operations, inquiring, "Old Lu, is that drone up there yours? We can hardly hold out any longer. Remaining at the school, waiting for military rescue, is simply unrealistic. We must determine the safest route for our retreat. Let us find a secure location to regroup." Upon hearing this, the student known as Old Lu looked up, squinting as he searched the sky. After a while, he barely discerned the drone flashing red and blue lights. "That's impossible. Our drones were all secured long ago. How could there still be one in the air?" He then turned to a nearby teammate, asking, "Shaowen, are we certain all our drones are grounded? Could there be one operating in the northern district?" "I can assure you, there are no drones in the northern district. That drone is definitely not from our school." Shaowen responded with conviction. "This is peculiar. Could there be survivors from outside using a drone for reconnaissance?" A weary student, having just finished a rotation, wiped the blood from his face and exhaled heavily. At this point, who cares? I doubt these obstacles will hold for much longer. Where have the girls retreated to? They must have reached the station by now. We should prepare to withdraw. When Gu Yunzhao's group returned to the training bridge, those unaware of the circumstances displayed great excitement. However, the leaders among them wore grim expressions. They feigned enthusiasm upon welcoming the returning group and, after directing the girls to their designated area, promptly took Gu Yunzhao and the retired squad leader aside to discuss how to handle the remaining zombies. Relieved to hear that part of the zombies had been incinerated, they collectively sighed. Their greatest fear had been that the remaining zombies would follow them back. Yet, facing an endless swarm of the undead, neither the training building nor the comprehensive building in the central district was suitable for continued defense. Thus, they resolved to move towards the main gate of the northern district, where a spacious northern square and a mechanical training center awaited. There, they could access various CNC machines to fabricate more suitable weapons and utilize the drone for reconnaissance to identify safer camping locations. Quickly, we can barely hold on any longer. Don't engage, just retreat. Those who have just rested should provide cover. We need to move from here towards the station without delay. Gu Yunzhao shouted as he observed the makeshift barricade of tables and chairs teetering precariously. Having endured days of survival in the apocalypse, the group had adapted to alternating rest periods and cooperative strategies, and they began their organized retreat. This scene was also captured by the drone hovering above. This group appears competent. Surely, our retired students are among them directing operations. A middle-aged man, resembling a commanding officer, nodded approvingly at the footage transmitted from the drone. Report. Indeed, each year, various universities welcome back our veterans to continue their studies. So multiple universities within the city now have self-rescue teams organized by our retired soldiers. This significantly eases our rescue efforts, a sergeant remarked, observing Gu Yunzhao and his companions as they sprinted past the station, heading in the direction of the northern district. The drone descended lower. We will dispatch troops to rescue them shortly, he instructed, muttering to himself. Alas, the rescue team from the neighboring high school is still lacking personnel. After bringing them back, we should reintegrate the veterans into the team to assist with the rescue. The drone operator, now donning his headset and visual goggles, was oblivious to these discussions as he swiftly maneuvered the drone downward. The military had specifically modified the drone for rescue operations, enabling it to communicate while hovering just a meter above the ground. Upon witnessing the drone's sudden descent, Gu Yunzhao and the others halted, gazing up in astonishment. Team members familiar with drones gathered to scrutinize its design and equipment, sensing something was amiss. One of them nudged Old Lu and whispered, "Old Lu, doesn't that drone model seem?" Old Lu instinctively straightened, casting a disapproving glare at the one who prodded him, before responding quietly. "It's likely just as you think. We are about to be rescued." While the group murmured among themselves, a crackling sound emanated from the drone, followed by a male voice transmitting, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" The foremost individuals exchanged glances, ultimately prompting a teacher to step forward and nod in acknowledgement. After a brief mechanical rotation within the drone, a cord resembling that of a loudspeaker or microphone descended, landing before the teacher. "You may converse with us through the microphone," the teacher remarked as he grasped the dangling device. "I am the instructor here. May I inquire who you are and your purpose for seeking us?" "Greetings, esteemed teacher. We are a military unit dispatched by the Southern Military District, tasked with the rescue of the Gulong District. Our current encampment is situated 8 kilometers away at the Vehicle Administration Examination site. Do you possess the capability to make your way to our camp? Or would you require our personnel to assist in your evacuation?" Upon hearing the message relayed from the drone, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd as they glanced at the individuals in the front. The military. Am I hearing this correctly? It truly is the military. We are saved. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We have waited so long, and finally, we hear news of military rescue. The Vehicle Administration site? I recall that just half a month prior to the cataclysm, I took my driving test there. With a vehicle, we could make it in less than half an hour. Haha, for the first time, I appreciate how advantageous it is that our branch school is located in the suburbs. Right outside the school gate lies the main road, which is hardly congested. Chapter 41. The school is no longer tenable. Upon hearing the inquiry, the teacher silently calculated a set of data in his mind. There were approximately over 100 survivors in the Northern District, along with the recently rescued girls from the Central District, totaling nearly 300 individuals. While this may seem substantial, one must remember that this branch school could accommodate up to 30,000 people. Ultimately, fewer than 300 had managed to survive. Among this number, a considerable portion were girls, along with several elderly expert teachers. It would indeed pose significant challenges to traverse the nearby town and villages to safely reach the vehicle management office 8 kilometers away. Therefore, it was imperative that they arrange for assistance. Comrade, I trust you have noticed the presence of numerous girls and elderly individuals in our group. Relying solely on our own legs to navigate through the village roads is exceedingly difficult. Could you possibly dispatch a small team to assist us? Certainly. We will arrange for personnel to conduct a rescue operation immediately. Please ensure that you locate usable vehicles prior to their arrival, as your numbers are indeed quite substantial. Thank you. After a brief exchange of intelligence, the drone's internal winch began to operate, retracting the microphone that had been lowered. Under the watchful gaze of all, it ascended and flew beyond the campus. Uncertain of when they would arrive, the thought of being transported to the camp tonight filled them with hope for a restful slumber. 8 kilometers is not an insurmountable distance. If all goes smoothly, they should arrive tonight, or at the latest, by tomorrow morning. So, do we still need to head to the Northern Square Engineering Machinery Training Center to fabricate weapons? ISNT, that a redundant query? Are you suggesting we abandon our weapons now and wait idly for the military to rescue us? All right. Everyone quiet down. We will discuss matters once we have secured our safety. For now, let us proceed. When we pass the Northern District Canteen, we shall inform them of the military's impending rescue and gather them to join us at the Northern Square Training Building to refine the weapons we possess. The teacher who had just conversed with the drone raised his hand to capture the attention of the murmuring crowd. Roar, roar, just as they prepared to move forward. A cacophony of zombie howls erupted from the comprehensive building. Hearing the unsettling sounds from above, the expressions of the group turned grave. We must not linger here. Yunzhou clapped Lin Wanru on the shoulder and was the first to advance. Once Lin Wanru regained her senses, she immediately pulled her niece along to follow. Their movement triggered a chain reaction, prompting everyone to hasten their pace. As they walked, Yunzhou also made a request for compensation from the group in the comprehensive building. They did not hesitate and readily provided him with a set of walkie-talkies and solar charging devices. Regarding the modification of vehicles, given the current predicament, they could only promise to craft a few iron frames at the Northern District Machinery Training Building, should they find a welding machine to affix them to the vehicles. For more professional modifications, they would need to go to the Automobile Training Building across from the Central District for more detailed work. Yunzhou was aware of this and did not dwell on it further. For him, a durable vehicle to hit the road was sufficient. After their conversation concluded, Lin Qingyin and Lin Wanru, the two beauties, could no longer hold back and approached Yunzhou. Yunzhou, are you planning to act independently later and not accompany us? Yunzhou shrugged, affirming his intent. I plan to return home to assess the situation. I won't follow the military, as I am confident in my abilities, provided I do not encounter a horde of zombies. And what about the two of them? Yunzhou smiled at Lin Wanru and her companion. They have expressed their desire to accompany me. Xie Jinjia widened her eyes in disbelief, glancing between Yunzhou and the elegant woman in OL attire exuding an air of sophistication. A surge of unidentifiable anger welled up within her. How shameless. She then noticed the young girl, clearly underage, being held by Lin Wanru. Pervert. With that, she disregarded Yunzhou's perplexed expression and rushed to the front of the line to clear the path of wandering zombies. Hey, Zhao, look. They must be having a spat, right? I can't believe he's so adept at playing both sides. Enjoying what's on his plate while eyeing what's on the stove and the table across. Humph. I told you this guy was no good. Zhao, your opportunity has come. Having refrained from meddling earlier due to the urgency of the situation, Zhaochen and Apos' team joyfully reported their observations upon noticing the tension. Zhaochen donned in sportswear, adjusted his collar and tossed his hair, convinced of his own coolness, and pressed his hands down to compose himself. Stay calm. I have never regarded that brat with any seriousness. He is beneath me. Let us go help Xie Jinjia. All right, brothers, let us move to assist our elder sister-in-law. Despite the commotion from the zombies in the Central District, the group, having established contact with military support, maintained a positive outlook, believing they would soon board a vehicle bound for the safety of a military-protected camp. Soon, they arrived outside the Northern District Canteen. The canteen, aside from the sign still hanging above, was now utterly transformed. The main entrance was barricaded by blue cafeteria tables, with the stairways leading to the upper floors blocked by various debris. Their only means of ascent appeared to be a faintly visible soft ladder. Adding to the horror, approximately a dozen zombies were suspended by ropes from their necks, dangling from the second-floor corridor, due to their undead nature. When these suspended beings caught sight of a throng of delectable humans passing by, they descended into a frenzy, thrashing wildly and roaring in desperation, eager to relish the sweet sounds of their impending prey and the warmth of their blood. Yunzhou frowned at this scene, hesitating before speaking. Are you certain we can negotiate with these individuals from the Northern District? I fear they might turn on you midway. While the zombies are devoid of reason and utterly mad, their actions are undeniably brutal and terrifying. Are their minds truly intact? Lin Wanru, trembling at the sight of the suspended zombies, clutched Yunzhou and Appo's sleeve and whispered in fear. Meanwhile, the others in the group quietly debated. Is it truly necessary to summon the Northern District crowd? This seems excessively cruel. Before they became zombies, they were our classmates and teachers. Would it not be more merciful to grant them a swift end rather than subject them to this torment? Is there any issue with that? I perceive no issue at hand. After all, we find ourselves amidst an apocalypse, merely confined by the undead on the first and second floors. This school is not merely a sanctuary for our movements. There are neighboring villagers as well. If we do not take such measures, how shall we deter those who seek to seize our resources? I had not anticipated such darkness within your heart, blocking off the doors and staircases. Why not? Humph, think as you will. Outside, the zombies stirred with alarming restlessness, quickly capturing the attention of those within the cafeteria. Soon, someone ventured outside to investigate. A mere glance was sufficient for them to hastily return with a report. Boss, there are numerous individuals below, approximately 100 or 200. It appears they are armed with weapons akin to pikes, likely from the comprehensive building. Could it be that they have abandoned the training building and the comprehensive building? Coming directly here? That seems improbable, given their numbers. Why not simply inquire? The officer remaining in the cafeteria instructed someone to notify several team leaders before making his way to the second-floor corridor, calling down, "Welcome to the Northern District Cafeteria. May I inquire what brings such a multitude to our doorstep? If you merely pass by, we extend our welcome. However, if you seek resources, I regret to inform you that we cannot provide assistance." The words spoken were starkly realistic, accompanied by a heightened sense of vigilance. As shadows flickered in every corner of the cafeteria, the leaders from the comprehensive building felt a weight in their chests upon witnessing this scene. They contemplated allowing these individuals to fend for themselves, yet after much hesitation, they resolved to inform the Northern District of the situation at the comprehensive building, as well as the encounter with the military reconnaissance drone. Chapter 42. Great Wall Tank 300. The individuals on the second floor did not respond immediately after hearing the words, but rather expelled everyone from their presence. We are aware of the situation now. You must vacate our territory immediately. By the way, the teaching building and dormitory over there also belong to us, and you are prohibited from entering. Should our people discover you there, and a conflict ensue, resulting in injury or worse, it will not be our concern. Those areas were painstakingly cleared by us. You cannot simply pick the fruits of our labor. These words, laced with threats and disdain, incited discontent among many within the group, who appeared ready to escalate into conflict. However, rational companions managed to quell their agitation. We have already shown them enough mercy. Whether they heed our warning is no longer our concern. Let us proceed. They continued towards the mechanical training building. The group swiftly resumed their journey, cautiously navigating past the northern dormitories and teaching buildings, only to discover that the situation there mirrored that of the northern cafeteria. The shared entrance of the dormitory and teaching building was adorned with numerous zombies, and even a few were skewered like kebabs, rendered immobile on either side of the entrance. How terrifying. How could they do this? Lin Qinin, visibly anxious, clutched Yunzhou and Appo's sleeve, peeking from behind him as she observed the struggling zombies, her voice trembling with fear. They have clearly designated these two areas as their hunting grounds. Stop looking. We must hurry. Yunzhou gently patted her head, urging her to quicken her pace. They swiftly passed through the entrance, soon arriving at the northern square, continuing along the school path toward the main gate, with the engineering and machinery training building adjacent to it. As Yunzhou approached the large iron gate, preparing to pull it open, a small window beside the doorknob was suddenly opened from inside. Who are you? I warn you not to move. The person stepping forward to open the door raised his hands in a gesture of peace, retreating a couple of steps. We are survivors from the Central District's comprehensive building. We had no idea there were already people inside. We mean no harm." The individual inside glanced back briefly before dismissively stating, "Just wait," and shutting the small window. Naturally, the engineering training building, being a high-value target close to the northern cafeteria, had already been seized. It served as a veritable armory for the northern district, and they would not leave it unattended for the central district's use. Once inside, the man reported the situation to the person in charge. A burly man, clad in a somewhat oil-stained white tank top, paused his work upon hearing the news. Wiping his hands with a nearby towel, he scrutinized the newcomer. "Are you truly survivors from the central district? Damn it, I thought you might be villagers trying to deceive us into opening the door. It seems to be genuine. I recognize a couple of teachers among them, and most appear to be of similar age to us. I will go take a look." Most of the individuals inside the engineering training building were students of related disciplines, providing logistical support to the northern cafeteria and Oppos S group, yet they operated with a different mindset. Although they did not exhibit the same madness as that group, they maintained a healthy degree of vigilance. While the two factions negotiated, Yunzhou had already stepped outside the school gate, making his way to the road in search of his vehicle. The road outside the school was quite desolate. To the left lay a small roadside town adjacent to the school, where they often ventured for snacks or gatherings during weekends or breaks. On the right was the main road leading out of the city, frequented by trucks and buses. For Yunzhou, possessing only a C2 driving license. Although he found the high-chassis, powerful trucks intriguing, he regrettably lacked the skills to operate such vehicles. Several students and older faculty members quickly spotted a bus that had veered off the road, leaning against the curb or the school's wall. If the keys were still in the ignition, once the military arrived, a single vehicle could transport everyone away. How convenient. Yunzhou, however, had no intention of searching for a vehicle in the town. After walking a bit further to the right, he spotted a small car that suited him well, a black off-road vehicle, its door ajar, having crashed into the greenery. Upon inspecting the front, he exclaimed, "Ah, a Great Wall Tank 300. Circling the vehicle, he noted that aside from a slightly dented bumper from the crash and a few superficial scratches, it was in satisfactory condition. The interior was dusty from being left open for an extended period, but otherwise, everything appeared to be in order. The keys were still in the ignition, though the owner was nowhere to be found. Hopefully, they hadn't met an unfortunate fate, perhaps becoming one of the zombies he had just dispatched. He sat down in the driver's seat, closing the door behind him, and to his delight, the vehicle started. Albeit with little fuel remaining, about 1.5 notches left before empty. Fortunately, the gasoline card he possessed yielded 92-octane fuel. However, given the number of people around, he decided against refueling the car immediately. After reversing out of the greenery, he parked beside the school gate. Why not find a luxury car to drive? I just saw a Porsche over there. Should I bring it over for you?" One of the classmates accompanying him remarked, playfully patting the Tank 300 and Oppos S hood and admiring its exterior. One of the perks of the apocalypse was that cars once deemed unattainable could now be claimed if one could start them. Yunzhou chuckled and shook his head. "If you're interested, feel free to take it for a spin. I prefer a sturdy vehicle like this. Those luxury cars would likely be wrecked after hitting a couple of zombies. It hardly seems worth it." His companion laughed. "No rush. Let and Oppos S regroup with the military first. Surely we'll get into the city afterward. I can finally drive the car of my childhood dreams." Suddenly, two buses with flashing reverse lights rolled down the slope to the school gate. To Yunzhou and Oppos S surprise, someone even drove a green dump truck over. Wow, this guy is truly talented. With this beast clearing the way, encountering a horde of zombies won't be so daunting, the classmate exclaimed, recognizing the driver of the dump truck. His family operated large trucks, and he had learned to drive them before turning 18. It was said that he had even acquired a license specifically for such vehicles once he reached adulthood. An hour later, several vehicles, big and small, were neatly parked outside the school gate, with those left to guard them casually perched atop the vehicles, chatting and enjoying the view. After boasting with them for a while, Yunzhou rose to brush off the dust from his trousers and decided to check on the progress of their discussions. He also took the opportunity to inquire whether Lin Wanru and the others truly intended to accompany him. Having just slipped through the narrow door of the training building, which barely allowed a single person to pass, Yunzhou had yet to locate anyone from the comprehensive building. At that moment, Lin Chinin, a curious little girl, scampered over and grasped one of his fingers, her eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. "Brother Yunzhou, where did you just go? I've been looking for you for quite some time." I was outside with them searching for a vehicle. What is happening inside? I have no idea either. They simply opened the door for us. And then someone led them away with those spiked long poles, seemingly busy with some sort of polishing work. And what about your aunt? Where is she? Oh, she's over there lending a hand. Chapter 43. Safe travels within the engineering machinery training building. Individuals were engrossed in welding or cutting various steel and iron plates, while those in the comprehensive building assisted as needed. When Yunzhou approached Lin Wanru, the team leader responsible for coordinating with him from the comprehensive building also found him. Gu, I've been searching for you. We arranged with the instructors and students here to reinforce the vehicles. When the military arrives, we'll take them along. However, due to time and resource constraints, we can only affix some crash-resistant steel plates or spikes to the front of the vehicles using gas welding or electric welding. Have you selected the vehicle you wish to modify? I found a black tank 300 parked outside. When do we start the welding? Yunzhou inquired. The responsible individual beside the team leader pondered for a moment and replied, if you're in a hurry. We can quickly find some suitable steel plates and weld them on. If you prefer to wait for the military to leave together, we can additionally weld some triangular spikes onto the plates. Hurry. Yunzhou turned to Lin Wanru. Are you joining the main group to find the military? Or will you continue with me? Lin Wanru immediately linked her arm with his, resting her cheek on his shoulder, demonstrating her intent through her actions. Brother Yunzhou, you promised to take us home to fetch my drone. You can't go back on your word. The young girl, Lin Qingyin, also clung tightly to Yunzhou's other arm, echoing her sister's sentiment. Seeing their affectionate gestures, Yunzhou smiled at the welding supervisor. Could you please arrange to reinforce the front of the tank 300 parked by the school gate? We plan to leave before nightfall. Yunzhou had no intention of lingering at the school to wait for military aid any longer. His attribute cards had sufficiently elevated all his attributes to over 100. He needed to find a secure location to utilize the cards swiftly. After all, he had dispatched no fewer than 100 zombies at the school. But the highest level card he had obtained was merely blue. He sensed that once all his attributes surpassed 100, the system would reward him handsomely. The supervisor glanced at the team leader and nodded to Yunzhou, summoning a few individuals to gather protective masks, gas welding guns, and large steel plates as they proceeded outside. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiejinju watched Yunzhou surrounded by the two girls with a mix of annoyance and frustration, twisting the towel in her hands and muttering, "Damn Yunzhou. How could he change so quickly? Scoundrel. Pervert." Her inner turmoil raged as she observed them leaving without even a glance her way. After deliberating, she eventually lowered her head, feeling somewhat defeated. Yet, she could hardly blame Yunzhou. His focus was entirely consumed by the system's warehouse, contemplating rewards or new functionalities that might arise once his attributes exceeded 100. Perhaps subconsciously, he believed that Xiejinju, who had been following the larger group, would not dare to venture toward his hometown with him. He merely intended to exchange pleasantries upon departure. Once outside, Yunzhou drove the vehicle onto a more open auxiliary road, where the personnel from the engineering machinery training building began their operations. Why don't we wait for the military to arrive before leaving? Is there something urgent? Lin Wanru shielded her eyes from the dazzling light emitted by the welding nearby. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed, let us set off to your home as soon as possible. I might have a way to help you and Qingyin grow stronger, Yunzhou replied. Having finally extracted some useful information from the system, he was eager to find a safe spot to allocate his attribute points. It was that he couldn't allocate points now. Rather, the system indicated that a comprehensive transformation would occur once all attributes surpassed 100, necessitating a secure environment for the process. In simple terms, it was akin to a profound internal refinement, which would undoubtedly be a painful ordeal. Thus, he needed to find a safe location. Lin Wanru, perceptive enough to sense some of his secrets, required no further explanation and merely nodded in understanding. Let us head to the nearby villa. We seldom stay there, but it should be safer. A villa? Yunzhou was taken aback upon hearing those words. After all, the sisters had previously mentioned their home was in the north. Now, she was implying the existence of an infrequently occupied villa nearby. In his life, he had only encountered such scenarios in television shows or novels. The beautiful teacher he had rescued turned out to be a hidden figure of considerable wealth. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "So, you're not the daughter of some major northern conglomerate who ended up here as a university instructor for some reason, are you?" Both girls stifled their laughter upon hearing his question. Lin Qingyin, unabashed, teased, "Brother Yunzhou, your imagination is rather vivid. Could it not be that we simply rent this villa?" "Oh, so it's rented. Gu Yunzhou sighed in relief, only to realize belatedly, even if it's rented, it can't be cheap. You little rascal, Qingyin. Is it amusing to tease your brother? Gu Yunzhou chuckled, playfully threatening to give her a light smack. Startled, the girl quickly shielded her forehead with her hands, retreating behind Lin Wanru. All right, enough teasing her. We merely have a house there, Lin Wanru interjected, swiftly preventing any further antics as the situation threatened to escalate. Gu Yunzhou nodded, refraining from probing deeper. After all, everyone has their little secrets. Although the sisters had disowned some of his mysteries, they hadn't pried excessively into his affairs either. After sharing a light laugh, they shifted their conversation to other topics. Subsequently, around 4 to 5 in the afternoon, the front of Gu Yunzhou's tank 300 had been fitted with a layer of welded steel plates. While their sturdiness remained uncertain, they certainly appeared robust enough to withstand impacts. Concurrently, several buses nearby had also been reinforced with steel plates. The basic modifications for the transport vehicles were nearing completion. Their next task was to await the arrival of the military and organize the convoy for departure from the school. As for the exact timing, that depended on when the drones in the sky could spot the military vehicles. The drones from the comprehensive building had been recharged and were once again airborne, conducting reconnaissance. During this time, someone from the northern cafeteria had made a visit, but Gu Yunzhou was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, as he had been outside the school, clearing zombies in an effort to collect more cards. Host, Gu Yunzhou. Stamina, 98 strength, 100 speed, 97 mental, 98 status, none. Skills, Blade of the 8 Slices, Fundamental Pharmacology. Danger Perception, Mastery of Parkour, Proficient Angler. System Inventory, Food Card, White, X30, Attribute Card, White, X20, Steel Balls, 1257, Arrows, 350, Gasoline number 92, 10 liters. Function Card, Blue Adrenaline X1. Item Card, Blue Sprinting Shoes X1. At this moment, he had elevated his attributes to the brink of 100, eagerly anticipating his arrival at the villa mentioned by Lin Wanru, where he would finalize his enhancements. Once Lin Wanru and her companion had finished modifying their vehicle, they entered and waited outside, while Gu Yunzhou returned to the school to find Xie Jingjie. After exchanging pleasantries, he prepared to depart. Are you leaving in such haste? Will you not accompany us to the military safe zone? Xie Jingjie inquired, her hope lingering as she observed Gu Yunzhou, fully equipped and smiling. She entertained the notion that this seemingly oblivious individual might suddenly awaken to the idea of inviting her to join him. Alas, Gu Yunzhou did not. No. I plan to take them home first, and then I must return to my hometown to check on my family. Well, I wish you a safe journey. Xie Jingjie thought of a more heartfelt sentiment, yet the words remained unspoken, transforming instead into a simple farewell. Chapter 44. Clearing the path or disposing of the corpse horde. After a brief farewell, Gu Yunzhou elegantly turned and stepped outside, locating the modified Tank 300. He opened the driver's door and settled into the seat. Once he secured his seatbelt, he turned to the two young women and inquired, "Are you ready? If so, let's set off. Onward. Go, go, go. Our destination is the Qingxi Villa area." With the vehicle ignited, he lowered the window and waved at the individuals seated on the bus outside, acknowledging them before pressing the accelerator and swiftly departing. The once orderly road was now cluttered with vehicles in disarray, remnants of limbs mangled beneath car chassis, and scattered zombies. The desolate surroundings, coupled with the low growls of the wandering undead, intensified the apocalyptic atmosphere. Despite the reinforced front of the vehicle, equipped with a layer of steel suitable for ramming zombies, it often required halting to clear vehicles obstructing their path. Thankfully, some nearby vehicles still had their keys. But the greatest concern arose when encountering a car devoid of keys amidst a throng of zombies. In such instances, Gu Yunzhou would park at a distance, employ a slingshot to eliminate the zombies, and then painstakingly push the vehicle aside. When faced with an immovable obstacle, he would accelerate the Tank 300, utilizing its full power to shove the obstructing car out of the way. The road was riddled with accidents, and if this continued into the night, they might not reach the villa in time. Lin Wanru stood atop the vehicle, utilizing a level borrowed from the school to assess the road ahead, and remarked to Gu Yunzhou as he returned, "It seems we might not make it after all. Don't worry, I'll try to move as quickly as possible. We have a considerable distance to cover, and we cannot afford to be delayed," Gu Yunzhou replied, stretching his shoulders and assisting her down from the hood of the car. Once they exited the small town adjacent to the school, the route became significantly easier to navigate, as the zombies on the road were sparse and could be easily crushed underfoot. Most vehicles had either crashed into the roadside barriers or were positioned only slightly in the center of the road. Since this route led directly towards the military camp's vehicle management office, Lin Wanru glanced back at the path they had taken and humorously noted, "Although we aren't waiting for military rescue, we are doing a good deed by clearing a path for them." After a while, feeling more adept at driving, Yunzhou chuckled. "Perhaps we should have requested some weapons or supplies before we left. It feels like we're working for free." However, Lin Qingyin interjected from the backseat, "They probably don't have anything useful to offer us." "Haha. Qingyin, you make a valid point." Yunzhou agreed as they continued to clear obstacles and dispatch zombies along the way. However, after traveling a couple of kilometers, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. To their dismay, a small horde of zombies had gathered ahead, estimated to be around 100 to 200 strong. How could there be so many zombies here? "Should we take a detour?" Lin Wanru asked nervously, gazing at the approaching horde. Yunzhou nodded solemnly. Although he was not intimidated by the sight of a couple hundred zombies, the current scenario made it impractical to bypass them. For reasons of safety and to collect the potential rewards, he believed it best to eliminate them all. He instructed the two young women to retrieve the bottles they had gathered on the road, while he accessed a large container of 92-octane gasoline from his system warehouse, a reward from their previous encounters with zombies. As they had not alerted the horde, the zombies continued their slow advance, allowing them some time to prepare. "Qingyin, cut these clothes and towels into strips. Wanru, hold the bottles, and I'll pour the gasoline," Yunzhou directed, awakening the two from their daze. Without pondering how he had materialized such a large jug of gasoline, they promptly followed his instructions. When the horde was still over 100 meters away, they hid behind the rear of the tank 300 and prepared approximately a dozen Molotov cocktails. Yunzhou looked around and focused on a nearby bus that had come to rest against the curb. This bus was about 2 to 3 meters high, and the zombies nearby were generally between 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, making it an ideal vantage point for a safe attack. Carefully, they maneuvered toward the bus. The vehicle's flat front offered no means to climb up, leaving them curious about how to reach the top. With a slight smile, Yunzhou retrieved a bundle of tow ropes he had scavenged from other vehicles along the way. After stepping back a few paces, he executed a graceful parkour move, scaling the bus to its roof. He then lowered the rope for them to secure themselves before effortlessly pulling them up with his considerable strength. Lin Qingyin was the first to ascend, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Yunzhou, that was so cool. Can you teach me how to do it?" After loosening the rope around himself, Yunzhou affectionately ruffled her hair. "Want to learn? I'll teach you later." Seeing her nod enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, he chuckled and lowered the rope again to hoist up the Molotov cocktails they had prepared, followed by Lin Wanru. In a matter of moments, the horde had closed in to within 100 meters. Due to their position and the fact that they were prone on the bus's roof, they remained unnoticed by the approaching zombies. Yunzhou slowly crawled to the front of the bus and, grasping a glass bottle filled with gasoline but lacking a cloth wick, assessed the distance before attempting a throw. The bottle sailed through the air in a graceful arc, landing precisely 2 to 3 meters in front of the horde. A distance of over 50 meters. "Haha, it's hard to throw far while lying down," he remarked, shaking his head. "Don't worry about the distance. It was perfect. Do you have a lighter? Let's crouch and throw together. It will be safer," Lin Wanru suggested kindly, redirecting the conversation. Yunzhou nodded, retrieving a lighter from his backpack and handing it to them before carefully crouching down. "Be careful," he cautioned as he accepted the ignited Molotov cocktail from them. Channeling his inner video game character, he aimed and hurled the cocktail toward the horde. As the bottle shattered, flames erupted from the cloth wick, igniting the gasoline within and engulfing a large swath of zombies in fire. The sudden blaze sent the horde into a frenzy. However, due to their poor vision, they could not discern the source of the flames. Bang, bang, bang. In the brief moment of confusion, several more flaming Molotov cocktails soared through the air, accurately landing amidst the throng. The collection of incendiary bottles by Yunzhou and his companions was limited. After discarding all the Molotov cocktails, they could barely cover around 100 zombies, leaving approximately 1/3 of the horde unscathed by flames. At this juncture, his trusty slingshot, an artifact of his sixth brother, proved invaluable once more. The swarm of nearly 200 zombies had yet to encroach within 10 meters of the bus when Yunzhou single-handedly neutralized a significant portion of them. As the flames gradually subsided, he deftly stowed the slingshot back into its compartment, leaped from the vehicle, and drew the large blade strapped to his back, charging into the remaining dozen or so incapacitated zombies, wreaking havoc. It was not that he was unwilling to entrust the slingshot to the two girls. Rather, It was a perilous tool that could easily injure one's own hand if mishandled. His intentions were rooted in their safety. Should there be an opportunity to acquire crossbows or bows and arrows later, he would certainly bestow them upon the girls. Meanwhile, atop the vehicle, as the two girls cheered him on, gunfire and the sounds of colliding vehicles suddenly erupted from the other side of the road. They turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, only to discover 3 armed vehicles advancing toward them from across the street. Chapter 45. The olive branch extended by the military perched atop the first armored vehicle. The gunner wielding a machine gun gazed at the distant plume of black smoke, promptly retrieving his military binoculars to scrutinize the scene. To his astonishment, he discerned several burning corpses and, amidst the horde, Yunzhou valiantly dispatching a diminutive zombie. He swiftly grabbed the radio to report back to the command vehicle. "Are you certain you are not mistaken? There are survivors ahead actively exterminating zombies?" The squad leader seated before a computer screen in the midst of the convoy questioned incredulously upon receiving the report. After receiving confirmation, he opened the hatch of the machine gun compartment, leaned out, and also trained his binoculars in the direction indicated by the gunner. In no time, disbelief etched across his visage. A singular thought resonated within him. Whose subordinate is this? Such valor is remarkable. Armed only with a cold weapon, he maneuvers through the throng of zombies with such finesse. Noticing Yunzhou stumble slightly, he feared the young man was on the brink of exhaustion. He rapped the top of the vehicle urgently, calling through the radio, "Quickly, accelerate. We must lend assistance." "Received," came the reply. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, having narrowly avoided a fall, kicked away a stone on the ground. As he prepared to confront the remaining zombies in the distance, the sound of several vehicles roaring towards him reached his ears. The subsequent barrage of gunfire painted a line of destruction before him, severing the zombies like wheat. The few that remained struggled in vain, startled by the sudden gunfire. Yunzhou exhaled in relief upon seeing the approaching armed vehicles. It was clear that only the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army would wield firearms to rescue them. Trust in their green-clad figures was unwavering, even amidst the grim tones of the apocalypse. The sight of military green brought solace. As a few zombies drew near, the soldiers, wary of collateral damage, holstered their firearms. Once the vehicles closed in, they unsheathed their military knives and charged at the advancing zombies, dispatching them with remarkable efficiency. Yunzhou, refusing to remain idle, brandished his large knife, synchronizing his efforts with the soldiers to eradicate the undead. Once the area was cleared, the soldiers disembarked and nodded towards Yunzhou before heading towards Lin Wanru and her companion, who had just risen from the bus. Amidst the rescue efforts, 2 individuals emerged from their vehicle, approaching Yunzhou. Noticing their insignia, one with a 1 to 2 star and the other a 1 to 1 star, he recognized them as a lieutenant and a second lieutenant, respectively, a commendable rank. As they reached him, their faces registered surprise at his youthful appearance. Sniffing the lingering scent of gasoline and surveying the charred corpses, they noticed the familiar red army knife in his grasp, leading them to believe he was a veteran from some unit. Their admiration for talent surged. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. "Young man, when did you serve? At your age? You should be in university. Did you come from Qingqing University? How did you encounter this horde? Are you seeking your unit? We can bring you along." The stream of inquiries left Yunzhou momentarily dazed, compelling him to respond one by one. "Greetings, officers. I am not a discharged student. The attire I wear was gifted by a senior who enjoys cosplay, yes, the kind seen at comic conventions. You are aware, I presume?" Seeing them nod in acknowledgement, he continued. "I indeed emerged from Qingqing University, where our makeshift vehicle awaits. The main troop is stationed at the entrance, ready for your arrival. I am merely paving the way. You aren't a veteran, yet possess such prowess. Would you be interested in joining our ranks? You could be armed," the lieutenant with the 1 to 2 star offered without hesitation. Having not undergone specific military training, his audacity was impressive. They had deliberated. A single individual accompanied by 2 young women daring to traverse this perilous path would likely be capable of dispatching the horde alone, even without their support. His adeptness with the knife was evident, a skill passed down through generations, exuding an aura of invincibility that was compelling to observe. Upon hearing their invitation, Yunzhou pondered briefly before politely declining. "I regret disappointing your expectations, but we have more pressing matters to attend to and do not wish to join the military at this time." His card system, which only permitted the use of food and weapon cards, presented no shortage of resources, and his personal strength did not yet afford him sufficient assurance. Thus, discussions of allegiance to the state felt premature. "Please, do not rush to refuse. Consider it further. If you join us, we can provide greater assistance. Surely, it is wiser than embarking on this perilous journey alone. I surmise you wish to check on your parents? While your capabilities are commendable, the three of you are vulnerable should you encounter a more dire situation, with many more zombies. Grateful for the officer's earnest entreaties, Yunzhou remained resolute, shaking his head. Oh, why must you be so stubborn? Regardless, give it some thought. Since you are here to clear the path, enlighten us about the School S situation. How many survivors remain? Are their vehicles prepared? To my knowledge, there should still be 500 to 600 survivors, Yunzhou responded. The officer's expressions darkened upon hearing that. From a school of over 30,000, only a few hundred remained. This is truly a tragic apocalypse. Yunzhou observed their somber demeanor before continuing his account. In terms of transportation, there exists a bus terminal right outside our school, frequently serviced by shuttle buses. Thus, a plethora of large passenger vehicles is readily available in that vicinity. When you arrive to assist them, they should be able to board swiftly and depart. With such an abundance of vehicles capable of evacuating everyone at once, one might consider it a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. We are indeed at a loss. Despite our prompt response and swift establishment of camps in various locations, our efforts to rescue nearby survivors are hindered by their scattered distribution, making it impossible to provide immediate support to the students trapped within the school. Yunzhou silently nodded, unsure of how to express his sentiments. Before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary university student. Had the world not descended into chaos, he would likely have followed the path laid out by his parents, leading a mundane existence. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, fate has played a cruel joke on him, introducing countless uncertainties into his once predictable life. Chapter 46, Deep Blue. Since you have joined us, let us return together. The lieutenant carrying a burden of 12 spoke, noticing Yunzhou lost in thought, presuming he was reminiscing about his classmates. He patted Yunzhou's shoulder and said, "Though we claim to be the vanguards, it is merely a secondary task. I am presently planning to escort them back to Qingxi." The two non-commissioned officers, upon hearing this, tilted their heads to behold the two beautiful women behind him. One tall and the other petite, both striking in appearance. They chuckled, pointing at him. "Look at you. This is not a matter of reluctance, but rather, you are clearly distracted by beauty. Is your little classmate a damsel in distress or a heroic savior?" Yunzhou chuckled, scratching his head, accepting the misunderstanding with grace. For the essence of the matter was rather similar. Qingxi is quite close to the city. While there are military operations underway for cleanup and rescue within the urban area, it remains perilous. We are not overly concerned about the zombies. Our primary apprehension lies in the congested traffic hindering our passage. Confidence is commendable, yet excessive self-assurance can be detrimental. Please take care. Should you require assistance, continue along this route for a while, and you will find our camp. There will be personnel available to assist you if you decide to enter. Observing Yunzhou's steadfast determination to proceed alone, they refrained from further discussion. Received. Yunzhou rendered a somewhat unrefined military salute, then grinned. "I shall not delay your time any longer. We will be on our way. Farewell. Take care." After exchanging farewells, the two returned to their vehicle, while the other soldiers orderly boarded their transportation. As they passed by Yunzhou's Tank 300, they nodded in acknowledgement. On the military vehicle, the same two lieutenants and a second lieutenant conversed. "This Gu seems to possess some abilities. It is indeed a pity we could not enlist him into our ranks." Indeed. Although his standing in school is unknown to us, his eloquence and the fact that he single-handedly vanquished a considerable number of zombies suggest he is quite a remarkable individual. Alas, such individuals often fall prey to overconfidence and find themselves in peril. I hope he survives longer in this apocalyptic world. After a couple of months of grappling with reality, he should seek out our military camp on his own. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, having started the vehicle, maneuvered over the median strip onto the recently cleared military road. The road was free from both vehicles and zombies, save for the occasional straggler appearing from other locales. As they neared the vehicle administration office, Lin Wanru inquired, "Yunzhou, are we heading to that military camp?" The vehicle administration office was now under military control. The original gate had been fortified with fencing, where soldiers stood guard. A makeshift disinfecting shelter had been erected beside a side door. With a long queue of survivors seeking refuge, Yunzhou merely glanced at it from a distance, not pausing, but steadily pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. Over an hour later, the once silvery vehicle had become splattered with blood, with dents marring its surface. Yet, it remained relatively stable as they arrived at their destination. The Qingxi Villa area. The community gate stood wide open, allowing them easy access into the enclave. Within the community, as in the school, zombies and unfortunate corpses littered the surroundings, with yellowed shell casings strewn about, indicating military presence had indeed graced the area. It was evident that the affluent were afforded special privileges, even in the apocalypse, as those residing in this vicinity remained prime targets for rescue. The only advantage for ordinary folk might be that, should they find their way here, they could breathe a little easier, untroubled by the sudden appearance of zombies. Following Lin Wanru's guidance, they meandered for a while before arriving at her family's villa. A casual glance revealed unshuttered windows and doors unfortified, suggesting no one was home or had entered recently. As dusk began to envelop the sky, they did not linger outside, promptly entering the code to unlock the iron gate. Driving inside, positioning the vehicle to face the gate for a swift exit, they followed the two girls into the villa. For safety, they refrained from switching on the lights. Yet the dim ambience was sufficient to dazzle Yunzhou with the opulent decor. Who would have thought, Wanru, that your family is so affluent? Why then pursue a career in teaching, which is both laborious and not lucrative? Just one decorative piece could cover your salaries for over 2 months. Lin Wanru shot him an exasperated glance at his exaggerated tone, while Lin Qingyin stifled a giggle behind her. Yes, consider it a quirk of the wealthy. Would you? After all, we are not in want. What is wrong with cultivating aesthetic appreciation? Yunzhou found himself devoid of retort and could only silently commend her with a thumbs up. After returning home, Lin Wanru reflected, although there should be no electricity, water should still be running. The villa likely has a backup power source, so we should be able to enjoy a hot shower tonight. As for food, despite the regular visits from domestic help, it has been many days, and it is likely spoiled. Qingyin, please check your room to see how many batteries your drone has left. Charge them for a bit. Lin Qingyin nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by Yunzhou, who reclined on the sofa. Although the villa appears devoid of zombies or signs of intrusion, I must conduct a thorough check for safety's sake. With that, he retrieved the large knife strapped to his waist, handing it to her. You both stay here. Armed with this for protection, I shall inspect the premises to ensure it is unoccupied. Thus, for their safety, Yunzhou brandished the knife and cautiously examined potential hiding spots within the villa. Fortunately, no signs of others lurking or zombies mutating within were found. Apart from the three of them, the villa was deserted. With the windows left ajar, they opted not to turn on the lights to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, merely lighting a few candles for illumination. After a simple yet warm dinner, Yunzhou sought out a bedroom, preparing for the evening's main event. Deep Blue. At some. Chapter 47. The pinnacle of pain. Sitting cross-legged on the soft bed of the villa, Yunzhou expended all the attribute cards he had previously acquired in a single breath. Stamina, 98-116. Strength, 100-124. Speed, 97-118. Spirit, 98-110. Ding. Congratulations, the host's attributes have surpassed 100. Unlocking additional permissions and earning the title, Initial Display of Brilliance. Title, Initial Display of Brilliance, grants a 15 increase to all attribute values and a 5 luck bonus. Ding. Detection indicates that all attribute values have breached 100, reaching the limits of an ordinary person. A reward of 1 body adaptability modification has been granted. Please find a safe location to undergo body optimization promptly. Otherwise, subsequent attribute augmentations may overwhelm your body. A barrage of information, accompanied by 2 chimes, left Yunzhou momentarily bewildered. After forcibly suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he immediately equipped the new title that augmented his luck, followed by the initiation of the system's body optimization. Before he could fully appreciate his suddenly enhanced physique, he felt as if every muscle cell in his body was being torn apart, akin to pulling apart strands of shredded chicken. Fortunately, having endured numerous trials, his willpower remained resolute. He gritted his teeth to suppress any cries of agony. Enduring the first wave of excruciating pain, Yunzhou, despite the veins bulging and trembling in his teeth, managed to mutter a complaint. Good grief. Is this the reason the system warned me against recklessly maxing out my attributes all at once? This is unbearable. Body optimization differed significantly from the previous direct attribute enhancements. It was akin to an invasive, forceful augmentation that cleansed and refined his physical form, much like widening a narrow stream into a grand canal. The system's attribute enhancements felt more like pouring water into a river, or akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water on a sweltering summer day, refreshing and exhilarating, igniting a desire for more. Now, he felt as though he were ensnared within an Iron Maiden, with the most skillful of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners employing silver needles to pierce every capillary in his body. The intense stinging compelled an involuntary groan from his lips. Yet the moment he opened his mouth, the pain surged even more, overwhelming him and silencing his voice. Uncertain if the modifications would continue after he fainted, he fought to remain conscious, refusing to succumb to the agony. Twisted upon the bed, Yunzhou could distinctly observe his muscles convulsing violently, as if they were responding to some reflexive stimuli. Despite the pervasive discomfort, he couldn't help but find amusement in the sight of a muscle in his thigh incessantly contracting. Perhaps this light chuckle incited the system's ire, for the previously sharp pains abruptly vanished, replaced by a scraping sensation akin to a fascia blade, directly targeting the still twitching muscles. In an instant, the agony transformed from a myriad of wounds to 1,000 cuts. This sudden shift, even as Yunzhou felt as though his teeth might shatter. He could not contain himself. The tremendous noise immediately captured the attention of Lin Wanru and others within the villa. Each emerged from their rooms. Concern etched upon their faces as they confirmed the source of the distressing sounds emanated from Yunzhou's chamber. "Auntie, what has happened to Brother Yunzhou?" Yunzhou, uncertain of the system's intentions, had previously advised them not to enter his room should any disturbances arise. Yet, hearing his cries of anguish stirred their worry. With anxiety coursing through her, Lin Wanru hesitated at the door handle, biting her lower lip before retreating. Brother Yunzhou said we must not enter if there is any noise. We should trust his judgment. He will be fine. After offering some vague reassurances, she encouraged them to return to their rooms while she herself pulled a chair to sit outside his door. No matter the circumstance, she wished to stay close, ready to assist him should he need her. Inside the bedroom, Yunzhou, lost in his agony, felt as though his entire being had been punctured and ground under a millstone. He lay limply on the bed, akin to a deflated paper figure. In the depths of his torment, he perceived the rhythmic thumping of his heart and the flow of blood through his veins, accompanied by the creaking of his bones. As if entering a profound state of introspection akin to the internal vision often depicted in cultivation novels. Regrettably, despite his fervent efforts to translate sound into sight, he found himself unable to achieve this. As the physical pain gradually subsided, his ability to perceive the sounds diminished, and his awareness of his body returned. Yunzhou could now clearly sense that his body had grown at least threefold stronger than before. This was not merely the result of attribute points, but rather an awakening of latent potential within him. Although his four-dimensional values remained unchanged, every conceivable aspect of his physicality, strength, bone density, organ resilience, had been significantly enhanced. In simpler terms, what once required a few breaths to dispatch 7 or 8 zombies now allowed him to eliminate over a dozen with just a single breath, needing only a moment to recover. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him, as if a dormant grenade awaited ignition. With a sudden surge, he opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light flickering within. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful roar. Roar. Yunzhou's thunderous cry resonated throughout the villa, reminiscent of ancient martial arts techniques. As the sound reverberated, it shook the very windows, threatening to shatter them at any moment. This unintended display startled the scattered survivors within the villa, causing their hearts to skip a beat as they rushed to the windows, eyes wide with fear. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru, seated just outside the door, was jolted by the sound, her ears ringing, and she fell back in shock, clutching her ears in agony, her face contorted in pain. Within the room, Lin Qingyin, having been startled from her headphones, quickly removed them and flung open the door, only to be met with the sight of her aunt, writhing in distress. "Auntie." Chapter 48. Listen to me. Lin Qingyin, upon witnessing the pained expression of Lin Wanru, hurriedly rushed over to assist her. Observing her hands still clasped over her ears, she tentatively called out, "Auntie? Auntie, can you hear me?" Noticing the lack of response, she anxiously removed her hands to check, relieved to find no signs of bleeding. Glancing at the still-closed door behind Lin Wanru, she exerted effort to help her downstairs to the living room. Meanwhile, in another villa within the compound, a door that had been tightly shut was now ajar, revealing 2 pairs of eyes peering intently at the source of the commotion emanating from Yunzhou's villa. Although the wealthy inhabitants had been rescued by the military, not everyone was willing to abandon their homes. Among them were those who clung to the hope that the apocalypse would soon pass, returning everything to its former state, as well as ambitious individuals seeking to capitalize on the chaos to establish their own territories. What exactly were the inhabitants of that villa? Why were they emitting sounds akin to a tiger's roar? Did they perhaps have a tiger hidden in their vehicle? It was infuriating. They had believed that the military sweep had cleared the area, and yet here were these intruders. Their ease in opening the villa's front door suggested they were former residents, likely returning for something of value. "You should we?" One young man raised his hand to make a slicing motion across his throat. The bespectacled youth beside him adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting ominously. Best not to act hastily. If your guess is correct, they should be leaving within a couple of days. It's wise to avoid unnecessary trouble for now. Furrowing his brow at the villa, the young man recalled something and inquired, "Have we delivered the blood offering? We mustn't allow it to go hungry. As it pertains to our potential rise amidst this apocalypse." Yes, it has been delivered. Meanwhile, within the room, Yunzhou, having experienced a surge in power, was gradually calming down after venting his energy. At that moment, he finally found time to examine the notifications that had just appeared in the system. Ding! Higher-level card drops have been unlocked. Card treasure chests are now available. Note: legendary colored cards can be obtained from these chests, but they are often surrounded by immense danger. Ding! All four-dimensional values have surpassed 100. The attribute card, white, bonus has decreased by 50, but a higher-level attribute card has been unlocked. Ding! The team module has been activated, along with the affinity program. When affinity reaches 80, any card can be gifted to the other party. The three notifications flooded in. And while Yunzhou merely glanced at the first two, one indicating the end of his original plan to farm attribute cards in a zombie-rich area, his focus remained on the third notification. The ability to gift any card upon reaching an 80 affinity meant he could bestow attribute cards upon his companions, and with the opening of higher-level cards, there could be more than just attribute cards, perhaps even abilities or techniques that would elevate his team to new heights. Excellent. This is yet another compelling reason to report to the authorities. Observing the team interface, he noted a 04 character, indicating he had 4 slots available for new members. Naturally, 2 of those would be reserved for the 2 girls in the villa. Rising from the bed, he stretched his limbs, eager to share the good news, but was suddenly struck by a foul odor. Lifting his head and sniffing the air, he realized his skin was coated in a layer of dark, grimy residue, evidence of the toxins expelled from his body after the recent transformation. Quickly covering his nose, he dashed into the bathroom, turning on the tap to wash away the impurities. Once refreshed and clad in clean clothes, he exited only to find both girls' doors ajar, yet the rooms were empty. It dawned on him that his earlier outburst might have caused quite a scene, and fearing they might have encountered trouble, he swiftly retrieved his large knife from the system and headed downstairs. In the living room, Lin Wanru, gradually recovering, was comforting a shaken Lin Qingyin. Upon hearing the commotion from upstairs, they turned to see Yunzhou, now dressed and wielding a knife, charging down with a fierce demeanor, startling them both. Seeing the 2 girls huddled together, trembling, Yunzhou immediately sheathed the knife, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "I apologize. I didn't mean to create such a disturbance. When I emerged and found you both missing, I feared the worst." Lin Wanru, recognizing that he hadn't lost his senses, smiled gently despite being a victim herself. "It's all right. I understand it wasn't intentional. However, your noise was indeed rather excessive. Brother Yunzhou, that was more than just a little loud, even with my headphones on. I could hear your shout quite clearly. If I'm not mistaken, the sound must have echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. Thank goodness my aunt was worried about you and stayed by the door." Lin Qingyin, still young, felt a surge of indignation for her aunt, her tone slightly reproachful as she addressed Yunzhou. Lin Wanru quickly grasped Lin Qingyin's hand, urging her to hold her tongue, for it was clear that Yunzhou hadn't acted maliciously and that Lin Wanru was not in serious distress. Upon entering, Yunzhou noticed Lin Wanru's swollen eyes and, recalling Lin Qingyin's mention of her waiting by the door, took her hand gently, his voice softening. "I was indeed at fault for not being more cautious. Are you all right? Is there any discomfort?" Lin Wanru, her cheeks flushed, shook her head shyly. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin pouted, casting a discontented glance at her love-struck aunt and the somewhat reliable yet unreliable older brother. Fortunately, before the atmosphere could grow too sentimental, Yunzhou recalled the pressing matter at hand and beckoned both girls to sit beside him on the sofa, his expression turning serious as he declared, "What I am about to share may sound fantastical, but please allow me to explain." Chapter 49. Team Formation or Novelty. Yunzhou cleverly rebranded his card system to resemble the most popular game system novel of the apocalypse, providing a brief explanation of how he could summon various food items and tools at will, as well as the source of his formidable abilities. Subsequently, he earnestly extended an invitation to the 2 girls to join his team. If one were to question Yunzhou's apparent foolishness in revealing his inner workings by merely changing the packaging, he would point to the goodwill indicator on the team formation system, which essentially reflects loyalty. This feature serves as a standard assurance in a world fraught with dangers during the apocalypse. He reassured himself that he would not be easily deceived. As he held ultimate authority over the team, whether to form or disband it rested solely on his decision. Should he discover that the goodwill of his teammates was particularly low after joining, he would have no need to elaborate further. He had also confirmed with the system that any attributes or abilities granted to others would only activate with the host's consent. In simpler terms, he could bestow gifts and reclaim them at will, eliminating any fears of nurturing a treacherous companion. After digesting Gu Yunzhou's information, Lin Qingyin hesitated momentarily. While Lin Wanru quickly agreed, "If you believe I could be a valuable member of your team, I am willing to join." Lin Qingyin chimed in, "I feel the same." Gu Yunzhou nodded affirmatively and immediately added them to his team. As their avatars appeared on the team page, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds, inquiring if they accepted Gu Yunzhou's invitation. In an astonishingly surreal moment, Lin Wanru gazed at Gu Yunzhou in astonishment. Upon receiving a nod from him, she softly confirmed her acceptance. The system then proceeded to introduce them to basic team functionalities, such as viewing their attribute pages and tracking their teammates' locations, which felt strikingly similar to the games they had previously played, albeit now manifesting in the real world. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou transferred food cards and water supply cards from his system warehouse to the team's shared storage. The shared storage had limited slots, only 16 in total, barely sufficient for their needs, and he contemplated future expansion. After informing the girls that food cards could not be returned to the warehouse once withdrawn, he allowed them to explore the system on their own. The two girls, thrilled by the futuristic system interface, eagerly examined the information available to them. Apart from food cards, they delightedly practiced summoning and returning resources, mimicking Gu Yunzhou's actions. At that moment, Gu Yunzhou also had access to their attribute pages. Team Member 1, Lin Wanru's stamina, 18 strength, 12 speed, 15 spirit, 23 measurements. Not to be disclosed, goodwill. 85 Team Member 2, Lin Qingyin stamina, 12 strength, 8 speed, 9 spirit, 32 measurements. Amitba, great power, goodwill. 80 comparing these attributes to his own when he first acquired the system. He noted that typical adult values hovered around 20. Lin Wanru's spirit exceeded 23, while her other attributes rested in the teens. Lin Qingyin, however, was quite peculiar. Her stamina, strength, and speed were all single digits. Yet her spirit soared to an impressive 32. It was noteworthy that spirit correlates directly with intelligence and willpower, and given her youthful appearance, her value surpassed that of an adult by a significant margin. Gu Yunzhou could only speculate that this anomaly arose from a high fever she had previously endured. The closeness between the two girls varied. Lin Wanru's intimacy level reached 89, while Lin Qingyin's stood at 80. Regrettably, he currently lacked any attribute cards. After Lin Qingyin playfully returned a handful of steel balls to the warehouse, her excitement prompted her to ask, "Brother Yunzhou, I have a question. Why can we only see our own attributes but not our experience levels? Can we not fight monsters to level up? What help can we offer you by joining this team?" Gu Yunzhou had previously inquired about this matter with the system, but received no response, leaving him uncertain whether her teammates could see the cards dropped by slain zombies. Noticing Gu Yunzhou deep in thought, Lin Wanru quickly tapped Lin Qingyin and Appo's head. "You know your brother Yunzhou wouldn't harm you. Why all the questions?" Lin Qingyin, feeling a tad pitiful, covered her forehead with her hands and poked her tongue out, falling silent. Seeing their demeanor, Gu Yunzhou sat beside Lin Wanru, pulling her into an embrace and inhaling the pleasant fragrance of her shampoo. He gently reassured them, "All right. Even if Qingyin doesn't ask, I'll explain everything to you." He then elucidated the workings of his system. In essence, they would defeat zombies to obtain cards, which they could then allocate to their attributes. He did not clarify whether the cards would drop solely from zombies he defeated or if they would also appear from those the girls vanquished. As there were no wandering zombies in the villa area to test this hypothesis, he decided it would be prudent to wait for an encounter with zombies to conduct an experiment. After a brief understanding, the girls had a sudden epiphany. No wonder they often saw Gu Yunzhou bending down after defeating a wave of zombies, as if picking something up, he was retrieving cards invisible to them. Realizing that zombies were the key to enhancing their abilities excited Lin Qingyin, who immediately raised her hand to speak. "My drone is all set up and has night vision. Should I fly it around to see if there are any zombies?" However, barely had she finished speaking when she received a light smack on the head. "What are you thinking? It and Appo's dark outside. Don't you know that zombies are dangerous at night? Do you think it's safe to go out? It's far too perilous." Gu Yunzhou, noticing Lin Wanru's anger, quickly took Lin Qingyin's hand in his own, smiling gently at her pouting expression. All right. There has been a lot happening tonight. Let us take our time to process it all. Tomorrow, I'll take you both out to experience the thrill of fighting zombies. Tonight, I'll keep watch. You two should rest well, and we'll make plans tomorrow. Chapter 50. Finding him after repeated persuasion from Yunzhou. The two girls obediently returned to their room and lay down to rest, though they squeezed their eyes shut, willing themselves to sleep. The thrill of their newfound abilities made slumber elusive, like children clutching a long-coveted toy, too exhilarated to simply drift off. Lin Qingyin, especially, spent much of the night practicing her ability to materialize objects midair, her mind racing with visions of battling zombies the next day to grow stronger. She itched to prepare weapons immediately, eager to emulate Yunzhou's lethal prowess. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, tasked with night watch, meticulously secured the villa, locking doors and windows, barricading them with chairs and wooden rods, before ascending to the rooftop to stand guard. Though the military had previously cleared the area of zombies, his earlier roar might have drawn stragglers back. Fortunately, the villa's elevated position and wide spacing between buildings afforded him a clear vantage point. Settling into a chair he brought up, he surveyed the surroundings, his arsenal, a broadsword, baseball bat, and slingshot, leaning nearby. The makeshift weapons prompted a mental note to discuss better equipment drop rates with the system. Surely, post-apocalyptic survival warranted more than these rudimentary tools, perhaps firearms, or even supernatural abilities. Far away, at the Gutong survivor camp, the group Yunzhou had encountered earlier arrived safely under military escort at the Vehicle Administration Base, 8 kilometers from their school. The repurposed buses they brought served dual purposes, some as transport vehicles, while 2 were positioned as barricades at the main gate. Their massive frames, 12 meters long, several tons heavy, made them ideal shields against zombie hordes, bolstering the camp's defenses. After debriefing, the lieutenants reported their encounter with Yunzhou to their superior. Initially perceived as merely capable, further inquiries at the school revealed his extraordinary feats, single-handedly carving through zombie swarms, rescuing survivors, and venturing into infested dormitories despite mutated threats. His competence and sense of duty marked him as a rare asset worth recruiting. The officer absorbed the details before shifting focus. What is the status of the Gutong High rescue mission? How is Professor Foam holding up? The sergeant responded. With the students we just brought in, many of whom have combat experience, we should manage to clear the perimeter. We'll expedite the operation. Good. Professor Foam is a leading biologist. Given the unnatural nature of this outbreak, his expertise is critical. Saluting, the officers departed. Soon after, orders reached the drone reconnaissance unit at dawn. A scout drone would survey Qingxi Villa, searching for a young man in camouflage wielding a red-scarfed broadsword. Dawn. The next day, golden sunlight spilled over the horizon as Yunzhou stretched atop the rooftop, invigorated despite his sleepless vigil. His heightened mental stamina left him feeling as though he could run a marathon without strain, a sensation akin to chugging 3 energy drinks. Yunzhou Ji. Annie says breakfast's ready. We took it straight from the team storage. Come down now. We've got zombies to hunt today. Lin Qingyi's voice rang out. Dressed in pastel sportswear, her ponytail bouncing. She peeked from the stairwell, cheeks flushing when her gaze caught his exposed abs as he stretched. Stowing his gear, save for the baseball bat, Yunzhou ruffled her hair. Eager, aren't you? Zombie killing ISNT child's play. Stick behind us, I'll share the loot cards. Indignant, she puffed her cheeks. I'm not some screeching kid. I've played tons of zombie games, how hard can it be? Piece of cake. His expression sobered as he pinched her cheek. Games aren't reality. This system might defy logic, but death is permanent. One scratch, and you're infected. Caution is non-negotiable. She nodded solemnly, though her subsequent grin as she tugged him downstairs left him wondering if the lesson stuck. In the living room, 3 steaming bowls of wonton noodles awaited. Lin Wanru hovered nearby, tinkering with something. Wanru, breakfast's ready. What are you working on? Yunzhou called. Turning, she brandished her project triumphantly, a sleek, black recurve bow. Chapter 51. Ultimately, one becomes the adult they once resisted according to Lin Wanru's explanation. This 30-pound recurve bow was something she acquired after a brief flirtation with archery at a local range. Captivated by the experience, she enrolled in a class and purchased the bow. However, after only attending for 2 or 3 months, it was relegated to a dusty corner. Forgotten until last night when thoughts of more effective means to dispatch zombies resurfaced. Upon spotting the arrows in the storage room, she was reminded of the bow's existence. Thus, early this morning, she eagerly retrieved it and replaced the old bowstring with a new one she had purchased earlier. The effective range of this 30-pound recurve bow is approximately between 100 to 150 meters. Of course, this is merely an estimate. The actual range depends significantly on the user's strength and proficiency. Aware that a bow cannot be drawn without an arrow, Yunzhou pulled back a couple of times to test the draw weight before returning it to Lin Wanru. This bow feels quite tight. Are you sure you can manage it? He inquired. Lin Wanru lifted her chin defiantly. Don't underestimate me. It's only 30 pounds. I've had some training. And using it will be a breeze. Haha, all right then. Feel free to use the arrows in the storage. There are hundreds. That should suffice for your needs. Cradling the bow and arrows with excitement, Lin Wanru nodded enthusiastically, while Lin Qingyin pouted in discontent, fiddling with the sofa upholstery. Yunzhou chuckled as he ruffled her hair. All right. Look at that pout. It's as if you're about to hang soy sauce. This is a 30-pound recurve bow, even if I gave it to you. Could you draw it? Lin Wanru felt slightly embarrassed, realizing she had been too caught up in her enthusiasm and momentarily forgotten her little niece's presence. Qingyin, you are far more important than both of us. Remember, among us three, you are the only one skilled in flying drones. You are our eyes. And our survival in this apocalypse largely depends on you. Oh, really? Then I'll make sure to excel at reconnaissance. The little girl's mood shifted swiftly. Her primary concern being the feeling of being overlooked. A few kind words were all it took to uplift her spirits. As Yunzhou urged Lin Wanru to have breakfast, he turned to Lin Qingyin. Qingyin, where's your drone? Have you checked it thoroughly? Over the next few days, we will clear out the nearby zombies to help build your strength before we venture further. After finishing her last wonton, Lin Qingyin nodded, placing down her chopsticks and scampering upstairs to fetch her drones. She returned, proudly holding two devices, the DJI Avata 2 and the Mavic 3 Pro. No matter the terrain or altitude, I can quickly assess the situation. Yunzhou admired the drones resting on the table, aware that they were undoubtedly valuable despite his limited knowledge in that realm. After breakfast, let us head to the rooftop and scout for any lingering zombies. It will be good practice. Yes. Lin Qingyin exclaimed, practically bursting with excitement, eager to fly and survey for any nearby threats. However, Lin Wanru felt a twinge of worry. While the two adults could handle themselves, Lin Qingyin was merely a clever little girl. Was it truly safe for her to accompany them on such perilous outings? Observing the eagerness radiating from the girl, she suggested, how about you stay here in the villa and direct us? We have 2 walkie-talkies, so you can keep one and guide your Uncle Yunzhou and me. It's simply too dangerous outside for you. Absolutely not. Lin Qingyin vehemently shook her head at the suggestion. Why should her age prevent her from joining them in battling the zombies? Lin Qingyin, are you listening? Lin Wanru's frustration flared as she confronted the girl's rebellious demeanor. This child was treating their dire reality as if it were a game. What would she say to her sister if something were to happen to Lin Qingyin? In defiance, Lin Qingyin turned her head away, opting for silence as her form of resistance. With both women caught in their tempers, Yunzhou found himself in a rather precarious position, unsure of whose side to take. He contemplated making an exit to allow them some space to cool off, but before he could rise, he felt a sharp twist on the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch! He turned, bewildered, to Lin Wanru, who was silently signaling him to intervene. Reluctantly, he assumed the role of the adult peacemaker he had loathed in his youth. Sensing her intent to twist again, he quickly grasped her small hand, cleared his throat, and said to Lin Qingyin, "Ahem about that, Qingyin. Your Aunt Isn't saying you can't accompany us. It's merely about dividing responsibilities. You see, there aren't any suitable weapons for you right now. It would be unsafe for you to join us like this, wouldn't it? For the time being, you can stay in a secure location and assist us with reconnaissance. Once we find appropriate weapons, we will ensure you get one, and then you can join us. How does that sound?" Seeing the little girl still sulking and unwilling to engage, Yunzhou approached her, gently nudging her shoulder and playfully pinching her cheek, attempting to connect with her as a friend would. After a mere 20 seconds, her resolve crumbled, and she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Thus, the subsequent affairs became considerably more straightforward. Ascend the stairs, deploy the drones, and locate the zombies. Lin Qingyin chose the DJI Mavic 3 Pro for aerial reconnaissance. Once airborne, the drone ascended to a suitable altitude for observation and began to patrol the villa area. The footage captured by the drone was transmitted in real time to the screen connected to the controller, allowing the trio to clearly see the surroundings. Before long, they spotted 2 zombies aimlessly wandering within a villa's yard, approximately 150 meters away in a straight line. The front door of the villa stood ajar, uncertain whether Yunzhou's voice had drawn them or if they were already present. After circling around them to confirm there were no additional zombies in the vicinity, they resolved to take on these two as practice targets for the novice Lin Wanru. Before departing, they left a walkie-talkie with Lin Qingyin for her safety and specifically instructed her to secure the villa doors, ensuring that no one else could enter. After receiving her disinterested nods, Yunzhou exchanged glances with Lin Wanru, then they dashed toward the location where they had spotted the zombies. Chapter 52. Lin Wanru and Appo's first kill. After Yunzhou and his companion stepped out, they did not immediately depart from the villa. Instead, they lingered outside until Lin Qingyin returned upstairs and waved at them before setting off. Lin Wanru repeatedly reminded Lin Qingyin through the intercom to retreat and lock the door at the first sign of danger, and to inform them promptly. Hearing an impatient response from the other end, the two exchanged a knowing smile and hurried towards the location where they had spotted the zombies. They swiftly traversed between two villas and paused at a corner, cautiously peering outside. It was effortless to spot 3 zombies trapped within the villa courtyard. At this moment, Lin Wanru had yet to undergo any enhancements and had always been stationed in a support role during her time at school, never having confronted a zombie directly. The danger of facing them now was exceedingly high. Yunzhou observed his surroundings for a moment, noting the absence of any advantageous high ground. The only relatively suitable position appeared to be the second floor of the villa beside them. He stepped back a few paces and attempted to pull open a ground floor window, only to find it securely locked from the inside. Forcing it open would create too much noise. Wanru, wait here for a moment while I circle around to the front and unlock the window. The shooting angles and safety on the second floor or rooftop should be significantly improved, Yunzhou suggested, preparing to move. However, he was halted when she grasped his sleeve. Looking back at her with curiosity, her gaze was resolute as she shook her head. I joined your team to assist you, not to become a burden. The distance here is sufficient. I will manage it on my own. Lin Wanru was determined not to be the kind of woman who merely hides behind a man. Since he had shared this opportunity to grow stronger in the apocalypse, she felt compelled to demonstrate her resolve. If she continued to rely on him for every safety concern, it would be better to relinquish this chance to someone else. Seeing her firm stance, Yunzhou refrained from further argument, merely smiling as he took a few steps back. Then feel free to practice with them. Do not worry. If they come too close, I will deal with them promptly. Lin Wanru nodded. Then removed the quiver slung across her body, drawing out a target arrow. This arrow was a gift from the vendor when they purchased the bow, not the ancient-style arrows from their Squad S supply. She intended to practice with these target arrows first and would switch to the stronger arrows once she felt adept. Preparing herself mentally, she took a deep breath, drew the bowstring, and aimed. The entire sequence of movements appeared quite proficient. 2.5 seconds later, a swift sound echoed as a shadow zipped past, the arrow flying through the gap in the fence and striking the unfortunate zombie squarely in the chest. The creature, confused, stared at the arrow that had inexplicably lodged itself within, peering around with its nearsighted gaze, baffled by its sudden predicament. Without hesitation, Lin Wanru reached for another arrow, inhaled deeply, and focused once more, drawing and aiming. Whoosh! This time, the arrow struck true, hitting the zombie in the head. It emitted a muffled groan before collapsing lifelessly. Having grown accustomed to zombies during her school days, Lin Wanru felt a surge of excitement overshadowing any fear at successfully killing a zombie. She raised her fist in triumph, glancing at Yunzhou with a playful eyebrow lift, as if to say, "Look at me, aren't I impressive?" Yunzhou responded with a thumbs up and craned his neck to observe the slain zombie, eager to ascertain whether their team member's kill would yield any cards. Noticing 2 glowing orbs floating beside the fallen zombie, he knew they were in luck. "Can you see the glowing orbs?" Yunzhou asked Lin Wanru, redirecting his gaze. Lin Wanru nodded. "It seems like 2 cards." "Exactly. This is the essence of our enhancement. Now, let us eliminate the remaining 2 zombies, and then we can check what cards we've obtained," he encouraged, and she enthusiastically agreed, drawing her bow once more. After a few misfires, she successfully dispatched the last 2 zombies. Due to her lack of enhancements, the 30-pound bow proved a strain for her, especially after a long period of inactivity while preparing lessons at school. Her arms felt sore, yet the sight of several glowing cards made every effort worthwhile. "Let us go see what cards we got," she exclaimed. "Absolutely." The 2 of them excitedly jogged into the villa courtyard. Yunzhou glanced at the zombie now adorned with several arrows, expressing his gratitude for its contribution before silently removing the arrows. It is well known that zombies killed with ranged weapons tend to be less gruesome than those brutally cleaved apart with a knife. As Lin Wanru regarded the zombie she had slain, her heart raced. and her legs felt slightly weak. But she did not experience the overwhelming nausea that often accompanies a first kill. Perhaps her previous experiences at school had prepared her well. After flipping the grotesque corpse over and dragging it to a corner, Yunzhou addressed her. "Wanru, why don't you try picking up the cards?" Lin Wanru nodded and cautiously extended her hand toward the floating cards. The moment her fingers brushed against them, the sound of acquisition resonated in their minds, and concurrently, the cards entered the Team's storage. Acquired attribute card, white, added to team storage. Lin Wanru gazed at the newly appeared card depicting an arm in their storage. This must be the strength-enhancing card Yunzhou had mentioned. Tentatively, she tapped it, only for the system to pop up a notification. Notification: insufficient permissions. Team members cannot use attribute cards independently. Please inform the captain for allocation. Yunzhou heard the notification as well, and simultaneously, an application for card use appeared in the team information panel. He nodded inwardly. While it was somewhat inconvenient, he was relieved it remained manageable, thus preventing any future misappropriation of resources as their team expanded. After gathering all 5 scattered cards, he allocated the attribute card to Lin Wanru while placing the food cards into the Team's storage as per protocol. Team Member 1, Lin Wanru, Strength 3, Speed 1. Feeling the surge of newfound strength within her, Lin Wanru could not contain her excitement, punching the air several times in celebration. Like Yunzhou when he first obtained the card system, she felt invincible, as though she could take on 10 foes at once. Yunzhou, watching her exuberance, could not help but laugh. This is just the beginning. Remember, real strength begins when your attributes exceed 100. We must quickly elevate both our stats into the 20s or 30s to ensure our self-defense, and then seek out cards of higher quality. He has an inkling that the extraordinary abilities often depicted in novels are drawing near to him. Chapter 53. Scavenging or enhancement. Having already tasted the sweetness of success, Lin Wanru was not one to halt her endeavors. Through the intercom, she summoned Lin Qingyin from the villa, instructing her to deploy the drone once more to scout the vicinity for any remaining zombies. Meanwhile, she and Yunzhou ventured into the villa to search for any usable supplies. After all, it was likely that anyone capable of residing in a villa would possess a penchant for collecting items. They hoped to find treasures akin to Lin Wanru's own bow and arrows, or perhaps an unsharpened Longquan sword. However, it was unfortunate that the villa's owner had either taken all their belongings when departing or did not conform to Yunzhou's assumption of being a compulsive online shopper. Besides a broken refrigerator filled with putrid food, the only notable findings were stacks of cash pulled from drawers or suitcases. In the apocalyptic world, paper currency had lost its intrinsic value. Even if one could cover a bed with it, it was utterly worthless, too rigid even for use as toilet paper. Yunzhou, come quickly, there are so many watches here. Come see if you like any. Let's take a couple with us. Yunzhou followed the voice into what appeared to be a study. Upon seeing a display case nearly covering half a wall with watches, he realized the villa's owner was not without a collecting habit, but rather had a particular fondness for watches. Although Yunzhou often heard terms like Green Water Ghost or Rolex, he had never delved into the world of horology. He merely found the array of timepieces before him quite exhilarating. Without hesitation, Lin Wanru opened the dust-proof glass and selected a few watches, presenting them to Yunzhou. I rarely get the chance to wear watches worth millions, so why not take some? What do you think of this one? It seems to be a limited edition Patek Philippe, and if I remember correctly, it retails for over 4 million. I think it suits you quite well. Yunzhou chuckled as he accepted the watch worth over 4 million, casually slipping it onto his wrist and glancing at it. To him, it felt rather ordinary. Merely a watch to tell time. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have confidently claimed to be the most dashing in school, with beauties flocking to him. However, in this post-apocalyptic reality, the watch was reduced to a mere accessory, far less appealing than a loaf of bread. After all, everything here is ours for the taking. Taking too much only occupies space. Choose a few you like, and let us move on. In the end, strength in this apocalypse is what truly matters. Once we enhance our abilities, we can have as much as we desire. Lin Wanru nodded in agreement. Casually selecting a few watches she quite fancied and tossing them into her small backpack before following Yunzhou out of the villa. Upon exiting, they spotted the drone hovering above, and at the same moment, the intercom crackled to life. Auntie, Brother Yunzhou, I've found some zombies again, about 5 or 6 of them. Follow the drone. Yunzhou responded affirmatively and allowed Lin Qingyin to guide them. Their task for the day was substantial. Not only did they need Lin Wanru to adapt to zombie extermination as swiftly as possible, but they also aimed to collect additional attribute cards to bolster the girl's stats. With Gu Yunzhou's presence, the duo's efficiency in clearing the scattered zombies in the villa area was both effortless and enjoyable. After dispatching a zombie and obtaining a speed attribute card, Gu Yunzhou decided to use it, only to find it had halved its original effect, providing a mere 0.5 increase. Thus, he used another card to smooth out the fractional increase and resolved to reserve the white attribute cards for the two girls unless absolutely necessary. He soon discovered that the green cards, previously only yielding supplies, now also dropped green attribute cards. Using these cards granted him a 1-point increase, while bestowing them upon Lin Wanru and the others yielded a 2-point increase. As of yet, no blue attribute cards had been found, but he was fortunate enough to acquire a blue skill card. Skill card, Blue Mastery of Combat. Upon use, it endows the recipient with enhanced combat capabilities, making them more agile and formidable in battle. Lin Wanru's eyes sparkled with surprise as she read the card's description. "This card is perfect for you, Wanru," Gu Yunzhou remarked with a smile, glancing at the skill details. With his own skill, Breaking Blade 8 cuts, combined with his impressive attributes, he had no need to worry about close combat. Lin Wanru, once merely a girl with a bit of wealth, had only dabbled in jogging and yoga. Her self-defense capabilities in hand-to-hand combat paled in comparison to Gu Yunzhou's. Given that her primary offensive method was archery, she needed some melee combat skills for self-preservation. "You have witnessed my close combat abilities. With this skill, alongside your archery and your increasing physical attributes, you will undoubtedly become even more formidable." Initially hesitant, Lin Wanru found herself unable to refuse Gu Yunzhou's encouragement. As he activated the skill card for her, she felt an immediate surge of power coursing through her body, her muscles tightening and her movements growing more agile. Memories of combat knowledge flooded her mind, arriving with a sense of familiarity as if she had been training for years. When she threw a punch, the wind whooshed past, impressive in its force. "Wow, that's incredible!" Lin Qinin exclaimed, astonished at how easily one could attain skills that previously required immense effort and time. With such an ability, even the young Lin Qinin could keep pace with them. The thought of this unexpected opportunity deepened her trust in Gu Yunzhou. Ding. Team Member 1. Lin Wanru, affection level increased by 8. Current affection level, 93, never betray. Ding. Congratulations. The first member of the host team has achieved the never betray status. Rewards, strength 50, speed 20, spirit 30. As the notifications chimed, Gu Yunzhou felt a lightness enveloping him, turning to look at the still-dazed Lin Wanru with delight. "Wanru, you." Though Lin Wanru could not hear the system notifications, she noticed the unexpected surge in her attributes, a substantial increase appearing on her status page. Feeling the relentless flow of power within her and a refreshing clarity in her mind, she turned to Gu Yunzhou, puzzled. "Yunzhou, why have my strength, speed, and spirit increased so drastically? Did you use the attribute cards meant for Qinin on me? You gain points too?" Gu Yunzhou quickly checked the team page, confirming that she indeed had received half of the attribute points he had acquired. What a delightful surprise. This would save them a whole day's worth of effort. Chapter 54. The distribution conference. Gu Yunzhou succinctly explained to the other party that they had just completed a hidden achievement task together, receiving attribute points as a reward from the system, temporarily glossing over the details. After all, discussing intimacy levels was rather delicate. As the saying goes, this is a benevolent lie. Lin Wanru, not pondering too deeply, felt the sudden surge of power within her body. She decided to test her abilities with the 30-pound bow and arrow, which had previously strained her arms after just a few uses. Now, she effortlessly drew it to full draw without the slightest tremor. Not wasting time, she smoothly returned the bowstring to its original position, retrieved an arrow from her quiver, knocked it, and aimed at a tree 10 meters away. Releasing her grip, the arrow whizzed through the air with a resounding thud. Upon inspection, they found that most of the arrow shaft had embedded itself deeply into the tree stump. "Wow, I can't believe I'm this strong now," Lin Wanru exclaimed, jumping into Gu Yunzhou and Appo's arms in sheer excitement, akin to a giddy young girl. After a while, she calmed down and urged Gu Yunzhou to test various distances with her enhanced attributes. What once required consideration of the projectile arc at 15 meters now allowed her to shoot accurately within 60 meters with merely a straight line of sight. It's not that shooting beyond 60 meters was impossible. After all, this was a 30-pound bow, significantly less powerful than the ancient bows starting at a stone weight. The smallest bow from the Song dynasty, known as the 8-do bow, had a draw weight of 90 pounds. while a stone bow could reach up to 130 pounds. Modern archers only utilize about one-third of that power. Achieving straight shooting within 60 meters was already commendable. Apart from Lin Wanru's substantial increase in strength, her newfound mastery over her body, bolstered by her proficiency in combat, allowed her to execute maneuvers previously unthinkable. Once constrained to stealthily shooting arrows from across a street, she could now leap onto walls like an agile cat, effortlessly dispatching zombies both inside and outside the enclosure. With Gu Yunzhou wielding a slingshot and Lin Wanru with her bow, they traversed the villa's walls, dispatching a horde of zombies and collecting the dropped cards. By midday, they had eliminated nearly 100 zombies, gathering over 50 attribute cards, 20 to 30 food cards, and a yellow resource card. Additionally, perhaps due to Gu Yunzhou's Lucky 5 title, they discovered 3 blue cards, shielding themselves from the glaring sun. The duo decided to return to the villa for a brief respite and lunch before seeking out more zombies in the afternoon to continue collecting cards. On the way back, Gu Yunzhou, unable to suppress his curiosity, examined the details of the 3 cards. Mental attribute card, blue upon use, mental points 10. Skill card, blue eagle eye. Grants the skill eagle eye, allowing extraordinary vision to perceive distant objects and hidden details. Equipment card, Horton Recon 125 crossbow. The same model as the one used by the Walking Dead crossbowman. Observing the 3 blue cards, Gu Yunzhou couldn't help but rub his forehead. Aside from the attribute card, which held some value for him, the other 2 blue cards appeared to be tailor-made for Lin Wanru. The combat proficiency enhancing close quarters combat, paired with the eagle eye for the crossbow. Who could believe these weren't intended for her? Nevertheless, Gu Yunzhou was not the type to prioritize his own interests above others. He was quite democratic when it came to his companions. Upon returning to the villa, the 3 gathered around the dining table, discussing the distribution of the attribute and blue cards while enjoying their meal. Both the eagle eye and the crossbow held little significance for Gu Yunzhou, leaving the decision to the 2 women. Lin Wanru, already equipped with a 30-pound bow, opted for the eagle eye skill card, suggesting that the less physically demanding crossbow be given to Lin Qingyin, who had long expressed her desire to join them in battling zombies. Once her attribute points were up, she would be ready to accompany them. The 2 women hesitated as they contemplated the 3 blue cards in their squad storage. Ultimately, Lin Wanru spoke up. You should use this blue attribute card, Yunzhou. The mental points don't seem particularly useful to us right now. I received a skill card this morning, so I can give the eagle eye and the crossbow to Lin Qingyin. She has been quite helpful for us at the villa today. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin shook her head in refusal. Though still young, she understood the gravity of the situation. Before the apocalypse, she could pout and charm her way into getting what she liked from her aunt, but this was not the time for such antics. She comprehended the principle of prioritizing survival. The stronger the adults became, the better they could protect her. No, aunt. You should use these 2 blue cards. I will focus on scouting to ensure your safety whenever you go out. In a harmonious atmosphere, the 3 concluded their distribution. Gu Yunzhou activated the blue attribute card, boosting his mental points to 150, second only to his 174 strength. The eagle eye skill card was given to Lin Wanru, while the crossbow ultimately found its way to Lin Qingyin, who felt more comfortable wielding it than the bow. The 50-plus attribute cards were allocated based on need, with Lin Wanru enhancing her stamina and strength as the primary combat force, while Lin Qingyin, tasked with scouting from the rear, focused on speed and mental acuity. This, of course, was merely a temporary distribution until they could develop their strengths further, aspiring to well-rounded attributes like Gu Yunzhou. Once the simple allocation was completed and lunch consumed, Lin Qingyin, exhilarated by her newfound speed, eagerly dashed around the villa, reveling in her enhanced agility. However, due to her age and limited stamina, she soon collapsed onto the sofa, panting. Despite her exhaustion, her spirits remained high, and she retrieved her crossbow from the squad's storage to experiment with it. Qingyin, while we have plenty of arrows, please practice safely. Make sure to practice on the rooftop and place a chair by the door to prevent accidents when we come up. Lin Wanru, as the caretaker, couldn't help but remind her niece, concerned that she might inadvertently practice shooting on the first floor. Obediently nodding, Lin Qingyin acknowledged her aunt's caution. Meanwhile, the 2 adults, having spent the morning battling zombies, prepared to retire to their rooms for a brief nap. Wanru, what are you doing? Change your clothes. Do you not change before sleep? But your attire. Hearing the sparse sounds emanating from the room, Lin Qingyin expressed her confusion, her cheeks flushed. After making a playful face at the door, She covered her ears and dashed up to the rooftop. Chapter 55. Invitation or Crisis. The setting sun resembled blood, with a gentle breeze blowing. After a brief slumber, it was already twilight outside. Yunzhou leaned against the wall, tenderly caressing Lin Wanru in his arms. He was unsure what had spurred this woman on, as she was exhibiting more bravery than he. Originally, he had planned to collect some cards in the afternoon, but to his surprise, upon opening his eyes, it was already evening. Venturing out at night was too perilous, so he decided to postpone it. In the living room on the first floor, 3 individuals quietly enjoyed their dinner, observing the flirtatious exchanges between Yunzhou and Lin Wanru. Lin Qingyin could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Yunzhou, auntie, I am still just a child. Is this really appropriate? Her voice shattered their romantic bubble, reminding them that there was indeed a child present, and it was not merely their world. Lin Wanru lowered her head shyly, focused on her meal, while Yunzhou grinned broadly at the young girl. Qingyin, did you notice anything unusual this afternoon? Were there more zombies in any particular area? Tomorrow, your aunt and I will go investigate and aim to collect more cards. Lin Qingyin pondered for a moment, biting the end of her chopsticks. This afternoon, she had practiced with her crossbow on the rooftop, and after her excitement subsided, she had flown her drone to patrol the villa area. She stumbled upon a rather peculiar location where shadows seemed to flicker, but before she could examine it closely, another drone, controlled by someone else, had found her. Thus, she felt it necessary to share this information. There were 2 notable events this afternoon. Yunzhou and Lin Wanru straightened up, intent on listening. Firstly, while examining the zombie distribution in the villa area, I discovered that in the northwest corner, there appeared to be individuals still trapped inside a villa. However, I did not get a good look before the second event occurred. The second event involved the military, who sent a drone to request Brother Yunzhou's assistance, inquiring whether we would be willing to visit before leaving. The presence of other survivors in the villa area did not concern Yunzhou and his companions. After all, they were not lacking in food and did not intend to settle there permanently. As long as those individuals did not disturb them, their existence was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was what the military wanted from them. Lin Qingyin elaborated on her earlier conversation. It turned out that the military sought Yunzhou's help in rescuing a biologist trapped in Gudong Middle School, not far from the vehicle management office. It was said that this expert could assist them in quickly understanding the formation of zombies and finding a cure. Upon hearing this, Yunzhou felt perplexed. An array of bizarre thoughts flooded his mind. What kind of extraordinary biologist could single-handedly develop an antidote for zombies? This was reality, not a fantastical narrative from a novel or film. The mere existence of a zombie crisis was already absurd, not to mention the inexplicable card system he possessed. Could a so-called expert casually unravel the mysteries of zombie formation? Was this crisis perhaps orchestrated by him? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed illogical. Who would orchestrate such chaos and then appear at a middle school? Shouldn't they be safeguarded in a heavily protected research facility? Did they not have an army? Why seek their aid? Lin Wanru's voice interrupted Yunzhou's reverie, and she nodded in agreement with Lin Qingyin. I have no idea, but that's what they told me to relay to you. They mentioned nothing further, just that their drone was low on battery and flew away. Initially, Yunzhou had no intention of involving himself with the military's affairs, but then he pondered that the school could be the ideal location for card collection. If he could enhance the strength of both girls before they went, the 3 of them could rapidly amass sufficient power. Moreover, places with dense populations like schools were prone to mutated zombies or corpse beasts, and with the military providing cover, he believed they could slay these monsters and acquire higher-level cards. He shared this idea with the 2 girls, asking whether they preferred to lay low or take the risk. Meanwhile, in a villa at the northwest corner of the villa area, 2 figures whispered conspiratorially. Brother we spotted a drone hovering nearby today. Based on its departure direction, it should be the villa we previously spied on. Although the curtains were drawn, we are unsure if they noticed us. Having just returned from outside, Brother kicked a struggling sack on the floor and wiped the sweat from his brow, asking, Did you ascertain how many people are in that villa? Was that sound from a corpse beast or some wild animal? We waited for the drone to fly away before silently checking. There seems to be 1 man and 2 women inside, and we did not detect any corpse beasts or wild animals. We have yet to determine the source of that sound. Did you get spotted while you were at home? We can't be certain, Brother Upon hearing this, Brother was overcome with anger, delivering several harsh kicks. Not certain. Am I surrounded by incompetence? The subordinates, too afraid to retaliate, clutched their heads and pleaded for mercy. I'm sorry, brother Yu. I made a mistake. Please spare me this once. After venting his frustration, brother Yu spat disdainfully. Adjusting his glasses, he pointed at the trembling subordinate. If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't bother with you. Remember this lesson. Should it happen again, you will become my next meal. The threat sent shivers down the subordinate's spine, prompting him to cling to brother Yu's leg, desperately pleading. It won't happen again, brother Yu. I promise. Brother Yu kicked him away and waved his hand impatiently. Quickly take today's meal down to the basement. I've been hungry all day. After delivering it, come back up and prepare my food. Yes. After narrowly escaping punishment, the subordinate nodded vigorously and hesitated before inquiring. What about the people in that villa? Since we've discovered them, let us serve them a meal tonight. I'm tired of running far to fetch food. Chapter 56. When the sixth encountered the sixth. Meanwhile, Yunzhou and his companions had resolved to spend another day collecting cards before heading to the Vehicle Management Office and Military District Camp. They planned to take advantage of the military's resources and perhaps gather a few cards along the way. After outlining a simple route for their monster hunting expedition the following day, they prepared to rest. With no internet access and limited electricity, they feared that turning on the lights at night might attract the attention of other survivors. With nothing else to occupy their time, they decided to retire early. Tonight, Yunzhou took on the role of the night watchman. Having already had ample rest earlier in the day, after ensuring that all doors and windows were securely locked, he ascended to the rooftop to survey the vicinity for any wandering zombies approaching their villa. After completing his patrol without incident, he settled into a lounge chair he had brought up, persistently prodding the system for insider information on locations likely to yield high-level cards. Unbeknownst to him, a group of 7 or 8 individuals lurked around the corner of another villa, approximately 10 meters away. Brother Yu, over there in that villa, there are just 3 people, a man, a woman, and a child. With our numbers, we should have no trouble, one member of the group remarked. Apart from the individual referred to as Brother Yu and another who had previously been on the receiving end of his violent kicks, the others donned black suits, carried backpacks, and wielded weapons such as machetes or watermelon knives. It was evident they belonged to a criminal organization from the pre-apocalypse era. However, their size suggested they were likely a small-time loan shark group, hence the absence of firearms among them. Brother Yu, there are only 3 of them. If we confront them, it will be over quickly. We have no reason to fear them, a burly man with a scar on his left cheek grumbled, growing impatient after their prolonged inactivity. Previously, their work had involved intimidation and threats. Now, in the aftermath of societal collapse, they thrived in this chaotic environment. Don't be hasty. They do possess some capabilities. Look at that vehicle parked in the yard. Its front is reinforced with steel plating. After the apocalypse, there are no car dealerships left, and no one has the materials or time to weld such things, Liu cautioned, casting a wary glance toward Yunzhou's villa. Brother Yu, the creature in the basement is becoming increasingly active. It's likely only a matter of days before something happens. Most people are gathered here now. If we miss our chance, we want to be able to regroup, another member urged. With just 3 people, we can take them out easily. Though the leader's words suggested caution, the others felt emboldened. What can they do? Can they drive a car into us? Or breathe fire? We outnumber them. Even if each of us wields a knife, we could overpower them, one of them asserted. Indeed, the greatest threat seems to be that young brat. The other 2 women pose no real danger. We can scare them. They'll likely tremble in fear, another chimed in. Listening to their encouragement, Liu nodded slowly. All right then, this isn't our first time doing this. Move quietly, and let us capture them cleanly. Remember, freshness is key. Don't mess things up. With that, Liu and his companions stealthily approached Yunzhou's villa. He had no intention of lingering. He simply needed to wait for his subordinates to return with their captives, ensuring their precious prize remained safe. On the other side, as this group believed they were undetected, Yunzhou had already spotted them from the rooftop. His keen eyes trained on their movements. Observing 6 dark figures silently scaling the wall at the villa's entrance, he pondered their intentions. After careful consideration, he retrieved the crossbow he had acquired earlier that day, quietly loading it and aiming at one of the intruders as they advanced. If they were merely passing survivors, they would recognize the locked doors and windows as signs of occupancy and would likely depart. However, should they attempt to force their way in, he would not hesitate to defend himself. As the group reached the villa, they pushed against the windows and door, only to find them securely locked. Old 6. This door is locked. Hurry and deal with it. Oh, ugh. Old Six. What are you doing? Get over here. Their attention remained fixed on the front door, unaware that the last member of their group had already been struck down by Yunzhou's arrow, which had pierced his throat. Though he struggled to cry out, the arrow lodged in his neck and the thick blood trickling down rendered him motionless. Growing cold and weak as consciousness slipped away. In the shadows, the others, oblivious to the attack, turned only to find Old Six kneeling, head bowed, with a pool of indiscernible liquid pooling beneath him and an arrow protruding from his neck. The sight sent chills down their spines. They had been so focused on the front door that they failed to notice the ominous silence that had enveloped them. What is going on? Old Six? Are you all right? One of them stammered, summoning the courage to inquire. After calling his name several times with no response, doubt crept into their minds. Could it be they had encountered a ghost? One of the nearer individuals leaned in for a closer look and gasped as he realized the grim truth. Old Six had been killed by an arrow shot from behind. Boss. Old Six is dead. Damn it. We've been hunting geese all our lives, only to be pecked in the eye by one. The leader, wielding a machete, immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Forget everything. Smash the windows and get inside. All right. Chapter 57. Torture with the sharp sound of shattering glass echoing through the air. Yunzhou, who had already informed the two girls to hide in their room and not emerge, swiftly made his way to the corner of the staircase on the first floor. What was the situation with these intruders? Why had they targeted them? Observing the faint shadows flickering in the moonlight near the doorway, Yunzhou couldn't and oppose. He helped but muttered to himself. He silently reloaded his crossbow, fitted an arrow, and aimed toward the staircase. The moment a shadowy figure stealthily emerged, he immediately pulled the trigger. The sound of the bowstring snapped taut, followed by the arrow whooshing through the air. At such a close distance, Yunzhou did not aim for the temple, but rather for the more delicate neck. Given their hostile intentions, he had no qualms about instilling a sense of dread. It is well known that whether it is one's own neck being slit or witnessing the gruesome image of others on television, the sight often evokes a visceral response, causing one to instinctively shield their neck. This physiological reaction provided Yunzhou with a significant advantage as he charged down with his large blade. Before most could react, they witnessed a dark figure descending the stairs, shoving their companion aside, wielding a glimmering object that swung toward them. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was accompanied by the horrifying sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking, seamlessly merging into the cries of agony. My hand! My hand! In the dimness of the first floor, Yunzhou's strike was guided solely by instinct, unexpectedly severing an entire arm. The assailant, now stripped of bravado, was reduced to a frantic state, clutching the stump of his shoulder and wailing in terror. Third brother? What happened to you? Damn it! Stop the theatrics and show yourself. Quiet. It's too dark in here, and we are unfamiliar with the surroundings. Form a circle facing outward and slowly retreat. Once outside, we will deal with him. Perhaps due to the earlier experience with the zombie cat that had awakened his skill of danger perception, Yunzhou could discern the positions of the intruders even in the darkness. He was like a reaper in the night, observing their panic as they flailed about like headless chickens, quietly maneuvering to the side. He grasped the baseball bat he had left beside the sofa on the first floor. The large blade was too bloody and violent, leaving behind severed limbs and a gruesome scene unsuitable for children. It was time for his old companion to shine. With both hands gripping the bat, he stealthily approached. Observing the intruders huddled together, aimlessly swinging their weapons, a smirk crept across his face. He turned sharply, gathering his strength, and swung the bat down onto the wrist of one of the assailants. The pain caused the man to drop the watermelon knife he was holding, the sound of metal clattering against the floor echoing. Before the injured man could scream in agony, Yunzhou delivered a powerful kick that scattered their tight formation. The group of intruders was sent sprawling, akin to mice toyed with by a mischievous cat, unable to do anything but howl in frustration. Come out and fight me. You coward. Enough of your sneaking around. Once we catch you, you'll regret it. Maybe we should retreat for now. We've already lost 2.5 brothers. One of them, nursing a hurt arm, gasped as he struggled to rise. I told you all to bring lights. Why did you insist on playing this blindfolded kidnapping game? Now look where we are. Quiet. Stay alert and let's get out of here. The group, in a flurry, prepared to head toward the villa's entrance. But Yunzhou would not allow them to escape so easily. Even if they were unable to see him, he was confident that even with lights, they wouldn't stand a chance against his superior physical prowess, which surpassed that of even the most elite special forces. Yunzhou swung the bat with precision, each strike landing on their midsections, causing them to clutch their stomachs and collapse to the ground. Their heads pressed against the floor as they gasped for breath in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain. Within mere moments, he subdued the entire group that had attempted to invade their villa. After kicking their discarded weapons aside, he switched on the villa's lights for the first time that evening. As the illumination flooded the room, the injured men squinted against the brightness, trying to discern who had dealt them such a heavy blow. Once their eyes adjusted, they beheld their leader, who was struggling to lift his head, clutching his abdomen in agony, staring at the young man sitting nonchalantly on the sofa. A black baseball bat in hand, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. This time, 6 of them had come. 2 unfortunate souls had been pierced through the throat by arrows. One had lost his left arm, and now lay bleeding profusely, teetering on the brink of life and death. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Yunzhou, it became evident that he had not exerted himself fully. They were in dire straits. Yunzhou and Apos, as peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Wanru, who was about to descend the stairs, and he immediately gestured for her to return upstairs. The blood splattered from the unfortunate man made the scene too gruesome, and he did not wish to frighten her. Having reached the staircase's corner, Lin Wanru spotted the bloody scene and quickly turned to shield Lin Qingyin's eyes, intent on leading her back upstairs. Now, can anyone explain why you have intruded upon my villa at such a late hour? The group groaned, clutching their bellies in pain, silent at first, until their leader, catching his breath and suppressing the agony akin to having his intestines pulled, finally spoke. We apologize. We didn't recognize the situation and accidentally wandered into your villa. We were just so hungry and were hoping to steal some food. Hearing their leader's absurd excuse, the others nodded in agreement, as if it were the most genuine of claims. Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, finding their reasoning dubious given their appearance and physique, which hardly suggested they had been starving for days. Your earlier taunts were quite spirited. Do you truly believe I would accept such a flimsy excuse? Not one for interrogation tactics. Yunzhou leaped off the sofa, brandishing the bat as he approached them. He had little patience for deceit, so he offered them another chance to speak the truth, warning them not to squander it. As Yunzhou rested the bat on the shoulder of one unfortunate soul, the man stammered, but Yunzhou interrupted with a manic grin. Have you ever heard the sound of a skull fracturing? It is as crisp as a hammer striking a watermelon. Madman. Yes, definitely a madman. As Yunzhou rested a baseball bat upon his shoulder, his peripheral vision caught sight of the opposing figure incessantly gesturing back and forth. He felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. His pleading gaze constantly sought the attention of their leader. For them, in this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying entities were not the zombies, nor the marauders, but rather the myriad of deranged individuals that roamed the desolation. Chapter 58. Take me there we truly. Crack. Puff. Before the leading figure could finish his cunning remark, Yunzhou unceremoniously swung her baseball bat, executing a close-range home run. Striving for fairness. A group of onlookers gasped as their pupils dilated, trembling as they glanced at their fallen comrade, too terrified to wipe the warmth from their faces. Yunzhou, maintaining a facade of calm, wiped the bat on the man's clothing, scanning the area as if selecting his next fortunate victim. The moment their eyes met his, everyone averted their gaze, shivering in submission. Terrifying. This fellow was utterly fearsome. Before they could utter another word, they had already lost a brother. He was more menacing than even their own gang. Oh dear, I truly lost control for a moment there. Why is this brother lying on the ground, sleeping? Doesn't he feel the chill of the floor? Observing their palpable fear, Yunzhou seamlessly embraced the role of the madman, prodding the loudest of the group, the one who had dared to challenge him, with the bat, further cementing his terrifying image in their minds. He understood that these individuals were unlikely to be outsiders. They were likely part of the group Lin Qingying had discovered to the northwest earlier that day. Their intentions for attacking him remained unclear, but emulating the dramatic scene on television seemed to be their misguided approach. If you're wondering what television, Yunzhou could only refer to anti-superhero dramas or the phrase, I don't eat beef. Brother, we were wrong to disturb you. Please, spare us. After a prolonged silence, one of the men, unable to withstand the pressure, knelt down and begged for mercy. Oh, you wish to join in on the fun? Yunzhou's expression turned playful as he shifted his icy gaze toward the speaker. The chilling stare sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to hastily lower his head and shake it vigorously. He realized he was no match for this individual, surrendering in fear. The leader felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, amplifying his anxiety. Think carefully before you speak. What is it that you truly want? Interrupted mid-thought. He swallowed hard and decided that if he were to perish, he would rather betray his allies than face immediate doom. I'll confess. It was Liu from Building 8 who sent us to capture you. We know nothing else. This is not our affair. Liu? Who is he? Do I know him? Does he know us? Why would he want to take us all away? Gu Yunzhou was left with a multitude of questions at the mention of this unfamiliar name. Initially, he had assumed that yesterday, while he and Lin Wanru were out exterminating zombies, they had been seen by other survivors, resulting in the typical post-apocalyptic scenario. To his surprise, a figure named Liu emerged, intent on whisking them all away. The leader, grappling with Gu Yunzhou's inquiries, was at a loss for words. Should he divulge that their own madman of a boss lacked sufficient food for his monstrous pets and desired to invite them as livestock? If he were to reveal such insanity, he would likely find himself on the ground in the next moment. Thus, he strained his underdeveloped intellect to find a more palatable way to express this horrifying reality. Noticing the leader's hesitance, Gu Yunzhou placed the bat upon his shoulder and remarked, "Given your attire, you must be working for someone, correct? How much do you earn monthly? Are you truly willing to sell your lives for mere currency? In this apocalyptic world, money has lost its value." The leader shivered at the bat resting on his shoulder. Trembling as he replied, "Li Xiao, no, Liu, he doesn't know you. But he keeps a man-eating monster in the basement. And every day we must help him find living people to feed it. We are merely his enforcers, we know nothing else." A man-eating monster? Gu Yunzhou echoed curiously. The words apocalypse, basement, and man-eating monster ignited his imagination. Could it be that someone had transformed into a zombie, unwilling to eliminate them, and instead sought to keep it alive in hopes of restoration? It was not unusual for the wealthy, long perched atop their privileged towers, to develop eccentric ideas. Survival remained their foremost objective, and this peculiar act of breeding zombies piqued Gu Yunzhou and Appo's interest. Building 8. You seem quite practiced in this endeavor. Let us visit this Li Xiao of yours to see what he is truly up to. Ah? The remaining survivors exchanged incredulous glances at Gu Yunzhou's sudden interest. Indeed, there exists an inexplicable attraction between madmen, does there not? Wouldn't the typical reaction to such revelations be outrage, condemning their sacrificial behavior? Why did it seem as though this gentleman was almost eager? Unfazed by their shifting expressions, Gu Yunzhou's sole focus remained on the creature they had artificially nurtured. A being confined in such a manner must surely possess value, perhaps even a coveted purple card. Even if not, his visit would serve to rid the world of a menace. We can take you there, but you must release us once we arrive. We have reconsidered. We should not partake in such heinous acts. We desire to reach the military camp. Gu Yunzhou regarded their cautious demeanor with a cold smile. First, take me there. Then we shall see. Now, be gone. He ushered them out, then contacted Lin Wanru via walkie-talkie, advising her to remain vigilant before following the 3 remaining survivors toward Building 8. This marked Gu Yunzhou's inaugural venture into the night after the onset of darkness. The streetlights in the villa district were not solar-powered, casting the surroundings into an eerie gloom. The occasional rustle of trees stirred by the wind heightened the sense of unease. Since the power outage, the world felt as though it had regressed to a time before electric lights. Although their eyesight had drastically diminished, the city remained shrouded in darkness, with few daring to light a flame. Their fear stemmed not from the zombies, but rather from an unspoken adherence to the law of the jungle. No one wished to be the prey brandishing a torch in the dark woods. Gu Yunzhou replaced his baseball bat with a large knife, trailing behind the frail figures of his reluctant guides, urging them onward as though escorting prisoners to their impending fate. Chapter 59. American-style inspection. Gu Yunzhou, wielding a hefty blade, ambled leisurely behind the 3 leading individuals, who felt an unsettling chill down their spines, unable to turn their necks comfortably. They feared that this madman might take offense and silence them with a swift execution. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, they occasionally engaged him in conversation, even volunteering their names. The leader of this group was Su Wenqing, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, Chen Shizhong and Ma Ying. They had previously been involved in debt collection, emphasizing that they practiced civilized methods and had never resorted to violence. Witnessing their attempts to converse and justify themselves, Gu Yunzhou couldn't help but chuckle. Had it been before the apocalypse, he would have never mingled with such individuals, and if he did encounter them, it would have been with his naive and unworldly college peers. However, the roles had reversed. He had become someone who could impose fear upon them. This was the most palpable transformation brought about by power. As they chatted idly, they soon arrived at the exterior of the 8 villas. Gazing at the familiar sight, a myriad of emotions welled up within them, impossible to articulate. All right, enough of this small talk. Tell me how many people are left inside, Gu Yunzhou said, gesturing with the 3 to 4 pound blade he held in one hand. Do not attempt to deceive me. I will be entering shortly. If you lie, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and turn you into minced meat. The three men, staring at the intimidating blade swaying before them, shuddered in fear. With a tearful expression, they looked at Yunzhou, thinking, "We are not withholding information. There is no need for such intimidation. There are no others left." When the military came to rescue, most people left with them. "It's just the six of us, along with two individuals inside the villa." Yunzhou nodded, leaving them with a stern warning to remain still before striding into the villa. He paid no heed to the reason behind the trouble caused by Li Xiao. Having provoked him, they must brace for retaliation. Time shifted slightly forward. Brother you, this is bad. This is bad. My sister and Amp, Appo's blood cocoon seems ready to break." "What? Is that true?" Li Yu, seated in the dining room enjoying a self-heating hot pot with instant noodles, frowned at the panicked subordinate rushing out from the basement. "Indeed. I assure you it's true. I just went down to check this afternoon." When old Su and the others brought back the blood food, it had barely been half-placed when it became silent. The sound resembling a heartbeat is growing louder. "She must be on the verge of breaking free," exclaimed the excited subordinate, Tang Jia. After the outbreak, his sister had been bitten by a zombie while trying to save Li Yu. Initially, everyone thought she was doomed, and she voluntarily confined herself to the basement. To their surprise, she underwent mutation. Although transformed into a zombie, she retained some semblance of reason. When they checked on her, she was desperately suppressing her bloodthirst, urging them to find living beings for her. Most individuals hiding in the vicinity of the 8 villas believed that even if she retained some rationality, it would not change the fact that she had become a monster, and she should be eliminated as soon as possible. Yet, having frequently consumed post-apocalyptic novels, films, and television series, Li Yu felt not compassion for the sister who had sacrificed herself for him, but rather a cold calculation. He believed this woman epitomized the kind of bioweapon the military sought to study, an entity with immortality and rationality. If the military could swiftly suppress the chaos caused by the apocalypse, safeguarding her would allow him to profit greatly by selling her to them. Alternatively, she might help him regain more rationality, perhaps even gaining the ability to command zombies, akin to the protagonists in novels that offered a zombie and Appo's perspective. Given her restraint from attacking him and his younger brother both before and after her transformation, she could essentially become his controllable zombie. After forcefully evicting everyone from the basement, they safeguarded her, falsely claiming they had resolved the issue, and thus began their nefarious existence. Initially, survivors within the 8 villas discovered that something akin to a fungal blanket was spreading from the basement's entrance, which was covered with terrifying, vein-like structures reminiscent of a fleshy carpet from a science fiction novel. Then, each night, individuals mysteriously disappeared. When the night watch was asked, they claimed that those who could not endure the meager rations had left in search of better conditions. The watchmen and overseers were none other than the towering debt collectors and Li Yu. Like sacrificial offerings, they continuously pushed individuals into the basement, allowing Tang Jia's sister, Tang Yingying, to feed and evolve. After she experienced the brains and flesh of about a dozen humans, the basement, once resembling a slaughterhouse, transformed overnight into a womb of blood and flesh. The zombie Tang Yingying, now encased in a blood cocoon towering in the basement and Amp, Appo's center, could not communicate but distinctly emanated a desire for energy. However, they coincidentally encountered military rescue, and upon their return, they realized something was amiss. In haste, they took Su Wenxing and his group to a nearby town, searching for survivors without news. They lured them to the villa, then shoved them directly into the basement. Watching as Tang Yingying eagerly extended dozens of tendrils to pierce into the newcomers, Li Yu, who should have felt fear while personally ushering these individuals into the basement, instead felt exhilaration as he observed the horror-stricken screams and wails of those being ensnared. He watched as their bodies grew increasingly emaciated, collapsing to the ground as the blood and flesh tendrils withdrew. He mumbled to himself, "What a pity, what a pity. Why did they have to be drained all at once? If only a portion remained to transform them into zombies, they could follow my commands." Behind him, even the accomplices, including Tang Jia, shivered at such morbid words. What ensued was an increasingly frenzied effort to lure individuals into the villa as blood food for Tang Yingying. Now, they stood on the brink of reaping the rewards of their labor. Even if Tang Yingying had grown indifferent to him and refused to heed his commands, he had already devised a plan. Such mutated zombies must possess cores akin to those described in zombie fiction. If she disobeyed, he would eliminate her, shattering her skull. He was certain that even ordinary zombies had cores, and a mutated one would undoubtedly have one too. Liu would ultimately emerge as a formidable ruler in this post-apocalyptic world, just as he was about to rise and head towards the basement. The villa door nearby was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. FBI, open the door. Chapter 60. The mutated blood cocoon. Liu and Tang Jia watched in astonishment as Yunzhou kicked open the door and boldly entered. His classic British phrase momentarily leaving them bewildered. Liu was briefly transported back to his days studying abroad, recalling the scene when the FBI burst in on his roommate, who was about to light a mosquito coil, capturing him in a flurry of black-clad figures and firearms. Noticing Yunzhou and Appos, as similar attire to that of the soldiers from that day, he instinctively sought cover, raising his hands and shouting in English, "Don and Appos, shoot. I have money." Ah. It seems he is quite the seasoned veteran, Liu thought. Yunzhou glanced at his own hands, reassured he was not an American SWAT officer, and chuckled as he strode forward. Without further ado, he intended to check on the creature they had been keeping. Seeing Yunzhou's shrewdness as he ducked and covered his head, Liu approached effortlessly and struck him on the back of the neck with the knife's back, rendering him unconscious. The hapless underling, used as a human shield, succumbed similarly. After a brief inspection of the room, Yunzhou located the ominous basement door. The horrifying carpet of flesh and blood had spread into the corridor, and stepping upon it elicited a visceral sense of revulsion. Remaining stationary for too long would result in tendril-like veins wrapping around one's feet. With a tearing sound, the door, which should have opened easily, now resisted as the grotesque carpet clung tightly. Upon Yunzhou and Appos' forceful push, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the air. He twirled his large knife, switched on the flashlight he had just seized, and ventured down the dark corridor. Upon reaching the basement, the flashlight illuminated the center, revealing a blood cocoon pulsating rhythmically as if it were a heart. Sensing the impending danger, the thick blood vessels entwined around the cocoon throbbed with increasing intensity, the crimson shell gradually darkening. Could it be a coincidence that this creature was about to hatch as I arrived? Yunzhou wondered, contemplating whether there might be special rewards for slaying it. He cautiously advanced a couple of steps. Suddenly, two meaty tendrils shot forth from the cocoon, aiming directly at him. Without hesitation, Yunzhou performed a roll to evade them, firmly planting the flashlight into the ground to provide a stable light source while gripping his knife with both hands, poised to confront the eerie cocoon. How audacious! They dare to ambush me. Yunzhou charged forward, his powerful strikes transforming the initially broad and sweeping motions of his blade into a compact, impenetrable technique. Like slicing through vegetables, he severed the attacking appendages with ease. Yet these strange tendrils seemed to possess regenerative abilities, growing back almost immediately after being cut. This was Yunzhou's first encounter with such a creature. He had considered setting it ablaze, but alas, he had no gasoline on hand. Moreover, any hint of his intent to escape would provoke the tendrils to lash out wildly to ensnare him. Facing the onslaught of thrashing tendrils, Yunzhou chose to ignore them, swinging his knife with reckless abandon. Several tendrils that attempted to ensnare him fell to the ground, writhing in agony. "If you refuse to let me leave, then I shall shatter your shell," he declared, tightening his grip on the knife and advancing with renewed ferocity. The hefty blade, over 1/2 meter long and weighing more than 3 kilograms, felt as light as a feather in his hands, gleaming with a chilling light as it cleaved through the resistant tendrils. Thick, viscous fluids and dark blood splattered from the wounds, raining down like a black deluge. As Yunzhou approached the blood cocoon, he could sense the creature's rising panic. The tendrils, initially intent on holding him back, shifted to protect the cocoon, resisting his forward momentum. The roles had reversed the moment Yunzhou chose to attack. With a resounding crack, his knife struck the cocoon, causing a stream of black, viscous liquid to ooze from the wound. Through the torn aperture, he glimpsed a creature within, its vengeful gaze fixated upon him. Yet Yunzhou cared little for the creature's wrath. He was determined to eliminate it swiftly, hoping for a valuable reward. As the cracks in the cocoon multiplied, a thick layer of sticky black liquid coated the area around it. Yunzhou withdrew slightly, preparing to cleave the upper half of the cocoon to unveil its contents. However, before he could position himself, something burst forth from within. With a tearing sound, he instinctively retreated several paces, vigilant against whatever emerged. To his astonishment, it was a female zombie, her vital areas encased in thick plasma. Though her overall appearance was a pallid gray, her figure was striking. As she stepped from the cocoon, she moved with the grace of a queen, delicately treading upon the blood-soaked ground. As if she retained awareness, she raised her arms to admire her form, But upon touching her face, which had inexplicably become scorched, she let out a piercing scream. Yunzhou was startled, retreating another couple of steps, and the fury in her gaze turned toward him. It was this intruder. He had interrupted her evolutionary ritual, marring her once flawless visage. I shall kill you, you wretched fool. With that, she lunged at Yunzhou, skillfully evading his attack while countering with her sharp claws. Yunzhou was taken aback by her speed and strength. Realizing she was akin to the commanding corpse king at school, a mutated zombie of a higher order. Retaining her self-awareness, her physical prowess was nearly equal to his own. Chapter 61. Spare me. Do as you will want to kill me? Let us see if you possess the ability. Yunzhou retorted sharply, raising his large blade to strike at his opponent. Don't think that just because you have a good figure, I want to cut you. Crash. Unlike the previous seamless slicing through tentacles, this strike met with resistance, as if it had collided with thick leather. The blow only left a small wound on the opponent's shoulder, failing to even reach the bone. Tang Yingying, the female zombie, tilted her head to glance at the large blade lodged in her shoulder, then smiled coldly at the astonished Yunzhou. With a single punch, she shattered the blade from her shoulder and lunged at him, claws outstretched, intent on tearing him to shreds. Yunzhou swiftly countered, spinning to block her with his blade against her sharp claws. He then crouched, pushing Tang Yingying away. Clang, clang. In a series of fierce exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Tang Yingying stared in disbelief at her fingers, which were tingling from the recoil, a sense of wariness creeping into her mind. Although she had not compared herself to others, the evolution she had undergone endowed her with a clear awareness of her enhanced physical strength and speed. Surpassing her former self significantly, she felt confident enough to crush marble to dust, yet this man wielding the great sword had strength that rivaled hers. I'll see just how many blades you can endure. Yunzhou, noticing the numerous white scratches on his blade, gritted his teeth and swung at her once more. Tang Yingying's eyes glinted with a cold and terrifying murderous intent as she raised her mutated, razor-sharp hand towards Yunzhou. Bang! The force of their collision echoed loudly. Outside, Su Wencheng, filled with apprehension, could hear the commotion below. Boss, with such noise, they can't be fighting already, right? Didn't Tang Jie say his sister wouldn't emerge for a while? Who cares? With that racket, she must have come out early. It'd be best if they both ended up injured, giving us a chance to escape. Then why don't we run now? Su Wencheng looked at him as if he were foolish. Would you dare to leave if I let you? Ma Ying, shrinking his neck, quickly shook his head. Yunzhou and the zombie Tang Yingying were not the type to be trifled with. Since they could communicate, venturing out at night was fraught with danger. It was wiser to remain put. Should we wake them up? Let them lie for a while. We still don't know what is happening down there. In the basement, after trading dozens of blows, both sides were panting and had retreated slightly to assess one another. Yunzhou's blade bore several white scratches, and the edge had chipped in multiple places. Opposite him, Tang Yingying resembled a wild beast, her sharp nails broken or shattered, and her body marked with several deep, jagged wounds, particularly at her joints, where white bone could be faintly seen. The disparity in their strength was unmistakable. I can't believe this. She is impossibly tough, Yunzhou thought, glancing at Tang Yingying, who still had strength left. As he caught his breath, he couldn't help but mentally lament his blade. If he couldn't acquire a superior weapon or ability card from this encounter, he would be at a significant loss. Taking a deep breath, he raised the heavy blade again, slicing through the air with a fierce gust as he charged at her once more. Tang Yingying, undergoing another transformation, suddenly sprouted a torrent of blood that coalesced into the shape of curved blades, crashing violently against Yunzhou's weapon. Clang! Despite being formed from dark red blood, the impact resonated with a metallic sound. Yunzhou, taken aback, gritted his teeth and pushed her away, swinging his blade anew. Tang Yingying, adapting her attack style, fought with increasing ferocity, their battle echoing like a tempest, sending debris flying throughout the basement. Die, you wretched creature. Tang Yingying, seemingly under immense pressure, escalated her assault, attacking with frenzied determination. Yunzhou noticed something was amiss. Her strength appeared to be waning. It was impossible for such an extraordinary being to exist, matching him in strength right from the start, and now she was growing weaker with each blow. It dawned on him that she was tapping into her latent potential, akin to his own use of adrenaline within the system, which would yield a significant power surge but leave one vulnerable afterward. Seizing the opportunity, Yunzhou decisively severed her legs to limit her mobility. Ah, my legs. You. Tang Yingying's face twisted in a monstrous expression, her burn-scarred features amplifying her horror. The blood that had transformed into scythe-like appendages shattered, leaving the zombie helplessly slumped beside her severed limbs. With her movement restricted, Yunzhou wasted no time retrieving a crossbow from the storeroom, drawing the bowstring taut. He had refrained from using it earlier because he needed to subdue her first before delivering a final blow. Please, don't kill me. Tang Yingying, sprawled on the ground, raised her hands to shield her head as Yunzhou pointed the crossbow at her. Her voice transforming from a raspy threat to a pleading, delicate tone, reminiscent of a frightened girl. Yunzhou sneered. Now you choose to feign weakness? Where was this earlier? He had noticed the blood pooling towards her reattached limbs. Without further hesitation, he pulled the trigger, the bolt hurtling towards her head. No. Tang Yingying flailed her arms desperately, only to have the arrow pierce her palm, pinning her to the wooden table behind her. Please. I still have my uses. I can be your slave, your pet. Don't kill me. I swear. I'll do whatever you ask. As Yunzhou prepared another shot, she shielded her head with her hands. Her voice a mix of desperation and allure, while the blood covering her vital areas began to slide away. Chapter 62. The orange ability card. Though Tang Yingying's visage now appeared exceedingly terrifying, her figure, partially veiled in sheer fabric, exuded an irresistible allure. In the words of a top-tier LSP, with such a physique and voice, even in darkness, the effect remains unchanged. Yunzhou seemed momentarily swayed by her words. Adjusting the arrow aimed at her head slightly downward, his expression wavering. Seizing the moment, Tang Yingying lowered herself like a feline. One hand pinned to the desk while the other supported her on the ground, adopting a submissive posture as she implored, Please, master, show mercy to this servant. Although her voice was beguiling, his gaze remained filled with resentment, fingers curling with hidden nails, fervently urging in his mind, Come closer, just a little closer. She yearned for an opportunity to reduce this man, who had thwarted her plans, to mere pulp, as she indulged in fantasies of tormenting Yunzhou. A peculiar sensation akin to a mosquito bite pricked her neck. Simultaneously, her line of sight descended lower, until she could observe the ceiling from her prone position. In the final moments of blurred vision, she glimpsed Yunzhou, one hand wielding a knife pointed directly at her brow, the other hand waving in greeting. Damn. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through her brow, but his gaze remained cold and filled with an intense murderous intent. Yunzhou regarded her unblinking expression with a faint smile. A zombie is but a zombie. What is there to discuss regarding submission? Simply transform into a card and contribute to humanity. As the last flicker of life extinguished within Tang Yingying, 5 cards, 1 orange, 1 blue, and 3 white, erupted from her body like a fountain. Orange. Yunzhou, captivated by the radiant orange card, promptly retrieved it. Indeed. The card quality from special zombies surpassed that of ordinary ones significantly. However, this orange card was exceptionally remarkable. Could it be a special reward for a first kill? Eagerly, he opened the description of the orange card. Ability card, Orange Telekinesis, Level 1. Consuming mental energy allows the user to levitate or move objects. As the level increases, the strength and range of telekinesis will also expand. Yunzhou and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened in astonishment. This was a growth-capable ability card. Upon utilizing the card, an enigmatic sensation enveloped his mind. Focusing intently on the large knife in his hand, he endeavored to lift it with his thoughts. Yet, after staring for an eternity, there was no response, despite exhausting all his mental fortitude. Presuming his mental energy insufficient to lift the hefty blade, he flipped his hand and summoned an arrow instead. Concentrating entirely on the arrow, it wobbled precariously in his palm, seemingly on the verge of falling. His mental energy dwindled rapidly. It felt akin to a 3-year-old attempting to hoist a substantial weight. While he could lift it, it was unsteady and laborious. After a mere 2.5 seconds, he abandoned the notion of mimicking the arrow and Amp, Oppos, S flight, stowing it away and opting for lighter steel balls instead. This was considerably easier to control upon attempting to launch it. The force was roughly half that of a slingshot, barely adequate. He could manipulate over 10 steel balls simultaneously, but only in a crude manner, directing them collectively or propelling them as a gust of air, lacking precision. The moment he sought to execute delicate maneuvers, his mind throbbed as if struck by a hammer. His current lack of control likely stemmed from insufficient mental energy. He resolved to collect more mental energy attribute cards in the future. When that time came, not even a barrage of arrows or an intricate display of swords would pose a challenge. At that juncture, the so-called numerical advantage of zombies would merely be a futile struggle against a titan forged from steel. Of course, this was merely a daydream. Presently, after a brief session, His mental energy had plummeted to just over 20, leaving him with a sensation of relentless fatigue, as if he had been awake for 2 days straight. With one last effort, he attempted to retrieve the remaining cards on the ground. The last blue card and 3 white cards seemed to be drawn toward him as if by a black hole, colliding with his form and automatically being stored in his inventory. Ah, splendid. Retrieving cards consumed no mental energy, eliminating the need to bend down in the future. What convenience. The 3 white cards, which enhanced strength and speed, would incur a 50 loss if used by him, so he decided to reserve them for Lin Wanru and the others. The remaining blue cards suited him well. Skill card, Blue Meditation Level 1. Upon learning, one can restore a certain amount of mental energy through meditation, regaining 10 points per minute. Just as he pondered how to recover the expended mental energy, this skill arrived as a blessing. After employing the skill card, he disregarded the grotesque environment of the basement, sitting down as per the skill's instructions. A refreshing sensation washed over him, and his mind began to clear. He could perceive his mental energy gradually replenishing. After 10 minutes, his mental energy was nearly restored. Laughing heartily, Yunzhou exclaimed, "How marvelous to possess a recovery skill." Moreover, he noticed that this skill could be upgraded, with a 100 appearing next to the original level 1. Whether this indicated proficiency or usage count. If it could be upgraded, it meant potential for enhanced recovery rate beyond the initial 10 points per minute. Subtle changes appeared on his attribute page. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 116 strength, 174 speed, 138 mental, 150 ability. Telekinesis, level 1. Skills, 8 blade breakthrough, basic pharmacology, danger perception, parkour mastery, fishing mastery, meditation level 1, 100. System warehouse, function card, blue adrenaline X1. Item card, blue sprinting shoes X1. Team members, Lin Wanru, Lin Qingyin, team warehouse 16 slots food cards. Steel balls, arrows, crossbow. The status bar transformed into an ability bar, and the mental attribute section resembled a game's blue bar, delineating maximum and current values. Regrettably, his body had not been digitized due to these changes. Being bitten or grasped by a zombie still posed a risk of viral infection. The long journey was far from over. He must persevere. He conducted a brief search of the basement, even resorting to splitting open a zombie and Oppo's skull, suppressing his nausea to investigate. Confirming there were no mutated crystals forming within the brains, as depicted in other zombie novels, he shook off the blood-stained hands, muttering a curse, and departed the basement. Chapter 63. Recruiting followers when Su Wensheng and his companions beheld Yunzhou, drenched in blood and wielding a large blade in one hand while clutching a severed head in the other. They were struck with an overwhelming sense of dread despite their familiarity with the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. The palpable aura of menace radiating from him left them trembling, as Yunzhou carelessly discarded the head at their feet, revealing a gruesome sight. One particularly timid member nearly fainted from terror. Unable to contain his amusement at their quaking forms, Yunzhou laughed heartily. "Look at you all, so cowardly. Yet you dare to raise zombies? And no, it and Oppo's, not us." Su Wensheng, startled by Yunzhou and Oppo's laughter, hastily waved his hands in protest, eager to dissociate themselves from any wrongdoing. Yunzhou had no intention of holding them accountable. He was not a saint compelled to intervene in every injustice. If they had not provoked him, he would have had no interest in their affairs. After interrupting their dialogue, he spoke nonchalantly, "Enough of this chatter. I'm not interested in your excuses. Since you Haven and Oppo's fled, I'll let you see the fruits of your labor. I've inspected it and found nothing. Whether you believe it or not is your concern." The group dared not speak further. The act of raising zombies was hardly a respectable endeavor. Gazing at the disfigured visage of Tang Yingying, they shuddered, acknowledging that if there was nothing to be found, they had no authority to question it. In unison, they shook their heads, conceding, "All right, big brother, we believe you. Whatever you say goes." Yunzhou rolled his eyes in exasperation. Having acquired a valuable orange card and a useful blue card that day, he felt rather pleased and saw no need to dwell on trivial matters with them. He waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, fine. After tonight, we'll be heading to the military district. If there is nothing else, feel free to do as you wish. Even if you fall to the ground and those two become zombies, it's not my concern. However, you better stay clear of our villa tonight. Understood?" Upon hearing that Yunzhou would not hold them accountable for their previous actions, the burly men in suits nodded vigorously, like chickens pecking at grain. They were acutely aware that had they known Yunzhou was a man capable of effortlessly dispatching even mutated zombies, they would never have dared to provoke him. It would be sheer folly to heed Tang Yu's advice and attempt to capture him as a blood sacrifice for their zombies. Gu Yunzhou, ever want to repay enmity with enmity, dealt with the two culprits lying on the ground before preparing to return to the villa. Just as he was about to exit, he heard a voice calling from behind. Big brother. Wait. Curiosity piqued, Gu Yunzhou turned to see Su Wenqing, the large man, calling out to him. Big brother. Could you possibly take us with you? You point east, we 1T venture west. You say to advance, we 1T retreat. We 3 can certainly be of assistance to you. In mere hours, he had come to understand the most vital aspect of survival in this apocalypse, strength. Given that even Tang Yingying, a mutated zombie, bore no core as one might find in a novel, it was clear they had little hope for significant advancement on their own. Thus, attaching themselves to a powerful ally seemed prudent, at the very least. It would ensure their safety. He doubted that merely the 3 of them could navigate this perilous world unscathed, considering the endless throngs of ordinary zombies outside. Not to mention the artificially bred mutated ones they struggled against, they stood no chance against wild mutated zombies. Better to cling to Gu Yunzhou as formidable presence. He reasoned that with only 3 of them, and 2 being women, they would surely be on the lookout for additional companions. This was their opportunity. Gu Yunzhou regarded their eager expressions, skepticism in his gaze. You wish to accompany me? Yes. The 3 replied in unison. With your physiques, you could easily find sustenance at the military district. Why the need to follow me? Just think about it. You alone can handle the mutated zombies we struggle to subdue. Indeed. Big brother, with your strength, we want to follow you. Have mercy on us, and take us along as well. Though each of them was older than Gu Yunzhou, they uttered the term big brother without hesitation, their desperation evident. Gu Yunzhou pondered for a moment. It would indeed be inconvenient for him to travel with 2 women alone. Having a few more people could help manage various challenges. However, he could not grant them a coveted spot in his team just yet. They could assist him for the time being. Big brother. After briefly assessing the trio standing side by side, he waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Considering you've remained here and behaved reasonably, you may follow me. But heed my warning. Should I discover any ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to be ruthless. Su Wenqing gulped nervously at the sight of the imposing blade resting on Gu Yunzhou's shoulder, trembling as he responded, All right. We promise we will harbor no ulterior motives and will wholeheartedly serve under you. Is there food left at your villa? Su Wenqing and his companions assumed Gu Yunzhou was demanding their provisions, nodding vigorously as they assured him of their well-stocked kitchen. Brother. We have at least 10 days and oppos worth of food. Should we move it to your place? Gu Yunzhou shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. No need to move it over. Keep it for yourselves. For now, stay at the villa tonight. Come see us at 8 tomorrow morning, and remember to bring provisions for the journey. We'll head to the military district shelter. After exchanging glances, Su Wenqing and his companions nodded. They understood they were merely temporary additions to Gu Yunzhou's group. Having initially intended to capture him as food for their zombies, it was only natural to harbor some distrust. They would have to prove their worth in time. Once Gu Yunzhou finished speaking, he paid them no further mind. They could choose to stay or leave as they wished. He had said all that needed to be said. Night had already fallen, and he needed to return to ensure Lin Wanru and the others could rest. Upon returning to the villa, given the late hour, he offered only a few comforting words before sending them off to their rooms. With the first floor already damaged, Gu Yunzhou had no choice but to keep watch on the ground floor. Fortunately, with his newly acquired meditation skill, he required no sleep and could simply sit in quiet contemplation on the sofa. Chapter 64. The Understanding Su Wenqing. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, as the first light of dawn began to emerge, Gu Yunzhou rose and made his way to the villa and oppos small courtyard, stretching comfortably toward the rising sun. Just as he pondered what to have for breakfast, a notification unexpectedly popped up in his mind. Mentality 3. What he initially intended as a mere meditation to pass the time had revealed a hidden benefit, granting him an increase in mental acuity after a night of contemplation. After performing a few stretching exercises, he noticed his 3 newly acquired subordinates approaching with large pots in hand. They paused for a moment upon seeing Gu Yunzhou stretching in the courtyard before enthusiastically greeting him. Good morning, big brother. In unison. Watching the trio bow in unison while holding their pots, he couldn't and oppos help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, good morning. What is this all about? Lu Wenqing, displaying a somewhat naive smile, replied, We noticed there was quite a bit of leftover food from our side, so we thought we'd prepare some breakfast for you. big brother. Gu Yunzhou squinted at the pots and pans in their hands, a subtle smile forming as he asked, "Have you eaten yet? Would you care to join me?" "Eat, One of the younger subordinates initially assumed Gu Yunzhou was merely being polite and was about to explain that they had already nibbled on some bread and were bringing the meat as a tribute. When Su Wenqing, more socially astute, swiftly covered his mouth. "Haha, we haven't and amp, oppos, eaten yet, we've been craving this meat for quite some time. If it weren't for the diesel generator over at Tang Yu's place keeping the fridge running, this pork would have spoiled long ago. If you don't mind. It would be wonderful if we could have a taste." After speaking, he pinched the brother who had nearly blurted their prior intentions. How could one speak without thinking? Just last night, they had considered binding them to offer to Tang Yingying, and now, having just surrendered and become his subordinates, they brought over such a feast. What would others think? Seeing Su Wenqing's perceptiveness, Gu Yunzhou nodded and beckoned them to come inside. Once they entered, the trio immediately began tidying up the disheveled first floor after setting down their burdens. Su Wenqing understood that this was their probation period. To gain trust, they must contribute, demonstrating initiative without needing to be told. Observing their willingness to work unprompted, Gu Yunzhou felt satisfied, even if he could have found fault. He then retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist and informed Lin Wanru upstairs to keep the food card situation confidential. While he gazed thoughtfully at the steaming braised pork on the table, their loyalty was still under scrutiny, and thus, the details of the card system must remain undisclosed. If it were just himself and Lin Wanru, they could indulge freely, eating whatever they desired. However, now that they had pledged allegiance, it would be inconsiderate to let them go hungry. He needed to plan for their sustenance without revealing the existence of the cards. Reflecting on past considerations made before acquiring the system, he concluded that the next step should involve procuring food from the market or grain store. At the very least, there needed to be an apparent abundance of provisions. By 8 o'clock, the glass shards and bloodstains on the first floor had been largely cleared away, and Lin Wanru and her companion descended the staircase. Like elementary school students, the three men sat upright at the dining table, their eyes widening as they beheld the two beauties descending the stairs. The mature, alluring woman, standing around 7 meters tall with an alluring figure, wore a simple white t-shirt paired with tight jeans and sports shoes, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders, emitting a captivating fragrance. With subtle makeup adorning her face, her enchanting eyes sparkled, and her lips, slightly parted, exuded an air of noble elegance. Beside her was a petite, charming girl, approximately 5 meters tall, with 2 playful pigtails bouncing as she hopped down the stairs. Dressed in a cartoon-printed t-shirt and jeans, her white canvas shoes radiated youthful exuberance. Her round face was adorned with bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with joy, and her small, rosy lips perpetually bore a mischievous smile, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Both the mature beauty and the innocent, princess-like girl had previously existed as unattainable figures in their lives. Watching the striking woman sit intimately next to Gu Yunzhou, Su Wenqing was the first to react, discreetly tugging at the shirts of his 2 companions beneath the table, urging them to curb their ogling. Such sights were not meant for their gaze. Upon receiving a warning glance from their elder brother, the 2 subordinates quickly lowered their heads. Though they couldn't and oppos, he helped but feel envious of Gu Yunzhou, who enjoyed such a carefree existence amidst the apocalypse, untroubled by the ever-looming threat of zombies. With ample food and lovely company within the villa, once the 2 women were seated, Gu Yunzhou introduced them. "All right, our little group has formed, so let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. This lovely lady is Lin Wanru, and the younger one is her niece, Lin Qingying." As he finished speaking, Su Wenqing stood up, bowing slightly to Lin Wanru. "Good sister-in-law, I am Su Wenqing. Feel free to call me Wenqing or Aching." His companions followed suit. "Good sister-in-law, I am Qin Shizhong, and this is Ma Ying." Though Lin Wanru felt slightly embarrassed by their address, she managed to smile and nod in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, little Lin Qingying stood with her hands on her hips, pouting in discontent, feeling overlooked. Amused, Gu Yunzhou playfully poked her cheek and said, "Now that we all know each other, let us enjoy breakfast and chat." "Hiki. Wonderful. I have quite the appetite, so I shall begin," Su Wenqing replied heartily, opening the rice cooker they had brought over and filling a bowl with rice, adding a bit of each meat dish before beginning to eat. The other 2 subordinates imitated him, disregarding that Gu Yunzhou and the girls hadn't yet started, diving straight into their meals. Gu Yunzhou, pressing the hands of the 2 girls beneath the table to signal them to wait, stood up with a smile, filling his own bowl with rice and some dishes. As they chatted casually, He discreetly analyzed the food, ensuring no suspicious substances were present. After sampling a couple of pieces of meat and confirming their safety, he nodded slightly, prompting the two girls to rise and join in serving themselves. Although this behavior may have seemed overly cautious, in a world rife with uncertainty, one must remain vigilant. Yunzhou had no desire to face peril from zombies, only to meet a misfortune at the hands of his own subordinates. After eating for a while, Yunzhou turned to Su Wensheng and inquired, "Since you have been wandering around the vicinity of the villa area, do you happen to know where there are places nearby that offer large trucks, food, vegetables, and meats?" Chapter 65, Departure or Gathering Supplies. Upon hearing the suggestion, Su Wensheng immediately contemplated the circumstances in the vicinity. He then responded, "Regarding the large truck, it depends on whether you prefer a box truck or a semi-trailer. There should be plenty available at the nearby building materials market in the town. As for meat and vegetables, there aren't any large supermarkets around. Only the nearest town's market might still have some. If you're in search of a substantial quantity of food supplies, we will need to travel a bit further to a granary. Given the length of time since the apocalypse, even if there is food in the nearby town markets, it is unlikely to be abundant." Listening intently, Yunzhou calculated in his mind. For him, having food was sufficient. He did not require an overflowing supply. He had no intention of becoming a merchant in this apocalyptic world, burdened by excessive provisions while traversing the roads. However, possessing a reliable truck was essential. It would be unreasonable for the three of them to squeeze into his 5-seater tank 300. Moreover, modifications to the truck would be necessary to withstand encounters with zombies on the road. Otherwise, a few collisions could render it useless, requiring a cumbersome transfer of supplies. "All right, let us make our way to the town you mentioned to find a truck and gather some food, vegetables, and fruits," Yunzhou declared, already formulating a plan to procure a vehicle and collect supplies before heading directly to the military vehicle management office. He aimed to discover what assistance they required from him. And as survivors sheltered by the military base, he anticipated that many people would be present. He intended to see if they could exchange the supplies in the truck for military necessities. Securing a couple of firearms and some ammunition would be an enormous gain. Despite possessing abilities and a system, who among men does not covet firearms? Su Wensheng nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively. Yunzhou, observing Su Wensheng's earnest demeanor, smiled and remarked, "Among the three of us, you are the most sensible. I hope you continue to be so. You will undoubtedly have a place in the core team in the future. Should I establish a base, I assure you that you will not be neglected. The same goes for the two of you. As long as you focus on your tasks, I guarantee that you will be well rewarded. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it hay." Such time-worn wisdom, though perhaps not frequently heard by me, rolls off my tongue with ease. He understood that one must first sketch a vision to provide direction and motivation for those beneath him. "Brother, you are too kind. This is merely what I ought to do. Being able to find a place to shelter in this apocalyptic world and have food to eat is already a source of great contentment for me," Su Wensheng replied, his eyes darting as he humbly gestured. Having been an elder brother for many years, he was acutely aware that younger brothers, upon hearing their leader's instructions, should not simply agree without thought. To do so would invite hardship and potential retribution in the future. It was wiser to do more, listen attentively, speak less, and nod in agreement. This was the proper conduct for a younger brother. In a world rife with zombies, survival was paramount. Seeing their elder brother's demeanor, the other two younger brothers quickly rose to express their loyalty. Observing their declarations, Yunzhou also wished to project an air of humility, smiling as he urged them to sit and continue their meal. Engaging in light conversation while consuming their food, they swiftly depleted the provisions on the table. Since they had no intention of returning, they carelessly stuffed the remnants into bags and tossed them outside. "Go ahead and find a vehicle. Once we locate a large truck, we will switch," Yunzhou instructed. Understood. A few minutes later, Yunzhou, waiting outside the villa area in his tank 300, heard the sound of honking from behind. Peering out the window, he spotted Su Wensheng in the driver's seat of a black BMW 5 Series, waving at him. After signaling him to follow, Su Wensheng started the vehicle and shifted gears to hit the road. Before their departure, Su Wensheng had already informed him of the location. And since Yunzhou was familiar with the route, he took the lead. This was not merely a matter of enjoying his position as a leader. The BMW was far less rugged than his tank 300, which was fortified and powerful. Should they encounter zombies or stalled vehicles on the road, it would be far more troublesome to disembark and assist them. As they approached their destination, the road became increasingly congested with crashed vehicles. These were remnants of the chaos that ensued during the outbreak as people fled the towns. Unfortunately, the sheer number of evacuees, coupled with the terror of the zombies, resulted in a series of collisions. Not only did they fail to escape, but many vehicles sustained damage or became trapped, leading to dire fates. Beneath the wreckage lay crushed corpses, and among the debris were zombies that, despite being reduced to mere halves, continued to cling to life, while the windshields of cars lay shattered. As Yunzhou's group passed slowly, they glimpsed the trapped zombies within the vehicles, both large and small, howling in despair. Although it was not their first encounter with such desolation, it remained a profoundly sorrowful sight. Ugh ugh. Bang. 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 Without hesitation, Yunzhou pressed the accelerator, crashing into the zombies that treated the road as their playground. As a car ejected, he utilized his telekinesis to retrieve it, making the task significantly easier than before. No longer would he need to awkwardly bend down to pick things up in the presence of others. Despite the bumpy ride, they progressed relatively smoothly until both vehicles halted just before entering the town. How do we get through? The road was blocked by a chain of 4 or 5 cars, with zombies lurking beneath and around them, creating a perilous situation. Utilizing the Tank 300's elevated position, Yunzhou surveyed the scene, then unsheathed his blade. I'll go down to clear the way. You stay in the vehicle and be cautious. Also, do not reveal your ability to summon weapons from the team's warehouse in front of them. If you need to use anything, prepare it in advance. The 2 girls nodded obediently. Lin Wanru then instructed Lin Qinin, seated in the back, to pass her the bow and arrow, saying, "You 2 handle the nearby zombies. I'll cover our rear from the roof." Yunzhou nodded in agreement. Upon opening the car door and stepping out, Su Wenqing and the others immediately rushed over. "Boss, the way ahead is blocked. Should we clear it first?" Yunzhou, observing their makeshift weapons, machetes and pipes, smiled. "I'll join you. Don't be too reckless. Prioritize your safety and avoid getting bitten." Su Wenqing felt a touch of gratitude at Yunzhou's words, for previously, their former leader, Li Yu, would never have accompanied them into battle against the zombies. In all matters, big or small, he only directed them from a distance. As they approached, the zombies, sensing the presence of the living, became agitated and charged towards them with alarming speed. Yunzhou even witnessed a zombie performing acrobatic maneuvers akin to hurdles. Everyone, be cautious. The zombies in the wild seem to be evolving. Chapter 66, The Agricultural Market. As the oncoming horde of zombies rushed towards him, Yunzhou tightened his grip on the large blade in his hand. With a swift whoosh, an arrow shot from behind, striking the foremost zombie squarely in the head when it was less than 5 meters away. The creature's forward momentum halted abruptly, collapsing like a rolling gourd to the ground, inadvertently tripping the few zombies that followed closely behind. Xie Wenqing and the others turned in astonishment to see Lin Wanru, her upper body protruding from the sunroof, drawing her bow once more, ready to shoot. They could not help but admire her prowess, recognizing her as the sister-in-law of their leader, a woman undoubtedly skilled in her own right. Without needing to glance back, Yunzhou charged into the throng of corpses, his left foot striking the ground with force as he anchored himself, executing a swift arc with his blade. The 4 zombies that had just risen were decapitated in an instant. Their severed heads soared into the air, rolling violently before crashing to the ground, eventually tumbling off the road. The disoriented bodies, after a brief moment of reaction, erupted like dark fountains, spewing forth the oxidized blackened blood within them, creating a grotesque and violent spectacle. The sight left Xie Wenqing and his companions in sheer shock. This scene was far more brutal than their experiences from the previous night, especially for Maing, who nearly dropped his machete in fright as he watched the heads roll nearby. The pallor on the faces of the other 2 was equally striking. Despite their past dealings with debt collection and the undead, they found Yunzhou to be a paragon of virtue in comparison. After all, debt collection was merely a matter of intimidation, and the captives they had brought in were handed over to others. Their involvement ended there. Yet, witnessing such carnage rendered them speechless, a stark contrast to Yunzhou and Lin Wanru, who worked in perfect harmony to dispatch the approaching zombies, either by severing their heads or delivering fatal arrows. In a mere 2.5 minutes, around 20 zombies lay lifeless on the ground, their mouths still twitching, while Yunzhou ensured their demise with precise strikes. To Xie Wenqing and his companions, the scene was a gruesome tableau of a post-apocalyptic world, but for Yunzhou and his allies, it was a vibrant sea of white and green cards, interspersed with a few blue ones. Indeed, the drop rate and quantity of basic cards had significantly increased. Yunzhou murmured to himself as he surveyed the scattered cards. Previously, their luck had allowed them to acquire perhaps only 1 or 2 white cards from a zombie kill, but now, most yielded 2 to 3, with the possibility of blue cards emerging as well. With his left hand wielding the blade and his right hand snapping his fingers, all cards within his psychic range flocked to him, like bees returning to their hive. The 2 girls in the vehicle behind watched in awe, their eyes sparkling with envy, secretly hoping to one day possess such a magnificent ability card. The notifications rang in his ears. A tribute card, white, X21, food card, white, X6, supply card, green, X4, equipment card, blue, X2. Unable to contain his delight, Yunzhou hummed a cheerful tune and promptly allocated the attribute cards to the 2 girls. Their joy was palpable as they cheered and clapped, their expressions brimming with happiness. Meanwhile, Wenqing and his companions felt like outsiders, bewildered by the spectacle. Why was their elder brother striking a pose amidst a sea of corpses? Was this some sort of juvenile fantasy? Upon reflection, they realized that their brother was indeed at that age, during his university years, where one might indulge in such whims. After distributing the attribute cards, Yunzhou approached the small vehicles that had collided, dispatching the trapped zombies within before collecting the cards. He then beckoned the still-dazed Wenqing and the others to assist in moving the vehicles. Once they disembarked and quickly began to haul the zombies away, they noticed the keys remained in the ignition. Each took a vehicle and started the engines, maneuvering them aside. From his vantage point, Yunzhou seized the opportunity to inspect the 2 blue equipment cards. They were not weapons per se, but rather 2 sets of parachutes, reminiscent of those used for casual gliding adventures with instructors in mountainous regions. While useful, they were not immediately applicable. Thus he opted to store them in his own inventory for the time being. With the path cleared, they resumed their journey. The occasional zombie continued to collide with them, but Yunzhou effortlessly retrieved any cards dropped, disregarding those that did not yield anything. Since this narrow road was a crucial route out of town, they often had to stop to clear blockages caused by previous vehicular collisions. Despite the minor setbacks, they finally arrived at a larger agricultural market. However, as the 2 vehicles entered, the scene inside left them speechless. Although the number of zombies was scant, the sweltering days had spoiled the vegetables. And as the vehicles rolled in, they disturbed a swarm of flies that had taken residence among the decaying produce. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air, resembling a dark cloud swirling throughout the market. Even with the windows closed, an uncomfortable itch spread over them, as if the foul creatures were poised to invade their vehicle at any moment. Moreover, the chickens, ducks, and geese kept in cages, having gone days without food, immediately began to squawk in desperation upon sensing movement. Though their lives were no longer in jeopardy, they were curious why the humans, who often came to take their companions away, had not fed them in so long. If they were not fed soon, they would surely perish. Yunzhou, there's probably nothing worth taking here, is there? Even if there is, it's likely spoiled. Although they remained in the vehicle, they could faintly detect the stench of rotting vegetables, meat, and various animal excrement. The rotting produce was a secondary concern. The primary goal was to secure staples like rice and flour. In the foreseeable future, agricultural activities would cease, rendering money worthless, while food became the most valuable commodity. We have food cards, so we need not worry, but we can't rely solely on this small amount. Those under our care still need to eat. Yunzhou observed the layout of the market and, in the distance, spotted a sign for a rice shop adjacent to a frozen goods store. The shop's roller door was closed, leaving them uncertain whether the owner was simply absent that day or had chosen to shut up shop in hopes of returning after the chaos subsided. Chapter 67. Abundant harvest. Previously, to facilitate communication, another walkie-talkie had been left with Wenqing and the others in the vehicle at the back. Knowing that they had come all this way, it was inconceivable to only transport a couple of bags of rice. Thus, I took out the walkie-talkie and spoke to the occupants of the other vehicle. Hello, can you hear me, Wenqing? I can hear you. The vegetables and previously portioned meat here should have spoiled by now, but fortunately, we found a grain shop. Let us load up on rice. That will surely be worthwhile. Please look around for a larger truck. While most people are still hiding or seeking military aid, we should pack everything we can. Understood. I and Oppos, LL search the vicinity. There should be some large trucks parked around the market. You all can drive, right? If someone can't handle a large truck, then let each person take a van or the like. Besides rice and flour, let us clear out everything here, and afterward, we'll raid the supermarkets in town. The more supplies we gather now, the easier it will be for us in the future. Both of us have C1 licenses. And I previously obtained a B2 license for transporting goods, so that should not be a problem. Hearing the response from the other side, Yunzhou nodded. Since they could all drive, there was no issue. Go outside and at least procure 2 vehicles, one for rice and flour, and another for various groceries from the supermarket. I'll take care of clearing out the zombies inside. Su Wenxiang replied affirmatively, and the vehicle exited the agricultural market to search for trucks nearby. Not long after, they spotted several locked delivery trucks parked by the roadside, but that was not a significant problem for them. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the market driving 2 red 4.2-meter liberation cargo trucks. One vehicle waited outside while Su Wenxing drove the other to the entrance of the grain shop, which had been violently breached. Upon disembarking, he opened the rear door of the truck, revealing an empty cargo space. Yunzhou glanced inside. The truck had likely been used for local deliveries and was relatively clean, free of water or debris. Summon the other 2 brothers over. Let us load everything onto the truck. This stuff will be far more valuable than money in the future. Yunzhou had already searched the small grain shop, finding around 20 to 30 unopened bags of rice and flour, along with a shelf stocked with various seasonings like chicken essence and soy sauce. It seemed the previous owner had run a decent business and kept ample stock, which now benefited Yunzhou and his companions. They retied the previously opened retail bags of rice with ropes and sealed them before loading everything onto the truck. This type of truck you found is excellent. The metal cover protects against rain. With both men and women working diligently, they filled the cargo hold to the brim, leaving just enough space to convert it into a makeshift living quarters if needed. Yunzhou, satisfied, patted the side of the truck and smiled. Su Wencheng, with a naive grin, scratched his head and replied, I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just figured this truck had enough power and durability, so I brought it back. It's great that it fits our needs. Just the rice and flour alone would suffice for several months of sustenance. After completely clearing out the shop, they wandered around the market but found no other valuable supplies. They decided not to linger any longer and directly departed for the larger supermarket in town. Although their combat capabilities were formidable, they were not reckless. They did not charge into the heart of the town where the zombies were most numerous in search of a supermarket. Instead, they scouted along the outskirts and found a reasonably sized supermarket. A few of the men entered, cleared the interior of zombies, and commenced a new round of supply gathering. They loaded various items such as rice, peanut oil, white sugar, brown sugar, and well-preserved fruits and vegetables onto their vehicles. Within half an hour, both 4.2-meter trucks were filled to capacity, although other survivors had scavenged the displayed goods in the supermarket. Much of what remained in the warehouse was still intact and was quickly collected by Yunzhou and his team. With 2 trucks brimming with supplies, it could be said that they would not have to worry about food for over a year. However, Su Wenxing still expressed concern. Brother, there is something I need to discuss with you. What is the issue? Yunzhou, munching on some chips, looked at him curiously. Su Wenxiang gazed at the fully loaded trucks and pondered before voicing his thoughts. Brother, although we've loaded 2 massive trucks with supplies, you know this is the apocalypse. With just the few of us carrying so much, we're not only at risk of theft, but also of attracting unwanted attention. Desperate individuals won't hesitate to take what they need. Yunzhou understood the underlying worry. It was the fear of becoming easy prey. He chuckled reassuringly. While that is a valid concern, we cannot let it deter us from being prepared. We have this much food. Are we to leave it for others to take? In this world, the strong prevail. Anyone who dares to sneak a hand will face consequences. Su Wenxing understood the rationale, but, as a subordinate, felt compelled to consider his brother's perspective. His current position was clear. Not only was Yunzhou formidable, but the abundance of supplies was enough to ensure his unwavering loyalty. Seated atop the truck, Lin Qingyin, who had been scouting the surroundings, returned with the drone and jogged over to Yunzhou. Brother Yunzhou, should we be leaving now? Yunzhou nodded and instructed Su Wenxing and the others to close and lock the rear doors of the truck. He then inquired, what is the situation? Any unusual findings? With her twin ponytails swaying, Lin Qingyin shook her head. I'm not sure if there has been military rescue in this area, but there aren't many wandering zombies nearby. I also didn't see any signs of survivors on the rooftops or in the nearby buildings. Yunzhou ruffled her hair and said, no news is good news. It saves us from having to eliminate zombies. Let us get in the vehicle and head to the military district to see what they need our assistance with. If they can help us, we'll accept it. If not, we'll prepare to head towards my hometown. Lin Qingyi nodded obediently and followed Yunzhou to their tank 300. They retrieved 2 or 3 sets of walkie-talkies along with ample replacement batteries from the supermarket, ensuring each vehicle was equipped for communication in case of any incidents on the road. Once they completed their checks, they boarded the vehicle, started the engine, and announced their departure over the walkie-talkie before driving out from the small town towards the military camp. Chapter 68. Separate actions or inspection. As they approached the vehicle management office, Yunzhou did not lead the convoy directly there. Instead, he veered into a nearby village that had been previously rescued but had no survivors. They found a furniture processing factory, stealthily entered through a side window without damaging the roll-up door, and opened the main entrance to drive both large trucks inside. Although the area was managed by the military, it mainly housed a diverse group of survivors, and Yunzhou was unwilling to gamble on their moral character. This was a camp of several hundred, even thousands, of people, and resources were likely to be scarce. Upon seeing 2 fully loaded trucks of supplies, they might resort to moral coercion to seize them. Regardless of the circumstances, there would always be those who spoke without understanding the reality, so it was better to adopt a villainous role first, and then consider how to redeem themselves later. After hiding the vehicles, the time was just past noon. The 6 of them sought refuge in the factory, indulging in their favorite foods. After a simple meal, Su Wenxiang and the others grabbed the backpacks they had just scavenged, hastily filled them with food, and prepared to exchange for a smaller vehicle to follow Yunzhou to the management office camp. Given that they were in a furniture processing factory, while waiting for the others to find a vehicle, Yunzhou discovered 3 chainsaws and 2 large barrels of oil within the building. When Su Wenxiang and his companions returned, they were astonished to see the chainsaws on the ground. "Brother, did you find these in the factory?" one of them exclaimed. The chainsaw was arguably one of the most formidable weapons in a post-apocalyptic world, aside from firearms. The roar of a chainsaw could be likened to striking gold. If one was not afraid of being bitten by zombies, or if proper hand protection was worn, wielding a chainsaw could be akin to slaying gods or Buddhas. Yunzhou nodded and said, "Whoever among you wishes to use one should take it. Figure out how to store the oil properly. We cannot afford to run out in a critical moment, surrounded by hordes of zombies." The 3 nodded and promptly began to gather the chainsaws, checking their functionality while searching the factory for mineral water bottles or small oil containers. Yunzhou planned for the girls to remain at the factory to guard the supplies while he and the other men ventured to the military district to ascertain the situation. "Wanru, I'll leave you a walkie-talkie. You and Qingyin will stay here to watch over the supplies. Find a good hiding spot. Do not expose yourselves directly. If someone discovers this place, do not engage with them unnecessarily. If the supplies are lost, they are lost. Do you understand?" Lin Wanru nodded in acknowledgement. She approached him, adjusting his collar with a worried expression. "You all must prioritize your safety. If things go awry, leave at the first opportunity, understood? Preserving your lives is paramount." Yunzhou smiled, playfully pinching her cheek. "Yes, I understand." Soon, Yunzhou and his 3 companions were ready. He carried a backpack and a large knife slung across his shoulder, while Su Wenxiang and the others bore the chainsaws with their blades facing upwards. They did not drive the Tank 300. Instead, they took the Mercedes they had retrieved from outside, leaving the Tank 300 at the back for Lin Wanru and the others to use should they need to flee. As the black Mercedes sped down the road, Yunzhou, not behind the wheel, leaned halfway out of the sunroof. Steadying himself, he effortlessly eliminated the scattered zombies along the way with a slingshot. Watching the zombies fall, he felt elated as cards rained down upon him. Little by little, the 2 girls' 4-dimensional stats had exceeded 15. Although they still had a long way to go before reaching 100. The road leading to the vehicle management office was largely clear of obstacles, allowing them to reach the camp in under half an hour. Yunzhou was somewhat taken aback by the transformed management office. Razor-edged security fences surrounded the premises, and the once spacious entrance was blocked by a bus reinforced with steel plates. On the roof, 3 heavy machine guns were mounted for internal security against riots and external threats from zombies. Sandbags formed several barricades outside, and at least 20 armed soldiers patrolled the area. As their vehicle approached the entrance, the soldiers behind the sandbag barricades raised their weapons and aimed at them. "Individuals in the vehicle, please disembark immediately for inspection." Yunzhou led the way, slowly exiting the car with his hands raised above his head to signal no threat. The soldiers scrutinized the 4 as they stepped out, confirming they bore no injuries or bite marks before inspecting the vehicle. After determining there were no further threats, they holstered their weapons and gestured safety signals to one another. Assuming they were survivors drawn by news of a military-established safe zone, the soldiers, following protocol, pulled out a notebook and inquired, "From where do you hail?" survivors. Are there others with you? I am a student from Qingqing University. I heard from your military personnel that someone was looking for me, so I came to see. Gu Yunzhou replied, lowering his hands. My name is Gu Yunzhou, and these are my companions whom I encountered along the way. Upon hearing the name Gu Yunzhou, the soldiers, initially indifferent, paused their writing. This was the name their captain had specifically instructed them to usher into the presence of the commanding officer upon arrival. After noting the name, the soldiers scrutinized Gu Yunzhou and his companions, observing their demeanor and the condition of their vehicle, which seemed distinct from other survivors arriving in a state of desperation. Their presence suggested they could effortlessly handle the scattered zombies they had encountered. What further solidified their assessment was the large knife with a red scarf that Gu Yunzhou carried. Qingqing University student, typically wielding a red scarf knife, they noted, all details matching perfectly. Closing the notebook, the soldier saluted them and pointed towards a gap beside the bus. Very well, you may enter through there. Inside, someone will assist you in surrendering your weapons and conducting another inspection. This is for the safety of the camp. And we hope you understand. Gu Yunzhou nodded in understanding. The regulations surrounding knives and firearms had always been stringent in their nation. And while some of those rules had become less applicable in the apocalypse, a degree of control was still necessary within a secure camp. Su Wenqiang and the others left their chainsaws in the trunk, carrying only their previously used machetes and various metal pipes. Surrendering them is no trouble, they agreed. After entering through the bus and amp, Oppo's side, they traversed a corridor enclosed in plastic sheeting, undergoing meticulous checks for wounds or bite marks, followed by a disinfection spray. Finally, they temporarily deposited their weapons before truly entering the camp. The soldier who had recorded their information accompanied them inside. Follow me. I will take you to meet the person you need to see. Chapter 69. Trouble at Arrival? Gu Yunzhou and his trio followed closely behind the soldier. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed the bustling camp. The air was thick with activity. Groups of 3 or 5 conversed animatedly in the examination hall, while others leisurely strolled outside. As they ascended the hall, they glimpsed through the windows at the second examination venue, which was teeming with tents. The crowd within appeared even denser than outside, with numerous designated areas, each featuring a prominent white medical tent adorned with various banners, bearing names like Xiaozhuang Town, Depot Village, Shapa Village, and their own institution, Qingqing University. Laughter and cheerful chatter occasionally wafted over, as if the throng were enjoying a collective holiday, momentarily forgetting the cataclysmic world outside. Good gracious, is there really this many people? Managing basic needs will be quite the challenge, Su Wenqing muttered, gazing at the sea of tents and heads. Ah. There is no need for concern, the soldier replied with unwavering conviction. Since we have established this safe zone, appropriate measures are in place. Our primary objective is to gather the survivors within this area, while simultaneously retrieving nearby resources. Gradually, we shall train everyone and lead them to reclaim our homeland from the zombies. As soldiers, our foremost duty is to protect our country. Whatever occurs, we shall be at the forefront. Even if they can only assist us with logistics and transport, their contributions matter. The soldier and amp, Oppo's eyes shone with determination, his tone resonating with confidence in their mission to eradicate the undead and restore a semblance of stability to the populace. Gu Yunzhou and his companions merely nodded in silent agreement, refraining from further commentary. As they lingered at the landing of the third-floor staircase, observing the crowd below, raucous laughter and sycophantic flattery suddenly echoed from the corridor outside. Ha ha. The apocalypse? What concern is that of mine? As long as I have money, I can live as I please. Indeed, Chairman Wang speaks truth. The military treats us with undue severity. After all, we are significant taxpayers, deserving more than a mere floor for our activities, especially on the 4th floor. Those lowly folk below chatter incessantly, even with the windows closed. It and amp, Oppo's, utterly unbearable. Little Lee. You and amp, Oppo's, rewrite. If not, let us approach the higher-ups and request to be stationed in the first examination building, ensuring they allocate more personnel to guard our entrance. A handful of soldiers is hardly sufficient. Why do we pay so much annually if not for proper security? Each floor should have at least 10 guards. Ha ha. Let us feast well first, then we shall make our case. I'm sure they will grant us the respect we deserve. This string of debauchery and laughter filled the air. Gu Yunzhou and amp, Oppo's, brow furrowed at their repugnant banner. Just as he was about to inquire of the soldier about the occupants of this floor, a faint voice pierced through the din. Chairman Wang, Chairman Liu, Chairman Li. Everything is prepared. We have personally selected premium options below, guaranteed to provide a most novel experience. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done. TSK TSK. We're wealthy now. We've indulged in everything, yet never experienced this thrill. I wonder if there is any difference after becoming a zombie. Let us move quickly. My anticipation is growing. As laughter echoed, Yunzhou halted, his gaze turning icy as he coldly queried, what manner of individuals reside on this floor? Why do they not occupy the tents below? The soldier, who had initially appeared relaxed, now displayed a hint of disdain as he followed Gu and Amp, Appos, gaze. That lot? Humph. Just a group of self-important individuals, believing the state owes them special treatment and demanding we uphold their so-called superiority. Though he held contempt for the corpulent individuals inside, who incessantly discussed national affairs and future trajectories, he was but a mere soldier, aware of the intricate connections among the elite present. Even the higher-ups found them challenging to manage. With a succinct explanation, he urged them onward to the fifth-floor office. Yunzhou hesitated momentarily, then followed. Surely, their cowardice would not lead to any trouble if he lingered a moment longer. Having no intention of remaining in the camp, Yunzhou was eager to ascertain the matter at hand. Should it prove inconsequential, he would depart Qingcheng with his companions and return home. As this thought circled his mind, he found himself entering an office where several officers were gathered around a table, engrossed in maps and diagrams. Upon hearing the door creak, they all turned to regard him. Among them were two familiar faces from their previous encounter at the Villa District. Ah, Gu, you've arrived. Come in, come in. The jovial captain, adorned with a rank insignia, beckoned. Yunzhou smiled and nodded, stepping inside without hesitation. The trio trailing him cautiously surveyed the insignias on the shoulders of those present. Goodness, they're either lieutenants or captains. Could the one seated be a major? Surely, these are the highest-ranking officials in the camp. Who would have thought our acquaintance held such influence? Shoo, keep your voices down. Do you wish to embarrass us? Su Wenqing chastised the others before falling silent. Trailing behind Yunzhou, after a brief exchange of pleasantries with the two officers he recognized, they eagerly introduced him to their commanding officer. Here, Yunzhou. This is Major Jiang Qingming, the highest authority at our base. Greetings, sir. Yunzhou inclined slightly, greeting the middle-aged officer seated at the desk with a smile. Jiang Qingming appeared momentarily taken aback by the address, then responded with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. I'm hardly a leader, merely serving the people. He then continued. But you, Gu, I've heard many legendary tales about you, whether from school or your encounters with our soldiers en route here. Even our finest special forces would struggle to achieve what you have. How do you manage it? To this inquiry, Yunzhou shrugged, spreading his hands in a modest smile. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I merely happen to possess some luck and adaptability, daring to slay a few zombies. Truthfully, once one acclimatizes. The undead are not so terrifying, are they? Jiang Qingming's expression reflected mild dissatisfaction with this explanation, yet he maintained a smile, fixing his gaze upon Yunzhou. The atmosphere seemed somewhat tense, prompting Emer to laugh awkwardly and say, "Ha." Indeed, Gu has a certain cleverness about him. When we next encountered him, he was already employing a method involving fire to resolve his losses. It was this that inspired us to create such a multitude of Molotov cocktails. Jiang Qingming could not refute this, yet he was still eager to hear Yunzhou's explanation. Yunzhou, with a smile unwavering on his face, responded, I can certainly provide an explanation, but before that, I would like to inquire of this officer whether we have any contingency plans for unexpected situations within our camp. Meanwhile, in an office on the fourth floor, converted into a rest area, a rotund man named Manager Wang had intended to indulge in a thrill by the window. However, he was unexpectedly bitten by her while he was momentarily distracted, causing him to erupt in an angry tirade. Push her down. Immediately push her down. Ark. Curse that wretched thing. Yet, he hesitated, but there are tents down below. There are people down there. Pushing her down would mean. Observing that her hands had broken free and were now glaring at them, he felt an unsettling chill creep over him. Unable to restrain himself, he urged once more. Damn it. Down there are merely a bunch of beasts born to serve us. Can their safety possibly be as valuable as ours? Hurry, push her down. Furthermore, get the medical personnel down here immediately. Hiss. What do we need to show them all this for? Do they have money to buy medicine? It and amp, Appos, a sheer waste of resources. Get them up here to check if they're and amp, Appos, anything amiss, especially concerning Manager Wang. As they gazed upon the bloodied arm of the corpulent Manager Wang, a sense of fear compelled everyone to retreat to positions against the wall. Chapter 70. Quelling the disturbance. How should we respond to unexpected situations? A group of individuals looked at Yunzhou with puzzled expressions. Very well. I simply wish to inquire whether you have prepared a contingency plan in case the unruly individuals downstairs decide to incite chaos. As Yunzhou listened to the increasingly frantic screams echoing around him, he realized that matters were escalating rapidly. The commotion downstairs was caused by the affluent and elite of various sectors, who, though difficult to manage, were being guarded by a few soldiers. A certain Sergeant Jiang responded curtly. Curiosity piqued about Yunzhou and Oppo's motives for asking. Did he have acquaintances among them, or was there some underlying conflict? Before Yunzhou could clarify, shrieks erupted from the tent area outside. Zombies! How could there be zombies in the camp? It appeared they had been thrown from the 4th floor. The windows were still ajar, and the curtains fluttered outside. Damn it! I knew those wealthy scoundrels were trouble. Why didn't the soldiers conduct a thorough examination for wounds? They allowed these individuals in without proper scrutiny and granted them such privileges. Stop complaining. The zombie is getting up. Run. Where can we run to? No. Don't bite me. Mommy, I'm scared. Where have all the soldiers gone? Someone. Come and deal with these zombies. Upon hearing the chaos below, several officers cursed loudly as they peered out the window. The very scenario everyone had hoped to avoid had materialized. I am uncertain why you summoned me. But perhaps you should first manage your own affairs rather than indulging the wealthy in their morbid amusements? This has escalated beyond control. Jiang Qingming ignored Yunzhou's sardonic remarks and shouted outside, instructing the armed soldiers to swiftly apprehend the individuals on the 4th floor. He also seized a radio, ordering the patrolling personnel to quell the uprising. Everyone immediately rushed to Area B2, where zombies and infected individuals had emerged. In an effort to stabilize the situation and calm the panicked masses, Yunzhou had not intended to intervene but, noticing the chaos was perilously close to their school's tent area, he felt compelled to assist as the throng of frightened people and mutated zombies surged toward that direction. After uttering a quick, "I'll help," he hastened down the stairs. Jiang Qingming, initially intent on demonstrating his authority to recruit Yunzhou, furiously tossed his hat onto the table, cursing vehemently. How could such a calamity occur despite the strictest of inspections? If I uncover who is responsible, even if they wield significant influence, I will ensure they face consequences. Watching the unrest escalate below, he grabbed the radio again, urgently demanding, "Where are they?" Those stationed above and along the walls. Find a shooting angle to eliminate the zombies without harming civilians. This camp had taken him considerable effort to establish. He would not allow such gross negligence to tarnish his leadership, with thousands of civilians and nearly 1,000 soldiers at stake. The thought of the camp collapsing from within was utterly unacceptable, as Yunzhou and his companions had temporarily surrendered their weapons at the entrance. He spotted a wooden mop in a corner upon reaching the 2nd floor. Without hesitation, he snapped off the mop head, transforming it into a rudimentary spear. He then pushed open the stairway window and leaped down. As he approached the school's tent area, he beheld a group of students wielding various long-handled weapons and bedboards, desperately attempting to fend off the zombies. 2 to 3 individuals lifted a bedboard, holding back the oncoming zombies while others, armed with makeshift sharp weapons, moved in to dispatch the undead. In stark contrast to their composed efforts, the ordinary civilians rescued early on by the military were now in a state of utter panic, scrambling in every direction. This chaos easily led to trampling incidents, resulting in bites from the zombies. The more frantic the individuals became, the quicker they fell victim to the undead. Yunzhou sprinted past them, stealthily dispatching several zombies before greeting Jinjie, who was organizing the crowd. "Ah, class leader, still as lovely as ever. How have you been lately?" The students stared at Yunzhou in astonishment as Su Wenqing and others joined him, having found suitable weapons to deal with the isolated zombies, quietly positioning themselves behind him. Observing the imposing figures flanking Yunzhou, the classmates couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between him and their own situation. Relieved, Jinjie rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "I'm doing fine. What brings you here? And what is the deal with these zombies? How did they suddenly appear in the camp?" Yunzhou did not answer directly, but instead posed a question of his own. "You're aware of who resides on the 4th floor, right? Has anyone from our school been summoned up there and not returned?" Pondering for a moment, Jinjie relayed her knowledge. "It seems a few wealthy 2nd-generation students from our school went up, possibly accompanied by 1 or 2 girls. They mentioned some individuals wanted to invite them to a gathering. Although everyone recognized the insanity of the 4th floor residents, they believed that within the military-managed camp, Such individuals wouldn't dare overstep boundaries. Moreover, the conditions on the fourth floor, food, shelter, electricity, and hot water, were far superior to their own tents, making it understandable that those girls would choose to join the wealthy. Upon hearing her explanation, Yunzhou's mind raced with thoughts, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. This was, after all, a military-managed camp, and he was merely an ordinary individual with a modicum of ability. It was not his place to oversee such matters. Hold on for just a little while longer. The army should clarify the situation soon. I'll take care of the zombies first. With a slight boost of encouragement, he addressed them before turning away, his face devoid of emotion as he charged into the throng of zombies. Simultaneously, the patrolling soldiers finally arrived, and upon witnessing the panicked crowd pushing against one another, they fired warning shots. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, remain calm and orderly retreat behind the soldiers. Chapter 71. Quelling the Chaos, Part 2. The military has arrived. Help me. Help me. Don and Apos, push me. Let me through first, damn it. Mom. Dad. Wails of despair echoed through the crowd. In their overwhelming panic, people instinctively filtered out most sounds, except for gunfire. At the sight of heavily armed soldiers, the desperate masses surged forward, trampling over anyone in their path. A bespectacled young man shoved aside a girl no older than his own daughter, sending her tumbling to the ground in helpless sobs. The soldiers witnessed this brutality. Under their commander's orders, they raised their rifles in unison, barrels aimed at the surging crowd. Stop pushing. Everyone, crouch down now. The young man who had callously discarded the child froze at the sight of the gun muzzle inches from his face. He staggered back, but the relentless tide of bodies behind him left no room for retreat. Defiant, he spat curses. Why are you pointing guns at us? Are you even human? The squad remained unmoved. With deliberate coldness, they chambered rounds and repeated their command. In peaceful times, such measures would be unthinkable for an army sworn to protect. But these were desperate hours, and chaos demanded ruthless order. The threat worked. The crowd, now trembling, dragged each other down into crouched submission. Stop pushing. Get down. If you keep shoving, how can they shoot the zombies chasing us? Down. Now. As the front rows complied, those behind followed, kneeling, prostrating, revealing the grotesque figures of the infected. In barely 2.5 minutes, 30 to 40 people had already turned. The number climbed relentlessly. Without immediate containment, the entire camp would be overrun within 20 minutes. Bang. Bang bang. The soldiers encircling Sector B2 fired precise shots, exploding the skulls of mutated corpses. Yet stragglers broke through, lurching toward the huddled survivors. Gnarled faces, crimson eyes. Bodies mangled by previous attacks, the creatures advanced with unnatural jerks. Most had never witnessed such horror. Paralyzed, they could only watch as the abominations closed in. Some with gaping head wounds, others trailing viscera. Just as despair took hold, a spear whistled through the air, impaling 2 zombies mid-charge. Then, like lightning, Yunzhou struck. The sharpened rod in his hand moved with lethal grace, crushing skulls, piercing eye sockets, each motion felling another foe. He hadn't expected the kitchen tool to prove so devastating. Its edge shearing flesh with terrifying ease. Like an agile assassin from legend, he wove through the horde. Behind him, Su Wenqing and others joined the fray, swiftly clearing the remaining monsters. The survivors gaped in stunned silence. Some muttered incoherently. Others, particularly young women, stared at Yunzhou with newfound awe. Their gazes alight with admiration and something more primal. Compared to the cowering men who'd hidden behind them, these warriors were something else entirely. As Yunzhou flicked gore from his weapon, the onlookers' whispers grew fervent. So dashing. Does anyone know which sector he is from? I must thank him properly tonight. Back off, hussy. He is mine. My knight in shining armor. He came just for me, didn't he? Yunzhou flexed his wrist. Scattered cards flew toward him, mundane attribute and supply tokens, nothing worth immediate scrutiny. After a brief nod to the soldiers now shielding the civilians, he moved toward the next crisis point. The squad leader watched him go, dumbfounded. Who was that? We'd have lost half these people without them, right? They're using kitchen tools, and they're as fast as our rifles. Hey, I heard Northern martial arts clans train from childhood. In peacetime, it's performance. In war, real combat techniques. Maybe they're like that? What is the difference? Martial arts are for show. Combat techniques? That is killing arts. Like the legendary Black Dragon 18 strikes in Special Forces. Whoa. The leader cut off the chatter with a sharp gesture. Enough. Check for bites or scratches, now. To the crowd, he barked, cooperate with inspections. You've seen what happens if infections go unreported. Do not hide wounds. The armed silence stretched. No one stepped forward. Hope, however delusional, was a stubborn thing. With a grimace, the leader ordered his men to herd them all to the quarantine zone. Chapter 72, Quelling the Uprising, Part 2. As the zombies within Zone B2 were eradicated, the remaining survivors congregated in an open area. Each individual fervently insisted on their innocence, claiming they had not been bitten, in a desperate plea for the soldiers guarding them to release them. However, for the sake of the camp and Oppo's safety, no one would permit their immediate release, even without explicit orders. The soldiers understood that this group must undergo stringent examination to ensure no one posed a threat before returning to their previous lives. Having collected all identification cards, Yunzhou, upon approaching the crowd, detected faint, muffled groans intermingling with the voices of the survivors. Frowning at the tightly packed throng resembling sardines in a can, he realized the earlier chaos likely resulted in a few individuals being inadvertently scratched or bitten by zombies, who were now attempting to conceal their conditions. The subtle groans he heard served as evidence of this. The immediate priority was to isolate these individuals promptly, otherwise, a mutation amidst the healthy populace could lead to a catastrophic loss of life. Scanning his surroundings, he picked up a stainless steel pot lid from the ground and struck it forcefully several times with a sharpening rod, the resounding clatter capturing everyone and Oppo's attention. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Everyone, squat down. If you notice anyone exhibiting symptoms such as fever or cough, have them stand up for immediate isolation and observation. If you wish to avoid becoming a zombie, heed my words and act accordingly." For a moment, the crowd remained still, as not everyone recognized Yunzhou or had witnessed his decisive actions against the undead. Many regarded his youthful visage with skepticism, seeing that others remained motionless. Most chose not to act. However, not far away, Commander Jiang placed immense trust in Yunzhou and promptly led a squad of armed soldiers forward to commence screening the crowd. As the soldiers, weapons at the ready, advanced toward them, the pressure proved too much for some, who began to point out those they suspected of showing unusual signs. "Take him away first. I just saw him coughing vigorously while covering his mouth, and he seems to be burning up," another shouted. "Yes, and you, Jiang Bing. I saw you get scratched by a zombie, and your breathing is quickened significantly. Hurry and accompany the troops for a check." Suddenly, several circles formed in the crowd, with individuals at their centers appearing either panicked or in tears. Observing the wary expressions surrounding them, those in the center felt a surge of despair. "No, I'm fine. I assure you. I merely inhaled some dust and coughed involuntarily. It's beyond my control. I was bitten. It was just my clothes that were torn. And that injury was from before," they pleaded, sobbing. "I'm not infected." As the soldiers approached, those accused began to deny their situations vehemently. "You can't do this. We are innocent. We are unharmed." Yet the dire circumstances allowed no room for such protests. They were forcibly extracted from the crowd and placed on an open area opposite the others. "You are merely suspicious. You cannot treat us this way," protested a young man, whose ongoing cold had left him with a slightly inflamed nose. He regarded the soldiers with the wariness reserved for zombies, indignantly defending himself. Having not yet undergone thorough examination, he felt unjustly accused and was treated like a contagion, only to be targeted and threatened with firearms despite his protestations of being unharmed. However, some individuals, desperate to conceal their conditions, began to exhibit symptoms, convulsing as blood vessels erupted in their eyes, their vision blurring. Witnessing their writhing bodies contorted on the ground, it became impossible to believe that no one among them was attempting to hide their true state. Faint, guttural growls began to emerge from their throats. Crack. The soldiers outside had readied their weapons, their expressions grave as they aimed at those transforming before them. Those with minimal infection or who had not been infected at all rushed to the far side of the open area, distancing themselves from the individuals undergoing transformation. "Fire. Shoot them now. Can't you see they're on the verge of becoming zombies? And they're suffering quickly. What are you waiting for? Do you think they will revert to normal?" The crowd, detached from the situation, began to jeer, their indifference palpable. Only the friends and family of those transforming could truly grasp the anguish of seeing their loved ones morph into emotionless, bloodthirsty creatures. Though they remained alive, they had irrevocably lost their former selves. Just a short while ago, life had been so vibrant. How had it come to this? As the transformation completed, the zombies fixated hungrily on a large group of living humans. A soldier, unable to suppress his grip on his weapon, inquired, "Captain, they have fully transformed into zombies. Should we execute them?" The squad leader, Observing the young lives that moments ago had laughed with loved ones felt a complex swirl of emotions. However, a resolution must be reached. The safety of the camp and Oppos' inhabitants was paramount. Fire. Let them go swiftly, he commanded. Yes. Bang. 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 With the captain and Oppos' order given, the armed soldiers disengaged their safety catches, aiming at the approaching zombies and pulling the triggers. Whether charging at them or lying on the ground convulsing, the shots found their marks, obliterating their heads, leaving them to struggle briefly before falling still. Afterward, the soldiers lowered their weapons, refraining from aiming directly at the remaining individuals. Though they all appeared suspicious, for now, they still retained their humanity. The soldiers' duty was to safeguard their safety, even if the risks of their actions were considerable. The transformation process rarely took long. The incubation period seldom exceeded 40 to 50 minutes. If they remained coherent beyond this time frame, it was safe to conclude they were no longer a threat. Nonetheless, they would require an additional 24 hours of isolation for safety. Meanwhile, others were systematically undergoing routine examinations by medical personnel to ensure no one else in Zone B2 was concealing their conditions. Even Yunzhou, who had courageously faced the front lines and significantly alleviated military pressure, was subject to a thorough checkup. At this juncture, the highest-ranking official in the camp, Jiang Qingwen, finally found the time to apprehend those responsible for the turmoil. While he could extend a modicum of leniency, given their prior contributions to the nation, he would not tolerate any further chaos within his camp. Chapter 73, A Narrow Escape. Ha. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Look how quickly it was resolved. I never expected at this age to experience such a heart-pounding sensation. That old Lu really had to play tricks, didn't he? Well, look where that got him. He gambled away his life. Fortunately, we reacted swiftly and fled in advance. Otherwise, we would have turned into those grotesque monsters outside. I still have money to spend. I haven't fully savored this splendid life yet. It's just that there were too many zombies outside. And the factory security fell apart. How could there be so many left down here to indulge in free food and drink? Humph. They are nothing but a bunch of swine and dogs, groveling at our feet. If we offer them a modicum of favor, they would be elated for an entire day. Haraha. By the window on the 4th floor, as the chaos below seemed to have settled, the culprits prepared to raise their glasses in a toast when suddenly, the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Several armed soldiers stormed in. The moment they entered, they aimed their guns at the group, startling them so much that they nearly dropped their goblets. In a last-ditch effort to maintain their arrogance, they pointed fingers at the soldiers and shouted, "What do you want? Do you know who we are? How dare you point guns at us? Believe it or not, we can make sure you won't be able to hold that weapon tomorrow. You inexperienced rookies don't know the rules. Hurry up and get out. Which regiment are you from? Don't blame me for not warning you. I've shared drinks with your commander." The soldiers, already harboring disdain for these rotund upper-class figures, disregarded their bluster upon receiving Jiang Qingming's orders. They barked back, "Silence. Everyone, follow us downstairs." "What? Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Where is Jiang Qingming? That scoundrel better come here at once. I know his former superior well. He can't possibly think he can get away with this." With a click, all the soldiers readied their weapons, aiming at their heads, commanding, "Enough with the nonsense, move." Hey, what is going on?" When the soldiers found that the soft approach didn't work, they resorted to force, ignoring the fact that the culprits were clad only in gray or red boxer shorts. Their greasy bodies glistening, they threatened them with rifles, pushing them down the stairs. As the disheveled group was escorted to Area B2, they attracted considerable attention. What is happening? Why are they being brought here without even clothes on? Hey, that fat guy in the red shorts looks somewhat familiar. Isnt he Panja, one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Qing City? Upon hearing his name, Panja instinctively buried his head lower. Although he had looked down on the workers from the 4th floor, he was known in public as a philanthropic entrepreneur. Everyone praised him, giving him a thumbs up whenever his name was mentioned. Desperately shielding his face with his hands, he muttered, "Jiang Qingming is going too far. He won't even let us wear clothes before throwing us down here. Just wait. Once they send a new leader down, I'll make sure you see my wrath." Meanwhile, the other affluent individuals, enjoying similar reputations, felt humiliated as they were pointed at and whispered about, resembling gorillas in a zoo. Their anger towards the soldiers escorting them and Jiang Qingming, who had given the orders, was palpable, echoing Panji's sentiments. As the group was forced to kneel before the crowd, their rage turned to helplessness, trembling without daring to lift their heads. They could not fathom their fall from high status to being mere spectacles for others to gawk at. Gu Yunzhou stood among the crowd, observing Jiang Qingming's approach, eager to see how he would deal with these culprits. Dressed in military attire and flanked by guards, Jiang Qingming approached, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he regarded the kneeling figures. These individuals, who had enjoyed the best treatment and safest environment within the camp, still sought thrills right under his nose. From the earlier report by the squad leader, he had grasped the situation. The female zombie on the 4th floor that had bitten someone had been dealt with, leaving only this quick-thinking group hiding in another room to escape. He picked up a megaphone and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, these individuals are the instigators of this zombie crisis. For their selfish amusement, they have raised zombies and even tossed one out of the window into the camp, resulting in numerous casualties." A wave of uproar surged through the crowd. Furious glares directed at the kneeling figures. Damn it. Truly heartless. I knew everything broadcasted on television was just their fade. Raising zombies for amusement within the safe zone? Why didn't they get bitten and turn into zombies themselves? I always thought that first female zombie looked familiar. Now I remember. She was the most beautiful widow in our village. She bragged about going to the 4th floor to enjoy the luxuries there. Damn it. They deserved to be killed. They feasted on delicacies, sheltered from the wind and rain, with hot water available at all hours. Meanwhile, we are stuck in these shabby tents. And they dare to raise zombies upstairs? Is this a military-managed camp or their private playground? Who calls the shots here? They must be executed to set an example. In an instant, the crowd was incensed, cries for blood and vengeance erupting, leaving the kneeling figures trembling in fear, dreading that the next moment they would be torn apart by the mob. He Wei, closest to Jiang Qingming, shook his head vigorously, pleading for mercy. No, please. Jiang, no. I mean, Commander Jiang, it's me, He Wei. I've dined and drunk with your former superior. You can't let them kill me. Exactly. Commander Jiang. We are major taxpayers in the city, representatives of the business community. You can't let them dictate our fate. We have money. We can donate as much as needed. Yes, that's right. Feeling their lives hanging by a thread, the once arrogant group lost all bravado and desperately pleaded with Jiang Qingming, who held their fates in his hands. Unmoved by their pleas, Jiang Qingming gazed at the crowd, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Do you still think that money can resolve all problems as it once did? You are fully aware of your actions. You converted fellow citizens into zombies for your amusement. And in pursuit of greater pleasure, you threw zombies into the camp, causing over 50 casualties. Your crimes are grievous, and you shall face the death penalty for this. All weapons loaded. No. The kneeling figures trembled violently upon hearing the word execution, their pleas for mercy erupting uncontrollably toward Jiang Qingming. A torrent of promised benefits spilled from their lips as they frantically wove intricate webs of connections, both conceivable and unimaginable, desperately attempting to ensnare their judge. Yet the inevitable conclusion arrived with several gunshots. As the bodies collapsed, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. In this post-apocalyptic world, death had become commonplace. No horror lingered in such scenes, only the visceral satisfaction of witnessing the so-called elite face judgment. Good. They deserved it. Exactly. Indulging in luxury while toying with zombies. They never saw us as human. Chapter 74. A sudden turn of events in the midst of an emotionally charged crowd. Gu Yunzhou maintained a calm demeanor as he observed Jiang Qingming tirelessly pacifying the masses. One must admit, he possessed a certain skill. Firstly, he brought the instigators to public trial, clarifying the situation to the crowd and directing their attention solely to these individuals, effectively diverting scrutiny away from their own shortcomings. Subsequently, he eliminated them, providing a sense of closure and an outlet for collective emotion, before concluding with a soothing address to the populace. Thus, their credibility remained intact. The cause of the incident had been addressed, and the atmosphere of panic within the camp was quelled, a veritable trifecta of success. Brother, this base doesn't appear as orderly as one might expect. They even keep zombies within the camp, far bolder than Li Yu and his group, murmured Ma Ying from the trio. Gu Yunzhou glanced back at him, instantly adopting a pleasing smile. Before Su Wenxing could interject, Gu Yunzhou spoke. We are merely here to discern their intentions. If the matter proves too daunting, we certainly won't acquiesce to their demands. As the military personnel cleared away the bodies, the crowd gradually dispersed. Having been engaged in light conversation with Xie Jingjie near the school tents, Gu Yuzhou finally awaited the arrival of Jiang Qingming and his team. Upon arrival, Jiang opened with an apology. Gu, my apologies for subjecting you to such a spectacle upon your arrival. not wanting to appear presumptuous. Gu Yunzhou waved his hand dismissively, attributing the issues to Panja and his associates. Meanwhile, Xie Jingjie had just realized that this individual was the highest-ranking officer overseeing their camp, and was surprised by the apparent familiarity between the two. Their conversation meandered without revealing the purpose of Jiang and Appo's visit, prompting them to consider departing. Haha, it's getting late, and we have no other arrangements here. We plan to find a place to stay, as we have other commitments tomorrow. Gu Yunzhou then leaned closer to Xie Jingjie, whispering, "Would you like to join us? It seems less secure here than we initially thought." Startled by his sudden approach and the tickling sensation of his voice near her ear, Xie Jingjie and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson. Nevertheless, she contemplated his suggestion earnestly. Gu Yunzhou and Appo's words rang true. Despite the military and Appo's governance and strict regulations, these measures only applied to ordinary civilians. The recent events had illustrated that such rules were ineffectual for those accustomed to privilege. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, the foremost necessity was to align oneself with a powerful and orderly faction. Given the evident disarray here, it was prudent to accompany a team led by a formidable leader. "I shall join you. At least that allows for some freedom. Here, we are confined to the camp daily, unaware of the outside world." Having made her decision, Xie Jingjie expressed her intent without hesitation. However, as they prepared to leave the camp, Jiang Chengming interrupted with a cough. "Ahem, Gu. We did not summon you merely to recruit members." Chuckling awkwardly, Gu Yunzhou scratched his head in faint nonchalance. "Oh, by the way, Jiang, might I inquire about the reason for your summons? Just to clarify, I am merely an ordinary university student, and if the matter exceeds my capabilities, please do not hold it against me." Jiang Chengming, bemused by Gu Yunzhou and Appo's rapid shifts in demeanor, shook his head in resignation. Since his arrival at the camp, events had consistently deviated from his plans, leading to complications he could scarcely navigate. The intention to enlist Gu into his unit would have to be postponed, as time was of the essence regarding Professor Feng. If it were an end Appo's, for Panja and Appo's incident, I might entertain your words. Do you truly believe I would take you at your word now? Jiang and Appo's expression turned serious as he continued. "Actually, we sought your presence to invite you to join our rescue team to save a professor of great importance to us." "A professor? I cannot recall any institutions aside from our Qiqing University branch in the vicinity," Gu Yunzhou replied, puzzled. "The situation is intricate, suffice it to say. The professor is currently trapped in the auditorium of Gudong High School. We wish to enlist you in our rescue mission." Su Wenqing interjected, "If this professor is indeed vital, why not deploy a larger force? During the outbreak, wasn't the school still in session? Organizing a rescue should not be overly challenging," he pointed out. Jiang Chengming and Appo's expression darkened at the question, a sigh escaping his lips as he refrained from elaborating. Instead, he earnestly reiterated his invitation to Gu Yunzhou. "Due to protocol, we cannot disclose further details, but we genuinely hope you will join our rescue team to retrieve Professor Feng." While Gu Yunzhou remained uncertain as to why they insisted on his involvement in a mere rescue mission, the repeated invitations from a military major were difficult to decline. However, he knew that any assistance rendered must be reciprocated with appropriate benefits. "Since you've put it that way, it would be remiss of me not to assist." However, just as Gu Yunzhou was about to negotiate compensation, a panicked soldier rushed over to Jiang Chengming, saluting before delivering urgent news. "Sir, a grave situation has arisen. The drone reconnaissance team has reported that a massive horde of directed zombies is swiftly approaching from the northeast. Our armed drones have failed to disperse or redirect them. There seems to be a mutated zombie capable of commanding the others." Exchanging glances with Xie Jingjie, Gu Yunzhou, and Appo's expression mirrored her concern. "The northeast, could it be?" Chapter 75. Am I truly becoming the protagonist? Isn't the largest zombie nest in the northeast precisely the Qiqing University from which they had just escaped? The very creature capable of commanding the undead is none other than that terrifying zombie king they had long feared during their time at school. What is happening? I have only just arrived. Why is it that instead of a mere outbreak of zombies in the camp, we are now facing a tidal wave of them? Am I truly destined to be the protagonist, bringing calamity wherever I go? The troubling part is that I haven't even instigated any chaos. Due to the urgency of the situation, the messenger did not have the opportunity to report in isolation. Many nearby heard the news, and the tension that had just begun to ease tightened once more. "Oh dear, what are we to do?" Just as we resolved one wave within the camp, another is surging from outside. Is there no respite for us? Alas, if this horde is indeed a tide of zombies, there must be countless of them. I wonder if the ammunition within the camp will suffice. What if we become trapped inside, completely drained of our resources? Indeed, there is only one exit from this camp, the rest being sealed off. If we are cornered within, it would spell doom for all. Hush. Let us not speak such despairing words. The military will surely ensure our safety. A murmur of whispers followed. Perhaps we should make haste and escape while the zombies have yet to arrive. Yes, if they can breach the camp, being surrounded would be far more perilous. Fleeing outside might grant us a glimmer of hope. Staying put would mean surrendering our fates to others. Various pessimistic and negative sentiments began to circulate within the camp, stirring panic anew among the people. Jiang Qingming, whose face had turned ashen, felt his grip on the walkie-talkie tremble involuntarily. He shot an irritated glare at the messenger. Some matters should not be disclosed to the masses. Surely that is common knowledge. The messenger, fully aware of the chaos he had instigated, kept his head lowered, unable to meet Jiang Qingming and Appo's gaze. However, this was neither the time for reprimanding his subordinate. Just as Jiang Qingming was about to inquire about the location of the approaching horde, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, relaying a report from the duty captain at the main gate. Report. A large number of zombies have appeared 100 meters from the gate. The situation is critical. Please advise. The urgency in the captain's voice was unmistakable. Jiang Qingming immediately issued commands. Gunners, fire at will. Snipers, target the mutated zombies within the horde. Eliminate the one commanding them. He swiftly adjusted the channel to relay further instructions to other soldiers. Squads 4 and 6. Immediately relocate to support squads 1 and 3 at the gate. Ensure no zombies breach the camp. Notify the drone reconnaissance unit to return all reconnaissance drones and replace them with heavy lift drones loaded with gasoline, while the zombies have yet to reach the campus entrance. Fly above the horde and douse them in gasoline. With these clear and concise directives cascading through the camp, the soldiers sprang into action, executing their orders with mechanical precision. Student Gu, since you have consented to our request, please remain in the camp for now. I must address the crisis outside. Without waiting for a response, he led his guards to the 5th floor, where they could better oversee the entrance and coordinate with the soldiers. Observing the disciplined soldiers and the thunderous sounds of grenades and gunfire echoing from outside, the once panicked crowd began to calm. Yunzhou understood that this was not the moment for idle chatter, yet he was reluctant to cower within the camp, plagued by uncertainty. He thus requested to proceed to the gate to see if he could contribute in any way. Jiang Qingming contemplated briefly before acquiescing to his request. Once granted permission, Yunzhou and his companions dashed toward the gate. Initially, he intended for Xie Jingjie to wait for them at the camp, but she adamantly insisted on accompanying them, leaving him with no choice but to bring her along. At the gate, behind the barricade of buses, 312 7mm heavy machine guns were surrounded by a mountain of spent cartridges. The tripods supported the guns, which unleashed a relentless barrage upon the nearby zombies. The orange-yellow belts of ammunition lashed into the horde, tearing through the undead and showering the area with a gruesome display of blood. Some were decapitated in an instant, while others had limbs blown off or bodies severed in half. As the front line of zombies was finally subdued, those drenched in gasoline ignited from the sparks produced by bullets striking the ground. Fortunately, the wind was blowing away from the camp. Otherwise, the billowing black smoke would have engulfed them. Enough watching. My trigger finger is itching. Quickly assist me with ammunition. All right. Aiming to satisfy your itch, are we? Next time, you can load the ammunition yourself. It takes me over 10 minutes to load a belt, and you finish it in under a minute, don't you? I suspect you're goofing around, though I lack evidence. Laughter bubbled among the soldiers, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Yunzhou observed the stagnant horde and the drones overhead dispersing gasoline, nodding in approval. Truly, the military was formidable. Ordinary zombies stood no chance against such overwhelming firepower. However, the lightheartedness did not endure for long. Suddenly, an urgent warning crackled through the walkie-talkie. Sniper. Unidentified entity detected at 350 meters. All personnel remain vigilant. Everyone turned their gaze towards the distance, and upon recognizing the approaching figure, their pupils dilated in horror. The mutated zombie, towering over others, was the very one they had encountered at school, the hulking creature with a severely deformed left arm. In just a few days' absence, it appeared to have grown even larger. Its mutated left hand now covered in a peculiar black carapace, appearing more formidable than before. With each step, the ground trembled beneath its massive weight, resembling a moving hill. Its hollow gaze fixated on the group, emitting a deep, menacing growl. The snipers above held their breath, aiming at the monstrous zombie. However, It seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence, skillfully concealing its vulnerable spots behind its hardened mutated arm, rendering the standard 7.62mm rounds ineffective as they merely ricocheted off its tough exterior. As the distance closed, the heavy machine guns, initially tasked with clearing the ordinary zombies, shifted their fire towards this new threat. Yet, the bullets either bounced off or failed to inflict any harm. "Deploy the drones," a voice cried out from the crowd. "Let us bomb it from above. I refuse to believe it can withstand aerial grenades. If only we had rocket launchers here. I'd love to test which is tougher, its massive hand or our rockets." Following the orders, the drone unit maneuvered their crafts above the monstrous zombie, adjusting their positions to prepare for bombardment. The colossal zombie, having detected the drone hovering above, initially shielded its head with one relatively smaller hand. Subsequently, it seized a nearby ordinary zombie, hurling it skyward with the casual ease of a shot-put thrower, spinning in place before launching the unfortunate creature. Fortunately, the operator exhibited remarkable reflexes, deftly maneuvering the drone away. Otherwise, a collision with such a projectile would have rendered the device irreparably damaged. Observers at the entrance were taken aback as the zombie flung its fellow creature into the air, astonished by the unexpected display of intelligence. Could it truly possess such cognitive ability? It resembled a human catapult. As the enormous zombie fixated on the drone, which buzzed around like an irksome fly, it abandoned its slow pursuit of the main group. Instead, it adopted a defensive stance, using its arm as a shield, crouching low like a bull, and charged aggressively toward the bus. "Oh dear. Stop. It seems to have been provoked. Is it indeed barreling toward us?" Chapter 76. Swipe the card. Swipe the card. Yet again, swipe the card. As the colossal, muscular zombie charged toward them like a rampaging bull, the three heavy machine guns on the bus ceased their assault on the surrounding ordinary zombies and redirected their fire, aiming to suppress the creature and Oppo's furious advance. "Fire. Quickly fire. We must hold it back. If it reaches us, it could overturn the vehicle." The incessant gunfire erupted, with a barrage of bullets forming visible trails as they raced toward the giant zombie. Despite its formidable strength, even the massive creature found itself momentarily halted by the tremendous force, as if wielding a colossal shield, struggling against the relentless fire from the three machine guns. The heavy caliber rounds struck its arm, barely tearing through the outer layer of its darkened flesh, while some bullets ricocheted off at odd angles due to their trajectory. After managing to momentarily restrain the giant zombie, the soldiers behind cover began to clear the ordinary zombies that flanked it. Outside, amidst the hail of gunfire, Yunzhou and his companions found themselves helpless. Their primary combat skills lay in close-quarters combat, relegating them to roles of reloading and transporting ammunition among the soldiers. However, Yunzhou received a modicum of favor, being issued a Type 95 rifle along with several magazines and boxes of ammunition, allowing him to stand alongside the other soldiers and fire in unison. Given the overwhelming presence of zombies, precision was unnecessary. A sweeping glance revealed an abundance of targets, and a gentle squeeze of the trigger sufficed. With the aid of firearms, the zombies before him fell as though mowed down by a scythe, each demise accompanied by a flurry of radiant cards. Under the influence of his psychic abilities, the cards that littered the ground surged toward him like bees returning to their hive. Attribute cards, food cards, and even newly released ammunition supply cards inundated his storage capacity. Stamina 1, 1, 10. Strength 1, 10, 1. Speed 1, 1, 1. Mentality 10, 1, 1. He temporarily reserved the white attribute cards for Lin Wanru and the others while unhesitatingly utilizing the green and blue cards on himself. After all, the looming threat of the giant zombie might ultimately rest upon his shoulders, and while time permitted, he aimed to enhance his attributes as much as possible. "Brother, look. The barrels are turning red. The machine guns must be overheating." Indeed. The giant zombie had withstood the concentrated fire from the three heavy machine guns and was now advancing slowly, mere 20 meters from the bus. A scattering of zombies had already breached the dense line of gunfire, preparing to reach the sandbag barricade erected before the bus. "Damn it. Hold the line. We cannot allow them to reach the bus. Otherwise, our only defense will be the three machine guns on the roof." The soldiers at the bus clenched their teeth, desperately aiming and firing, knowing full well that the unarmed survivors stood behind them. They couldn't allow even a single zombie to breach their defenses. As the frontline soldiers fought valiantly, Jiang Chiming, overseeing the operation from a nearby building, coordinated the formation of a secondary defense line. Logistics team immediately organized the survivors to stack sandbags behind the bus. Squad 1. Has that damn giant zombie not been dealt with yet? The machine gun barrels glowed red-hot, and the team leader, engaged in changing out the overheated barrels, immediately reported back through the radio. Report. All 3 heavy machine guns are unable to penetrate its defenses. We can only slow its advance without inflicting significant damage. Even flames and aerial drone bombardments have proven ineffective. What of the sniper team? Can't the anti-material rifles penetrate its mutated arms? Report. We cannot find a suitable angle, and even armor-piercing rounds fail to breach its massive, mutated limbs. Damn it. Is there truly no way to defeat it? As the preloaded ammunition gradually depleted and the reloading pace fell behind the firing rate, an increasing number of ordinary zombies began to close in on the sandbag barricade before the bus. Despite their overwhelming fear, the soldiers, lacking retreat orders, continued to fire desperately at the approaching zombies. Though the heavy machine guns on the roof provided sporadic support, the relentless tide of zombies surged forth like an unstoppable wave, rendering their assistance little more than a drop in the bucket. Snipers, switch weapons. Use the grenade launchers to bombard the densest clusters. Overseeing the seemingly endless stream of zombies advancing toward the campus gates, Jiang Chiming, unable to conserve ammunition any longer, issued the command without hesitation. He had never anticipated that a zombie could mutate to the extent that their bullets could not penetrate its defenses. It had only been a little over 10 days since the catastrophe. If this continued for another month or 2, would their firearms even be able to pierce the skin of ordinary zombies? Would they still have hope for survival? Boom. Boom. The explosive detonations of the grenade launcher jolted him back to reality, shaking off the negative thoughts. The most pressing matter was to endure this onslaught. The shells from the 35mm sniper grenade launcher struck the densest cluster of zombies, resulting in fierce explosions that tore open several gaps, sending severed limbs flying in all directions. As the pressure on his comrades eased, they redirected their aim toward the giant zombie. Boom. Boom. With a few crisp sounds of grenades being launched, the subsequent explosions reverberated thunderously. Roar. After enduring so long, the continuous fire from the heavy machine guns, the burning gasoline, and the aerial drone grenade bombardments had finally inflicted significant damage, leaving several large wounds in the giant zombie's arm, eliciting a pained roar from the creature. Well done. It's working. The onlookers erupted in cheers at the sight. Yet their jubilation was short-lived. The giant zombie, with a detached gaze, fixated on them for several seconds before halting its advance and casually seizing several ordinary zombies nearby. Then, it assumed a throwing stance. Oh no. How could we forget it can throw zombies? Quickly. Sniper team, resume fire. We must not allow it to toss the ordinary zombies at us. The sniper team reacted swiftly, aiming and firing in an attempt to thwart the creature's action. Yet, they were ultimately a moment too late. Roar. The giant zombie, grasping 2 ordinary zombies in its grip, hurled them into the air like baseballs. Before anyone could react, the zombies arced through the sky and crashed down between the bus and the first line of defense. Though their arms and legs were twisted from the fall, the free-falling zombies remained undeterred by their injuries, instinctively lunging toward the nearest humans, eager to savor the taste of fresh blood and flesh long denied to them. Wencheng, hurry. Deal with those 2 zombies. We cannot allow the first line of defense to falter. Chapter 77. Is this still humanity? Su Wencheng and his companions swiftly dispatched the ordinary zombies that had been hurled their way, yet the massive, muscular zombie continued to unleash a barrage from its grenade launcher, tossing several more zombies towards them. Consequently, they had to abandon the task of reloading for Yunzhou and began to assist other soldiers in extinguishing the fires that had erupted. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Pop, boom. A cacophony of bullets rained down upon the encroaching horde, requiring no aim, merely the act of pressing the trigger to unleash a relentless stream of ammunition. The grenade launchers stationed above relentlessly bombarded the ever-growing mass of zombies, attempting to alleviate the pressure on the first line of defense. However, it seemed that the commotion they were causing attracted even more zombies from the vicinity. As a sea of dark, undead heads loomed before them, creating the illusion that the slaughter would never cease. Nearly 200 individuals on the front line and atop the vehicles exerted every effort to suppress the tide of zombies. Yet they were powerless to prevent the relentless approach towards the camp and Oppo's gates. After all, zombies do not tire or feel pain. Even with but a single arm or leg remaining, their bloodthirsty instincts drove them forward, crawling inexorably towards the camp. The incessant gunfire and explosions began to wane. Even the drones overhead, which had been continuously dispersing fuel, retreated to the safety of the high buildings behind the gates. While humans may persist without rest, The firearms and machinery were beginning to falter under the strain. Prolonged, intense firing demanded a cooling period for the weapons. Otherwise, the risk of catastrophic malfunction loomed large. Within the camp, nearly 10,000 survivors listened to the gunfire outside, each person gripped by fear, seeking solace in each other's presence, yearning for even a semblance of safety. Their gazes toward the gates were filled with dread and despair. Once ordinary individuals, their lives had been upended by the apocalypse. And they had barely settled into the camp before being confronted by such a monumental horde. The students and faculty from Yunzhou University, however, had experience in combating zombies. And they hastily armed themselves with whatever weapons were available, repurposing dismantled wooden boards into makeshift barriers as they prepared for the sole entrance to their refuge. Meanwhile, some of the survivors from the rural towns were able to join the university's ranks, while others succumbed to tears and despair. The camp, which had once echoed with laughter just days prior, now descended into a state of hopelessness. Within the first line of defense, the soldiers at the forefront, having fired continuously for dozens of minutes, observed their barrels glowing red with heat. They promptly reported the situation. Report. Some soldiers and oppos, firearms are overheating. Are there any spare weapons in the armory? Please bring them immediately for replacement. Yunzhou, who had discovered that returning the item cards and dragging the ammunition cards to the storage replenished his magazines automatically, found his own weapons similarly overworked. The barrel was as red as freshly forged iron as he pierced the approaching zombies, creating gaping holes in their decaying forms. The sizzling sound of heated metal meeting flesh, accompanied by the acrid stench of charred remains, wafted into his nostrils. Wiping his nearly exhausted rifle against a sandbag, he set it aside and drew the large blade slung across his back, executing the moves of the breaking edge 8 blades with grace and ferocity. In the midst of the zombie horde, he carved a path of destruction. Each flash of his blade met with the bewilderment of a zombie or the decisive severing of its form, revealing a terrifying strength born of his evolved abilities. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 116 199 strength, 174 246 speed, 138 186 mental fortitude, 150 237 powers, Telekinesis level 1-2. Skills, breaking edge 8 blades, basic pharmacology, danger perception. Parkour mastery, expert fishing, meditation LV 1, 69 100, system inventory. Function card, blue adrenaline X1. Item card, blue sprinting shoes X1. His attributes had risen significantly, averaging an increase of over 60 points, and his telekinesis had advanced to the second level due to prolonged usage. Upon surpassing the 200 mark in mental fortitude and achieving level 2 in telekinesis, he found himself capable of lifting the nearly 7-pound rifle with ease, akin to a toddler wielding an oversized spear. While he could manage it, dexterous manipulation eluded him. However, with steel balls or standard ammunition, he could now deftly handle nearly 100 steel balls or 60 rounds of standard ammo. Even the 2 grenades issued to every soldier felt within his grasp for some creative tactics. Whoa, dude, are you that formidable? Cover him. Quickly, whose weapon has and amp? Oppos, T overheated yet? We can end amp. Oppos, T let him engage in close combat with zombies. That would be madness. What if he gets grabbed or bitten? Bad news, Captain. The message from higher up states there are no sufficient spare firearms. Perhaps they didn't and Oppos, T anticipate the incessant firing. What are we to do now? If we use these weapons any further, they will be rendered useless. Are we to fight zombies with firewood? Team Lee, the machine gun has overheated again. We need 2 minutes to replace the barrel. What? How did this happen? Didn't and amp. Oppos, T we agree on indirect fire? Without suppression from the heavy machine gun. What will we do about that massive zombie? Panic began to ripple through the soldiers on the front line. If they were stripped of their firearms, how could they hope to withstand the surging tide of zombies? Yunzhou pushed forward 3 or 4 meters, clearing the path of zombies before securing a bit more space. With the cover of his comrades, he retreated to the sandbag barrier. He glanced at the massive, battered zombie, which staggered toward them, its body riddled with wounds from relentless gunfire, and then back at the weary soldiers behind him, whose eyes were clouded with fatigue and confusion. He called out to the squad leader responsible for the first line of defense. Captain Lee, I can charge in and eliminate the giant zombie, allowing the machine gunners on the roof to change their barrels. They can then focus on the ordinary zombies. If we continue to divert our main efforts toward that behemoth, the entire camp will be overrun. The incredulity on the faces of those around him was palpable. They knew that the giant zombie had withstood a hail of bullets for 30 to 40 minutes. Despite its evident deterioration, it was still beyond human capability to confront head-on. Captainly, observing the urgency in Yunzhou and Appo's demeanor, felt a stirring in his heart, and his previously furrowed brow began to ease. He was a veteran of rescue missions during forest fires and earthquakes, and he understood that in times of national calamity, individuals of all ages and backgrounds would rise to the occasion, unflinching even in the face of death. Gu, we appreciate your willingness, but we still have soldiers here. We do not yet require your sacrifice. Subsequently, the comrades in arms beside him shouted loudly, ISN and AMP. Appos, that right? The atmosphere was thoroughly ignited, and even those still crouched behind sandbags, aiming at the zombies, joined in the collective roar. Yes, for those without ammunition or whose firearms have overheated and become inoperative, charge with bayonets. Kill, kill, kill. Yunzhou, listening to the battle cries echoing in his ears, felt a profound sense of shock. Every hair on his body stood on end. Although he had often seen various evacuation and disaster relief videos during peacetime, it was in this moment that he truly experienced the tangible sense of security that the soldiers brought. Captainly, having already armed his bayonet, smiled and patted Yunzhou on the shoulder, saying, "You have done remarkably well, my friend. Now, quickly retreat to the camp. We assure you that no zombie will breach our defenses." Feeling a knot of tension in his chest, Yunzhou, in the presence of these most admirable individuals, cast aside any thoughts of cautious development or concealing his strength. He was confident that this colossal arm would surely yield substantial rewards. Looking around, he fixed his gaze upon a nearby concrete barrier marked with a warning sign, a long pole sign inserted into a bucket filled with concrete slurry. Reminiscent of those often uprooted by the Hulk, Yunzhou approached and effortlessly lifted it with both hands. Under the astonished gazes of the soldiers, he wielded it like a wooden staff and made a sweeping motion that cleared a substantial area of ordinary zombies. In an instant, a cascade of dark rain fell from the sky, comprising the shattered remains of the vanquished undead. Good gracious, is this still human? Captainly, snapping back to reality, clapped his hands, bewildered by the murmurs of the nearby soldiers, who were uncertain of what to say. If he is not human, then what is he? Quickly, cover him. This lad is truly charging toward the giant-armed zombie. Chapter 78. Explosion. A great explosion. Farewell to the orange card. Observing Yunzhou charging forth like a barbarian, I was somewhat astonished when he confronted the colossal armed zombie. This lad has truly concealed his prowess. Watching him wield several hundred pounds of concrete block with such vigor, I immediately commanded without hesitation, redirect all firepower to the ordinary zombies, push these creatures back. Snipers, switch back to your rifles to cover Yunzhou. That one over there, the one brandishing the concrete block against the mutated zombie. Make sure you don't hit the wrong target. For a moment, the soldiers were momentarily bewildered by the orders, but they quickly complied and began executing them. Bang, bang. The heavy concrete block in Yunzhou and AMP, Appo's hand swung like a mighty hammer, each strike resonating with a thunderous sound. Those with keen hearing could even catch his mutterings before the impact. 80. 80. Oh, still daring to resist. Here's another hammer for you. 80. The already struggling colossal armed zombie was momentarily dazed by this peculiar human, roaring in rage, yet its mutated arm seemed powerless to retaliate. Each time it attempted to raise its arm, it was met with the relentless assault of that strange weapon, forcing it to defend with its own arm. That concrete block must weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds, wielded like a colossal iron hammer. What a thrill it must be. Ming, one of the trio, gazed with admiration at Yunzhou as he struck down the horde, exclaiming, "Boss, following your lead was undoubtedly wise. With a leader like this, our chances of surviving this apocalypse have significantly increased." Hearing the praises of his two subordinates, Yunzhou quickly composed himself, adopting a mysterious demeanor. "I told you to trust me. See, I was right. Was Ti? Indeed, boss. You were absolutely correct. We will heed your words." They chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, on the upper floor behind the gate, Jiang Chiming, who had been directing from the rear, was nearly leaning out of the wall with his binoculars, fixated on Yunzhou. Holy cow! Forgive my lack of eloquence, but I can only exclaim in astonishment. This strength is utterly mismatched with his physique. Is it possible that not only zombies mutate? Can we humans also gain strength? After the apocalypse erupted, during rescues, veteran team members had attempted to dissect zombies' heads, but even after hollowing them out, they found no special substances, leaving them puzzled about how such power was achieved. Returning attention to Yunzhou, he tightly grasped the steel pipe connected to the concrete block. channeling his strength into his hands, and seized the moment to swing at the colossal armed zombie, which had already sustained significant damage. Roar. The colossal armed zombie had just exchanged blows with Yunzhou and was now in a moment of fatigue, helplessly watching as the concrete block descended onto its arm. Crack. A sharp sound of breaking echoed. The zombie and Oppos' arm twisted grotesquely, bending unnaturally outward. Simultaneously, Yunzhou and Oppos' concrete block could no longer withstand the force and shattered explosively. Alas, this object was originally meant to weigh down a warning sign. It contained no rebar and, while hard, lacked the necessary resilience, making it prone to shatter. Roar. The colossal armed zombie seized the opportunity to swing its arm, attempting to crush the annoying human, but all that met was the metallic clang of steel colliding. The steel pole of the warning sign was flattened, bending under the force, sending Yunzhou stumbling back 2 to 3 meters. Shaking his slightly numbed hands, Yunzhou prepared to launch the bent steel pipe like a javelin, aiming at the colossal armed zombie. As he threw it, the zombie had already ducked behind its arm. Its limited intelligence fixated on squashing this damned human and perhaps rubbing him into the ground to alleviate its anger. However, unbeknownst to it, as Yunzhou released the steel pipe, he swiftly retrieved an oval object from his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the rear of the colossal armed zombie. First, the slightly bent, unstable flight path of the steel pipe struck the zombie's arm with a dull thud. Then, as it peeked out, a small black object soared overhead and flew behind it. The observing soldiers lamented, "Oh no, that grenade was thrown a bit too forcefully. It overshot. Moreover, that was thrown far too quickly. It was barely pulled and tossed. Even if it had been perfectly aimed, it wouldn't have exploded this soon," one soldier remarked. Defending Yunzhou and Oppos' efforts. All right, he is not a professional. Achieving this much is commendable, Captain Lee instructed, reminding the team to cover Yunzhou as he returned safely. "Watch out. X-123, what are you all yelling about?" Captain Lee turned back, his mind racing with the thought that a certain celebrity's coffin lid was about to burst open. Up in the sky, the grenade, akin to the green bird in Angry Birds, took an uncanny turn and sped directly towards the back of the zombie's head. To describe it more accurately, it resembled a grenade that, after being thrown, was yanked back by an invisible string, darting straight towards its target. As expected, the grenade was pulled back under Yunzhou's mental control, defying logic, and struck the colossal armed zombie squarely on the back of its head. Before the intense sensation of danger could register, there was a resounding explosion behind it. The puzzled expression that had just surfaced shattered into irreparable fragments. Moments later, a torrent of black blood erupted from the massive form like a geyser, and under the force of gravity, it collapsed forward. Thus, the colossal armed zombie could no longer pose any threat to the camp. In Yunzhou and Oppos' line of sight, the zombie and Oppos' body erupted like a fountain of cards, spewing forth an array of colors. Most striking among them was the orange card amidst a cascade of white, green, blue, and purple. With a casual snap of his fingers, the scattered cards on the ground surged forth like fish vying for food. This process lasted over 30 seconds, as not only did cards emerge from the colossal armed zombie, but also from the ordinary zombies dispatched in the wake of Yunzhou and Oppos' concrete block strikes. In those 30 seconds, he amassed over 100 cards. Chapter 79. Equipment Card. Orange Inferno Roar. After overcoming the gravest peril, the seemingly endless tide of ordinary zombies was no longer a challenge he could face alone. Drawing his great sword, he cleared the zombies encountered along the way while hastening back to the first line of defense. Upon his return, Captain Lee approached, surveying him with a keen eye. Once assured of his well-being, he patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Student Gu, you have worked hard. Truly, a hero emerges from youth, single-handedly vanquishing the greatest threat to our camp." Yunzhou chuckled, shaking his head as he observed the undiminished horde of corpses. "The most significant crisis is not something I can resolve alone. It relies on all of you. I doubt I can outlast such a multitude of zombies. Regarding this matter, the command center has already begun devising a strategy. The remaining tasks are now entrusted to us." Turning to witness the 3 heavy machine guns atop the vehicles resuming their operation, they relentlessly mowed down the ordinary zombies with unwavering confidence. Yunzhou nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the undeniable lethality of heavy firepower against the common undead. After expressing a brief sentiment, he stepped aside to rest. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. A total of 174 cards were acquired, predominantly white attribute cards and green supply cards, alongside a few blue cards, 2 purple cards, and 1 orange card. As per tradition, all white attribute cards, food cards, and various supply cards were deposited into the storage, while the green and higher attribute cards were assigned to himself. Strength 27, Power 13. Speed 18, Mentality 15. Upon completing the point allocation, a warm sensation coursed through his body, prompting him to stretch comfortably before shifting his gaze to the orange card in the warehouse. Equipment card, Orange Inferno Roar, a sniper rifle forged from mysterious dark gold materials. Its chamber filled with the searing blood of demons. Enemies slain by your hand will serve as sacrifices, replenishing your ammunition. Skill, Instant Sniping. Utilizing this technique during combat enhances the damage and penetration of your next bullet. To his astonishment, he had acquired a sniper rifle imbued with skills. The overall hue of Inferno Roar was a dark crimson, its elongated body exhibiting graceful lines and emanating an aura of mystery. Its barrel was robust, with a brilliant flame flickering at its core, reminiscent of blood and fire, akin to the essence of demonic blood. The grip featured unique patterns that enhanced stability. Even gazing at the card's illustration, he could sense its substantial weight and the boundless power it contained. Setting aside its striking appearance, the rifle's ability to automatically replenish ammunition upon slaying foes indicated it was indeed a weapon from a fantastical realm. Had it not been for the multitude of people around him and the absence of other supernatural beings, he would have eagerly drawn this magnificent sniper to indulge in its might. However, the Black Forest rule continually reminded him to refrain from becoming an obvious target. Revealing such a weapon would warrant further patience. After several deep breaths, he reluctantly diverted his attention from the orange card, focusing instead on the 2 purple cards and the blue cards. Equipment card, Purple Optical Cloak, employing the latest light refraction technology, grants the wearer invisibility and offers a degree of defensive capability against small arms attacks. The description of the optical cloak ignited a spark of excitement in Yunzhou. Receiving a formidable sniper rifle followed by a corresponding piece of equipment was splendid, originally pondering how he had yet to acquire any gear despite their progress. This turn of events was indeed fortuitous. The cloak would prove invaluable, whether for his own use or for Lin Wanru and Lin Qingyi, who also relied on ranged attacks or lacked self-defense capabilities. Glancing at the black cloak depicted on the card, a smirk crept across Yunzhou's face. Had he obtained such an item prior to the apocalypse, the possibilities would have been. He chuckled, perhaps a bit too lewdly, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Bewildered by his mirth, realizing he had attracted attention, he quickly wiped his mouth, feigning the need to clear his throat to mask his embarrassment. The other purple card was also an equipment card, but it merely depicted a simple wrist guard. Equipment card, Purple Energy Shield. Activating the wrist guard generates a protective barrier in front of you, capable of withstanding a certain degree of attacks. However, be mindful of energy consumption. The more intense the assault, the greater the energy expenditure. After reviewing the orange and purple cards, a cursory glance at the remaining blue cards revealed they were also equipment cards. This round could be deemed a true bounty of monster slaying and equipment acquisition. Equipment card, Blue M1 Garand Rifle. Equipment card, Desert Eagle. Equipment card, Red Scarf Saber. A rifle, a pistol, and a saber. While the saber might be cumbersome for others, it perfectly complemented his character as equipment in the game. He had secured both ranged and melee weapons, and would only need to allocate them to the right individuals at an opportune moment. Now, the only piece he could quietly equip without drawing attention was the energy shield wrist guard. After rotating his wrist and feeling no discomfort, he glanced at the great sword in his right hand, amused by the notion. Did this mean he had effectively transitioned into a sword and shield wielder? With the futuristic energy shield on his left and the cold steel great sword in his right, it seemed quite reasonable. Finally, he took one last look at his current attribute panel. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 186 power, 229 speed, 174 mentality, 222 ability, telekinesis, level 2. Skill, breaking edge 8 blades. His power and mentality remained significantly ahead, and these attributes were his primary focus for enhancement. As for power, it needed no elaboration. Merely wielding a concrete warning sign was already impressive. Once he obtained a suitable heavy weapon, he would become an unstoppable force. Regarding mentality, it was vital for his telekinesis. Based on his rough calculations, he could lift approximately 1,000 G objects within a 10-meter radius, manipulating them with ease. Beyond that distance, the ability would gradually diminish. However, as his mental capacity increased and his mastery of telekinesis improved, he believed that one day, after surpassing level 3, he could hover in midair solely through mental prowess, akin to grand displays of magnetic manipulation. For now, he was merely in a developmental phase, having swiftly organized all his gains. He finally directed his attention back to the external situation. Currently, the scene was favorable, under the suppressive fire of 3 heavy machine guns and a howitzer. The ordinary zombies were collapsing in droves. The intensity of their assault appeared to wane, and the hope of victory seemed tantalizingly close. Yunzhou's ears perked up, allowing him to overhear the soldiers chatting during their respite. What was that fellow and Amp, Oppo's name again? Yunzhou wasn't an Amp, Oppo's it? By the heavens, he is astonishingly powerful. Whether it's his terrifying strength or his exhilarating swordsmanship, he epitomizes the perfect blend of violent aesthetics. If only our instructor could teach us as he does. I lack such terrifying strength. Even lifting a concrete block is a struggle, let alone wielding it. Nevertheless, I must admit, his swordsmanship is truly impressive. He charges into the horde, slicing through them effortlessly. Indeed, that must be a family martial art. Wouldn't you agree? It appears to be quite different from the martial arts performances we typically observe. Alas, how could it be the same? I hope he chooses to remain with us at the base. Having such a formidable presence among us would undoubtedly instill unwavering confidence. People are naturally drawn to strength. When an individual and Amp, Oppo's prowess far surpasses that of others, conversations invariably gravitate towards them. As Yunzhou listened to their dialogue, he could not help but feel a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Despite constantly reminding himself of the law of the jungle, he was, after all, merely a university student. How could he not relish the thrill of showing off and gaining attention? However, just as he was eager to hear more, he was abruptly interrupted by the shouts of the sniper team. Attention! New situation detected. All personnel, be alert. Chapter 80. A frantic itch of anxiety, a thunderous roar commanded the attention of all, drawing their gazes toward the distance. Emerging from the thick black smoke of burning gasoline was an extraordinarily corpulent, mutated zombie, its chin entirely obscured by layers of fat, rendering its neck invisible. With each step, waves of flesh rippled across its body. This was one of the 3-headed zombies previously encountered, known as the vomiting zombie. Its enormous belly, reminiscent of a creature bearing a multitude of fetuses, housed corrosive acid. Similar to the giant arm zombie, its size had increased significantly since their time at school. The thick layers of fat easily absorbed the impact of heavy machine gun rounds, rendering them almost ineffective. The other rifles fared no better. Bullets merely dented its flesh, causing little more than a minor indentation before falling away as a small metal disc. Not only had its shock absorption improved, but its skin and Amp, Oppo's resilience had also been fortified. The only silver lining was its sluggish mobility, allowing the group more time to devise a strategy. Damn it! It was impossible to penetrate that layer of fat. Snipers, try the armor-piercing rounds and grenades, shouted the ammunition loader beside the heavy machine gunner upon noticing the situation. Half of the snipers stationed above had already switched to armor-piercing ammunition, but even that merely produced additional holes without causing any substantial harm. Bullets aimed at its head were futile, as the creature utilized ordinary zombies as shields, deflecting every shot. Even grenade launchers had little effect. The blasts only created ripples, leaving behind dark imprints and pushing it back a step without inflicting significant damage. Like the giant arm zombie before it, this creature understood the importance of protecting its head. It was as if it were wearing a protective helmet, making it nearly impossible to target effectively. It and Oppo's just like a tower defense game, with waves of enemies coming one after another. I give up. If it were truly like a tower defense game, you would be laughing at the waves. But if this creature had moved faster and arrived alongside the giant arm zombie, you would see if we could hold our ground. Enough chatter. Snipers, aim for its eyes and fire with conviction, while the rest of you provide cover and eliminate ordinary zombies. All attention had shifted toward the newly emerged vomiting zombie. Observing the futile attempts of his comrades, Yunzhou glanced around and swiftly retrieved an optical cloak. Draping it over himself, he took cover, unless one was particularly observant. They would not notice his disappearance. Haha, let me take this opportunity to test the power of the Inferno Demon Roar. Hidden beneath the cloak, he produced a sci-fi-esque sniper rifle, immediately captivated by the unique crimson glow at its center. Shaking the weapon slightly, the hollow demon blood magazine seemed to emit a sound reminiscent of a demon and Amp, Oppo's roar, as if urging him not to move recklessly. After soothing the firearm, he positioned himself and placed his eye against the scope. Within the lens, alongside the standard crosshairs, Intricate engravings adorned the periphery, enhancing the experience with an air of mystique. A countdown of 0. 25 seconds hovered in his mind, vanishing as soon as it reached 0. This must be the rifle and Oppos' built-in instant sniping skill. Designed to augment the next shot and Oppos' damage. The magazine held 15 rounds. He casually aimed at an ordinary zombie, shifting his gaze away before re-aiming. As the special countdown resurfaced, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A sound unlike any other rifle or sniper rifle echoed in Yunzhou and Oppos' ears, akin to a silenced shot. The bullet and Oppos' report was faint. Yet the destruction it wrought was formidable. A blood-red bullet, resembling a meteor, struck the zombie and Oppos' head, obliterating it and continuing to pierce through several others behind it. Upon checking his ammunition, the magazine remained full. Yunzhou, beaming with delight, caressed the rifle. With this prized weapon, he would no longer fear running out of bullets while combating mutated zombies. With an abundance of ordinary zombies around, he could simply dispatch a few to replenish his supply. The advantage was undeniably his. Simultaneously, the demon blood at the rifle's center began to emit a faint red glow, activating the next round automatically. He then aimed vaguely at the vomiting zombie, positioning himself at the scope and firing with precision. Bang! Another round, a red meteor laced with yellow streaks, hurtled toward the vomiting zombie. Initially unfazed, the creature, which had been enduring the bullets, suddenly sensed an acute danger approaching. Reacting swiftly, it raised its hefty arms, crossing them to form a makeshift shield before its head. When the glowing bullet struck its arm, it burrowed deep, as with the previous rounds, but before long, it transformed into a ravenous demon, tearing through its resilient skin and delving into the gelatinous layer of fat beneath. Then, a fierce explosion ensued. Boom! The violent blast left a gaping black hole in its right arm, with only a few remnants of flesh clinging desperately to prevent its hand from falling. The left arm suffered a jolt from the shockwave. The massive zombie staggered back 2 steps, rolling over in its unsteady state, like a turtle flipped onto its back. It struggled for a moment before managing to right itself, glaring at its injured arm, roaring in fury. The playful demeanor it had previously displayed vanished, replaced by a chilling rage and a thirst for blood. In a childlike fit of anger, it stomped in place, inhaling deeply. Its fists clenched at its sides as if gathering strength. Oh no! Oh no! It and Oppos' about to spit corrosive bile. Quick, take cover or find something to shield yourself. The first exclamation came from the front line, witnessing the vomiting zombie stagger back from the explosive hit. The latter was Yunzhou, who, unable to retrieve the inferno demon roar, threw off the optical cloak and shouted a warning. Chapter 81. United efforts as the abdomen of the retching zombie swelled ominously. Threatening to expel its contents at any moment, the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily sought refuge behind various cover. Before Yunzhou lay a wooden crate. He hastily reloaded the inferno roar and fired another round, aiming to disrupt the creature and Oppos' assault rhythm. However, the enhanced bullet merely tore a non-critical hole in its corpulent belly, failing to penetrate deeply. It seemed to have identified the culprit, as it slowly shifted its bulk, aiming a torrent of green corrosive liquid directly at Yunzhou. Take cover, Captain Li shouted, instinctively retreating as he observed the scene unfold. The vile substance splattered in a straight line, producing a hissing sound as it corroded everything it touched, be it steel or wood, emitting toxic fumes in the process. Fortunately, the creature's aim was lacking, with the bulk of its vomit landing a few meters away, obliterating several boxes of empty ammunition and causing the cement floor beneath to groan in agony. Alas, others were not as fortunate. A few soldiers had merely buried their heads behind sandbags, covered only by some clothing, providing no real protection against the highly corrosive liquid. Within mere seconds, it had eaten through their makeshift shields, searing their bodies and eliciting anguished cries. Rescue them. Quickly, get them out of there. Watch your own safety. Avoid the corrosive liquid and transport them to the medical team. The others swiftly returned to their positions, striving to suppress the advancing horde of zombies. Upon hearing the desperate cries, Captain Li immediately assessed the situation and organized a rescue effort. He then directed his attention to the ordinary zombies that had surged to within 3 to 4 meters. The heavy machine gun team, taking shelter behind a bus, promptly returned to their weapon, opening fire to suppress the zombies that now crowded their vicinity. The sudden turn of events had rendered the already beleaguered front line precarious. Despite the machine guns mowing down the nearest zombies like ripe wheat, the relentless tide of the undead continued to press forward. with ammunition dwindling. The once fully stocked ammo boxes were nearing depletion. Even if bullets remained, they were scattered and unchambered. Where are the bullets? Why is no one loading them for me? Voiced one soldier in frustration. I have 3 magazines left. I and Amp. Oppos. I'll spare you one, but stop holding down the trigger. Just give me some bursts. I still have 100 rounds. Who will help me load the magazines? Report. The grenade launcher is running low on ammo. Send a few boxes from the back. My barrel is overheating. I and Oppos. I'm afraid it might explode if I continue firing. Captain Lee furrowed his brow at the various reports. They had already faced overheating issues while contending with the giant-armed zombies, and now ammunition resupply was lagging. If things became dire, retreating behind the bus seemed the only option left. As the firearms reached the brink of failure, they ceased firing to assist their comrades in loading ammunition. Captain Lee raised his radio to instruct the heavy machine gun team stationed at the back of the bus. Ensure you check your weapon and amp, Oppos, as condition at all times. There must be no errors now. As the primary firepower unit against the undead tide, they had been firing for over an hour and had replaced barrels multiple times. A malfunction or explosion at this moment would force them to retreat to the bus and rely on the terrain to buy time. In hindsight, they should have positioned several vehicles in advance. Even if the first line fell, it would have prevented such a massive influx of zombies. However, it was too late for regrets. They could only hope to withstand this onslaught. Amidst his contemplation of how to navigate this challenge, a sudden sound akin to a silenced sniper rifle reached his ears. He distinctly remembered that the sniper rifles in their arsenal were not equipped with silencers. Prompting his curiosity to trace the sound and amp, Oppos' origin. To his astonishment, Yunzhou wielded a peculiar sniper rifle, one he had never seen before. When did he acquire such an unusual weapon? He pondered. Further observing its power, he marveled as one shot produced a series of devastating impacts, followed by another that created a gaping hole in the retching zombie. Even their grenade launchers had only managed to leave a mere black mark on the creature and Oppos' hide. How could the strange rifle possess such formidable strength? As he continued to observe discreetly, he counted the shots and was astonished to find that the weapon seemed devoid of a magazine capacity. It appeared to fire continuously with each sighting, emitting vast amounts of steam from a vent-like feature as the rate of fire increased. After much deliberation, Captain Lee opted to ignore this revelation, recognizing that in such a dire world, everyone harbored their own secrets. Yunzhou and Oppos' willingness to share his abilities to aid them was commendable enough. There was no need to pursue the matter further. Moreover, with so many present, he was certain others had also noticed this anomaly. Yet no one spoke up or reported it, indicating a silent agreement that this was an accepted norm amidst the crisis. Everyone focused their attention on the imminent peril ahead. Yunzhou was acutely aware of this unspoken understanding. If he did not step up against the onslaught, the camp could not withstand the assault. Regrettably, his weapon was a sniper rifle, capable of replenishing bullets and allowing for rapid aim and fire, but it could only deliver single shots. Had he obtained a machine gun earlier, he could have unleashed a torrent of fire without concern for ammunition or overheating. Just as the entire first line was entangled in combat with the zombies, the survivors who had been hiding in the back finally made their move. Xie Jingjie approached Jiang Zhiming, suggesting that their school and Oppos' students and teachers possessed experience in dealing with superiors and could assist at the front lines. They had also brought along intact staffs to serve as melee weapons during the conflict. As the highest authority in the camp, Jiang Zhiming considered their earnest pleas before eventually nodding in agreement. After all, they were adults, and the crisis affecting the camp was a collective concern. If everyone contributed, the soldiers at the front would surely find some relief. Consequently, the previously stored staffs were redistributed to the robust young men, directing them to the second line for assistance, while the women joined the logistics team to handle ammunition supply. In the face of this significant crisis, the entire camp sprang into action. Chapter 82 Captain Lee. Bring me 2 C4 explosives. The influx of reinforcements significantly eased the burden on logistics, allowing at least a semblance of ammunition supply to keep pace. Bang, bang, bang. Secure the right flank. Do not allow the zombies to approach. Reload, reload, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed along the first line of defense as everyone exerted their utmost effort to suppress the relentless horde of zombies. Yunzhou and Oppos' concentrated fire finally managed to shatter the left leg of the vomiting zombie, whose abundant flesh proved to be a formidable barrier. This creature adeptly utilized ordinary zombies and abandoned vehicles as shields. Fortunately, it did not advance alongside the hulking zombie. Otherwise, they would indeed have posed a daunting challenge, one as a meat shield and the other as a relentless attacker. With its mobility curtailed, Yunzhou, unperturbed by his overheating firearm, unleashed a torrent of firepower. Thanks to the gun and amp, Oppo's instantaneous targeting ability, he was able to take down a minor zombie with one shot, ensuring that his second shot landed squarely on the vomiting creature. Bang! Bang! Even while hiding behind a vehicle, the powerful bullets from his inferno roar pierced through, leaving the zombie feeling nauseated. Despite having shed its human emotions, it felt a sense of grievance, almost moved to tears by the unfairness of the situation. It was not supposed to unfold this way. It should have been its turn to dominate, trampling over the beleaguered humans and indulging in fresh flesh with its minions. Fuming, it once again seized two ordinary zombies as makeshift shields and took a deep breath, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. However, Yunzhou was not about to let it succeed so easily, immediately firing several shots in rapid succession. The ordinary zombies could not withstand the penetrating force of his inferno roar. Roar! Roar! The vomiting zombie, infuriated and interrupted, dared not continue its assault in the face of Yunzhou's bullets, angrily tossing aside the mangled remains of its fallen companion. It fixed its blood-red gaze on the audacious adversary who dared to smile at it. Huh, well done. Keep it suppressed, prevent it from vomiting that accursed acidic solution. The zombie was baffled at how such a high concentration of corrosive liquid could reside within its belly. Its earlier companion had suffered significant corrosion, nearly exposing its bones. Indeed, the doctor mentioned that if not for timely intervention, it might have corroded down to the bone. Enough chatter. Pass me a properly loaded magazine. Here you go. Once I'm done, it and amp, Oppo's, return. With Yunzhou and amp, Oppo's firepower suppressing the vomiting zombie, the first line of defense had formed a cohesive barrier, with distant zombies being engaged by soldiers armed with firearms. Meanwhile, scattered zombies that approached the front line were dealt with by combat teams wielding close-range weapons. Others focused on reloading machine gun ammunition. Good heavens, are they merging? The surrounding ordinary zombies seemed to engage in a macabre game, piling onto the crouched vomiting zombie like a chaotic tower of flesh, creating a grotesque mass nearly 1.5 meters in diameter. We cannot allow this to continue. Bring me the grenade launcher to disperse them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Captain Lee hastily commanded the sniper team to prepare for bombardment. After firing a few rounds, Yunzhou noticed minimal effect and ceased his shooting. He casually stowed his firearm in his backpack, which, as if by some gaming logic, remained securely fixed to his side. After ensuring it wouldn't fall off, he approached Captain Lee directly. Captain Lee, you must have some C4 or landmines, right? Hand me two. I'll obliterate them. At this rate, both our men and our weapons can hardly endure much longer. Captain Lee hesitated, weighing the suggestion. Report. That mass of zombies seems to be moving. Their attention was instantly drawn to the grotesque mass of intertwined zombies, which, due to the bombardment, had taken on an even more terrifying appearance. Slowly rolling toward the defense line, leaving behind a deep crimson trail in its wake. The surface of the mass writhed with countless limbs, emitting a cacophony of eerie roars, gaining momentum with an alarming acceleration. This is bad. We cannot allow it to pick up speed. If that massive zombie ball crashes through, we will not hold. Captain Lee exclaimed. Yunzhou and Oppo's expression hardened. Indeed, we cannot let it near the defense line. Captain Lee, do not hesitate. Fetch the explosives. I will take down that vomiting zombie. You wait here. Captain Lee shouted as he sprinted toward the bus, returning 2 minutes later with a package in hand. Yunzhou regarded him with anticipation. Captain Lee, slightly breathless, held out a small bag. Here. Inside are 2 packages of C4. The remote control is this one. The explosion radius is substantial, so ensure you retreat a safe distance before detonation. Do not make the mistake of casually tossing it like in the movies. This thing detonates rapidly. Nodding seriously, Yunzhou accepted the small black bag, feeling the weight of the 2 sizable blocks inside. As he turned to leave, Captain Lee, still uneasy, reiterated safety precautions before watching him head off. As Yunzhou vaulted over the sandbag barricade, charging toward the grotesque mass of zombies, he bellowed, "Everyone, provide cover." The soldiers within the defense line gazed at Yunzhou, who once again dashed beyond the perimeter, filled with indescribable emotions, surprise, admiration, and a myriad of unarticulated feelings. All they could do was grip their weapons tightly, striving to eliminate any threats around him, ensuring his safe return. Xie Jingjie. who had joined Su Wenqing and the others in clearing scattered zombies, felt her heart twist as she watched Gu Yunzhou plunge into the horde once more. Her gaze remained fixed on his movements, oblivious to the approaching zombie beside her. Buzz, are you all right? Stay alert. Don and Appos, worry about my brother. He can handle himself in the zombie horde. The whirring of a chainsaw erupted as Su Wenqing swiftly cleaved the zombie approaching Xie Jingjie in two, leaving the upper half to flounder helplessly before being reduced to a pulp. Su Wenqing had been vigilant, having sensed a connection between Xie Jingjie and Gu Yunzhou, and vowed to protect her at all costs. Xie Jingjie shot a grateful smile at Su Wenqing, her expression returning to one of unwavering determination. Chapter 83. Are today and Appos, youth engaging in such bizarre activities? Gu Yunzhou, with a C4 backpack slung over one shoulder and a large knife wielded in the other hand, cleaved his way from the entrance of the camp to the grotesque mass of flesh before him. As he approached, the sight of this repulsive conglomeration of zombies, limbs and faces grotesquely intertwined, sent shivers down his spine. What on earth was he to do with this revolting entity? Despite its chaotic exterior, the core of the mass was tightly packed, leaving no room for maneuver. With only 2 charges of C4 at his disposal, he pondered the futility of merely blasting away the outer layer of zombies. Such an act would be a waste. Ideally, he needed to create a breach to detonate from within, preferably inflicting substantial damage to the nauseating zombies inside. If successful, he dared to hope for at least 2 purple cards, if not an orange one. Surveying his surroundings, he sought another concrete barrier to test if he could fashion a gap. However, aside from the solitary one he had previously discovered, the others were either embedded in the pavement or used as heavy roadblocks. The only other remnants were a jumble of wrecked vehicles scattered about. As the massive, 3 to 4 meter wide mass rolled over a parked black sedan, crushing it effortlessly, he abandoned the idea of attempting an internal breach, retreating cautiously while observing the advancing mass. He contemplated tossing a C4 charge onto it for a direct detonation. Yet, the card he had just acquired from a slain zombie shifted his thoughts entirely. Item card, Blue Type 4 Anti-Tank Spike Mine, measuring 2.5 meters in length, with a head explosive device containing 2.9 kilograms of explosives, designed to mitigate the shockwave impact on the user. Upon activation, the user will be propelled backward 5 to 8 meters. Please be mindful of your landing posture. A triumphant smile spread across Gu Yunzhou and Appos' face at the sight of the familiar long, triangular-headed spike mine. With the monstrous mass looming ahead, he quickly rolled beneath a nearby vehicle and retrieved the green-tipped spike mine. Cautiously emerging from the rear of the car, he maneuvered to the mass and Appos' rear flank. Those stationed on the front line, observing his actions with growing concern, voiced their worries. Where has Gu Yunzhou gone? I saw him roll under that car. Does he intend to hide behind it and detonate the C4? That's far too risky. Even a shockwave could injure him. Understood. I can end Appos. Believe this kid never listens. Li, although exasperated, could not hide his concern as he prepared to reach for his radio. Just then, someone spotted Gu emerging from behind the vehicle. Look, he seems to be circling around to the back. A bright mind among the onlookers quickly deduced Gu and Appos' intentions, excitedly exclaiming. Of course, the mass rolls forward, so if he tosses the C4 from behind, it will roll along with it. If he detonates it at the right moment, the explosion could scatter everything in front. This theory garnered quick agreement from many, but dissent arose from a nearby college student delivering supplies, who raised a hand, questioning it. That all sounds plausible, but doesn't Appos, see that spike mine he is holding look eerily familiar? Like something from that game I played before the apocalypse? His tone dripped with the bitterness of past trauma, evoking laughter from others. Those with unobstructed views caught sight of the long spike mine in Gu and Appos' hands, initially dismissing it as just a makeshift weapon. However, upon the student and Appos' reminder, they noticed the distinctive green tip, now drawing attention. I see him. He has positioned himself on the side of the mass and Appos' path. He can end Appos. Be serious about charging at it, can he? The most knowledgeable of the group, the male college student, recognized Gu and Appos' silhouette as he readied the spike mine, adopting a stance of determination. As Gu began to sprint, the student muttered in disbelief. This ISNTA game, you can't just get back up if you fall. He truly wields a mine. With a fervent cry, Gu raised the spike mine to eye level, accelerating towards the mass with wild abandon. A collective gasp filled the air as the observers realized the gravity of his actions. Boom. The explosion resonated violently as the mass disintegrated, scattering in all directions. Gu was propelled backward at a sharp angle, as if flung by an unseen force. Ah, damn it. This card didn't mention ID be launched. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd as they witnessed his trajectory. Flailing momentarily before landing with an unceremonious thud. Did he just say, "This mass is quite bouncy"? Is it really that absurd? Chapter 84. The corpulent fiend as Gu Yunzhou and Appos. Spike thunder pierced the plump mass. The explosives atop it detonated, causing the entire rod to arc gracefully like a lantern, pivoting at both ends. With the shockwave radiating outward, the wooden beams that formed the skeletal structure of the lantern seemed to retract violently, propelling him backward as if he had collided with a spring. Straining with all his might, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Glancing with peripheral vision at the gaping hole he had created in the fleshy mass, revealing the retching zombie lurking within. Fortuitously, his parkour expertise allowed him to struggle midair and land safely. After rolling to absorb the impact, he stood, dusting off his clothes, and charged once more at the gelatinous behemoth. While sprinting, he continuously squeezed the trigger of his inferno roar to prevent other zombies from sealing the breach he had painstakingly created. When he was within 3 meters, he hoisted the C4 explosives from his back into his hands, while retrieving a bottle from the system's repository, pouring its contents over the explosives. Item card, blue super strong adhesive. Upon application, it rapidly hardens upon contact with other objects. Use with caution. Volume, 120 milliliters. Carefully avoiding the areas coated with adhesive, he pressed the explosives directly against the exposed belly of the retching zombie. He then turned and fled at great speed. Perhaps due to the overwhelming quantity of zombie remnants and severed limbs clinging to him, the massive bomb remained undetected, while numerous ordinary zombies lunged toward the opening, attempting to fill it once more. From a safe distance, Gu Yunzhou observed the scene with a smirk, raising the detonation controller just as he uttered a modicum of intelligence. But not much. Beep, 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 boom. As the device emitted its alarming signals, a flash of white light erupted from within the gelatinous mass, followed by a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, the area transformed into a downpour of crimson, raining black ichor and shattered limbs upon the surroundings. The rapid sequence of events left both the frontline soldiers and those atop nearby buildings in stunned silence. Though Gu Yunzhou's actions appeared convoluted, the entire endeavor took no longer than a minute. The once formidable conglomerate of zombies had been obliterated with ease, creating a localized storm of blood and carnage. Soldiers stationed at the front line could even witness limbs and severed heads of zombies soaring through the air, silently screaming as they approached. At the epicenter of the explosion, the retching zombie, previously boasting a girth of half a meter, now bore a gaping wound, exposing much of its intestines, which it frantically attempted to stuff back inside its body. A soldier in charge of ammunition expressed his bewilderment, questioning whether zombies possess the awareness to retrieve their spilled entrails, given their lack of sensory perception. A nearby comrade rolled his eyes in response, jesting, perhaps he realizes his bulk is such that he can't even see his feet. Those exposed intestines may inadvertently trip him. This elicited a round of awkward laughter among the soldiers, who found humor in the absurdity. "Let me handle your troubles," Gu Yunzhou declared as he vaulted atop an SUV, crouching to steady his inferno roar, targeting a hapless zombie's head, and preparing to fire at the retching fiend still wrestling with its gut. Bang! The high-velocity bullet struck the wound with precision, rendering the entangled intestines a chaotic mess, alleviating the zombie and Appos' struggle. The retching zombie, witnessing its own disarray, roared in a fit of rage. The ordinary zombies, seemingly sharing in its fury, escalated their aggression and speed, launching a frenzied assault on the front line and Appos' barricade. Gu Yunzhou, recognizing the imminent danger, muttered a curse. He had provoked the creature, eschewing any semblance of a cat-and-mouse game. He leapt from the vehicle, grasping a steel pipe that had inexplicably fallen to the ground, launching it toward the retching zombie and Appos' head. Simultaneously, he brandished the only weapon he could consider heavy, a large blade, as he charged forward. In a world marred by chaos, Gu Yunzhou lamented the absence of a fire axe, as slicing through such ample flesh with a knife would be an arduous task. The retching zombie, now fueled by primal rage, recognized Gu Yunzhou, letting out a furious roar. It lunged forward, clutching its gaping belly with one hand, while hurling an ordinary zombie at him like a projectile, aiming to crush him. Gu Yunzhou executed a swift upward slash, cleaving the airborne zombie in two while delivering a powerful kick that brought the creature to a standstill. The white card that burst forth seemed to chase after him, embodying his indomitable spirit. Gu Yunzhou ascended a small slope and leapt down with all his might, aiming a devastating strike at the retching fiend. Crack! His blade severed the zombie and Oppo's instinctive defense, cleaving through layers of flesh and lodging between its collarbone and neck. The ensuing seconds unfolded in a blur, with black blood gushing forth from the severed limb like an unrestrained faucet, accompanied by an even more furious roar from the creature. Undeterred by the massive gash in its belly, it grasped Gu Yunzhou's weapon with its remaining hand, while the severed limb swung like a club toward him. Gu Yunzhou relinquished his grip on the knife, ducking low to evade the strike. However, the corpulent fiend unleashed a deceptive sidekick, catching Gu Yunzhou off guard. Bang! He barely had time to raise his arms in defense, and was sent flying backward, akin to experiencing the recoil of spike thunder once more, landing over 10 meters away. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled to his feet and noticed the retching zombie regarding him with a glint of mockery in its eyes. Feeling the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, Gu Yunzhou realized the gravity of the situation. This was his first injury in battle since the apocalypse, a stark contrast to his usual survivalist mantra. Brother, Yunzhou. From a distance, Su Wenqing and Xie Jingjie shouted in unison. Gu, damn it. Sniper team, take note. Provide cover fire and suppress the vomiting zombies. We must not allow them to advance. Captain Li, who had been centrally commanding, watched as Gu Yunzhou was kicked away by a vomiting zombie and appeared intent on moving in for the kill. He hurriedly communicated through the intercom to the sniper team to buy some time, casting a worried glance towards Gu Yunzhou, who was obscured by a vehicle. Gu Yunzhou rose, stretching his somewhat numb arms, then touched his slightly aching chest. His gaze fell upon the distant vomiting zombie, and he spat upon the ground. His saliva mixed with a hint of blood. Observing the creature still protecting its gaping belly, he smirked coldly. Humph. You fat fool still have some strength. I must find an opportunity to unleash my newly developed skill on you. He reached behind him, slapped the sheath of his large knife, and the other blade materialized at his side. He then brandished the infernal roar, firing several rounds at its broken leg. Humph. Dare to kick me? I'll break that crippled leg of yours. Upon sensing the threat, the vomiting zombie howled in anger, and a throng of ordinary zombies surged forward, shielding its injured leg. Gu Yunzhou, who was recovering his stamina, took pleasure in this, taking down a hapless zombie with a shot, then aiming for its eyes, belly, and even its remaining good leg, firing at the knee. The vomiting zombie, increasingly agitated, attempted to shield itself from Gu Yunzhou's bullets while hurling other zombies in his direction. However, despite its intentions to command the surrounding zombies to encircle Gu Yunzhou, they were swiftly dispatched by distant machine gunners or snipers as soon as they approached. In the end, the zombie's primal instincts overrode its rational thought. Despite its severe injuries and difficulty in movement, it raised its arms in a futile attempt to protect its vital areas and charged recklessly toward Gu Yunzhou. Though it limped awkwardly, its sheer ferocity resembled that of an enraged black bear barreling toward him. If an ordinary person or soldier faced this scene, they might instinctively freeze in fear, unable to move. However, Gu Yunzhou was no ordinary person. He steadied the infernal roar without a tremor and, after firing several shots at its injured leg, seized the moment as the creature, in a fit of fury, attempted to strike him with its remaining knee. He swiftly sheathed his gun and drew the pristine large knife from his back, charging once more. How dare you kick me, you damned fatso. I'll sever that leg. Gu Yunzhou dashed to the side of the vomiting zombie's injured thigh. With a powerful stroke of his blade, he executed a sweeping cut, using both hands to block its incoming arm while slightly bending his elbows to dissipate the force. He then drew the blade back, inflicting a deep wound as he pressed forward, raising the blade high to deliver a crushing blow to the joint of its broken leg. With a sickening sound, the blow left the zombie and Oppo's injured leg barely able to support its weight, held together only by a few remaining muscles. Without a shred of honor, Gu Yunzhou advanced a few steps, wielding his knife in one hand while drawing the infernal roar with the other, firing a shot directly at its knee. The sound echoed as the zombie's lower leg shattered, sending it crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Yunzhou holstered his gun and charged once more to the side of the vomiting zombie. He settled into a firm stance, knife held high, preparing to deliver a decapitating strike. Drawing upon all his strength, his muscles tensed, he swung down with immense force. The injured, vomiting zombie barely had time to raise its arm in a desperate attempt to block, unable to react to the rest of the assault. The blade cleaved through its blocking arm, creating a gaping wound that left it immobilized. After a prolonged struggle, Yunzhou, fueled by determination, released one hand, palm upward as if grasping something, and forcefully pressed it into the large opening of the zombie's abdomen. Psychic spiral cannon. This technique involved Yunzhou channeling all his mental energy to forcibly coalesce a spinning orb above his palm. As this invisible sphere pressed into the zombie's vast belly, its remaining internal organs and fat began to swirl violently, as if tossed into a washing machine. Initially, the resistance was formidable, but as Yunzhou relentlessly expended his mental energy, it began to spiral faster and faster, akin to a tractor starting up. The vomiting zombie, sensing the turmoil within, began to thrash violently, desperate to dislodge Yunzhou. However, with one leg severed and its previously functioning arm now numb, the only limb left was firmly trapped by Yunzhou and Oppo's blade, rendering it utterly immobile. It could only watch helplessly as its belly morphed into a swirling vortex of blood. As Yunzhou and Oppo's mental energy approached a perilous threshold, he abruptly relinquished control of the spiral cannon, discarding his knife and leaping backward, rolling away. The spinning motion seemed to momentarily halt before erupting into a violent tremor, expanding rapidly. Ultimately, with a heart-wrenching roar from the vomiting zombie, the orb expanded dramatically, tearing through its flesh and sending a shower of blood into the sky. Yunzhou returned, undeterred by the gruesome sight, akin to a demon emerging from hell, and stood amidst the rain of blood from the vomiting zombie. He raised his military-grade boots and stomped down with force, extinguishing the last vestiges of its life, as if crushing a watermelon. Finally, completing this series of actions, Yunzhou exhaled deeply, bracing himself against the weakness that threatened to overwhelm him, and gazed at the rewards that awaited him. Before him, the corpse of the vomiting zombie erupted like a fountain, spewing forth an array of colorful cards into the air, white, green, blue, purple, and amidst them all, the most radiant orange, shimmering like a beam of golden light. Chapter 85. Yunzhou. Aware that no one else could witness this spectacle, felt compelled to showcase his flair after expending considerable effort to resolve this grim situation. He summoned the remnants of his mental energy to manipulate the myriad cards strewn across the ground, orchestrating them to revolve about him like a celestial galaxy. Viewed from above, the scene, despite its somewhat monotonous colors, bore a striking resemblance to the spiral galaxies observed through a telescope. At the sound of his command, the cards surged toward the center as if they had found their purpose. If, in the future, he could amass a set of alloy cards, he could truly embody the essence of a card master. With a smile playing on his lips, Yunzhou muttered to himself, reclaiming his oversized blade into storage as notifications of card acquisitions rang in his ears. Attribute card, white, X1, resource card, green, X1, attribute card, green, X1, equipment card, blue, X1. He did not linger beside the corpse of the vomit-spewing zombie. After all, he had only dealt with a single mutated zombie. And the camp and Oppo's peril remained unabated. The true threat was an incessant influx of zombies, with at least 5,000 to 6,000 ordinary ones still in play. To contextualize, a typical public high school class comprises around 60 students, and when multiple classes of seniors gather on a 400-meter track, the spectacle is indeed formidable, an institution easily housing over 2,000 individuals, hardly fitting on the field, against an overwhelming horde of 5,000 to 6,000 zombies. No amount of heavy machine gun firepower or the penetrating might of his infernal roar could stave off the looming sense of helplessness. However, the long-suppressed warriors and the supportive students remained oblivious to the enormity of the situation. They merely witnessed Yunzhou and Oppo's resounding prowess as he once again vanquished the vomit-spewing zombie. They erupted in cheers, hailing him as a returning hero. Wonderful! We have triumphed once more. He has once again performed a miracle. Truly, we are blessed. Yunzhou, you have saved the entire camp. You are my deity. Thank you. Gu, come sit and rest. Leave the rest to us. Gu, you look so dashing. Look at you. Covered in zombie blood. Your clothes must be uncomfortable. Follow me, and I'll help you change into something more suitable. Ugh, go away, you little vixen. Yunzhou, brother, I and Oppo's VE heard enough praise. I can offer you a massage during your rest. How about that? The cacophony of admiration, astonishment, and flirtation surged like a tidal wave, soaring to the heavens. Everyone was releasing emotions that had long been bottled up. The experience of confronting two mutated zombies had sent their spirits on a roller coaster ride, and given the prolonged assault of zombies without any significant crisis, they began to perceive the horde as less daunting. As long as Yunzhou remained, they were confident that no harm would befall them. Within the first line of defense, the sheltered survivors heard the jubilant cheers from outside, their previously low spirits beginning to lift. Although unclear about the specifics of the events outside, the joyous sound suggested that it was not a grave matter. Some well-informed students, returning with reports, conveyed the situation, revealing that both crises had been resolved through the valiant efforts of a student named Yunzhou. As the news spread, many silently prayed for Yunzhou, hoping he would remain unharmed. Upon rejoining the first line of defense, Yunzhou greeted Captain Li and Su Wenqing before finding a secure corner. There, he activated his skill meditation to restore his mental energy while assessing his recent gains. The haul, while not as bountiful as before, was still substantial. In addition to the basic white and green cards, he had acquired 1 orange card, 2 purple cards, and 5 blue cards. Equipment card, orange -2 Malawian Quach's drone. A combat drone equipped with super synchronization technology, allowing it to be commanded through mental waves to perform various actions or directives. The drone features a thermal infrared detector, 2.5, 56mm machine guns, a highly efficient solar energy converter, and a high-capacity energy storage unit. Yunzhou merely glanced at the specifications, the drone and Oppo's capabilities, including maximum flight altitude and automatic obstacle avoidance, surely surpassed any commercial models he had encountered, though he had yet to see military-grade drones for comparison. The drone and Oppo's self-recharging functions alone would outperform many devices on the market. It boasted a takeoff weight of 35 kilograms, eclipsing most drones designed merely for photography or videography. The only comparable drones would be those used by DJI for deliveries, but those required a controller, whereas this one only needed a connection to his neural interface. The device came in both portable and integrated forms. The portable version resembled electrode pads affixed to the temple, while the integrated form required a direct insertion at the nape of the neck. The only drawback was that this equipment was obtained through card acquisition, and he currently possessed only one portable version, which could not be transferred to another user. Thus, he contemplated whether to keep it for himself or allocate it to a teammate. Given his current abilities, this device would serve merely as an enhancement, offering greater utility to those like Lin Wanru, who had yet to develop their powers. After considerable contemplation, without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to store the drone for now, intending to hold a small meeting after addressing the immediate issues. He then turned his attention to the 2 purple cards. Equipment card, purple Qinglong Yenhue Dao, forged from celestial black iron, measuring 24 meters and weighing 182 jin. The blade is adorned with an engraving of a coiling dragon devouring the moon, seemingly possessing unique abilities. Attributes: Stamina 80, Strength 70. Ability card, Purple Light Feather, which reduces the user and Oppo's weight by 70, significantly enhancing agility and speed. Under specific conditions, it enables gliding without external assistance. Good heavens! Yunzhou exclaimed as he examined the descriptions of the cards. The Qilong Yenwei Dao needed no introduction. Its name was well known. This blade, unlike traditional cold weapons, was far from mundane. Crafted from celestial black iron, it not only enhanced grip but also increased friction, exuding a more formidable and majestic presence. The second ability card, Light Feather, was undoubtedly tailored for Lin Wanru. It was clearly her signature ability. With her fair complexion, graceful figure, and light-footedness, if they found stability in the future, she could easily embody a golden-haired elf, which made him chuckle to himself. Chapter 86. A solution to the zombie tide after witnessing the vibrant orange and purple cards. The remaining blue cards appeared rather mundane. Among them were the Attribute card, Spirit, Equipment card, M14 Carbine, Equipment card, Long-handled double-edged axe, Skill card, 3-board axe, and Item card, Composite Incendiary Bomb. The long axe, Skill card, and Item card particularly captured his attention. It felt like a case of hindsight. Just moments ago, while laboriously battling the 2 mutated zombies, he had yearned for heavier weaponry, only for the system to present these options after the second creature was vanquished. Truly, it lacked intelligence. Without hesitation, he activated the Skill card, bestowing upon himself an additional buff to his already formidable persona. Absorbing the knowledge contained within the Skill card, Yunzhou could not suppress a chuckle. While it spoke of the 3-board axe, it was more aptly described as mastery of the battle axe. Techniques such as chopping, slicing, hacking, and sweeping flooded his mind, emphasizing a powerful, decisive strike interspersed with agile adaptability. It was the epitome of being robust yet nuanced. The incendiary bomb from the item card surpassed their homemade version, boasting a larger radius, longer duration, and higher temperature. If he could acquire more, it would undoubtedly serve as an exemplary tool for clearing minor foes or for obstructing enemies in a tactical battlefield division. While reveling in this bounty, he suddenly felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder, followed by a soft voice by his ear. Yunzhou, wake up and drink some water. Your lips look quite dry. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the concerned gaze of Xie Jingjie, the beautiful class leader who had always been kind to him. Both before and after the apocalypse, Yunzhou smiled and nodded at her without offering much explanation, simply accepting the mineral water bottle she extended. After twisting off the cap, he gulped it down eagerly, finishing the small bottle in just a few swallows. Are you still thirsty? Should I fetch you another bottle? Xie Jingjie observed him finish the water so quickly and immediately prepared to rise and retrieve another for him. Yunzhou grasped her hand gently and shook his head, saying, No need, this is sufficient. I and Oppos, am not that thirsty. Although the atmosphere was not conducive to romantic sentiments, with gunfire echoing around them and the camp facing a zombie tide, he couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth as he held her slightly rough yet comforting hand. She, usually so carefree, appeared a tad bashful, nodding silently without withdrawing her hand. Noticing her silence and downcast gaze, Yunzhou suddenly became aware that he might have overstepped, and quickly released her hand, redirecting the conversation. So, have you heard if Captain Li or the military has any plans? With so many zombies, relying solely on those few guns might not suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jingjie replied, It seems they don't have any particularly effective strategies. However, there was a suggestion to utilize the examination vehicles from the vehicle management office to create a barrier, potentially redirecting the zombie horde elsewhere. What? Yunzhou exclaimed, his mind racing with skepticism. Is that really feasible? Could zombies be so easily led? They perceive the noise and the myriad scents of the living as an irresistible feast. Xie Jingjie shook her head, admitting uncertainty. I only heard Captain Li mention it briefly. The camp was established as a temporary measure, and they never anticipated the influx of survivors. Their primary aim seems to be rescuing individuals, which explains the limited weapons and ammunition. Connecting the dots to Jiang Chengming and Oppos' request for assistance, Yunzhou understood the constraints. Their main mission was not solely to rescue survivors, but also to save Professor Feng. While continually aiding the professor, they were also managing to rescue nearby survivors, which was a commendable effort in itself. However, this unexpected zombie tide had undoubtedly disrupted all their plans. Seeing her deep in thought, he continued, Regardless, according to their strategy, even if they cannot divert the zombies, the vehicle-formed funnel could allow for close-quarters combat, enabling soldiers to take turns resting. Terrain advantage? Yunzhou mused as he glanced at the landscape outside the vehicle management office, then nodded. Their choice of location was likely due to its flat, open terrain, facilitating the movement of various transport vehicles. Yet, it had inadvertently favored the zombies. If they could utilize the vehicles to create systematic barriers, compelling the zombies to be defeated in batches, it might be a viable strategy. Additionally, this could minimize gunfire, diverting attention from other ordinary zombies. But how do we move the bus? The heavy machine guns on top can't just cease fire at will. They are currently suppressing the majority of the zombies, Yunzhou pondered, eyeing the armored bus blocking the entrance and the trio of machine guns still firing. Xie Jingjie shook her head, confessing her ignorance. She had only heard snippets from logistics personnel or Captain Li, who had been particularly attentive to her. But now was hardly the time for casual conversation. Having nearly restored his mental fortitude, Yunzhou resolved to join the fray, eager to utilize his Inferno Roar without the concern of overheating the weapon. His collection of white attribute cards had swelled to nearly 200. Opportunities to accumulate experience from monster incursions were rare. Once they navigated through this crisis, Lin Wanru and the others would be poised for a significant leap forward, and he hoped they could assist him in his endeavors. Just as he was preparing to rise and draw forth the Inferno Roar to engage the monsters, a sudden commotion erupted from the distance, accompanied by the roar of an engine. Goodness! Everyone look! Is that a vehicle charging towards us? Don't they see the horde of zombies? Are they seeking their own demise? Aside from the soldiers engaged in exterminating zombies and the close combat team, those with a moment's respite turned to gaze in the direction of the approaching chaos, which coincidentally was the route Yunzhou had taken to the vehicle management camp. Holding a chainsaw stained with black blood, Su Wenqing spat in disbelief as he focused on the wildly careening vehicle racing towards them. ISN and AMP. Oppos. T that the tank 300 left by the boss at the furniture factory? Chapter 87. Unable to reach Lin Wanru gazed at the familiar tank 300 as it collided headlong into the horde of zombies. Crushing and flinging dozens of them aside before finally stalling, stranded 50 meters from the first defense line. The nearby zombies began to converge upon the vehicle. Yet it remained eerily still, devoid of any movement or occupants disembarking. Yunzhou adjusted his rifle, peering through the scope towards the driver's seat. Mirrored by the sniper team assigned to provide support within the first line. It was peculiar, there was no one inside. How had the vehicle arrived here? It merely attracted a fraction of the horde's attention, hardly serving any significant purpose. It appeared that someone had seized control of the steering wheel, inadvertently jamming the accelerator, propelling the car forward in such a manner. Yet, the reasoning behind this action eluded me. At this moment, Su Wenqing, wielding a chainsaw alongside his two subordinates, approached Yunzhou. Brother, ISN and AMP. Oppos. See that our car? How did it end up here? Could something have happened over there? Yunzhou shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. He then reached for the walkie-talkie at his waist, checking its functionality while inquiring, "Has your walkie-talkie emitted any sounds? Mine might have been damaged either during our confrontation with the mutated zombies or when it was knocked loose." Upon hearing this, Su Wenqing and the others promptly examined their walkie-talkies, confirming they were in working order after a brief trial. While they exchanged uncertain glances, Ming suddenly recalled something, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Brother, during the outbreak of the zombie tide, when we were tasked with support, we seem to have switched to the military and AMP, Oppos, S command channel. As per their request, the four of them exchanged embarrassed looks. After all, the distance to the furniture factory was not particularly vast. Drones could easily traverse this distance to assess the situation. It was plausible that they had spotted the outbreak and attempted to reach out, only to find themselves unable to connect. As the tank 300 was on the verge of being encircled by zombies, Su Wenqing seized his chainsaw, while with his other hand, he opened the fuel tank cap and retrieved a portable fuel canister from his waist, pouring fuel into the tank. Brother, take a good look and see if they are inside the car. I'll rush over to rescue them immediately. The other two subordinates nodded, mimicking the action of refueling. They had witnessed Yunzhou and AMP, Oppos, S prowess several times. As long as he was alive and they remained by his side, their futures seemed assured and promising. The most significant threat posed by the zombie tide had been neutralized by him, and now it was time for them to demonstrate their loyalty and worth. With 3 chainsaws revving at full power, they believed that, with a touch of caution, they could carve a bloody path to rescue 1 or even 2 girls without too much difficulty. Yunzhou observed their fervent demeanor, recognizing their sincerity and silently approving their resolve. Meanwhile, Xie Jinjia, who had previously expressed her desire to follow Yunzhou, seemed to have come to a realization. It was not as she had initially presumed. They had merely divided into 2 teams and temporarily separated. Furthermore, judging by their anxious expressions, it appeared the 2 girls had been unable to contact them and, out of concern for their safety, had driven over themselves. Even if she could only speculate, she surmised that the place they had occupied earlier must have been secure, and they had left the modified vehicle for her. To her surprise, upon discovering the situation here, the girls had not opted to hide or flee, but had instead driven straight towards the peril, regardless of their motivations. She could not help but admire the courage of the girl who made such a decision. At this juncture, Yunzhou had retracted his uniquely designed sniper rifle, opting instead for the formidable, high-strength sword that continued to gleam ominously after extensive use. Let us first use the walkie-talkie to call them and see if there is any response to ascertain their exact location. Is the volume of the walkie-talkie too loud? It might inadvertently attract the attention of nearby zombies, Su Wenqing interjected, voicing a legitimate concern. After all, there were instances when a sudden phone call would expose those who had been hiding meticulously. The zombies possessed acute hearing. Any disturbance could easily arouse their attention. However, there was no time for such considerations. They needed to confirm the girls and AMP, Oppos, whereabouts. What if they were not nearby but operating the vehicle from a distance? Su Wenqing nodded, picking up the walkie-talkie and adjusting the channel. He had already conveyed his thoughts. Even if a minor mishap occurred, he was confident that their brother could handle it. Ka, hello, can you hear me? This is Su Wenqing. He waited, fixated on the walkie-talkie for a while, but was met with silence. He repeated the call twice more. Eventually, even Yunzhou's attempt to call yielded no response. Were it not for the status indicators on the team interface showing the girl's presence, he would have feared the worst. Yet, he had scrutinized the tank 300 multiple times, thoroughly convinced that no one was inside. Scanning the vicinity revealed no signs of life, which was particularly perplexing, remembering that Lin Qinin had 2 drones capable of surveying the area. He took one of the walkie-talkies and instructed them to keep an eye out for any unusual drones overhead. He then made his way to the main building of the vehicle management office, specifically to the rooftop of the building behind the main gate. This area had been hastily transformed into a temporary command center and drone logistics hub. Efforts to utilize fuel to ignite and divert the zombie horde were underway. And after passing through multiple checkpoints, Yunzhou arrived at the rooftop, where numerous large drones were taking off and landing in designated spaces, accompanied by a soldier. He entered the makeshift command tent where he encountered Jiang Qiming. Yunzhou wasted no time in explaining the origins of the vehicle and the presence of his 2 female companions who had been left in a secure location outside. This unexpected development caught them off guard, with no response from the walkie-talkies. He sought assistance from the military's drone reconnaissance team to search for any trace of the girls nearby. Jiang Qiming, naturally willing to assist, promptly dispatched someone to notify the drone team to investigate the surrounding area. Following this, he seized the opportunity to discuss further matters. Yunzhou, the 2 mutated zombies posing the greatest threat to our base have been dealt with, and we are immensely grateful for your contributions. However, the relentless tide of zombies outside continues to blockade our entrance. This is not a sustainable solution. I wonder if Xiaoli from the first line has briefed you on our subsequent arrangements? Yunzhou nodded, indicating his understanding. What is it that you require of me? Seeing him agree, Jiang Qiming smiled warmly and led him to the wall, where he outlined their plans. Chapter 88. The Flame of Hope. The overarching plan remains to utilize the armored bus stationed at the entrance as a formidable barrier, preventing the horde of undead from surging towards the gate en masse. Simultaneously, an outward passage will be opened, allowing their soldiers to drive the examination vehicles from within the testing grounds to safety. According to the strategy, these vehicles will be arranged in a staggered formation, maximizing their ability to divert and gradually eliminate the relentless swarm of zombies. Observations have revealed that the majority of ordinary zombies have yet to evolve the intelligence necessary to scale the rooftops of vehicles. Thus, a car of roughly half a person's height can indeed serve as an effective obstruction. Several vehicles can be placed side by side at the forefront to resist the push of the zombies, while the remaining units will be configured to create various pathways for the soldiers to harvest the zombies at close range. After all, the cacophony of gunfire and the thunderous explosions of grenades are overwhelmingly loud. Each time a batch of zombies is eradicated, another wave is invariably attracted, rendering the task seemingly endless. Compounding their predicament is the dwindling supply of ammunition. In this post-apocalyptic era, there are no munitions factories capable of providing a constant supply. Thus, the task assigned to Yunzhou is to lead the school's veterans and male students, utilizing the weaponry they brought from school to combat the horde, thereby clearing a sufficient path for the bus to maneuver. For Yunzhou, this task poses little challenge, as it is merely a matter of dispatching zombies. However, he harbors uncertainties about leading his fellow students into the fray. While he has no qualms about engaging in combat, especially with a few trusted companions, he questions whether the group in the camp will heed his command. After all, not everyone possesses his fearless disposition towards the undead, treating the slaughter of zombies as a mere game. To ordinary individuals, zombies are terrifying and lethal, and battling them at the front line entails constant peril. The primary objective for all who have arrived here is survival. Persuading them to follow him into battle against the zombies may prove to be a formidable task. Haha, you may be underestimating your standing in their eyes, Jiang Qiming remarked with a chuckle, patting Yunzhou on the shoulder. Yunzhou was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering how he had attained such stature. Was there something he was unaware of that had transpired within the camp? Yet, no matter how he inquired, Jiang Qiming offered no further explanation, merely instructing him to prepare outside. Confounded, Yunzhou nodded and reminded him to keep an eye out for the 2 girls before descending the stairs. With a peculiar sniper rifle that required no reloading, exceptional combat skills, and a body resilient enough to withstand explosive blasts, Yunzhou had dispatched 2 mutated zombies with perplexing agility. Jiang Qiming observed Yunzhou's retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips as he muttered under his breath, audible only to himself, "What other secrets do you conceal, little one?" Undoubtedly, These often overlooked details had not escaped Jiang Qingming's notice, yet he chose to remain silent, quietly observing while ensuring the overall situation remained unaffected. Taking a deep breath, he issued further commands. Now, let us build momentum for our young hero, inspiring the survivors to reignite their fighting spirit through his deeds of valor that have saved our camp twice. We cannot protect them with our meager numbers alone. A soldier responsible for public relations nodded and proceeded downstairs. In the face of despair in this apocalyptic world, a single pillar of hope can reignite the will to live for many. Jiang Qingming pressed his palms against the wall, gazing at the throng of students eagerly volunteering to support the front line, and he sighed with profound insight. When Yunzhou, towering at 6 feet tall and wielding a strikingly large guandao nearly 2 meters long, reappeared, he astonished Captain Li and Su Wenqing, as well as Xie Jingjie, who had been anxiously awaiting his return. Wow, brother, where did you find that massive guandao? It looks quite heavy. This, Yunzhou replied casually. I was a bit bored while descending to the 4th floor, wandered around, and found it tucked away in a corner. It must belong to that group. It seemed nice. So I took it. He did not wish to elaborate further, offering a vague excuse. Those unfamiliar with the situation nodded in a daze, while only Captain Li, representing the military, voiced his skepticism with a quiet murmur. The 4th floor? He recalled that even when those individuals entered the camp, they had undergone strict screening, and he did not remember such a formidable weapon being concealed among them. However, before he could ponder further, Yunzhou's words drew his attention. In any case, the arrangements above are as follows. Let us get moving. We need to clear the zombies within a 5-meter radius. If we can indeed summon more people from the school as well as other survivors, we can establish a route outward. With that, he brandished the guandao, which had granted him an additional 80 points in stamina and 70 points in strength, and strode outside. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Indeed, the reality mirrored his sentiment. With the guandao in hand, Yunzhou charged into the horde of zombies as a wolf among sheep. With every sweeping motion, several zombie heads soared through the air. The heavy and razor-sharp blade, whether swung horizontally or vertically, sliced through the undead as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, leaving behind severed limbs that bled slowly, delayed by several seconds. Utilizing the guandao, Yunzhou and Apos' attack range expanded beyond that of the large blade, creating a circumference of nearly 5 feet around him. Should he grasp the handle's end, his reach could extend to nearly 10 feet. Following closely behind, Su Wenqing and the others found themselves compelled to maintain a distance of 3 meters, wielding chainsaws to eliminate the remaining zombies. The other soldiers within the defensive line watched in awe as he mowed down wave after wave of the undead, igniting a fervor within them. Coupled with the recent orders received, they began firing frantically at the zombies further afield, striving to alleviate the pressure on Yunzhou and his group. Do not underestimate us women, Xie Jingjie exclaimed, having successfully swapped her pole weapon for the guandao Yunzhou frequently used, transforming into a fierce huntress in her own right, assisting in the slaughter of zombies as best she could. Observing the 5 of them engaged in relentless combat against the undead, some soldiers could no longer contain themselves and began to report. I have exhausted my ammunition. I request permission to join the fray alongside Yunzhou. Report. The same goes for me. Captain, I also request to join them. The soldiers who had remained hidden behind Yunzhou felt as though a weight had been lodged in their chests. All they desired was to step forward and fight alongside him rather than cower in fear. Captain Li cast a glance at them before turning his gaze toward Yunzhou. Are you sure you can be of assistance down there? What followed was a display of ferocity. Armed with the guandao, Yunzhou resembled a character from a video game, swinging his weapon with grandiose vigor. After each movement, a zombie's head or limb would inevitably be sent soaring. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies ahead, nothing could impede his relentless advance. Before the onlookers, only the raw, unadulterated beauty of violence was on display. Captain Li and Apos' words momentarily silenced those who had expressed their desire to join the fray, yet soon, a voice rang out. Even if it means death, we will die fighting in the front lines. This rallying cry ignited the spirits of all present. Captain Li pondered for a moment before ceasing his objections, and with a sweeping gesture, he acquiesced, saying, Then let it be as you wish. Remember to return safely. Upon receiving his approval, the soldiers tasked with loading ammunition or discharging their rounds swiftly affixed bayonets and charged forward. At this juncture, Yunzhou was consumed by a fervor for battle. He sensed an influx of individuals behind him, yet as the spearhead of the charge, he found himself ensnared amidst a throng of corpses, unable to regard much else. Suddenly, a hulking zombie broke through the mass, lunging toward him. Yunzhou and Apos' expression sharpened as he gripped his broadsword firmly and struck with force. What should have been a certain blow was narrowly evaded, and the zombie retaliated with a powerful fist aimed directly at him. In that critical moment, when his previous strength had waned and new vigor had yet to arise, Yunzhou, who had been vigilant of his plight, leapt into action. With both hands gripping her large blade, she intercepted the zombie and Apos' assault. The two exchanged a glance, words unnecessary, as they nodded in silent understanding before launching a joint assault on the abomination. Witnessing this, Su Wenqing and the other soldiers converged, encircling the seemingly mutated zombie, thereby exerting considerable pressure upon it. Yunzhou seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air. His broadsword, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, descended with devastating force, ultimately severing the creature and Apos' head from its body. This scene was but one of many. The camaraderie displayed by the group was as if they had been coordinating for an eternity. Each individual was a trusted ally to the others, fully confident in entrusting their backs to one another. In that moment, the battlefield outside the first line was awash with the mingling sounds of bloodshed and furious roars. Chapter 89. The unremarkable breakthrough of the four dimensions. Ah, damn monster, perish with me. Li Xiang. No. Boom. The apocalypse is ultimately not a game. It is stark and merciless reality. With barely 20 individuals confronting thousands of zombies, it is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Some soldiers, ensnared too deeply in the mire, fell prey to the relentless horde of zombies, either being brutally devoured or heroically sacrificing themselves. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Yunzhou, whose physical prowess surpasses all. Wielding a massive blade with the ease of a gamer mowing down foes in a virtual field, no one is permitted to act alone. Groups of 3 or more must band together for mutual support. Otherwise, retreat is mandatory. So many zombies are no laughing matter. You are all well aware of the dire consequences should you suffer a scratch or a bite. Be cautious. Yunzhou's eyes, reminiscent of those battered by sandstorms, glowed with a fierce intensity as he shouted. The soldier who chose to sacrifice himself was the first to rush to his side, having previously promised to treat him to a meal once they overcame this challenge, only to have his word shattered. Gripping the Qinglong Yanwei knife tightly, Yunzhou unleashed a fierce roar and swung in a wide arc, sending several heads soaring skyward. Moments later, they transformed into cards, racing towards him. While they struggled to clear the area outside the first line of defense, the remaining ammunition within was dwindling perilously low. A logistics soldier responsible for ammunition approached with a report. Report. The logistics department has less than 2,000 rounds of regular ammunition left. Fewer than 1,000 rounds for the heavy machine guns, and only 214 shells for the howitzers. Major Jiang has ordered that the remaining ammunition be preserved for the final stand or breakout. The logistics soldier's words ignited discontent among the remaining soldiers on the first line of defense. Brother, what are you saying? Do we not dare charge with bayonets against those damned superiors just because we lack ammunition? Exactly. We are not cowards who lose courage without bullets. It's just a matter of using bayonets, and we can fight. Can't you see we already have brothers stepping forward? This line of defense is ours to hold. We will certainly fulfill the mission entrusted to us. Enough. Captain Li, sensing the mounting agitation among his soldiers, bellowed to quell their voices. He understood their emotions stemmed from their comrades still battling the zombies while they contemplated retreating to safety. After attempting to calm them, he turned to the logistics soldier and inquired, "Didn't Team Major Jiang already organize the plan? Are the personnel not ready yet?" Report. The personnel have been organized and are currently distributing weapons. They should emerge in a few minutes. Are you certain you do not wish to rotate? Perhaps take a moment to rest? The logistics soldier, acting from a place of goodwill, recognized that the soldiers on the first line had been engaged in intense combat for an extended period and were likely fatigued both physically and mentally. No need. Our soldiers can still hold their ground. Expedite the organization at the back. The logistics soldier nodded, saluted Captain Li and all soldiers within the first line, and swiftly returned. Receive my blade, cleaving the mountain. With a single stroke, he split a hapless zombie in half. As Yunzhou surveyed the seemingly infinite horde around him, he exhaled deeply, watching as the green cards in the warehouse increased once more. Simultaneously, he allocated all his attribute points. Stamina, 186, 234, 80. Strength, 229, 253, 70. Speed, 174, 210. Mentality, 222, 267. Each attribute point averaged an increase of over 30, with all 4 dimensions surpassing 200 points. Under the additional attributes bestowed by the Qinglong Yingyue knife, both stamina and strength could exceed 300 points. At this juncture, Gu Yunzhou's physique and strength were comparable to skilled practitioners of external martial arts in a low martial world. While the notion of being invulnerable may be an exaggeration, his formidable strength and imposing presence were undeniable. As he utilized the attribute cards, a soothing warmth coursed through his body, and after several deep breaths, he felt his stamina nearly restored. Should he later incorporate inner strength techniques, his capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Gu Yunzhou, with the Qinglong Yingyue knife in hand, stretched his shoulders, patted Su Wenqing, who had been guarding him with a chainsaw, and charged once more into the endless throng of zombies, initiating a new round of relentless combat. For ordinary individuals, this might evoke terror. For him, it is the very foundation of his future team and his own potential. The more cards he amassed now, the greater his power would become. The white attribute cards had approached 400. Yet he remained uncertain about Lin Wanru and her group's current activities. They had driven to this location but had not revealed their whereabouts. Upon reflection, even if they could not reach him via radio, Lin Qinin still possessed 2 drones, which surely should have observed him charging through the zombie horde. Especially against that conspicuously mutated zombie, they should at least be aware that he was safe. What a chaotic situation. Once this ordeal passes, he would ensure he properly reprimanded the disobedient Lin Wanru that evening. In the open space of the camp, a large group of volunteers had gathered, comprising students from Qingqing University and survivors from nearby townships. Upon hearing the announcement, they willingly joined the mission crucial for the survival of the entire camp. The original students reclaimed the weapons they had previously utilized against the zombies, such as makeshift rods. Meanwhile, the other survivors wielded an assortment of weaponry. Some brandished large kitchen knives, while others simply brandished mob handles. Even when compared to the soldiers, they appeared as a ragtag militia. Yet, they resolutely joined the ranks. This camp had little in terms of usable resources. At most, a few savvy individuals could locate the maintenance point and acquire some hefty wrenches. The vehicle registration office was primarily stocked with exam vehicles, which, while operable, were of limited utility. Considering various factors, this motley crew, verging on a death squad, was organized into 3 tiers. The foremost tier comprised soldiers armed with long guns and bayonets. The second tier consisted of experienced university students with superior equipment. The third tier was a temporary assembly of remaining survivors. Initially, the arrangement displeased the survivors, predominantly middle-aged men who, by age, were akin to the uncles of the university students. They felt their maturity warranted a role in the more perilous second tier, wishing to reserve hope for survival for the younger generation. However, the students categorically refused, insisting that they were not in need of protection and could take responsibility for their own decisions. Captain Liu, the commander of the second line of defense, saluted them and then turned, gripping tightly onto his bayonet rifle. He gazed ahead towards the exit and proclaimed loudly, "Let us embark." Chapter 90. All is going smoothly. Kill. 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 In the midst of a veritable sea of corpses, Gu Yunzhou and his companions moved with the relentless efficiency of tireless machines, cleaving and slashing as they continuously cleared the unending tide of zombies. Yet, amid the chaos, only Gu Yunzhou remained in the fray. As Su Wenqing and the others exhausted their chainsaw fuel without a means to replenish it, the once formidable tool became merely a burden, casting the chainsaw into the horde. Gu Yunzhou retrieved a large wrench he had salvaged from the furniture factory, wielding it alongside his fellow soldiers as they formed a protective formation. However, without their most effective weapon, the group struggled to endure the prolonged conflict, especially with the presence of Xie Jingjie, a girl who had not undergone system enhancements. After merely 5 minutes of slaughtering the undead, Su Wenqing, panting and observing Xie Jingjie and Amp Appo's pale complexion and trembling grip on her sword, called out to Gu Yunzhou, who was at the forefront. "Brother, we've advanced too far. We cannot proceed any further. Let us retreat slightly." Hearing the call, Gu Yunzhou swiftly swept his weapon and turned to assess their situation, immediately running towards them. Noticing that Xie Jingjie was clearly on the verge of collapse, he noted that the soldiers, who had been relying on their bayonets and the remaining ammunition, were also beginning to show signs of fatigue. With just over a dozen of them fighting valiantly, they had barely managed to push forward a little over a meter, having dispatched nearly 1,000 ordinary zombies. Most of these kills were attributed to Gu Yunzhou, for none other could wield their weapons with such lethal precision, severing foes cleanly or reducing them to mere pulp. To effectively combat the zombies, they needed to coordinate. One would need to shield while another struck to obliterate the undead, all the while being wary of potential bites or scratches that could diminish their efficiency. As Yunzhou's group fought and retreated, reinforcements from the camp began to emerge, joining the front line. As they braved their inner fears, clutching various weapons and stepping over a ground littered with shell casings, the stark reality before them left them profoundly shaken. The soldiers at the front, alongside students and other survivors, could only mechanically press forward while casting anxious glances about. The cacophony of metal clattering underfoot, the distant gunfire, and the relentless growls of the approaching horde painted a surreal picture that shattered their previous perceptions. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, and the blackened blood had marred the streets, mingling with flickering flames in the ongoing gunfire, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself, overwhelming their senses. As their minds processed the grim visuals and began to register the noxious odors, those with lesser psychological fortitude felt the urge to vomit. Once ordinary individuals, they had never encountered such horror. Even those who prided themselves on their composure felt their limbs grow numb and their ears buzz, drowning out all but the frantic beating of their hearts. Meanwhile, those with stronger mental resilience, including the soldiers, focused their attention on the most prominent figure amidst the chaos. Yunzhou, brandishing his green dragon crescent blade, moved through the throngs of zombies, creating a tempest of carnage while remaining unscathed. The blade, glinting in the golden light of the setting sun, stood out starkly against the dark mass of the undead, evoking the image of an invincible warrior. Such power was terrifying. Was this truly Yunzhou? While it is often said that heroes are born in times of chaos, this young hero surpassed all expectations, making the rest feel as though they were merely hindrances. To be like Yunzhou, so formidable, truly formidable, they murmured, captivated by his prowess. Did he even require assistance or allies? They yearned to follow him, even if it was merely as his humble aid. Their whispered admiration began to influence the previously paralyzed onlookers, drawing their focus to the so-called god of war, Yunzhou. Witnessing his unstoppable advance, their fear began to wane, and the courage they had lost seemed to be rekindled. On the other side, Yunzhou exerted every ounce of strength to ensure the remaining survivors could safely return to the front line, alternating between cold and hot weapons. He utilized the inferno roar like a shotgun, firing without aiming, while his other hand wielded the green dragon crescent blade to continue the onslaught. Though wielding two long weapons felt somewhat absurd, the efficiency in dispatching zombies was undeniable. He had attempted to use telekinesis to snap the necks of the undead for a more sweeping extermination, but unfortunately, his current strength felt akin to a child's futile effort. He could move them, but not break them. Had it worked, he could have soared into the air and, with a mere glance, commanded the horde to present their vulnerable necks, drawing them into a mass of energy for his own delight. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he relegated this method to a mere novelty. Our hero returns. As Yunzhou and his companions drew near, the crowd began to stir with excitement. Thank you, Gu. Please take a moment to rest. Our team is in place. We will handle the situation from here, Captain Li said, embracing the weary soldiers and the bloodied Yunzhou without a hint of disdain. Though not all had returned, the fact that some had survived was a blessing. Yunzhou awkwardly patted Captain Li on the back, bemused by his emotional display. Cough, cough. Captain Li, we are all men here. Let us remain composed. I must admit, your display is making me somewhat embarrassed. It's a pity about the others. Captain Li shook his head gently, acknowledging the decisions made by those who had fallen. Their survival was the best outcome they could hope for. From noon until nearly dusk, Yunzhou had fought tirelessly against the undead. Regardless of his high attributes, the exhaustion was palpable. He recognized the need for a brief respite and, after greeting his comrades, found a quiet corner with Skejinji at a rest. Meanwhile, under the command of Captain Liu at the second line of defense, the newly emerged team began to advance outward, while the soldiers who refused to rest at the first line began to clear the sandbags, creating space for the vehicles arriving from behind. Chapter 91. To the most beloved person, the warriors of the second line of defense and those who came to assist formed an extensive human barricade. Do not falter, everyone. Our soldiers are at the forefront. Let us drive these damned monsters back. Captain Liu of the second line reassured the crowd while instructing the prearranged soldiers to set up their makeshift barriers and push forward. Initially, they had intended to use bed boards directly, as they did in the camp, but with so many zombies outside, wielding bed boards would be tantamount to inviting death. Therefore, they made simple modifications at the automobile repair base inside, using zip ties and steel wires to add a few steel pipes behind the bed boards, allowing for a safer distance. Although not exceedingly sturdy, it sufficed for an emergency measure, as it was not meant for prolonged use. Charge. The soldiers acting as human shields formed a line, lifting the makeshift reinforced shields and standing at the forefront, pushing back their superiors. Behind them, soldiers armed with long guns were tasked with eliminating the zombies pressed against the boards to alleviate the pressure on the shield bearers. Further back were the students wielding crowbars, responsible for delivering the final blows to the still warm zombies on the ground, ensuring they posed no threat to others. At the rear, laborers cleared the corpses to create a pathway for the vehicles behind. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Within minutes, they had pushed out over 10 meters, and the bus parked at the entrance began to start up, slowly turning around. The 3 heavy machine guns atop the bus remained in position, continuing to fire the last rounds at the horde behind them, easing the strain on the brothers of the second line. As the bus moved aside, the wide entrance of the vehicle management office was revealed once more. Jiang Chiming, standing on the upper floor, observed that they had advanced 30 meters and immediately directed the vehicles inside to proceed. With a click, the bus at the entrance was moved, and everyone set off according to the predetermined positions. Report. Received. Brothers, move out. One by one, the examination vehicles marked with numbers 21, 34, 36, and others started, forming a long, orderly line towards the entrance. In truth, the personnel of the second line had pushed the entire defense outward by over 50 meters. Just a few more meters forward would allow the bus behind them to park in the designated spot, enabling their return, though it was a mere 50 meters. The task was exceptionally arduous. After all, not everyone could execute their duties with the precision of programmed automatons. Inevitably, some would falter and lose their lives here. Whether bitten by a zombie due to a momentary lapse or overwhelmed by the sheer number of approaching zombies, the stakes were high. Everyone, hang in there. We are almost finished. Captain Liu observed the fatigue etched on everyone and Oppo's faces, some even succumbing to fear, and quickly offered words of encouragement. He refrained from employing the merchant and Oppo's rhetoric of persuasion, opting instead for straightforward encouragement to persist a little longer. The gunfire from the bus that had been trailing them had ceased long ago. With no ammunition left, they could only watch anxiously, powerless to assist. The only one who could still lend a hand was Yunzhou, who had rested and caught up, now perched atop the bus. He crouched near the front, diligently aiming and firing at the zombie horde behind. The inferno roar and Oppo's formidable penetration often resulted in remarkable feats, piercing through 1, 2, or even 3 zombies with a single shot. The machine gunners and assistant gunners on the bus and Oppo's roof observed his continuous firing without the need for reloading, their surprise unvoiced. In a world where the zombie apocalypse had inexplicably erupted, what was strange about a sniper who did not require reloading, especially when he was striving to assist them? Meanwhile, the remaining 2 buses from the school, under the direction of the rear personnel, began arranging themselves outside the entrance without obstructing the exit for subsequent vehicles. Sandbags filled the gaps between each vehicle and beneath their chassis. As dusk approached, although nightfall was not imminent, it was crucial to secure these areas before the zombies could infiltrate. The vehicles were interconnected yet left with winding pathways. Those bold enough could stand atop the buses during the day, continuously dispatching zombies along the rooftops, while the more timid could rely on the terrain to eliminate them in the spaces between the buses. The overall arrangement resembled several small islands surrounding the 3 large bus islands, forming a crude yet commendable defensive line. As the armored bus, where Yunzhou was stationed, gradually turned to form a massive barrier across the road, it signified the completion of the second line and Oppo's mission. The filling of gaps at the rear was nearly finished, signaling that it was time for their withdrawal. Upon receiving the news, Captain Liu surveyed the still rampaging horde and the soldiers steadfastly holding the line at the front, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Brothers, our mission is complete. Everyone, begin an orderly retreat. Soldiers will remain last, while the others return around the buses first. The defense team will lower the bedboards at a 1-meter distance from the buses, opening the supports. Every bit counts. Once down, run back as fast as you can. For heaven and Oppo's sake, return safely." "That is an order." "Yes." All the soldiers at the forefront, holding and lifting the bedboards, responded in unison. Their defense had expanded significantly, effectively blocking the road. Those closest to the bus's gap were assured safety, but the soldiers at the farthest end could not claim the same. Although those on the bus could pull them up by hand, there were only 7 of them, including Yunzhou, while many remained below. The rear of the bus had already pressed against the wall, sealing off the road, so to retreat safely to the gap, they would need to run at least 10 meters. However, time was not on their side. The relentless zombies would surge over the bedboards in merely 1 to 2 seconds, and no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the tide of the undead. It was, in essence, a nearly fatal predicament. Of course, when they volunteered for the perilous defense team, they had already prepared for such an outcome. Brothers, when the time comes, run with all your might towards the gap. I will buy you time. One soldier positioned in the middle of the defense team spoke, his stamina inferior to that of his comrades, and he now felt the fatigue in his arms and legs. Each had brought along 2 grenades for self-defense or for an act of bravery. Clearly, he intended to sacrifice himself to save more of his fellow warriors. Yet, how could comrades who had shared life and death for so long allow him to do so? A soldier at the outermost edge shouted, "Qinxing, calm down. I'm not panicking at the front. Why are you in such a rush from the middle? If anyone should go, it should be me. Indeed, when the time comes, everyone shall run with all their might. It is not yet that moment to utter such disheartening words. Are you feeling feeble? Despite my urging you to exercise regularly, you still contemplate taking the easy way out. Should you find yourself lacking in strength, simply declare that we shall carry you back." A teasing voice resonated, causing the valiant Qinxing to flush with embarrassment. Even in his exhaustion, he felt compelled to retort, "Get lost, you wretched creature." Haha. Chapter 92 Apologies. But the subsequent content requires a paid subscription to view. Listening to the warriors finding joy amidst their struggles, Yunzhou Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but smile slightly, sheathing his fiery weapon. The flame demon roar, and picking up the green dragon crescent blade that had been resting beside him. How could he miss this opportunity? These were his cards. And if he did not seize the moment to accumulate points, who knew when he would have the chance again? With the astonished gazes of the onlookers upon him, he leaped from the top of the vehicle, vaulting over the soldiers of the defense team and landing amidst the horde of corpses. He cleaved through an unfortunate zombie, and with a swift turn, executed a grand spiral, clearing a circle with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Before the soldiers could react or voice their concerns, Yunzhou's voice resonated among the undead. "Do not worry about me. Everyone retreat according to plan. I am confident I can escape." Damn it. This reckless youth always seeks danger. Everyone, carry on with the original plan. The faster you retreat, the safer Gu will be. As Captain Liu observed the second line of defense had successfully retreated, he realized Yunzhou was buying time for the others. Though he scolded him vehemently, deep down, he was exceedingly worried. Without hesitation, he loudly commanded the defense team soldiers to prepare the stretchers for retreat. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers of the defense team gritted their teeth and rushed in to rescue Gu, but as per the plan, they quickly stabilized the stretchers, forming a rudimentary wooden barrier, and then withdrew in an orderly manner towards the gap. Like a warrior unleashed, Yunzhou wreaked havoc among the zombies, and seizing the right moment, he executed a sweeping blow that cleared a substantial area of obstructing undead. Leveraging his extraordinary physical prowess, he sprang onto the triangular support of the wooden board. The cards that flew towards him, under his telekinetic control, formed magnificent wings, enabling him to leap onto the roof of the bus. What the hell? Incredible! On the bus, the soldiers manning the machine guns watched him soar through the air, as if in a cinematic spectacle, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Although they could not see the radiant wings behind him, they instinctively praised him with admiration. At this moment, the 3 heavy machine guns atop the bus had been dismantled, and it was time to retreat while the zombies mindlessly pushed against the makeshift wooden barrier. A few soldiers briefly expressed their shock and then swiftly descended the makeshift rope ladder beside the bus, moving quickly to the rear. Yunzhou leaped onto the roof of a smaller vehicle, running along the connected rooftops, each step creating a small dent. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, vehicles were of little value. Otherwise, the series of dents could have cost him a fortune. After all, he had previously been just a struggling university student living on a meager allowance. As Yunzhou returned, both the soldiers from the first line of defense, who had fought alongside him, and the soldiers from the second line of defense, who had just retreated, stood at attention and saluted him. Regardless of the extraordinary feats he had accomplished, from battling mutated zombies to pushing through the horde and ultimately covering the retreat of his comrades, each event was etched in their minds. He was now the hero of their camp, and this salute was well-deserved. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Yunzhou had been engaged in relentless combat. No one could recall how many zombies he had slain during the 3 hours of fighting. For each time he returned, he appeared as a harbinger of death, drenched in the dark blood of the undead. Though he was grimy and his weapon stained with gore, the admiration and respect from everyone were genuine. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but it quickly became a chain reaction. As they watched Yunzhou approach, the clapping grew louder. Hero. Yunzhou, you are our hero. Welcome back safely, hero. Yunzhou, you are truly remarkable. Do you have a girlfriend? I have a sister who is stunning, a campus belle. Get lost. As if she would be interested in you. What do you think of me, Yunzhou? I am gentle and kind, understanding and caring. Upon glancing at the affable older sister, Yunzhou cleared his throat, caught off guard by her flirtation, and raised his hand for silence as the applause continued. Once they quieted down, he spoke loudly. Everyone, first and foremost, I am not a hero. The true heroes are those soldiers in military uniforms standing beside you, who have constantly safeguarded you. I merely ride on their coattails. As soon as Yunzhou finished speaking, the soldiers protested, asserting they had only provided distant cover and could not be compared to Yunzhou, who had faced death repeatedly. Before they could voice their objections, Yunzhou continued. All right, everyone. Let us not forget that zombies have sensitive hearing. The more noise we make, the more likely we are to attract more of them. Furthermore, we are not yet truly safe. There are still tens of thousands of zombies awaiting us outside. Let us address those matters after we navigate this crisis, shall we? Indeed, upon hearing his words, the crowd gradually calmed down. They were not yet truly safe. Although a defense line had been established, they had inadvertently become trapped. They needed to eliminate the zombies surrounding the camp before they could truly feel secure. Due to the limited space within the defense line, Captain Liu began reassuring the crowd while instructing them to return to the camp for a brief rest, leaving the exterior guard to the soldiers of the first and second lines. They also needed to fill the gaps between the vehicles with sandbags to prevent any unfortunate incidents from the zombies seizing their ankles and causing panic. Initially intending to assist further and perhaps accumulate more cards, Yunzhou was intercepted by Captains Li and Liu. Enough, Gu. You have helped us plenty already. Go rest for a while. You make us soldiers seem inept. Indeed. Just look at you, covered in blood. We specifically reported to Major Jiang to have a clean, luxurious room on the 4th floor prepared for you. It's dark now, so go clean up, rest, and eat something. Yunzhou, peering through the gap between them, caught sight of a cute zombie breaking through the makeshift wooden wall and appearing among the vehicles, and he reluctantly replied, but enough with the buts and oppos. Just listen. Rest easy, we will handle the outside, they insisted, pulling him through the entrance, with Xie Jingjie continuously urging him as well. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and retreated to rest for a while. 2 soldiers escorted him upstairs to a 4th-floor office equipped with hot water and a bathroom. The environment was pristine, significantly better than the tents where others resided. After delivering him to the door, the soldiers, their eyes filled with admiration, saluted and departed. After leisurely wandering around for a couple of rounds, I felt a sticky sensation enveloping my body, which was rather uncomfortable. Intending to take a shower and don a fresh set of clothes, I noticed Xie Jingjie, the class monitor, still lingering in the room. Her complexion slightly flushed as she fidgeted with her fingers. Curiously, I inquired, so, the illustrious beauty, Xie, do you wish to witness my bathing? Such sculpted abs are not for public viewing, you know. Chapter 93, A Desire to Stay. The camera momentarily shifts away from the leisurely interactions between Mimi and Yunzhou with Xie Jingjie, redirecting the focus to Jiang Qiming. As dusk gradually descends, precautions are taken to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The solar-powered floodlights are set up to deter the encroaching zombies. Tonight, a rotation of guards will be stationed outside the perimeter to ensure that the undead do not breach the defenses. The aim is to rely primarily on cold weapons, assessing whether the outermost zombies might disperse. How much food remains within the camp? Given the current situation, it seems we must brace ourselves for at least 2 days of confinement. Will our supplies suffice to meet our consumption needs? The reconnaissance team has been scouring for the whereabouts of the 2 girls mentioned by Yunzhou for the entirety of the afternoon. As the camp and Oppos, as chief officer, Jiang Qiming finds himself burdened with numerous responsibilities. After ensuring the camp's basic safety, he issues further directives. He is keen to ascertain the overall condition within the camp. The recorder, having noted the tasks at hand, begins to report on matters of interest. Report. The security precautions for the camp perimeter will be arranged shortly. Food supplies were replenished just 2 days ago and are considered adequate. We can sustain ourselves for 3 to 4 days without issue. Although it may consist primarily of dry rations, which are not as palatable, Blast it. As long as we can fill our bellies, who cares about taste? Indeed. In summary, the food supply is sufficient, but the reconnaissance team has reported a rather peculiar situation that requires your personal attention. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingming's brow furrows in concern. What circumstance could warrant his direct involvement? He then follows the recorder to the reconnaissance unit. The drone operator, responsible for the search, promptly hands over the visual data captured that afternoon. Jiang Qingming gazes at the images displayed on the device, his expression tightening in disbelief. He then returns the device to the operator, instructing, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone else for now. It is for your knowledge alone." The operator salutes and acknowledges the command, carefully stowing the tablet back into its black case. With a grave demeanor, Jiang Qingming returns to the main conference room. Standing before a whiteboard in contemplation before finally addressing the recorder, once Yunzhou has rested, summon him. The recorder nods in understanding. After a brief pause, noticing Jiang Qingming lost in thought, he quietly departs. It is not until the radio crackles to life, with the clear, articulate voice of a female announcer resonating through the air, that he is drawn back to reality. To all survivors tuning into this channel, I am your host, Yunzhou. Today marks the 18th day since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. In this brief span of half a month, we cannot fathom how many of our compatriots remain alive. The rapid onset and ferocity of this zombie crisis have taken us all by surprise. Although the military promptly dispatched rescue teams and established defensive bases, numerous unforeseen complications have arisen. Just yesterday, we received reports from the Yangshan base in the capital, where they faced a horde of over 100,000 zombies, accompanied by several mutated specimens. Fortunately, with the military and Oppo's formidable firepower and the precise efforts of martial arts experts, they narrowly managed to fend off the assault. Experts suggest that this apocalypse has not merely unleashed an endless tide of zombies. It appears to harbor an inexplicable energy intertwined within. The precise cause remains elusive. Yet ancient martial practitioners have noted a remarkable enhancement in their physical capabilities, as if the chains that once bound them are now loosening. This is indeed exhilarating news. Yet experts caution that such phenomena pertain to seasoned martial artists. Others should refrain from naively assuming invincibility from mere tricks learned in unknown dojos. As for whether we will witness the emergence of supernatural beings or awakened individuals, that remains to be seen. We hope those who awaken special abilities amid this calamity will trust in the military and the nation, willingly reporting to military bases to combat this apocalyptic disaster alongside our country. After conveying the primary information, the broadcast shifts to updates on the establishment of various bases, urging nearby survivors to head to the closest sanctuary. Jiang Qingming, upon absorbing this information, finds little reason to worry about the capital's base falling to a mere horde of 100,000. The military's arsenal and talent far surpass their own, rendering such an occurrence improbable. His focus lies instead on the mention of ancient martial practitioners and the potential for awakened abilities, particularly the implication of mutated zombies capable of commanding ordinary undead. He had not initially grasped this connection, but the video he had viewed moments prior compelled him to acknowledge its veracity. The capital boasts numerous universities, research institutions, and the largest military district, replete with martial arts scholars, ensuring their safety is not in question. Yet, they are merely a small outpost, and without Yunzhou's presence, it is likely that the broadcast would have reported yet another base overrun by the horde. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Qingming paces the room, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. I wish to stay, but it is beyond my grasp. He strides to the window, observing the solar floodlights illuminating the entrance, and murmurs to himself, "Why must my daughter travel so far for her education? How splendid it would be for her to remain here in Qiqing." Alas. Divider, so, after all this, are you going out or not? If not, I may as well strip. Yunzhou has now shed his jacket, soaked in zombie blood, leaving him in only military trousers and a black vest, exuding an abundance of masculine energy. Xie Jingjie, covering her eyes yet peeking through her fingers, feels her cheeks flush with heat, nearly boiling over. With a huff, she retorts, "Go to hell. Who told you to change clothes out here? Don't you know to use the restroom for that? You nuisance. I'm staying right here. What are you going to do about it?" Initially, witnessing the closeness between him and the two girls at school had led her to consider giving up. However, it now seems she may not be without hope. Through the narrow gap between her fingers, she gazes at Yunzhou and Oppo's well-defined muscles, unable to resist stealing another glance. TSK, TSK, TSK. If only I had acted decisively at the beginning of the semester instead of dreaming of sweet romances. With a physique like that, this lean build is simply captivating, far more pleasing to the eye than those hulking gym-goers. Chapter 94, Moments of Ease. I will go get something to eat. You wash up quickly, okay? Although she yearned for something to happen. The girl's modesty compelled her to cover her flushed face and flee the room when Yunzhou placed his hand on his waistband. Humph, you rogue, scoundrel, jerk. As she closed the door behind her, she couldn't help but huff lightly, leaving behind a cryptic remark before making her way to the kitchen on the 4th floor. Inside the room, Yunzhou, observing the closed door, whistled cheerfully before picking up a clean towel and striding into the bathroom. As for the change of clothes, with the newly issued supply card, he thought to himself, Mom need no longer worry about me lacking clothing when I'm out. He pondered whether he might acquire a card for female uniforms in the future. While outfits could be found outside, they might not fit well. The outfit he had previously worn, now stained and dried with zombie blood, was discarded into the trash without a second thought. He turned on the shower head and indulged in a long-awaited hot shower. When the bathroom door swung open once again, Yunzhou emerged, still looking strikingly handsome, towel in hand. As he sat down on the sofa, feeling a pang of hunger, just as he was about to consider a snack, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The newcomer, upon seeing Yunzhou still in the act of drying his hair, couldn't and oppose. He helped but burst into a peal of laughter. Ha! Yunzhou, what an expression you have. You look so silly. Yunzhou and Oppos, gaze fell upon Jinjia, who had changed into a white camisole paired with a gray off-shoulder distress sweater, a white pleated skirt, and a pair of sporty dad shoes. Her long, flawless legs, so strikingly white they were almost blinding, made him swallow hard. She seemed to be holding something in her hands, but that became irrelevant. It was worth noting that he had never seen her in a skirt before, as she usually donned loose jeans or sweatpants. He realized he had previously underestimated her. As Jinjia placed her belongings down, she noticed Yunzhou still with the towel in hand, staring at her in a daze, and couldn't and Oppos, helped but chuckle with pride. Look at you, so easy to handle. Stepping closer, she twirled around, playfully lifting the hem of her skirt. So, what do you think? Do I look good? Why yes, cough. Your smile is truly beautiful. Like a lovely flower. Yunzhou instinctively began to respond but quickly caught himself, clearing his throat and breaking into song instead. Jinjia had prepared herself for compliments, yet was taken aback when he abruptly shifted to playful antics, prompting her to instinctively pinch his ear. Ouch. Wait. What are you doing? Ha. As laughter and playful banter filled the air, Su Wenqing and his companions, stealthily peeking in from outside, stifled their giggles. Ah, youth. Brother, you really look rather lewd when you smile. A sinister voice slipped through Su Wenqing and Oppos' teeth. Are you itching for trouble too? After a playful exchange, Yunzhou sat upright on the sofa, adopting a posture reminiscent of a diligent student, while Jinjia, with the poise of a gracious hostess, welcomed Su Wenqing and his friends to eat. Come. This is military-approved self-heating food, quite different from what you find outside. It's delicious, something we rarely get to enjoy. So eat heartily. Su Wenqing and his friends eyed the self-heating rice and several enticing boxes of braised pork, yellow braised chicken, and oil-braised eggplant, nodding in agreement as they sampled a bite. This is the taste. All right, enough with the theatrics. Who are you trying to impress? Hurry up and eat. Jinjia rolled her eyes at Yunzhou, who still feigned a victimized expression, nudging him playfully with her shoulder. With that nudge, Yunzhou and Oppos' sfaade crumbled, and he laughed as he joined in the hearty meal without further antics, engaging in light conversation. Given the circumstances, it was evident they would not be leaving the camp that night. The outside was likely overrun by zombies. The pressing concern remained the mysteriously modified Tank 300 and the whereabouts of Lin Wanru. Yet, in light of the current atmosphere, the men wisely refrained from discussing these matters, instead speculating on when the zombies outside might be cleared. If all went well, they anticipated the zombies could be dealt with by the afternoon or the day after. However, if the task included clearing out the corpses, that would require an additional day and a half. Should they also assist the military district, the timeline might extend even further. Su Wenqing estimated the timing. The military district is already stretched thin, and ammunition has been significantly depleted. Whether they require our assistance is uncertain. Let Oppos stay flexible and assess the situation. Yunzhou mumbled through a mouthful of yellow braised chicken, a hint of unease gnawing at him. He recalled that, according to his memory, their Shuden and Oppos to have been only 2 mutated zombies. The orchestrator of the zombie horde was certainly not just the 2 he had seen. He was missing the zombie king encountered at the school. It was alarming that it could conceal itself and send its minions to the forefront, showcasing the stark difference between intelligence and brute force, a true threat to humanity. Just as they were finishing their meal, a soldier gently knocked on the door, saluting them. Yunzhou, Major Jiang requests you to come to the 5th floor after you've rested. He has some matters to discuss with you. Yunzhou wiped his mouth and stood, inviting the soldier to join their meal, but the soldier shook his head in refusal. Did Uncle Jiang mention what he wanted to talk about? Upon hearing Yunzhou and Appo's address, the soldier appeared momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, indicating he was uncertain. Yunzhou could only thank him, and the soldier nodded before departing. Chapter 95, Found them, but... Haraha. Uncle Jiang, it's been a while. Did you call me for something? Yunzhou, having satisfied his hunger, interjected casually before ascending the stairs to seek out Jiang Qingming. Surely, he had received news about Lin Wanru and the others. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to come up just to chat. Jiang Qingming was taken aback by Yunzhou's familiarity, his intended words caught in his throat, unable to escape. In the end, he could only helplessly gesture with a smile. Shaking his head. I don't and Appos, to even know how to respond to you. You lack a sense of decorum, belonging to the category of naturally charismatic individuals. Yunzhou took no offense to this remark. He considered it a manifestation of his personality. Were it not for the formidable confidence bestowed upon him by his prowess, he would never dare to engage so freely with a military major. With a feigned bashfulness, he asked nonchalantly, So, you called me up for a reason? I wish for you to remain here as the hero of this base, to continue safeguarding everyone for the military. However, upon witnessing Yunzhou's playful demeanor, Jiang Qingming refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he adopted a serious tone, stating, I summoned you here to watch a video. But you must promise me that you won't act impulsively afterward. Wait until the outside zombie horde is dealt with before taking any action. You may request anything from us then, but the one request I must insist upon is this. Absolutely no impulsivity. Yunzhou sensed that something was amiss and hesitated before nodding in acknowledgement. Jiang Qingming sighed, retrieved a tablet, opened a video, and presented it to Yunzhou. The first image that met Yunzhou's gaze was that of a drone searching for something. The footage was from the afternoon, but after watching for a while, it merely showed the drone flitting about aimlessly, resembling a headless fly, unable to locate its target. Curiosity compelled him to look up at Jiang Qingming. Without elaborating, Jiang Qingming urged him to continue watching patiently. As the video progressed, the subsequent scenes left Yunzhou utterly astounded. He never expected to encounter the zombie king from his school in such a manner. Earlier that day, he had been worried about where this menace was hiding and what calamity it was plotting, only to discover it had invaded his hometown. In the video, a zombie clad in casual gray sweatpants and a black hooded sweatshirt, its skin pallid and physique emaciated, stood atop a residential building. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on the drone above. Beside it were several mutated zombies of varying builds, clearly distinct from ordinary zombies. Most conspicuous among the horde were Lin Wanru and Lin Qingmin, a pair of girls, one older and one younger, both bound and gagged. Under the drone's high-definition camera, Yunzhou could almost discern a mocking smile forcibly contorting the zombie king and Appo's rigid face as it raised a hand to gesture at the drone in a beckoning manner. The silent words "come here" echoed in his mind. Then it gave a thumbs up, gesturing to the zombies beside it, who relentlessly pursued the 2 girls, leaping from building to building, swiftly retreating into the distance. Witnessing such provocation, Yunzhou clenched his fists, oblivious to the pain as his nails dug into his palms. His eyes were glued to the screen, a tempest of fury brewing within him. He endured until the video concluded, forcing himself to remain composed as he rapidly analyzed the precarious situation Lin Wanru and the others faced. The tank that had appeared that afternoon was clearly a deliberate ploy by the zombies, yet he was puzzled as to how the wretched zombie had discovered them. The sole piece of good news was that, for the time being, Lin Wanru and her companion were not in immediate danger. But what was their objective? Was it possible they were retaliating out of rage for his earlier acquisition of 2 of their captains? Had the zombies evolved to possess such cunning? If that were true, humanity was in grave peril, living without the need for sustenance, possessing rationality, intelligence, and emotions. This was an enticing prospect that could lead most individuals to forget the grim fate awaiting them as they transformed into monsters. The allure of immortality had long been a taboo and yearning for humanity, and no one could resist such temptation as their life approached its end. It was worth noting that a mutated female zombie had already demonstrated the ability to speak in the Villa district. It was evident that more such zombies could emerge in the future. Furrowing his brow, Yunzhou focused on his emotions until the video replayed from the beginning. He made a concerted effort to regain his composure, striving to maintain clarity in his judgment as he looked up at Jiang Qingming and inquired, "Where are they headed?" Gutang Middle School. What? Upon hearing this familiar name, Yunzhou abandoned any pretense of rationality. Jiang Qingming, noticing the complex expression on his face, could only feel helpless. The truth was, the zombies were indeed heading toward Gutang Middle School, the very destination Jiang Qingming had invited him to rescue. The drone operator followed the zombies at a high altitude until reaching the maximum flying distance, allowing them to ascertain that their destination was indeed that location. Their behavior was rather peculiar. How could zombies abduct humans while suppressing their predatory instincts? It seemed almost intentional, directing them toward a place of their choosing. If there were any unique circumstances at Gutang Middle School, it could only pertain to Professor Feng. He recalled hearing that Professor Feng, while passing through Qingcheng, had whimsically decided to visit his alma mater. Not wishing to make a fuss, he had dispatched a small special operations team to escort him to his former school for a visit. Unfortunately, on that day, the zombie crisis erupted, and the team had promptly sent out a distress signal. However, due to the multitude of sudden events, the message had been delayed until now. All densely populated areas had suffered the greatest casualties during the zombie outbreak, and even they were uncertain whether Professor Feng had survived. What they didn't know was that the number of zombies there would be no less than in other locations. They might even have to contend with former carefree students transformed into zombies. How's the situation with the outside horde? Will we be able to open an escape route before tomorrow? Is the team prepared for the rescue mission? Despite his efforts to control his emotions, Yunzhou's impatience was palpable. Jiang Qingming recognized his urgency and patiently attempted to soothe him. However, Yunzhou's determination prevailed. When he heard that the outside horde would require at least 2 more days to manage, he simply stated that he would go assist immediately before turning on his heel. Jiang Qingming sighed deeply, then picked up a specialized satellite phone and dialed a number. "Hello? We urgently need a batch of weaponry." "Yes, that's correct. We are currently facing a zombie horde, and our ammunition is nearly depleted. Please arrange for a helicopter to deliver supplies as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, he gazed at Yunzhou, who was already charging outside with a large blade, and sighed once more. What a predicament this is. Chapter 96. The Overlord bow at the entrance. Yunzhou was not merely indulging in a mindless slaughter of the zombies below, but rather channeling his emotions into a calculated endeavor. He was determined to save people, yet he would not do so blindly. His primary objective in vanquishing the undead was to accumulate more attribute cards to enhance his own strength. Only by fortifying his own power would he be able to confront any treacherous plots that might arise. In due time, he could dismantle them with sheer force. However, the others were unaware of his intentions and watched with growing concern as Yunzhou fought with a seemingly frenzied determination. What had happened to him? Why had he transformed into this state upon returning? It appeared as though he was eager to escape swiftly. Su Wenqing pondered aloud. How would I know? It seems no one mentioned the information about that vehicle this afternoon. Yunzhou, Xie Jinjia murmured, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as she observed Yunzhou from afar. Attribute card, green, 1. Resource card, green, 1. Attribute card, white, 1. Skill card, blue, 1. Amidst his fervent onslaught, Yunzhou suddenly heard the sound of a skill card dropping. After effortlessly dispatching a zombie that was barely clinging to life, he collected the 2 white cards it dropped and retreated to a safer location to examine the skill card. Skill card, blue firearms mastery. Upon use, the techniques for handling both long and short firearms will be thoroughly memorized, allowing for precise control. With a sense of satisfaction, he added this commendable skill to his repertoire. Drawing the silver Desert Eagle from his waist, he unleashed a few casual shots like a wandering gunslinger, causing the heads of distant zombies to explode like ripe watermelons. Oh, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. If I could gather 2 sci-fi pistols that don and oppose, require reloading. Becoming a wandering gunslinger would be quite delightful. Just as Yunzhou reveled in his newfound joy, Captain Li's furious voice echoed from the rear of the defense line. Damn it! Who the hell is firing recklessly? Haven't you heard the orders? No shooting allowed? If I catch you, you'll regret it. Yunzhou, unfazed, returned the Desert Eagle to its holster and cleared his throat, pretending as if nothing had transpired. before picking up the Qinglong Yinwen knife to continue his assault on the zombies. Given his current stamina, he could easily fight through the night without issue. However, he was persuaded by the concerned Captain Li and Xie Jingjie to take a short break. They advised that since zombies were most active at night, it would be best not to create too much commotion. Instead, they suggested waiting until the daylight when visibility was better, allowing everyone to act together, which would undoubtedly be more efficient than his solitary efforts. Reluctantly, he returned to the fourth-floor room to wash off the blood and change into a set of athletic wear. He also took a moment to check his current attribute page. Host, Gu Yunzhou Stamina, 259 Strength, 288 Speed, 218 Mentality, 289 Ability, Telekinesis, Level 2 Skills, 8 Blade Break, Basic Pharmacology, Danger Perception, Parkour Proficiency, Fishing Proficiency, Firearms Mastery. Meditation LV2, 189 200, System Warehouse, Function Card, Blue Adrenaline X1. Item Card, Blue Sprinting Shoes X1, Equipment Card, Orange -2 Malawian Quatches Drone, Equipment Card, Blue M14 Carbine. Team Members, Lin Wanru, Lin Qingyin, Team Warehouse 16 slots Food Cards, Steel Balls, Arrows, Crossbows. His strength and mentality were both on the verge of breaking through the 300 mark. After conducting a simple test, he discovered that he could easily lift the 3-seat mahogany sofa above his head, using it as a makeshift barbell, coupled with the Qinglong Yinwen knife, which weighed over 100 pounds. Even if it were to strike someone, it would undoubtedly result in shattered bones. With a bit of technique and momentum, it was conceivable that he could even cleave through something in half. The prowess of the returning spear without a spearhead, as depicted by Stephen Chow, was certainly within reach. At this moment, even a mere wooden stick would become a formidable weapon in Gu Yunzhou and Appo's capable hands, provided it was sturdy enough to withstand his brute force. Additionally, he had a special equipment card that had just dropped today to further test his current strength. Equipment card, Purple Overlord Bow, crafted from black iron using ancient techniques. This superior replica battle bow measures 1.5 m in length, weighs 120 pounds, and boasts a maximum draw weight of 10 stone, approximately 1,100 pounds. Upon retrieving the bow, Gu Yunzhou was taken aback by its impressive length. Fortunately, standing over 1.8 meters tall with an ample wingspan, he was able to manage this bow, which was taller than many small potatoes. Gripping the cool black iron bow, he placed his fingers on the string and attempted to draw it back. Creak. Crackle. With all his might, he could pull the bowstring to a full moon shape, though his arms trembled uncontrollably. For the arrows to fly with accuracy, he could only manage about 3/4 of the draw weight. With a draw weight of 60 pounds per stone, a full 10 stones would equate to approximately 600 pounds of force, an incredibly formidable strength even at 3/4 control. When paired with penetrating alloy arrows, he could treat thin walls of less than 30 centimeters as if they were paper. His mental prowess had matured significantly, akin to a child growing from 2 or 3 years to 5 or 6. He was now able to lift heavier objects and maneuver with greater agility. The lethality of his steel balls and arrows had escalated to around 200 joules, comparable to a small-caliber handgun, while a toy gun and Appo's S1. 8 joules could injure a creature's eye from 1 meter away. His newfound power could rival that of a police-issued 6.4 handgun. Of course, this represented his peak output. Various factors could affect the actual lethality, which might be somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, it was undeniably useful, even if its applications were still somewhat limited. However, the future remained promising. Telekinesis, while a versatile tool, could serve as a devastating weapon against weaker foes when wielded effectively. Whether he could achieve a state of invincibility and monster slaying remained to be seen. The meditation skill, which replenished mental energy, had also progressed through continued use, nearing the breakthrough to level 3 proficiency. In summary, Gu Yunzhou had reached a level of power that surpassed even that of the most formidable individuals in a peaceful era. Even among a sea of talent, he would stand out as a true overlord capable of wielding a bow of ancient craftsmanship. Moreover, with a significant portion of the day remaining for card farming, he anticipated that once his primary attributes surpassed 300, combined with the enhancements from his primary weapon, the Qinglong Yinwen knife, he could achieve even greater breakthroughs. The only regret was that the weapon only conferred its benefits while held. When stored in his backpack, it reverted to being an ordinary large saber. After admiring the cool black iron overlord bow, he returned it to the warehouse, leaned back against the sofa, and gazed at the full moon outside the window. After a moment of calming his thoughts, his eyelids grew heavy, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 97. Clean up or trade the following day. A continuous stream of good news spread throughout the camp. First, the logistics resources from the Qingqing military district had arrived. A transport aircraft, escorted by an armed helicopter, hovered above them, accurately airdropping batch after batch of ammunition. This significantly alleviated the soldiers' anxiety about ammunition shortages. And morale soared as a result. Unfortunately, their captain forbade them from using the ammunition, fearing that the sound of gunfire would attract zombies from other areas. Fortunately, with the formidable Gu Yunzhou leading them, all the zombies that were diverted into their vicinity were rendered helpless, awaiting their demise like lambs to the slaughter. In the areas where corpses accumulated most, the piles nearly reached the height of the handlebars, and dark blood flowed upon the ground, forming a thick layer. Each step forward created a small pit, slick and treacherous. They could only slay the undead while simultaneously clearing the amassed bodies, leaving the bloodstains to be dealt with later. Incinerated in one great fire before being cleaned up. As noon approached, the once overwhelming tide of zombies dwindled to a mere few hundred, which were being chased and hacked up by Gu Yunzhou's squad outside the bus. The remaining corpses were cleared to a broad downwind area, waiting to be neutralized by fire. Otherwise, the sheer number of bodies left unattended would surely invite a plague. With a final shot piercing the skull of the last zombie, its lifeless body collapsing. The camp had finally overcome its most significant crisis. Although the soldiers were exuberant, they restrained their impulses to shout and cheer, exchanging excited fist bumps, shoulder nudges, smiles, and nods instead. The last thing they wanted was to attract another wave of zombies. News of the successful cleanup reached the camp. And even before the soldiers had set out to eliminate the zombies, they had been repeatedly instructed not to celebrate loudly, even if the area was entirely cleared. Yet, some could not contain their emotions, embracing one another and whispering cheers. We survived. We all made it. Haha. We endured the zombie tide. What else could possibly challenge us? The good days ahead are plentiful. Gratitude was directed toward Gu Yunzhou from Qingqing University and their valiant soldiers. Indeed, they are our heroes. A friend assisting outside mentioned that they should prepare to welcome them back. All right, I think that and Oppo's a splendid idea, as excitement grew among the group. The infectious atmosphere swept over those nearby, bustling towards the main gate. Naturally, this situation was quickly noticed by Jiang Qingming and his team in the main building behind the gate, who immediately dispatched personnel to curb the enthusiasm. It was not yet time to celebrate with champagne. Although ammunition had arrived from the military district, the remaining food supplies posed a significant issue. The zombies had been eliminated swiftly, but their food consumption had exceeded expectations, especially given the soldiers and Gu Yunzhou's increased appetites. It was uncertain whether it was true, as the broadcast suggested, that some individuals were experiencing a gradual increase in their physical needs, yet it was evident that their food intake had risen. Nearby, there were no overlooked supermarkets. They would need to venture further afield to procure additional food. Jiang Qiming rubbed his forehead, pondering the incoming reports. The recorder replied after a moment of thought. The local supermarkets were nearly exhausted before the zombie tide. Only those a bit further away remain unsearched. However, there are hardly any survivors nearby. If pressed, we could search residential buildings. There might still be some rice and grains. What good are these scattered supplies? Jiang Qingming scoffed. Our camp has over 1,000 mouths to feed. Searching all day wouldn't provide even one meal. The recorder recognized the folly of his suggestion and fell silent. They could probably sustain themselves for another day. After clearing the external area of corpses, they would arrange for a familiar collection team to venture out. The recorder nodded while jotting down this information. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou returned to his fourth-floor room, cleaned up, changed into fresh clothes, and headed straight to the fifth floor to find Jiang Qingming. After knocking and hearing the invitation to enter, he smiled and stepped inside. Hey, Uncle Jiang, I'm back. Seeing Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's playful grin, Jiang Qiming motioned for him to sit and poured him a glass of water. Why the urgency? They are my friends. They are quite important to me, and the zombies exhibited strange behavior at the school. I must ascertain the situation. Gu Yunzhou replied earnestly before raising an eyebrow and reverting to his casual demeanor. Plus, I can conveniently fulfill your request, can and Oppo's. Ti? Jiang Qingming, observing Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's demeanor, retorted. So if this incident hadn't occurred, you would have merely considered it? Come on, Uncle Jiang, don't nitpick. The ultimate goal remains the same. Jiang Qingming was at a loss for words. Didn't you mention arranging a task force? I heard ammunition has arrived today. How are they preparing? Gu Yunzhou, aware of the urgency, added, If necessary, I can scout ahead. Jiang Chiming, understanding his eagerness, waved his hand dismissively. All right. We're not so inept as to need to send you out immediately. You might not need to eat, but the others certainly do. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Yuzhou scratched his head. Then I'll head down for a bite. When do we depart? Once you finish eating, we'll prepare the vehicle, around 10 and amp, Oppo's clock. I'll let you know. Hurry, go eat something. You're going to devour all our rations. We've only been stuck here for a short while, and we're nearly out of food. I still need to figure out how to source more for the base. Gu Yuzhou chuckled at the first part, but seemed to recall something after the latter. Wait, before they arrived, didn't they bring 2 large trucks of food for trade? With a crafty smile, he turned back, rubbing his hands together. Is the base running low on food? Should last a few more days, right? Jiang Chengming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What? You know where there's food? Hee. Just a little. A tiny bit. Gu Yunzhou grinned like a fox. So, you're not planning to offer it freely? Hee, how could I? Uncle Jiang. How could you say such a thing? It hurts my feelings. Having gotten to know Gu Yuzhou and Amp, Oppo's character through their interactions, Jiang Chengming began to gauge how much food he had stashed away, and thus proceeded to discuss how to persuade him to part with it. Chapter 98. Is there truly hope for US? After a friendly negotiation between the two, Gu Yuzhou managed to exchange a truckload of food for a complete set of tactical gear for their team, which included 3 young women, 7 individuals in total. Rifles, handguns, grenades, and ammunition were all provided. Besides Gu Yunzhou, who was already operating at an extraordinary level, this was undoubtedly a significant enhancement for the group. I assure you, this batch of equipment is granted solely due to your substantial contributions to our base. Otherwise, even in the apocalypse, our firearms prohibition remains strictly enforced, Jiang Chiming remarked, grinning broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth as he could not resist offering a word of caution. Rest assured, Uncle Jiang, I shall utilize these firearms responsibly, Gu Yunzhou replied, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Let us hope so, Jiang Chengming responded, handing him a slip of paper that served as their receipt for the weapons. Once everyone had enjoyed their lunch and prepared, they would collect their firearms and set off. Alongside their rescue team, they planned to bring back the truck filled with food that Gu Yunzhou had promised. While descending for lunch, he shared this plan with them. And upon learning of the opportunity to wield firearms, Su Wenqing and his companions expressed their gratitude profusely. They showered Gu Yunzhou with compliments, drawing from their extensive vocabulary, for they had followed him faithfully for several days. Although they could not be deemed wholeheartedly loyal, they certainly had shown a willingness to comply. Whether it was gathering food or remaining by his side upon reaching the base, they had undertaken various tasks without ever complaining of fatigue. Su Wenqing, being the leader of their trio, demonstrated astuteness in recognizing that while they might not secure a coveted spot in the team, acquiring firearms was a feasible concession. If the opportunity arose in the future to grant them a team position or enhance their capabilities, he would gladly share the spoils. The firearms were standard issue for ordinary soldiers, and the possibility of selecting their own was non-existent. Yet, having anything was better than having nothing. Seeing their praises grow increasingly extravagant, Gu Yunzhou quickly interjected, Hey, my friend, there is no need for such flattery. We are not picky. Even a small handgun would be gratefully accepted. Su Wenqing chuckled, waving his hand dismissively as if to say it mattered little. Very well. We shall take 1 less rifle and 2 more grenades. I shall bear the burden of a small handgun myself. After all, in the urban area, gunfire is the most alluring sound for the undead, Gu Yunzhou replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Su Wenqing ceased his modesty, hastily asserting that it could not be so, fearing he might genuinely be left with only a small handgun, an outcome that would leave him bereft of recourse. However, Gu Yunzhou reminded them, having firearms does not guarantee safety from zombies. Firing a weapon will surely attract more of them, potentially triggering a horde. Therefore, refrain from discharging your weapons unnecessarily. Everyone nodded earnestly, acknowledging their understanding. Thus, amidst laughter, they finished the meal. Once satiated, it was time to depart. After collecting their weapons from the armory, Gu Yunzhou's team had effectively upgraded from a mere bird gun to a cannon, as the equipment was distributed based solely on their current headcount. Originally, Lin Wanru and the other 2 women were to receive rifles, but Gu Yunzhou swapped them for grenades instead. Their backpacks were nearly full, one half with grenades and the other with various ammunition, causing the onlookers to shudder at the sight. It felt akin to carrying a bomb on their backs. Did they not fear death? They then joined the rescue team, which comprised 8 members, led by a robust soldier standing at 175 meters tall, exuding strength and authority, likely the elite of the group. Upon meeting Gu Yunzhou, he proactively saluted, "Lieutenant Gu. I am Ling Feng, the captain of this rescue team. These are my comrades. We shall undertake the forthcoming mission together." Indeed, Gu Yunzhou had assumed the role of a temporary advisor in the military, as only by donning the temporary rank of lieutenant could he justifiably receive firearms before the situation escalated domestically. After the two teams acquainted themselves, they wasted no time and set off, traversing through the vehicles still busy clearing corpses, arriving at the external roadway where they casually selected 2 operational cars. After accommodating everyone, they proceeded to the furniture factory where they had briefly halted earlier to store the food. This was, after all, part of the agreed-upon exchange, and the location was conveniently close, merely a 10-minute drive away. As they turned toward the factory, Gu Yunzhou felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain how Lin Wanru and the others had been captured by the zombies. If it were anything like the situation at the vehicle management base, it could spell disaster. Fortunately, they encountered few zombies or signs of struggle along the way, and upon reaching the factory, the rolling shutter door appeared intact. Upon disembarking, they cautiously surveyed the surroundings, discovering several spent arrows and a downed pink drone nearby. The small door behind the parked tank 300 had been violently breached, the security door severely deformed. Upon entering, they noted some signs of a struggle, yet one side evidently held overwhelming superiority, swiftly overpowering the other. Other than that, no further discoveries were made. Even the 2 trucks laden with food within the factory seemed to have been overlooked, untouched, as they might need to escort the so-called Professor Feng back to their base. Both trucks were entrusted to the accompanying soldiers to drive back. Gu Yuzhou emphasized that if Jiang Qiming desired food from the other truck, the exchange would necessitate more than just firearms. They would need to demonstrate greater sincerity. Gazing at the keys in his hand, the soldier nodded in bewilderment, assuring Gu Yunzhou that he would relay his exact words to Jiang Qiming. Having confirmed that no trace of the 2 women remained in the factory, he could only hope that the horde of zombies had managed to quell their bloodlust and spared them. This led Gu Yunzhou to ponder the intentions of the zombie king that had emerged from the school. What could its purpose be? It felt as though it had fixated on him, even resorting to capturing hostages. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the now desolate Gutang Middle School, transformed into a paradise for the undead, the survivors, trapped on the rooftop, wore pale faces and cracked lips, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Teacher, why has no one come to rescue us? Are we truly destined to perish here, at the mercy of those monsters below?" "Fear not, someone will surely come to our aid," the female teacher reassured her student, casting her gaze toward a group of black-clad figures surrounding a few remaining teachers, engaged in urgent discussion. Chapter 99. Feng Jishu Teacherly, we can no longer afford to wait. The students can scarcely hold on much longer. I understand. But what can we do? With just our small group, escaping this school is simply impossible. It has already been over 10 days, and there has been no sign of rescue. Indeed, fortunately, it hasn't rained these past few days, and being summer, the nights are not excessively cold. Otherwise, we would surely have succumbed by now. I almost wish it would rain. Without water, our endurance is reaching its limits. What are we to do? A group of teachers, their faces etched with concern, gazed at a woman who, despite her slight pallor, could not conceal her striking beauty. This woman was none other than Professor Feng Jishu, the one they had specifically requested be rescued. At approximately 26 or 27 years of age, her accomplishments were nothing short of astonishing. From a young age, she was the epitome of a prodigy, frequently praised by her teachers. While other children were still grappling with basic arithmetic, she was already participating in math competitions for youth. As she grew older, her reputation as a genius only intensified. Victorious in numerous competitions and inundated with scholarships, she excelled in various interests, mastering them all. She was no mere bookworm. Upon graduating from university, she joined a national research project, collaborating with her mentor on a significant topic, where she made substantial contributions, thus paving her path in academia. In just a few short years, she had reached heights that would take others a lifetime to attain. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombie crisis, one might have considered her the protagonist blessed with an academic system. Her presence here was initially meant as a respite from a stalled project, intending to visit her alma mater and reconnect with her former teachers. Little did she know that she would find herself amidst a zombie apocalypse. Originally accompanied by 4 security personnel, 2 were lost in their desperate bid for safety. With no choice but to fight and retreat, they guided the survivors toward the rooftop. Fortunately, The rooftop of the teaching building at Gutting Middle School was cluttered with old desks and chairs, which they utilized to barricade the only two iron doors. Some male teachers carried lighters, and the wooden furniture was perfect for igniting a fire for warmth. Had it not been for the two bodyguards daringly crafting a makeshift rope from rooftop debris to fetch various fire hoses and snacks from classrooms below, they would not have survived thus far. Yet, the classrooms offered only a meager supply of snacks and water. Enduring this for over 10 days was already a feat. If rescue did not arrive soon, the remaining survivors would be trapped atop the building, with only the two bodyguards possessing any hope of escape. After all, their skills were unmatched by ordinary individuals. If they could safely descend to the next floor, the fire escape or air conditioning units could provide a means of escape. Something is happening. Everyone, come quickly. A teacher who had been observing the situation from the rooftop wall suddenly called out softly. A group of people cautiously approached the edge to peer down, witnessing an unusual gathering at the school gate, a horde of figures clad in black hoods, starkly contrasting the other zombies. Although the undead stirred restlessly, they exhibited no overt aggression, merely turning their gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, their eyes widened in disbelief. These newcomers were not merely humans but zombies adorned in black hoods. From their elevated vantage point, it was evident that two girls were encircled by these peculiar zombies. Nearby zombies, drawn by the scent of humanity, attempted to pounce, only to be repelled with swift brutality, their heads crushed or sent flying. This bizarre spectacle left them utterly perplexed. What is happening? Am I seeing this correctly? It appears that the zombies are protecting those two girls. The approaching zombies are being eliminated by the encircling ones. It cannot be. Could it be that this is not merely a viral outbreak but something entirely different? Are they like the supernatural beings from novels or films? Can they control the zombies? If that is the case, could we be saved? Should we call out for help? Wait, something seems off. One of the bodyguards, equipped with a small telescope, observed further and cautioned against calling out. The expressions on those girls' faces are not calm. They are filled with fear. It appears they have been coerced here. At that moment, a mutated zombie, sensing the presence of onlookers on the rooftop, suddenly lifted its head, its crimson gaze sending shivers down their spines. They quickly recoiled. This zombie was actively scanning its surroundings. Panic spread among those who witnessed this. Typically, ordinary zombies only responded to sound. This group exhibited a level of humanity beyond what they had encountered before. The two bodyguards urged the others to refrain from peeking, then cautiously leaned out for another look. With such a formidable horde of zombies appearing on campus, their chances of survival dwindled to near zero. They might even be discovered, sealing their fate atop the building. Having previously mistook the zombies for mere humans, they sought a better vantage point, avoiding any direct exposure. It seemed they had brought the two girls onto a stage. Astonishingly, zombies were arranging chairs and ropes. What were they planning? Kidnapping? A performance? Silence. Listen closely. It seems the zombies inside are becoming restless. Of course, the zombies in the playground have gathered, yet strangely, they are not rushing the stage. The two bodyguards, striving to keep their voices low, exchanged observations of the unfolding scene. Look, there stands an exceptionally unique zombie at the center of the stage. It appears to be directing the others. Beneath them, the zombies were forming a swirling vortex in the playground. The two bodyguards could hardly believe their eyes, exchanging astonished glances and whispering in unison. What? Is this real? Are you certain a zombie is commanding the others? The male teachers, visibly tense, inquired urgently. If this were true, their options were reduced to two. One possibility was that this horde was merely passing through, aiming to expand their ranks for a surge against a military base. The other was that they had been discovered by the zombies below, and under this newfound command, countless undead could assail the feeble iron doors, leading them to join the ranks of the undead. Fear began to seep into their hearts. Yet, Professor Fong observed the scene with keen interest, her eyes gleaming with excitement as if she had stumbled upon a new species, itching to capture a zombie for further study in her laboratory. Perhaps she could develop a vaccine or even discover the key to unlocking humanity's genetic potential. Chapter 100. Discovery of the drone or calling for reinforcements on the ground floor. The zombies with their skulls shattered were intentionally placed there to be captured, while Feng Jinshu meticulously examined their heads for crystal cores or other substances. After all, aside from the initial terror of encountering zombies, one and Oppo's first instinct upon achieving safety was to pry open their skulls, hoping to find something akin to the fantastical elements in novels. Otherwise, hesitating could cost everyone dearly, and the repercussions would ultimately fall upon oneself. Could it be that all the zombies from the school had been summoned to the playground below? observing the scene. Where the playground was teeming with zombies, resembling a slowly swirling black vortex, sent shivers down everyone and Oppos' spines. Fear often stems from the unknown. And maintaining composure becomes exceedingly difficult when one cannot discern the zombies and Oppos' intentions. With so many zombies gathered, one could not ascertain whether the flimsy iron door and scattered desks and chairs would hold. The only reliable weapons they possessed were makeshift wooden spears crafted from collected brooms and mops, and simple wooden shields bound together with rope. The sense of security was gravely lacking. Though it may seem cruel to wish for it, one could not help but hope that the zombies had not discovered their presence. What could they possibly want to do with those two girls? One teacher cautiously peeked out for another glance, leaning against the wall and whispering a response. It appeared they were waiting for someone. Merely binding them to the stage seemed insufficient. It had only been a little over 10 days since the apocalypse began, and the zombies had evolved so rapidly. If they were to successfully transform into another species, what hope would humanity have left? Darwinian evolution, survival of the fittest, indeed. All right, why are you still chatting? Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? After a few soft coughs, the group fell into a contemplative silence. The remaining teachers huddled together with Feng Jishu, discussing their next course of action. With so many zombies congregated, a significant explosion to eliminate them all at once would be nothing short of exhilarating. Currently, the zombies had effectively blocked all exits of the school, especially at the main entrance, where at least 10,000 zombies had gathered. Unlike in games, they lacked the means to call for aerial fire support. Otherwise, if they could eliminate this horde in one fell swoop, it would significantly reduce the number of zombies within at least a kilometer radius. Perhaps it was futile to indulge in such daydreams? They could not even assemble a rudimentary radio, let alone orchestrate an explosion. If only they could obtain materials from a chemistry lab, there might be a glimmer of hope. It had been mentioned before, the laboratory was situated behind the teaching building, requiring passage through a school path, which was impossible to traverse. How else could they have been trapped for so long? As the teachers lamented their predicament, they realized they numbered fewer than 20, while below them lay thousands of zombies. No matter the strategy, they were nearly cornered. Unless a helicopter could arrive to extract them directly from the rooftop, their only option remained to clear out the zombies below. Just as despair began to settle in, distant students seemed to have noticed something, each one lifting their heads to gaze upwards. Teacherly, look, is there a white drone in the sky? Why isn't it flashing red or green lights? Curiosity piqued. Everyone squinted toward the heavens, straining their eyes for a closer look. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, they finally spotted the small white that hidden among the clouds. Due to the distance and lack of discernible flashing lights, they could not ascertain whether it was indeed a drone. Yet, buoyed by the students' and Oppos' unwavering certainty, they hastily arranged the remaining desks and chairs on the ground to form international rescue symbols, waving brightly colored clothing to avoid attracting the zombies and Oppos' attention. Should the drone see them and lower its altitude, there might yet be a chance for survival. Buzzing. Report. Target acquired. And multiple survivors have been located on the school's rooftop. Here is the transmitted video feed. Please advise. Several kilometers away, at a hotel building, the drone operator, alongside the rescue team leader, Ling Feng, reviewed the footage transmitted back. After magnifying the image, they confirmed that the target they sought to rescue was indeed alive, albeit in a precarious situation. Whether it was Professor Feng trapped atop the teaching building or Lin Wanru, who was specifically pinned down on the stage by the Zombie King, both women were unable to escape the watchful gaze of nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies below. Should we return and request helicopter support? Yunzhou suggested, clicking his tongue as he surveyed the tablet. With a total of only 13 individuals, even with each carrying over 200 rounds and dozens of grenades, they found themselves at a loss against the vast horde of zombies. They were not up against mere kidnappers. Any attempt at stealthy rescue could easily escalate into chaos, resulting in a stampede of zombies if things went awry. Setting aside the ordinary zombies, even the 8 mutated zombies, including the Zombie King, presented a formidable challenge. The other 7 mutated zombies appeared newly evolved, distinctly different from the 2 that had attacked their base. It remained uncertain whether they had evolved within the school or joined during their journey, complicating matters further. Were they to face the zombies one by one in a duel? Call for help. We must summon reinforcements, Yunzhou resolutely declared. Even if it meant attracting the attention of ordinary zombies and temporarily stalling a few mutated ones, he could devise a plan to ensure the safety of as many people as possible. Relying solely on their own numbers would only exacerbate the situation, leading to further casualties. If one were to inquire why Yunzhou did not simply boost Lin Wanru and her companions' attributes to facilitate their escape, he would have to confess that it was beyond his capabilities. Upon realizing the two had been captured, he had attempted to augment Lin Wanru and Appos as attributes significantly, hoping she could lead Lin Qingyin to safety. However, the system indicated that he had exceeded the distance limit for attribute enhancement. Attribute enhancement range must not exceed 2 meters, and there must not be any significant obstructions between the two individuals. Thus, he had reluctantly abandoned the option of empowering her for self-rescue. After deliberating together, they unanimously decided to report their situation to the authorities, requesting additional reinforcements while simultaneously lowering the drone and Appos' flight altitude. The drone would deliver a walkie-talkie, along with a small supply of food and water, to Professor Feng and the others for a preliminary assessment of their circumstances. Chapter 101. Saved. But not fully. As the communications soldier began to relay the situation back to the vehicle management base, a small parachute package descended accurately onto the rooftop of the school. All eyes turned to the falling parcel, excitement palpable as the hungry crowd gathered around, eager to discover if it contained any food. Upon opening it, they found merely 5 packs of compressed biscuits, a 250-milliliter bottle of mineral water, and a walkie-talkie. Is this all the food we have? It and Appos' hardly enough to satisfy our hunger. Someone lamented. Indeed, the children have gone without food for several days. Even if we each have a bite, it will only prolong our survival by a short while. Despite their complaints, their hands moved quickly, tearing open the packs of biscuits and breaking them into smaller pieces to share. The bottle of water was carefully set aside. Water was more precious than food, and they could only sip it when absolutely necessary, as they did not know when help would arrive. The bodyguards tasked with protecting Feng Jinshu took possession of the walkie-talkie, turning down the volume to ensure they could hear while checking the signal. Tentatively, they pressed the talk button to inquire if anyone was there. Static, crackle. This is the survivor group from Gutong High School. Is anyone there? Please respond. We are the rescue team from the vehicle management base. What is your current situation? Upon hearing the reply, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances filled with excitement. At last, military personnel were coming to their aid. They hastily responded, "Our situation is dire. Approximately 20 survivors remain, including over 10 students and teachers awaiting rescue. We have been without food and water for several days, and our conditions are poor. You must have seen our plight through the drones. We hope you can deploy drones to assist us. One of our vital researchers is still here." They were acutely aware that sending drones could endanger the 2 innocent girls below, but their primary responsibility was to ensure Feng Jinshu and Appos' safety. Thus, they could only apologize to the girls in advance. The soldier on the other end of the radio paused, glancing at the commander and Yunzhou, who were still communicating with the base, before replying, "All right. We will prioritize the food issue and deploy drones to drop supplies. We are organizing a rescue. Please be patient." Meanwhile, as Yunzhou and the rooftop survivors conspired, the zombie king, seated upon a throne of corpses, seemed to sense something amiss. He beckoned, and a slender, mutated zombie with oversized ears and cone-shaped arms approached, bowing slightly. The zombie king whispered a few commands before nodding, quickly darting outside the school. Choosing the tallest nearby building, he scaled the outer wall with his sharp, conical hands, crouching to listen intently to the surrounding sounds. Simultaneously, other mutated zombies, responding to a specific frequency, spread out around the school. Among them was a butcher zombie, clad in a butcher's outfit, capable of commanding hundreds of zombie dogs. Another, a seductive female zombie in a lace red dress and black stockings, lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. There was also a gnome-like zombie, small yet swift, darting along the walls, seemingly armed with a homemade tube weapon. They formed a blockade around the school, waiting for their prey to fall into their trap. "All right. I will await your arrival. We shall proceed together," Jiang Chiming said after receiving the message, hanging up the satellite phone with a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one was harmed. Yet, he was astonished by the upper echelons and Appos' commitment to the situation, as they demanded full cooperation and dispatched 2 armed helicopters for aerial support. He had thoroughly reported the circumstances they faced, but the higher command insisted on proceeding with the plan, indicating the urgency of the rescue. After a moment of reflection, he instructed the recorder, "Notify everyone. Apart from essential personnel, everyone else is to mobilize. This time, we are going all out. Ensure all weapons are checked and ammunition is ready. No excuses for misfires." "Yes." The recorder saluted and swiftly descended. The scene shifted back to Yunzhou, who, upon hearing the arrangements, could not help but marvel at the efficiency of the state machinery compared to individual strength. They had located the survivors and wasted no time. Even a horde of zombies would not deter them from launching a direct rescue operation. However, he felt a twinge of concern for Lin Wanru and the others. Brother. Su Wenqing hesitated, calling out to Yunzhou. The latter merely waved his hand, silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on Gutting High School, lost in thought. Suddenly, he inquired, how soon can they arrive? Ling Feng paused, then estimated, they should reach us around 6 or 7 in the evening. Their plan is likely to conduct the rescue under the cover of darkness. Yunzhou felt a surge of anger swell within him. So that Professor and Apos' life holds more value than those of his 2 team members? If that and Apos' the case, I will rescue them myself. Lin Wanru and the others were brought out of the school for their safety, yet they have been captured by zombies. Regardless of emotional attachment or resource investment, they must be saved. Thus, the 2 teams temporarily parted ways. Yunzhou addressed Su Wenqing and the others. You heard the military and Apos' stance. Their priority is that professor, showing little regard for the others. We must rely on ourselves to effect the rescue. Idon and Apos, know what you all think, but I am determined to find a way to save them. Consider whether you wish to join me, but be warned, danger is inevitable, and I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, Yunzhou fell silent, leaving Su Wenqing and the others to grapple with their dilemma. Chapter 102, Blade of the Undead Brother. I shall follow you. Let and Apos, go. Brothers, we have survived the tide of corpses. Can we not save a single soul? Indeed, brother. The 3 of us have boarded your ship of thieves, and it will not be so easy to cast us off. We expect your protection in the days to come. Su Wenqing and his companions had little to say, merely reflecting on their journey since encountering Yunzhou. They understood that following him was undoubtedly a wise choice. While others may harbor doubts, they had been by Yunzhou and Apos' side for several days, and failing to notice anything extraordinary would indeed render their eyes useless. From the peculiar sniper rifle that required no reloading to the seemingly unwieldy broadsword, and even the seemingly endless supply of food and ammunition from a backpack that somehow always contained a fresh change of clothes. These phenomena hinted at their brother's identity as an extraordinary individual or awakened one. This was the hallmark of a protagonist endowed with spatial abilities, although they had yet to discover a means to grow stronger. They firmly believed that by remaining faithfully at his side, their day of empowerment would inevitably arrive. It was a gamble, yet they chose to go all in without hesitation. Yunzhou, having offered them the option to leave for the second time, was surprised to find they still wished to accompany him, and his trust in them grew. Therefore, should any valuable gene serum or similar treasure emerge, he would certainly not forget about these 3. Very well, let us embark on this journey. After inventorying the weapons, equipment, and supplies from the system's warehouse, Yunzhou bid farewell to Su Wenqing and the others before parting ways with Ling Feng. Despite Ling Feng's earnest attempts to dissuade them, concerned they might disrupt the military's plans, he could not keep them from leaving. Yunzhou's strength rendered any attempts to detain them futile. Ling Feng could only silently watch them as they made their way toward the Gutang Middle School, subsequently reporting their situation via radio. On the other side, after exiting the residential building, they casually found an unattended vehicle with its keys still inside. After clearing out the zombies within, they set off. Although they knew the mutated zombies that had accompanied the Zombie King had dispersed, they were pleasantly surprised to encounter one almost immediately. Initially, they had wondered why they hadn't come across any ordinary zombies on their journey, only to turn a corner and find a black zombie standing atop the vehicle. An American zombie? Classic. Just the vibe. Su Wenqing exclaimed instinctively as he drove. The trio's abilities could only be deemed above average among ordinary humans, while they could handle scattered common zombies. Dealing with mutated ones posed a considerable challenge. Thus, Yunzhou instructed them to steer clear of the location, seeking a safe spot while he dealt with the obstructive mutated zombie. This particular mutated zombie was unlike any they had encountered before. While others exhibited severe mutations in specific body parts or enhanced size, this one appeared almost indistinguishable from a normal human. The only notable difference was the crescent-shaped bone blade extending from its wrist to elbow, marking it as an assassin-type mutated zombie. Curiously, it stood boldly in the middle of the road atop the vehicle, observing Yunzhou as he withdrew a nearly 1.5-meter-long sword from a backpack that seemed barely capable of holding it. Do not ask why he did not draw his massive halberd. It simply was not practical for this situation. With no other common zombies to hinder him, Yunzhou wasted no time, charging forward with the large sword in hand. The Bone Blade zombie, witnessing Yunzhou's approach, flexed its wrist, clenched its fist, and assumed a forward stance, unleashing an unexpected force from its slight frame. The Bone Blade gleamed menacingly as it soared into the air, leaving a significant dent in the vehicle's roof. "Prepare to taste my blade," Yunzhou declared as he watched the opponent leap gracefully, akin to a spirit leopard, attempting to strike his throat with the Bone Blade. Yunzhou halted his advance, utilizing the momentum to deliver a powerful upward slash. Clang! Despite the Bone Blade's origins in flesh, it produced a metallic clash against Yunzhou's steel sword. The creature, resembling a nimble swallow, landed lightly, adopting a Spider-Man-like crouch while gazing at him with disdain. "How dare you mock me?" Yunzhou was taken aback to witness such scornful provocation from a zombie. Had he wielded his 2-meter-long halberd, he would have cleaved the creature in twain. Unable to harm its upper body, he resolved to target the lower half. Breaking blade 8 strikes, continuous rising willow slash. Firmly gripping the sword, he advanced while delivering successive upward strikes, forcing the zombie to retreat while raising its arms to block. After pushing it back 3 to 4 paces, with its center of gravity noticeably shifting, he executed a final upward strike, swiftly reversing the blade to strike at the exposed knee joint, originally aimed at the abdomen. It was futile. After all, a zombie would feel no pain even if its insides spilled forth. It was far more effective to target the knee. If he could sever its mobility, it would be rendered nearly incapacitated. Regrettably, the zombie performed a roll, evading the blow effortlessly. By the heavens! Have zombies evolved this swiftly? Can they evade attacks now? Have you trained in martial arts? Yunzhou muttered incredulously as he observed the creature dodge his maneuver. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was momentarily distracted, he switched from two-handed to one-handed grip, drawing a silver desert eagle from his waist with a swift turn. Before the creature could react, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The first shot struck true, piercing the center of the zombie's forehead as its pupils dilated in shock. If the creature possessed any capacity for thought, its final realization would surely be, what a breach of martial ethics. How treacherous. To ambush me, this innocent little zombie. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Yunzhou, having emptied the magazine, nonchalantly blew the smoke from the barrel, chuckling derisively at the dark, lifeless zombie that lay before him. Such a feeble creature, truly laughable. Who said I, rely solely on my blade? Chapter 103. The zombie dogs watching the scene unfold from a distance. Mine shuddered and remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Chungu. If I were that zombie, I would surely die with my eyes wide open." With a flick of annoyance, Su Wenxing slapped the back of his head and retorted, "What nonsense? Which head are you referring to? If you're not closing your eyes in death, why not ascend to the heavens instead?" Mine chuckled, rubbing his head. "It was just a reflex, you know? I thought they would engage in a prolonged duel like in martial arts novels, but who knew that in the next moment the big brother would resort to using a gun without any sense of honor?" After a brief silence enveloped the vehicle, Su Wenxing spoke up. "What kind of honor is there in dealing with zombies? The most honorable act is to eliminate the threat swiftly." As the 3 men exchanged banter, Su Wenxing noticed Chen Shizhong gazing intently out the window. Curiosity piqued, he followed his line of sight but saw nothing unusual. "Shizhong, what are you doing? Why do you keep staring outside?" Chen Shizhong, with a strange expression, replied, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like something has been watching us." The hair on the back of my neck is standing up. "Really?" Mine, unnerved by their serious demeanor, tightened his grip on the gun he held and glanced around anxiously. Their journey had been odd. They hadn't seen a single ordinary zombie. Chen Shizhong's warning ignited a sense of dread within them. Were they perhaps the proverbial turtle trapped in a jar? Should they call the big brother back to the car and escape this cursed place first? Let and amp, oppos, let's go. Resolutely, the trio started the vehicle. Just as they were about to call Yunzhou, a sound of something rushing towards them pierced the air. Without hesitation, they withdrew their heads and rolled up the windows. Click. In a precautionary measure, everyone drew their firearms, loading bullets while keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Damn it, the zombie dogs are coming. As they observed the grotesque, decaying forms of the zombie dogs emerging relentlessly from a shadowy corner of a nearby building, Chen Shizhong shouted, "Wait for the right moment to fire, but don't overly rely on firearms. Cold weapons are more reliable for dealing with zombies." The other two swallowed nervously, nodding in understanding. Everything transpired too rapidly. Gu Yunzhou had only just managed to retrieve the cards that had exploded onto the ground when a zombie dog lunged at him with its foul, gaping maw. Roar. With a focused glare, Gu Yunzhou swung his large blade horizontally. Die. The zombie dog, unable to emit even a whimper, was cleaved in two and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Attribute card, green, strength 1. Supply card, green, mark 2 grenade 1. Glancing at the 2 green cards he had obtained, Gu Yunzhou chuckled. A zombie dog dropped a grenade? Was it hiding it in its belly? After dispatching several more zombie dogs, they suddenly altered their strategy, surrounding him without attacking, seemingly intent on restraining him. Bang, bang, bang. Chenggu, step on it. We need to regroup with the big brother. There are just too many zombie dogs in this city. If they faced a relentless tide of zombies like before, their marksmanship would suffice. But now, against the smaller, more agile zombie dogs, their skills seemed inadequate. Hitting 3 out of 10 shots would be considered lucky, and they were merely wasting ammunition. Gu Yunzhou observed the zombie dogs surrounding him, growling but not attacking, and immediately realized something must be directing them nearby. While remaining vigilant against sudden strikes, he scrutinized the surroundings, determined to identify the lurking zombie. After an unsuccessful search, he spotted an approaching vehicle and, with one hand holding his blade, he tossed over 100 steel balls into the air. Then, pinching his fingers together to form a sword gesture, he drew them down sharply, causing the steel balls to accelerate and rain down upon the zombie dogs like a devastating shotgun blast. Thud, thud, a woo. Although the steel balls lacked significant power, resulting only in slight indentations on their flesh, their sheer number ensured that a few struck their eyes or noses. In a frenzy, the zombie dogs lost their formation. Gu Yunzhou seized the opportunity to close in, swiftly eliminating several more of the creatures. Just as Zhang Wenqing and the others arrived in their vehicle. Big brother, get in. Gu Yunzhou nodded, ready to enter the car, when an overwhelming sense of danger halted him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadow darting past and instinctively retreated a considerable distance. With a fierce whoosh, a heavy object hurtled from behind and slammed into the car door, violently forcing it back. The door was severely dented, now ajar, but unable to close. Regaining his composure, Gu Yunzhou was taken aback by what had struck the door, a broken piece of curbed stone. Simultaneously, more and more zombie dogs emerged from every corner, roaring as they charged towards Gu Yunzhou and his companions. Damn it, I knew there would be an ambush. Mine, who had just opened the door, looked in horror at the mangled door and the approaching horde of zombie dogs. Quit wasting time. Stow the handguns and switch to long guns. With that, Zhang Wenqing grabbed a nearby rifle, opened the car door, and took his position beside Gu Yunzhou. They had no choice. They were out in the open on a major road, with no cover in sight. The only potential shelter lay in their small vehicle. Now was not the time to worry about attracting more zombies. Escaping their current predicament was paramount. With a click, they chambered their rounds, aimed, and fired. Gu Yunzhou, revealing no hesitation, transformed his blade into the inferno roar, blasting off the head of a dog with a single shot. The crude crossfire formed by the 4 of them barely held their ground. Molotov cocktail, without a moment's pause. Gu Yunzhou retrieved a supply card, green, high-explosive incendiary grenade, from his warehouse and hurled it into the densest cluster of approaching dogs. Boom. The explosive blast, accompanied by searing flames, rapidly spread, obliterating several zombie dogs while others caught fire from the flammable liquid. As they continued to fend off the onslaught of zombie dogs, a hidden butcher zombie could no longer contain itself and emerged, wielding a massive steel pipe as a warning sign. Roar. Chapter 104. Windy and chaotic, the newly emerged mutated zombie stood nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a towering structure from a distance. Draped over it was what appeared to be an apron designed for a slaughterhouse, and in its hand was a weapon resembling a massive blade, wrapped in tin, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a folded warning sign. This heavy sign felt weightless in its grasp as it swung madly towards Gu Yunzhou. Without hesitation, Gu Yunzhou raised his infernal roar, aiming at the creature's head, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, yet all his shots were deflected. Infuriated upon seeing the weapon riddled with large holes, the zombie roared and, passing by a stainless steel trash bin, crushed it in his hand and hurled it like a stone. Bang, bang, as several bullets redirected the trash bin's trajectory. Gu Yunzhou's infernal roar transformed into a gleaming red scarf-like blade over a meter long. Even amidst peril, Su Wensheng and the others felt a thrill that outweighed their fear, recognizing the extraordinary spectacle before them. With the blade in his left hand, Gu Yunzhou swiftly conjured 3 diamond-shaped knives in his right, flinging them forward towards the mutated zombie. Simultaneously, while maintaining his forward momentum, he crafted a sword gesture with his right hand, using telekinesis to control the knives, which gracefully evaded the zombie's weapon that swung down like a door. The knives arced elegantly through the air, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. At this critical moment, the mutated zombie abruptly shut its eyes and turned its head. One knife nearly grazed its cheek, which it casually plucked away and crushed into a ball of iron, discarding it to the ground. Gripping its massive weapon tightly, it let out an enraged roar and charged at Gu Yunzhou. Roar. Witnessing the mutated zombie charge like a raging bull, Gu Yunzhou unflinchingly exchanged his blade for the Qinglong Yinyuan knife, a savage grin spreading across his face. In a contest of strength, he would not be outmatched. Clang. Sparks flew as the makeshift weapon in the zombie's hand was swiftly sheared off. The weapon flipped and clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Seizing the moment, Gu Yunzhou pulled back, steadied his stance, and lunged forward, aiming the knife's tip at the zombie's skull. Unfortunately, the creature thwarted his attack with the steel pipe, effectively pinning the blade aside. With a gaping maw, the zombie let out a furious roar, swinging the sharpened steel pipe towards Gu Yunzhou's head. Gu Yunzhou nimbly dodged, creating distance as he flipped the Qinglong Yinyuan knife into a defensive position, transforming it into a tall bomb shield, and hurled a grenade in response. Boom. The violent explosion propelled Gu Yunzhou several meters back, while the mutated zombie at the epicenter emerged charred and disheveled, its neck and lower body blackened. Yet unfazed, it tore away the singed apron and, brushing off the debris, charged again wielding the sharpened steel pipe. Simultaneously, the zombie dogs that had been circling them joined the fray, intent on overwhelming Gu Yunzhou with sheer numbers. Armed with the shield, Gu Yunzhou thrust it forward, sending one leaping zombie dog flying, before drawing his desert eagle to finish it off. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, he executed another agile roll, crouching down as the desert eagle fired again, exploding the head of another would-be ambusher. With a swift flick of his hands, he transitioned from shield and pistol to wielding the Qinglong Yinyuan knife, executing a sweeping slash that severed a significant portion of the mutated zombie's steel pipe. The mutated zombie roared in fury at the loss of its weapon, prompting all the zombie dogs to surge forward, simultaneously hurling the now useless steel pipe at Gu Yunzhou. In response, Gu Yunzhou activated his chaotic dance mode, twirling the Qinglong Yinyuan knife with precision, dispatching any approaching dogs and deflecting the flying pipes with ease. Take this. Gu Yunzhou seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful horizontal slash, inflicting a deep wound on the creature's arms. Seizing the moment of distraction, he swiftly retrieved 2 grenades from his storage, biting the pins off before counting down silently. At the last 2.5 seconds, he hurled one directly at the mutated zombie's face while the other, guided by his telekinesis, traced an arc around to its rear, positioning itself at the base of its neck. Oh, crap. Boom. Boom. Having exchanged his bomb shield for cover, Gu Yunzhou braced himself against the waves of explosive force. Peeking out cautiously, he beheld the mutated zombie, though injured, still standing. In its hand, the shield morphed into an enormous bow crafted from mysterious iron. As specialized armor-piercing arrows manifested, drawn back 2/3 and aimed at the dazed creature. Thwack! Whoosh! As soon as he released, the arrow vanished in an instant, only to shatter upon striking the zombie's skull. A dull thud resonated as the arrow embedded itself deep into the driver's side door of a car 50 meters away. With the towering mutated zombie collapsing, the once cohesive pack of zombie dogs scattered in panic, resembling a headless flock. In less than 10 minutes, Gu Yunzhou and his companions cleared the area, leaving only a few stragglers scurrying into the shadows of nearby residential buildings. Let us go. We can't linger here any longer. We must leave at once. The commotion had attracted too much attention, and Gu Yunzhou gathered the scattered carts, stowing them away in his storage. He urged Su Wenqing and the others to hurry into the vehicle. He had no intention of becoming a target for the relentless onslaught of zombies. Time was of the essence. They needed to find a safe place to rest, assess their spoils, and prioritize rescuing others. After navigating away from the tumultuous area, they finally halted in what appeared to be a secure location to recuperate. It was time to reload magazines and examine the acquired cards. As per routine, they allocated their attribute points. Stamina 1-1. Strength 1-1. Speed 1-1. Spirit 1-1. The haul was commendable, with each attribute gaining over 20 points. Strength and spirit officially surpassed 300 points, yet the system remained silent. suggesting no additional rewards or titles awaited until 500 or 1,000 points. Next came 2 purple cards obtained from the Bone Blade Zombie and the Dog Butcher Zombie. Equipment card, Purple Power. Chapter 105, Su Wencheng. Brother, equipment card, Purple Power Exoskeleton Armor. A rudimentary exoskeleton armor that significantly enhances the wearer's load-bearing capacity. When activated in power mode, both movement speed and jumping ability are greatly improved. This set of armor bears a striking resemblance to the exoskeleton armor depicted in the Wandering Earth, albeit without the transparent visor. Crafted from high-strength alloys, it balances lightweight design with formidable durability. Its framework snugly conforms to the human body's contours, ensuring that the wearer's agility remains unhampered. Regarding its power system, the introduction mentions that it utilizes a miniature nuclear reactor, providing robust and stable energy to the armor. If this technology were unveiled during peacetime, it would undoubtedly make a resounding impact. After all, with a slight scale-up, it could evolve into a large nuclear reactor. At that time, the exoskeleton armor would merely be a stepping stone. Aerial carriers would no longer be a dream, and overwhelming adversaries would become a trivial pursuit. With a smile, he redirected his attention back to the equipment. Thanks to the crucial power core, wearing it would amplify his capabilities exponentially, whether running or leaping. The leg assist devices enable effortless traversal over obstacles several meters high, while the arm enhancement module allows the user to effortlessly lift objects weighing several tons. The load-bearing module on his back can accommodate various firearms and ample ammunition. As long as logistics can keep pace, he could transform into a walking fortress of war. The armor's operating system is exceptionally intelligent, outfitted with advanced targeting assistance and combat analysis programs, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. Although it may seem less beneficial for someone like Yunzhou, for ordinary individuals who have yet to discover ways to grow stronger, this power exoskeleton armor is undoubtedly the ultimate supportive equipment. Retrieving his focus from the card information, he glanced at Su Wencheng and the other 2, who were still loading magazines. Presently, their contributions seemed somewhat minimal, having maintained a satisfactory loyalty level through 2 significant trials. It was time to upgrade their equipment. However, there was no rush. He would first examine the last card that appeared to be more intriguing. Item card, Purple Intelligent Mechanical Wolf, equipped with a cutting-edge intelligent control system, capable of overcoming various obstacles, autonomously distinguishing between friend and foe. Weapon modules can accommodate any mechanical weapon, with a maximum load of 80 kilograms. Despite being called a mechanical wolf, if presented to anyone casually, their immediate reaction would likely be to call it a mechanical dog, as its form shows little variation. The only aspect that earns it the title of wolf is its ability to carry various weapons, autonomously seeking shooting angles and delivering firepower under the condition of enemy identification. The intelligent computation of its shooting capabilities may not guarantee a perfect hit, but it assures a far superior accuracy rate compared to human operators. Could this be considered an alternative pet card? Yunzhou mused as he observed the somewhat endearing camouflage pattern mechanical wolf on the card. Both cards are mechanized assistance types, seemingly the most suitable for the current scenario. The exoskeleton armor enhances the strength of his underlings, preventing them from becoming a liability, while the mechanical wolf can execute reconnaissance and infiltration tasks, effectively filling the scouting role. Overall, Yunzhou felt quite satisfied. Aside from these 2 purple cards, the remaining cards merely served as a supplement of various firearms and ammunition. After collecting all the cards, he stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and smiled at the trio of Su Wencheng, who were hastily getting to their feet. No need to rush. We Haven and Oppos. T departed just yet. Su Wencheng and the others chuckled lightly before resuming their magazine loading. They had carelessly wasted numerous bullets and needed to fill their magazines while they had the chance. Just as Su Wencheng finished loading a magazine, he heard Yunzhou calling from outside the room. Su Wencheng, come here for a moment. I have something to give you. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, and Su Wencheng, somewhat bewildered, stood up, passing his 2 empty magazines to the others before walking toward another room. Brother, you called me. As Su Wencheng pushed the door open, he saw Yunzhou standing beside a set of technologically advanced exoskeleton armor, smiling at him. Brother, this. A lifelong science fiction enthusiast, Su Wencheng found himself transfixed by the armor, unable to tear his gaze away. Though his face was directed toward Yunzhou, his eyes were fixated on the exoskeleton. Noticing his reaction, Yunzhou chuckled and patted the armor beside him. I believe you have noticed something unique about me. I've been observing your performance during this period. This set of equipment is your reward. What do you think? Do you like it? Why, yes. I like it. Su Wensheng instinctively responded, momentarily dazed before gradually regaining his composure. What? Brother, are you serious? This equipment is really for me. Well, do you want it? If you don't fancy it, I can call Ma Ying and the others to see who wants it first. Upon hearing Gu Yunzhou's words, Su Wensheng immediately jumped up, frantically shaking his head and waving his hands, his nervousness causing him to stammer in an attempt to stop him. What are you joking about? This is equipment personally gifted to me by my brother. How could I let those two brats use it first? This isn't just equipment. It's a testament to my brother's trust in me. Thus, he was determined not to betray that trust and to treat this perfect equipment with the utmost care. Seeing that Gu Yunzhou merely spoke without any intention of action, Su Wensheng approached the exoskeleton armor as if he had encountered an unparalleled beauty, taking slow, deliberate steps to gently touch it. Observing his behavior with amusement, Gu Yunzhou suggested, "Why not try it on?" Su Wensheng paused momentarily, then excitedly nodded, yet he hesitated, unsure of how to don the exoskeleton armor. Isn't it just like putting on clothes? Look, there's a footpad. Step on it, and then just wear it. Su Wensheng eagerly nodded, carefully beginning to don the exoskeleton armor. As each joint latch secured, the hidden microreactor at his lower back began to operate, continuously powering the entire suit. With his eyes closed, as if receiving some information, he soon opened them and began to move his limbs to adapt to the sensation of wearing the armor. After jogging around the room for a while, he excitedly inquired, "Brother, can I test its performance a bit more freely?" Gu Yunzhou, of course, had no objections and nodded in agreement. The next moment, Su Wensheng crouched down, gathering strength before charging toward the wall. With a resounding crash, the previously solid red brick wall was breached, leaving a large hole in its wake. Standing on the other side of the wall, Su Wensheng lowered his arms, glancing around in astonishment, realizing that such an impact had left even the paint on the exoskeleton armor unscathed, prompting him to erupt into joyous laughter. Watching Su Wensheng laugh maniacally in the room while Ma Ying and the others, pale with fear, scrambled backward in terror, Gu Yunzhou chuckled and shook his head. Slightly tilting his head, he beckoned Wang Kai to follow and stepped over the newly created hole. Chapter 106 Envy. Desire. Accompanied by Wang Kai, the mechanical wolf, Gu Yunzhou traversed the vast chasm, casting a backward glance. The only thought that crossed his mind was that it was fortunate this wall was not a critical load-bearing structure. Otherwise, being buried alive here would certainly be rather comical. Two startled subordinates, witnessing the sudden breach of the wall, erupted into a fit of hysterical laughter before engaging in military drills, only to realize after a while that the boisterous laughter had originated from their leader, Su Wensheng. "Brother Cheng," Ma Ying hesitantly called out, gazing at the imposing figure of the mechanical warrior, whose back was turned to them. Upon hearing his name, Su Wensheng glanced over, and the two subordinates, who had nearly been paralyzed by fear, sheepishly scratched their heads and waved a greeting, stealing a furtive glance at Gu Yunzhou, who stood before the gaping hole with a beaming smile. They silently acknowledged the sheer awkwardness of the moment. They had indeed been overly exhilarated. Upon realizing that this individual was genuinely their brother Wensheng, their fears swiftly transformed into excitement and curiosity. Despite their earlier trepidation that had left their legs somewhat weak, they scrambled to Su Wensheng's side, eagerly exploring the imposing exoskeleton armor he donned. "Where did this come from, Brother Cheng? Did you keep it all to yourself?" Ma Ying inquired with genuine curiosity, followed by a whisper, "You certainly don and amp. Oppos, to know your own strength. You nearly knocked my brains out." Su Wensheng, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, "Who is hoarding? This is a reward from our elder brother, a testament to his trust. Do you understand?" Ma Ying, with stars swirling in his eyes, took a moment to regain his composure, clutching his head in jest. "Well, say what you will, Brother Cheng, but you truly need to be mindful of your strength. You almost split my skull. Does this mean that you were the one who acquired this gear?" Chen Shizhong, the more composed among them, perceptively observed the mechanical creature resembling a dog crouching beside Gu Yunzhou. The two bickering individuals turned their attention to the mechanical canine, which stood up and swayed curiously. "His name is Wang Kai, an intelligent combat mechanical wolf, capable of assisting us in battle," Gu Yunzhou explained. Wang Kai? The three, who had already succumbed to the notion of servitude and recognized their elder brother's extraordinary nature, quickly accepted this premise. Watching the mechanical wolf tilt its head as it scanned them, they asked with intrigue, "What can it do?" With a playful snap of his fingers, Gu Yunzhou conjured a Type 95 rifle, effortlessly placing it onto Wang Kai and Amp. Oppo's back, which then revealed a set of mounting apparatus and various connections. As you can see, it can be equipped with various weapons to aid us in combating zombies. Moreover, it possesses significant abilities in reconnaissance and stealth, he elaborated, with a gesture towards Su Wenqing. He continued, the exoskeleton on Wenqing can support a maximum weight of 80 kilograms. If luck is on our side, we might acquire a Gatling gun and a large ammunition box in the future. Wang Kai could serve as our primary fire support unit. Of course, even now, he can deliver substantial firepower, Gu Yunzhou added, snapping his fingers once more, summoning a formidable M250 light machine gun into his grasp, along with 2 specialized large ammunition drums, which he handed to Su Wenqing. Here you go, take these weapons and the large magazines. If you want to enjoy the thrill, load the bullets onto the belt yourself. Su Wenqing was so moved he found himself at a loss for words. Oh, the fruits of labor truly yield rewards. I, Su Wenqing, am finally reaping the benefits. Casting another glance at the emotionally stirred Su Wenqing, Gu Yunzhou presented him with a red scarf blade for self-defense. This armor is rather basic. I thought you might need an extra weapon. Brother, oh, Su Wenqing lamented, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude, wishing he could express his affection more openly. Ma Ying and Chen Shizhong, envious to the point of tears, gazed at Gu Yunzhou with longing, resembling 2 neglected puppies. Clearing his throat, Gu Yunzhou, unable to bear their pleading eyes, reassured them, there will be opportunities for all of you. If you perform well, I assure you, rewards await. Don't let jealousy cloud your judgment. I often remind you to act more and speak less. The trust one have earned from our elder brother is what grants us this chance. You still have much to learn. As the beneficiary of these gifts, Su Wenqing quickly defended Gu Yunzhou, recognizing the significance of maintaining his standing. Come on, if one could simply ask for favors to receive such extraordinary gear, why would I strive so hard? Gu Yunzhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he indeed possessed other types of firearms. However, there was no need to distribute them unnecessarily, as what he had obtained from the vehicle management camp sufficed. Excess weaponry would only be burdensome. Ma Ying and Chen Shizhong, realizing the reality, nodded in understanding but silently vowed to perform exceptionally well in the future, even if it meant facing challenges head-on. They believed no one could outdo them in determination. All right, for now, this is merely one set of equipment. If more valuable items arise later, I assure you, I will not forget you. Your performance will dictate the rewards. Gu Yunzhou stated, noticing the jealousy in their eyes, which were now gleaming with hope. With the equipment distributed, it was time to continue their mission to rescue others. Time was of the essence, and they could not predict when an armed aircraft might appear overhead, heading towards the school. After swiftly organizing their supplies, they set off once more. They casually found a vehicle, and Su Wenqing, reluctant to part with the exoskeleton armor, squeezed into the car, undeterred by any discomfort. Wang Kai adeptly leaped onto the roof, gripping it tightly and saving space inside the vehicle while also serving as a reconnaissance asset. Without fear of ambush, they drove back to the street they had just departed, flooring the gas pedal as they surged forward. Given their unfamiliarity with the area, they opted for the main road leading directly to the gate of Wutong Middle School, avoiding unnecessary detours. With their newfound confidence in their equipment, Su Wenqing, having already loaded several chains of 250 rounds, expressed no fear of the impending zombie hordes. His only concern was the overheating of the gun barrel, which could potentially lead to catastrophic failures. The sleek black Honda zipped through the streets, arriving at a point less than 100 meters from the school entrance. To avoid attracting attention from other zombies, they employed silent weapons such as bows and slingshots to eliminate threats discreetly. After carefully disembarking, they refrained from rushing into the school and instead sought out a nearby self-built structure. Su Wenqing grasped the handle of a security door, pulling forcefully until the lock yielded effortlessly, enabling them to ascend to the rooftop while dispatching Wang Kai for reconnaissance. Chapter 107. Could they be attempting a rescue? The 4 individuals stealthily peered over the rooftop, striving to ascertain the situation at the school. Unfortunately, their vantage point afforded them only a glimpse of the school and Oppo's perimeter wall in the upper sections of the academic buildings, rendering any view of the playground in front of the building and even the stage near the entrance impossible. Thus, it was fortunate that Wang Kai proved invaluable. Near a tree by the wall, he nimbly leaped several times, effortlessly scaling the barrier. With his claws shifting into roller mode, he crouched low and silently glided towards the wall. Simultaneously, the camera mounted on the wolf and Oppo's head transmitted real-time footage back to Gu Yunzhou. Goodness. There are quite a few zombies, Ma Ying remarked, unable to suppress a gasp as she observed the densely packed zombie heads on the screen. With so many zombies, a direct assault seems unwise, Su Wenxing frowned in agreement. Despite their external exoskeleton armor and Gu Yunzhou's ability to switch weapons at will, the sheer number of zombies could easily overwhelm them. Gu Yunzhou scanned the footage for the location of the zombie king previously spotted in the school, but found nothing. He issued a command for Wang Kai to search more thoroughly. The screen then began to move slowly, magnifying certain areas as if in search of something specific. Meanwhile, the two girls on stage had transitioned from being tied to benches to being trapped within an iron cage. The cage, resembling a security net from a ground floor classroom, had been assembled into a makeshift prison without any exits. Outside the cage, a horde of grotesque zombies clawed desperately, their hands reaching into the confined space where the two girls were ensnared. Though confined, their team's warehouse remained accessible, allowing them to retrieve food and crossbow weaponry at any moment. They even managed to quietly dispatch a few zombies when the others were distracted, collecting several cards in the process. Yet, they could only gaze longingly at the cards they could not collect. "Auntie, do you think Brother Yunzhou will come to save us?" Lin Qin asked, covering her ears against the incessant moaning of the ordinary zombies outside. "Of course, he will come for us. He might even be nearby, devising a plan." Lin Wanru reassured her, patting her back. "Are you hungry? Should we eat something discreetly?" Lin Qinin shook her head, indicating she was not very hungry. Meanwhile, Gu Yuzhou, having found no success in locating the zombie king, abandoned the notion of capturing the king first and instead directed Wang Kai to analyze the stage's structure. The stage was constructed from concrete, but fortunately, it featured several hollow pillars underneath, and the wall behind them was quite thin, merely the thickness of a single brick. Even Su Wenxing, clad in exoskeleton armor, could easily break through. The pressing concern now was how to safely rescue the girls from the horde and ensure their secure retreat. They had only dealt with 2 mutated zombies previously, and the remaining ones, including the zombie king, had retreated into the shadows, necessitating caution. Gu Yunzhou set down his tablet and cautiously surveyed the surroundings, instructing Wang Kai to remain concealed and await orders before turning to the 3 behind him. "We shall act swiftly and decisively. Regardless of what those monsters intend, we shall pay them no heed. We will rescue the girls and flee. You all will provide cover outside while I circle around to scale the wall and enter the school from behind, directly rescuing them. But, big brother, as you saw, they are trapped in the middle of the stage with minimal space to move. What if your punch sends them flying directly into the zombie horde?" Qin Shizhong pondered, his perspective often leading to unique conclusions. Noticing the disapproval on the others and Oppos faces, he quickly added, hypothetically, "I and Oppos am merely theorizing. Let and Oppos s agree that no harm will come to either party. There and Oppos s always a possibility for unforeseen circumstances." Su Wenxing smacked his palm against his forehead. "How foolish. Why not strike from the sides instead? We could effectively create an exit, or even just break through from below. Let us not underestimate our big brother. He is not an ordinary person." Qin Shizhong chuckled awkwardly, covering his head and falling silent. He realized his habitual thinking had led him astray. After all, their leader was practically superhuman, save for the inability to fly. After a brief exchange of light-hearted banter, Gu Yuzhou descended the stairs, preparing to navigate a wide arc to attempt a direct breach from the rear and rescue the girls before fleeing. Forget that pompous Professor Feng. Let the military handle it. Meanwhile, on a rooftop higher than theirs, Professor Feng and his group, having long since noticed their presence, speculated on their intentions, initially believing they were there for reconnaissance or perhaps to rescue their comrades. The group was astonished to learn via radio that this quartet aimed to save the 2 girls on the stage. Upon hearing this revelation, disbelief spread across the faces of the group. Are they truly daring enough to plunge into a horde of nearly 10,000 zombies merely to save 2 girls? This is reality, not fiction. Such recklessness is a recipe for death. Since they were not there to rescue them, the onlookers adopted a voyeuristic stance, keen to witness how these 4 would navigate the zombie throng to save the girls. Only a few female teachers and Feng Jinshu exhibited concern. Feng Jinshu even inquired about the likelihood of success from his 2 bodyguards, asking if they might lend any assistance. The guards flatly refused, suggesting there was no possibility of success and could only hope that Gu Yunzhou and his team would confront reality with wisdom. As Gu Yunzhou dashed down the stairs, he scurried across the street like a nimble rodent, making a wide detour to arrive at the street behind the stage. Though the wall soared over 3 meters, it did not deter him. Assessing the distance, he unleashed a powerful leap, scaling the barrier with ease. However, just as he peeked over the top, he quickly withdrew. "Thank goodness I didn't just leap over. It seems they're playing tricks on me," he muttered. Observing a swarm of zombies jammed into the narrow passage behind the wall, their bodies pressed tightly together, utterly immobile. He pondered how he had failed to spot that cunning zombie king. It was lying in wait. Had he lost control and leapt directly into the horde, it would have meant certain doom. Even in his formidable state, he was still flesh and blood, susceptible to the zombie virus. With no antidote having surfaced despite the time that had elapsed, even Yunzhou, with his remarkable abilities, had to exercise caution in such perilous circumstances. Chapter 108. Rescuing Yunzhou exerted himself, cautiously peering out to assess the situation behind him. He confirmed that the zombies had been forcibly pushed inside. Both exits were sealed, leaving no possibility for escape. He had no choice but to leap down from the surrounding wall to ponder his next course of action. "Chengge, the vehicle is ready. Has the big brother commenced the operation?" On the other side, preparations had been made downstairs. Ensuring a vehicle was poised to assist Yunzhou and his companions as they emerged. Su Wensheng squinted towards the distant school, gently pressing the intercom button to respond in a hushed tone. "Not yet. Let us wait patiently for a moment." Just as he finished speaking, a blinding flash caught the corner of his eye, followed by a thunderous roar and a massive shockwave that swept toward him. He stared in astonishment at the wall that was slowly collapsing and the figure that surged forward 2.5 seconds later. The source of such commotion was none other than Yunzhou. After much contemplation, he had devised a plan upon discovering 2x C4 explosives in the warehouse and the towering 3-meter wall. Utilizing his rudimentary knowledge of construction, he affixed several explosives to the corners and surfaces of the wall, ensuring a single detonation would cause the entire structure to collapse. Once everything was set, he dashed towards the street corner. As the explosion erupted, a transparent shockwave swept through, propelling him toward the crumbling wall. He reached the end and leaped onto the wall. The enormous sound naturally drew everyone's attention. The expressions of those in the teaching building mirrored that of Su Wensheng, while Lin Wanru and her companion on the stage looked up, stunned, at Yunzhou silhouetted against the setting sun. They were rendered speechless, realizing that the one coming to their rescue was not merely a monkey riding a rainbow, but a remarkably handsome savior. Despite being a little girl, Lin Qingyin could not help but murmur to herself, captivated by the scene. Nearby, her infatuated aunt clasped her hands in excitement, her eyes transforming into heart shapes. Unable to tear her gaze away from Yunzhou, had it not been for the iron railing, she would have leaped into his arms without hesitation. The survivors atop the teaching building, hearing the commotion, leaned over the wall to peer down. They had envisioned various scenarios, but never anticipated someone would obliterate the wall in such a dramatic fashion to rescue them. However, Yunzhou had no time to marvel at the spectacle. In that fleeting moment, nearly 10,000 zombies in the stage and playground turned their attention towards him. Had he possessed a weaker constitution, he might have faltered under the overwhelming fear. Gulping, Yunzhou seized the moment while everyone was still in shock and leaped onto the security net, tearing a substantial gap with his hands. Yunzhou. Upon seeing him land beside her, Lin Wanru could no longer contain her emotions and leaped into his embrace. Yunzhou comforted her, patting her back. But as the roars of the zombies outside crescendoed, he wasted no time. With a swift motion, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. The bewildered Lin Qingyin was scooped up and tucked under his arm as he dashed toward the iron railing near the school gate. With a powerful kick of his right leg, the iron railing, along with the zombies outside, was sent flying backward. Taking advantage of the opening, Yunzhou sprinted outside with the two girls in tow. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, who had been hiding along the wall, sprang into action, continuously firing his Type 95 rifle to clear the zombies obstructing Yunzhou's path. As the gunfire erupted, both groups, inside and outside the school, sprang to life. Quickly, our big brother must have rescued them. Let us hurry downstairs to assist. Okay. Shizhong, start the vehicle now. Roar. Wang, it seems our guests have arrived. Let us go. It's time for us to make our entrance. This stage was crafted especially for them. Upon reaching the heavily barricaded main entrance, Yunzhou furrowed his brow. His hands were full, preventing him from tossing grenades to clear a path. Just as he contemplated retreating to detonate the wall he had just blown apart, he suddenly heard gunfire outside and Su Wensheng and Appo's voice shouting, "Damn it, big brother. We're here." Su Wensheng stood atop the vehicle, clad in exoskeletal armor and wielding an M250 light machine gun. while simultaneously firing a Type 95 rifle. Ma Ying leaned out of the passenger seat, releasing 2 grenades into the throng of zombies. With 2 resounding explosions, a noticeable gap was created. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yunzhou dashed toward the opening, pushing aside any zombies that obstructed his path either with his telekinetic abilities or by using Wang Kai, who had jumped down and followed closely. "Big brother, hurry and get in the car." Gu Yunzhou, without hesitation, shoved the 2 girls into the vehicle as soon as the rear door swung open. Without waiting for them to settle, he revved the engine, speeding away. None of them had anticipated the plan would unfold so smoothly. Although ordinary zombies swarmed in abundance, they successfully rescued their companions, leaving them in much lighter spirits. As they sped off, the survivors atop the teaching building exchanged incredulous glances. "What on earth? Am I hallucinating? Did I really just witness that? They escaped so effortlessly?" The zombies below appeared to be mere extras, offering no resistance. "That boy's strength seems terrifying." Upon hearing this last comment, Feng Jinshu, still unaware of the circumstances outside, grew solemn, replaying the earlier scene in her mind. She turned to her bodyguard and instructed, "Once we are rescued by the military, send someone to gather information on that boy. He must be one of those so-called awakened beings or ancient warriors. If we can bring him to our laboratory for our research, we might hasten the release of that thing. Faster, faster. The zombies are nearly upon us. If we don't hurry, they'll be nipping at our heels." Ma Ying exclaimed excitedly from the passenger seat, glancing at the rear-view mirror with exhilaration. "Honestly, this is far more thrilling than bungee jumping or roller coasters. With so many zombies chasing us, my adrenaline is skyrocketing. It's a life-or-death situation. Damn it. Do you think I'm not trying to go faster?" I'm pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Qin Shizhong, behind the wheel, was visibly stressed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he shouted at Ma Ying, "Watch the road. For heaven's sake, keep your eyes on the road. Don't look at me." What's that large stone slab flying toward us? Chapter 109. Flesh and Fireworks Gaja. What the hell? As a massive stone slab hurtled toward him, Qin Shizhong slammed on the brakes and sharply turned the steering wheel, desperately attempting to evade the impending disaster. However, he had forgotten that someone was precariously perched atop the vehicle. Though he was firmly secured by his exoskeletal armor, the sudden maneuver nearly sent him sprawling. Clinging to the roof in a state of disarray, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when an icy sensation gripped the back of his head. Instinctively, he pressed his face against the roof, flattening himself against the car. He felt a chilling rush as something whizzed past him, accompanied by a thunderous crash. Small stones occasionally ricocheted off the armor protecting his head. Once the cacophony subsided, he cautiously lifted his head to behold a severed tree and a shattered slab before him, his lips quivering as he muttered, "Damn, that almost crushed me." Struggling to rise, he was determined to discover which miscreant dared to ambush them. Upon recognizing the culprit, his initial fury transformed into a solemn expression, tightening his grip on his firearm. Gu Yunzhou had also stashed several weapons and ammunition, including the Inferno Howl, in the team's cache, instructing the 2 girls to take what they needed and exit the vehicle as the situation warranted. Standing at the intersection were the Corpse King and several other mutated zombies, previously unnoticed at school. "Looks like they brought us some gear," he mused. "You 3 stay here to protect the girls, and when the opportunity arises, make your escape. I have my own means of getting away." After murmuring this, Gu Yunzhou deftly drew his Qinlong Yingyue knife, holding it with both hands as he cautiously eyed the peculiar mutated zombies before him. They found themselves trapped between 2 waves of zombies, ordinary ones streaming out from the school behind, and the elite mutated ones led by the Corpse King ahead. "Brother Chum, these zombies look rather odd. They seem to be watching us like an audience," Su Wensheng remarked, glancing up from his furious gunfire suppressing the zombies from the school. "Why don't you try shooting at them and see what happens?" Gu Yunzhou retorted. "You think I'm concerned about your exoskeletal armor?" Su Wensheng joked. But the trio continued their banter as Gu Yunzhou advanced to within 10 meters of the group of zombies. They appeared akin to gangsters, encircling him in silence, leaving him utterly baffled. Uncertain if they could communicate, he tentatively called out to the Corpse King, whom he had encountered earlier in the eastern dormitory area of the school. "Hey, you there. Make way. We're from the same school." A zombie resembling a grotesque, bloated figure immediately roared, raising a stone slab as if to hurl it. Feigning nonchalance while remaining vigilant, Gu Yunzhou continued to address the Corpse King. "Can you give me a response? I refuse to believe you're incapable of speech. If you don't speak up, I'll have to take action." Truth be told, In the face of such numerous mutated zombies and the horde of nearly 10,000 ordinary ones behind, he lacked absolute confidence in ensuring the safety of Lin Wanru and the others. He could only attempt to negotiate his way out of this perilous situation. If they could buy some time for further development, even a larger horde would pose no threat. The Corpse King remained silent, merely gesturing to the roaring mutated zombies. And then, as if receiving a command, the bloated zombie charged at Gu Yunzhou. Unsure of its intentions, Gu Yunzhou gripped his Qinglong Yanyuan knife tightly, bracing for the onslaught while engaging the charging zombie. Despite its hefty appearance, the bloated zombie exhibited surprising agility, its oversized hammer swinging with remarkable speed. In their clash, Gu Yunzhou found himself on equal footing. As he carefully countered the assault, thoughts of escape raced through his mind. The rear was completely blocked by ordinary zombies, leaving them reliant on Su Wensheng, their primary source of firepower, to hold the line. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even with full firepower, the 5 of them could only endure for 2 to 3 minutes. Thus, a swift resolution was essential. Gu Yunzhou had some experience dealing with such bloated zombies. Unbeknownst to his adversary, he had already inflicted several deep gashes on its corpulent body, while they appeared inconsequential. The true threat lay in the grenades he had stealthily inserted within. In the span of just over a minute, he had managed to slip 2 or 3 grenades into its body, though the intensity of the battle had obscured this from his opponent and Oppo's notice. Multitasking. He fought while fiercely maneuvering the telekinetic grip on the grenades deeper within, aiming for a central explosion. The Corpse King observed the unfolding battle with growing satisfaction, nodding and murmuring, "Yes, yes, this is precisely the kind of subordinate I desire. Show your strength. The greater your power, the stronger I become." He had recognized Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's extraordinary abilities back in school. Had he been more accustomed to his new form, he would have already commanded the zombies to subdue him. Fate had led them back together, confirming Gu Yunzhou as the chosen one in this world, endowed with remarkable powers. Just a little longer, he thought, as the bloated zombie, under relentless assault from Gu Yunzhou, stumbled back, inadvertently exposing a weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yunzhou executed a swift kick to its abdomen with his blade, causing its rotund belly to cave in. The creature flew backward, rolling like a meatball, and before it could rise to unleash a furious roar, Gu Yunzhou performed a bewildering gesture. Hard as the explosion of blood and fire. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the bloated zombie, now alert, eyed him warily, while the Corpse King watched with keen interest, eager to see what he would conjure. 2 seconds passed, and aside from a gentle breeze stirring the dust, nothing transpired. Roar. The bloated zombie, feeling humiliated, bellowed angrily, swinging its cracked hammer, preparing for another charge. But in the next instant, boom. Its massive form erupted into a grotesque display of flesh and fireworks, scattering in all directions, one half of its head still bearing an expression of rage. This sudden turn of events startled the Corpse King and the other zombies, who instinctively scanned the rooftops and the sky for any signs of an explosive projectile. 2 towering mutated zombies, wielding a makeshift barricade fashioned from a salvaged security door, shielded the Corpse King, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. Despite the absence of visible projectiles, the question lingered: how had the bloated zombie exploded? It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that a distinct sound of propellers echoed from the distant sky. As the sound drew nearer, the full silhouette of the armed helicopter, typically seen only in television or video games, unfolded before the onlookers. Beneath the helicopter hung several missiles, and the ominous muzzle of a heavy gun angled downward, targeting the zombies below. Chapter 110, The Confrontation. The moment Gu Yunzhou caught sight of the helicopter, he seized the opportunity while the zombies were momentarily distracted, swiftly producing several high-explosive grenades. After pulling the safety pins, he hurled them with great force towards the mutated zombies. Almost simultaneously, the pilot of the armed helicopter, noticing Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's actions, unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage from the mounted Gatling gun upon the small cluster of zombies below. Boom. Rat-tat-tat. The intense shockwave from the explosions and the rain of bullets cascading from the sky disrupted the zombies and Oppo's composure. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou had already activated the energy shield on his wrist before the explosions occurred, conjuring an elliptical energy barrier that enveloped him entirely. The shield rippled like water, and aside from feeling as though he had been abruptly pushed by a strong wind, he experienced no further impact. Dust swirled around him as if a tempest had arisen. This helicopter was evidently there to rescue the group of survivors on the rooftop of the nearby school. With the mutated zombies being suppressed, he quickly grabbed the radio, calling for Su Wenqing and the others to hastily board the vehicle and seize the chance to escape. Since the vehicle had remained in an operational state, everyone promptly boarded in an orderly fashion, with Su Wenqing using the powerful adhesion of his exoskeleton armor to stand atop the vehicle, providing cover for the group. In no time, they had rejoined Gu Yunzhou. Gu Yunzhou exchanged his Qinlong Yanwen knife for the M320A1 grenade launcher, positioning himself on the vehicle and Appo's step while gripping the window with one hand, vigilantly watching for the mutated zombies being swept by the helicopter and Appo's fire. It was unfortunate for them to have chosen such a perilous location, blocking the intersection with no tall buildings nearby to take refuge in, leaving them exposed and vulnerable to the helicopter and Appo's onslaught. As Gu Yunzhou and his companions prepared to flee, the Zombie King, shielded by a throng of zombies, let out a furious roar. "No, you cannot escape. Come back to me." Cursing vehemently, he commanded, "Shoot down that annoying creature in the sky." Perhaps influenced by the Zombie King's fervor, one particularly attractive female zombie exited the protective circle, only for her head to split open, transforming into tentacles that violently flailed towards the sky. However, the pilot skillfully evaded the attack, swiftly reducing her to a mass of flesh. In addition, the ordinary zombies near the school became increasingly agitated, their speed noticeably amplified. They seemed intent on encircling Gu Yunzhou and his group before they could escape. Without hesitation, Gu Yunzhou squeezed the trigger, and with the distinctive sound of the grenade launcher firing, a 40mm round sword towards the suppressed mutated zombies. Boom. Roar. With the explosion, the Zombie King, hidden behind two tower-like zombies wielding metal shields, roared in anger, feeling provoked as he witnessed Gu Yunzhou's escape aided by the military helicopter. Damn it. This helicopter appeared at the most inopportune moment. He had initially intended to toy with Gu Yunzhou, but now one of his subordinates had inexplicably turned into a gory spectacle, followed by the emergence of this armed helicopter targeting them directly, completely derailing their plans. Through the gaps, he spotted Gu Yunzhou's taunting gaze and bellowed furiously, "Gu Yunzhou, you cannot escape. You will not slip from my grasp. Just wait." Gu Yunzhou, hearing his name echoed by the zombies, felt perplexed. What was going on? Had he gained notoriety among the zombies? Though they attended the same school, was their familiarity truly that profound? Without hesitation, he fired off the last grenade, replaying in his mind the images of the Zombie King he had observed at school, confirming that he likely did not recognize this being. What? Are they trying to stage a zombie-themed school event? There were no bullying incidents at our school. Why am I being targeted? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the successful escape. He sped towards the location where Su Wenqing had previously broken through with his exoskeleton armor, creating a substantial hole to retrieve Xie Jingjie. With daylight still on their side, they switched to a larger vehicle, a Golden Cup van, and once everyone was on board, they continued their high-speed journey towards the vehicle management office. As for the situation at the school, Professor Feng would ensure that military personnel were dispatched to rescue them. Seizing this moment of respite, Gu Yunzhou promptly examined the purple card dropped by the recently vanquished obese zombie. Equipment card, purple rock ring. Forged from a mysterious black metal inscribed with archaic and obscure runes. Grants 100 to stamina upon equipping. What a treasure! Upon reading the final stat enhancement, Gu Yunzhou recognized its value. Until now, the only attribute-enhancing equipment he possessed was the Qinlong Yanwen knife, making this the second item to augment his abilities. Stamina, 279, 100. He swiftly donned the ring, and in an instant, he felt the intricately patterned black ring shimmer, a profound weight enveloping him, rendering his body as resilient as stone. It felt as though an additional layer of protection had encased his skin, significantly bolstering his defense. The stamina stat now reflected an additional 100. Moreover, this enhancement should stack with that of the Qinlong Yanwen knife. If combined with its 80, his stamina could potentially surpass 400 points. In practical terms, this meant a longer stamina bar and increased skin defense, making him resilient against zombie attacks, if not immune to machine gun fire. Now, he could truly charge into the horde and unleash devastation. He also discerned an intriguing pattern. Defeating mutated zombies seemed to yield a high probability of acquiring purple cards. To obtain orange or even gold quality cards, aside from sheer luck, one would likely need to vanquish creatures of the Zombie King caliber. With this thought, he felt an urge to turn back and confront the Zombie King who had called his name, curious to see what treasures it might bestow upon him. Yet, after the initial thrill, He glanced at Su Wenxing and the others in the front seat, boasting about their recent kills and the effectiveness of their gear, while the three girls in the back chatted like close sisters, and he rationally dismissed the idea. He was no longer alone. He needed to consider whether the others could keep pace with him. His gaze shifted to Lin Wanru, who was happily conversing with Xie Jingjie, and he suddenly recalled the numerous white attribute cards and an ability card he had yet to utilize. Given the multitude of events, he had not yet invited Xie Jingjie into his team, and it was indeed time to prioritize addressing that matter. During their recent escape, he had refrained from allocating attribute points to them, mindful that his stockpile of attribute cards was extensive. If he distributed them all at once, it could lead to a rapid and overwhelming increase in strength, making it difficult for them to adapt. Thus, he intended to give them some time to acclimate. Glancing outside, he noted that they were nearing the vehicle management office, and realizing such matters were best kept discreet, he tapped the back of the driver's seat to convey his thoughts. Shizhong turned towards the vehicle management office and find an unoccupied house nearby. We shall not be staying there tonight. Shen Shizhong, who was in charge of driving, paused for a moment before nodding and deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, navigating off the main road and into a side street where he halted before a seemingly well-kept self-built house. Su Wenxing and the other two did not inquire further. They hastily exited the vehicle, eager to showcase their prowess before Yunzhou. Ultimately, it was their elder brother Su Wenxing who restrained them, triumphantly leveraging his formidable exoskeleton armor to sever the lock on the door. After ushering his two companions inside, he meticulously inspected the premises, ensuring the absence of zombies or other survivors before inviting Yunzhou and the others in. As dusk enveloped the sky, procuring food became a bit cumbersome, so Su Wenxing and his companions were spared the trouble. Instead, Yunzhou performed a remarkable feat of conjuring a feast seemingly from thin air. Here it comes. Steamed chicken, snail and duck foot casserole, garlic-infused crayfish, and taro with pork belly, he announced, ultimately revealing a large bowl of rice. As he enumerated the dishes while retrieving them, Su Wenxing and the others, including Xie Jingjie, were left utterly astonished. Staring at the table laden with steaming, aromatic dishes, their mouths operated independently of their brains, barely able to keep from watering. "Brother," Su Wenxiang exclaimed, hastily wiping the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Yunzhou. With a smile, Yunzhou waved his hand and declared loudly, "I understand you have harbored doubts about why we did not head to the vehicle management office, especially since it offers tangible resources and military protection. However, all of you present are comrades who share life and death together, so I will no longer keep things hidden. As we journeyed, you must have noticed certain discrepancies. If you have questions, feel free to ask now, as long as you remain steadfastly by my side. Enjoying sumptuous feasts and delightful experiences will be assured. Perform well, and acquiring a sci-fi suit like the one Wenxiang wears will also be within reach." Lin Wanru and the two girls, already privy to this matter, exchanged knowing smiles, while Su Wenxing and his companions were so exhilarated that they nearly leapt from their spots, murmuring affirmations to themselves. Xie Jingjie, on the other hand, regarded Yunzhou with an indescribable expression, her lips curving into a subtle smile that hinted at an almost predatory intent. "All right, let us address any questions while we eat. Dig in." The room erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 111, Formation of the Team, Mutual Introductions at the Dining Table. Yunzhou provided a brief introduction of his capabilities, albeit without divulging everything. As they had yet to reach a state of absolute safety, they were only consuming ordinary sparkling beverages, steering clear of anything alcoholic. Enjoying the delectable feast that had been scarce since the apocalypse, smiles illuminated the faces of everyone present. Previously, they had either encountered hordes of the undead or were preoccupied with fleeing. At last, they had managed to settle down for a moment. As the atmosphere became convivial, Yunzhou suggested that they take turns introducing themselves to foster familiarity. Su Chenxiao, the first to acquire technological equipment, eagerly raised his hand, brandishing his bottle of pineapple beer. "I am Su Wenxing. Before the apocalypse, I was a debt collector. It sounds rather unsavory, but it was a necessity. My family was impoverished during my childhood, and I received little education. I left home before reaching adulthood, taking on various menial jobs, from bricklaying to dishwashing." He paused, taking a sip of his drink, then continued. "Due to my robust physique and strength, I fortuitously landed this job. I assure you, however, that I have never engaged in any violent debt collection. Now, having earned the trust of my elder brother, who has equipped me with a set of exoskeleton armor, I vow to honor this trust. I shall advance eastward, Never retreating westward, I shall confront zombies without hesitation. Su Wenqing's self-introduction was punctuated by a declaration of loyalty that incited jealousy in the two younger members beside him. They too desired such armor. After Su Wenqing finished his drink and settled down, the exuberant Ma Ying immediately stood up, raising his own glass of pineapple beer. I am Ma Ying. My childhood was somewhat better than Qingji's. I often engaged in fights and formed cliques at school, honing my skills in martial arts. I dreamt of being able to call upon friends boldly, much like in the movies, but reality gave me a harsh slap once I graduated. Ha. Observing the shift in Ma Ying's demeanor from pride to dismay elicited laughter from the group, as the disparity between dreams and reality was indeed stark. Hey, don't laugh at me. Did none of you have similar aspirations in your youth? In any case, I ended up here, serving as Qingji's subordinate. And before I could bring any semblance of success back to my parents, the apocalypse arrived. As the topic of family arose, the atmosphere turned somber. In this absurd zombie apocalypse, no one knew the fate of their loved ones beyond their own survival. Su Wenqing patted Ma Ying's shoulder, offering silent support, then raised his drink to clink with Ma Ying's before downing it. I am Chen Shizhong. My parents had me at a young age, leading to an early divorce. I often bounced between them as they each formed new families and had more children, resulting in a diminished connection with them. By chance, I met Qinggu and this fellow Ma Ying, and I began to hang out with them. Chen Shizhong and Appo's tone was flat, yet his brothers could sense an underlying melancholy. They patted his shoulder reassuringly and resumed their light-hearted banter. Sometimes, childhood wounds require a lifetime to heal. But such healing is only possible when one has companions to share the burden. Chen Shizhong, a reserved individual, was fortunate to have these two friends by his side. Next, Xie Jingjie stood, a smile gracing her face. I am Xie Jingjie, a student from Qingqing University. My family lives near the coast, where my parents make a living fishing. Life was manageable, and I have a younger sister. I wonder what they are like now. Her voice trailed off, becoming softer, but then she rallied herself, raising her voice slightly. I have some fighting spirit and can take on zombies, so don't underestimate us girls. Lin Wanru rose to embrace Xie Jingjie's shoulders, offering her comfort, then spoke up. I am Lin Wanru, a newly graduated counselor. I am a few years older than Yunzhou and Jingjie. This is my niece, Lin Qingyi. We are immensely grateful to you all for risking your lives to save us. We will forever remember this kindness. With that, she called Lin Qingyi over, vowing to express their gratitude to everyone present. Xie Jingjie quickly supported her, insisting it was unnecessary, and Su Wenqing and the others followed suit, waving their hands dismissively. The primary force that rescued them was not them. Xie Jingjie had hidden safely, and Su Wenqing and his companions were mainly responsible for the support and retreat, while Gu Yunzhou had charged ahead, risking his life. Noticing everyone was standing, Gu Yunzhou rose to address them. All right, gratitude can be expressed at any time. Today, our little team is officially formed, so let us raise our glasses and drink heartily. Looking at Gu Yunzhou, everyone's eyes sparkled with joy. They filled their drinks, raised their glasses, and clinked them together, consuming the beverages as if they were toasting with wine. Seeing that they awaited his words, Gu Yunzhou pondered briefly, cleared his throat, and continued, now that our team has been established, let us discuss some rules. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for guidelines. Firstly, our meeting in this apocalypse to form a team is fortuitous. All contributions shall be rewarded, and transgressions shall be punished. Your efforts will not go unnoticed. I hope none of you will engage in deceit or betray your comrades. Any instance of betrayal will result in immediate expulsion from the team. If a comrade falls due to your actions, there will be no mercy. As he uttered the last three words, a chilling aura emanated from him, sending shivers down their spines and cooling their heads. They nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the importance of this first rule. The dynamics within the team were now clear. Gu Yunzhou led, his prowess surpassing all others, and no one wished to assume the role of a detractor. Moreover, in a world overrun by zombies, the need for vigilance was paramount. Mutual distrust would only add to their burdens. I stand with you, brother. If anyone dares to harm a teammate intentionally, I shall not spare them. Su Wenqing slammed his fist on the table, causing the dishes to rattle, and fervently echoed his support. The others, too, voiced their affirmations, vowing never to betray or sell out their comrades. Gu Yunzhou nodded, reassured by the loyalty of Su Wenqing and his companions, while Lin Wanru and the two girls were clearly trustworthy as well. As for Xie Jingjie, it would be straightforward. After dinner, he would extend an invitation to her, and should she accept, her loyalty would be evident. Having traversed a tumultuous journey, Gu Yunzhou placed his faith in them. The second rule pertains to encounters with family or information regarding them. You may choose your course of action. Lastly, I hope no one becomes a parasite within the team, feeding off the collective efforts of others. Each member should contribute, no matter how small. I will take care of the dishes and clean up afterward. I can also use a drone to assist in killing zombies. Lin Qingyin, the youngest, raised her hand timidly, speaking softly, as she feared being labeled a parasite. She was merely youthful. Once Brother Yunzhou enhances her abilities, she will not be inferior to others. She too can slay zombies. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in warm laughter. Lin Wanru smiled as she affectionately patted her little head, expressing her approval. With the air cleared, everyone felt much more relaxed, engaging in light-hearted conversations and reminiscing about amusing childhood anecdotes. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, as the food on the table gradually disappeared. After the meal, Su Wensheng and the others voluntarily took on the responsibility of taking turns to keep watch, settling down to rest on the first and second floors, while the girls ascended to the fourth and fifth floors. As for Gu Yunzhou, he naturally had no need to keep watch. After a quick cold shower, he went upstairs to seek out the three girls. Do not misunderstand. He is far from a beast. His intentions are entirely respectable. Chapter 112. Allocating attribute points on the fifth floor. Three girls, freshly bathed, were seated on the large bed, helping each other dry their hair while engaging in casual conversation. At Gu Yunzhou and Amp. Oppo's prompting, Lin Wanru briefly explained the team system to Xie Jinjia. Observing Xie's wide-eyed disbelief, Lin Qingyin, eager to show off, sprang up from the bed. Hands on her hips, mimicking Gu Yunzhou and Amp. Oppo's gesture as a black crossbow materialized in her grasp. This is incredible. Although Gu Yunzhou had briefly explained during dinner that this ability belonged to the spatial system, allowing the user to store and retrieve various items at will. Witnessing Lin Qingyin wielding the same power was truly astonishing. Wasn't the team system just as he described? Could I also have the chance to obtain such abilities? But there and Amp. Oppo's more Jinjia. This is merely the most basic ability. Perhaps you too might acquire extraordinary powers. Extraordinary powers. Upon hearing this term, Xie Jinjia was even more incredulous. All right, you little rascal, stop showing off and sit down to dry your hair. What if you catch a cold later? Lin Wanru, assuming the role of the older sister, observed Lin Qingyin and Amp. Oppo's growing excitement, her smugness becoming almost unbearable, and pulled her down to sit again. As she dried Lin Qingyin and Amp. Oppo's hair with a white towel, she remarked, soon, Gu Yunzhou will come up and invite you to join his team. Then you will learn everything. If what you say is true, he must have hundreds of white attribute cards by now, enough for you to experience a transformation. What? Wanru. I didn't and Amp. Oppo's know you were this kind of person. Xie Jinjia blushed at Lin Wanru and Amp. Oppo's suggestive expression, hastily grabbing a towel to dry her own hair. Lin Qingyin, concealed beneath the towel, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just because she was young did not mean she was naive. Was it really necessary for them to speak so openly in front of her? Just as an awkward silence enveloped the room, a knock echoed from the door. Who is it? It's me, Gu Yunzhou. Is it convenient for me to come in? Upon hearing his voice, the three girls quickly wrapped their damp hair in towels and stood up to open the door. The moment the door swung open, a delightful fragrance wafted in, causing even Gu Yunzhou to twitch his nose. The sight of the two freshly bathed beauties, their cheeks flushed, was certainly a feast for the eyes. While little Lin Qingyin was a mere child, could they not spare her from such sights? Noticing the two girls grinning at him like cunning foxes, he cleared his throat, feeling a slight tickle. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Xie Jinjia. Lin Wanru must have informed you about officially joining the team, right? When the conversation turned serious, Xie Jinjia nodded. That's good. I'll directly add you to the team. You can review the specifics yourself. Without further ado, Gu Yunzhou sent her an invitation. Xie Jinjia and Amp. Oppo's expression momentarily froze, before she fell into a daze, likely processing the system's information just as the other two had. The moment she accepted, her avatar and detailed information appeared on the team panel. Team member 3, Xie Jinjia. Stamina, 16 strength, 15 speed, 11 mental, 16 intimacy, 85 others. Details available upon clicking. Her attributes were quite standard, fitting the profile of an ordinary girl. The intimacy level of 85 took Gu Yunzhou by surprise. He had anticipated a maximum of around 70 or nearly 80, but this was unexpectedly high. This figure suggested a level of dependence. indicating that his charm was and amp, oppos, T is lacking as he once thought. Had there been no apocalypse, he might have had a considerable chance of winning the affection of the beautiful class monitor. However, had he been the person he once was, he might have rejected her due to insecurities or various reasons. But now, he merely wished to offer a warm embrace to a girl in need. As for the additional details requiring manual access, they were trivial pieces of information, such as measurements and body types, which were inconsequential. Lin Wanru and the others could only see Xie Jingjie and Amp, Oppos, as attributes and were puzzled as to why Yunzhou was smiling so broadly. Was her attribute profile similar to theirs before they had allocated points? What was there to be so delighted about? Just then, as the girls observed Xie Jingjie regaining focus, she nearly stumbled backward off the bed. Why are you all staring at me like that? Ha ha ha. It and Amp, Oppos, as nothing? Nothing at all. You must have learned about some of the functions of our team system, right? Xie Jingjie nodded, mimicking Lin Qingyin as an arrow appeared in her hand. It was that he didn't want to summon something else. There simply was anything else to manifest. After all, it was merely a demonstration of her familiarity with the system. As a university student, she adapted quickly, gazing at the arrow that had materialized from thin air. She recalled what the system had just conveyed and cast an increasingly suspicious glance at Yunzhou. Lin Qingyin was merely an innocent little girl. Trusting Yunzhou was not that kind of person, but Lin Wanru certainly was. From the very first moment they met at school, she had sensed something. Now, they were on equal footing, with Lin Wanru only having taken a few extra steps. Though she was indeed kind and gentle to her, that was not a reason for her to concede. All right, our team fights monsters, and while we can earn cards, we do not gain experience. So it's time to allocate attribute points. Attribute card, Stamina, White, X296. Attribute card, Strength, White, X277. Attribute card, Speed, White, X282. Attribute card, Mental, White, X264. Yunzhou effortlessly transferred all the white attribute cards from his inventory into the team storage, presenting the types and quantities clearly. Now, the moment for distribution had arrived. With over 100 white attribute cards, it was feasible to elevate one individual to superhuman status. However, that would not be fair to the others. Ultimately, the one facing the dilemma was Yunzhou himself, so he opted to distribute them all together. In total, there were 119 attribute cards. Should we distribute them evenly or focus on specialized development? With such a wealth of cards, it was entirely possible to push a particular attribute beyond the ordinary. The three girls gazed in astonishment at the multitude of cards. They understood that while slaying zombies could yield cards, not every zombie readily dropped attribute cards. Most often, they dropped food or resource cards, so amassing over 1,000 attribute cards indicated that Yunzhou must have defeated at least 3,000 to 4,000 zombies. That was likely from the incident at the vehicle management office and the rescue mission for them. They had contributed nothing. Yet here were so many cards laid out for their use. Realizing this, Lin Wanru looked at Yunzhou with eyes brimming with gratitude. Ultimately, Yunzhou could no longer endure their burning gazes. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he redirected their attention back to the allocation of resources. The white attribute cards were tasteless to him, yet too valuable to discard. Thus, it was far more prudent to distribute them among the girls to enhance their prowess, perhaps even aiding himself in the future. After deliberation, the group resolved to divide the cards equally, for even an equal share would elevate their four-dimensional attributes beyond 100. Once the decision was made, Yunzhou wasted no time, swiftly dividing the 4 types of attribute cards into 3 portions and bestowing them upon the girls. Team Member 1, Lin Wanru. Stamina, 18,111. Strength, 39,131. Speed, 25,119. Mental, 4,128. Affinity, 93. Skill, Mastery of Combat. Team Member 2, Lin Qingyin. Stamina, 12,110. Strength, 8,100. Speed, 9,103. Mental, 32,120. Affinity, 80. Team Member 3, Xie Jingjie. Stamina, 16,114. Strength, 15,107. Speed, 11,105. Mental, 16,104. Affinity, 85. The moment the attribute points were allocated, the 3 girls simultaneously received a notification from the system, reminiscent of the one Yunzhou received when his attributes surpassed 100. After absorbing the information, Xie Jingjie bit her lip and, with a subtle nod towards Lin Wanru, seized Gu Yunzhou and led him out, descending to the room on the 4th floor. Wait, what? Bewildered, Gu Yunzhou was pulled along. And as Xie Jingjie ushered him into the room, closing and locking the door behind them, he was about to utter something when he caught sight of her fair skin, glowing like a radiant pearl. She regarded him as one might a prey, her intentions unclear, as she tossed her hair back, the silk slip dress swaying with her feline grace. Noticing that his gaze was fixated on her delicate attire, she playfully tugged at the thin strap clinging to her thigh. With a fervent declaration, "Holy monk, I seek your assistance in my cultivation." Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppos, as protests emerged, albeit half-heartedly. Chapter 113. I feel I could strike a bull dead with one blow. It was night. A resplendent full moon hung high in the sky, its luminous rays cascading down upon the vibrant city of Qiqing, which occasionally flickered with sparks of light. The moon observed quietly as events unfolded on Earth, and a beam of its light fortuitously illuminated the 4th-floor bedroom where Gu Yunzhou resided. Gu Yunzhou gazed at Xie Jingjie, who clung tightly to him with her head resting on his arm. He tenderly brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her delicate face, marveling at her serene, sleeping expression adorned with a gentle smile, which instinctively drew a smile from his own lips. Team Member 3, Xie Jingjie. Affinity, 95, never betray. This girl possessed a touch of madness, having devised such a method to divert attention. As dawn broke the following day, Gu Yunzhou awoke alongside a suddenly bashful Xie Jingjie, and they ventured to the bathroom to freshen up. It was a well-known fact that after a thorough cleansing, impurities would inevitably be expelled. After donning fresh, dry clothing, Xie Jingjie noticed Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppos' enigmatic smile directed at her. Rationality regained its foothold amidst her shyness, prompting her to attempt an escape through the door. However, she underestimated her newfound physical prowess, inadvertently crashing into the seemingly sturdy wooden door, which swung open with a resounding crash, leaving her gripping the detached doorknob. The loud noise stunned Xie Jingjie, who stared in disbelief at the fallen door and the doorknob in her hand. The commotion also summoned Lin Wanru from upstairs and Su Wenqing from below. The three male friends exchanged knowing smiles, recalling the noises from the previous night, while internally reminding themselves to refrain from prying too deeply or making inappropriate jokes in the future. Having experienced such situations, Lin Wanru descended with a gentle smile, casting a glance at Gu Yunzhou, who was still observing the scene, before guiding the still-dazed Xie Jingjie back upstairs. She and Lin Qingyin had previously augmented their attributes, thus adapting more swiftly to their newfound physical capabilities. Lin Qingyin, that wild girl, had dashed around the rooftop after enduring the pain akin to a bone-deep treatment, even leaping across rooftops, much to her own fright, yet she emerged unscathed, waving excitedly for them to join her. In summary, after that night, the three formerly ordinary girls had transformed into superwomen, thanks to Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppos' assistance. With their current strength and speed, they felt confident enough to confront not just ordinary zombies, but even mutated ones given the right equipment. While the three girls acclimated to their enhanced abilities, Gu Yunzhou shared breakfast with Su Wenqing and the others downstairs. The four boys found little of substance to discuss, often drifting into conversations about attractive women from the pre-apocalypse world or beautiful streamers they had encountered. Such topics were inevitable among men. However, these discussions ceased as the three girls descended one by one. You and Oppos, here. Come, have breakfast. We should head to the vehicle management office soon and decide whether to trade our remaining supplies for weapons or eat on the go. Gu Yunzhou greeted them with a smile, laying out various food items on the table for them to help themselves. Lin Wanru and Xie Jingjie naturally took their seats beside Gu Yunzhou, while Su Wenqing and his companions dutifully sat across the round table, nodding respectfully to the girls. How do you feel? Gu Yunzhou inquired, glancing at Xie Jingjie on his right. I feel as if I could strike a bull dead with a single punch. I am absolutely eager to slay some zombies. Xie Jingjie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yesterday, she had focused entirely on dispersing her pain, failing to notice the changes in her body, which led to the morning and Oppos' commotion. After a brief period of acclimatization, she felt like a veritable superwoman. In her eyes, even world champions appeared feeble. If she were to compete in pre-apocalypse athletic events with her current physical prowess, victory in any discipline would be effortless. The effects of her attributes exceeding 100 were perhaps even more astonishing than she had anticipated, yet there was still much for them to discover. Su Wenqing and his companions regarded the inexplicably exhilarated Xie Jingjie with curiosity, internally wondering if such experiences could indeed empower women. This question would soon find resolution when they witnessed the three girls effortlessly conjuring items, just as Gu Yunzhou had done, as they gathered their belongings. Gu Yunzhou recalled the missing bao belonging to Lin Wanru and the empty-handed Lin Qingyin, reminding himself about the ability card and the drone that had yet to be distributed. Their equipment had been destroyed when the zombie king captured them, so they had only used the various firearms Gu Yunzhou had gathered in the team and Appo's warehouse upon their rescue. Approaching the two girls, he first handed Lin Qingyin the brainwave electrode pad for the -2 Malawian Quatches drone. "What is this, Brother Yunzhou?" Lin Qingyin asked curiously. Accepting the small circular piece. "Once you use it, you will understand. Place it on your temple, and then check the items in the team warehouse." Gu Yunzhou replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. Lin Qingyin nodded obediently, tore off the protective film, and affixed the electrode to her temple, watching her pupils dilate. Reminiscent of when she had been invited to join the team, she turned to Lin Wanru. "I have a rather good ability card here. If you find it suitable, I shall give it to you." She displayed the purple ability card named Light Feather for Lin Wanru to see. After scrutinizing the card and Appo's description, Lin Wanru hesitated before saying, "Perhaps this ability card should be given to Jinjie. I still have my combat mastery skill, and my attributes have temporarily exceeded 100, so I am fine for now." No, Sister Wanru. My attributes have also surpassed 100. You should use this card." The two girls insisted, each wanting the seemingly valuable ability card for the other. Without any hint of jealousy or rivalry, Gu Yunzhou found their back and forth amusing. All right. What is there to argue about? It's not as if there is only one ability card. What time is it now? The zombie apocalypse is upon us. There are plenty of zombies outside. Who knows? We might even find 2 or 3 different abilities to choose from. Whoever wants it can take it first. Upon hearing Gu Yunzhou and Appo's words, the two girls contemplated. Realizing he had a point, they exchanged awkward glances and smiled sheepishly. Gu Yunzhou, unreserved, pulled them both into an embrace, relishing the moment while inquiring who wished to be the first to take a leap of faith. Chapter 114, The Great Wall Cannon. Ultimately, this extraordinary ability card was entrusted to Lin Wanru for her use. Upon activation, Lin Wanru felt a gentle surge of power coursing through her entire body. She sensed her form becoming lighter, as though she could leap to the rooftop with a single bound. A soft halo emanated from beneath her feet, and an ethereal current, akin to feathers, enveloped her. Gritting her teeth to maintain control, she was assisted by Gu Yunzhou and Xie Jinjie to the rooftop. Upon attempting to take a step forward, she found herself soaring several feet into the air, twirling gracefully like a delicate feather. This mesmerizing spectacle left Xie Jinjie utterly spellbound. Watching with envy as Lin Wanru effortlessly traversed the distance between buildings, seemingly defying gravity like an enchanting fairy. With her physical attributes exceeding 100, Lin Wanru possessed exceptional adaptability, allowing her to wield her light feather ability with finesse, tracing elegant arcs in the sky. In that moment, she felt as though she had become one with the universe, freely weaving through the wind. Even if she were to leap from the rooftop, she would glide downwards as lightly as a feather. As she descended, her toes lightly tapped against the air conditioning unit, propelling her to the edge of the rooftop wall with the agility of a nimble monkey. Although the halo surrounding her began to fade, her spirit remained exhilarated, albeit with a hint of fatigue. After catching her breath and assessing her physical state, she remarked, "This ability is truly remarkable. However, when utilized as an active skill, it consumes a considerable amount of stamina and mental energy. If only there were equipment like grappling hooks to facilitate its use." "That depends on luck," Gu Yunzhou replied. "Or perhaps we can check the military district later for suitable gear. For now, let us make do with what we have." Suddenly recalling the idea of acquiring the extraordinary iron bow from the warehouse, he retrieved it, raising an eyebrow as he presented it to Lin Wanru. "Was that bow you were looking for hard to find? Why not give this one a try?" Nodding in agreement, Lin Wanru accepted the long bow. Noticing a matching long arrow in the team's storage, she knocked it and attempted to draw the bowstring, managing to pull it back to nearly half its arc before releasing it. The piercing arrow shot forth with a whoosh, directly penetrating the solar water heater atop a building across the street, which soon vanished from sight. Breathing lightly, Lin Wanru shook her wrist and commented, "This bow possesses immense power, but it is rather unwieldy for a woman. If only it were half its size, it would be much more manageable." Gu Yunzhou nodded in agreement but did not take the bow back, suggesting she temporarily store it in the team's warehouse for future use. As they discussed whether to inquire at the vehicle management camp about military recurve or compound bows, they noticed Xie Jinjie pouting nearby. With a playful grin, Gu Yunzhou wrapped an arm around her neck, gently pinching her cheek before nudging her with his forehead. What's wrong? I offered it to you earlier, but you were too polite. What are you doing now? After a brief struggle, Xie Jinjie retorted, I'm not doing anything. Being considerate. Gu Yunzhou readily handed her the stunning firearm, the Inferno Roar. Here, this sniper rifle is for you. However, Xie Jinjie did not accept it and countered. If I take this, what will you use? Gu Yunzhou shrugged nonchalantly, grinning as he leaned closer. I can manage with anything, as long as it brings you joy. Flushed? Xie Jinjie pushed his face away, cradling the Inferno Roar like a precious treasure, and huffed. You rascal. Wanru is still here, with a hand still on his face. Gu Yunzhou turned to Lin Wanru, who was already turning away, exclaiming, Oh dear, it's been quite some time. We ought to check on Lin Qingyin. As Gu Yunzhou was half pushed away by Xie Jinjie, his hand slid along her slender waist, pulling her close. Is there anyone still around? He inquired. Feeling a tickle in his palm. Startled, Lin Wanru withdrew her hand, gasping, and then playfully lunged into Gu Yunzhou's embrace, lightly pounding his chest. Rascal. You always bully me. With others waiting for them, the playful exchange was brief. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs, while Lin Qingyin had summoned the KM-2 drone, establishing a unique connection. The moment the mental link was formed, real-time footage appeared on her retina, displaying the drone's perspective and even the status of weapons and ammunition. Akin to a thrilling video game, the seamless transmission of information, even within confined spaces, allowed her to maneuver effortlessly, reveling in her newfound control. However, this playful indulgence rapidly drained her mental energy. After a few exhilarating laps around the room, showcasing some acrobatic maneuvers, she returned the drone to the team's storage, closing her eyes to recuperate. When Gu Yunzhou and the three girls arrived downstairs, Su Wenqin and the others, along with the mechanical wolf Wang Kai, had already readied the vehicles for departure. Big brother. Su Wenqin, leaning against a vehicle and smoking, immediately discarded his cigarette upon seeing them and greeted enthusiastically, Big brother. Ma Ying and the others also leaned out, waving. We're not in a hurry today, so we prepared 2 vehicles, Gu Yunzhou noted. He and the 3 girls would ride in a sleek black Mercedes-AMG GT50, while Su Wenqin and his companions opted for a Great Wall Cannon. In their words, this vehicle boasted substantial power and horsepower, with ample space in the back to accommodate heavy weaponry. With a weapon at the ready, Su Wenqin could tackle obstacles and dispatch zombies with ease. Observing their excitement, Gu Yunzhou mused that perhaps this could be considered a unique modified Hummer. As long as they were happy, that was all that mattered. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to board the vehicles, igniting the engines as they set off toward the vehicle management camp for a brief exchange before heading home. Chapter 115. I am not. I do not. Su Wenqin and his comrades in the Great Wall Artillery forged ahead, with Gu Yunzhou following closely behind. They navigated smoothly to the vehicle management camp, where a line of cars had been hastily assembled to thwart the zombies. Originally intended as a barricade against the undead, these vehicles now formed a makeshift defense line, flanked by simple barriers and iron nets, though their efficacy against the zombies remained uncertain. Upon spotting the 2 approaching vehicles, the soldiers aboard the bus immediately assumed a defensive stance, aiming their weapons and shouting, "This is a military zone. Halt. Those wishing to enter the camp, disembark immediately." Standing atop the Great Wall Artillery, Su Wenqin could not help but smile at the commotion. How could this fellow not recognize us? I distinctly recall helping him deal with a stray zombie during the tide. Raising his hands to signal peace, he shouted, "TZ. It and amp, Oppos, us. Have you forgotten us so quickly?" The heavy machine gun crew, initially startled by the unusual voice from the truck bed, soon recognized the drivers and Su Wenqin. Lower your weapons. It and amp, Oppos, Gu Yunzhou and amp, Oppos, team returning. Arin and amp, Oppos, those the 3 guys following him? With their pace slowing, the soldiers relayed the news of Gu Yunzhou and amp, Oppos, return, while one communicated via radio to Jiang Chiming, prompting the outer defenders to welcome them eagerly. As 7 figures descended from the vehicles, excitement coursed through the ranks. Truly, Gu Yunzhou was remarkable. Had he genuinely rescued the 2 girls? One friend had mentioned they were trapped in a cage surrounded by an entire school and Oppos' worth of zombies. The threat they faced was no less daunting than the previous tide. Clearly, only Gu Yunzhou could achieve such a feat. Any of them would merely have to apologize to the girls. Captain Li of the 1st Defense Line watched Gu Yunzhou approach, raising his hand in greeting. Standing tall, he saluted. "Welcome back, Comrade Gu Yunzhou." Gu Yunzhou paused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling his honorary position. Mimicking the salute, he hesitated, responding for the people? Laughter erupted among the soldiers at Yunzhou and Appos, as confusion. Captain Li wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and patted Yunzhou and Appos' shoulder, ensuring he was unharmed. Just glad you and Appos back safely. Your 2 trucks of supplies were a lifesaver. We were nearly out of food in the base. If we had ventured out to seek more, some might not have made it. Yunzhou shook his head, replying, no need for thanks. It was merely a transaction with Uncle Jiang. Have both trucks run out already? Captain Li chuckled awkwardly, explaining, well, your achievements were so impressive, coupled with the vehicles used to divert the zombies, that the higher-ups have decided to expand this into a medium-sized base, significantly increasing the supplies and survivors we can accommodate. Understanding dawned on Yunzhou. This was akin to a project team securing greater funding after a successful outcome. More personnel meant a larger base, which in turn implied increased authority. However, he did not dwell on this. Their team was not numerous, and given the food card they possessed, he had every reason to request more resources. Surely, upgrading to a medium-sized base would entail more than just 3 heavy machine guns and grenade launchers for defense. He would seize this opportunity to negotiate for additional supplies. With a mischievous smile, Yunzhou raised an eyebrow at Captain Li, greeting the other soldiers as he made his way inside. Captain Li watched him depart, shaking his head with a wry smile, muttering, Major Jiang is in for quite a financial hit this time. Despite Yunzhou holding a nominal position here, he was not one to suffer in silence. Meanwhile, Su Wencheng was surrounded, proudly showcasing his exoskeleton armor, and urged, what are you all gathered here for? Let me take a look. On another front, Yunzhou greeted familiar soldiers as he ascended to the 5th floor. Without knocking, he entered Jiang Chengming and Appos' office, where, besides Jiang, several officers and an attractive woman, along with 2 men in black, were in discussion. It appeared they were in a meeting. Yunzhou chuckled sheepishly, oh dear. Seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Jiang Chengming and Appos' expression softened upon seeing Yunzhou, as he noticed him casually entering and closing the door behind him. He couldn't help but scold, you know it's not the right time to barge in, yet here you are. After gulping down a couple of glasses of water, Yunzhou took a deep breath and said, as you say, I and Appos am just here for some water and not to disturb you. Once you and Appos finished, I still need to discuss the truck situation with you. You rascal. Jiang Chengming, upon seeing Yunzhou and Appos' cheeky grin, knew he was up to no good. The officers familiar with both men chuckled softly. The woman, previously ignored, finally spoke up. So am I invisible to you too? Jiang Chengming, suddenly realizing, responded apologetically, my apologies. It and Appos, this rascal who has me all flustered. What were we discussing? Yunzhou, feigning indifference, surmised that the woman was likely a military figure, perhaps Professor Feng, who would prioritize rescuing Lin Wanru and the others. Since Jiang Chengming was willing to divert the conversation, it indicated their previous discussion had not gone smoothly. Regardless, he would soon gather supplies and depart with his team back to his hometown. Last night, he had returned directly from Wu, dined on the 4th floor, showered, and changed into fresh clothes. Feng Jinshu elegantly crossed her legs and addressed Jiang Chengming, Major Jiang, what is there left to deliberate? Establishing our research institute within the base would only enhance your command and resources. And with Comrade Yu here, my requests are hardly excessive, are they? Before Jiang Chengming could interject, Feng and Appos' words left him resigned with a sigh. Finally, Yunzhou, who had been observing, chimed in, what does this have to do with me? I Don and Appos, do you recall agreeing to anything? Chapter 116, a fortuitous reunion. After Yunzhou finished speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chengming. The meaning in his gaze unmistakable. No matter what you agreed to, I shall not acknowledge it. Feng Jishu glanced back and forth between the two, puzzled. Was there something I am unaware of? Jiang Chengming initially intended to leverage Yunzhou and Appos' influence to procure more weapons and talents, but unexpectedly, he found himself confronted directly by the man himself. With no other choice, he cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. Well, it is like this. Jiang Chengming attempted to explain that Yunzhou and Appos' position was merely a temporary affiliation, and their relationship with the base was primarily one of cooperation. Assisting with blood donations for research and capturing live mutated zombies would require further negotiation with him. Not only was Yunzhou speechless, but even Feng Jinshu wore an expression of helpless amusement, rubbing her forehead, though she refrained from saying much more. However, Gu Yunzhou is different. As if suddenly recalling something, the look of exasperation on his face gradually morphed into a smirk. Observing the cold smile on his face, Jiang Chengming involuntarily shivered, feeling as though his wallet might be emptied. But we are merely in discussions. Nothing is finalized. Everything can be disregarded, right? Hee. I am not concerned. Whatever you discuss, I do not agree. I want to talk about the fact that we previously agreed on 1 truckload of supplies for equipment. Yet I heard that you seem to have utilized 2 trucks of supplies. Shouldn't we renegotiate this matter? Oh, that's merely a triviality. We can discuss it later. Right now, I am still conversing with Professor Feng about other matters. We will address our issues afterward. Jiang Chengming realized that this fellow was clearly attempting to seize the opportunity to make excessive demands, so he thought to placate him for the time being. However, his good intentions were thwarted by another key figure who was unwilling to cooperate. After giving Gu Yunzhou a glance, Feng Jinshu gathered her loose hair and rose with a light laugh. No worries. You two continue your discussion. We can revisit this matter later. There is no rush. Without allowing Jiang Chengming a chance to refuse, she directly exited with her 2 bodyguards. Jiang Chengming looked at Gu Yunzhou, who was lounging on the opposite sofa with one leg crossed over the other, and could not help but scold him good-naturedly. You rascal, every time you come, nothing good happens. I was prepared to bring this research guru into our base, but now, who knows if it's even possible to keep him here? Gu Yunzhou refused to take the blame for this. It was not his fault. He had not even addressed the matter of Jiang Chengming's attempt to exploit his connections. Uncle Jiang, this is not my concern. Since they no longer wish to converse, let us be straightforward and discuss how many treasures you have procured from the rear military district for me to select from. Jiang Chengming shook his head at the glint in Gu Yunzhou and Oppos, SIs. Very well, very well. Although we may not be able to keep you, you are ultimately from Qiqing, and your hometown is not too far from here. Let us at least part on good terms. He lamented, sharing the details of the spoils acquired from the military district. I only managed to obtain 20 sets of ultra-high toughness grappling hooks, with a maximum range of 50 meters. The latest single-soldier combat weapon, the mechanical wolf? It only has 3 hours of battery life, far shorter than Wonkai's duration, and charging is a hassle, no thanks. As for the little bird helicopter, it can fly back home directly? Even if you give it to me, I wouldn't know how to operate it, and it cannot accommodate all 7 of them. The guns are decent. Let us get some more bullets. After a lengthy selection process, Gu Yunzhou looked at the nearly filled sheet of paper, satisfied. Twirling the pen in his hand, he capped it and said in a broadcast tone, "Oh, Uncle Jiang, you are a major who has survived waves of zombies. How is it that you have only managed to procure such a meager amount of weaponry? Can this scant supply truly defend such a large base? Next time, you must bring back more. It is unacceptable that there are no tanks. You little rascal, you want tanks, do you?" Jiang Chengming, already feeling the pinch of their losses, could not help but laugh as he scolded, raising his hand to give Gu Yunzhou a playful slap, only for him to nimbly evade it. Jiang Chengming lamented his misfortune. Having lost so many resources, he had not even had the chance to enjoy a good fight. In his mind, this was a capable individual who could single-handedly take on mutated zombies and thousands of ordinary ones, and each encounter was a loss. All right. I know that you are not willing to stay. After packing up, hurry and leave, seeing you is aggravating. Jiang Chengming waved dismissively at this mischievous lad, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Understood. Goodbye, Uncle Jiang. Gu Yunzhou saluted with a grin and cheerfully bid farewell before leaving the office. As the door closed, a soft sigh escaped within the office. So much equipment. I hope you can venture far as a form of recompense for the past. Soon. Gu Yunzhou and Oppos' team had their vehicle filled with supplies. As they boarded the armored bus, the soldiers of the first line and Captain Li gathered outside to bid them farewell. As the engine roared to life, they stood nearby, waving and saying their goodbyes. Gu, our vehicle management base will always have a place for you. We hope to meet again and wish you a safe journey. Gu Yunzhou looked at the crowd gathered outside the vehicle, feeling a mix of emotions. Yet he managed a bright smile, waving back and shouting, "Take care." In this apocalyptic world, the possibility of a reunion was uncertain. Yet he could only hope for a fortuitous encounter in the future. As Su Wenqing's vehicle began to move, Gu Yunzhou gently pressed the accelerator, and the lined-up soldiers spontaneously raised their hands in salute, watching the 2 vehicles depart. Though they could not retain Gu Yunzhou, he would forever remain a hero in their vehicle management camp, remembered for his 2 acts of saving the base from peril. In the 5th-floor office of the main building at the rear, Jiang Chengming watched the 2 departing vehicles, his lips moving as if to say goodbye. He took a deep breath, steeling himself with a smile as he turned to the girl seated on the sofa. Apologies, the commotion below is quite loud. Allow me a moment to check. Now, let us continue our discussion. Divider. Inside the two vehicles traveling on the road, the atmosphere felt somewhat somber. After all, they were brothers who had shared life and death together. To witness such a scene was undeniably touching. However, the journey must continue. Gu Yunzhou's voice crackled through the intercom. Everyone, stay alert for wandering zombies and obstructing vehicles. We must hurry back to the Qingxi villa and settle there for the night before setting off again. Understood. The two vehicles sped along the route they had taken, where ordinary zombies began to reappear on the streets that had been briefly cleared. Su Wensheng, perched in the back of the armored truck, and Ma Ying, in the passenger seat, held silenced firearms, practicing their shooting skills. As the saying goes, marksmen are made with bullets. So they took advantage of the time to practice as much as possible. On top of the vehicle, a mechanical wolf crouched, its eyes flashing red as it scanned the road ahead. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou and his team remained busy as well. Aside from the driver, Gu Yunzhou, Xie Jingjie had already brandished the Inferno roar, continuously firing from the car window. Lin Qinin had also deployed a drone early on, simultaneously observing the situation ahead while using the drone's mounted machine gun to eliminate the zombies. Even Lin Wanru, seated in the passenger seat, wielded a Desert Eagle equipped with a silencer, methodically picking off the bewildered zombies on the roadway. The silencers had been acquired from the base. The exact count was irrelevant as they had simply taken an entire box, using them freely before discarding them without a second thought. Chapter 117. Lin Wanru, come here. Without encountering significant obstacles along the way, the two vehicles swiftly returned to the Qingxi villa before nightfall. Upon arriving at the community entrance, they noticed an unusual increase in the number of ordinary zombies in the previously sparse villa area. It was unclear whether these zombies had wandered in on their own or if they had been brought here by survivors. However, this did not concern Gu Yunzhou and his companions, as they intended to stay for only one night, and these ordinary zombies posed no threat to them. Through the intercom, they decided against visiting the nearly destroyed villa where Lin Wanru had been, opting instead for the most strategically located and luxuriously decorated villa in the area. Leading the charge, Su Wenqing crashed through the large iron gate of the villa, clearing the way for Gu Yunzhou and his group to enter before promptly barricading the door again. To avoid attracting other zombies with gunfire, Su Wenqing swiftly dispatched a few scattered zombies with his large knife. After ensuring the villa was safe, they comfortably settled into the plush leather sofa in the living room, sinking into its depths with a contented sigh. Ah, so comfortable. This villa, worth over 100 million, truly deserves its reputation, Ma Ying remarked, reclining into the sofa, tilting his head back and squinting his eyes in sheer enjoyment. If only there were power. I would love to try out the massage function. Su Wenqing chimed in, equally relaxed, while the girls also found the sofa delightful. Their attention was captivated by the opulent decor of the room. Wow, this crystal chandelier and the rich, luxurious color palette. If it were before, I would have definitely taken a few pictures to show off, Xie Jingjie exclaimed, gazing at the mansion that was once unattainable even after a lifetime of hard work. If you want to take pictures, it's not impossible. When we pass by a mall, we could look for an instant camera or something similar, Lin Wanru suggested, her expression revealing enjoyment, though she maintained a sense of composure, as if everything were to be expected. Hey, that might not be a good idea, Xie Jingjie replied, though it was clear she was still tempted by the thought. Even in the apocalypse, one should look beautiful. Documenting their survival would be worthwhile. As they chatted and rested, the sky gradually darkened. Since they did not need to prepare food or cook, they worked together to cover the windows, preventing any light from attracting the attention of other survivors. After setting one kind of patrol mode for security, they retrieved solar-powered lamps and began to enjoy their dinner in the cozy room. While eating and conversing, Gu Yunzhou proposed their next plan to travel to his hometown, Baiwa City, a county-level city in Xinjiang. Before the apocalypse, it was about an hour's drive away, and he wished to return home to check on his family. Su Wenqing, familiar with the nearby roads, suggested, brother, if we are heading to your hometown, I recommend taking the Jing Mountain route. It connects to the highway. Although it's an industrial area, it should be relatively safe from zombies. We just need to check the road conditions. Let us take it step by step. As long as we don't encounter a horde of zombies, we should manage, Gu Yunzhou replied, nodding. It's not just about me. You can share where your families are. We aren't planning to establish a fixed safe zone, so we may as well look around and see if our loved ones are safe. After acknowledging Gu Yunzhou's suggestion, Lin Wanru added, Our hometown is in the north, so we can set that aside for now. She lifted her chopsticks with a smile before diving back into her meal. My hometown is further south, near the coast, but my parents are working in Wicheng. Only my grandparents and my younger sister, who is in high school, are at home. I wonder how they are faring, Xie Jinjie shared, noticing the group's attention on her. All right. After Baiwa City, we will head to your place, Gu Yunzhou declared, noticing that the mood had dipped slightly among them. What about you three? Wenqing and Chen Shizhong both shook their heads, indicating that everyone had their own circumstances. And in the vast sea of humanity, it was unlikely they would meet again, especially in these dire times. As long as we are safe, that is what matters. Su Wenqing concluded. Ming scratched his head and added, my family is also in the north, so we can address that later. Having broached the topic, they continued to share simple updates about their families. Once the food on the table was finished, it was time to rest. The girls settled upstairs while the boys stayed downstairs. Gu Yuzhu had a special arrangement, occupying the master bedroom upstairs, with the night watch entrusted to the mechanical wolf, Wang Kai. The boys took quick cold showers, while the girls had a bit more trouble since there were no solar water heaters. They had to gather wood to heat a bucket of water mixed with cold water for bathing. In Gu Yunju's room, he emerged from the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe and drying his hair with a towel, only to find Lin Wanru reclining on the large bed in a short red dress. Gu Yunju gazed at her fair skin and captivating eyes, swallowing hard. Wanru, what are you doing here? Is Lin Qingyin asleep? He asked. Lin Wanru glanced up, a seductive smile gracing her lips. What's wrong? Have you forgotten your old flame for a new one? Am I not alluring enough? Gu Yunju coughed, hastily denying it, explaining that he had been overwhelmed with recent events. However, Lin Wanru was not deterred, insisting that after enduring despair and life-and-death struggles, she simply wanted to unleash her inner desires. Her previous dalliance with Xie Jinjie was merely a temporary measure. Now, she aimed to reclaim her share with interest, hoping to exhaust Gu Yunju's thoughts of other women. With this intention, she slowly rose, her delicate fingers teasingly pulling at the red ribbon of her dress. With a gentle tug, the silk garment slipped to the bed, exposing her porcelain skin to Gu Yunju's gaze. Her captivating beauty, paired with an alluring figure, was enough to drive most men to madness. Moreover, she playfully bit her lower lip, beckoning him with a finger as if issuing a challenge. Gu Yunju, filled with fervor, exhaled sharply, his gaze instinctively roaming over her form. Caught off guard, Lin Wanru gasped as her body fell back onto the bed, only to be swiftly embraced by Gu Yunju. After exchanging a heartfelt gaze, the two individuals commenced a poignant symphony within the confines of the room. Chapter 118, Common Phenomena of the Apocalypse, Traffic Jam. The long night lingered, with the sounds of summer insects gently resonating. As dawn broke, Gu Yunzhou emerged from his bedroom, feeling refreshed, and unexpectedly encountered Xie Jinjie, who appeared somewhat haggard, as if sleep had eluded her. With a raised eyebrow, he expressed concern. Did you struggle to sleep due to the unfamiliar bed? Xie Jinjie rolled her eyes, her voice laced with irritation. It's not that I'm unaccustomed to the bed, but the walls here are as disruptive as a double standard in a short film, keeping me awake. As she spoke, she seemed restless and attempted to pinch him playfully, her feisty spirit evident. Gu Yunzhou deftly sidestepped, offering an awkward chuckle. A gentleman uses words, not actions. There are plenty of rooms. Why did you choose to sleep next door? Seeing Gu Yunzhou evade her, Xie Jinjie became incensed, resembling a furious little leopard as she lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his arm with fervor. Ouch! Wait, you truly are biting me, Gu Yunzhou exclaimed, his surprise evident. Undeterred, Xie Jinjie clung to his back, asserting, I want to let go. With a nonchalant shrug, Gu Yunzhou lifted her like a child, adjusting her weight and heading downstairs. After all, his sturdy physique rendered her playful nips harmless. As they reached the corner of the staircase, she finally wriggled free, pinching his soft flesh one last time before darting down the stairs. A light laugh echoed behind him, and turning around, Gu Yunzhou spotted Lin Wanru, now clad in a pristine white tracksuit that elegantly accentuated her figure. Her graceful descent was mesmerizing. What is this? You appear quite cheerful, he remarked. Having endured some playful mischief from Xie Jinjie, he now sought to reclaim his dignity from another, not wishing to indulge his antics. Lin Wanru swatted his hand away from her waist, retorting with a teasing, serves you right, before sprinting down the stairs, leaving Gu Yuzhou amused rather than annoyed, mentally noting to educate her properly next time. Upon entering the dining area, he was greeted by the sight of their companions eagerly awaiting him. Yunzhou let out a hearty laugh, gesturing grandly to the table laden with steaming dishes. Without further ado, let us feast. Once we are satisfied, We shall embark on our journey. Thanks to Wang Kai, who had taken the night watch, everyone had enjoyed a restful night, their spirits significantly elevated. After a chorus of cheers, they dove into their meal, swiftly finishing before gathering their belongings and setting off. On the 36th day post-apocalypse, they finally formed their squad. Their numbers were few, and provisions were ample, allowing them to travel light aside from the ammunition and weapons filling the trunk. Su Wenqing and his two companions, along with Wang Kai in the lead, cleared the path, while Yunzhou followed closely in a Mercedes-AMG GT50. The vehicles alternated driving duties, maintaining a steady pace as they sped down the highway, occasionally slowing to allow practice shots when encountering the sporadic undead. The gunfire attracted the attention of lurking survivors, who, despite the risk, remained hidden and failed to emerge. However, after some distance, Yunzhou found themselves caught in yet another traffic jam, not due to zombies, but a blockade ahead. Peering through the sunroof, he observed a sea of rear-ended or charred vehicles littering the road, a situation worsening as they approached the highway entrance. Uncertain if the highways would be similarly congested, Yunzhou decided to halt the convoy via radio to discuss their next steps. Brother, this is the third time we've encountered a blockade. Should we attempt to push through or reconsider our strategy? Su Wenqing inquired. Having previously taken charge of moving vehicles in similar predicaments, relishing the ease with which he lifted them, the closer we get to the highway entrance, the more vehicles we see. Let us send Qinin to scout ahead with a drone, Yunzhou suggested, leaping off a bus's roof and clapping his hands. I'll fetch the drone, Lin Qinin exclaimed, rushing to the vehicle's truck. Upon her return, she cradled in -2 Malawian Kwacha's drone, a gift from Yunzhou, alongside a tablet displaying the drone's feed for the others to view. Su Wenqing and his companions marveled at Lin Qinin's adeptness in controlling the drone without a remote, quickly accepting the advanced technology akin to Yunzhou's exoskeleton armor. As the drone ascended and navigated forward, the visuals transmitted back revealed a seemingly endless line of vehicles, creating a headache for the onlookers. Clearing the road or remaining vigilant for zombies hiding among the cars would require a considerable investment of time and energy, making the highway route evidently impractical. This congestion is overwhelming. So many have succumbed to the undead, Lin Qining lamented. In their panic, they must have overlooked the sheer number of vehicles. By the time they realized, it was too late to escape. It appears we cannot proceed. Let us find an alternative route, Yunzhou concluded. The suggestion to reroute received unanimous agreement, as even during pre-apocalyptic holidays, such traffic would have been unbearable. Who knows a nearby shortcut? Lead the way from the front, Yunzhou instructed Lin Qining as she retrieved the drone. Chapter 119, Common Phenomena of the Apocalypse, Deception. Navigating through the congested streets proved to be a challenge. With so many vehicles obstructing the way, the prospect of finding a construction machine, such as a bulldozer, to clear a path was tempting. After all, in these apocalyptic times, the notion of encountering a zombie seeking legal recourse seemed ludicrous. Yet, this idea was merely a fleeting thought. As such machinery was only truly beneficial under specific circumstances, it would be rather impractical for everyday travel. In terms of professional expertise, it could be said that the three of us were somewhat familiar with the local routes, Su Wenqing jested, self-deprecatingly. While we may not be well-versed in distant areas, we were well acquainted with the neighboring towns, having lent money to numerous locals in the past. We knew every rural path and shortcut intimately, a preparation for unforeseen circumstances, facilitating our search for people amidst the chaos. Thus, Su Wenqing led the way, with Yunzhou and the others following. As they diverted onto a side road through a nearby town, the narrow path was considerably less congested than the main road, and the number of zombies encountered was also diminished. Even if they did come across an obstacle, they could either ram through it or find a gap to slip by. However, their journey took a turn for the worse when they approached a village and discovered that the entrance was barricaded with a mound of dirt, preventing any vehicle from passing. Additionally, wooden fences and barbed wire further obstructed their path. Frustrated yet powerless, the group realized this was evidently a deliberate act by the villagers, not only to fend off zombies but also to keep outsiders at bay. Stopping the vehicle before the dirt mound, Yunzhou glanced at the shadows flitting beyond the village and inquired of Su Wenqing, "Are there any alternate routes we can take? If not, I might just blow this wretched mound to smithereens." The relentless bumps along the way had drained Yunzhou and Appos as patience. He questioned the efficacy of such makeshift barriers against the undead. With an arsenal of explosives stored in his warehouse, he was confident he could easily obliterate the mound. They decided to backtrack to the previous intersection and check out the nearby Shua village, although this would add an additional 5 or 6 kilometers to their journey. There was a recently constructed straight road leading directly to the Qingxin district. Having navigated the world for some time, Su Wenqing and his companions had developed a resistance to such treacherous tactics. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. After persuading Gu Yunzhou to return to the vehicle, they turned around and headed towards Shuiwa village. In contrast, Shuiwa village presented a different scenario. The path was remarkably clear of obstacles, allowing them to reach the village entrance with ease. A cement road traversed the village, leading swiftly to a newly constructed tertiary road that few knew about, which would directly connect to the Qingxin district. Despite it being nearly noon, they had no intention of lingering in the village. They aimed to pass through quickly and find a suitable place to stop for food. The eerie stillness of the village was unsettling. Although there were signs of bloodstains and disheveled shops, there were no zombies to be found. As they drove into the village, they soon heard cries for help emanating from a narrow path leading deeper into the settlement. Coming to a halt, they spotted a ragged girl tied to a pole, her situation appearing dire. Nearby, 2 bound zombies were also present, growling at the sound of their approach. The occupants of the vehicles hesitated, watching as the girl's cries grew increasingly desperate. What do we do? Should we just leave? Su Wenqing immediately discerned that this was likely a trap. The girl and Oppo's cries were too forceful to be genuine, indicating she was bait. Entering the situation could result in them being cornered and unable to escape. Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's ears perked up. He could faintly hear the low growls of zombies lurking within the walls. As the saying goes, in an apocalypse, one must be wary of self-righteousness. He considered whether there were any such individuals within their group and deemed it prudent to address the issue early on. After patting Su Wenqing on the shoulder, he returned to the vehicle and addressed the group. The girl appears to be bound by someone. Should we take a vote on whether to intervene? Ma Ying and the others promptly shook their heads in refusal, insisting this was a mere ruse designed to lure them into danger. Given the collapse of societal order, survival had become paramount. They were well aware of the locals and Oppo's ability to deal with threats amongst themselves, having previously engaged with these individuals during debt collection. As their conversation drifted, the eyes of the males in the group turned toward the females present. I believe it's best to just leave, Xie Jingjie stated. Her arms crossed in tone somewhat indifferent. Even if we rescued her, we wouldn't have a safe place to take her. Lin Wanru, seeing the majority and Oppo's disinterest, was not inclined to be the lone advocate for rescue. Saving someone poses risks and complications. We cannot ascertain whether she is truly in distress or simply feigning it. Even if she is genuinely in trouble, we would have to ensure her safety afterward, which complicates matters further. The youngest, Lin Qinin, gazed at the girl with sympathy. But her cries are so tragic, she seems so helpless. All eyes turned to her. Perhaps I could use a drone to put her out of her misery, she suggested softly. The group nearly fell over in disbelief. It appeared she was the most ruthless among them. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yunzhou signaled everyone to return to the vehicle and continue their journey. However, as they prepared to depart, a multitude of people emerged from the shadows, brandishing shovels and sickles, encircling their 2 vehicles with a menacing clamor. One of the yellow-haired figures wielding a scythe gazed at the alluring Lin Wanru, while Xie Jingjie and the other girl unconsciously licked their lips, directing their shouts towards Gu Yunzhou. Brother, how can you stand idly by? Are you deaf or blind? Did you not hear the anguished cries of that girl inside? Do you possess no sense of compassion at all? Chapter 120. Uncommon phenomena of the apocalypse. Observing the throng of nearly 100 individuals blocking the road ahead and behind, Su Wenqing noticed that some among them were wielding makeshift explosives with malevolent glares directed at him. My friends, your indifference borders on cruelty. While you drive so smoothly along this route, do you not think it appropriate to acknowledge our efforts in maintaining its passage? Su Wenqing remarked with a smirk, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Ying. It appears this is no longer just a scam but a highway robbery. The ringleader, a scruffy-haired thug, seemed particularly attuned to their conversation, furrowing his brow in irritation as he spotted Su Wenqing, clad in bizarre armor, sharing a light-hearted moment with his companions beside a truck. An inexplicable fury ignited within him. Bro, are you blind to the crowd or oblivious to the fact that they intend to rob you? Have some respect. With a thunderous clang, the thug and Oppo's sickle struck the rear light of a Mercedes-AMG GT50, shattering it. Gu Yunzhou, observing the damage, tilted her head and inquired, who will address this situation? You wish to resolve this? How frightening. The thug mocked. Tonight, I shall have those lovely ladies behind you assist my brothers in Oppo's solving Oppos, your problems. His companions erupted in lewd laughter, casting lascivious glances at the two girls, while even the youngest among them, Lin Qinin, felt the weight of their greedy stares. The three girls tightened their fists, their tempers flaring. They were not ordinary women. Even without weapons, they could easily handle such brutes. Their hands instinctively brushed against the concealed firearms at their waists. How dare you lay a finger on our leader and amp? Oppos, women. You are courting death, Mine declared, discarding any pretense of playing the fool, and stepped out of the vehicle with a Type 95 rifle, loading it with a swift motion, aiming it at the assailants. Simultaneously, Chen Shizhong followed suit, taking aim alongside Maiying. Su Wensheng, the foremost subordinate, emerged, his exoskeleton armor equipped with an M250 light machine gun. Its ominous muzzle trained on the raucous thug. The would-be robbers, accustomed to bullying vulnerable survivors, were momentarily intimidated by this display of firepower. Guns? How could they possess real firearms? They murmured. Surely, they are mere replicas meant to frighten us. If they brandish homemade weapons, I assure you we shall yield the road. Yet, the thug's bravado faltered as Su Wenqing and Amp, Oppos, face transformed into a sinister smile. With a deliberate squeeze of the trigger, the dark muzzle erupted in a blaze of fire. The thug barely registered the moment before a dark hole appeared in his forehead. His derisive expression frozen as he collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that instant, the ambient noise seemed to suspend. All eyes fixated on the fallen figure of the thug. What is this nonsense? Dare to call out again. Su Wensheng spat on the ground, recognizing that the intimidation tactic was merely a prelude to a more sinister encounter. He understood that the expressions in the eyes of the remaining thugs indicated their familiarity with such exploits. Perhaps the bound woman among them was a prior victim. With renewed resolve, he pressed the trigger again, unleashing a torrent of bullets that pierced through several unsuspecting foes. Ma Ying and Chen Shizhong mirrored his actions, their lips curling into smirks as they decimated the scoundrels. It was evident that those at the forefront of such villainy were far from innocent. Their aim was true. As the initial wave of attackers fell, a cry erupted from the crowd. Those are real guns. Everyone, flee. The once tightly knit group scattered like startled birds. Chaos engulfing the scene. In mere minutes, the only remnants of the ruckus were the motionless bodies of the fallen and the wailing of those who survived, while all others vanished into the ether. Once the most vocal instigators were dealt with, the two girls, their expressions steely, blew the smoke from their weapons, replacing the magazines before holstering their pistols. Yunzhou dispatched two nearby zombies with ease and, snapping her fingers, proclaimed, "We have truly done a good deed by clearing this path. Let us depart." The group chuckled as they disposed of the obstructive corpses and swiftly climbed into their vehicles, speeding toward the village and Oppos' opposite exit. They believed the ordeal had concluded, unaware that these cowardly villagers harbored ulterior motives, rather than retreating in fear. The villagers and Amp, Oppos' latent ferocity had been ignited. Guns. Not fake ones, but real firearms. Greed shimmered in their eyes as they convened at the village elder's abode to report the incident. With the elder's approval to utilize their hidden arsenal, they planned to seize the two vehicles and their occupants, envisioning a future unconfined by the village and Amp, Oppos' constraints and ripe with resources and captives. Chapter 121. Encountering love at the corner. Yunzhou and his companions, armed and vigilant, swiftly traversed the village. As they were about to make the final turn to exit, a deep, hoarse bellow of a cow echoed ominously in the air. As the vehicle rounded the corner, they were met with the sight of a massive old water buffalo, its size resembling a small hill, standing defiantly in the middle of the road. Its muscles bulged unnaturally, and its skin was marred with bizarre purplish-black patterns. The horns had grotesquely mutated, twisted into strange shapes, emanating a palpable aura of danger. The beast and Oppos' powerful front have scraped the ground restlessly, exhaling thick, foul-smelling vapor from its nostrils, ready to charge at any moment. What on earth is this mutated buffalo doing here? Yunzhou muttered under his breath, quickly signaling to his team over the intercom to remain cautious. The buffalo and Oppos' eyes glowed a sinister red, fixated on their vehicle, its breath releasing a noxious stench. Its gaping maw appeared to chew on something, and with a sickening thud, a finger resembling that of a human fell from its lips, as if it had just indulged in a feast and was now contemplating a dessert. Mine tightened his grip on his weapon, calling out to Su Wenqing in the back of the truck, "Brother Qing, this beast looks formidable. Can your light machine gun hold its ground?" Su Wenqing swallowed hard, eyeing the concrete monstrosity, his voice lacking confidence. "How should I know if it can withstand such a creature?" "Shizhong, keep an eye on his movements and avoid getting too close." "All right." I and Amp, Oppos' I'll do my best. Shizhong, gripping the steering wheel tightly, nervously licked his lips in response. It was well known that even unmutated buffalo raised in the village could easily overturn a vehicle when charging, let alone this monstrous, mutated abomination. Its mutated horns could likely pierce their vehicle, skewering them like candy on a stick. Yunzhou furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. Suddenly, as if provoked, the old buffalo reared up and charged towards them in a frenzy. Fire! Yunzhou shouted, and everyone raised their weapons, unleashing a hail of bullets. The projectiles hit the buffalo, splattering blood. It had seemed largely unaffected, maintaining its relentless charge towards them. Just as it was about to collide with their vehicle, Shizhong shouted for everyone to brace themselves and slammed the accelerator, crashing into a nearby store, narrowly avoiding being overturned by the rampaging beast. Meanwhile, Yunzhou and the others had already maneuvered their vehicle to the opposite side of the road. The monstrous buffalo continued its furious advance, undeterred. With unwavering resolve, Yunzhou pulled a high-explosive grenade from his waist, removing the safety pin and counting down a few seconds before hurling it onto the creature and Oppos's back, which had just smashed into a tree, snapping it in half. Copperhead, iron tail, tofu waist, he thought, believing that the spine of any four-legged creature was its weak point. While he was unsure if this applied to this mutated buffalo, he felt compelled to try. An enormous explosion echoed, the shockwave causing the buffalo and Oppos's massive legs to buckle slightly. Its back was left bloodied and mangled, prompting a roar of fury from the beast. Moo! Like a heavily armored tank, it slowly turned, its blood-red eyes filled with wrath, fixated on the puny creatures that had dared to injure it. Yunzhou and his companions readied their weapons, maintaining a cautious stance against the formidable buffalo. This creature and Oppos's hide is exceptionally thick. My light machine gun barely penetrates it, Su Wenqing remarked, positioning himself protectively in front of the girls. Come on, Brother Qing, at least your weapon is a light machine gun. We're just scratching the surface here. While the 7.62 ammunition from the light machine gun could pierce the buffalo and Oppos's hide, it would inflict minimal damage, and their 5.8 caliber bullets from the Type 95 rifles would merely penetrate it with difficulty, potentially even ricocheting off its horns. They felt that this mutated buffalo was more challenging than the vomiting zombies encountered at the vehicle management camp. However, unlike the heavy sentiments of Su Wenqing and his companions, the three girls were brimming with eagerness. Aware of their newfound strength, they saw this lumbering, thick-skinned beast as an ideal test subject. Xie Jingjia had already drawn her inferno roar, aiming at the mutated buffalo, while Lin Qinin positioned her drones safely in the sky. Lin Wanru, wielding the Overlord bow, utilized her light feather ability to lighten her weight, deftly leaping onto a nearby second-floor balcony, ready to provide support with her oversized bow and long arrows. Although Yunzhou lacked a bow, he clutched a high-explosive grenade, pulling the pin and launching it towards the buffalo and Oppos's head. The grenade whistled through the air, coinciding with Su Wenqing and the others firing their weapons. The buffalo, sensing the incoming projectile, lowered its head and braced itself against the barrage, attempting to swat the grenade away like a baseball. Due to its hasty actions, the grenade did not explode upon contact, but rather detonated a second later, blooming into a fiery explosion in the air. Having evaded danger for now, the buffalo bellowed in rage, preparing to charge once more. Yet, before it could gather momentum, a bullet trailing a red flame and a long arrow with an armor-piercing tip shot towards it from both sides. The simultaneous assault left it with no escape. A resounding crash echoed as half of its face was blown away, revealing its ivory teeth, while the arrow became lodged in its horn, halting just before its furious eye. In a frenzy, the mutated buffalo shook its head violently, dislodging the arrow, and without hesitation, charged at Yunzhou and his companions. Its momentum was akin to a tank, threatening to toss them into the air like rag dolls, relishing the thought of watching them scream in panic, only to crush them beneath its weight and devour them in revenge for its injuries. Yunzhou, having already drawn his Qilong Yanwei blade, felt the surge of power coursing through him, his strength nearing 400. Heaven forbid it toss me aside, that would be utterly humiliating, he thought, muttering a fierce battle cry as he charged forward, blade in hand. Behind him, his teammates provided cover fire to slow the buffalo and Oppos's advance, while others maneuvered drones to attack from behind, targeting its vulnerable spots. The girls, positioned to the sides, unleashed a barrage of gunfire and arrows at the buffalo's rapidly moving limbs, aiming to incapacitate it and hinder its speed. Thus began an unprecedented battle. unfolding with intensity and fervor. Chapter 122. A simple resolution. Yunzhou and Apos. Green dragon crescent blade struck down with ferocity, severing a significant portion of the mutated water buffalo's horn as it charged forward. The two engaged in a struggle, though history suggested that the left side typically faltered. However, this principle did not apply here. Yunzhou gritted his teeth, his arms bulging like twisted dough as he bellowed, pressing down with all his might and forcefully tossing the buffalo and Apos' head aside. The bewildered beast let out a distressed bellow, attempting to regain its footing. Yet, Yunzhou and his companions coordinated their assault with the precision of seasoned hunters, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire and bowstrings that painted the air with splashes of crimson upon the buffalo and Apos' hide. As the strongest among them, Yunzhou wielded his blade with impressive vigor, the 2-meter-long weapon slicing through the air with the ferocity of a tempest. Despite his relatively small stature before the gigantic creature, he exhibited a strength that even the mutated buffalo struggled to withstand. The buffalo's hardened horn, under the weight of the massive blade, began to splinter like ancient timber, succumbing to Yunzhou's relentless strikes. Soon, a considerable portion of the buffalo's horn lay severed upon the ground. Seizing an opportunity, the creature thrust Yunzhou back, crouched low, and raised its formidable front legs, delivering a powerful stomp aimed directly at him. Brother, Yunzhou. Su Wenqing and Lin Wanru gasped in alarm at this perilous moment. Should the buffalo and Apos' weighty hoof land upon him, it would spell disaster. With a thunderous crash, the buffalo and Apos' hooves smashed into the solid concrete, creating a deep crater that echoed like a meteor's impact, sending shards and dust scattering into the air. Even from a distance, Su Wenqing and Lin Wanru felt the tremors beneath their feet, observing the cracks spreading across the ground. Just as their concerns peaked, they spotted Yunzhou, having deftly evaded the impending danger, finally allowing themselves to breathe a sigh of relief. Wonderful. I knew my brother would be fine. In a flash, Lin Wanru notched an arrow, her piercing shot soaring through the air, aimed straight at the buffalo and Apos' startled eyes. With a sharp thud, the arrow struck true, prompting the buffalo to bellow in rage as it turned its head, seeking the source of its injury. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin maneuvered a drone into position above the creature, unleashing a volley of bullets that rained down upon the wounded beast, the sound of casings hitting the ground resonating like a chorus of victory. The buffalo, recognizing the drone as the source of its recent assault, thrashed its horns in a futile attempt to ward off the incoming fire. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing and his companions seized the moment to fire their own shots, ensuring the creature remained distracted from any potential charges against them. With its mobility severely hindered, the buffalo found itself cornered and outmaneuvered by the humans, who fought with cunning and strategy. As it prepared to charge through the onslaught, Yunzhou sprinted towards it, gripping his blade tightly. With a swift thrust, he plunged the razor-sharp edge into the buffalo and Apos' foreleg, the blade slicing through its tough hide, creating a gaping wound that spread towards its abdomen. Then, as if conjuring an unseen force, Yunzhou unleashed a psychic vortex, drawing forth the buffalo and Apos' innards with a fierce intensity. The creature and Apos' organs spun chaotically, as if caught in a miniature black hole, before being violently expelled, splattering against the surrounding foliage. The buffalo's remaining eye widened in horror. Even in its zombified state, it could feel the emptiness within, an overwhelming wave of weakness washing over it. It let out a heavy groan, its legs trembling as it struggled against the debilitating sensation. As the others anticipated its collapse, Yunzhou remained vigilant, swiftly retrieving a powerful S-1896 shotgun. He aimed at the buffalo and Apos' leg joint, firing 2 precise shots that shattered bone, reloading with remarkable speed. He unleashed 2 more blasts, exposing the joint beneath the thick skin. With a final, decisive swing of his blade, Yunzhou severed the buffalo and Apos' front leg, causing the creature to crash to the ground in agony, panic overtaking its earlier fatigue. With its mobility compromised, it could do little to defend itself as Yunzhou and his team capitalized on the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of attacks that shattered the buffalo's skull, the explosion of gore marking their triumph. As the last remnants of the creature burst forth like a fountain, Yunzhou gathered the cards released from its body, orange, purple, blue, and green, before hastily returning to his comrades. Seeing the excitement etched on their faces, he smiled and applauded their collective efforts. Well done, everyone. We've vanquished the mutated water buffalo with relative ease, But now is not the time to rest. Let us find a safe place to recuperate. The group glanced around at the grim scene, the air heavy with the stench of battle, and nodded in agreement as they piled into their vehicles. Departing the area in a somber procession, leaving the villagers at the summit of the village in stunned silence. Had they truly witnessed humanity in action? Chapter 123. Harvest observations. After the Yunzhou team dealt with the suddenly appearing mutated water buffalo, they sped down the newly constructed road mentioned by Su Wenqing, gradually reducing their speed as they approached. Indeed, the traffic here was significantly lighter compared to the outside world, and the newly paved road offered a smooth ride. The only downside was the absence of houses along the roadside. Should they venture further without encountering any dwellings, they might have to spend the night in their vehicles. Along the way, the sporadic zombies they encountered were either dispatched with gunfire or crushed under the wheels of their vehicle. Fortunately, after traveling a bit further, they came across a sign for a farm stay at a small intersection and promptly turned in. They parked about 50 meters away and sent Wang Kai to scout the area. Aside from a few emaciated zombies, there were no signs of survivors. The two vehicles then moved into the farmyard. After a few gunshots, the wandering zombies outside were easily eliminated. A brief search revealed a considerable number of chickens, ducks, and geese in the backyard, all showing no signs of mutation. If they were inclined, they could have a hearty meal tonight. They barricaded the broken entrance with various tables and chairs, fashioning a simple tripwire with grenades for added security. Subsequently, in pairs, they began to inspect the rooms of the farm stay and returned to report to Yunzhou. I found no one. There was a zombie in the kitchen, but I took care of it. The rooms have been checked, and there are no zombies or survivors. Good, while it is still light. Why Don and Amp, Oppos, till you check on those chickens and ducks in the backyard. If you want to have them for dinner, do so. Otherwise, find a room to freshen up and take a short rest. Mealtime will be soon. We've been driving for most of the day, and everyone is quite exhausted, especially after dealing with that mutated water buffalo not long ago. Currently, the task of vigilance was generally entrusted to the mechanical wolf, Wang Kai, allowing the others more time to relax. Hiki, let us try my cooking tonight. I checked the kitchen, and we have all the ingredients for some roasted chicken, Ma Ying said cheerfully. Chen Shizhong, who had been driving, waved his hand, indicating that after such a long journey, he needed to find a room to shower and rest. However, preparing the roast chicken seemed troublesome, so Ma Ying turned her attention to Su Wenqing. Brother Cheng, Su Wenqing, seemingly ignoring her, was contemplating which room would allow him to respond quickly and keep watch. Seeing he was unresponsive, Ma Ying dashed over, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward the backyard. Brother Cheng, you and Amp, Oppos, the most relaxed now. Help us out, come on. Despite Su Wenqing's protests that he was busy, he was still dragged along to the backyard. After Wang Kai returned from inspecting the vicinity, he began to play with Lin Qingyin, while the other two girls appeared intrigued by the prospect of roasted chicken and joined them in the backyard. Meanwhile, Yunzhou ascended to the second floor to find a room. Ignoring his messy state, he collapsed onto the bed, ready to review the card obtained from the mutated water buffalo. The white attribute cards were first stored in the team's warehouse after counting them. Now that the three girls had attributes exceeding 100, the enhancement from white attribute cards had diminished, with each card now only granting a mere 0.5 points. Consequently, their rate of improvement would slow down. The remaining attribute cards were directly piled onto himself. Stamina 4, Strength 9, Speed 8, Spirit 9. Though modest, it was better than nothing. Next, it was time to examine the high-quality cards. Skill card, Orange Healing Spell, capable of treating minor wounds, allowing severe injuries to heal gradually, and can clear early-stage zombie viruses. What? A healer skill card? Yunzhou was taken aback by the card and Oppos' description, uncertain if you should consider it a boon or a burden. Their team certainly lacked a healer role, and the card's effects appeared quite promising. Capable of directly treating injuries and potentially eliminating zombie viruses if administered promptly after a bite or scratch. Even without the healing aspect, just the ability to clear the zombie virus would drive others into a frenzy. In a world devoid of zombie vaccines, possessing such a skill would be invaluable. Of course, there was also the potential for it to be exploited until the wielder and Oppos' demise. Yunzhou gazed at the card, torn between the advantages of possessing diverse skills and his reluctance to use it. While the idea of a healer sounded appealing, he found the thrill of combat far more enticing. There were still two girls without powers or skill cards. Perhaps one of them would wish for this card. He stored the card back in the warehouse and shifted his focus to the three purple cards. Equipment card, purple featherfall bow, crafted from lightweight yet durable mysterious wood. Its body adorned with exquisite feather patterns, seemingly ready to soar. The bowstring, made from special beast sinew, offers moderate tension while maintaining exceptional resilience. As the card transformed into shimmering light, a beautifully crafted bow appeared in Yunzhou's hands. Upon attempting to draw the bow, he discovered an aiming assistance feature absent from the blue card equipment. It provided an innate targeting aid within a 100-meter range, allowing for precise shots. Just then, a fleeting shadow caught his eye. With the sound of the bowstring tautening, he loosed an arrow that radiated a faint glow, piercing the wing of a fly that had somehow entered the room. The arrow embedded itself into the wall, leaving the fly flailing helplessly on the ground. Using telekinesis, he swiftly dispatched the insect and turned his attention to the quiver that accompanied the featherfall bow. Remarkably, the quiver possessed an automatic replenishment capability, supplying a new arrow every 30 seconds, up to a maximum of 20. It also featured a simple repair mechanism, enabling quick fixes for any slightly damaged arrows. Moreover, the unique design of the bow ensured that the user would not exert excessive effort while drawing, making it far more suitable for Lin Wanru than the cumbersome great bow. He swiftly stowed it back in the warehouse, intending to present it to her later. Equipment card, purple NVD devouring serpent, an electromagnetic pulse weapon powered by core crystals. Featuring minimal recoil and high precision, an essential tool for home and travel. After reading the description, Yunzhou activated the card, which transformed into a futuristic weapon reminiscent of a vector, yet with a distinctly sci-fi flair. The gun glimmered in a deep blue hue, its form sleek and poised, adorned with an intricate green serpent motif that signified its formidable power. He cautiously flipped the power switch, and immediately, the gun and Oppo's body illuminated with complex circuitry, accompanied by a low, resonant hum indicating energy accumulation. Yunzhou surveyed the room, aiming at a glass cup on the distant table, and pulled the trigger. It felt akin to a child's electric toy gun as a flash of blue light streaked by, an invisible electromagnetic pulse propelling a hard projectile swiftly towards its target. Subsequently, the glass on the table shattered into countless fragments. Lowering my arm, which instinctively shielded my eyes, I examined the victor in my hand, nodding in satisfaction. Its power was indeed impressive, perfectly suited for Lin Qingyin, who incessantly lamented her lack of firearms. The final purple card revealed itself to be an exceptional skill card. Skill card, Purple Weapon Master. As a weapon master, you possess the ability to swiftly master and adeptly wield any weapon, unleashing its maximum potential with a damage increase of 20. Upon reading the description of this skill card, words were unnecessary. I promptly applied it to myself. Within the team, I was the sole adept at various cold weapons, and this skill card would undoubtedly enhance my capabilities. After utilizing the skill card, the previous skill, Breaking Edge 8 Blades, was instantly replaced by Weapon Master. Eagerly, I retrieved the Red Scarf Broadsword, and indeed, I could still execute the original Breaking Edge 8 Blades, along with a plethora of additional techniques. With a swift rotation of the blade, the 2-meter-long Qinglong Yinwei blade materialized in my grasp. Similar to the broadsword, I discovered an array of more refined techniques at my disposal. These were not merely memorized moves, but rather instinctively integrated skills, allowing for fluid execution. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the techniques for such heavy weaponry still relied on sheer strength. However, various blocking techniques and strategies for engaging foes in confined spaces could be adeptly employed. Having perused the highlights, I returned the Qinglong Yinwei blade to the warehouse and cast a cursory glance at the 3 blue cards. Equipment card, Blue Bull Axe. Equipment card, Blue Bull Helm. Item card, Blue Wooden Bull Steed. 2 pieces of equipment and 1 sprint skill card, an adequate haul. Yet, the item card, the mechanical wooden bull steed, which moved at a speed slower than a bicycle, left me puzzled as to its utility. It seemed entirely superfluous. A firearm would have proven more beneficial. After stowing the cards away in the warehouse, I stepped outside, gazing at the now pitch-black sky, stretching luxuriously. Taking a whiff, I detected a faint aroma of roasted chicken in the air. They must have been nearly finished with the preparations. With a clap of my hands, I readied myself to descend for the meal. Chapter 124. Equipment Distribution. Upon seeing Yunzhou descend, Lin Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide smile. Brother Yunzhou, your timing is perfect. I was just about to call you for dinner. Very well, let and Oppo's go, Yunzhou replied, playfully ruffling her twin ponytails. The sight of her struggling to shake off his hand brought him even more joy. Tonight's dinner was particularly lavish, featuring not only 5 dishes and a soup, but also 3 roasted kiln chickens prepared by Ma Ying and the others. Come, freshly out of the oven, still covered in mud. Let's savor it while it's hot. Ma Yun exclaimed as everyone settled at the table, immediately directing attention to the 3 kiln chickens. This dish is best enjoyed while warm. Once it cools, it loses its flavor. I and Appos, LL have a leg, damn it. I deserve a reward for my efforts. Su Wensheng declared as he boldly grabbed a chicken leg, savoring each bite. He gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, nothing tastes better than the fruits of one and amp. Appos' labor. Yunzhou also produced a box of refreshing beverages, pouring each person a cup. After clinking their glasses and engaging in light conversation, the topic shifted to his newly acquired equipment cards, as he intended to commend everyone and Appos' performance. Everyone did exceptionally well today. We successfully vanquished that mutated water buffalo through our collective efforts, demonstrating the strength of our team. I have a few decent pieces of equipment to distribute. For those who don't receive anything this time, fret not, your turn will surely come next. Hearing Gu Yunzhou's words, the crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. Their eager gazes fixed upon him. Su Wenqing and his companions soon realized that the 3 girls were, in fact, slightly stronger than they were. Particularly Ma Ying and Chen Shizhong, who lacked additional mechanized equipment. During the encounter with the mutated water buffalo, their roles had primarily involved protecting the vehicle's integrity and occasionally firing a few bullets to distract the beast. In contrast, the 3 girls proved to be far more impactful with their drones, unique sniper rifles, and bows. Thus, they eagerly anticipated Gu Yunzhou presenting them with a set of exoskeleton armor, not necessarily to assist, but at the very least, not to hinder their efforts. As close allies, the 3 girls could see the radiant cards dropped by the mutated water buffalo, 1 orange and 3 purple hues illuminating the scene. Though these cards might not be usable by them, they would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of the team. Gu Yunzhou, noticing the fervor in their eyes, hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to share 1 or 2 pieces of equipment with the boys as well, lest he appear biased. He understood the principle of nurturing loyalty. If one does not provide for their followers, who would remain steadfast? He first presented the featherfall bow, which he deemed more suitable for the girls, to Lin Wanru. The large bow is cumbersome for you. This smaller one suits you better, and its name complements your abilities quite well. Here, take it. Thank you. I truly appreciate this bow. It certainly seems much more manageable than that oversized one. Lin Wanru replied, her eyes sparkling as she embraced the bow as if it were a treasured artifact. Ignoring the gazes of others, she turned and kissed Gu Yunzhou on the cheek, eliciting playful howls of protest from Su Wensheng and his companions. At present, Lin Wanru ranked second in strength within the team, possessing not only Master of Combat, but also the ability Light Feather, with all her attributes exceeding 100. Her impressive performance during the encounter with the mutated water buffalo, coupled with the fact that others seldom utilized bows, made this weapon's assignment agreeable to all. The trio watched in awe as Lin Wanru effortlessly stowed the bow away, as if it had vanished into another dimension, leaving them wide-eyed with envy. They exchanged glances, each swallowing hard, now more convinced than ever that these 3 girls, closely aligned with their brother, were far from ordinary. If not for their abilities, surely they possessed spatial storage items gifted by Gu Yunzhou. Their envy was palpable, almost etched upon their brows. As they yearned to catch Gu Yunzhou and Appos' attention just a moment longer, observing their envious expressions, Gu Yunzhou chuckled as he removed the energy shield from his wrist and offered it to them. Here, don't say I'm biased. This wristband generates an energy shield before you, and since I seldom use it, you can decide who needs it most. Another piece of futuristic equipment. The trio's excitement surged as Su Wensheng took the device, quietly discussing among themselves before ultimately deciding to hand this precious technology to Ma Ying. He frequently maneuvered around to the side or rear, and without protective gear, they feared he might end up in a perilous situation. Moreover, he often gazed enviously at Su Wensheng's exoskeleton armor, making everyone uncomfortable. Now, they had equipped him with a fine piece of gear. Upon receiving the equipment, Ma Ying promptly thanked Su Wensheng and Gu Yunzhou before eagerly testing it out. The sight of the ethereal blue shield materializing mere centimeters from his wrist sent him into a frenzy of excitement as he jumped around like a jubilant monkey, nearly forgetting their surroundings amidst the dinner. All right. Save the excitement for later. There is still more to unveil, Gu Yunzhou said, as the others' gazes intensified with anticipation. With a flick of his wrist, a strikingly cool submachine gun appeared in his hand, the NVID Soul Devourer Victor submachine gun. The crowd initially assumed the firearm would be passed to Su Wenqing or the other two girls, but to their astonishment, it was presented to Lin Qingyin, who had been engrossed in her meal. Momentarily stunned, with food still in her mouth, she stared blankly at the impressive submachine gun. Is this for me? Regaining her composure, Lin Qingyin seized the compact firearm, her excitement bubbling over as she shouted, nearly choking on her food. Fortunately, Lin Wanru was quick to cover her mouth, preventing a disaster at the dinner table. Look at this array of dishes. Be careful, or I might just persuade your brother Yunzhou to take the gun back. Lin Wanru playfully admonished, wiping her hands with a napkin before shooting a disapproving glance at Lin Qingyin. Clutching the Soul Devourer Victor tightly, Lin Qingyin offered an apologetic smile to the group, turning slightly to shield her newfound treasure from prying eyes, which only served to amuse everyone further. See, your promised weapon is now yours. No more complaints about my generosity, understood? Gu Yunzhou teased Lin Qingyin, who nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with delight as she began to explore the firearm and Oppo's specifications, abandoning her meal for the moment. After a few more bites, Gu Yunzhou contemplated for a moment and decided to present the striking blue, Viking horned helmet. No matter how one puts it, the helmet he handed to Su Wenqing was indeed of remarkable sturdiness, a testament to the quality of Lonpin products. Although its appearance left much to be desired, it was certainly better than nothing. It was solid enough, especially since your exoskeleton armor lacked a protective helmet for the head. This shall be entrusted to you. Su Wenqing stared at the helmet for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before rising swiftly, unsure of how to express his gratitude, ultimately opting for a military salute. Thank you, brother. Observing the weighty and robust horned helmet, Su Wenqing felt a profound sense of gratitude. His elder brother had not forgotten about him, even recalling his lack of head protection. I am truly his foremost little brother. Gu Yunzhou watched the other and Oppo's excited demeanor and smiled, gesturing for him to sit down. We are all part of the same team. There is no need for excessive thanks. I hope we can all work together harmoniously to contribute more to our squad. Just because we didn't acquire equipment this time doesn't mean we won't next time. There are many days ahead of us. Come, let us raise a toast. Cheers. Chapter 125. The midnight encounter with rodents. After a hearty dinner, everyone dispersed, some seeking rest and others tending to their hygiene. Those with a hint of diligence sought ways to engage in physical exercise. After all, we still inhabit a post-apocalyptic world under the premise of a satisfied appetite. Enhancing one and Oppo's strength is paramount for survival. Following their trial with Ma Ying and Oppo's energy shield, Su Wenqing and his companions were inspired to become melee sword and shield warriors. The trio approached Gu Yunzhou, eager to learn the exquisite techniques of the Breaking Blade's 8 cuts. Since they were proactive in their quest for improvement, Gu Yunzhou graciously agreed, inviting several young women to join in as they began with the fundamentals of the large sword techniques. Mastering an additional skill is always advantageous, serving as a delightful prelude to slumber. However, their training was not prolonged, concluding around 11 o'clock. Assigning the task of maintaining the ambience to Wang Kai, who had been lingering nearby, the weary group retreated to their respective rooms, collapsing onto their beds to embrace the realm of dreams. As Xie Jingjie changed into her nightgown and prepared to lock the door, an unexpected push startled her. Upon recognizing the visitor, she offered no warm welcome, nearly scoffing and turning to re-enter her room. Oh, what is wrong? Still sulking? Gu Yunzhou, undeterred by her resistance, embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder with a mischievous grin. Humph, I'm not sulking. I'm just tired and ready for bed. If there is nothing else, kindly leave. Xie Jingjie replied, her ears flushing with warmth and a hint of irritation. She fought to suppress a smile, turning coldly to deliver several playful elbow jabs to his side. All right. Look what I have here. Gu Yunzhou, recognizing her playful demeanor, produced an orange skill card he had reserved just for her. Is this the orange card? She gasped, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, both orange cards in our team are in your possession. After contemplating his words and recalling her recent reading about the card, Xie Jingjie relaxed into his embrace, acknowledging that perhaps this mischievous fellow genuinely cared for her, not merely seeking fleeting pleasures. How do you feel about it? Do you like it? Gu Yunzhou whispered, leaning closer to her ear, his voice a teasing murmur. As Xie Jingjie felt her resolve softening, her lips quirked in a smile, her eyes glimmering with allure. You're insufferable. As their playful conflict escalated, Classical music filled the room, the youthful pair seemingly oblivious to fatigue as they danced around the realm of passion. Had they not been cautious of disturbing others, they might have surrendered to their embarrassment. Yet, even under restraint, they continued to indulge in each other and amp Oppo's company. Hours later, as the final note faded, they nestled together on the bed, Xie and amp Oppo's hair cascading freely, resting her head on Yunzhou and amp Oppo's arm. Dove, you've been so good to me. Wanru won't be angry, will she? Now that I've learned this skill, I'll be the healer of our team. You'll protect me, right? Yunzhou responded playfully, pinching her nose. Fear not, my strength ensures I won't show favoritism. I can handle myself. Is that so? Xie Jingjia eyed his unyielding fingers trailing down his abdomen, teasingly brushing against his form. A flash of green light from the healing technique illuminated the space. Ah, is this how you use it? She exclaimed. I like it. Is that a crime? In a grove over 100 meters away from the farmhouse, shadows flitted among the trees. Under the faint moonlight, a group clad in black conversed quietly at the forest and amp Oppo's edge, gazing toward the now darkened farmhouse. Rodent. Are you certain you saw people at the farmhouse? Inquired a smaller figure. I witnessed them entering. If you had come sooner, you could have seen the lights still on. Weren't they supposed to have lost power? Could they possibly be carrying a portable generator? Regardless, if Rodent speaks true, they must possess substantial supplies. We could seize their resources and enjoy ourselves once more. Last time, we barely had enough food to last 2 days, although that girl was quite a catch. I find myself nostalgic for her. Honestly, you're insatiable. Why not go to Africa if that's all that occupies your mind? Please, spare me the lecture. I know you've sneaked around at night too. Enough with the bickering, commanded the largest figure, silencing the group. Since they managed to drive here, they must have come from Waterpit Village. Do we know their exact route? The people there are notoriously dangerous, and if we provoke them, our little group may find itself in dire straits. After a brief hesitation, Rodent replied, I can't say for certain. They were already inside when I arrived. But they likely came from the other side. No one could safely emerge from that perilous village. His words garnered agreement, as they were well aware of Waterpit Village and amp Oppo's dangers, which was why they were hiding in this desolate area. After deliberation, they resolved to ambush the vehicles at the farmhouse. With fewer people and cars here, they lacked transportation. Once they acquired vehicles, they could form a roaming convoy, akin to a pack of wolves, ready to strike at will. Having settled on their plan, they crept stealthily toward the farmhouse. As they approached within 50 meters, Wang Kai, patrolling the rooftop, detected them and promptly alerted Yunzhou. Roused from his slumber, Yunzhou glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xie Jingjia and quietly extricated himself from bed. Donning his night gear to investigate the intruders disturbing their rest, he descended to awaken Su Wenqing and informed the trio of the situation, leading them to the rooftop where they observed the approaching figures through Wang Kai and amp Oppo's thermal imaging. With a divine perspective, the four remained calm, a thrill of excitement coursing through them as they prepared to confront the intruders. Brother, they're just a handful of petty thieves. The three of us can easily handle them. Wait, Chung, it's pitch black out there. Should we invite them in for some fun? Although there was no indication of whether they were armed with firearms in the thermal imaging, it was evident that they were predominantly wielding knives. Unperturbed by the presence of a gun and an energy shield, he merely sought to playfully torment the group of bumbling thieves who had disturbed his slumber. After contemplating for a moment, Yunzhou nodded with a smile, deciding to let events unfold. Ming then grinned as he seized the large blade handed to him by Su Wenqing, twisting the energy shield bracelet on his left wrist with a cold smirk before descending the stairs to conceal himself in a shadowy corner. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing and Chen Shizhong, whose defenses were far less formidable, remained vigilant on the second-floor balcony, watching the entrance intently. As the two factions, each harboring their own intentions, drew closer, an inevitable confrontation loomed. The first to emerge was a rat, stealthily creeping in from behind the low wall, casting a glance at the nearby entrance obstructed by various debris. The rat scoffed, who said one could only enter through the main door. After ensuring the coast was clear, it let out a soft whistle, squinting in the dim moonlight as it stealthily advanced. However, just as it rounded a corner, a sudden chill gripped the back of its neck, and its vision inexplicably lowered, ultimately allowing it to glimpse its own ankle clad in black stockings, the remnants of the garment pilfered from a girl it had previously captured. It had yet to indulge in the next victim. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in its mind, memories flashing by like a carousel before gradually fading into darkness as if sinking into slumber. Left behind in that spot was a headless corpse, slumped lifelessly on the ground. First blood. He. Hiding in the shadows, the elusive Ma Ying chuckled softly before vanishing once more into the darkness. Chapter 126. Ghosts. There are ghosts. Oh, mother. A rat? A rat? The newcomers were oblivious to the events that had transpired before their arrival. Upon entering and finding no signs of a rat, the tall fellow waiting in place, filled with suspicion, whispered loudly, "What are you shouting about? Don and Oppos, wake up the people inside." One of the newcomers tapped his head and lowered his voice. The man rubbed the back of his head and replied softly, "The rat seems to have vanished." No response to my calls. That sly creature must have been lured by the sin of a woman to frighten someone. Never mind him. He knows when to strike again. Ma Ying stood in the dim corner, faintly illuminated by the weak light from behind. It appeared that their companions had brought in a small flashlight with low power. Suppressing the tremors of excitement coursing through his body, he took a few cautious, deep breaths, tightened his grip on the large knife in his hand, and fixed his gaze intently on the movements ahead. One last one to come in, and once this job is done, we will relocate immediately. Wang Kai silently ascended to the rooftop opposite the wall, with the dark muzzle of a 95-style rifle trained on the people below, ready to pounce. The plan was straightforward, to surround them without a hint of panic. Yunzhou and his companions were scattered in various corners, forming a strategic encirclement. They awaited to see whether these foolish thieves intended to steal a vehicle or something else entirely. "Brother, it seems 7 or 8 of them have entered. Should we leave them all behind?" Su Wensheng whispered into the intercom, inquiring of Yunzhou. "Let Ma Ying teach them a lesson, scare them off. If they refuse to leave, then we shall capture them all." Understood. As the group that had invaded the farm gathered, they began to cover the small flashlight and advanced cautiously in the darkness. The leading man, distracted, inadvertently stepped on the unsuspecting rat and Oppos' body. Ouch! Damn! Almost lost my balance. He quickly covered his mouth, while those behind him halted, their eyes glinting in the night as they sought to understand what had transpired. It and Oppos' nothing. I just tripped over something. The burly leader crouched down to investigate what had caused him to stumble. When he touched something that felt like fabric, he gripped it firmly. Realizing, to his horror, that it was indeed a human, the sensation was slippery and unsettling. Initially doubtful, he froze in place as the realization dawned on him. His pupils constricting in fear. What's wrong? What is it? The others questioned, their flashlight beams illuminating the object he had touched. As the light fell upon it, a series of horrified screams erupted from the group. What the hell? Ugh, puke. The burly man was grasping the severed head of the rat, and beside it lay a headless corpse, oozing a large puddle of ketchup. The sticky sensation was due to the rat and Oppos' face and hair being drenched in the sauce. Their screams jolted Lin Wanru and Xie Jingjie from their slumber. Lin Wanru instructed Lin Qinin to hide at the back of the room, and upon stepping out, she encountered Xie Jingjie. They exchanged nods and silently made their way to the rooftop. Upon arrival, they spotted Yunzhou crouched by the wall and hurried over, whispering, "What is going on?" I heard shouting. "It's nothing serious, just a few thieves who have discovered us. I'm not sure if they are after our vehicle or our supplies. But Su Wensheng and the others are down there engaging with them. If they truly don't know when to retreat, they shall face the consequences." Despite the inadequate lighting, the high-spec attribute girls could still discern the situation. They cautiously peeked out, then withdrew. "Do you need us to assist?" Faced with the small, foolish thieves who dared to disturb their rest and covet their supplies, the 2 girls felt no shred of pity. With a flick of their wrists, their weapons materialized in their hands. "How did the rat die?" one of the intruders asked with a quivering voice. "Damn, it must have been discovered. Everyone, grab your flashlights and drag out those hiding in the shadows to avenge the rat." The lead man swallowed hard, quickly deducing the cause. Observing his despondent teammates, he bellowed. Before he could turn around, he felt his gaze inexplicably lifting upwards, as if he might take flight. "Wait, something in Oppos' off. Why can I see what is happening behind me?" The group wielding flashlights was further horrified, feeling as though they had lost years of their lives. The beam illuminated a man half kneeling, ketchup gushing from his neck like a fountain, his head slowly descending. Behind him stood Ma Ying, grinning with malevolence. "Oh, so this is the kind of opponent my grandfather faced, such a satisfying feel. Truly, the anti-Japanese war knife excels in its swift execution. Ghost. It's a ghost." The feeble-hearted crumpled to the ground, scrambling backward in terror, their bodies trembling with fright. With that exclamation, all the terrified individuals bolted, jostling each other in a desperate bid to escape, fearing that the ketchup-drenched Ming might behead them. "Oh, mother! I'll never dare again," sob. Watching the chaos unfold, Ma Ying, Gu Yunzhou, and Su Wensheng wore broad smiles, relishing the spectacle. In a world devoid of electronic devices and entertainment amidst the apocalypse, witnessing the enemy's panic offered a peculiar amusement, alleviating some of their earlier frustrations from being roused from their warm beds. "I refuse to believe in ghosts. Take this." Struggling to navigate through the throng, a lean, dark-skinned man brandished a homemade firearm, aiming it at Ma Ying, who stood beside the fallen giant. Bang! The gunpowder ignited, sending a flurry of steel projectiles hurtling toward him. At that moment, Ma Ying activated the energy shield on his wrist. An almost invisible wave of energy forming just inches before him, enveloping his body. The bullets struck the shield, their kinetic energy dissipating as if they had collided with a solid wall, falling harmlessly to the ground. The cacophony of the gunshot echoed through the still night, halting everyone who had been intent on fleeing, redirecting their focus toward the source of their terror. Seeing Ma Ying remain unfazed and wearing a look of amusement only solidified their fears. Their pace quickened as those in front became unwitting shields for their enemy. "It's indestructible. Truly indestructible. Ah, get away, all of you." The shooter stood in disbelief, frozen mid-reload, unable to comprehend the situation. Having circled to the inner side of the wall, Su Wensheng, adorned with a horned helmet, cast a mischievous glance at the chaotic throng ahead. Activating the exoskeleton armor and Oppos, as power mode, he endeavored to shield his vital areas, lowering his head as he charged towards them. Bang, 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 bang. "Ah, my hand. What in the world is this? Stay back, stay back. Ah, it and Oppos, a bull-headed creature. Its horns have pierced through a Kai and Oppos, belly. Run, run. This place is truly haunted. Flee at once. Damn rat. He must have been mistaken. This is no plump lamb, but rather lambs walking into the jaws of a tiger. We and Oppos, been led to a haunted abode. Oh my goodness. Are there not only zombies? Have strange apparitions now emerged as well? Those who were not toppled by Su Wensheng and Oppos, surprise assault were left in a state of panic, disregarding the moans of those sprawled on the ground, desperately scrambling towards the fence. Help me, damn it, cough, cough, cough. In a matter of moments, aside from those who lay motionless on the ground, everyone else was scurrying out of the farmhouse, rolling and crawling. Without a moment in Oppos' pause, they dashed away, casting fearful glances back at the farmhouse that seemed to emanate an eerie aura. Chapter 127. The hidden arrow. After Su Wensheng and his companions meticulously cleared away the abandoned corpses in the courtyard, they convened to report to Gu Yunzhou. "Brother, these people are remarkably timid." They were utterly terrified. "Now that the bodies are dealt with, they should be too frightened to return tonight." "Indeed, brother. If it comes to that, the three of us can take turns keeping watch. If they show up, we can take them out one by one. Let us see if they dare to return." Aside from Chun Shizhong, whose temperament was slightly more composed, the other two appeared somewhat exhilarated. Their eagerness seemed to suggest they were almost wishing for another chance to confront their adversaries, prompting Gu Yunzhou to shake his head in bemusement. All right. You've all worked hard. They likely want to return tonight. We can leave the night watch to Wangkai. We must rest well. Tomorrow we continue our journey." After expressing his commendation, Gu Yunzhou dismissed their plan, emphasizing the necessity of rest to avoid fatigue during their travels. He gently patted Wangkai, who was crouched nearby, and they all retired to their rooms to clean the bloodstains and rest. The following morning, after a decent night and Oppos' rest, the group washed up and prepared breakfast before setting off again. Today, they anticipated entering the Qingnu district. Although they Wuden and Oppos need to prepare food. To maintain a low profile, they decided to load some supplies into the vehicle. After packing food and a few condiments from the farmhouse kitchen into the trunk and clearing the obstacles blocking the main entrance, the two vehicles sped out of the courtyard. Rejoining the main road, they continued along the straight path ahead. The scattered zombies they encountered were either dealt with by Su Wensheng and his companions or dispatched by Lin Wanru, who, adapting to her new weapon, shot arrows through their heads from the car window. The acquired attribute cards were distributed among the three girls, enhancing their capabilities. A pleasant surprise awaited them in the form of an unexpected piece of equipment card, blue Uzi steel katana. Crafted from Uzi steel, the blade is hard and sharp enough to cut through hair. Seated in the passenger seat, free from the burden of driving, he promptly retrieved the long blade. With a swift thrust, he pierced the car roof, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, due to his skill as a weapon master, various methods of wielding the weapon flashed through his mind, the most enticing being the challenge of slicing a bullet mid-flight. With his extraordinary physical prowess, he was confident in his ability to achieve this feat given the opportunity. As they passed a small gas station, Yunzhou, initially hoping to conserve supplies, discovered it was entirely non-operational with nary a drop of fuel in sight. Reluctantly, he retrieved the gasoline he had prepared in advance from the storage to fill the vehicle and Oppo's tank before continuing their journey. The road was largely uneventful, save for the occasional zombie, and they made periodic stops to rest and switch drivers. After 4 to 5 hours of driving, they still had not reached the Yunzhou district by midday. They parked the vehicles on the roadside, had a simple meal, and took a brief respite before setting off again. By mid-afternoon, after nearly a full day of driving, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Yunzhou district. The fuel in both vehicles was running low, and a gas station was conveniently located at a nearby intersection. Using the walkie-talkie, they signaled Su Wensheng and his team to head towards the gas station. The two vehicles came to a halt 10 meters from the gas station. As soon as they parked, Wang Kai leapt from the top of the Changcheng cannon, swiftly darting inside the gas station. After ensuring there were no threats lurking within, he relayed the message to the rest of the team to approach. Once everyone disembarked, they stretched and released a collective sigh of relief. Lin Wanru, while easing her sore neck, remarked, "After this journey, I never want to drive again. It feels more exhausting than slaying zombies." The three girls, whose physical attributes had been enhanced, felt fatigued, while Su Wenqing and the others, who had been confined in the back of the vehicle, appeared even worse for wear. Su Wenqing, supported by his exoskeleton armor, fared slightly better, able to sit or lie down, while Ma Ying and Chen Shizhong, having spent the entire journey inside, emerged looking utterly worn out. As they all stretched and assessed the fuel levels, Yunzhou suggested, "Let us fill up here." However, Ma Ying soon discovered the fuel pump was unresponsive due to a lack of electricity. "This machine is out of power. I can't Oppo's to get any fuel out," he said, tossing the fuel nozzle aside in frustration. "Fool, don't you know to find tools and siphon it yourself? Who would come to capture you now?" Su Wenqing retorted after clearing out some lurking zombies nearby and returning to find Ma Ying still struggling with the pump. Embarrassed, Ma Ying chuckled awkwardly before dashing into the small convenience store at the back to fetch tools to siphon gasoline into their vehicle. Meanwhile, the others began searching for useful supplies, stuffing their finds into backpacks they had gathered. Before long, each member of the group had acquired a bulging backpack, embodying the archetype of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The gas station still had a substantial supply of fuel, filling 3 massive 20-liter green barrels. Su Wensheng mused quietly about whether they should seek a larger vehicle to transport more fuel. Just as Yunzhou was about to respond negatively, Lin Wanru, standing a short distance away, suddenly shouted, "Watch out." At that moment, she deftly summoned her light feather bow, drawing back an arrow aimed towards the gas station and Oppo's entrance. Crack! A sound echoed as an arrow shattered mid-flight, while Lin Wanru's projectile vanished into the distance. "Brother, be careful." Su Wensheng instinctively shielded Yunzhou and raised his firearm, aiming towards the direction of the arrow. "Wait, don't be so tense." Yunzhou seized Su Wensheng and Oppo's rifle, exclaiming, "This is a gas station. While there has been any spilled gasoline since we arrived, we must avoid any open flames for safety." Though Lin Wanru and Oppo's arrows were unaffected, using firearms was an entirely different matter. Su Wenqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, sheepishly scratched his head, yet remained protectively positioned in front of Yunzhou, wary of any unforeseen threats. "Indeed, there is no need for you to be so anxious," Yunzhou remarked, observing the other with the vigilance of a seasoned bodyguard, his gaze occasionally darting towards the rear. He cheerfully patted the man and Oppo's shoulder and continued speaking. Yet Su Wenqing remained on high alert. A brother as exceptional as this was a rare find, and he could not afford to let anything befall him. After subtly guiding his companion into the small supermarket behind them, he finally exhaled in relief, taking back the Type 95 rifle that had been handed to him. He cast a wary glance out the window and muttered, "Damn it, let me not catch that scoundrel who lurks in the shadows." Meanwhile, upon Lin Wanru and Oppo's authoritative shout, the others also prudently sought refuge in safe spots. Chapter 128. What on earth is this situation? The group, ensconced in their safe location, cast their anxious gazes beyond the gas station. Merely 100 meters separated them from the chaos at the intersection, yet that short distance was fraught with complexity. A glance revealed a veritable tangle of vehicles piled high at the intersection and amp, Oppos, S-Center, some askew, and others turned upside down, illustrating the pandemonium that had erupted during the zombie crisis. Both sides of the road were similarly cluttered with various obstacles, overturned lampposts, shattered billboards, and shards of light bulbs littered the ground, rendering passage nearly impossible. In such a convoluted environment, discerning the hiding place of their assailant seemed an insurmountable challenge. The group strained their eyes, meticulously scanning every potential nook for concealed figures, but their efforts proved futile. What if I exit through the back door of the convenience store and deploy a drone to scout the area? Lin Qingyin proposed, seeking an alternative perspective. If the ground offered no answers, perhaps the skies would reveal the whereabouts of this elusive foe. After all, they were merely passing through to refuel. They had not intended to provoke hostility. Fortunately, Lin Wanru had reacted swiftly, neutralizing the attack. But what if their adversaries chose incendiary devices next time? They were at a gas station, after all. This vendetta must be avenged. Otherwise, they would be seen as nothing more than easy prey. Before Lin Qingyin could take action, another arrow soared towards them, only to be intercepted and detonated by Lin Wanru. Inside the store, Yunzhou brandished the powerful bow, aiming at the position from which he had just spotted the assailant. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow was released, piercing through the air with lethal intent. The force of the bow in Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppos, S hands far surpassed that of Lin Wanru and Amp, Oppos, S. The arrow tore through the metal of the vehicles, striking true towards its target. Hearing a muffled thud carried by the wind, Gu Yunzhou knew he had at least inflicted significant damage on the foe. Damn it, they and Amp, Oppos, retesting our patience. Mying. Activate your energy shield, and let us flush this rodent out. Su Wensheng called out, summoning Mying to follow him cautiously towards the tangled wreckage at the intersection. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Qingyin launched the drone from the back door, transforming it into their aerial reconnaissance unit. Caution! Enemies ahead. From his elevated vantage point, Lin Qingyin spotted an individual lurking at the corner of Su Wensheng and Mying's advance, promptly relaying the information via radio. Without hesitation, Su Wensheng tapped Mying on the shoulder, prompting her to activate her energy shield. The duo charged forward in perfect synchrony. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru, utilizing her abilities, swiftly ascended a towering billboard to eliminate the encroaching zombies. Got you now, Mying exclaimed as he collided with the assailant hiding behind the vehicles, sending the individual sprawling. Observing the unfortunate figure with an arrow protruding from their shoulder, Mying smirked, ready to deliver a swift end with his blade. However, Su Wensheng seized his wrist, halting him. Brother Qing? Mying queried, puzzled by the intervention. Releasing his grip, Su Wensheng hesitated, gazing at the girl on the ground. Her face contorted in pain and fear. She appeared to be a high school student, her attire and slight frame suggesting she was indeed a survivor from a nearby school. Approximately 50 meters down the road, though uncertain of her motives for attacking their team, he deemed it prudent to capture her for questioning. Given that they were in unfamiliar territory, hold off on any rash actions, let us take her back for answers, Su Wensheng advised. Mying nodded, preparing to bind the girl's hands with zip ties. Xiaohua, damn it, let her go. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged from behind a wrecked vehicle, brandishing a familiar weapon and firing without hesitation. Bang, bang. Fortunately, Mying's reflexes were quick, activating his energy shield to deflect the incoming bullets. Simultaneously, Su Wensheng retaliated, forcing the assailant back behind the vehicle. Together, they dragged the girl, whose eyes reflected disbelief and despair, away from the scene. At the intersection and Amp, Oppos, S periphery, Gu Yunzhou drew his Uzi steel samurai sword, slicing through the approaching zombies with precision. They fell before he could blink, their heads severed cleanly. Expressions of confusion frozen in death. As Su Wensheng and Ma Ying pulled the girl closer to the gas station, she regained her composure, fervently protesting, "No, don't take me back. I barely escaped. I'd rather die than return. You wretched bastards." As she struggled fiercely, she bit down on Mying's arm. "Ah, damn it. Do you want to die?" he yelped, shaking his hand and glaring at the still struggling girl. Unable to manage her alone, Su Wensheng suggested, "Here, take my rifle and suppress their pursuit while I secure her." He maneuvered behind the girl, gripping her neck firmly as they forcibly retreated to the gas station. The attackers, wary of harming the girl, hesitated to fire, fearing a catastrophic outcome. Having cleared the nearby zombies without a trace of blood, Gu Yunzhou returned to the gas station, his head brimming with questions as he regarded the captured girl. What on earth is this situation? Chapter 129. Zhao Xiaohua gazing upon the profusely bleeding arm and the severed arrow shaft. It became evident that this girl was the very culprit who had just unleashed 2 deadly arrows upon them. Gu Yunzhou conceded that last night they had indeed exhibited a certain cold-bloodedness, a semblance of perversion stemming from prolonged suppression. Yet, one would think they ought to retain at least a semblance of humanity. No matter the self-serving nature of the apocalypse, nor the gnawing hunger, there ought to be limits. Or so one would hope. Although they had not explicitly established rules during their initial assembly, it was hard to fathom that they were the sort of individuals to contemplate such actions. Observing the girl's eyes wide with terror, akin to a lamb ensnared in a wolf's den, Gu Yunzhou shook his head, pondering that if these 2 truly harbored such intentions, he would have no choice but to eliminate them from the team. As for the girl, he would grant her a swift end, no matter how pitiful she appeared now. It could not absolve her of the 2 arrows she had previously launched at them. As they looked at their esteemed leader, Gu Yunzhou and Imp Apos' right hand had already grasped the hilt of his katana, prompting Su Wenqing and the others to shiver and hastily wave their hands in protest. Brother, don't misunderstand, they exclaimed in unison. It's not what you think, brother. We noticed that this girl is far too young. Thus we intended to bring her back and inquire about the situation. We absolutely harbor no ulterior motives. Indeed, we do possess a baseline of humanity. It is certainly not as you imagine. If you don't believe me, I can end her right now. After all, she did just shoot at us. Scared by Gu Yunzhou and Imp Apos' stern demeanor, Ma Ying raised the large blade in his hand, aiming to grant the girl, who lay on the ground, a swift death to prove his innocence. The girl finally realized that Gu Yunzhou's group was not affiliated with the other faction. However, as the blade drew nearer, she wished to explain but was too terrified to utter a word, only shaking her head vigorously and attempting to crawl backward. The 3 girls, Lin Wanru and her companions, watched with furrowed brows but refrained from intervening, as they were uncertain of the girl's true circumstances. What if she was feigning vulnerability to deceive them? The consequences of that would be something none wished to witness. Don and Imp Apos' the middle-aged man who had initially fired upon Su Wenqing and the others did not flee, but instead hid behind the greenery, observing. As he saw Zhao Xiaohua on the verge of being executed by the group, he could no longer restrain himself and dashed forward, raising both hands to reveal the pistol he bore, indicating he posed no threat. It is well known that wielding a large blade makes it difficult to retract one's force, especially for someone like Ma Ying, who still retained the essence of an ordinary person. In an instant, Gu Yunzhou vanished from his position, appearing beside Ma Ying and seizing the blade's hilt. Zhao Xiaohua collapsed on the ground, felt the razor-sharp edge of the blade almost grazing her skin, her teeth chattering in fear, on the verge of losing control. Seeing the middle-aged man still brandishing a pistol, Lin Wanru and her companions, along with Su Wenqing and Chen Shizhong, raised their weapons in his direction, with nearly every hand aimed at him. Even the battle-hardened man felt a shiver run down his spine. However, witnessing Zhao Xiaohua still alive, Gu Yunzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke, striving to keep his voice steady. Everyone, lower your weapons. Do not harm the girl. I mean no ill will. We are at a gas station. We can resolve this amicably. Once Gu Yunzhou removed the blade from the girl's shoulder, he patted Ma Ying's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned his attention to the approaching middle-aged man with keen interest. The man's words were intriguing. First, he indicated he posed no danger, then subtly emphasized that they were indeed at a gas station, where both parties wielded firearms, a circumstance that necessitated dialogue. When the man halted 3 meters away, the group directed inquiring looks at Gu Yunzhou. The man realized this was the leader of the small team. Young brother, this esteemed one due to age and the disparity in their strengths, he faltered on how to address him. I am Gu Yunzhou. Simply call me by my name. I am the leader of this team. Now, explain why you attacked us. You are not affiliated with the supermarket or arcade factions. Are you? Then can you assist her in staunching the bleeding? The middle-aged man, visibly agitated, focused on the increasingly pale Zhao Xiaohua. Gu Yunzhou disregarded the man's plea, maintaining a playful smile as he regarded him, while the others remained motionless, awaiting his command. Are you serious? Please comprehend your situation. It was you who instigated this encounter. Why do you imply that it is our fault? I did not intend to attack you. I thought you were, the middle-aged man faltered, collapsing to the ground. weakened by blood loss. As Zhao Xiaohua continued, I thought you were the ones who had captured her to take her back to the arcade. The middle-aged man quickly completed her unfinished thought. He understood the weakness of this statement, and observing Zhao Xiaohua's deteriorating condition, he hastily began to inform Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's team about the local situation. It turned out that 3 factions had established significant survivor camps around the intersection, with Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's group approaching from the south, near the Qingxin district, where few individuals resided. Each faction occupied a direction at the intersection. One faction, located westward, comprised the largest but weakest group from Qingxin High School. Another was situated 200 meters east at a large supermarket, along with nearby snack shops. The last faction, to the north and closer to the urban center, was the arcade. The school and supermarket represented ordinary survivor camps, while the arcade was a haven for ruffians and gray market groups. If one were to label these groups, the supermarket would be a mixed bag, containing both good and bad elements. The arcade, on the other hand, was lawless, where individuals could commit any act without the constraints of pre-apocalypse law, while the school consisted of the frail and elderly yet still held firearms. If one were to inquire how the school obtained firearms, the answer would naturally point to the girl lying on the ground. The weight of the term first-class merit orphan required no elaboration. Even Ma Ying, despite his turbulent past, would not hesitate to strike out when he heard those 3 words, fearing the repercussions of provoking such a powerful individual. First-class merit recipients are honored in life, second-class in death, and first-class families receive the benefits. Regardless of their actions, when confronted with such a phrase, respect was required. It would be no exaggeration to say that anyone daring to provoke this young lady in the pre-apocalyptic world would find themselves facing not just her comrades, but also the wrath of the state. Jinjie, quickly come and aid her in treating her wounds. Use your skills. Without hesitation, Gu Yunzhou called upon Xie Jinjie, who had learned healing techniques the previous night, to tend to the girl's injuries. Chapter 130. The blood fruit. The middle-aged man watched as a girl emerged from the rear, and in a swift motion, he yanked the arrow shaft that was embedded in Zhao Xiaohua's arm. Alarmed, he immediately shouted to stop her. Unable to restrain himself, he took a couple of steps forward, only to be held back by the gun barrel aimed by Su Wenqing. While respect was due, one must maintain a sense of vigilance in these apocalyptic times. The middle-aged man was in a state of agitation, but his eyes widened in astonishment when he saw a green glow emanating from the girl's palm as she pressed it against Zhao Xiaohua and Amp, Oppo's wound. An ability user, he exclaimed involuntarily. Lin Wanru, who could perceive each other and Amp, Oppo's attributes, excluding intimacy, remained composed, their expressions unchanged. In contrast, Su Wenqing and his companions, unaware of the situation, mirrored the middle-aged man and Amp, Oppo's surprise. They were oblivious to the fact that Xie Jinjie possessed such a remarkable ability. However, a thought crossed their minds. If she truly was a healer, they could afford to be more reckless in their endeavors, not recklessly endangering themselves, but rather engaging in combat with greater freedom, much like Ma Ying, who had always aspired to be a melee fighter. The thrill of charging with an energy shield and recklessly cutting through hordes of zombies was tantalizing. As the green orb in Xie Jinjie and Amp, Oppo's hand gradually faded, Zhao Xiaohua and Amp, Oppo's shoulder wound had healed significantly, though it was not entirely mended. She could manage simple movements now, but given that Xie Jinjie had only recently acquired this skill, her proficiency was still in its infancy. With misunderstandings cleared, the group and Amp, Oppo's tension eased slightly. In their conversations, they learned that Zhao Xiaohua had just evaded the entertainment complex and returned to the gas station at the crossroads. Upon seeing Gu Yunzhou and his companions, she had mistakenly assumed they were hostile and attacked. Zhao Xiaohua sincerely bowed in apology for the misunderstanding. Gu Yunzhou and his crew had also acted without understanding the situation, and after a brief exchange, they moved on. Subsequently, the middle-aged man, Qin Jianjun, extended an invitation to Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's group, proposing that they join the school camp to establish a relatively peaceful refuge. The primary motivation was to retain the girl with healing abilities, as her presence would significantly alleviate the camp and Amp, Oppo's medical burdens, and she might even collaborate with Zhao Xiaohua. Gu Yunzhou, you should really consider this. The post-apocalyptic world is fraught with dangers, both from zombies and from fellow survivors. Joining our school camp would not be a disadvantage. You can always return home later. Qin Jianjun pressed on, but as the captain, Gu Yunzhou politely declined. The other team members followed his lead. Indeed, there are only a few of us. And even if we joined your camp, we wouldn't and amp, oppose, to contribute much, they chimed in. And as for safety on the road, you needn't and amp, oppose, to worry. We are quite experienced in handling such situations. Mai and Su Wenqing quickly discerned each other and amp, oppose, s thoughts and efficiently alleviated Chun Jianjun and amp, oppose, s unwarranted concerns. Acknowledging his inability to compel them, Chun Jianjun glanced at Zhao Xiaohua and pondered the predatory gaze from the entertainment complex. For her safety, he shifted his request. Could you assist us, considering her situation? As Gu Yunzhou and amp, oppose, S group prepared to depart, they halted when Chun Jianjun called out. Not exiting the vehicle but rolling down the window to address the two individuals standing by the roadside. Why should we help you? We are not obligated volunteers. He inquired with a smile. Zhao Xiaohua tugged at Chun Jianjun and amp, oppose, S sleeve, but he remained resolute. We hope you can assist her. She is being targeted by those from the entertainment complex. While she managed to escape this time, we cannot guarantee her safety in the future. We hope you will help us eliminate that group of nefarious individuals. He bowed deeply as he spoke, appearing to employ a form of moral coercion. If that is the case, why don't you leave this area? There should be survivor bases established by the military in every district. With her identity and the number of people at your school requesting aid, it shouldn't amp, oppose, be too difficult, right? If you lack a satellite phone, we can lend you ours for a few minutes, Su Wenqing interjected from their armored vehicle, unperturbed by any moral appeals. Gu Yunzhou, growing increasingly impatient, coldly remarked. We reiterate, we are strangers. Why should we assist you? According to your own words, those from the entertainment complex are deranged and dangerous, possibly armed with firearms or smuggled weapons. Helping you poses a genuine threat to our lives. Are you merely seeking us as spectators? Moreover, why is it solely her they are after? They abducted her but did not harm her. What are you concealing? Gu Yunzhou and amp, oppose. A barrage of questions left Chun Jianjun momentarily speechless. He comprehended their inquiries, which revolved around the benefits of assisting them and why Zhao Xiaohua was their target. However, the secret they had guarded for so long was not something he wished to divulge easily. He racked his brain for something within the camp that could serve as compensation to persuade them to help. If you are returning home, you likely are not familiar with the back roads aside from the main ones often used by buses. If you agree to assist us, our school possesses a detailed road map of the southern province that could be beneficial to you, Chun Jianjun proposed, presenting a potential incentive. Gu Yuzhou exchanged glances with Su Wenqing and shook his head with a smile, restarting the engine. It appeared they had nothing of value to offer. They decided to continue their journey, seeking a safe location to spend the night away from the city. Seeing them prepare to leave, Chun Jianjun, feeling desperate, resolved to reveal the truth. After all, their group included an ability user, and based on the equipment and capabilities of Gu Yunzhou and Appo's team, along with the intelligence displayed by the mechanical wolf, it was evident they were a formidable force, far superior to ordinary survivors. There was a possibility that at least 2 members of their team possessed abilities. He glanced at the girl with the bow and arrow, contemplating that she might also be a martial artist. To eliminate future threats, it would be prudent to have their assistance, even if it meant putting Zhao Xiaohua in a precarious position. Wait, we have something else, something that will surely pique your interest. This is also the reason Zhao Xiaohua became their target. As the group halted their vehicle, Chun Jianjun pulled a smooth fruit from his pocket and offered it to Gu Yunzhou, who was seated in the driver's seat. I wonder if you can discern the unique qualities of this fruit. It is our token of gratitude. Upon receiving it, Gu Yunzhou merely cast a glance before automatically activating the system and Appo's inherent viewing function. Blood fruit, white derived from a small amount of extraordinary energy catalyzing goji berries. Consumption restores a modicum of physical strength and energy, with a chance of enhancing energy levels. Chapter 131. The first encounter with a superpowered individual. Upon perusing the information regarding the fruit, Gu Yunzhou deftly grasped it in his hand. This fruit appeared extraordinary. Its purpose remained ambiguous. Was it abundant? Surely, your reluctance to depart stems from this, does it not? After consumption, one could feel a significant boost in both physical strength and mental acuity, yet its quantity was limited. As for the specifics, Chun Jianjun glanced towards Zhao Xiaohua beside him. For I too am a superpowered individual. Zhao Xiaohua, aware of the pressure faced by Uncle Chen and his companions at school, clenched her teeth and spoke up. A superpowered individual? This time, it was Gu Yunzhou and Appo's turn to be astonished. Observing the young girl's earnest expression, they queried with a hint of skepticism, "And what is your power?" Zhao Xiaohua remained silent, merely raising her hand to reveal a small sphere of greenish-brown energy. However, her effort appeared taxing. The energy dissipated in less than 3 seconds, leaving no opportunity for further demonstration. Yunzhou speculated that her low mental capacity was to blame. "Is it a form of healing?" Zhao Xiaohua shook her head. She retrieved 2 fruits from a small pouch and consumed them, visibly revitalized, though her complexion remained pale. "Allow me to explain," Chen Jianjun said, patting Zhao Xiaohua and Amp Apos' shoulder. He proceeded to elucidate to Yunzhou and Amp Apos' team that her ability did not function like Xie Jinjie and Amp Apos' direct healing methods, but rather acted as a catalyst for plant energy. The fruits Yunzhou held, along with those Zhao Xiaohua had just consumed, were products catalyzed by her power. If one were to liken them, they resembled the precious spiritual fruits nourished by ethereal energies found in novels. The quantity of energy expended in catalysis determined whether the fruits would exhibit enhanced functionality or transformative effects. This was precisely the reason certain unscrupulous individuals had targeted Zhao Xiaohua. Capturing her would ensure a continuous supply of spiritual fruits, with rumors suggesting that she could specifically catalyze a plant, allowing one to acquire superpowers upon consuming the fruit. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze toward Zhao Xiaohua shifted, and Chen Jianjun discreetly shielded her behind him, wary of any malicious intentions arising from this newfound information. It was a high-stakes gamble. They wagered that Yunzhou and Amp Apos' formidable prowess would render them indifferent to Zhao Xiaohua and Amp Apos' relatively weak abilities. Yunzhou examined the crimson blood fruit, white, in his hand, tossing it into his mouth. As he chewed, a subtly sweet, refreshing juice burst forth. Noticing the subtle changes in his body, he contemplated that if a white-grade fruit existed, surely higher-quality varieties were available. If suitable, they could bolster the physical strength of Su Wenqing and the others, thereby enhancing the team and Amp Apos' overall capability. This would not be perceived as favoritism towards the female, would it? He subsequently inquired, "We can assist with this matter, but what conditions can you offer? A mere handful of such fruits would be insufficient. There are several varieties of spiritual plants at our camp. If you don't mind, we can accompany you back to school and negotiate further there," Chen Jianjun suggested, seizing the opportunity as it arose. After all, he had been away for some time, and those left behind at the school must be anxious. The crossroads area was far from secure. Yunzhou and his companions promptly closed the car windows before conferring via intercom, ultimately deciding to first inspect the school. "Will you be riding with us, or would you prefer to find your own vehicle to lead the way?" We shall take the front pickup truck," Chen Jianjun replied, noting that only the pickup had space, and it also carried an individual clad in a mechanical exoskeleton. For reasons of safety and trust, they opted to travel by vehicle. After all, should any mischief arise, being in the car would ensure they could respond promptly. Once everyone was aboard, they proceeded under Chen Jianjun and Amp Apos' guidance towards the school. "Hey, why has our speed diminished? We can drive straight through the gate. The vehicle can park inside." Protected by a barrier only accessible by personnel, Chen Jianjun remarked from the back seat, noticing their gradual deceleration as they stopped 30 meters from the entrance. "No need to rush. We shall wait a moment," replied Maiying, sitting in the passenger seat, playfully stalling. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyin took advantage of the delay to release a drone, which ascended swiftly, surveying the school premises to ensure they would not be ensnared like fish in a barrel. For the safety of the entire team, it was prudent to consider others' intentions with the utmost suspicion. Given Zhao Xiaohua's dual identity, Yunzhou had reason to believe that, aside from Chen Jianjun, a man evidently with military background, numerous comrades of her father's were likely present as well. Furthermore, considering Chen Jianjun possessed a handgun, it was entirely plausible that the school housed weapons dropped by the military. Though Yunzhou was unperturbed by potential ambushes, the same could not be said for the other members of the team. Cautiousness was paramount. The school likely harbored several hundred individuals. The rooftops were dotted with greenery and bustling figures, while the ground was fortified with sandbags, indicating their defensive measures. As Lin Qingyin examined the transmitted images, she reported, "No signs of military presence detected. It seems they have not received word of the girl, otherwise, their defenses would be more formidable." In the playground, many individuals were seen practicing in formation, predominantly young teachers or students from the school. Due to the absence of reconnaissance or aerial defense mechanisms, within minutes, Gu Yunzhou and his team had gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the school's situation. The entire camp housed approximately several hundred survivors, mostly students, one-third comprising teachers, along with a few figures resembling instructors. This group was likely the comrades that had sought Zhao Xiaohua immediately after the apocalypse erupted. The rooftop appeared to serve as their cultivation area, where several potted goji berries and aloe vera plants were visible. Gu Yunzhou and his companions opted not to enter the school, but instead disembarked outside. We shall forego entering the school, while time permits. Please gather any rewards you can offer. If feasible, we could decisively eliminate the Entertainment City faction, Qin Jianjun stated, observing their hesitance before ultimately nodding in agreement. Upon receiving their consent, he led Zhao Xiaohua towards the school's interior. Brother, what if they don't return or bring others to seize us? Chen Shizhong voiced his concern as he watched the two disappear through the school gates. Then we shall see how they choose, was the only response. Chapter 132. The price is set, let in damp. Oppos. Get started although the others could no longer see them. Lin Qingyin continued to control the drone, capturing the scenes unfolding within the camp. She could clearly observe that upon returning to the camp, Qin Jianjun and Zhao Xiaohua immediately attracted considerable attention. After being escorted back to the playground by the gatekeepers, a crowd gathered around them, seemingly engaged in a warm exchange. A few minutes later, Qin Jianjun, accompanied by Zhao Xiaohua and a military instructor who had been practicing with other students on the playground, made their way towards the academic building. They were likely seeking the camp leader or a group representative. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Jianjun returned with Zhao Xiaohua and several individuals carrying various items, approaching their convoy. Gu Yuzhou and Lin Wanru confirmed amongst themselves that their approaching companions bore no visible weapons, and the items in their hands appeared to be an assortment of peculiar plants. It seemed that Qin Jianjun had successfully persuaded the others inside that the guns aimed at them should be gradually lowered. As Qin Jianjun and his group drew nearer, it became evident that they were only holding a selection of fruits resembling zhu radiating a faint luminescence. These were the remaining spiritual plants from their base. The goji berries were already familiar to them, while the other two were aloe vera, known for its wound-healing properties, and calamondin, or little golden oranges. The fruits and plants had been catalyzed by Zhao Xiaohua's supernatural abilities. Aloe vera, wrapped in gauze, could treat minor external injuries, while the calamondin had been discovered to invigorate the mind and enhance vision, somewhat akin to a stimulant. Without further ado, Qin Jianjun succinctly introduced the three species to Gu Yunzhou and the others. These plants were relatively easy to find within the school, and Zhao Xiaohua's powers made their cultivation straightforward. Aside from these three, only succulent plants tended by students and common weeds remained, with larger varieties consisting of various fruit trees planted around the campus. The succulents and weeds had been tested, demonstrating sturdier growth but no additional benefits, although this could be attributed to time constraints and limited energy, suggesting that further experimentation would be necessary once they settled down. As for the many-year-old fruit trees on campus, it was clear that minimal energy would not imbue them with the special properties found in smaller potted plants. Nevertheless, having identified these three plants early on was already a significant achievement. Gu Yunzhou picked up a pod of aloe vera, which resembled jade, and examined the information. Jade aloe, green originally an ordinary variety of aloe vera. Its leaves have become thicker and more substantial following supernatural catalysis, rich in gel-like substances, which are essential for its healing properties. Seeing Gu Yunzhou and Appo's interest, Qin Jianjun thoughtfully elaborated. This plant was exceptionally convenient in the event of an injury. One merely needed to pluck a leaf, extract the gel, and apply it to the affected area. After obtaining permission, Gu Yunzhou broke off a small pointed segment and applied it to his arm, soon feeling a refreshing sensation rapidly spreading. He attentively observed the changes in his skin, confirming that this substance was indeed beneficial for minor wounds. For larger injuries, the aloe leaf could be chopped up and wrapped in clean gauze for application, effectively stopping bleeding, alleviating pain, and possessing anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties to prevent infection. With a smile, Qin Jianjun continued his explanation. Gu Yunzhou nodded and shifted his gaze towards another potted plant. Calamondin, green originally a common calamondin, it now contains unique energy following supernatural catalysis. Consuming it temporarily enhances vision and strengthens the eyes and Appo's ability to withstand bright and dim conditions, along with a slight increase in mental acuity. At present, the calamondin and Appo's utility was somewhat limited, only proving effective in specific environments. Chen Jianjun plucked a small calamondin and handed it to Gu Yunzhou. Gu Yunzhou accepted the fruit, examining it closely. The skin shimmered with a faint golden glow, and upon bringing it to his nose, he detected a subtle, alluring fragrance, far more enticing than ordinary calamondins. After a quick wipe, he bit into it, and as the skin ruptured, sweet and tangy juice flooded his mouth. In no time, he felt his eyes brighten, the fatigue from a day of driving dissipated, and he could read the distant road signs even under the midday sun. Each calamondin consumed would maintain its effects for a day, but excessive intake could trigger a rejection response from the body, potentially affecting vision, Chen Jianjun cautioned. The properties of the three fruits were remarkable, and the attitudes of Chen Jianjun and his companions left Gu Yunzhou thoroughly satisfied, appreciating their transparency and lack of ulterior motives. After a brief discussion regarding the remuneration for this mission, it was agreed that these three potted plants, which could be carefully maintained for repeated use, would serve as payment for Gu Yunzhou and Appo's team. They could not guarantee whether these plants would revert to ordinary varieties over time, but they suggested that Xie Jinjie might experiment with her abilities on the plants. In essence, these three items would be handed over to Gu Yunzhou and Appo's team upon completion of the mission, after which the responsibility would no longer lie with Chen Jianjun and his group, unless they were willing to periodically return to their camp for Zhao Xiaohua to recharge the plants and Appo's energy. Gu Yunzhou was unconcerned about the maintenance of these three potted plants, knowing they would require energy-nutrient solutions to thrive. Moreover, the possibility of obtaining such energy solutions from future encounters with zombies was not out of the question. His greater concern lay with the ripe, edible fruits that had already matured. Along with the one he had just consumed, there were approximately 5 or 6 calamondins remaining, and the goji berries and aloe vera were in greater abundance, numbering over 10 and 7 or 8 leaves, respectively. While Gu Yunzhou was confident that more such plants existed within the school, he understood the importance of moderation. The fact that the other party had opted not to take the fruits directly, but instead offered the plants themselves, demonstrated their sincerity. Very well, it is settled then. Let us set off now, heading north towards the arcade, correct? Before night falls, we must act swiftly, Gu Yunzhou declared with a snap of his fingers, finalizing the decision. After confirming their destination, under the astonished gazes of Chen Jianjun and the others, the entire group boarded their vehicles and drove towards the intersection. One young man, cradling the aloe vera pot, queried, "Chen, are you sure they can handle this?" "Indeed. Why are these kids so eager? Kin and Appo's, they wait for us to go together? There are dozens of people at the arcade, Arin and Appo's, they just heading to their doom? Humph. Who cares if they are walking into danger? Even if they expend some energy. It is not a bad thing. After all, we have everything in our possession. Alas, how can you say that? They are genuinely trying to help us." As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Chen Jianjun raised his hand decisively, silencing their discussions. "Enough. Do not underestimate the capabilities of that team. They are not as feeble as you might presume. Consider yourselves fortunate that they are not a brutal bunch. Otherwise, even the entire school united would likely fall short against them." The others, upon hearing this, displayed a range of reactions. Some appeared contemplative, others remained indifferent, while a few were filled with intrigue. Chapter 133. The day we must confront Gu Yunzhou and Appo's team navigated their vehicle around the bustling intersection, heading straight towards the arcade located to the north. Prior to their departure, Chen Jianjun had shared some essential information regarding the entertainment complex. The leader of this camp, known as the Smiling Tiger, whose real name is Zhu Sanjin, was a figure familiar to those who mingled on the streets in earlier years. However, he had been incarcerated for a time due to undisclosed reasons. Upon his release, he reinvented himself by establishing a small security firm, eventually becoming a modest business owner, culminating in the establishment of this arcade named High Play. The arcade was a perennial gathering place for individuals from various walks of life, conveniently concealing his illicit enterprises. Following the chaos of the apocalypse, he became increasingly brazen. According to Chen Jianjun, the surviving women in that area had been reduced to mere playthings for men, rendering it a veritable hell for women. The team and Appo's vehicle came to a halt about 100 meters from the arcade. After swiftly dispatching nearby zombies, they proceeded with their usual dual reconnaissance, both aerial and ground. Wang Kai and -2 Malawian Quatches were deployed simultaneously, gathering a comprehensive understanding of their surroundings. The entrance to the arcade was cluttered with various vehicles that had collided, creating an impasse, while the exterior was swarmed by attracted zombies. The entrance was barricaded with an assortment of debris, and the second-floor balcony, originally intended for signage, had been repurposed into a lookout post, with a couple of thugs stationed there guarding the area. Upon inspecting the rear entrance, they discovered it completely blocked from within, leaving only the main entrance as a point of access. Aerial surveillance revealed a large bundle of rope-like objects near the two guards on the second floor, likely used to gain entry into the arcade via a rope ladder. Their initial plan to employ a drone to survey the interior was thwarted, as all the windows were either obscured by sheer curtains or covered with newspapers, rendering visibility impossible. With no other option, they resolved to launch a direct assault, as it was imperative to eliminate the threat regardless of the method. Brother, what, and Amp, Oppos, as the plan. Su Wenqing, donning a horned helmet, had loaded several ammunition belts and was poised for action. Ma Ying and Chen Shizhong stood behind him, awaiting Gu Yunzhou and Amp, Oppos' orders. After glancing at Lin Wanru and the other two women, he inquired, "Will you three wait outside or join us? Eventually, we must confront it. We should go together. We cannot always hide behind you," Lin Wanru asserted, her grip tightening around her featherfall bow with resolute determination. Xie Jingjie raised her inferno roar, echoing the sentiment. "What about Qingyin?" Su Wensheng expressed his concern for the younger Lin Qingyin. "Don and Amp, Oppos, worry about me. I and Amp, Oppos, am no longer a little girl. I can fight alongside you," Lin Qingyin declared, revealing the NVID Soul Devourer submachine gun, the very weapon that had eluded Su Wenqing and his companions for some time. The trio was taken aback by Lin Qingyin and Amp, Oppos' unexpected capability, their envy nearly spilling over in tears. What a convenient ability. Why didn't Amp, Oppos, they possess such talents? Lin Wanru patted the young girl and Amp, Oppos' head, shaking her own in amusement at her prideful expression. It was perhaps beneficial for her to witness the violence. For even though their physical prowess resembled that of superheroes, dealing with humans was an entirely different matter. With so many witnesses, it was preferable to avoid chaos later. After all, in this apocalypse, age and preparedness would not shield one from danger. The three girls formed a protective unit amongst themselves while Gu Yuzhou and the others forged ahead, with Ma Ying, who possessed an energy shield, positioned near the girls under Su Wenqing and Amp, Oppos' direction. They ensured that he could intervene if necessary, wielding the Guzi steel samurai sword. Gu Yunzhou moved like a streak of black lightning, swiftly clearing the path of zombies. Often, before the zombies could react, their heads would soar through the air, and from their bodies, cards would shoot towards Gu Yunzhou. In a moment of stealth, he leaped onto the abandoned vehicles outside, landing directly before the two guards on the second floor before they could even notice. "I must tell you, number 63 is truly something. When I get back from my shift, I and Amp, Oppos, LL have to take extra care of her." "Oh, really? Shall we go together?" Amused by the two who were engrossed in their lewd conversation, oblivious to his presence, Gu Yunzhou could not help but cough softly a couple of times. "Ahem. May I inquire what number 69 signifies?" The two men, initially lost in thoughts of number 63, were abruptly jolted back to reality by the unfamiliar voice. They turned to see Gu Yunzhou, coldly standing with his sword, and one of them exclaimed in terror, "Who are you? How did you get up here?" "Curious, are we? I Shan and Oppos, tell you," Gu Yunzhou retorted, swiftly slicing through the panicked duo and Oppos' necks with his razor-sharp sword. After ensuring no one else was inside through the window, he waved his hand downwards, discarding the makeshift rope ladder. Su Wensheng and the others intended to suggest that the girls ascend first, but they watched in awe as Lin Wanru darted upward like a swift shadow, effortlessly soaring to join Gu Yunzhou. Xie Jingjie and Lin Qingyin followed suit, climbing the rope ladder with remarkable agility, resembling ancient heroines, as they joined Gu Yunzhou while the other three stood in astonishment. "Brother Cheng, do you think there are still surgeries available in Elephant Country? If I go now, will I make it in time?" Ma Ying questioned, eyeing the girls and Oppos' equipment with hesitation. Smack. Su Wenqing slapped him, exasperated. "I suggest you just go for it. Perhaps our brother could assist you in finding a manual for the sunflower secrets to practice." Without waiting for a response, he activated the power mode of his exoskeleton armor, and with a mechanical whir, he made a powerful leap, landing above with ease. The two below could only watch in envy, lamenting, "Damn it. He outshone us again. When shall we rise?" X2. Chapter 134. Is this it? Su Wenqing remained behind, awaiting the ascent of Ma Ying and the others via the rope ladder, while Gu Yunzhou led a few girls into the arcade. The layout of the arcade bore resemblance to a two-tiered structure, with the first floor dedicated to gaming and the second floor serving as a leisure corridor, where one could directly observe the activities below from the balustrade. As Gu Yunzhou and his companions traversed the cluttered corridor, they discovered that it was littered with various sofas. Several flamboyantly dressed men, their hair dyed in vibrant hues, were engaging in warm-up exercises with tattered-clad women. Peering down, they noted that the gaming machines, once brimming with life, had been cleared, leaving a vast empty space occupied by 20 to 30 women. Each wore iron chains around their necks, resembling livestock at a market, huddling together in a dismal display, their hair disheveled, their bodies scantily clad, and their eyes vacant. Only those women who managed to ascend to the second floor were adorned with a flimsy piece of sheer fabric, offering little in the way of modesty. Yet, they all bore large numbers scrawled in indelible ink across their backs, and some even had identification tags dangling from their neck chains. The occasional scraps of bread tossed from the corridor would incite a frenzied scramble among them, and the raucous laughter from the thugs on the second floor echoed their depravity. A mere glance around incited involuntary clenched fists among Lin Wanru and her companions, their teeth grinding in indignation. This was intolerable. The treatment of these women as mere commodities was abhorrent. Meanwhile, in a panoramic glass office overlooking the scene, a rotund man, cigar in hand and eyes half closed, lounged on a leather sofa, seemingly savoring the spectacle below. On his desk, a bowl of purple pickled beef noodle soup wafted steam into the air. At that moment, one of the thugs, sporting green hair, noticed Gu Yunzhou and his entourage. He carelessly shoved aside a girl who was energetically working, leering with a lascivious gaze at the three girls behind Gu Yunzhou. "Hey, you've brought three lovely ladies to join us." His eyes flickered between them, lips smacking over yellowed teeth as he excitedly remarked, "Those two over there must be campus beauties, looking quite presentable. I wonder if I might have my turn before it's too late. The others are all used up, utterly dull. And this little one here. The boss will definitely fancy her. After all, girls of this age are the freshest." Muttering to himself, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, casting a scornful look at Gu Yunzhou. "What is your name, buddy? I'll report to the boss. Bringing three girls at once is quite the accomplishment. Our perks are splendid. See that group of women below? Join us, and we can have our fun." Xie Jingjia, already repulsed by his lecherous gaze, spat disdainfully at his words, her expression one of utter disgust. Dressed in white sports attire, with white socks peeking from her ankle, she glared back at him, her contempt palpable. The green-haired thug, seemingly triggered, became even more animated, mumbling incoherently and revealing his vile thoughts. Gu Yunzhou, revolted by the scene, swiftly drew a silver desert eagle from his waist, aiming it at the thug's vital points without hesitation, firing a shot that obliterated his unrestrained right hand. The deafening gunshot was followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the arcade. The green-haired thug, now curled on the ground like a boiled shrimp, was reduced to a state where even a scream was beyond him. Xie Jingjia, feeling that this was insufficient retribution, drew a Yinma howl and fired several more shots into him. As the life drained from the green-haired thug, warm blood splattered across a nearby girl's face, causing her to faint silently to the ground. The gunfire alerted everyone in the arcade, and those on the second floor immediately took cover behind tables and sofas, or shielded the girls beside them. Cautiously, they assessed the unfolding chaos. In the office, Zhu Sanjin, having just slurped a mouthful of noodles, crouched beneath a heavy mahogany desk, retrieving a small handgun from a hidden safe. This homemade steel pipe handgun, no larger than his palm, held only one bullet. Yet it provided him with a semblance of security. As the others recognized that the assailants were merely Gu Yunzhou and his three companions, they began to hurl various profanities. The clever ones hastily donning their clothes and arming themselves, their gazes filled with malice. They contemplated seizing the opportunity to strike, especially as they beheld the striking features of the three girls, their eyes turning crimson with desire. At that moment, one of the lackeys burst into Zhu Sanjin's office, shouting, "Boss, trouble. Someone's broken in and killed one of our brothers." Zhu Sanjin, who had been poised to pull the trigger at the door, cursed under his breath, then emerged from beneath the desk, glaring at the lackey. "Do I need to teach you? Just take them down. Feed the zombies. Those that kill should be minced and served to the women below. We can't let them starve." The chastised lackey, trembling at the sight of the gun wavering in Zhu Sanjin and Appo's hand, nodded fearfully and exited. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Yunzhou concealed himself behind a pillar, the desert eagle roaring with fire as he dispatched several fools brandishing knives who attempted to charge at him. Stop being foolish. They have guns. The once dazed crowd began to regain their wits after the gunfire, and those who had been eager to charge forward quickly sought refuge. The girls on the second floor had already hidden themselves, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Su Wensheng and his companions finally arrived, cautiously greeting Gu Yunzhou before peering curiously into the fray. Is it all over? Chapter 135. I am quite afraid upon hearing Su Wensheng's voice laced with curiosity. The corners of Gu Yunzhou and his companions' mouths involuntarily curled upwards. Ultimately, it was Gu Yunzhou who addressed the inquiry. Not quite. We are merely restrained and unwilling to move, for they lack the weaponry we possess. After nodding in understanding, Su Wensheng and the others loaded their weapons, pushing Ma Ying to the forefront, prepared to advance at any moment. Given that this was an armament superiority scenario, there was no need for further discussion. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to swiftly eliminate this rabble and find a place to rest. Bro, we have no grievances or enmity. I don't believe we have wronged you. Have we? If some fool has caused you trouble, inform me, and I shall bring him forth to apologize. Having stepped out of the office, the smiling tiger, Zhu Sanjin, felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune after hearing his subordinate and Oppo's report. They had been inexplicably assaulted, and without clear understanding of the situation. He could only surmise that a subordinate sent to gather supplies had provoked the adversary. How utterly frustrating. They displayed no foresight before stirring trouble. These individuals are armed. According to his subordinate, the opposing party possessed at least 3 firearms. 3 firearms, indeed. Not to mention, those were equipped with magazines, starkly contrasting with his own makeshift weapon. He simply wished to swiftly identify the instigator, vent the adversary's frustrations, offer some form of restitution, and hastily send them on their way. Then he would find a means to rally his own men to seize the police station. By my grandmother, once I have firearms in hand. Let us see who dares speak so boldly to me. Who do you think you are? Why is your face so large? Want to speak with our boss? Bring him out. Ma Ying, having activated the energy shield and cautiously peeking out, shouted towards the imposing figure. Reveling in this moment of feigned authority was undeniably exhilarating. I am the smiling tiger. Friend, shall we converse privately? Zhu Sanjin, having chambered a round in his homemade pistol and concealed it in his sleeve, swallowed hard. Steeling himself to step forward, Gu Yunzhou returned his desert eagle to the armory and, wielding a katana, licked his lips in anticipation, choosing to stride forth with an air of confidence. Haha, who would have thought you were such a dashing gentleman? Alas, I apologize for my subordinates and Oppo's lack of restraint. They inadvertently provoked you. Zhu Sanjin, noticing Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's lack of firearm, approached with a broad grin, feigning familiarity. However, Gu Yunzhou could discern the glint of malice hidden behind Zhu Sanjin's smile, aware that the adversary must have some ulterior motive, yet he remained unfazed. His thumb tracing the ornate patterns on the hilt of his sword, even feeling a sense of eagerness, as they drew within 2 meters of each other. Zhu Sanjin's once jovial expression transformed into a menacing scowl. With a swift motion, he drew a small pistol, leveling it at Gu Yunzhou. 3 steps within. The gun was quick. Beyond 3 steps, it was both swift and precise. Zhu Sanjin and Oppo's face bore a self-satisfied smirk as he shouted, "Damn you, little brat. How dare you? Speak. Who are you? Who sent you?" In response, his subordinates emerged from their hiding places, wielding an array of makeshift weapons, fruit knives, steel pipes, iron chains, standing behind their boss, pointing menacingly at Gu Yunzhou as if to rally support. Click, click. From behind Gu Yunzhou, 2 clicks resonated as Su Wensheng and Jinan stepped forth, weapons trained on the opposing group. The dark muzzles of their guns pointed ominously at the throng. Observing Su Wensheng clad in exoskeleton armor, adorned with layers of ammunition belts and wielding a desert-gray light machine gun, Zhu Sanjin's followers swallowed hard, retreating a step in silence. They were aware their boss possessed a single-shot homemade firearm, but in comparison to a rifle and a light machine gun, it was utterly inadequate. Gu Yunzhou, his expression unperturbed, fixed his gaze on Zhu Sanjin and Oppo's finger poised on the trigger, and with a chilling tone, he remarked, "You need not concern yourself with my identity, suffice it to say. You have offended those you ought not to have, and we have been commissioned to eliminate your kind." Zhu Sanjin and Oppo's pupils dilated as if recalling a significant detail. He observed the encroaching figure, and realizing that his comrades' weapons were now aimed at him, He hastily retreated while pleading, "Whatever they offered you, I can match. I will give you double. No, quadruple. We even have gold. What do you say to gold?" Yet Gu Yunzhou unsheathed his katana. A wicked smile gracing his features as he provocatively lifted his chin. Zhu Sanjin, taken aback by the obstinacy of his adversary, cursed inwardly at the foolhardiness of the youth. The previously ingratiating smile on his face morphed back into a fierce grimace. "You insolent brat. You truly have no fear of death. Do you think a few firearms make you formidable? Step forward one more time, and I dare you." Zhu Sanjin raised his homemade pistol, aiming it at Gu Yunzhou and Appo's head, menacingly proclaiming, "You are their leader, correct? If your comrades wish to see him unharmed, toss your weapons to the ground and kick them over. Otherwise, I will shoot him dead." His finger pressed firmly on the trigger. He was eager to gauge whether this young man was genuinely fearless or merely posturing. "I am quite afraid, you know? Go ahead, pull the trigger." Gu Yunzhou, standing 3 steps away, flexed his wrist as if warming up, his tone dripping with mockery. Witnessing his audacity, Zhu Sanjin and Appo's subordinates erupted in a frenzy, shouting curses at Gu Yunzhou. "Damn it, boss, shoot that brat. He and Appo's insufferably arrogant. Kill this pretentious fool. We are many. Use the women as shields and take them out. Why not challenge him to a duel? I'll smash him with a brick." A barrage of foul language erupted from their lips, each voice louder than the last, as if they were poised to rush forth and rend Gu Yunzhou and his companions asunder. "Whoever can kill him and toss him down below shall be rewarded with 5 beauties and a bounty of small yellow fish, ensuring your pleasures last an eternity." Zhu Sanjin, aware that his pistol held only a single bullet, hesitated to gamble, yet he could manipulate his subordinates with promises of reward, urging them to expend their lives in the fray. Among his followers, some, driven by this promise of bounty, charged forward, brandishing their assorted weapons and shouting wildly. Chapter 136. How is that possible? As Gu Yunzhou skillfully dealt with the oncoming henchman, Zhu Sanjin, lurking in the distance, seized the moment and pulled the trigger with determination. A steel bullet, propelled by gunpowder, surged through the crowd, aimed directly at Gu Yunzhou. "Die, you little brat." Ha ha ha, gulp. At the instant the gunfire erupted, all of Gu Yunzhou's assailants instinctively ducked, and Zhu Sanjin and Appo's arrogant laughter echoed behind them. Yet, before he could utter a third chuckle, his voice abruptly ceased, as if choked by an invisible hand. This silence stemmed from their astonishment at witnessing something utterly unscientific. As the scene rewound, it became evident that at the moment the shot rang out, Gu Yunzhou and Appo's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, his muscles tensed like a coiled spring. And in a flash, he darted between 2 rushing henchmen like a butterfly flitting through flowers. With his arm muscles coiled and bursting with power, a streak of light flashed, followed by a shower of sparks in the air. The 2 henchmen, still unaware of the unfolding chaos, suddenly found themselves with irregular holes gushing blood in the back of their heads. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling silent. "Damn, what the hell?" Those who witnessed this scene were left in utter shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. With their limited education, they instinctively cursed. They unconsciously stepped back from Gu Yunzhou, creating a wide berth as if they were mere pawns in a game, hesitating to attack. Occasionally, their eyes darted to the lifeless bodies of their 2 fallen comrades, swallowing hard in disbelief. Is this real? Is this even scientific? Are we in a movie? Can someone truly split a bullet with a knife and achieve a double kill? I refuse to believe it. Everyone, charge together. Whoever brings him down will be promoted to squad leader, and the women in the camp will be at their disposal, along with 10 pounds of gold. Since his homemade gun could only fire a single bullet, Zhu Sanjin found himself without any other weapons. He hurled the pistol toward Gu Yunzhou, adopting a fierce stance as if ready to fight. Seeing that the other side had not fired, an eager henchman rushed forward, oblivious to the fact that their leader had merely trailed behind for a couple of steps before retreating into the crowd. A henchman with dyed yellow hair shouted to bolster his courage as he charged at Gu Yunzhou. However, he was met with a disdainful swipe of Gu Yunzhou's blade. And instinctively sensing something was amiss, he took a couple of steps forward. Convinced that Gu Yunzhou had let his guard down, he prepared to strike with his steel pipe. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his brain could not coordinate his right hand to swing the weapon. When his gaze fell upon his severed arm, which had been cleanly cut off at the shoulder, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. The sudden, overwhelming agony nearly caused him to faint as he cradled his blood-soaked stub, collapsing to the ground and wailing in torment. Puff, puff, tap, 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 whoosh. Meanwhile, Yunzhou and Appo's team sprang into action. Some provided covering fire from the back, while others activated energy shields and charged into the fray with lethal blades. Lin Wanru, elusive as a shadow, appeared at various positions, drawing her bowstring, each arrow finding its mark and pinning its target to the ground or the wall behind. This was an absolute massacre. Their anguished cries and pleas for mercy filled the air, as none had anticipated that the aggressors would one day become the victims. "Ah, no. Please, I've been hit. I've been shot. Help me stop the bleeding, damn it." With no firearms to mount a substantial defense, the dim-witted henchmen were quickly dispatched by Yunzhou and Appo's crew, leaving only the cunning and fearful one shrinking back in terror. At the rear stood their leader, Zhu Sanjin, cornered in his office, initially hoping for negotiation and a chance at mercy, willing to surrender all his possessions. However, the response he received was one of complete annihilation. Even in the face of death, he steeled himself, recalling his days as a man who wielded a watermelon knife from street to street. He opened the safe beneath his desk, retrieving two block-like objects wrapped in tape, muttering to himself as he fiddled with them. "Damn it, you want my life? Let us see if yours is tough enough." Peering outside, he lit the fuse with a lighter and silently tossed the explosive out the door. Without a word, he activated the secret passage in the room, making a hasty retreat to the underground casino. Sharp-eyed Ma Ying recognized the object flying out and instinctively narrowed his eyes. "Damn. A canister bomb. Everyone, take cover. Boss, be careful." Realizing it was a homemade bomb filled with gunpowder and shards of glass, he shouted a warning to his comrades before activating his energy shield and sprinting toward Yunzhou, intent on shielding him. Boom. Ma Ying arrived just in time. Watching as the shield absorbed the shards of glass and iron nails, he exhaled a sigh of relief, while the henchman suffered self-inflicted harm without inflicting any damage in return. In the moment after the explosion, debris scattered toward the remaining henchmen, some pierced by shards of glass, others impaled by rusty nails in their arms or thighs. The unluckiest among them fell victim to a fatal blow to the back of the head. How to describe this situation? It was unclear whether Zhu Sanjin aimed to eliminate Yunzhou or inadvertently aided him. Regardless, Yunzhou wasted no time in retaliating, pulling a high-explosive grenade from the window and shouting, "Here it comes." With a thundering roar, the grenade soared into the office, resulting in a violent explosion mere seconds later. Silence fell within, while the remaining assailants outside were swiftly neutralized by Yunzhou's team. Surveying the chaotic aftermath of the explosion, though Zhu Sanjin was nowhere to be found, it was evident he could not have escaped. Among the wreckage lay a trove of gold and countless paper notes. Yet, the group displayed little interest. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such treasures had lost their value. Even the allure of gold diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Su Wenqing scavenged a backpack to gather the gold, contemplating a potential trade for supplies with other camps. Chapter 137. A desperate choice. As they inspected the area, they discovered a handful of colorful hair clumped together in the corner by the window, facing a luxurious leather sofa. After several explosions, it was clear that these individuals had taken refuge here, escaping unscathed. Yunzhou and his group cornered them with malicious grins, surely relishing the fear that mirrored what those girls had once felt when trapped in a similar plight. After contemplating the position of the window, Yunzhou's gaze fell upon the trembling subordinates, and he coldly remarked, "Do not say I do not offer you a chance. We are on the second floor. And should you leap, there remains a possibility of survival." Their only refuge now was the leather sofa before them, and against the armed men. They had no means to resist. In this predicament, it was only natural that some would choose to gamble for a sliver of hope. I will jump. I will jump." They reasoned that the worst outcome would be injury or death at the hands of zombies, but remaining here meant certain doom. Even if they were not killed outright, the rescued women would surely seek vengeance. It was better to take their chances by leaping through the window. Who knew? Perhaps fortune would favor them. Two individuals rushed to the window, peering down to gauge the situation before climbing up. They leaped towards a nearby vehicle, landing safely on its roof. However, their brief elation was swiftly extinguished as the uncontained zombies, drawn by the commotion, quickly surrounded them. They fought back, but as the relentless horde closed in, their desperate cries fell silent, ending in a horrific fate, torn apart and left as bloody remnants. The others who had followed were caught off guard as well, hoping to escape while the zombies were distracted. Yet they found themselves ensnared in the grasp of the encircling undead, meeting a similar end. Their fate was slightly better than that of the dismembered pair. They simply lost several chunks of flesh and were left as ordinary zombies. Their eyes vacant, aimlessly wandering below. Those who remained at the window, hesitating to jump, trembled at the sight. "Brothers, please, spare us. Jumping means death," they pleaded, tears streaming down their faces. "I've just come of age. I don't want to die. I can serve you. I can be your subordinate. Please don't kill me." Confronted with an immediate choice between life and death, some collapsed to their knees, begging for mercy, hands clasped in prayer, tears mingling with snot, desperately hoping Yunzhou and his companions would spare them. The previous chaos had drawn many zombies, and now when one looked down, all that could be seen were countless outstretched arms and ghastly, terrifying faces. To jump now would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Yunzhou observed their desperate pleas with a cold smile. "If you do not leap, I can assist you in that regard. I hold no obligation to show you mercy. This is merely punishment for your inhumanity and the suffering you've inflicted upon others." As he spoke, the gleaming blade in his hand sparkled ominously. While his companions brandished their firearms, their expressions twisted with cruel amusement as they pressed down on the terrified group. To jump meant death, but charging forward toward them was no less lethal. The choice was agonizing: endure a torturous demise only to become one of the undead, or face them head-on for a quicker end. In the face of death, none wished for their own demise. They simply yearned to live. What had they done wrong? Was it not expected that those women would submit to them, like dogs or pigs? Without their protection and provision of food, how could those wretched women possibly survive? "Damn it. If it's death regardless, I'll fight you to the end." Some, in a fit of madness, charged at Yunzhou, desperate to carve a path through bloodshed. Though they charged with swiftness, they were sent flying back with even greater speed. Yunzhou's strike was formidable, sending one figure hurtling through the window before they had a moment to prepare. The chilling screams soon echoed, abruptly silenced, leaving only the faint sounds of bones cracking and flesh being torn. The remaining 5 felt a shiver run down their spines, as if frozen in place, their hearts racing as if gripped by an invisible hand. They longed to succumb to the pressure and faint, wishing for a painless death. Yet their minds remained acutely aware, adrenaline coursing through their veins, urging them to seek safety. In this grim reality, no choice offered a means of escape. Remember this, every one of you. I will haunt you even as a ghost. Ah, retribution. This is retribution. Ahong, I wronged you. Please spare me. I promise I won't tear again. Mother, come save me. In the depths of despair, the taut strings of sanity snapped easily. Some descended into madness. Others sought forgiveness for past misdeeds, while some clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. Yet Yunzhou remained unmoved by their plight. The seeds of malevolence had already been sown. No matter how exaggerated or humble their current demeanor, leaving them with even a sliver of hope would surely yield more dire consequences in the future. After all, in times of peace, prisons could contain them, but in the apocalypse, a mere slip could allow their dark desires to resurface, a result no one wished to witness. They were all deserving of their fates, guilty of unforgivable sins. Since they lacked the courage to make a choice, Yunzhou stepped forward to make it for them. "No. No. No. Please." He seized one individual by the collar, casually tossing him out the window as if he were refuse. For those who resisted, a swift kick sent them plummeting as well. With each agonizing scream that pierced the air, the waiting zombies surged forward like a frenzy of fish, ready to feast. The cacophony of despair and the sickening sounds of bones snapping and flesh tearing made the remaining team members shudder in horror. Though they understood the necessity of their actions, their hearts were heavy with complexity. Chapter 138. The underground fighting arena. Once everyone had regained their composure, they returned to the corridor to observe the group of girls clad in sheer fabric huddled together, along with the anxious women in the hall below. Although those women trembled in fear upon realizing that the gazes of Yunzhou and his companions were upon them, they instinctively shielded their chests and lower bodies, desperately attempting to conceal themselves further back. Despite having eliminated the previous group of assailants, no one could guarantee that they had merely exchanged one set of demons for another. Even with the presence of women in that faction, Lin Wanru, noticing that some individuals in the crowd were slightly older or of similar age to herself, felt a deep sense of empathy. Had it not been for Yunzhou's timely intervention during their school days, she too might have fallen victim to their plight. Stripped of dignity and at the mercy of those men, struggling even for basic sustenance. Without the strength to fend for oneself and lacking allies, one would merely be a woman subject to exploitation in the post-apocalyptic world. With such thoughts weighing on her, she could not help but speak out. "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. The scoundrels who harmed you have been dealt with, and I am here to help sever your chains and restore your freedom." You may seek clothing for yourselves and then proceed to the school camp, which is a safer refuge. As she gracefully descended from the second floor, she approached them with genuine sincerity. Xie Jingjia, standing beside Gu Yunzhou with her arms crossed, gazed at the group of girls below and remarked with a hint of lament. This cursed apocalypse has dismantled order, and women are the most vulnerable. Thankfully, you are here. Gu Yunzhou smiled, playfully pinching her cheek without uttering a word, as Su Wenqing, who had just searched the office, approached with urgency. Brother, that scoundrel slipped away through a concealed passage. We feared an ambush and did not follow directly. Should we bombard it with grenades, or what course of action should we take? In matters such as these, one must see the task through to its completion with utmost finesse. The primary objective remained unresolved. Thus, they had to persist, given that it was a hidden passage. Simply launching grenades would likely yield little effect and might even assist their adversaries. Let us first ascertain if anyone knows where that passage leads, Gu Yunzhou suggested, exhaling deeply, regretting the decision to eliminate all the ruffians, as now there was no one left to inquire about the passage's destination. However, through Wang Kai's exploration, it became evident that the arcade had no visible exit to the outside world. The windows and doors on the first floor were nearly barricaded, making entry possible only via the second-floor balcony. Therefore, the fugitive could only be hiding in a basement-like area. It would merely take some time for Wang Kai to locate the entrance. After distributing food to the girls who had managed to dress themselves, Gu Yunzhou, resting on the upper floor, received good news from Wang Kai. The nimble Wang Kai had explored the passage from the second-floor office, easily discovering their hiding place. Confirming it was safe, Gu Yunzhou wasted no time and slipped into the hidden passage, gliding down the stainless steel slide. As he approached the final stretch, he braced himself with his hands to slow his descent and minimize noise. The layout of the basement resembled that of an underground fight club, and he landed in a room. Once Su Wenqing and the others descended, they began to make their way outside. The door to the room was blocked from the outside, likely by Zhu Sanjin. Forcing the door open would undoubtedly create a loud noise, drawing attention from their foes. Uncertain if there were any exits leading outside, Gu Yunzhou opted for stealth. He used brute strength combined with his psychic abilities to yank the doorknob out, revealing that the doorway was obstructed by various tables and chairs, and it opened outward. Brother, the ceiling seems rather thin. We might be able to break through from above, said Ma Ying, standing on a table and excitedly poking the ceiling with his large knife. Typically, such basement rooms require a ventilation system to ensure airflow, thus presenting them with an opportunity to escape. After puncturing a section of the ceiling, they pushed Wang Kai inside, who confirmed that the space above was sufficient for a person to crawl through. Zhu Sanjin and Oppo's idea of having multiple escape routes was clever. But even the most meticulous plans can have oversights. In no time, they had crawled into the adjacent room. After checking their gear, they opened the door and stepped outside. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor illuminated only by emergency lights, they entered the main hall of the underground fighting arena, where numerous survivors were gathered. However, the women here appeared to be in a far more dire state than those above. The area was dominated by balding, portly middle-aged men and muscular brutes who exuded an air of menace, alongside women whose faces were painted excessively pale and adorned with excess flesh. The women they enjoyed were of a higher caliber than those upstairs, and their indulgences were far more extravagant. The arena, originally intended for duels, had transformed into a hedonistic spectacle reminiscent of a Roman bacchanal. Should there have been cameras present, even a heavy mosaic overlay would reveal their excesses and debauchery. Aside from a woman who resembled a dog, ravenously stuffing food into her mouth, the men behind her moved restlessly like racehorses, panting and competing with one another. The denizens of the underground arena were ensnared in a web of insatiable desire, oblivious to the presence of Gu Yunzhou and his companions on the second-floor corridor. In the center of the arena stood a throne, occupied by a young man with a carefree demeanor, flicking a lighter in his hands. Surrounding him were women feeding him, noticeably cleaner than the others. The smirking Zhu Sanjin, having escaped from upstairs, continuously flattered the young man, nodding and bowing, engaging in conversation. Who is this fellow? He seems to be the true leader here, Ma Ying remarked curiously after peeking. This must be the underground fighting arena they operate. That young man is likely one of their enforcers, possibly even a champion, Su Wenqing speculated, observing the environment. As they fell silent, the raucous voices from below surged once more. Damn, this feels amazing. Haha. You, pretty boy, tell me, is it good? I've spent so much money on you, and you act like a delicate flower. Haha. These filthy bitches, always so high and mighty. Yet now they grovel for a meal, allowing us to indulge. Isn't the apocalypse grand? Women like these used to receive scornful glares on the street. But now, dare you insult me again? I won't do it again. Just give me back my food. If there remained any hope for the women above, the individuals in the underground arena were utterly beyond salvation. Regardless of gender, individuals have become utterly enslaved by their desires, recklessly unleashing their darkest malice, transforming into beasts devoid of ethics and morality. As Wang Kai transitioned into rollerblade mode, he silently surveyed all the rooms on the second floor. Upon returning, he nodded in a remarkably human manner, conveying to Yunzhou that no abnormalities had been detected. This underground fighting arena appeared to be the last stronghold within the arcade, with no signs of other firearms present. The only peculiar discovery was an abundance of lighters in one room. However, calculations indicated that even igniting all the lighters in that room would merely char the space. Only a genuine fire source could potentially engulf the entire basement. As for knives and food, they were likely located in the fighter's lounge on the first floor. Yet, none of this mattered to Yunzhou, who promptly retrieved a carbine from the armory and dispatched the fleeing mouse with a single shot. Bang! At the sound of the gunfire, a spatter of blood erupted from Zhu Sanjin and Amp, Appos' head, who had been lamenting beside the young man. The warm blood splattered onto the faces of the seated man and several nearby women. Following a brief moment of shock, chaos ensued. Who is it? Where did that gunshot come from? Look up there. They are there. The onlookers frantically shouted, searching for clothing to shield their bodies, while some spotted Yunzhou standing on the second-floor corridor, gun in hand. The bouncers responsible for security hastily donned some pants, and perhaps driven by adrenaline. One of them pointed angrily upwards, cursing, "Who gave you the audacity to stir trouble here? Come down if you dare." Bang! To such muscle-bound individuals, Yunzhou and Amp, Appos' only response was a bullet. As a blood hole appeared in his forehead, his face contorted in agony as he fell backward, creating a significant void around him as everyone desperately scrambled for safety. Bang! 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 Su Wensheng and the others joined Yunzhou, firing at those attempting to charge forward, swiftly suppressing them with brute force. One bouncer, armed with a watermelon knife and rushing towards the staircase, shouted back at his fallen comrades, "Where did these people get guns? Fall back. Don't crowd me. Do you all want to die? Fall back. We're just marching to our doom. It's just a few broken guns. Just watch Changguo's performance. He is an ability user." Chapter 139. The facade falls with the prompt from the subordinate. Everyone finally recalled their greatest source of confidence, the unwavering presence of Wu Quan, who sat firmly at the center of the front desk. He was an extraordinary individual capable of manipulating flames. Dealing with a few armed men would be a trivial matter for him. All the henchmen halted their movements, vigilantly staring at the staircase, cautiously retreating to the edges. After all, they were mere mortals, fearing that those on the second floor might expose themselves and unleash a volley of gunfire that could annihilate them all. They had hoped to collect a few firearms as trophies, to savor the thrill of shooting. Being shot down would leave them with nothing. Snap! Crackle! With the crisp sound of a lighter being flicked open, a small flame ignited as the flint sparked. Wu Quan executed a series of fluid movements, the lighter dancing in his hand like a butterfly, and as the lid snapped shut, a tiny flame lingered at the tip of his finger. Unfazed by the guns aimed at him, he casually donned a white bathrobe draped over a chair. He raised his chin towards Yunzhou in the center and, with a playful tone, inquired, "Hey, brother, where did you get those guns? Could you spare us a couple?" "Spare you? I'll spare you a bullet." Mying, who had long been irritated by this show-off, aimed directly at Wu Quan and Amp, Appos' head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Wu Quan and Amp, Appos' expression turned icy as he witnessed the gunfire without any warning. He had intended to remain composed and emulate the gang leaders, but since they were unwilling to engage in a civil discussion, he decided to abandon diplomacy altogether. The lighter in his hand ignited once more, and he hurled it violently towards the incoming bullet. The small flame expanded dramatically, akin to an explosion of gas, surging towards the second floor with immense energy and heat, deflecting the bullet with its overwhelming temperature. A mad grin spread across Wu Quan's face as he reveled in the chaos. "How dare you disrespect me? Watch as I reduce you to charred remains." On the second floor, witnessing the inferno charging towards them, Mying wasted no time in maximizing the power of his energy shield, shielding the others behind him, despite not feeling the heat. The powerful gust from the flames made him swallow hard, gritting his teeth to withstand it. "Ha ha ha, perish, all you disobedient fools." With one hand positioned behind the flame of his lighter, as if amplifying its power, Wu Quan thrust forward, intensifying the fiery column and Oppos, S momentum. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, realizing that the flames showed no signs of abating, recalled that Wu Quan had been clutching that lighter the entire time. He quickly deduced that Wu Quan and Oppos' ability resembled that of a character from a superhero film. He could not conjure flames from thin air, but could manipulate existing fire. It was akin to a fragile mage needing an external source. A single bullet at the right moment could end this. Finding the opportunity, Yunzhou rolled aside and aimed his carbine at Wu Quan, intent on delivering a lethal blow. However, Wu Quan noticed him instantly, and a tendril of flame shot towards Yunzhou in response. Damn it! With no other recourse, Yunzhou swiftly dove behind a corner, narrowly evading the searing blaze. His telekinetic abilities were insufficient to form a protective barrier strong enough to withstand the onslaught, leaving him with only cold weapons and firearms. If only he still possessed the fire demon's roar, he might have been able to withstand the flames. Alas, it had been confiscated by Xie Jinjia and had yet to be returned to their team and Oppos' stash. What was once a smoothly operating team now found itself ensnared in a predicament of helplessness. To the onlookers, Wu Quan, the fire manipulator, seemed to be dominating the situation, and it was only a matter of minutes before his flames turned their adversaries to ash, their praises ringing out incessantly. Haraha, Brother Quan is incredible. Burn these bastards to a crisp. You think your guns make you invincible? Roast them all. With the advantage firmly in their grasp, everyone emerged from their cover. Reveling in a scene reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, their fear of Wu Quan, the true power within the arcade, intensifying. Yet, unexpectedly, a shadow darted from the side and forcefully knocked the lighter from Wu Quan's grasp. With the sole source of fire extinguished, the twin flaming pillars began to wane. Wu Quan glared at the mechanical dog that had tilted its head curiously, rage boiling within him, wishing he could incinerate this nuisance on the spot. Yet, the immediate priority was to retrieve the fallen lighter. However, Yunzhou had no intention of granting him that opportunity. He swiftly shot the vintage lighter lying on the ground, causing it to explode, leaving Wu Quan devoid of any means to counterattack. Fire! Someone find me some fire! Wu Quan shouted desperately as he scrambled off the platform, seeking refuge behind a corner on the second floor, barking orders at the others. But the others could only offer him their helplessness. They had little more than clothing on their backs, unable to provide him with fire or a lighter, their expressions filled with frustration. Damn it! Useless fools, find me fire, or we'll all perish. Deprived of his flames, Wu Quan resembled a rabid dog, fierce yet impotent. And his henchmen understood that if they did not swiftly eliminate Yunzhou and his companions, they too would face certain doom. Although they were aware of a room on the second floor stocked with lighters, no one dared to ascend under such dire circumstances. They scoured the floor below for any discarded lighters, but after a fruitless search, they found nothing but scattered bills and bank cards amidst the discarded clothing. Only then did they realize that their lighters had been confiscated earlier, stored under Wu Quan's control as ammunition. Aside from the second floor, there was another room right beneath Yunzhou and his team, but navigating through such a situation was fraught with peril. They had put all their eggs in one basket, effectively ensnaring themselves. With the flames no longer a threat, Yunzhou and his companions unleashed their assault. Anyone foolish enough to show themselves was met with a hail of gunfire that shattered their skulls. Bang! Bang! Ah, I've been shot. It hurts. Don't shoot me. I was forced into this. They made me do it. Please, spare me. The sounds of gunfire and anguished cries echoed, while Wu Quan, still frantically seeking fire, was swiftly dealt with by Yunzhou. What remained was merely the task of tidying up the remaining scraps. Chapter 140. It must end with a flourish of his katana. Yunzhou approached Wu Quan, a cold smile playing on his lips. It is time to send you on your way. Wu Quan, unable to locate a source of fire, was not ready to embrace death. After all, he was an ability user capable of manipulating flames. Swallowing hard, he desperately considered various offers to bargain for his life as he observed the blade resting on Yunzhou's shoulder. Wait. I don't know what we did to offend you. I apologize. You were searching for that fat man, Zhu Sanjin, right? He is already dead, is he not? Ladies. Yes. You can take these women with you, as long as you spare my life. They are a treasure in this apocalypse, worth far more than gold. He believed he had committed no grave offense, and as an ability user, he considered himself superior, at least in comparison to ordinary people, in this world turned upside down. Was it not natural to indulge in one's desires? Had he not also fought against zombies? After all, how else could so many remain safe in this place? Surely, he deserved some credit for his efforts. As Wuquan pondered his contributions, a wave of desperation washed over him, compelling him to appear less detestable. The surrounding women, upon hearing his words, fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to Yunzhou. Though they had resigned themselves to their fate, a lingering sense of despair remained. Were their futures to be bartered endlessly by these men, like slaves in ancient times? Yunzhou, surprised by Wuquan's audacity to barter for his life, found it hard to fathom why he would think such a proposal could work. Having already offended him to this extent, there was no possibility of leniency. What use did he have for so many women? His card system was not a breeding ground. The thought of taking on additional burdens was absurd. Forgive me, but I do not share your sentiments. More women would merely be a nuisance. I am merely here to fulfill a task. Once I am done with you, I shall continue on my journey. Come now, if you are a man. Let us settle this straightforwardly. I promise, my blade will ensure your end is swift and painless. Wuquan, trembling, crawled back 2 steps, his heart racing as he felt the chilling intent of the blade directed at him. You, even if you kill me, what then? Can you truly protect all these women? Do you have any idea how much they could barter for? Desperation clawed at Wuquan's mind as he contemplated his final gambit, thinking perhaps he could join their ranks and serve as a subordinate. After all, he was an ability user. He lamented the loss of his imperial dreams, but resolved that if he could eventually control fire without relying on a source, his time to rise would come. Yunzhou, weary of Wuquan's incessant prattle, had no desire to entertain his words any longer. Without granting him another moment, he swiftly severed his head, silencing the remainder of his pleas. The severed head soared into the air, leaving the women in a state of shock, mouths covered, too terrified to utter a sound. Yunzhou lingered by the fallen ability user for a while, but upon seeing no signs of card activation, he sighed. Had he known, he would have cast the man into the horde of zombies, perhaps yielding a useful ability card. After all, abilities are not inherently good or bad. It depends on how one wields them. Meanwhile, the other men who had perpetuated their suffering had mostly been dealt with, and the women began hastily rummaging through the nearby clothes, throwing on whatever they could find. With Yunzhou and Oppos as permission, they pounced upon the food on the table, devouring the previously unthinkable bread and sausages, without a moment and Oppos as hesitation. Overwhelmed by hunger, they crammed food into their mouths, hardly bothering to chew, resulting in a cacophony of retching sounds echoing through the room. Even freshly consumed milk was violently expelled as they struggled to keep it down. Observing the scene, Yunzhou and his companions could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Even Yunzhou, before confronting the zombies, had experienced hunger and understood their plight. It was no surprise they would behave this way after enduring the apocalypse. The weak had no choices from the moment calamity struck. Whether it was stale bread or expired milk, anything they could consume was a blessing. After a brief wait, nearly everyone had managed to eat something. Yunzhou flipped his katana and struck the stainless steel railing on the second floor, producing a resounding clang that drew everyone's gaze upward. Attention! All the thugs in this arcade have been dealt with. If all goes according to plan, only you women remain. What? It's just us now? What about our safety? Are we to face the zombies alone? Shouldn't you protect us? We are merely women. Yes. Since you've eliminated the men, you ought to stay and protect us. The women, initially thrilled by the news of the thugs' demise, quickly succumbed to unwarranted panic. Though they had endured hunger and sacrificed their dignity, at least they were spared from the flesh-eating undead. Silence. What the hell is all this noise? Suinchin, irritated by their incessant chatter, fired a few shots into the ceiling, causing the women to quiet down. Realization dawning on them that these individuals were armed and had just taken lives. Nodding to Suinchin, Yunzhou addressed the crowd, as I mentioned earlier. I am merely here on behalf of someone else, the camp at the school. We are returning there now. Those willing to join us may come. Those unwilling are free to stay here. Before they could stir up another commotion, Yunzhou and Oppos' voice turned cold. It is not our obligation to save you. Those who wish to leave, follow us. Those who do not, find your own way. Do not push your luck. With that, he turned and walked towards the basement door they had discovered earlier. Watching their retreating figures, the women fell into a heavy silence. Some contemplated their choices and followed, while others remained seated, faces twisted in resentment. Regardless of their thoughts, Yunzhou and his companions were no saviors. Saving others was not their responsibility, and moral coercion was something he detested above all. Chapter 141. The day is late. Action to resume tomorrow as Gu Yunzhou and his group of 4 return to the upper floor. Lin Wanru and her group of girls were already waiting for them. The moment Lin Wanru spotted Gu Yunzhou, she approached him and said, "Yunzhou, it's getting late. With so many people. Are we really going to navigate back to the school camp in the dark?" Upon hearing her reminder, Gu Yunzhou realized that time was indeed slipping away. Although it was only around 5 or 6 o'clock, darkness would soon envelop the surroundings. If it were merely their small team, it would not pose a significant issue. But with the addition of so many girls, the situation became considerably more complicated. After glancing back at the group trailing behind them and observing the numerous girls, he ultimately decided it would be wiser to spend the night in the arcade and set off for the school by the crossroads early the next morning. They should be willing to accept this batch of survivors. If not, it mattered little, for they could not manage such a large number of people. Once everyone was gathered, Gu Yunzhou reiterated that they were not saviors and could not attend to everyone's needs thoroughly. To receive assistance, one must contribute labor. They would spend the night in the arcade, and thus everyone needed to start moving, disposing of the corpses outside to prevent the spread of disease or even the possibility of reanimation. Although the girls were quite resistant, they obediently began to toss the bodies out of the building, shivering at the sound of zombies gnawing on flesh outside, their skin crawling with unease. The only source of solace was that Gu Yunzhou's team did not restrict them from consuming the scattered food on the ground, with the sole prohibition being access to the second floor. As long as food was available, the girls were indifferent, for the first floor was entirely barricaded. Having them assist in keeping watch was indeed a welcome arrangement. On the second floor, within a room, the entire team gathered around steaming delicacies, casually discussing how to safely transport such a large group back to the school the following day. Brother. There are at least 50 to 60 people down there, and it's about 2 to 3 kilometers to the other side. Walking could lead to numerous unforeseen incidents. Su Wencheng remarked after popping a piece of fried taro from the duck foot pot into his mouth. That's simple enough. I noticed a bus parked by the roadside. We can have them squeeze in, and with 2 buses leading the way, we should manage just fine, Ma Ying recalled from their journey. But how do we even get out? The outside is completely blocked by vehicles. The only entrance and exit is that rope ladder from the second-floor balcony. And getting everyone up and down will take ages, Chen Shizhong added, summarizing their current predicament. The 3 girls remained silent, contentedly munching away. They were prepared to follow Gu Yunzhou's arrangements without a second thought. Gu Yunzhou, after swallowing a mouthful of soft, boneless duck foot, announced, "Tomorrow, we'll send someone out to prepare the bus, clear all the clutter from the first floor, and communicate via intercom. When the time is right, we'll charge out directly. As long as they stick close, there should be no major incidents. After all, we are only a handful and cannot cater to everyone. We'll save as many as we can." With Gu Yunzhou and Apos' conclusive statement, the conversation came to a simple end, and everyone continued to devour the food on the table. Following their meal, lacking bathing facilities, they merely found a clean spot to lie down and rest. Meanwhile, the mechanical wolf, Wang Kai, took it upon himself to patrol the area. Aside from the overpowering stench of blood and the distant roars of wandering zombies, the night passed without incident. The following day, as dawn broke, Gu Yunzhou and Chen Shizhong, who was more familiar with driving, ventured outside. They searched for a bus that was still operational, parked it, and left an intercom for immediate communication before returning to the arcade. Lin Wanru had roused the others, and the women, who had finally managed to get some decent sleep, appeared somewhat reluctant. However, upon hearing that those unwilling to cooperate would be left behind in the arcade, everyone perked up. Their first task was to clear the clutter from the first-floor entrance. Should they all leave and the door be opened, death would be the only option left. By the time Gu Yunzhou returned, the group had nearly cleared the various obstacles at the entrance, and Lin Wanru had been diligently eliminating the nearby zombies from the second-floor balcony. Everything was proceeding as planned. After leaping down to Lin Wanru and Apos' side and observing the path they had cleared, he turned to her and asked, "Are they all ready?" Apos, "It's about time we depart." Lin Wanru nodded. "The obstacles at the door have been cleared. We were just waiting for your return. Then let us go. I will lead the way." Taking the path we and Apos' just cleared should lessen the number of zombies. They descended to the first floor, where the women had temporarily fashioned makeshift armor from cardboard and tape for protection. After reiterating the importance of staying close and warning that any mishap caused by their negligence would mean they would not return for them, they approached the door, ready to leave. Despite the women's grumblings, retreat was no longer an option. They had to follow. Su Wenqing and Maiying, equipped with exoskeleton armor and heavy weaponry, took up the rear, while the three stronger girls followed Gu Yunzhou in the front, aiming to alleviate the pressure from behind. Wang Kai was armed with a Type 95 rifle, tasked with providing cover as he moved alongside the group. With a creak, the heavy door of the arcade swung open. Due to the dense vehicles outside, a grand sweeping attack was impractical. Thus, Gu Yunzhou wielded a katana and charged forth. The zombies remained thick in this area, so the group did not raise their voices in excitement, but instead coordinated efficiently, swiftly dispatching the obstructing undead and clearing a safe path. The girls, who had previously been anxious, found themselves momentarily stunned at the sight before them. They witnessed Gu Yunzhou and Lin Wanru, akin to relentless killing machines, systematically eliminating zombies. Gu Yunzhou moved with the elegance of a dancer, each disappearance and reappearance resulting in a zombie collapsing to the ground. The three girls following him exhibited superhuman prowess, every arrow and bullet claiming the life of a zombie. Even the youngest, Lin Qinin, remained unfazed, skillfully dispatching zombie after zombie with her petite submachine gun. Chapter 142. The ones that got away in the face of the apocalypse. Human nature tends to gravitate towards the strong. Observing how they dispatched zombies with the ease one would display when handling infants, I could not help but express my astonishment. My goodness, are they perhaps all endowed with special abilities? Their prowess is truly remarkable. Not a single zombie seems capable of enduring more than 3 seconds in their grasp. Those creatures, which pose a grave threat to us, appear to be mere playthings in their hands, utterly powerless against their assault. They are formidable, indeed, overwhelmingly powerful. If only we could join their ranks, might we not also have the chance to become like those women? Previously, no matter how subservient they appeared, how shamelessly they begged for scraps of food, their sole motivation was survival. Who would not desire a protector capable of shielding them from the storm? One who could vanquish zombies while retaining a semblance of humanity? Regrettably, their misfortune struck when the apocalypse erupted while they were enjoying a day at the arcade, only to be captured by the scum lurking within. With no means of escape or resistance, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Now enviously eyeing the few women who followed that most powerful man, fantasizing about a day when they too could seize control of their destinies. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou, who had been clearing the path, gathered the scattered cards from the ground and glanced at them briefly, merely inconsequential scraps. He shook the blood off his knife and, observing the ever-increasing horde of zombies, furrowed his brow and spoke in a hushed tone. He urged those behind him to hasten their pace. The noise was escalating, and if the zombies converged upon them, escape would become impossible. Xie Jingjia nodded, slightly slowing her pace as she approached the group of women behind her, urging them to quicken their steps while sternly warning them that should they linger and become surrounded by zombies, their entire team would abandon them without hesitation. With their lives on the line, the entire group and Oppo's speed surged dramatically. They made a relatively smooth journey to the position where Chen Shizhong awaited, immediately opening the bus doors and urging everyone to cram inside like sardines. We're saved. Finally saved. Let me in first. Don't push. Don't push. You're going to squeeze me out. Upon reuniting with Gu Yuzhou, Su Wenqing and the others glanced at the crowded bus exterior before reporting back to their leader. Brother, most of the people have arrived, but a few fierce women who looked almost like men refused to leave, so we didn't press them and moved on. Gu Yuzhou nodded. It's fine. If they refuse to leave, so be it. We cannot be blamed for that. Clear the area, and once everyone is on board, we shall retreat immediately. Understood, brother. A few minutes later, having gathered all the scattered cards into luminous clusters, he hopped into the passenger seat and communicated through the intercom to the 2 vehicles ahead, signaling them to commence their departure. As the engines roared to life, the 3 vehicles formed a line and surged toward the intersection. The girls sheltered within the bus observed the chaotic streets, the wandering zombies, and the billowing black smoke rising from the city. Fearful, they covered their mouths to stifle any sounds, feeling utterly powerless. Only the occasional gunfire from the pickup clearing the path ahead, and the Mercedes closely following the bus provided a semblance of security. After about 10 minutes, the 3 vehicles came to a gradual halt in front of the school gates. The girls on the bus, some of whom seemed to have once been students of this institution, gazed at the familiar gates now blocked by various obstacles, unable to resist the wave of nostalgia. They had not anticipated that the most perilous place during the zombie apocalypse could transform into a safe haven. Surely, military intervention must have played a role in this fortification. As the girls on the bus engaged in hushed conversations, those stationed at the school soon noticed the 3 vehicles outside, recognizing 2 of them as very familiar. They promptly reported the situation to Qin Jianjun. Upon receiving the news, he immediately gathered his team and stepped outside. Upon seeing Gu Yunzhou leaning against the vehicle, engaged in conversation with Lin Wanru, several people rushed forward to greet him. Haha, Gu Yunzhou, what brings you here? These girls are. After exchanging warm greetings, they turned their inquisitive gazes toward the busload of women. The gang from the arcade, led by Zhu Sanjin, has been dealt with, including the fire-wielding ability user. These young women are the ones we rescued from within. We cannot take them with us. So we were wondering if you might consider offering them shelter. If not, we'll need to find them a vehicle to seek safety on their own. Gu Yunzhou shrugged, his tone nonchalant as he replied. Qin Jianjun, upon hearing the mention of the fire-wielding ability user, understood that they had indeed infiltrated the arcade rather than merely capturing random female survivors along the way to fulfill a task. Zhu Sanjin was merely a figurehead. The true mastermind was Wu Quan, the one with fire-controlling abilities. Even with their numbers, they dared not provoke the arcade and Oppo's crew, primarily due to his presence. However, the situation warranted further confirmation, so Qin Jianjun diplomatically explained and warmly invited them to enter the school for a brief respite. As for the busload of girls, their base would gladly accept them. Gu Yunzhou and his team parked outside, while the bus was handed over to Qin Jianjun and Oppo's group, intended for their regular supply runs. Unbeknownst to them, as they bustlingly entered the school, a vengeful gaze lurked from a distance, fixated upon them. The owner of that gaze was a middle-aged woman who had refused to leave during the earlier withdrawal. Her face was heavily powdered, with only the striking red of her lips betraying her garish appearance. She was the affluent woman who had narrowly escaped from the underground fighting ring. Originally, she had basked in the opulence of the arcade, but her revelry was shattered when Gu Yunzhou and his group intruded, dismantling her fantasy. They had even executed her beloved little pet right before her eyes. The haunting image of that desperate, pleading gaze lingered in her mind, fueling an insatiable desire for revenge. Rest assured, my dear Bai, I will avenge you. Not a single one of these wretched souls shall escape. Her cold, frenzied whispers echoed within the confines of the vehicle. Chapter 143, Madness is never absent in the apocalypse as Gu Yunzhou and his companions traversed the school grounds. They discovered that the areas once designated for planting greenery had been cleared. In their stead were various crops, such as scallions and garlic, gathered from the staff dormitories, with numerous individuals tending to them. Noticing the apparent interest of the group, Qin Jianjun cheerfully elaborated, "This area is where we cultivate some basic seasonings. Over by the playground, we have a patch where we and Oppo's re-experimenting with aloe vera. If you're intrigued, I can take you to see it." "Aloe vera? Is it the same kind you showed us earlier?" Lin Qingyin inquired with curiosity. Qin Jianjun shook his head with a smile. Xiaohua and Oppo's abilities aren't and Oppo's yet potent enough to catalyze such a large expanse of aloe vera. That patch has merely received a small amount of energy to help it thrive a bit more. Later on, we will select the healthiest specimens for further catalysis. Subsequently, he guided the group into the teaching building, assigning a man who appeared to be a teacher to facilitate arrangements for the girls joining them. He then dispatched a leaner man to step outside, presumably to assess the situation at the arcade. Gu Yunzhou and his companions were escorted to an office situated in the heart of the teaching building, where they were instructed to rest momentarily. After surveying the sparse office, devoid of even water or snacks, Ming plopped down at the desk, expressing dissatisfaction. "What is the meaning of this? Are we just left here waiting?" Su Wenqing handed him an unopened bottle of mineral water from his backpack. "All right, drink some water and quiet down. Take this time to rest a bit. We still have to drive after we get our things." Seated in the office chair, Xie Jingjie spun around before turning to Gu Yunzhou, who stood by the window, and asked, "Do you think they and Oppo's willingly hand over those items to us?" Gu Yunzhou, glancing back from the window with a slight smirk, countered, "Do you believe they will part with them so easily? If they possess any wisdom, they would. If not." Xie Jingjie's words trailed off, the implication clear. After all, upon entering, they had seen that the school housed at least several hundred survivors, far surpassing the numbers found in typical survivor camps. Most were young teachers or unidentified military personnel like Qin Jianjun. Given the substantial size of the school, there were even patrols wielding makeshift spears to maintain order. From every angle, this camp appeared to have established a set of regulations to ensure its operation, making it uncertain whether these outsiders could successfully acquire what they sought. Do they dare refuse? Let them see the gun in my hand. Ming grinned wickedly as he reloaded his magazine and aimed at a poster of an exemplary teacher on the wall. Su Wenqing, busy reloading his own ammunition, nodded in agreement. After all, Without someone like Gu Yunzhou exerting absolute dominance, what could they achieve, no matter how many they were? The firearm in their possession was their greatest assurance. If provoked, they would not hesitate to seize not only the hidden plants on the rooftop, but even the very lives of those present. While laughter and banter echoed within the office, outside on the rooftop, Chun Jianjun located Zhao Xiaohua, who was enhancing an aloe vera plant with her abilities. Uncle Chun, have Gu Yunzhou and the others returned? From his vantage point on the rooftop, he had noticed several vehicles parked at the entrance, and judging by Chan Jianjun and Appo's expression, it was easy to deduce who had arrived. Chan Jianjun nodded, glancing at the still silent intercom with a hint of nostalgia. In just one night, I never expected them to resolve the troubles of the arcade base that had been my greatest headache. Zhao Xiaohua retracted her abilities with a smile. What is so surprising about that? You witnessed their true strength at the gas station. Chan Jianjun reminisced about their encounter at the gas station, marveling, indeed. How wonderful it would be if they could remain with us. Zhao Xiaohua gathered the 3 spiritual plants promised to them, but ultimately, the decision rested with Gu Yunzhou and his companions. Let us first honor our commitment and hand over the items we owe them. They wouldn't deceive us over such matters. Thus, the two made their way to Gu Yunzhou and Appo's office, carrying the enhanced spiritual plants. Upon entering, Zhao Xiaohua greeted warmly. Brother Yunzhou, everyone has worked hard. Not at all, not at all. Gu Yunzhou replied with a smile. His gaze fixated on the spiritual plants in Zhao Xiaohua's hands. Aware of their attention, Zhao Xiaohua and Chin Jianjun placed the 3 luminescent plants on the desk before them. Zhao Xiaohua beamed. Brother Yunzhou, I nurtured these 3 plants with my abilities last night. Their quality should be improved as a token of our gratitude. Observing the enticing fruits and the displayed properties of the 3 small plants, Gu Yunzhou nodded appreciatively. The previously white-grade blood ruby fruit had progressed to green-grade, while the other 2, though not elevated, exhibited significant enhancements. No need for thanks, it's merely our duty. Gu Yunzhou responded absent-mindedly, contemplating whether to cultivate these little wonders slowly or to utilize them immediately to bolster the physical capabilities of Su Wensheng and his brothers. However, before they could exchange further pleasantries, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Moments later, Chin Jianjun and Appo's intercom blared with urgency. Attention! Attention! A zombie horde is approaching. Combat teams, arm yourselves and head to the entrance. Chin Jianjun and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. How could a zombie tide emerge so suddenly? Gu Yunzhou swiftly moved to the window, peering outside to see a dense throng of zombies advancing toward the school. Leading the horde was a vehicle adorned with numerous loudspeakers, emitting a cacophony to attract the undead, driven by a frenzied woman. Haha, come join me in the grave. Stelbai, I and Appo's am coming for you. The middle-aged woman, with her foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, was filled with madness as she watched the tide of zombies behind her. What a maniac! Where did she come from? Gu Yunzhou couldn't and Appo's help but curse as he witnessed the vehicle collide with the curb, dragging the unfortunate driver into a gruesome demise at the hands of the pursuing horde. No one could have anticipated that someone would sacrifice their life to deliberately create a zombie wave. Alarms blared throughout the school, prompting everyone to seize their weapons and rush toward the defensive positions. We truly have the worst luck to encounter such a ridiculous event, Xie Jingjie remarked. Diverting her gaze from the chaos, Chin Jianjun turned to Gu Yunzhou and the others, brothers. We must set aside the spiritual plants for now and focus on repelling the zombies. With their vehicle stranded outside, Gu Yunzhou had no choice but to nod in agreement. First, they must address the imminent crisis. Chapter 144. Staying true to our original aspirations, the school is situated at the western end of an intersection, with a wide road leading directly in front of its main gate, while narrow paths and a small hill remain on the left, right, and behind. The horde of undead primarily attacks from the area directly in front of the school gate, with no signs of zombies detected in the surrounding hills. Outside the school gate, a rudimentary barricade of vehicles has been established. However, the survivors within the school are not military guardians. They possess only rudimentary cold weapons collected from the vicinity, along with a limited supply of bows, arrows, and spears for ranged attacks. Faced with an overwhelming tide of zombies, an overwhelming sense of helplessness fills everyone's hearts. How can they, armed only with melee weapons, contend with such an endless swarm of the undead? Chin Jianjun, witnessing the grim scene outside, felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that this calamity was beyond the school's capacity to withstand. Their only hope lay in calling for military assistance. But such aid would require time. Thus, the crucial factor now rested upon Gu Yunzhou and his group, who were armed. Although 2 shotguns had been unearthed from a nearby bank and Oppo's armored vehicle, they were accompanied by merely 2 boxes of ammunition. Even if they were to exhaust every round, they could only take down a few dozen zombies, hardly making a dent in the overwhelming horde. Yunzhou and Oppo's team included a healer, a man equipped with exoskeleton armor, and a highly intelligent mechanical wolf, indicating their extraordinary combat prowess. Should they unleash their full capabilities, they might be able to hold out until military rescue arrived. With this thought in mind, Chen Jianjun made a decisive move, grasping Gu Yunzhou's hand earnestly. Gu Yunzhou, our school base is truly facing a catastrophic disaster. We implore you to generously support us with ammunition. What? Su Wenqing and Ma Ying, taken aback by the unreasonable request, blurted out in disbelief. It was already benevolent of them to help a portion of the people escape the school, and now they were being asked to wager everything to defend it? Had they lost their minds? Ma Ying retorted bluntly, you've already shown signs of being unable to hold the front at the gate. The school is vast. What if the zombies flank us from the sides or rear? How will you defend? Chen Jianjun, acknowledging the truth in their words, offered no denial. In another office, we have a satellite phone that can contact the military base in the Qingnu district. If we can hold out a while longer, we can await their armed helicopter support. Upon hearing this, Ma Ying fell silent, realizing the implications of their satellite phone. It was not surprising they had such a line of communication, especially given their unique abilities and the presence of Zhao Xiaohua. This base could be deemed the most vital spiritual plant cultivation site in the Qingnu district, had it not been for certain reasons. The military would likely have taken direct command of the base. Yet, Gu Yunzhou did not wish to delve into the intricacies of the situation and instead made a single request. Assistance was welcome, but the compensation must be adequate. In addition to what was agreed upon, we require 2 more spiritual plants. In total, 9. We are willing to expend all ammunition to hold out until the military arrives. 9. Chen Jianjun exclaimed in astonishment. To put it into perspective, their rooftop contained only 27 spiritual plants, meaning this request amounted to a third of their total. Cultivating a single plant was an arduous task. How could they possibly agree to such terms? Yet, recognizing the necessity of Gu Yunzhou and Oppo's team, he conceded, at most. We can add 2 more plants, but no more. Boom, boom, boom. As Chen Jianjun and Oppo's words faded, a series of violent explosions erupted outside, shaking the very glass of the teaching building, while fiery debris shot skyward. The defenders at the gate had detonated pre-prepared car bombs, creating several breaches in the encroaching horde. Yet, within a minute, the zombies filled the gaps once more. No more delays. If we wait any longer, the gate and Oppo's defenses will truly collapse, Chen Jianjun declared. 3 plants. If that is unacceptable, then you must find your own way to escape. With that, he dashed downstairs, swiftly coordinating the remaining non-combatant survivors through the intercom, urging them to gather within the teaching building to prepare for a strategic defense. Outside the school gate, explosions continued intermittently as fiery chaos engulfed the area, sending countless limbs soaring through the air. The detonated vehicles became infernos, incinerating countless zombies. Yet, the relentless tide of the undead advanced, devoid of emotion, pressing forward. The team looked to Gu Yunzhou, awaiting his command, whether to defend or retreat. The villains had already made their initial move. Now it was time to fulfill their agreement. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Yunzhou summoned crates of ammunition and an array of firearms and cold weapons onto the desk before them. Everyone, load your packs with weapons and ammunition. We are going down to fight. Good. Su Wenqing and his companions exchanged their original rifles for light machine guns, filling their bags with ammunition. Apart from Ma Ying, who was already armed, they each grabbed a large blade for self-defense. The 3 girls, Lin Wanru and her companions, opted for cold weapons instead of the firearms on the table, as Lin Qingyin and Xie Jingjia wielded superior weapons. Lin Wanru, with ample arrows in the warehouse, selected a pair of agile daggers, allowing her combat style to resemble a dance upon the edge of a blade. The sight of Lin Wanru effortlessly wielding a double-headed battle axe, which would be cumbersome for an average adult male, left Su Wenqing and his companions envious. Gu Yunzhou glanced at the mutated zombies amidst the horde outside and reassured them, believing that after this encounter, they would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap in their abilities. With their elder brother and Oppo's promise, the 3 of them lit up with anticipation, eager to descend and wreak havoc to bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion. As the preparations concluded, they gathered the remaining scattered ammunition and weapons from the table before promptly heading towards the gate. Chapter 145. Can we truly await military support? As Gu Yunzhou and his companions approached the school gates, they overheard the anxious murmurs of the surviving students. How could a horde of zombies be attracted? We and Amp, Oppos, VE been here for so long without incident. Could it be the group that brought back a truckload of girls today? Warren and Amp, Oppos, they supposed to deal with those from the arcade? They must have failed to eradicate those wretched scoundrels, and now they VE followed them, leading the zombies here. Why stir trouble with those from the arcade? Haven and Amp, Oppos, we all been coexisting peacefully? Indeed, how unfortunate. Just when we had settled down for a short while. In the face of despair, various negative voices inevitably emerged from everyone's lips. Yet, there were also voices of comfort among them. Don't worry. With Teacher Chun and the others here, they can contact the military. They will surely resolve this crisis and prevent the zombies from breaching the school. Although his voice trembled, hope still lingered in his heart. Yes, besides, we are not entirely unprepared. The traps outside should be enough to deal with these detestable zombies. At the front of the school's defenses, Chun Jianjun, who had regrouped with his comrades, inquired, "What is the current situation? Can we hold out until the military arrives?" Fortunately, we have prepared dozens of car bombs outside. They should buy us some time, but at most, we only have a mere 10 minutes to catch our breath. After that, if there are no other options, we will have to engage in close combat. The individual responsible for setting up the traps outside wiped his face and gazed at the relentless tide of zombies, which showed no signs of slowing down. Their last line of defense was the makeshift barricades designed to divert the masses of the undead. All right, every moment counts, if necessary. We will retreat into the teaching building and seal off all the staircases to hold our ground. As the front line of zombies advanced to within 30 meters of the school gates, everyone anxiously watched the horde that was roaring towards them. The tension was palpable, causing palms gripping weapons to sweat profusely. At that moment, Gu Yunzhou and his team finally reached the entrance, allowing Chun Jianjun to ease his tension slightly. After nodding to Chun Jianjun, their team members each sought a vantage point and began firing at the zombies outside. Chun Jianjun and Amp, Oppos, as comrades looked on curiously, their gazes inquiring. They are here to assist, and there is no need to ask unnecessary questions. Chun Jianjun said no more after this remark. He instructed them to return and reassure the others. For now, it is up to them to hold the line. They should return and help the young men relax, for it is not yet their time to fight. The others nodded and returned to calm their respective teams. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The intersecting lines of fire swept over the zombie horde like a searing whip. Bullets colliding with flesh erupted into sparks, sending the unsteady bodies crashing to the ground, where they were trampled into pulp by the throng behind. The once overwhelming wave of the undead seemed to slow, at least momentarily, under the sudden onslaught of heavy firepower. Wenqing, you three, keep an eye on your magazines and ammunition. Focus on suppressing the ordinary zombies. Lin Wanru and Stejinjiat. Target any abnormal zombies that stand out in the crowd. Yin, control the drone to drop grenades in the densest areas. Though the school was situated on the outskirts of the new district, it remained relatively close to the old city and bustling areas. Even in just over a week, various mutated zombies had emerged from Gu Yunzhou's side, including those capable of controlling ordinary zombies. Thus, it was plausible that unexpected mutated zombies could emerge here as well, necessitating utmost caution. Yet, even as Lin Qinin maneuvered the drone, dropping grenades like a celestial being scattering petals, Su Wenqing and his companions held down their triggers, not daring to relent for even a moment. Faced with the relentless tide of zombies, they felt helpless. Lurking among the ordinary zombies were giant mutated creatures that occasionally hurled several ordinary zombies at them as a distraction. Some even darted from the horde, appearing as small, wiry, pitch-black figures, rushing at them like mad dogs. In desperation, Gu Yunzhou leaped down from a pile of debris and approached Chun Jianjun, producing several boxes of ammunition, firearms, and belts, handing them to Chun Jianjun amidst his bewildered expression. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. You must have some personnel from the army as well, right? I'm lending you these Type 95 rifles for the time being, and find someone to refill the magazines and clips. Our rate of eliminating zombies cannot keep pace with our consumption. After speaking, Gu Yunzhou dashed back to the front line to replenish their firepower. Chun Jianjun, hearing the continuous gunfire and unrelenting explosions outside, understood the gravity of the situation. He called over a few comrades via the intercom, directing them to load the guns and ammunition into their arms, issuing simple commands before leaving one person to assist others in reloading, then led them forward to provide support. What on earth is that creature? exclaimed a soldier as they arrived at the front lines. Spotting Gu Yunzhou's team concentrating their fire on a particularly conspicuous mutated zombie within the horde. This creature, whether mutated from an animal or an evolved giant zombie, resembled a small titan, effortlessly flipping a bus parked on the roadside. With a leap, it landed atop a nearby vehicle, its arms resembling massive hammers pounding its chest as it roared skyward. Neither the grenades dropped from the drones nor the bullets from several light machine guns and sniper rifles had any effect on it, aside from the shockwaves from the explosions and sparks from the ricocheting bullets. After jumping down from the bus, in full view of the horrified onlookers, it lifted a small electric vehicle and hurled it towards the gates with a furious roar. Fortunately, its aim was poor, crushing only a car 5 meters from the entrance. The resulting explosion created a massive shockwave, forcing everyone to momentarily retreat from the onslaught, allowing the previously suppressed horde to surge forward once more. I must send word. Can we truly contend with this monster? Jianjun, I suggest we have everyone retreat to the teaching building for safety. A soldier in uniform, having dodged the shockwave from the explosion, looked up and proposed to Qin Jianjun. The creature's power was far beyond their capabilities. Even grenades barely left a mark, and bullets were utterly ineffective against it. A sense of despair welled within Qin Jianjun. The speed at which these zombies evolved was alarming. Humanity had only seen a handful of endowed individuals emerge thus far, and they could hardly compete. Is it truly the case that humanity is on the brink of extinction? Qin Jianjun believed he had encountered more supernaturally gifted individuals than most in the country, yet he understood that beyond his circle, humanity could only rely on conventional firearms against these mutated zombies. Should they meet such creatures, the outcome would be singularly dire. Chapter 146. Task arrangement yet. What plunged them further into despair awaited them. Before Qin Jianjun could make a decision, a man named Ming bellowed, "Brother, it's bad." Another grotesque creature, a patchwork of limbs, has emerged amidst the horde of corpses. The machine guns can only sever its mutated appendages, failing to inflict any significant damage. Immediately afterward, the voice of a young girl piloting a drone reached them. "Brother Yunzhou, we've spotted the regurgitating zombies and other mutated variants behind the horde you encountered before." That news kept pouring in, leaving even Gu Yunzhou perplexed. How can there be so many mutated zombies? Could it be due to the proximity to the urban area, where the number of infected individuals is greater? A base without military protection, merely the result of a madwoman's actions, was attracting such a substantial assault from mutated zombies. The siege they were about to face was undoubtedly the most terrifying yet, armed with only a meager supply of firearms and ammunition against an overwhelming tide of corpses, including those of the mutated variety. Unlike Gu Yunzhou and his companions, who had previously endured a zombie tide, Qin Jianjun and his group, facing this for the first time, were expressions of pale despair. Outside the school gates, apart from the incessant gunfire and explosions, there was a heavy silence, punctuated only by labored breaths as they grasped the gravity of the situation. However, surrendering to the oncoming zombies was out of the question. Having accepted a reward, they had a duty to fulfill. "Can you and Jean Jie handle that other stitched zombie?" Gu Yunzhou inquired, glancing at the two most formidable girls in the group. Aside from himself, after a brief exchange of resolute glances, the girls nodded firmly, weapons raised, assuring, "Leave it to us." Though the road outside the school gates was wide, the shops and greenery lining the street provided ample room for Lin Wanru, endowed with the light feather ability, to maneuver effectively. Gu Yunzhou, not fully understanding the post-battle distribution, allocated stamina cards to them, instantly boosting their stamina to nearly 200, an increase of 70 or 80 points, significantly enhancing their endurance in combat. He then retrieved the precious blue item card, running shoes, from his storage, instructing them to use it at the first sign of danger. "I've restocked ammunition and supplies. Both of you must prioritize your safety. If necessary, focus on survival." The girls nodded, resembling swift swallows as they nimbly leaped over the obstacles before the gate, dashing towards the stitched zombie hidden within the horde. Utilizing their weapons, they took cover behind storefront walls or perched in the trees, creating distance before aiming for its vulnerable spots to launch fierce attacks. Observing the eager Lin Qinin, Gu Yunzhou affectionately ruffled her hair. "Don't rush ahead. I have a task for you. Stay here and operate the drone, using explosives to provide them with fire support. Can you manage that?" Understanding the seriousness of the moment, the young girl saluted earnestly and responded, "Report. I can do it." "Ha ha ha. Splendid." Gu Yunzhou transferred a plethora of explosives from his personal storage to their team's, filling their limited space to capacity. Upon inspecting the displayed quantities, he noticed them rapidly diminishing. The damage inflicted turned the horde into glowing cards, awaiting Yunzhou's collection. He set down a box of grenades and 3 boxes brimming with ammunition before patting Su Wenqing and the others on the shoulder. Despite still battling ordinary zombies, they glanced back at the ammunition prepared for them, smiling and nodding, understanding that no words were necessary among men. Lastly, there was Qin Jianjun's group, experienced in handling firearms. Your task is to assist in stalling the advance of the ordinary zombies. Prepare your magazines in advance to avoid any gaps in firepower. Buy us time while we deal with the mutated ones. Qin Jianjun, staring blankly at Yunzhou as he orchestrated the arrangements, leaped from the obstacle without waiting for a response. His long weapon transformed into a 2-meter-long crescent blade, striking like lightning into the horde. What followed resembled a performance of mowing grass. Countless zombies cleaved in two and sent flying, akin to a lawnmower advancing toward the mutated titan among them. Witnessing the determination of Yunzhou and Oppo's team fighting desperately for their school base profoundly impacted Qin Jianjun. Uncle Qin, if we survive this crisis, let us give them 2 more spirit plants. Adventurous Zhao Xiaohua, observing their obliviousness to the peril they faced, couldn't and Oppo's help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Their actions seemed suicidal to an ordinary person. Despite their previous greediness, they were genuinely helping to defend the school base. Damn it. With so many of us, we can only spare 7 to guard this place. Are you even men? If you have the courage, come with me, even without firearms. Use the spears in our hands to clear the ordinary zombies that are thrown at us. Qin Jianjun and Oppo's more fiery comrades could not bear to witness such a scene. Armed with a makeshift spear fashioned from a bed frame, they charged ahead. Brother Qin, we can't just stand by and do nothing. They've handed us guns. Are we really just going to let them defend on their own in exchange for spirit plants? Uncle Chun, give the order. We can help. Yes. Just a handful of us are loading bullets. We have so many more. Surrounded by those who should have been enjoying carefree lives, the students had matured through their experiences of disaster, gaining some combat prowess under guidance. Yet their youthful passion remained unchanged. It was unbearable to watch their home being attacked by zombies while they cowered behind others, waiting for rescue. They might not fight with the ferocity of their brave captain, but surely they could contribute in ways within their capabilities. Seeing their spirited resolve, Qin Jianjun tightened his grip on his weapon, casting a glance back at Yunzhou, who was still valiantly battling amidst the horde. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was filled with fierce determination. All hands, heed my command. Yes, while ensuring your safety, eliminate every zombie approaching the defensive line. Yes. Chapter 147. Kill. Though the youthful students were brimming with enthusiasm, as if they were ready to slaughter dozens of zombies at any moment, it was only when they faced the oncoming horde that they truly grasped the essence of overwhelming fear. Thousands of them gathered in a tumultuous sea, and the numbers swelled into the tens of thousands, like a tidal wave of undead roaring in unison. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions struck them like a thunderbolt. Steady yourselves. Do not panic. The zombies will not reach us so quickly. Those who can cope, hold your ground. Those who cannot, retreat to the school and assist with reloading ammunition. No one will call you cowards, shouted a fiery-tempered middle-aged man who first charged forth, shaking the blood from his spear and wiping his face clean of the splattered gore. Observing the stupefied expressions of the inexperienced recruits, he bellowed to rouse them from their stupor and prevent them from clustering together. Sometimes, a large crowd does not equate to strength. It can breed chaos instead. Fortunately, the comrades responsible for their training arrived just in time, leading the disoriented students away to the side of the gate to acclimate to the dread of facing the horde. Team 1, come with me. Team 2, follow me. From their elevated position, Su Wenqing and his 2 companions, who were suppressing the tide of zombies with relentless fire, could not help but frown at the disorderly throng below. It was unclear whether they had come to observe or to cause disruption. What could they possibly accomplish? If they were to be bitten by a regular zombie, it could incite chaos, leading to a rapid collapse of their defenses. Damn it! Chenggu, Ma Ying, position lower, could not restrain himself from yelling at Su Wenqing, as students occasionally obstructed his line of fire. Hearing this, Su Wenqing swiftly adjusted his aim, unleashing a volley from his light machine gun and the M250 mounted on his exoskeleton, pushing back the horde that had pressed forward several meters. With a sigh of relief, Ma Ying unloaded his empty magazine and replaced it, but the chaos continued as zombies darted unpredictably in front of him. For heaven and Oppo's sake, Don't block my line of fire. If you can't help, stay back. He cursed, spitting on the ground as he watched the instructor manage the flustered students. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the disorder at the school gate, Yunzhou and his team engaged the two mutated zombies. Moving with the grace of dancers on the edge of a blade, Lin Wanru, like a deft swallow, circled the stitched monstrosity, unleashing a flurry of precise arrows that transformed its massive form into a veritable hedgehog. In the distance, Xie Jingjie relentlessly sought the creature and Appo's weaknesses, blasting gaping holes into its exterior. Occasionally, they had to clear out other mutated zombies lurking among the horde. In the midst of the throng, Yunzhou charged toward the most threatening Titan zombie, wielding his green dragon crescent blade with grandiose strikes that gleamed like silver in the chaos. The surrounding blood and dismembered limbs created a grotesque yet beautiful tableau, a vivid embodiment of aesthetic violence. Whether it was Su Wenqing's trio unleashing their fury at the gate or Yunzhou's ancient prowess within the horde, they captivated Qin Jianjun and the students, whose hearts raced in awe, even as fear rendered their legs tremulous. They chastised themselves for their cowardice, determined not to be a burden to others. Influenced by Yunzhou's fervor, their spirits soared, enabling them to dispatch the ordinary zombies with newfound efficiency. With a thunderous explosion, Yunzhou detonated a high-explosive grenade, seizing the moment to gather the scattered attribute cards, stacking them onto his points. Strength 10-1-1 speed in mere moments, his attributes surged, granting him greater ease in wielding the green dragon crescent blade, ensuring that any foe, whether struck by the blade or bludgeoned by the shaft, would meet their demise. Perhaps sensing the threat Yunzhou posed, the Titan zombie commanded nearby mutated zombies to obstruct his path. Recognizing the familiar forms of the two mutated zombies before him, Yunzhou set his jaw, crouched low, and gripped his blade firmly, propelling himself forward with a force akin to sonic booms. With a sweeping motion, he cleaved through the giant's outstretched arm, severing it cleanly in two. Simultaneously, he transitioned his weapon to a red tassel spear, channeling his psychic energy to hurl it, causing it to spin wildly. The spear pierced the bloated vomiting zombie, causing its distended belly to explode, showering the area in a corrosive liquid. A noxious green gas pervaded the air, and any nearby zombies that came into contact with it produced wisps of white smoke as their skin and flesh rapidly decomposed, swiftly reducing them from ordinary zombies to limbless wretches, their mobility severely compromised. In less than 3 minutes, the mutated zombies that had once posed a challenge were effortlessly dispatched, relegated to the ranks of elite soldiers. After collecting the cards, Yunzhou deftly summoned the spear back to his hand, twirling it to shake off the filth before charging forward once more. As he closed in, the red tassel spear danced in his hands, each movement akin to a torrential downpour, sweeping away waves of ordinary zombies. When he spotted a lurking mutated zombie attempting to ambush him, he deftly dispatched an ordinary zombie, sending it crashing into his foe. Now, only one formidable creature remained, a grotesque humanoid covered in bone growths, resembling a living suit of armor. Undeterred by its daunting presence, Yunzhou surged forward with unyielding courage. With lightning speed, he struck at its joints before it could react, and the once formidable bones shattered under the sharp tip of his spear, crumbling like fragile twigs. The sound of gunfire and the crisp cracking of bones echoed through the air. The towering figure, once a terror, now lay helplessly defeated on the ground, a mere plaything in Yunzhou and Appo's hands. Yet the assault did not cease with his fall. From the shadows emerged another mutated zombie, rushing towards him with relentless ferocity. Chapter 148, An Explosion. Another great blast. This mutated zombie bore a resemblance to its counterparts, yet its legs were disproportionately thick at the top and slender at the bottom, resembling those of a kangaroo. With a crouch and a leap, it could instantaneously cover a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Its hands had transformed into sharp, black bone blades, effortlessly piercing the skulls and tearing apart the bodies of any zombies in its path, all to approach Yunzhou in the shortest and swiftest manner possible. Faced with such an agile and explosive type assassin, Yunzhou found his usual point-striking technique somewhat inadequate. He spun the ironwood red tassel spear like a whirlwind, executing a series of fluid spear flourishes that swept horizontally across his waist. With a single thrust, he sent the mutated zombie, which had charged at him like an arrow, crashing to the ground. With a triumphant shout, he grounded himself firmly, allowing his hands to naturally rest at the spear and Appo's tail, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful roar. His left hand served as a pivot while his right hand acted as the driving force, and the supple sound of the spear transformed into a torrential rain of stabs. The mutated zombie, dazed from the blow, was mercilessly pierced like a rag doll, punctured by countless strikes. The rhythmic puncturing sounds, accompanied by the futile roars of the mutated zombie, invigorated the spirits of those who witnessed the scene. With one final thrust, Yunzhou drove the spear into the creature's eye socket, twisting his wrist to turn its brain into a mushy pulp, which splattered across the ground as he withdrew the spear. After collecting the card that had burst forth from the zombie's remains, he turned his gaze towards the small titan. Next, it shall be your turn. Come forth and meet your demise. Having slain several mutated zombies, Yunzhou was at the peak of his momentum. He heightened his speed to the utmost, and as he swept the spear forward, the air crackled with explosive force. This powerful strike, imbued with Yunzhou's will, descended heavily upon the small titan zombie. The small titan, resembling an SUV in size, chose to disregard Yunzhou's spear assault. With a thunderous crash, the spear collided with its massive body, producing a sound akin to a cannon's detonation. While the titan's body swayed slightly from the impact, it appeared to suffer no significant damage. However, Yunzhou's ironwood red tassel spear shattered upon collision, leaving him with only the splintered shaft, which flew off after piercing an unfortunate ordinary zombie. Observing the titan raise its heavy forearm, poised to strike, Yunzhou swiftly hurled the remaining piece of wood, deftly retreating 3 meters while maintaining his stance. As he held his weapon aloft, a flash of white light revealed the Qinglong Yanwei Dao, which he expertly wielded to clear the encroaching ordinary zombies. Seeing the large yet agile titan seemingly unaffected by its injury, he muttered to himself, "This could prove to be quite troublesome." Charging forward, the great blade trailed behind him, igniting sparks as it scraped along the ground. With a powerful horizontal slash, the heated, glowing blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the titan and Oppo's head. With a furious roar, the titan unleashed a blast of white mist from its nostrils, channeling all its strength to raise its arms, attempting to crush this insignificant ant standing before it. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Yunzhou exploded forth with even greater speed, swinging his blade toward the joints of the titan's lower limbs. In one decisive strike, he severed the titan's calf, causing its once mighty assault to falter as it lost its balance and toppled over. Due to inertia, the titan rolled forward several meters, crashing into a black Toyota of comparable size. With a resounding crash, the impact forced the car to shift several centimeters, its door severely dented. Roaring in pain for the first time, the titan struggled to rise, its right arm bent at an awkward angle, attempting to charge at Yunzhou. Yet, before it could even begin to run, it tilted sideways, its body unsteady from the loss of its leg. In a desperate attempt to ward off Yunzhou and Oppo's assault, it tore off a nearby car door, flailing it in the air to keep the adversary at bay. Yunzhou seized the opportunity to switch his great blade for a grenade launcher, and with the distinct sound of the firing mechanism, high-explosive grenades arched toward the small titan. Boom, boom. While a couple were deflected by the titan and Oppo's makeshift shield, the majority landed squarely on its body, inflicting unbearable suffering. Seizing the moment while Yunzhou reloaded, the titan emitted a series of urgent roars. Ordinary zombies, previously disregarded as mere cannon fodder, seemed to have received a command, converging toward Yunzhou as though drawn by an unseen force. Even those that had reached within 10 meters of the school gate turned back to charge at him. Though the threat posed by the ordinary zombies was minimal, the sheer number could still prove troublesome. As the ordinary zombies closed in, Yunzhou switched back to the Qinglong Yanwei Dao, sweeping and clearing them with grand, sweeping motions. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered, "Damn. Do they think I lack area of effect weapons?" Spotting the small titan, now nearly hidden by the horde, he roared defiantly, "Do not think for a moment that mere ordinary zombies can stop me. I shall eliminate you first." With the Qinglong Yanwei Dao held horizontally, he once again spun it like a whirlwind, glinting coldly as he surged forward like a bulldozer. The ordinary zombies that charged toward him were either cleaved in two or bisected unevenly, depending on their luck. Meanwhile, the small titan had somehow retrieved its severed leg, violently ripping off the front hood of the Toyota to crudely reattach the limb, allowing it to stand once more, albeit unsteadily. Yunzhou could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, what a fierce one." However, in that brief moment of distraction, 2 zombies had closed in to within a meter of him. With the great blade now cumbersome to wield, he swiftly transformed it back into the S-1896 shotgun. Bang, bang. 2 shots turned the zombies into bewildered corpses, and Yunzhou once again brandished the Qinglong Yanwei Dao, charging toward the titan. Despite its ability to stand, the titan had not evolved the capability of regenerating its severed limb. It merely reattached it awkwardly. Under Yunzhou and Oppo's S relentless targeting, the Titan and Oppos. S wounds intensified, culminating in anguished cries as it retreated further. The surrounding ordinary zombies grew increasingly agitated, attempting to separate the two combatants. Utilizing his telekinesis, Yunzhou accurately tossed a grenade into the Titan and Oppos' wound, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that showered the area with blood, marking the end of its malevolent existence. As its last breath escaped, the massive body collapsed, erupting into a magnificent display of vibrant colors. Akin to a volcano in full bloom, cards of various hues surged forth incessantly, with 2 orange cards flashing by in a brilliant gleam. Yunzhou, unceremonious in his approach, transformed into a human whirlwind, gathering all the cards and promptly storing them in the repository. Chapter 149. Are you serious? As the small Titan collapsed, the ordinary zombies, which had been surging towards Yunzhou, seemed to freeze momentarily. However, this state of suspension lasted only a few seconds. Once the group of zombies closest to the school detected the sin of humans, they instinctively reverted to their primary directive. They launched another assault towards the school base, and the zombies from behind followed suit, flowing towards the school gates once more. Faced with this overwhelming tide of the undead, Yunzhou found himself with little recourse. After clearing away the nearby ordinary zombies that had been attracted to him, he leaped onto the bus that had just been toppled by the small Titan. He promptly combined the newly acquired attribute cards with those he had previously amassed. Stamina 116, Strength 102, Speed 89, Spirit 137. The exhilarating surge of strength almost overwhelmed Yunzhou. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Host, Yunzhou. Stamina, 399, Strength, 419, Speed, 345, Spirit, 455. Superpower, Telekinesis, 2nd stage. Equipment, Rock Solid Ring, Stamina 100. Skills, Weapon Master, Meditation LV3, 389 500. For the first time, his spiritual power exceeded his strength. Yunzhou decided to try using the 5 throwing knives from the storage for telekinetic manipulation, discovering that they moved as if they were extensions of his own body. The power wielded was remarkably effective, effortlessly clearing away a cluster of ordinary zombies hiding beside the bus. As for the archery technique he had initially attempted, it was child's play. A metal arrow, guided by his thoughts, pierced through the heads of one ordinary zombie after another, trailing a long line of blood. The efficiency of exterminating ordinary zombies had significantly improved. Glimpsing towards the 2 girls, he noted that while they had yet to dispatch the stitched zombie, they appeared to be managing without peril. He had no intention of intervening, as this served as a test for them. It was essential for him to adapt to his newfound strength and acclimatize to this absurd world. With his power soaring, Yunzhou stood amidst the tide of corpses on the overturned bus, planning to return to the school gate to tally the high-level cards that had just emerged. Searching for useful item cards. From the moment he jumped off the bus, he withdrew an alloy anti-explosive shield from the storage, securing it firmly to his arm before assuming a running stance. Charge. Bang. 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 Yunzhou charged forth from the rear of the zombie horde, barreling straight towards the school gates. The zombies he encountered were either shoved aside by the shield or sent flying. Su Wenqing and the others, serving as the primary fire support, quickly realized their leader was making his way back to the school. After all, no one else possessed such strength and power. They instinctively diverted their gun barrels away from that direction, warning others not to aim there, not because zombies were advancing, but because Yunzhou was returning. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Jianjun and the others barely registered their confusion before witnessing Yunzhou burst forth from the horde, shield dripping with blood. In less than 3 seconds, he had traversed the 20-meter-wide fire interception zone. Such speed was utterly terrifying. Seeing the astonished expressions on the others, Su Wenqing and his companions exchanged triumphant smiles. This was indeed their leader. They greeted Yunzhou warmly as he approached, shield in hand. Wow, brother. That was incredible. You're like a modern-day Elbu. Are you hurt, brother? Yunzhou chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, showing no desire for extended conversation as he focused on the system storage. The others, initially eager to greet him, recognized his need for rest as he sat down, eyes closed. They turned their attention back to clearing the slowly regrouping horde from the breach. Their thoughts were unified. They could hold their ground. Their strength was beyond their expectations, and they would surely prevail. Yunzhou, however, was oblivious to their thoughts. His mind was solely on the 3 orange, 8 purple, and numerous blue cards in the storage. After a cursory glance, he decided to save the best for last and began sifting through the blue cards. Item card, Blue TM-62 Anti-Tank Mine X100. Item card, Blue Composite Incendiary Grenade X100. Equipment card, Blue Chainmail. Skill card, Blue Sniper Mastery. The array of blue cards consisted of modern technological products, practical skills, explosives, and equipment. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the anti-tank mine. With a slight modification, it could demolish an entire building, ideal for luring enemies and taking them out in one fell swoop. The incendiary grenade was also a familiar friend, superior to the homemade Molotov cocktails. Once thrown, it ignited everything upon contact and continued to burn fiercely. Having briefly scanned the blue cards, Yunzhou shifted his attention to the 8 purple cards, the first of which was a game-changer. Equipment card, Purple M61 Vulcan Gatling Gun. Total length 1,829 millimeters, weight 114. 8 kilograms, firing rate of 7,200 rounds per minute, equipped with a massive 10,000-round magazine. No need for reloading. Simply pour ammunition into the magazine, and it will arrange itself. Theoretically, as long as your stamina holds, you can become a walking artillery platform. Originally a blue-quality modern firearm, under the influence of the purple grade, it now boasted a gigantic universal magazine that eliminated the need for manual loading. Yunzhou, who had been seated not far from Su Wensheng, stood up and withdrew the wild-looking, even extravagant, 6-barrel black Gatling gun. His action drew the attention of those nearby. Such heavy machine guns were typically mounted on helicopters or required a stand, yet Yunzhou effortlessly hoisted it with both hands. The massive ammunition box at his feet containing 1,000 basic 7.62 rounds, resembling a large suitcase. Buzzing. As he pressed the motor's trigger, this terrifying weapon began to whir, unleashing bullets like a tidal wave at a staggering rate of 7,200 rounds per minute. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bullets firing was nearly inaudible, drowned out by the motor and oppos, hum, and the synchronized firing sounds ringing in his mind. The dense hail of bullets lashed out like a fiery whip, sweeping through the mass of zombies before him. Boom, boom, boom. Any zombie struck by this fiery lash, whether in the head or any other part of the body, erupted in a shower of gore, creating massive openings. Even those behind the struck zombies could not escape the fate of being pierced. Such ferocious firepower immediately drew the attention of the others. Looking back at the formidable weapon in Yunzhou's hand, emanating a blue flame and bearing a striking resemblance to something familiar, one could not help but notice the zombies collapsing en masse, akin to wheat harvested by farmers in autumn. The onlookers appeared utterly stunned, frozen in place as if paralyzed by fear. The younger students, upon realizing the situation, could not restrain themselves from exclaiming in astonishment. What the hell? Is this for real? I and oppos, VE struck gold. Hey, Gatling gun. Chapter 150. The foreseeable outburst of team strength in less than a minute. An entire crate of bullets transformed into a tempest of steel, cascading forth. After a brief return to the warehouse to replenish with a new batch of ammunition, Su Wensheng was directly handed a load that could be mounted onto his exoskeleton armor without the need for a ground support frame. Simultaneously, several more crates of ammunition were piled beside him. Replace that M250 behind you with this. Don't hold back on the bullets. Brace the gun and unleash everything you've got. Today, we must reduce this horde of zombies to mere pulp. Su Wensheng was thrilled to be entrusted with such a formidable weapon. Nodding vigorously as he enlisted the help of his 2 companions to bolster their firepower, he then ceased fire and began to assemble the Gatling gun. Once assembled, he eagerly anticipated experiencing the allure of this devastating weapon. Oh yes, this is exhilarating, Yunzhou observed for a brief moment, witnessing the zombies fall like harvested stalks, creating a significant breach before redirecting his focus. Equipment card, Purple Dragon's Jetpack, a rudimentary self-circulating jetpack, forsaking prolonged aerial dominance for a powerful thrust capability, allowing for brief forward ascents. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. This was a commendable mechanical device, albeit of limited utility for Yunzhou and his team. It could be allocated to one of Su Wensheng's trio. This way, Ma Ying and the others wouldn't have to drool with envy any longer. Item card, Purple Takyusha, Fire Coverage. Automatically summons 10 Takyushas to provide fire coverage at a designated location upon use. The missiles disappear after launch. Item card, Purple Fire Dragon Flying Flamethrower. A flying flamethrower modified from an intelligent drone, fuel capacity, 50 liters, automatically decommissioned once fuel is exhausted. Both item cards were single-use. unlike the reusable equipment cards, yet their effects were undeniably potent. The drone flamethrower, capable of enemy identification and autonomous ceasefire. And the Takayusha fire coverage could swiftly quell this zombie tide. The threat had diminished significantly. If worse came to worst, overwhelming firepower could simply wash the area clean. As for the remaining 4 identical cards adorned with needle patterns, they were particularly intriguing. Item card, Purple Gene Enhancement Serum. Type 1. A relatively mild genetic enhancement potion suitable for first-time users. Capable of enhancing physical attributes by 2 to 8 times based on individual constitution and receptivity. This was far more practical than any mechanical armor. It directly enhanced physical capabilities. An increase of 2 to 8 times could easily transform one into a paragon of strength. Once this ordeal concluded, it would be fitting to reward Su Wenxing and his companions for their unwavering loyalty. Next, he turned to the final 3 orange cards, eager to unveil them all at once. Equipment card, Orange Hellfire Warhammer, forged from Purgatory, or the hammer resembles the head of a Hellfire Sovereign. A coveted trophy for adventurers who vanquish demons. Weight, 1,200 pounds, imbued with fire attribute attacks. The more targets slain, the more souls absorbed, greatly amplifying fire damage. Item card, Orange Devil Fruit, Door Fruit. Upon use, any object touched by the user transforms into a door that can be opened, allowing entry and exit from any location. Skill card, Orange Spirit Nurturing Technique, infuses energy into weapons, endowing them with spiritual energy, making them sturdier and sharper, allowing the user greater proficiency in wielding them. Among these 3 orange cards, the last skill card appeared unremarkable, yet Yunzhou deemed it the most valuable. This skill was akin to the cultivation techniques found in a realm of immortals, albeit lacking the methods of spiritual cultivation. However, he possessed telekinesis, enabling him to nurture multiple flying daggers as lethal weapons, or wield a long sword with ease, bringing a touch of elegance to his combat style. Excited at the prospect, he decided to use this skill card immediately, though the current situation was not ideal for experimentation. Suppressing his rising enthusiasm, he shifted his gaze to the other 2 orange cards. The massive warhammer, resembling a piece of game equipment, momentarily set aside. He was astonished to see the devil fruit. A fantastical item, surface. Moreover, it was the door fruit, possessing spatial attributes, a significant asset in survival during the apocalypse. It offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. Whoever consumed this fruit would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Thus, it was clear that this fruit should only be offered to team members with whom he shared trust and loyalty. The decision of who would partake in its consumption would be determined later. Yunzhou himself had no intention of consuming it, given that one had appeared. It was likely that more would follow. With his card system, there was no rush. Just as he reveled in this bountiful harvest, Su Wenxing suddenly shouted from a distance. "Brother, trouble! A mutated water buffalo has appeared in the horde. Its hide is too thick, covered in mud and debris. Our bullets can only breach its exterior defenses and inflict minimal harm." The water buffalo likely emerged from the direction of Yunzhou and his team. As the other 3 directions belonged to the urban area, surely no one would keep such a large beast at home. Only the mountains nearby harbored villages that might still raise cattle. Drawn by the commotion, it had wandered onto the road. Yunzhou lifted his gaze to see the mutated water buffalo charging towards him like a heavily armored tank. Excellent. This beast will serve as the perfect target for my newly acquired warhammer. He leaped over the obstacle in front of the school gate, brandishing the dark red, menacing warhammer that resembled the head of a hellish demon, with elongated, curved devil horns on either side, and a wooden handle crowned with a flickering dark red flame. It felt even more substantial than the Qinglong Yinwei blade, yet he could still maneuver it with ease. At 1,200 pounds, a single strike could crush a compact car. Against the mutated water buffalo, or even larger zombies, it was undeniably a lethal weapon. As the mutated water buffalo barreled through the horde, Yunzhou's muscles tensed, his heart racing as it supplied him with a steady flow of power. Even wielding the heavy warhammer, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning to meet the beast head-on. Bah! Attack! The mutated water buffalo lowered its head, its black, glimmering horns aimed directly at Yunzhou. As he drew nearer, he leaped into the air, aiming the warhammer at the creature's skull, letting out a tremendous roar. Chapter 151, Cleanup or Conclusion. Observing the confrontation between a man and a beast, akin to a clash of titans, all individuals near the entrance instinctively ceased their attacks. The sight of Yunzhou wielding a colossal hammer resembling the head of a demon, emanating wisps of flame, drew gasps as it streaked through the air like a comet, aimed directly at the mutated water buffalo's head. With a thunderous crash, louder than a hand grenade explosion, a shockwave surged forth as the buffalo's sharp horns disintegrated into dust, its armored physique caving in from the impact. The force of their collision folded the creature in half. Meanwhile, Yunzhou landed firmly, the demonic flames enveloping his hammer burning even brighter, as if it had feasted and was now ablaze with fervor. Even the hammer and amp, Oppo's body emitted sparks in a dazzling display. In a fleeting moment, the mutated buffalo's body erupted like a bloody bomb, its shattered bones clearing the area of ordinary zombies. From above, it resembled a balloon filled with ink bursting, staining the ground in darkness. The only area spared was in Yunzhou's direction, where the Hellfire Warhammer incinerated the flying bone fragments and blood into vapor, leaving him untouched, as if shielded by an otherworldly force. Standing amidst the tide of corpses, Yunzhou exuded an aura of a battle god, inspiring those around him to raise their weapons and cheer exuberantly. Remarkable. Truly a divine presence. Is this even possible for a mere human? With just a single hammer, he has driven the mutated buffalo and amp, Oppo's head into its body. How magnificent! The crowd's excitement continued to swell, but the remaining ordinary zombies did not relent in their assault. Instead, encouraged by the brief lull, they surged closer to the entrance. Su Wenxing and Chen Jianjun were among the first to regain their composure, shouting commands to those still caught in exuberance, urging them to re-aim and fire. Pushing the tide of corpses back, Yunzhou, undeterred, collected the cards scattered by the fallen buffalo and resumed his onslaught, smashing down on several ordinary zombies with his mighty hammer. With each strike, the hammer's power amplified, creating large craters in the ground and reducing nearby mutated zombies to heaps of mangled flesh. In an innovative display, Yunzhou adopted a technique for clearing lesser foes, firmly establishing his stance. He brought his hammer down upon the concrete, shattering it and sending large shards flying. Utilizing telekinesis, he bound the debris as if with ropes, spinning them around like a top. The flames on the hammer leapt to the additional stones, augmenting their destructive capability. Thus, he transformed into a fiery whirlwind amidst the horde, decimating countless ordinary zombies and leaving a vibrant array of cards awaiting collection. Even those who had already witnessed numerous astonishing feats throughout the day could not help but steal glances at Yunzhou, their hearts swelling with admiration for the strong. Nearly 2 hours had passed since they requested military support against the tide of corpses. The area before the school had morphed into a hellscape, with Su Wenxing and his companions surrounded by a thick layer of spent brass casings. To them, the air above the once gray horde now shimmered with a faint crimson mist. Suddenly, the distant hum of helicopter rotors filled the air, prompting everyone to pause and gaze skyward. When 5 military helicopters appeared in formation, cheers erupted among the crowd. Here they come. The military reinforcements have arrived. So many helicopters. Down with the monstrous zombies. The pilots of the 5 helicopters immediately began to clear the zombies from behind, unleashing a barrage of missiles that decimated a significant portion of the street and amp, Oppo's undead. Following this, they flew directly above the school, taking a sharp turn. As they angled their bodies, exposing Gatling guns akin to those worn by Su Wenxing, they unleashed a relentless torrent of ammunition upon the remaining horde. Yunzhou, along with Lin Wanru and Xie Jingjie, had already retreated to the school entrance at the moment the helicopters appeared. Witnessing the swift dismantling of the nearly 30,000 to 40,000 zombies that had posed a threat to their school was both a relief and a marvel. Despite their personal strength, they recognized the futility of opposing such bombardment. Yet, they held on to the hope that one day they might become human weapons of mass destruction themselves. After several passes, the street lay ravaged, yet only a few ordinary zombies remained standing. As Yunzhou stowed away his flaming hammer, the surviving schoolmates erupted into jubilant cheers. We did it. We held back the tide of corpses. This is nothing short of a miracle. Hail to our military brothers. They are exceptional. Our survival is not solely due to their support. Let us not forget the contributions of our battle god and his team. Indeed, long live the battle god. You are simply the best. The atmosphere was electric, a celebration of their hard-won victory, as various voices of joy echoed throughout the area. Just then, a gentle breeze swept in from behind the school, dispersing the smoke from the battlefield and allowing everyone to truly appreciate the hard-fought triumph. Nearby, Chen Jianjun, speaking on a satellite phone, coordinated with the hovering helicopters as they prepared to return to base. Their firepower had effectively served as a firefighting squad for the district. and they would not linger any longer. Yunzhou, initially expecting to engage with the military personnel, shrugged and chose to remain uninvolved. Soon, Chen Jianjun approached with a smile, addressing the men and women resting on the ground. You all have worked tirelessly. Please take a moment to rest while we handle the aftermath. By the time we finish clearing the zombies, it will be late. Stay with us for a celebratory gathering. There will be time to rest before you depart. Everyone's gaze turned toward Gu Yunzhou, and upon his nod, Chen Jianjun laughed heartily, instructing others to lead them back to the school for rest. He organized teams to pile up the corpses for incineration while another group stood guard against the potential for a second wave of zombies, fortunately. It seemed that the madwoman had drawn the nearby zombies away, leaving them free from further threat. Gu Yunzhou and the others were arranged in a conference room furnished with a sofa and a meeting table for their respite. After several hours of intense focus, they could no longer resist the pull of slumber and soon succumbed to deep sleep. Only Gu Yunzhou and Lin Wanru, whose mental attributes exceeded 100, remained alert, seizing the opportunity to distribute their spoils. The gene serums were of no use to the girls, so they were promptly allocated to Su Wencheng alongside the jetpack. This revelation awaited them upon awakening. However, when the three girls beheld the intricately patterned devil fruit, a treasure they had only seen in anime, hesitation gripped them. Lin Wanru deemed her current abilities and strength sufficient, thus refraining from utilizing such a precious fruit. Similarly, Skejinjia expressed her desire to pursue a healing-oriented development path, making her reluctant to employ it as well. Consequently, the fruit naturally found its way into Lin Qigin and Appos, as Hans, the youngest among them, who possessed minimal self-defense capabilities. Entrusting her with the dwarf fruit, which allowed for unhindered movement, proved to be the most prudent decision. Ultimately, they allocated attribute points to her, marking the conclusion of yet another leg of their journey. Team Member 1. Lin Wanru Physical, 197 216 Strength, 131 159 Speed, 119 156 Mental, 128 155 Affection, 99. Skill, Mastery of Combat Ability, Light Feather. Team Member 2. Lin Qingyin Physical, 110 154 Strength, 100 142 Speed, 103 135 Mental, 120 160 Affection, 90. Ability, Dwarf Fruit. Team Member 3. Skejinjia Physical, 114 142 Strength, 107 136 Speed, 105 158 Mental, 104 152 Affection, 98 Skill. Healing. Boundary Line. Due to performance issues, this marks the final chapter of the book. For those who have enjoyed it, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I would like to thank the diplomats of the Hehuan sect, Kongyu, Fengguishi, Sharanju Xin, Aljobu, Guanergio Juji Feng, Xiaoxiaomayu, Lu Tiandi, 7Cat Reader 051099102515, and Prime Chongo for their comments and support. A special thanks to Kongyu, whose interaction has prevented me from feeling as though I was merely writing in solitude. My appreciation extends to 7Cat Reader 10235498, 5210, 7Cat Reader 070954100505, 7Cat Reader 052757564855, 7Cat Reader 0730975654110, 7Cat Reader 0504985611019, Wolf, 7Cat Reader 021151569898, 7Cat Reader 11015110, 1102, Shishinaihi, Lao Wang, Guy Boucher Chuanxua, Gudu Jiwa, Familiar Stranger, and all others for their favorable feedback. As this brief 70-day journey draws to a close, I bid farewell. Over the span of 2 months, I have learned so much, and I am grateful to all readers for their tolerance of any typographical errors or oversights within these pages. I also thank each of you for reaching this point. As we approach the new year, I extend my early wishes for a prosperous year ahead. May everyone enjoy good fortune, robust health, and abundant wealth in the coming year. 2024-12-23.